In an era of chaos and ruin, where malevolent entities roam freely, conflicts among gangs and noble families are incessant, and dynasties rise and fall in tumultuous waves, human life is as cheap as grass. Tian, having traversed through time, bears a system that guides him step by step towards the pinnacle, confronting the ultimate moment of human existence. Will he believe in destiny or rise to the challenge? The protagonist must make a unique choice. Chapter 1. A Grim Beginning. In the year 75 of the Xuanwu calendar, the Tianwu kingdom, having endured for 4 centuries, now faces decline. Various factions stir restlessly, with noble clans, warlords, gangs, and sects engaging in relentless aggression and annexation. Additionally, bizarre creatures and demonic races invade, preying upon humanity, leading to widespread suffering among the populace. In the Hejian prefecture, within the small border town of Baishang, with a population of fewer than 100,000, the land is barren and life is a constant struggle. The town's geography is such that the affluent reside in the northern part, while the southern area, increasingly dilapidated, serves as a refuge for the impoverished. Yet, amidst the dire circumstances, countless souls seek survival in the borderlands, continuously pouring in despite the threats posed by the strange and the demonic. As night falls, the southern part of the town descends into lawlessness. In a dark alley, a group of ruffians mercilessly beat a man. Louis, it seems he's gone silent. One of them calls out, "You wretched fool! If you do not hand over the protection fee, your sister will pay the price." Louis threatens, delivering several more kicks to the lifeless body. Spitting on the corpse, Louis and his gang swagger away. Amidst the pool of blood, the man's body grows cold, until a rustling sound emerges from the darkness. A beggar, mustering his courage, approaches. "Spirits of heaven and earth, debts have their owners, your death has nothing to do with me." The beggar mutters incoherently, trembling as he reaches into the corpse's embrace. Damn it! After searching fruitlessly, the beggar curses under his breath and flips the man over, intending to strip him of his clothing, when suddenly, the corpse seizes his hand. A ghost! He shrieks, scrambling away in terror. The man abruptly sits up, gasping for air, his face pale. Where am I? Have I somehow traversed through time? Feeling the blood streaming from a wound on his head, he realizes his tattered appearance marks him as a wretched member of the lowest class. A wave of excruciating pain washes over him as unfamiliar memories flood his mind. "Damn, the Tiger Gang!" he exclaims, struggling to rise, only to find himself in a world of chaos, with sinister creatures and gang oppression making life unbearable. In this small town of Baishang, not only do monstrous entities lurk, but deadly gangs also threaten lives. Each household must pay a monthly fee, and the former owner of his body was killed as an example for failing to do so. His name was also Tian. His father, Tian, was a renowned demon slayer who went missing during a battle years ago, while his mother succumbed to illness, leaving him and his sister, Cici, to fend for themselves. Recently, Louis of the Tiger Gang has taken a disturbing interest in Cici, intending to take her to Shanhui City in Hedong Prefecture for his own nefarious purposes. Such development is nothing but a sordid trade, and she is merely 12 years old. Tian clenched his fists in silence, the wound on his head still oozing blood. He needed to bandage it promptly, otherwise the blood loss could prove fatal. Stumbling slightly, Tian relied on the memories in his mind to navigate through the winding alleys, soon returning home. As the night gradually receded, the east began to glow with a pale light, and the once desolate alley suddenly buzzed with life. The incessant clanging came from the Zhou family's blacksmith shop, where old man Zhou was hammering a glowing red iron ingot. The walls of the forge were adorned with an array of knives, swords, and daggers of various sizes, while the row of blades on the rack swayed gently in the breeze, producing crisp sounds. In tumultuous times, weapons are always in demand, and the blacksmith's business thrived, rivaling even the coffin shop that dealt in death. "Get lost, you filthy beggar!" A group of gang members drove away a homeless man with a few swift punches and kicks as they stormed into the blacksmith shop. Before long, the leader of the gang emerged, tossing a handful of copper coins with satisfaction. "Master Liu, it's your prowess that makes the difference. Old man Zhou usually acts so tough, yet before you, he's as meek as a quail," a sycophantic underling chimed in. "Ha ha ha." The leader laughed heartily as he departed, oblivious to the venomous gaze fixated on him from the crack of a dilapidated door nearby. "Once again, it's the Tiger Gang. My enemies are right before me. Yet alas, my strength is insufficient." Tian's complexion turned ashen. These gang forces were a relentless scourge, far more loathsome than the monsters of legend. Alas, the monthly rent has doubled. Now reaching 50 coins, life is about to become even more arduous, lamented Aunt Ma, old man Joe's wife, a stout woman in her 40s with a waxy complexion. Fear not, this month's orders have significantly increased. We can barely keep up. If I endure a bit more hardship, I will surely manage, old man Joe sighed. His only son had been taken by the Scorpion Gang to serve as a lackey and had been missing for 2 months with grim prospects. Picking up the hammer once more, old man Joe resumed his work, though his spirit seemed diminished. At your age, how much longer can you endure? I suggest you expand the shop and recruit more apprentices to ease the burden, Aunt Ma offered, assisting with the bellows. The Tiger Gang marched through the neighborhood, soon arriving at Tian's residence. Open the door. Tian cowered inside, allowing the door to be pounded relentlessly. Who's the bastard that won't even open the door? Smash it down, Master Lu commanded, prompting one of his underlings to step forward. Wait, this is the house of that brat Tian, an observant lackey quickly interjected. Isn't this the one who was dealt with last night? The underling gestured across his throat, and Master Lu immediately understood. In that case, only a young girl is at home. In a couple of days, we can send her off to Shunwei. This house will be vacant. It's a shame to let such a prime location go to waste. Monkey, you're to visit the magistrate tomorrow and forge some documents to claim the house, saying it's Tian's cousin's property, and then sell it. Master Lu instructed with a chuckle, while his lackey, nicknamed Monkey, eagerly plotted the scheme, well versed in the art of deceit. Ha ha! The members of the Tiger Gang laughed heartily as they departed. Huddled within the confines of the house, Tian's teeth chattered incessantly. Brother, what shall we do? A delicate voice emerged from behind him. It was Cici, a frail little girl, her face pale and pitiful, yet still hinting at the contours of a future beauty. Reporting to the authorities would prove futile should he take action. The Tiger Gang would likely strike him down once more. After a moment of contemplation, Tian declared, Sister, we must flee, otherwise our lives are forfeit. Whatever you say, brother. Although merely 12 years old, Cici was remarkably obedient, and upon hearing they were to depart, she did not succumb to panic. They left without delay, but wealth was as elusive as a mirage lacking funds. Any destination would end with the same fate, being exploited by the gang. Tian approached the wall of the bedroom, pried loose a brick, and retrieved an oiled paper bundle within. Inside the bundle lay the deed to their ancestral home. Tian tucked it into his coat, cast one last glance at the empty old house, and carefully led his sister out through the back door. Chapter 2. My heart yearns for martial arts. Cash and goods exchanged, no regrets afterward. Half an hour later, under the witness of the moneylender, Tian sold his ancestral home. The moneylender, San, beamed with delight. This young man was eager to sell, and what should have been worth 30 taels was struck at merely 10, an astounding profit for him. Sister, I have come to a realization. In times of chaos, knowledge holds no value, only strength commands respect. Upon returning to their lodging inn, Tian spoke earnestly to Cici. Brother, I shall support you in all your endeavors. On their journey to the moneylender, they had witnessed the harrowing plight of those who had sold themselves to bury their fathers, and families torn asunder. Though still young, Cici had, like her brother, come to understand the harsh realities of the world. A mechanical, icy voice abruptly chimed in Tian's ear, detection of the host yearning for martial arts, awakening of the martial arts recording system. What? A golden opportunity had arrived. Tian hastily focused his thoughts to check. Name, Tian. Strength, ordinary person. Vitality, 80 points. Normal value for ordinary people is 100. The next stage is 300. Reputation in the Jianghu, unknown. Recorded martial arts, none. Tian perused the system for a moment, no longer captivated, and turned to exit the inn. At the knife shop in the southern part of the city, a lean figure entered, none other than Tian himself. Youth, are you in need of a blade? A shop assistant immediately approached, eager to profit from the boy's youthful appearance. Show me your wares. Tian's gaze hardened, his voice fierce. A slicing knife for 1 tael, a blunt knife for 3. Observing Tian's serious demeanor, the assistant quickly abandoned any thoughts of taking advantage. Tian picked up a slicing knife, its blade the size of his palm, slightly trembling. This type of knife was easy to injure with, yet insufficient for killing. It would merely draw blood, a common weapon among street thugs. Another chime resonated, unlocking the weapon card, recording the white weapon, slicing knife, attack power 13. What? A mere increase of 3 points in attack utterly useless. Tian shook his head in disappointment, then picked up a broadsword. The blade was straight and only 3 fingers wide, yet possessed formidable lethalitione thrust to a vital point could claim a life. The system once again prompted him, cataloging the white weapon broadsword with an attack rating of 310, which was threefold that of a standard blade. Tian wished to explore further weaponry, but the attendant's prices ranged from dozens to hundreds of taels, and his purse was light. Thus, he resigned himself. This sword is commendable, yet the price warrants negotiation. After much persuasion, Tian finally procured the broadsword for 2 taels and 5 coins. With the weapon in hand, his demeanor shifted dramatically. As he exited the weapons shop, the furtive gazes that had been observing him retreated upon noticing the broadsword at his waist. The broadsword, a lethal instrument, this young man was no ordinary character. Master Ma, Tian returned to the pawn shop, seeking the pawnbroker who had previously sold him a house. Martial artists begin with external strength. Those skilled in external techniques enjoy a life of luxury. If one is fortunate enough to break through to internal strength, they may secure a place in the bi-commercial center. The path of martial cultivation is indeed a promising one, but it is ill-suited for you, as martial academies do not accept impoverished youths like yourself. Ma San stroked his grizzled beard, wearing a troubled expression. Why is that? Tian inquired, perplexed. Joining a martial academy requires tuition surely. One cannot expect to be taught for free. Typically, the tuition for an academy is 3 taels. Moreover, the expenses for martial artists are substantial. Not to mention the cost of blood tonics and medicinal herbs. Even basic meals for a month would consume 3 taels. If an apprentice fails to break through external strength within 3 months, they are eliminated. At that point, you would be left destitute and homeless, destined to become a beggar. While your life may be of little value, it would nonetheless reflect poorly on the academy. Imagine which institution would wish to see its apprentices begging in the streets. Ma San exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. Since ordinary academies refuse to accept me, surely there must be some exceptional ones willing to do so. Tian gleaned an alternative implication from Ma San's words. It seems you're contemplating a gamble. Youthful ambition is commendable. There's indeed an academy that fits your description, not far from here. The master, Shunjie, known as the Windblade, is a master of chi techniques. He possesses a distinctive trade, keeps his doors open, and accepts all who come. A hint of a smile graced Ma San's face. So, you're saying that as long as I pay, I can enter? Indeed, one must pay to enter. After all, lowering the barriers requires compensation. Wouldn't you agree? And how much extra is required? Tian inquired, furrowing his brow. An additional 30%. The entrance fee is 5 taels, with food expenses calculated separately. Additionally, 2 taels must be paid to the pawn shop. In total, that amounts to 7 taels. Ma San gestured with his hand to emphasize his point. 7 taels? Such an amount. Is there any room for negotiation? Tian's expression darkened. He possessed only 7 taels and 5 coins in total. Spending it all would leave him utterly impoverished. Such a price cannot be reduced. It is a fixed rate. Moreover, without my guarantee, even with the extra payment, Hongyun Academy may still refuse to accept you. Ma San shook his head solemnly. If all else fails, I could write an IOU with interest and settle the payment after I complete my training. Tian was unwilling to concede. You are quite the clever one, however. The number of those who succeed is but a fraction. Why should I grant you credit? Ma San yawned, growing somewhat impatient. I can offer a bit of interest. Should I fail, you would only lose 2 taels of silver. If I succeed, in 3 months you could receive 3 taels or opt for 20 taels after a year. Tian, disregarding all else, was determined to gain entry into the practice. His life was already in shambles, although he possessed 7 taels of silver. How many days could he survive in this part of the city? Upon hearing the promise of 20 taels, Ma San's eyes gleamed with interest. This deal was indeed favorable. He tapped his pipe thoughtfully and remarked, 20 taels in a year sound appealing, but who can assure that you will survive that long? How about this? 16 taels in 6 months, granting you an opportunity to prosper. Deal. Amidst the chaos of the world, the prospect of credit felt akin to free bounty, and Tian accepted without hesitation. Though the time frame was merely 6 months, should Tian advance to external strength, his earning potential would multiply, making 3 to 5 taels a month would be feasible. In half a year, with some savings, he might just be able to break free. Moreover, even if he fell short, negotiations could be possible after all. One's strength speaks volumes, and he trusted that Ma San would be amenable to discussion. Hey, 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 kik. Amidst a cacophony of exaggerated laughter, the two individuals, each with their own ulterior motives, sealed their pact. Time is of the essence today. I shall take you to find a master. After meticulously reviewing the contract and confirming its integrity, Ma San nodded. He knew this lad had sold his ancestral home for 10 taels, had purchased a simple knife, and likely retained around 7 taelsaw, now firmly within his grasp, yet he still sought to owe 16 taels. Truly, my cleverness knows no bounds, managing to extract the last vestiges of this destitute youth's resources. There is a high probability he will be unable to repay, however. The knife, valued at 3 taels, could be sold, and even if it doesn't amount to 16, it still represents a considerable profit overall. Chapter 3. The first encounter at the Martial Arts Academy. Alas, the youth, fresh and unblemished, has unwittingly signed a contract of servitude, oblivious to the treacherous nature of society. I, Ma San, shall impart a valuable lesson to you. As for the funds you acquire through your servitude, consider them merely a tuition fee. Ma San scrutinized the tender visage of his counterpart, inwardly chuckling at his naivety. Thus, I must rely on your guidance, Master Ma. Tian responded with a smile. Since I owe you a considerable sum, my safety and future shall now rest in your capable hands. There is indeed something rather peculiar about this sense of having gained an advantage while feigning submission. To avoid any prolonged uncertainties, Ma San swiftly completed the necessary formalities and escorted Tian into the Hanyun Martial Arts Academy. Master, I humbly bow to you. Tian respectfully offered a cup of tea. Shen Jue, wearing a warm smile, accepted the tea, taking a gentle sip before placing it aside. On a nearby table lay a wooden tray wrapped in red cloth, neatly displaying 5 taels of silver. Tian's apprenticeship fee. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of the Hanyun Martial Arts Academy. Despite the endorsement of a guarantor, the rules of the academy must not be violated. Failure to comply will not be tolerated. Shen Jue admonished sternly. After all, as a disciple, should you cause trouble, it could reflect poorly upon me as your master. Indeed, Tian promptly responded with respect. Within 3 months, you must attain the external strength, or else you shall have no choice but to leave the academy and seek your own path. The tuition fee is non-refundable. Shen Jue continued. The disciple understands. Should I fail to reach external strength, it would be a reflection of my inadequacy, and I shall depart willingly. Tian replied solemnly, having been thoroughly briefed on the academy's rules prior to his apprenticeship, even signing a contract. Shen Jue nodded in satisfaction and instructed, Zhou Zhan. You are responsible for guiding him. Junior brother this is the signature martial art of our academy, the swift wind blade. You must practice diligently. Zhou Zhan, an elder of the academy with 3 years of experience, had stagnated at the external strength stage, but due to his honest demeanor, Shen Jue chose to retain him to mentor newcomers. He familiarized Tian with the academy's environment and handed him a manual on blade techniques. Junior brother, do you know what is most vital in martial cultivation? Diligent practice. Tian replied without hesitation, as this was evidently the optimal choice for someone with a systematic approach. Not quite. It is human connection. Zhou Zhan replied enigmatically. Junior brother, what is your family background? My father is missing. Tian dared not conceal anything in response to Zhou Zhan's inquiry, briefly recounting his humble origins. A pauper with nothing to his name. Zhou Zhan immediately lost interest and coldly instructed him to adhere strictly to the academy's rules, warning that if he failed to break through to external strength within 3 months, he should depart quietly to avoid causing difficulties for his senior brother. The junior brother understands. Once Zhou Zhan departed, Tian eagerly sought a quiet room, carefully opening the manual of the swift wind blade, devouring its contents with fervor. This technique was not particularly esoteric. The manual was richly illustrated and detailed. Yet Tian still found himself utterly perplexed. As Tian turned to the final page, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his ears. The system announced, loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. System, discovered martial art technique, swift wind blade technique. Would you like to include it? Include it, it must be included. Tian fervently exclaimed in his mind. Instantly, a new martial skill appeared in the system. 1. 3-star martial arts, swift wind blade technique. Beginner level. The next stage requires proficiency, 100, with each practice session increasing proficiency by 1 point. Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He had succeeded. Before entering the Martial Arts Academy, Ma San had explained that in order to make progress in martial arts, one must first consider innate talent, which is influenced by factors such as vital energy and comprehension. Among these, vital energy is paramount, primarily determined by one's natural constitution, although it can also be enhanced through the use of expensive elixirs. However, such elixirs are prohibitively expensive, far beyond the means of ordinary citizens. As the saying goes, the poor pursue knowledge while the wealthy pursue martial prowess. Without financial backing, aspiring to become a martial artist is akin to chasing a dream. Yet, with the aid of the system, Tian could naturally improve his martial skills through diligent practice, which was a significant advantage. In the training arena, a dozen young men with bare torsos were practicing the swift wind blade technique, each strike accompanied by a powerful shout. These were the newly recruited apprentices at the academy, diligently honing their skills. Leading them was Zhou Zhan, whose every strike was as swift as lightning, the blade's glimmering edge dazzling the newcomer's eyes. Zhou Zhan, eager to showcase his prowess, occasionally unleashed a blade wind only a master could produce, drawing gasps of awe from the crowd. Remember, without practice, your efforts will be in vain, he declared after completing a sequence of the swift wind blade technique. As he paused to survey the admiring gazes of the newcomers, he corrected several missteps, deliberately shouting out as he passed by Tian. Weakened by his injuries, Tian was jolted by Zhou Zhan's booming voice, causing him to lose grip on his blade, which clattered to the ground with a resounding clang. Laughter erupted around him, but Zhou Zhan scolded, "What are you laughing at? You can't even hold your blade. At this rate, you'll be out in 3 days, not 3 months." Amidst the disdainful looks from his peers, Tian slowly retrieved his wooden sword, gripping it tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Observing Tian's dismal expression, Zhou Zhan smirked inwardly. It was merely the first day, and there would be plenty of opportunities to test him. Those who came merely to gamble on luck would be better off leaving early. The tuition had already been collected, and their presence was merely a waste of space. Training continued, but after Tian's blunder, the other apprentices regarded him with a hint of scorn. In the path of martial cultivation, vital energy is paramount. Daily training must be methodical and gradual. Rushing the process could lead to a depletion of vital energy, causing setbacks that would be detrimental to one's foundation. After practicing the swift wind blade technique several times, the stamina of the newcomers gradually reached its limit. A few, weakened and breathless, collapsed onto the ground. Zhou Zhan furrowed his brows and appropriately concluded the day's training. You, and you, stay behind to clean the training area. Zhou Zhan casually selected a few individuals from the group, including Tian. Why should we be the ones to clean? Before Tian could voice his objection, one of the other chosen youths immediately inquired. I dictate who cleans, and if you have a problem with it, feel free to challenge me. However, should you fail, insubordination will result in your dismissal. Zhou Zhan raised an eyebrow, strutting away without a care for their protests. Despite their indignation, the young man refrained from retaliating, aware that he could not contend with Zhou Zhan. Forget it. Let's just focus on cleaning up quickly so we can rest. Unlike the others, Tian had taken a moment to observe the progress on the training panel. His proficiency in the 3-star swift wind blade technique had already reached the beginner level, 45-100. This was merely the first day. If he could manage to put in some extra hours, he hoped to level up, though he was uncertain what benefits such an upgrade would bring. Chapter 4. The Enhancement of Vitality. How heavy. Within the training grounds, the stone locks and wooden stakes lay haphazardly strewn about, now requiring meticulous organization. The larger stone locks weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, while the smaller ones still tipped the scales at 200. After a strenuous effort, the meager reserves of energy the group had were entirely depleted, leaving them sprawled upon the ground in exhaustion. What is your name? Inquired a young man nearby. I am Tian. And you? My name is Zhang Bao, the youth replied, jabbing a finger at a nearby chubby fellow. I am Wu Ji. The rotund individual responded weakly. Damn it. Once I master this, I shall make Zhou Zhan pay dearly, Zhang Bao declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. Having arrived a few days earlier than Tian, he felt that the recent singled-out assignments were a deliberate act of targeting. What grievance do you hold against Zhou Zhan? Tian asked, lifting his gaze. Zhou Zhan has taken a liking to my sister and wishes for me to act as a bridge between them. As if I would allow that. Just look at his unfortunate appearance. Does he truly believe he is worthy? Zhang Bao spat dismissively. And what about you? Tian turned to inquire further. I was merely hungry and stole a bite from the kitchen, inadvertently consuming some potent medicine meant for senior brother Zhou. It was a mistake, I assure you. Wu Ji's eyes darted about, revealing that the situation was more complex than he let on. Well, it seems I have been unwittingly entangled in your troubles. Tian rolled his eyes, now yearning for nothing more than a moment's slumber to restore his strength. Stop dawdling. Hurry and clear out the restroom, or senior brother Zhou shall unleash his fury. It will be far more than a mere matter of cleaning. Wu Ji struggled to rise from the ground, his face etched with bitterness as he trudged towards the restroom. Zhang Bao, upon hearing this, wore an equally distressed expression and reluctantly followed suit. Tian, are you not coming along? Zhang Bao called out, noticing Tian still lying on the ground. I haven't offended senior brother Zhou, so why should I clean the restroom? Even if I don't finish, he won't scold me. Tian flipped over, ignoring them. Then why did senior brother Zhou summon you to clean the clutter? Wu Ji questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. I was merely seeking food, and senior brother Zhou suggested I do some chores, promising a meal in return. Little did I know, after all this time, not a single soul has appeared to provide sustenance. Wu Ji glanced at Zhang Bao and said, more hands mean more strength. Treating him to a meal is no great burden. I didn't bring any money today, so you shall have to treat me. Zhang Bao hesitated, turning to enter the restroom, where an overwhelming stench assailed him, nearly causing him to faint. Brother, help me clean, and I shall cover your meal. Zhang Bao cursed Zhou Zhan's unscrupulousness in his heart, hastily escaping the restroom to gulp in fresh air, feeling as though he had emerged from the depths of hell. If only you had said that earlier. I come from a humble background and feared nothing more than hard labor. Tian produced 2 white cloth strips, stuffing them into his nostrils, and lifted 2 heavy buckets of water, striding forward. United in their efforts, the 3 individuals finally completed their tasks before dinner. Moments later, Zhang Bao observed Tian voraciously devouring over 30 steamed buns in mere moments. Was he a reincarnation of a starving ghost? Beside him, the plump Wu Ji was surprisingly keeping pace, laboriously consuming a dozen himself. Each bun cost 2 coins. What a substantial loss for me. As dusk approached, the weary newcomers succumbed to slumber, yet within the dark training grounds, flickers of blade light could be discerned. After more than an hour of practice, Tian, drenched in sweat, had consumed all the buns he had devoured earlier. Name: Tian, strength, ordinary, vitality, 80 points. Normal for an ordinary person is 100. The next stage is 300. Reputation in the Jianghu. Unknown, martial skills. 1. 3-star quick wind blade technique. Novice level. The next stage requires proficiency, 99-100. Increasing by 1 point with each practice session. At this pivotal moment in the system interface, Tian, brimming with anticipation, executed a strike. Ding. The system data updated immediately, loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Name: Tian, strength, ordinary, vitality, 85 points. Normal for an ordinary person is 100. The next stage is 300. Reputation in the Jianghu. Unknown, martial skills. 1. 3-star quick wind blade technique. Initial understanding. The next stage requires proficiency, 300, increasing by 1 point with each practice session. Tian immediately felt a surge of insights regarding the quick wind blade technique flood his mind, making his movements less awkward and more fluid. Simultaneously, a vital energy coursed through him, swiftly alleviating much of the fatigue brought on by his practice, attributed to an increase of 5 points in his vitality. Effective. I shall continue practicing. Tian's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on his technique. To shine before others, one must endure hardships in silence. The Martial Arts Academy was not a realm of peace. Failing to excel meant being relegated to menial tasks, like cleaning the latrines. Without a moment's respite, Tian trained diligently throughout the night, until dawn heralded the second enhancement of his proficiency in the quick wind blade technique. Name: Tian, strength, ordinary, vitality, 90 points. Normal for an ordinary person is 100. The next stage is 300. Reputation in the Jianghu. Unknown, martial skills. 1. 3-star quick wind blade technique. Half-cooked. The next stage requires proficiency, 1000, increasing by 1 point with each practice session. With another surge in vitality, Tian concentrated fully, executing a move called one blade, 2 halves. Suddenly, the blade in his hand shimmered with light, cleaving the training post before him cleanly in 2. His strength having doubled since before, prompting a satisfied nod from Tian. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. This scene was witnessed by several early risers, who immediately expressed a measure of admiration. What is so remarkable about it? Staying up all night is of no benefit to one's vitality, even if martial skills become slightly more proficient, without the support of vital energy. one cannot hope to advance to external strength. It is truly a case of grasping at sesame seeds while losing watermelons. Suddenly, someone spoke up. It was Zhao Ming, who had been training for over 2 months. Although he had yet to break through to external strength, as a senior, his words commanded attention. The newcomers once again regarded Tian with the same disdain and contempt as before. With a clang, Tian sheathed his sword. He had gained much from this night. And given the crowded training grounds and his own fatigue, he had no intention of continuing, as it would merely appear to be a display for the crowd. After exchanging a few nods of greeting, Tian made his way out of the martial arts hall. He needed to go to the inn, for his sister was still there. Although he had left some food and pocket money, he wished to check in on her to prevent any ill intentions from arising. In the humble room costing 10 coins a day, Tian found his sister absent, instantly furrowing his brow. "Brother, I found a job. From now on, we can stay here without spending money." Just as Tian was filled with anxiety, his sister, Cici, suddenly returned to the room, having hurried over upon hearing from the innkeeper that her brother had come back. "What kind of job?" Tian's expression turned serious. His sister was frail and sickly, and he feared that any arduous labor would be too much for her to bear. "I spoke with the innkeeper today, and he mentioned that the kitchen is in need of a dishwasher. They provide meals and lodging, so we can live in the inn without expenses, and we will have enough food to fill our stomachs." Saying this, she pulled a steamed bun from her bosom and handed it to Tian. "Brother, I've already eaten today. This bun is for you." Tian gazed at his emaciated sister, his heart softening, as he repeatedly insisted that he had already eaten, eventually coaxing Cici into consuming it instead. "No worries, my dear sister. With me around, I will handle this dishwashing task alongside you." Arriving at the kitchen with his sister, he discovered that there were not many dishes to wash. However, it was winter, and the icy water was unbearable. Tian rolled up his sleeves and immediately set to work. "But brother, you still need to practice martial arts. With our home sold, our future depends entirely on you mastering your skills. How can you afford to spend time and energy on such menial tasks?" Cici expressed her concerns. "Fear not. I will put in extra effort and catch up on my training." With the system at his disposal, Tian was acutely aware of his martial arts progress and had a general sense of when he might break through, unlike others who felt uncertain and anxious. Chapter 5. Miscellaneous Skills Martial Arts Ascension. Proficiency Training System. What? Tian is not at the training ground. Zhou Zhun, responsible for the attendance, could hardly believe it. It seems this fellow has decided to abandon his practice, having failed to master even the most rudimentary swift wind blade technique. He appears not only to be a miser, but also to have succumbed to a state of decline, yielding no fruitful results. With this thought in mind, Zhou Zhun dismissed the matter from his mind. There were still over 100 newcomers he could manage, and he continued to instruct the nuances of the swift wind blade technique. The chorus of shouts from the eager newcomers echoed around him, completely disregarding Tian's absence. "Look at you, arriving late. We were forced to clean again today." As the sun began to set, Tian returned to the martial arts hall, encountering the dejected Zhang Bao and Wu Ji. "You weren't here today, and that stone lock was our burden to bear. It was quite a struggle," Wu Ji lamented, his face etched with worry. "This situation cannot persist. We must devise a plan." "Zhou Zhun is always causing us trouble," Zhang Bao remarked. "Unfortunately, I don't know any experts. Do you have any senior brothers you can call upon?" "I don't know any senior brothers. I seldom venture out. My mother practically drags me out to the martial arts hall." Wu Ji shrugged, appearing quite innocent. "How are we to resolve this? We can't fight back, nor do we have any connections," Zhang Bao exclaimed, pounding his thigh in frustration. "I do have an idea, but first, how about treating me to a meal?" Tian rubbed his eyes and plopped down, his stomach growling audibly. "An idea? That is splendid. I treated brother He yesterday. How about you, Wu Ji?" Zhang Bao looked at Wu Ji with anticipation. "I didn't bring any money. I'll need to go back and fetch it," Wu Ji mumbled, staring at his own shoelaces, feeling a bit embarrassed. "The solution is simple. Treat me to a meal, and I shall take care of your labor," Tian declared, devouring more than 50 steamed buns, finally letting out a satisfied burp amidst Zhang Bao's bloodless complexion. "Isn't this a bit troublesome for you, brother He?" Wu Ji expressed his discomfort, for in his eyes, they were all young at heart, who would willingly engage in such menial tasks. Even more daunting was the weekly duty of cleaning the toilets. With over 100 individuals in the martial arts hall and at least 20 restrooms of varying sizes, the mere thought of it felt like descending into hell. "I too feel a bit guilty." Zhang Bao's gaze was vacant. The meal had cost over 100 coins. Brother He can truly eat. 3 meals a day would amount to over 9,000 coins in a month, nearly 10 taels of silver. Although his family was in the textile trade, supporting such expenses was quite challenging. "Do not worry. I hail from a humble background, accustomed to hard labor since childhood. I can endure. Tian picked his teeth and unsteadily rose to his feet. With the boost in vitality, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Though the side effect was an increased appetite, the system had indeed augmented his vitality, yet it would not conjure sustenance from thin air. Regrettably, there was no meat to be found, leaving Tian feeling somewhat unfulfilled. In the following 2 days, Tian indeed upheld his promise, shouldering all the arduous tasks alone, which allowed Zhang Bao and Wu Ji to enjoy a much lighter burden, granting them the energy to focus on honing their swordsmanship. Consequently, the two of them pooled their resources, managing to scrape together enough for Tian's daily meals. Relying on the system, Tian made significant progress each day. However, he refrained from displaying any signs of his advancement, for in this world, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, and as an apprentice, he knew the importance of discretion. After all, it turned out he was merely a beggar. Time flew, and Tian had already spent over half a month at the martial arts school, growing accustomed to this arduous yet strengthening routine. Yet trouble soon approached as Zhou Zhan, flanked by a throng of apprentices, swaggered past the training grounds, eliciting scornful remarks from some apprentices, which led to a chorus of laughter. These young apprentices, eager for fame and fortune through martial prowess, were unwilling to stoop to menial tasks. In their eyes, Tian was a fool, having paid for his training. They believed he should be learning the art, not laboring for it. Junior brother, he is doing quite well, Zhou Zhan remarked with feigned praise. However, the floor remains uncleaned. Greater attention to detail is necessary. With that, he and his entourage strode across the training ground, leaving behind a chaotic trail of footprints. Tian scoffed quietly and resumed mopping the floor. Alas, Tian is far too meek. He is simply unsuited for martial arts. A practitioner of the martial way should stand tall and resolute, not endure such indignities. Were I in his position, I would have certainly confronted Zhou Xiong just now. Zhang Bao fumed at Tian's submissive demeanor. Despite his frustrations, he acknowledged the invaluable assistance Tian had provided, allowing him to concentrate on his training. As he felt close to grasping the swift wind sword technique, Wu Ji still held a sense of gratitude towards Tian. He merely relies on free food and lodging. With daily expenses of 100 coins for meals, one could hire 10 servants to clean. Zhang Bao thought disdainfully of Tian. He had approached Zhou Zhan over the past 2 days, spending a bit of silver to smooth over relations. And Zhou had relieved him of his menial tasks. Brother Zhang, how can you do this? Wu Ji was taken aback, but Zhang Bao had already turned his back, hastily pursuing Zhou Zhan and his group. Meanwhile, Tian swiftly cleaned the training area, and after washing his face at the water vat, he picked up a wooden sword and resumed practicing the swift wind sword technique. With increasing proficiency, he transitioned from being only somewhat familiar with the technique to mastering it, showing marked improvement in the system's data. Name: Tian. Strength: ordinary person. Vitality: 155 points. The normal value for an ordinary person is 100. The next stage is 300. Jianghu reputation: unknown. Martial arts technique: 1. 3-star martial arts. Swift wind blade technique. Slightly accomplished. The next stage requires proficiency. Each training session increases proficiency by 1 point. Martial arts foundation: 1. 3-star martial arts. Miscellaneous, beginner level. The next stage requires proficiency, 7385. Each training session increases proficiency by 1 point. This miscellaneous skill was recorded by the system while Tian was performing tasks. Initially, Tian was perplexed as to why arduous labor could be considered martial arts. However, recalling the novels and shows from his past life, where Shaolin monks practiced martial arts fundamentals through chopping wood, fetching water, sweeping floors, and even cooking, he found solace in the thought that these activities contained the essence of martial arts. He chuckled to himself, realizing that even washing dishes with his sister could enhance his attributes. Tian's spirits were uplifted. Chapter 6. The quest for employment time swiftly passed, and before long, Tian had devoted several days to martial arts training. His mastery of the swift wind blade technique was both exhilarating and profound. Applause erupted as Wu Ji stood by, eyes gleaming with admiration, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Senior brother, every time I witness your practice of the swift wind blade technique, it is a true delight. Akin to the grace of an antelope's horns, effortlessly navigating the terrain. I dare say even senior brother Zhou cannot match your prowess. Tian nodded slightly after sheathing his blade. Since reaching a stage of comprehensive understanding with the technique, his mind had expanded with numerous insights into wielding the blade. Each swing now conjured a whisper of blade wind. Imbued with the essence of a martial arts master, he felt a burgeoning confidence. If he were to engage in combat with an external force disciple like Zhou Zhan, he might not be without a fighting chance. What nonsense about antelope horns and effortless journeys. Neglecting the refinement of blade techniques for idle flattery was futile. Could the elegance of antelope horns satisfy hunger? Exhausted from training, he thought of sustenance. Where was Zhang Bao? If he was not proactive about nourishment, perhaps his wits were lacking. After a brief tidying, Tian concluded his training for the day. The proficiency required for advancing in the swift wind blade technique was now considerable. He was no longer in haste. Senior brother Zhang. Wu Ji exclaimed, I apologize. It seems I can no longer keep up with you, senior brother he. His head hung low with a hint of shame. Tian was momentarily taken aback. Quickly grasping the implication, most likely, Zhang Bao had allied himself with Zhou Zhan. Yet, Tian felt no regret. One could not continuously exploit a single source, lest they leave it barren. Zhang Bao had always been astute, and his current choice was not necessarily erroneous. It appeared that he must devise his own means of earning a living. Otherwise, Wu Ji would also drift away from him. With a shift in thought, Tian found himself at the trading house once more. The expenses of martial training are considerable. I wish to repay my debts to Master Ma soon, and I humbly request your assistance in securing a job. Tian clasped his fists in a respectful greeting. Inside the trading house, Ma San was dozing off, abruptly awakened by the commotion. Upon recognizing Tian, his expression soured. How dare this scoundrel return? Master Ma, what has happened to your face? Tian inquired, noticing the bruises marring Ma San's features. What do you think? It's your doing. Not long ago, someone from the county office approached me about transferring ownership of a property identical to the one you sold me. When I produced the deed to refuse, I inadvertently angered Lu from the Tiger Gang, who came knocking on my door. If not for the intervention of the trading house, my life would have been in jeopardy. With that, Ma San seized Tian, his voice laced with fury. To settle the matter, I compensated Lu with 20 taels of silver, and you shall bear that burden. Strange, Tian replied. Did you not say my property was sold to a gang leader named Zhang Matzi in the southern part of the city? Why would Lu come to you? Moreover, the contract explicitly states that it is non-retractable. I care not for your excuses. The debt is yours, and interest shall accrue, with the total amount due being 13-fold. Ma San grasped the abacus in one hand, while seizing Tian by the collar with the other, his voice dripping with menace. Witnessing this scene, several associates from the pawnshop approached with mocking smirks. Suddenly, a flash of a blade sliced through the air. Ma San stood momentarily stunned as the abacus in his hand splintered into two, its beads scattering across the ground. Tian, with a suave motion, sheathed his knife and cast an icy glance at the approaching pawnshop thugs before speaking slowly. Perhaps Master Ma has forgotten that I am now affiliated with the Hanyun Martial Arts Academy. With a gulp, Ma San felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, signaling his comrades to retreat with a subtle gesture. Brother He, please, have some tea. Master Ma, I insist. After Tian displayed his prowess, Ma San recognized the stark reality. The once impoverished youth was no longer someone he could easily manipulate. Behold, although these tasks may be somewhat daunting with your current capabilities, accomplishing them should pose no challenge. Tian accepted the booklet that Ma San handed over and began to peruse its contents earnestly. The first page boldly proclaimed, Exorcist, collaborate with demon hunters to eliminate the uncanny daily wage of 501. In just one day, one could earn half a tael of silver, accumulating to 15 taels in a month. This was indeed a substantial sum, and Tian felt his excitement swell. Not only was the remuneration generous, but provisions for food and lodging, as well as uniforms and weapons, were also provided, making it a veritable bounty of benefits. The role of an exorcist is no simple endeavor. The rewards are substantial, and many would vie to seize such an opportunity. Ma San remarked with narrowed eyes, his tone contemplative. Thank you, Master Ma, but I am utterly inexperienced with the uncanny and would like to deliberate further. Tian replied politely, flipping to the next page. His father had joined the Demon Extermination Office and was currently unaccounted for. With his own skills still unrefined, it would be foolhardy to plunge into danger. Bounty Hunter. Collaborate with the authorities to apprehend fugitives. Daily wage of 101. However, this wage paled in comparison, and there were no provisions for food or lodging, making it a stark contrast. Do not underestimate bounty hunters. Each fugitive carries a bounty of their own, ranging from a few 101 to tens of taels. Should one encounter a notorious bandit, the reward could be immense, making fortune almost inevitable. Ma San continued, his tone measured and persuasive. While that may be true, I am currently unskilled and would rather not embarrass myself with my rudimentary techniques. Tian interjected, declining before Ma San could finish. The thought of pursuing notorious bandits, individuals who had evaded the authorities, filled him with trepidation. Such adversaries were often formidable, possessing internal strength and extraordinary abilities. He felt he would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow. Then it seems the only option left is to serve as a henchman or guard for a prominent family. Though the earnings may be lesser, if one can seize the opportunity amidst conflict, one could rise above the rest. Eventually, titles like Hall Master or Faction Leader Ma San's expression softened, and his demeanor became more casual. His earlier probing revealed that the young man had yet to break through to the external strength level, rendering him less formidable than he had initially presumed. The salary for a bodyguard is merely 30 coins a day, hardly sufficient to appease one's hunger. The constant skirmishes among gang families render ordinary guardians little more than fodder. Moreover, joining a gang or a prominent family entails a forfeiture of one's freedom, a prospect that is certainly not to Tian's liking. Thus, he eagerly turned the page, and upon a brief glance, a look of delight illuminated his face. Yet, what caught his interest was the position of a butcher. A daily wage of only 10 coins, a gross misallocation of talent, and a sheer waste of time. Ma San shook his head, his expression one of disdain. When it comes to job placement, he could earn a commission amounting to 3 days' wages, naturally favoring higher-paying positions. Half of the earnings would be given to Master Ma, as a means of repaying interest, with the hope of securing a more suitable job in the future. Without neglecting his support, a monthly income of merely 300 coins is crucial for Tian at this juncture. Furthermore, having recently suffered a significant setback at the hands of Master Lu from the Tiger Gang, it could be seen as a stroke of fortune. A modest consolation, indeed. Tian understands the wisdom in leaving room for future opportunities. Chapter 7. The Butcher Zheng. Upon receiving a wooden plaque from Ma San, who exclaimed that the young man possessed the innate qualities of a butcher, Tian felt a wave of excitement. With a cheerful demeanor, he accepted the plaque, noting that the meager 10 coins salary was inconsequential compared to the provision of meals, which was a perfect arrangement given his substantial appetite. After a brief half-hour, guided by a young waiter, Tian encountered the esteemed proprietor of the fragrant tower, Shanfeng. Is this lad introduced by Ma San? Can he endure hardship? Being a butcher is no trifling task. Shanfeng scrutinized the wooden plaque in his hand while casting a sidelong glance at Tian. The youth appeared lean and lacking in flesh, albeit his eyes sparkled with vitality. Absolutely. Tian confidently thumped his chest in assurance, though he intended to remain humble. The nature of butchery did not necessitate undue modesty. Changwei, take him to the kitchen for a trial. If he proves capable, he may stay. If not, he shall be dismissed, Shanfeng instructed, returning his focus to the ledger, the sound of the abacus soon resonating in the air. Newcomer, our fragrant tower is a renowned establishment in the southern city, frequented by dignitaries and nobles. Do not underestimate your role as a mere butcher. Precision and diligence are paramount. Should a single hair be found in the meat, you shall not earn a single coin, Changwei admonished as they exited the proprietor's chamber. Indeed, your expertise in managing the tavern is commendable. I dare say you might soon be promoted to the role of proprietor, for with such a flourishing business, a branch shall inevitably be established, remarked Tian, who flattered Changwei, quickly fostering camaraderie. Zheng, I have brought you a new recruit, Changwei announced as they traversed several corridors, halting before a building that exuded a faint scent of blood. With a resounding creak, the wooden door swung open, unleashing a palpable aura of menace that made Tian's scalp tingle. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly stepped forward to bow, wearing a smile. Let me have a look. Bah. Another skinny one. A towering figure emerged from the shadows, parting the way. In the dim light of the room, Tian discerned a burly man, his face obscured by a thick beard and standing at least 6 feet tall. The stench of blood intensified within, as slaughtered livestock hung from iron hooks, bleeding out, while a pig, headless and footless, lay awaiting disembowelment on the chopping block. I have brought the person. I shall take my leave, Changwei, seemingly unnerved, hastily declared before making his exit. However, Tian felt no trepidation, boldly stepping inside and audibly closing the door behind him. Ah, quite audacious, I see. Many have hesitated to enter my domain, repulsed at the very sight, Zheng the butcher remarked, stroking his chin with a hint of a smile. Thank you for your kind words, Master Zheng. The younger generation, hailing from humble beginnings, is most adept at arduous tasks. Tian respectfully clasped his fists. Follow me. This group of butchers is not as simple as you might think. The blood, meat, bones, and entrails of a single beast are all distinct. Mishandling any of them could lead to a drastic drop in value. You may observe closely. Moments later, the two men donned specially crafted aprons for butchery and stood before the chopping block. Zheng the butcher deftly flipped his wrist and produced a 3-inch sharp knife, its gleam unmistakably indicating its exceptional quality. With a swift motion, he sliced open the pig's belly, followed by 2 more cuts. The entrails and flesh were efficiently separated, and with a casual flick, the entrails, mingled with blood, tumbled into the large wooden barrel beneath the table, filling the air with a potent and foul odor. Tian involuntarily furrowed his brow, yet Zheng the butcher remained unfazed, continuing his work. He began with the pig's leg, gliding the knife smoothly without apparent effort, the skin and flesh separating neatly, leaving only a thin layer of sinew on the bones. When faced with the more challenging joints, he merely circled the knife a few times, and before long, the pig was neatly divided into uniform cuts of meat. How about that? For the final step, Zheng the butcher said, wiping the blade on his apron, what do you think? Truly remarkable. Tian sincerely praised. Haha, Zheng the butcher chuckled. I have been in this trade for 20 years. I could do this with my eyes closed. You certainly have a way with words. It is indeed a remarkable skill. Now it's your turn. He gestured toward the pig's entrails in the barrel. Tian, feeling the pressure, stepped forward, though his gaze frequently darted to the bone-cleaving knife resting on the table. Humph, wanting to handle the knife on your first day? Do you know that I spent 2 years washing entrails before I ever wielded a knife to slaughter my first pig? Zheng the butcher scoffed, reclining in a nearby rocking chair and beginning to doze off, having long since grown accustomed to the pungent aroma in the room. Tian, enduring the foul stench as he worked, was nonetheless astounded. Just moments ago, while observing Zheng the butcher, a notification from the system appeared. Name, Tian, strength, ordinary person. Health points, 155. The average for a normal person is 100. The next threshold is 300. Speed, 112. The average for a normal person is 100. The next threshold is 300. Reputation in the Jianghu. Obscure. Martial skills. 1. 3-star martial arts. Quick win knife technique. Comprehensive understanding. Next stage requires proficiency. Each training session increases proficiency by 1. 2. 3-star martial arts. Butcher's cleaver technique. Novice. Next stage requires proficiency. 100. Each training session increases proficiency by 1. Martial arts fundamentals. 1. 3-star martial arts miscellany. Entering the realm. The next stage requires proficiency. 7385. With each practice session yielding an increment of 1 in proficiency. Compared to before, not only has a new 3-star martial art, the butcher's skill of dismembering the ox, been added, but a speed attribute has also emerged, starting at a remarkable 112 points. It is likely that my diligent practice of the swift blade technique has borne fruit, significantly enhancing my speed. As someone who once traversed the world, Tian possesses a profound understanding of speed. Victory can often be secured through agility rather than strength. Employing strategies such as kite flying in battles, every tactic fundamentally rests on the principle of speed. The viper, formidable as it may be, finds itself utterly powerless against the cat's assault. For the cat's reaction time is 6-fold that of the viper. Given sufficient time, the viper will become battered and exhausted, ultimately falling prey to the cat. Now equipped with a speed attribute, Tian can engage in targeted training for breakthroughs. The mere thought of having entered a new phase invigorates him, and his speed in handling pig entrails has markedly increased. With the aid of his skills at the entry level, he efficiently cleans a large bucket of pig entrails with remarkable swiftness. Master Zheng, I have completed the task. Zheng the butcher, having dozed off for a brief moment, was roused with a sense of displeasure. However, upon opening his eyes, astonishment replaced his annoyance. The cutting board displayed various pig entrails, meticulously sorted and arranged. He casually picked up a pig's heart for inspection, finding it devoid of blood, impeccably clean. Excellent. Finally, a swift worker has arrived. Zheng the butcher nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the lad's aptitude for the butchery trade. What's this? Do you wish to give it a try? Zheng the butcher inquired with a smile, noticing Tian's eager gaze fixed upon the bone-cleaving knife. Upon receiving an enthusiastic nod from Tian, he gestured for him to fetch the meat. Chapter 8. The butcher's art. Tian followed the direction indicated by the butcher Zheng and arrived at the iron hook, where 3 plump pigs, already slaughtered, lay before him. The pig in front of him was utterly lifeless, and beneath it, a wooden barrel brimmed with blood. Grasping the iron hook, Tian hoisted the pig onto his back and unceremoniously tossed it onto the chopping board. Witnessing this scene, Zheng the butcher couldn't help but express his astonishment. This seemingly frail young man was capable of carrying over 200 pounds of pork, a testament to his underestimated strength. Begin with the head, then sever the limbs, Zheng called out as Tian picked up the boning knife, hastily reminding him of the axe he kept in the corner, which was his typical tool for such work. Understood. With a swift motion, Tian brought the knife down, its cold gleam flashing as the pig's forelimbs were cleanly severed in an instant. Wait. Zheng attempted to intervene, but his words faltered as he observed the scene unfold. He had intended to suggest Tian switch to the axe, but upon witnessing the young man's dexterity, he was rendered speechless. Although the boning knife was sharp, it was not designed for chopping, yet. This lad had effortlessly cleaved through the pig's trotters, revealing a level of skill not to be overlooked. What is the matter? Tian queried, raising his gaze in confusion. Noticing Zheng's silence, he swiftly executed another decisive stroke, severing the pig's head with an ease that left the butcher gasping. The trotters, though tough, could be cut along the joints, but the head was a different matter altogether, rich with meat and fat, presenting a challenge that even a novice would struggle to navigate. Yet, this young man had sliced through it without a moment's hesitation, seemingly cutting through bone as if it were mere vegetable. Realizing this, Zheng cast a sidelong glance at Tian's boning knife, its blade glimmering without a single chip, the very tool he himself had used, when had it become so remarkably sharp, allowing for such effortless precision? As Zheng pondered this enigma, Tian's focus sharpened, and with a rapid motion, he unleashed a flurry of cuts, transforming the air into a haze of glimmering steel, reminiscent of the wind-sweeping clouds technique from the quick wind knife style. The chopping board echoed with a series of satisfying thuds as, moments later, the detached bones and entrails fell into the large wooden barrel. With a swift motion, Tian mimicked Zheng's actions, wiping the blade of the boning knife on his leather apron before inserting it into the board. He then looked up and inquired, "How was that?" "Your speed is impressive, though there are still some details that require refinement," Zheng replied, his face a canvas of astonishment. After a brief pause, he murmured his assessment, observing the neatly divided pork and the extraordinary knife skills displayed before him. He discerned that this youth was either a natural butcher or a cunning one playing the part of a simpleton. Regardless of which, he realized that Tian was not someone he could challenge at this moment. "Please, take a moment to rest. I shall handle the preparation of the entrails," Zheng said respectfully, guiding Tian to the rocking chair where he had previously dozed off, before hastily moving to attend to the offal. Tian watched Zheng laboring over the entrails, furrowing his brow. After all, these tasks were part of his own repertoire of skills. Yet it seemed that his own expertise had reached a commendable level, founded on the principle of gradual accumulation rather than immediate results. A peculiar aroma wafted through the air, and Tian's nostrils twitched, abruptly rousing him from his reverie. Meat. The scent of meat. In the corner of the room, a cast-iron pot simmered with a rich broth, as chunks of meat and bones bobbed to the surface adorned with glistening droplets of oil. An enticing sight that stirred one's appetite. Awakened, "This is my secret blend of spices," exclaimed Zheng the butcher, as he added chopped radishes and green onions into the pot. He ladled some broth to taste, smacking his lips, and remarked, "Yet, it pales in comparison to the flavors of the fragrant pavilion. These filthy rascals claim we butchers are unworthy of the spotlight, relegating us to this humble abode for our meals. What a bunch of scoundrels. They never consider who toils away in the trenches." "Master Zheng," Tian inquired, rising to his feet. "Rest assured, there's plenty for you as well. Come and join me." Zheng the butcher chuckled, retrieving a plate of meat bones and offering it to Tian. Without hesitation, Tian found a stool and settled beside the pot to indulge in the feast. The meat was not yet tender, offering a satisfying chew, yet for Tian, who had not tasted meat in over a month, it was a rare delicacy. "You seem quite nimble with your hands and feet. What were you doing before?" Zheng the butcher, also with a plate of meat bones, sat down and began to feast heartily. Tian responded casually, merely stating that he had ventured out to seek work due to insufficient funds for martial arts training. "Ah, I see." Zheng the butcher and Tian exchanged light banter, quickly growing familiar with one another. "What is the matter?" Zheng the butcher asked, perplexed at Tian's sudden pause. Upon glancing at Tian's bowl, he burst into laughter. "Ha, young man, you're quite the eater and worker. Indulge yourself, there's more than enough." Zheng rose to the chopping board, swiftly gathering scraps, which he tossed into the pot. "As butchers, no one raises an eyebrow at us devouring the leftover bits, but the choice cuts are off limits. The shopkeeper is always aware of that." Seeing the puzzled look in Tian's eyes, Zheng offered an explanation. Soon, the meat was cooked through, and the two engaged in a lively exchange, quickly finishing all the meat and even the broth, which Tian savored until not a drop remained. With a contented belch, Tian picked at his teeth, reflecting that this was the finest meal he had enjoyed since his arrival in this otherworldly realm. The piping hot meat and coarse bread were unlike anything he had ever tasted. As it slid down his throat, a wave of warmth coursed through him, leaving Tian astonished. How does it feel? Zheng the butcher squinted his eyes, wearing a satisfied expression. What is happening? Tian asked, somewhat bewildered. In this world, the bizarre lurks in abundance, particularly in the bloody realm of slaughterhouses, where strange entities are most likely to thrive. However, we are not without our countermeasures. The spices within the broth contain potent medicinal herbs. Though they may be mere scraps, they can still slightly invigorate the blood and qi, ensuring that the butcher maintains his vitality. As long as his energy is not depleted, strange creatures find it arduous to invade. Moreover, my years of wielding the blade have endowed me with a certain aura, rendering me impervious to common entities that dare approach. The butcher, Zheng, introduced with great pride. Tian recalled the overwhelming aura of murderous intent that Zheng had exuded upon his entry. Indeed, it was extraordinary. With a diet rich in meat and nourishing herbal soups, this establishment, the Fragrant Pavilion, was a fortuitous choice. After finishing his meal, Tian set down his bowl and chopsticks, retrieved a pig from the iron hook, and placed it upon the chopping block, commencing his work under the watchful, gleaming eyes of Zheng the butcher. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Since Zheng had shown such consideration towards him, he would not let these laborious tasks, nay, this opportunity for experience, go to waste. Sister, what do you think this is? In the evening, Tian returned to the inn, presenting Cici with a small oil paper packet. Chapter 9 Trouble approaches. What a surprise it was to discover a piece of meat the size of a palm. Cici promptly and delicately handed it back. That silly girl. Tian unsheathed his knife, slicing off a piece and placing it into Cici's mouth, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight. Once it was all consumed, life would surely improve. Tian chuckled as he offered her the remainder, but Cici repeatedly declined, ultimately being filled to the brim like a chipmunk with cheeks swollen. Ha ha. Tian erupted into laughter. Brother, you are so annoying. But it truly is delicious. It has been ages since I last tasted meat. With the morsel in her mouth, Cici couldn't help but devour it eagerly, yet she felt it was a lavish indulgence, thinking it would be better to cut it into smaller pieces and savor each bite. When was the last time she had meat? It seemed to be during the time when their father, Tian, was still alive. As she spoke, Tian's gaze became somewhat clouded. Father, mother. Alas, they were no longer with them. He must take good care of this sister, for she was the only family left to the original owner, and indeed, the only kin he had after his arrival in this world. Seemingly influenced by the original owner's sorrow, Tian felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. But he swiftly regained his spirits, reaching out to wipe the remnants of meat from his sister's mouth, teasing her for being a messy eater. Cici, unwilling to be outdone, playfully styled his hair into a bird's nest. These moments of joy between the siblings were rare. For the past month, Tian had been diligently practicing his swordsmanship at the martial arts school every morning, working in the slaughterhouse at the Fragrant Pavilion in the afternoons, and returning to the dojo for further training in the evenings while maintaining a low profile. Not even possessing external strength, what reliable work could one hope to find? It is merely a waste of time. Zhou held such sentiments in disdain. Under Zhou influence, most people ignored Tian, with Zhang Bao embellishing the tale of Tian's prior reliance on others for meals, leading to a significant decline in Tian's reputation, rendering him a subject of scorn among many. Yet, Tian remained unfazed. These martial arts apprentices were mere acquaintances, and their petty slanders held no significance for him. The true path was to intensify his efforts to break through to external strength. As time passed, during a training session at the martial arts arena, Tian finally realized breakthroughs in skills such as the swift wind blade technique. A series of crisp sounds erupted from his body as a powerful surge of vitality burst forth from his heart. Name, Tian, strength, external strength. Vitality points, 305, next stage, 1000. Speed, 282, normal human value, 100, next stage, 300. Reputation in the Jianghu, unknown, martial arts techniques, 1. 3-star swift wind blade technique. Peak mastery next stage requires proficiency, 1. Gaining 1 point of proficiency with each practice session. Currently experiencing a bottleneck in martial arts. Unable to enhance proficiency. 2. 3-star butcher's technique. Peak mastery next stage requires proficiency, 1. Gaining 1 point of proficiency with each practice session. Currently experiencing a bottleneck in martial arts. Unable to enhance proficiency. Martial arts fundamentals. Loading more content. Please wait. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, and advertisement blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. 1. 3-star Martial Arts Miscellaneous. Pinnacle Mastery. The next stage requires proficiency. 1. With each training session, increasing proficiency by 1 point. When encountering a bottleneck in martial arts, it becomes impossible to enhance proficiency. After 2 months of arduous training, my strength has reached the stage of external energy. Tian squinted his eyes, casting a glance at the group of apprentices who were lazily persisting in their training in the martial arts arena, and with a heavy swing of his fist declared, "I have finally surpassed you all. Is this the power of external energy?" Clenching his fist, feeling the surging vitality within, Tian made his way to a corner of the training ground, casually picking up a stone lock weighing 100 pounds. After weighing it in his hand, he felt nothing unusual, gradually switching to heavier locks until he reached a 600-pound stone lock, where he finally felt a hint of strain. If he were to exert himself fully, he estimated that lifting 700 pounds would pose no problem. Casting a glance at the largest stone lock in the corner, weighing 1,000 pounds, he felt a surge of confidence, knowing he would conquer it sooner or later. "Brother, he truly possesses remarkable skills," remarked Wu Ji enviously, the only one in the martial arts school with whom Tian could exchange a few words. They resided in the same dormitory, and Tian had many matters he could not conceal from him. As for their other roommate, Zhang Bao, he had long since moved out. With diligent practice, given time, you too can achieve such breakthroughs. Tian smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Wu Ji. Wu Ji felt a pang of bitterness. Being able to lift 300 pounds was already the limit of his potential, and even an additional pound was a daunting challenge. Achieving a breakthrough was far from easy. "Do not obstruct me. Today, I must seek justice." Suddenly, a large group burst into the training ground, led by the imposing Zhang Bao. "Brothers, today I ask you to uphold justice." This rascal Tian, previously relying on his cunning, extorted a total of 301 from my meal money when I first entered. Now that I have made progress in my martial arts, I demand it back today. Zhang Bao and his companions encircled Tian. "Brother Zhang, brother, he previously assisted us with chores, and you agreed to treat us to a meal. Now demanding meal money is rather inappropriate." Wu Ji could not help but interject upon witnessing the scene. "Shut up. You also benefited from a meal, costing me 10 won. I have not sought repayment from you, so consider yourself fortunate. Now stay out of this." Zhang Bao pushed Wu Ji aside. Wu Ji wanted to argue further, but seeing the unfriendly expressions on the faces of the crowd, he hesitated and retreated to the side. Tian coldly regarded these individuals as if they were mere jesters. Now that he had attained the strength of external energy, he need not concern himself with such trivialities. "Tian, do you have anything to say?" Zhang Bao gazed at Tian with an air of arrogance. During this recent period, he had shown considerable filial piety towards Zhou Zhan, who, in turn, regarded him with great favor, offering guidance on several occasions. He felt his swordsmanship had advanced remarkably, and with a group of senior brothers backing him, he sought to provoke Tian. This, of course, was subtly encouraged by Zhou Zhan to demand repayment for a mere 300 coins. After treating his fellow brothers to several meals, is quite the audacity, Zhang Bao, stealthily observing the arrival of others. Tian failed to notice that Zhou Zhan and the others had already transcended into external strength masters. Instantly, his heart steadied, and he began to mock. Concealing one's prowess does not equate to exhibiting foolishness, having already broken through to external strength. Tian's status within the martial arts school far surpassed that of these apprentices. He possessed the strength to contend with Zhou Zhan. To return the exact amount is not so simple. "It has been nearly 2 months. You must at least repay me 500 coins. No, at least 1,000 coins. Simply hand over 2 taels of silver." Zhang Bao declared with unwavering conviction. "I can barely afford meals. Even if I were to repay, where would I find the money?" Tian retorted. "No money? I have heard you found a job, so isn't that an opportunity to earn some?" Tian burst into laughter, his mirth echoing through the air. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Bao queried, puzzled. To him, with a dozen senior brothers present, even if Tian could not repay the debt, they would first beat him up and force him to write an IOU, thus relieving their grievances. "So, it turns out you've come to extort me, and you dare to turn the tables? How much silver have you bestowed upon Zhou Zhan? Yet I have not seen you demand any in return?" Tian's eyes narrowed, a surge of robust energy coursing through his previously frail frame, suddenly exuding a formidable presence. "How can you even compare yourself to Brother Zhou? Brother Zhou is noble and generous. Which of us here has not benefited from his guidance? Yet you only seek to exploit him, showing no gratitude." Zhang Bao spoke with conviction, and the surrounding apprentices echoed his sentiment, praising Zhou Zhan fervently. "Enough. Let us see your true capabilities. There is no need for these empty displays. Having reached a point of intolerable conduct, Tian resolved not to indulge these petty bullies any longer. Chapter 10. The crisis approaches. As Zhang Bao brandished his palm like a blade, he bellowed, "In that case, I shall experience Brother He's esteemed techniques." He declared loudly, opting not to wield a weapon, lest he be accused of harming a fellow disciple. Tian, observing Zhang Bao's charge, perceived numerous vulnerabilities in his approach. Zhang Bao's strikes, derivative of the swift wind blade technique, appeared trivial when juxtaposed with Tian's mastery of the same art. With a casual flick of his hand, Zhang Bao received a resounding slap to the face, stars dancing before his eyes as he shook his head in disbelief before lunging forward once more. The sound of slaps echoed repeatedly. Though each blow was measured and not overly forceful, they nonetheless left Zhang Bao's face rounder and more swollen. Tian, employing the finesse akin to a skilled butcher, meticulously controlled his strength, inflicting humiliation without causing true harm to Zhang Bao's bones. To the onlooking brothers, the scene was peculiarly absurd. As it appeared, Tian was striking at random, while Zhang Bao seemed eager to present his face for further slaps. What sorcery is this? After enduring several more blows, Zhang Bao began to falter, especially after Tian evidently intensified the final strike, causing blood to seep from his mouth and his teeth to loosen as he timidly inquired, "Sorcery? Huh, how naive you are. When one's skills are inferior, one can only invite disgrace upon oneself," Tian retorted, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a seasoned master. "Absurd. Brothers, stand by me," Zhang Bao protested defiantly, calling out to those around him. Yet, none moved. It was clear that Tian was a formidable opponent, and no one wished to incur his wrath. Has he perhaps broken through to the external strength? Zhang Bao pondered, to which Tian replied cryptically, "External strength? I do wish to achieve that breakthrough soon. Since you have not attained external strength, let us see. Brother Zhou will take care of you." Zhang Bao, feeling the sting of defeat, turned in anger and fled, while the onlookers quickly dispersed, many offering polite farewells to Tian, careful to avoid incurring his displeasure. "Brother He, I too shall take my leave. You are not of external strength. Be wary of Zhou Zheng's retribution." Wu Ji approached, greeting hurriedly before departing. Though somewhat simple-minded, he was far from foolish. Recognizing that remaining on friendly terms with Tian would yield no favorable outcomes. Observing the hasty retreat of the crowd, Tian shook his head, wishing he could convey the latter half of his thoughts. How unfortunate it was that their lack of wisdom led them to flee without allowing for conversation. What? That salted fish, Tian, dares to aspire for resurgence? Zhou Zheng shot up from his seat, his expression darkening as he noticed Zhang Bao, nursing a face swollen like a pig's head, lamenting his plight. Has he truly broken through to external strength? Zhou Zheng paced anxiously, contemplating. Not at all. Zhang Bao responded hurriedly. In that case, there is nothing to worry about. Zhou Zheng's tension eased, but Zhang Bao beseeched, "Brother Zhou, you must advocate on my behalf. Do not rush. In a few days, the Martial Arts Academy will assess the progress of our training. At that time, I shall personally intervene and give that rascal Tian a lesson, breaking his limbs before the watchful eyes of all." Ha ha. Zhou Zhen's eyes glinted as he raised his head and laughed heartily. As the day for the evaluation of martial arts approaches, it is inevitable that there will be some missteps during sparring. When that happens, one can only blame a lack of skill. The master will not utter a word of reproach. Zhang Bao, sporting a swollen face, joined in with a sinister chuckle. Meanwhile, Tian remained blissfully unaware of Zhang Bao and the others' scheming. Even if he had known, it would not have troubled him. He was confident in his own strength. As a practitioner of external energy, he felt assured that he could easily overpower Zhou Zhen. The system produces nothing but excellence, and the unparalleled wind blade technique is not something just anyone can withstand. Soon, the day arrived for the salary distribution at the Fragrant Pavilion. Tian received a total of 300 coins inside. This meager sum was but a drop in the bucket compared to the expenses of martial training. However, with the generous support of Butcher Zhang providing meat, Tian had grown taller during this time, and his physique began to show some muscle definition. Even Cici, once pale and sickly, had started to regain a healthy glow, nourished by the meat Tian occasionally brought home. Thus, Tian felt a measure of gratitude towards Butcher Zhang. Yet, Tian was puzzled by Butcher Zhang's apparent secretive demeanor. The butcher had grown increasingly sullen, often immersed in his work without uttering a word. Tian's inquiries were met with vague responses, and he felt it was inappropriate to pry further. As it might pertain to the butcher's personal matters, I sensed an impending strange occurrence. One day, Butcher Zhang finally chose to unveil the truth. What? A strange outbreak. It was the first time Tian had heard such a term. Indeed, as a butcher, one is easily tainted by the aura of blood and slaughter. These elements attract the bizarre, and after years of dealing with them, I have become attuned to their presence. As he spoke, Zheng rolled up his sleeve, revealing several dark bite marks on his shoulder, a sight both terrifying and grim. These were wounds inflicted by strange entities. Although the injuries had healed, the accumulated toxins within him would flare up whenever an anomaly was about to erupt, causing a chilling, painful sensation akin to being pierced by needles or scraped by blades. Thus, I must regularly brew potent medicines to strengthen my bloodline in hopes of suppressing the toxins. Butcher Zheng spoke slowly, his eyes reflecting a tinge of helplessness. Given this, why continue to take such risks? In Tian's view, butchers earn merely a few silver coins each month. Butcher Zheng possessed commendable skills with the knife. Having worked for so many years, he should have some savings and could easily seek alternative employment. Yet, there was no choice. He had a wife and children to support, and thus could only gamble with danger. Moreover, ever since he had been poisoned by the strange entity, his health had markedly declined. Without the supply of potent medicines and meat, he feared he would not last long before turning into some monstrous creature like a strange corpse. Butcher Zheng recounted his plight, his words heavy with sorrow. After a prolonged silence, Tian reflected on the unexpected hardships faced by the Butcher Zheng. Regrettably, he too found himself in precarious circumstances. If only his own strength were to surge, he could extend a helping hand. However, for now, he could only assist with a bit more work, which would serve as a modest repayment for Zheng's generous provision of meat and medicine that had aided Tian in breaking through to external energy. Henceforth, Tian ceased his inquisitive inquiries, immersing himself in work the moment he arrived at the slaughterhouse. Zheng was immensely pleased and spoke favorably to the benevolent shopkeeper, resulting in an increase in Tian's remuneration to 500 won per month. Yet, as Zheng's sinister ailment intensified, the likelihood of its bizarre eruption grew ever more imminent. The scale of such an occurrence remained uncertain. Tian kept his knife close at hand, vigilant and cautious, repeatedly advising his sister to exercise utmost care, urging her to seek refuge in the cellar adjacent to the inn's kitchen should the need arise. Chapter 11. The eerie outbreak. A bizarre incident has erupted. Flee for your life. On this day, as Tian stepped into the slaughterhouse, a sudden cry pierced the air from outside, followed by a cacophony of chaos and anguished screams. What? An eerie outbreak. Tian found himself perplexed, standing at the doorway, gazing upward. His previous encounters with the strange were mere whispers, and with the haunting memory of his father vanishing while confronting such phenomena, he was gripped by terror. Having never witnessed it firsthand, mysterious black mists had inexplicably gathered in the sky, obscuring the winter sun, and the air grew uncomfortably cold. A chilling wind swept by Tian, causing his blood to run cold, leaving him with a sensation of impending numbness. Lost in his thoughts, he was abruptly yanked back to reality by Butcher Zheng, who urgently urged him to lock the door. Zheng hastily secured the wooden door and propped it shut with a cutting board. Is this truly effective? Tian pondered, questioning the efficacy of barricading the entrance when he had heard tales of strange entities that could traverse walls and burrow underground. Should these entities infiltrate, wouldn't they be sealing their own doom? Butcher Zheng, however, was in a frantic state, rummaging through the room until he unearthed an object wrapped tightly in red cloth. Curiosity piqued, Tian stole a glance, discovering a desiccated claw. Muttering incantations, Zheng appeared to be invoking some sort of prayer before tossing the dried claw into a barrel brimming with pig's blood. The barrel emitted a gurgling sound as the blood began to visibly diminish at an alarming rate. Not enough. Hurry, Zheng shouted in terror. Tian, sensing the urgency, quickly fetched a plump pig from the back. Zheng plunged a knife into its heart, and a torrent of blood erupted forth, yet instead of spilling onto the floor, it defied gravity, swirling into the barrel containing the claw. Soon, the pig lay lifeless, its body shriveling noticeably. Still not enough. Zheng cried out again. The two repeated their grim task, ultimately draining the blood from 3 pigs before the barrel finally emitted a satisfied belch. Suddenly, a delicate, pale hand emerged from the barrel, springing forth with agility, supported by its fingers. A human hand. Tian's pupils dilated, feeling as though his heart was being gripped tightly. Yet, Zheng appeared unfazed. Exhaling a sigh of relief, the hand approached the door, flicking its fingers, sending the heavy cutting board hurtling into a corner with astonishing force. In the next moment, the wooden door was flung open, revealing a gruesome scene outside. The once resplendent aroma pavilion was now shrouded in thick smoke, its structure ravaged, with a corner of the surrounding wall collapsed. In the distance, Flames soared into the sky. Bodies and blood littered the ground, while numerous bizarre entities floated ominously above. Voices cried out in the alley, only to be silenced moments later with a chilling scream. The dreadfulness of these entities was overwhelming in mere minutes. The area had devolved into a hellish nightmare. Fortuitously, Butcher Zheng had pulled him into the room earlier, for otherwise, he too might have met a grim fate. A sudden, eerie howl pierced the air. In the sky, several drifting ominous clouds seemed to have discovered something, immediately diving towards the slaughterhouse where Tian resided. As they approached, sharp claws and teeth protruded from the clouds, one of which bore a bloodied rag, the unfortunate remnant of some hapless victim. These were the malevolent entities. Even those adept in internal energy could only flee upon encountering them, while only the truly powerful could stand their ground. Behind them, the Butcher Zheng spoke with evident concern. What shall we do then? Shall we escape? At such a moment, when swarms of malevolent beings surrounded them, what hope of survival could there be? No sooner had he spoken than 3 of these entities appeared before them, a nauseating stench wafting through the air. Suddenly, a crimson line shot forth from the side, piercing the 3 entities in a single sweep and dragging them into the corner, revealing a severed hand that exuded a chilling force. The entities shrieked in torment, dissipating amidst a cacophony of gnashing sounds. The other malevolent beings, who had intended to rush forward and partake in the feast, halted abruptly, as if sensing something terrifying, and began to retreat. The slaughterhouse was a haven for bloodshed. Every time such entities appeared, it became a perilous ground. Yet, with the protection of my ancestors, I would remain unscathed. Noticing the astonished expression on Tian's face, Zheng the Butcher nodded with pride. Was it that hand just now? Tian inquired cautiously. Indeed, Zheng replied. This entity is no ordinary thing. It is a cursed relic, formed from the murderous aura of my ancestral forebear after his demise. It can easily handle entities of the 3rd tier and below. A hint of pride crossed Zheng's face as he spoke. 3rd tier? Then what tier are those flying entities? Those are merely unranked wandering souls, the weakest of the malevolent beings. In by commerce, a remote town, the strongest entities that might attack would not exceed the 5th tier. Once the personnel from the Demon Suppression Department arrive, we shall be safe. As if to affirm Zheng's words, a sword suddenly soared from the sky, shattering the 3 drifting souls. You malevolent beings shall meet your end. A man clad in white floated gracefully through the air, his garments billowing as if he were a celestial being. The souls scattered in all directions. Amitabha, may the Buddha's compassion prevail. Another monk appeared, radiating golden light. And wherever he walked, the malevolent entities wailed, transforming into wisps of smoke. Sensing the threat, the wandering souls retreated, and soon the full moon illuminated the sky, restoring normalcy to the world. It seems the Demon Suppression Department has triumphed, and by commerce is safe, Zheng remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. What? Is there ever a time they might not win? Tian asked. If they cannot win, what then? Only death awaits. Zheng replied with a bitter smile. In these chaotic times, we common folk already live in dire straits. Death may indeed be a form of liberation. Zheng the Butcher approached the corner, muttering incantations under his breath. Soon, a disembodied hand emerged from the rubble, having devoured 3 wandering souls. Yet, the hand remained restless, flitting about in search of more. At that moment, the spirits had dissipated, leaving no more prey for the spectral entity. Suddenly, the hand surged forth, revealing a mouth filled with sharp teeth, which clamped down on Zheng's shoulder. Don't come near. Zheng howled in agony, just as Tian was about to rush to his aid, only to be halted by a stern command from Zheng. The hand greedily drew a couple of sips of blood, still yearning for more, but finally relinquished its grip under the weight of Zheng's incantations, shriveling into a desiccated form that fell to the ground. Zheng's complexion turned ashen, the flesh around the wound curling grotesquely. Yet, he endured the excruciating pain and carefully retrieved the severed hand, wrapping it up. The medicine, Zheng urged, prompting Tian to swiftly produce a vial of golden wound ointment from his collection and apply it to the injury. Alas, this cursed treasure brings its own misfortune. It always thirsts for blood, leaving behind a lingering toxic residue. I wonder how much more my old bones can endure. Zheng sighed, his figure stooped, as if he had aged considerably. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes, and he cast a meaningful glance toward Tian. Chapter 12. Vengeance. I returned to the martial arts school to assess the situation. Tian was startled and hastily took his leave, rushing out without noticing the presence of an individual atop the slaughterhouse, a master from the Demon Suppression Division who had intervened earlier. It was unexpected that a mere butcher, through the sacrificial offering of livestock blood, and aided by a minor magical artifact, managed to escape with his life. A third-tier artifact, while not particularly formidable, pales in comparison to the young man who had just caught my attention. The swordsman in white remarked gravely, "Indeed, there is a striking resemblance to that person. Could he be a relative?" The monk raised his gaze and nodded in agreement. The Shao family resided far away in Tianfu County. How could they possibly have a connection to Baishan? Could it be a remnant of bloodline? If he is indeed a descendant of an old acquaintance. And considering that this young man has already attained external strength, why not recruit him into the Demon Suppression Division for guidance? The entire Hedong Prefecture is now rife with anomalies, and we are both in peril. Do you intend to protect him or bring him harm? The swordsman in white sighed in resignation. Once a demon slayer, always a demon slayer. This is the fate of the guardians, passed down through generations. My esteemed brother, you should not mislead yourself. Report this promptly and let Master Sun intervene to recommend his induction into the Demon Suppression Division. The monk clasped his hands together and chanted a Buddhist invocation. Alas, watching Tian's receding figure, the swordsman shook his head and let out a long sigh. Everything is lost, utterly lost. An elderly woman sat amidst the rubble, wailing. "Mother, please move." A young girl, around 7 or 8 years old, was desperately digging through the debris of their home, but her mother, buried halfway, had already succumbed. The areas in Nansheng that had been ravaged by the strange outbreak were left in chaos. Collapsed buildings, burning streets, and scattered limbs, all of which severely jolted Tian's nerves. The outbreak of anomalies has brought untold suffering to the living. I can only hope my sister is safe. Tian sprinted forward, breathless. "Let go. Please let go. If you don't, I want to be merciful." Turning a corner, he heard a commotion and instinctively shrank back into the shadows. The Tiger Gang was present, led by none other than Lu Yi, who had a previous conflict with Tian. "Lu Yi, I beg you, do not take this away. It is the last bit of food we have," an old man pleaded, leading his grandson in desperation. Nearby, a blood-soaked corpse was covered with a straw mat. "Get lost." Lu Yi kicked the old man, sending him tumbling. "You owe me money and think you can escape death so easily? Your son has died. Now it's your turn to repay his debts." Lu Yi spat contemptuously and turned away with his gang, leaving the old and weak to weep beside the body. It is unthinkable that these unfortunate souls, who narrowly escaped the outbreak, now face death at the hands of gang thugs. Witnessing this scene, the original owner of the body trembled violently, a surge of righteous fury boiling within. "Now that I possess external strength, I shall first eliminate these ruffians and rid the people of their torment." Upon this realization, Tian could no longer restrain himself, gripping tightly the crude blade in his hand, and stealthily followed. How infuriating! Out of the blue, a strange upheaval had caused me not only to lose dozens of my subordinates, but also to witness the demise of numerous debtors. What a significant loss! Lord Lu remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity, idly engaging in conversation with his 2 henchmen. Even the King of Hell dared not default on his debts to Lu. If there were no people left, then possessions would suffice, and if there were no possessions, the men would be sold to the labor camps while the women would be dispatched to the brothels. There was no worry of unpaid debts. The 2 subordinates chuckled and flattered Lu, eliciting hearty laughter from him. Suddenly, it became apparent that these ruffians were plotting something sinister. Upon overhearing their dialogue, Tian's ire surged, a murderous intent boiling within him, his teeth grinding audibly. His martial prowess was not solely for self-enhancement, but also to fulfill his father's last wishes by cleansing the world of its filth when the moment arose. Suppressing his fury once more, he advanced to a shadowy corner, ensuring no one was around, and decisively took action. A wave of murderous intent surged from behind. Lord Lu felt a sudden jolt in his heart, instinctively turning his head, only to be met with a flash of the blade. His subordinates, still bewildered by the unfolding events, swayed momentarily before collapsing without heads. Lu let out a chilling scream as he instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, only to discover that it had been severed. "Brother, good sir, please show mercy. I can offer you anything. Just spare my life." Lu crumpled to the ground, pleading desperately. In a mere instant, 2 were dead and 1 was injured. Such swiftness of blade, such cruelty of heart. Having traversed the underworld for years, Lu understood that today might very well be his end. If he could preserve his life, he would do anything. Trembling, he fished out 2 silver ingots from his breast pocket with his remaining hand, tossing them forth. Each weighed 50 taels. Originally intended as tribute for the leader, he now prioritized survival above all else. Tian caught the 2 flying silver ingots, weighing them in his palm. The small leader of the notorious Tiger Gang, responsible for plundering the common folk, possessed such wealth. One could only wonder how much he had extorted from the innocent. May I take my leave? Lu implored. My uncle is Master Chiu of the Tiger Gang. Should you take my life, he will surely seek vengeance. Good sir, you have your wealth. It is dark and windy, and I did not clearly see your face. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Seeing the man accept the silver, Lu, with a sycophantic tone, inquired. Begone. Tian waved his hand dismissively. Lu hastily retrieved his severed hand, scuttling away in a panic. Fortunately, the amputation had occurred not long ago. If he sought the gang's physician for timely treatment, he might yet reattach it. As for the 2 ingots, he had marked them. And when his uncle came to settle the score, Tian would undoubtedly face consequences. Lu's complexion turned ashen. His visage contorted with rage as he sprinted for his life, vowing silently to avenge today's grievances. His second uncle, Chiu Zhongyu, in his 40s and known as Chiu the Tiger, was a formidable master at the pinnacle of external strength, reigning supreme in the realm of Baishang City. The assailant who had just attacked him sounded remarkably youthful, merely a practitioner of external strength. How laughable. Suddenly, a chilling gust of blade-like wind swept past him. Lu Yi felt a shiver run through his entire being as a massive head soared through the air, spinning twice before crashing heavily to the ground. You are untrustworthy. Lu Yi attempted to utter, but no sound escaped his lips. The world swiftly descended into darkness. Chapter 13. Selection and Assessment. There was no way around it. I had to let you go, yet it stubbornly refused. Tian pointed to the bloodied broadsword in his hand, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his lips. After slaying Lord Lu, Tian wiped the blade on the corpse, feeling the fervor in his chest gradually subside. The body, which had once felt uncooperative, now harmonized perfectly with his spirit. Brother, I have taken Lord Lu's head as an offering for you. You may now rest in peace. Tian surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, and swiftly began to rummage through the belongings of Lord Lu and his 2 henchmen. He discovered a manual titled Overlord Fist on Lu's lifeless form, while the henchmen contributed a handful of copper coins and a few taels of silver. After hastily clearing the scene, Tian tossed the 3 bodies into a decrepit well in the corner and promptly vanished into the shadows. At the street's edge, the old man, robbed of his last morsel of food, continued to weep, though his eyes were now dry, devoid of any tears. Suddenly, a few taels of silver fell before him. Silver. He hastily grasped it, cautiously looking up, yet saw no one. Had the bodhisattva manifested? Or was it a benefactor come to his aid? The old man searched the vicinity in vain, ultimately trembling as he bowed 3 times in each direction. When Tian returned to the inn, relieved to find the building still intact, he stepped swiftly into the lobby, immediately spotting his sister's figure. Brother, He exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed into Tian's embrace, weeping. Tian gently comforted her. They had relied on each other since childhood, their bond profoundly deep. Before the strange occurrences began, they had exchanged warnings, fearing for each other's safety. Brother, perhaps our survival from this calamity is a blessing from our parents' spirits. He finally ceased her tears and lifted her head. Tian felt a pang in his heart. While he possessed some martial prowess, his sister was utterly defenseless. And should she encounter the strange phenomena, her chances of survival would be grim. Thank you, Brother He, for your rescue. Suddenly, the innkeeper and the waitstaff approached to express their gratitude, leaving Tian somewhat bewildered. Sister, you previously instructed me to seek refuge in the cellar at the first sign of danger. I noticed how kindly the innkeeper treated me, so I relayed your advice to them. When the sky darkened abruptly, we all hurried into the cellar, thus escaping unharmed. He explained with delight. The innkeeper and others repeatedly expressed their thanks, with some guests who had narrowly escaped even offering silver as a token of gratitude. However, he graciously declined all their offers, deeming the matter trivial. Tian too smiled, for this was the first time he had felt the warmth of kindness since arriving in this world. The innkeeper decided from then on to relieve of her dishwashing duties, a proposal Tian did not contest. His sister had endured enough hardship, and with his newfound wealth, he could easily cover their meals, sparing her from further toil. As for Tian, he requested the innkeeper to look after to which not only the innkeeper but all the waitstaff readily agreed. With this matter settled, Tian made his way to the Hanyun Martial Arts Hall. Although the Hanyun Martial Arts School is fortified with formidable practitioners of Qi, the vast premises and numerous personnel inevitably lead to some casualties among the apprentices. Nonetheless, when weighed against the substantial losses incurred externally, this toll is relatively acceptable. The disciples of the martial arts school collectively express their relief, attributing their narrow escape from peril to the presence of their esteemed director, Shen Jue. Their admiration for the martial spirit intensifies as they gather to discuss the recent events. Tian, however, remains disinterested and heads directly back to his dormitory. Brother He, you're back. Today's bizarre occurrences were truly perilous. Wu Ji quivers in the dormitory, having witnessed an apprentice being disemboweled by a malevolent entity. The traumatic experience still weighs heavily on his psyche, leaving him unsettled. Upon noticing Tian's return, he immediately begins to chatter incessantly. I understand. It's all in the past now, Tian replies tersely. Further content is loading. Please wait. The site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable your browser's reading mode, night mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for optimal reading. Moreover, the director has announced that a test will be conducted for us apprentices tomorrow to evaluate our martial progress. Those who do not meet the standards may face minor punishments. It is rumored that the top 3 apprentices will receive rewards, including the opportunity to learn new techniques directly from the director. The prospect of new techniques instantly captivates Tian's attention. He has been struggling against a plateau in his martial skills and had not anticipated such a swift opportunity for advancement. Although he had previously acquired the Overlord Fist from Master Liu of the Tiger Gang, which is now cataloged by the system, it remains a mere 2-star technique, primarily suited for street brawling, consisting of only a few basic moves, akin to tricks a monkey might employ. To receive direct instruction from the director would undoubtedly mean access to advanced techniques beyond the external chi level, which Tian desperately seeks. Given this context, he must secure a spot among the top 3 in tomorrow's martial arts test. Judging by his current strength in external chi, this goal seems attainable. In contrast, Wu Ji sighs despondently. This assessment is merely a means to select a few promising disciples for advancement in external chi. The slots have long been reserved by the scions of several prominent families. With our modest capabilities, we stand little chance. Not only might we not gain recognition, but we could also sustain injuries that might jeopardize our chances of breaking through to external chi. It's truly regrettable that my family has spent over 100 taels of silver on my martial training. Tian lowers his gaze, promptly accessing the system to review his status. Vitality, 305 points. Next threshold, 1000. Speed, 282 points. Average for ordinary individuals, 100. Next threshold, 300. Martial technique, blade art, 1. 3-star technique, swift wind blade art. Peak mastery. Next stage requires proficiency, 1, increasing by 1 point with each training session. Yet unable to progress due to a plateau in martial skills. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the exciting content. 2. The mastery of the 3-star martial art. Butcher's dissection of the ox, pinnacle of excellence. The next stage requires proficiency, 1, with each practice session yielding a single point of mastery. However, a martial arts bottleneck arises, impeding further enhancement of proficiency. Martial techniques, 1. The 2-star martial art, Overlord Fist, novice phase. The next stage requires proficiency, 39-100, with each practice session contributing 1 point of mastery. Foundational martial skills, 1. The 3-star martial art, miscellaneous tasks, pinnacle of excellence. The next stage requires proficiency, 1, with each practice session yielding a single point of mastery. Yet the martial arts bottleneck hinders further advancement. Each martial technique can be elevated from novice to the pinnacle of excellence, spanning 6 tiers. Each promotion not only enhances the corresponding martial arts insights, but also augments attributes such as vitality and speed to varying degrees. With vitality being crucial for a martial artist's advancement into external, internal, and even vital energies. Alas, after reaching the 6th tier, a perplexing martial arts bottleneck emerges, leaving one at a loss for a means of breakthrough. If a method for overcoming this hurdle could be discovered, it would undoubtedly facilitate further progress. Tian, however, felt a profound sense of regret over his lack of clarity on the matter. Sighing, he decided it best to retire early for the night in preparation for the battle to come. After a moment of contemplation, Tian embraced his blade and soon drifted into a light slumber. The following morning, the Hanyun Martial Arts School was abuzz with excitement. Today's competition will surely see Brother Guohuan claim victory, exclaimed an eager apprentice. Not so fast. Brother Zhao Jie has advanced to external energy days before Guohuan. His talent and strength are likely to outshine the rest, countered another apprentice, as discussions ensued among the students. The martial arts assessment for the apprentices commenced as scheduled. Prior to the event, Tian gathered some information, gradually gaining confidence. The participants in the test were all recruits who had joined the school within the last 3 months, numbering over 100. Yet, among them, only Tian, Guohuan and Zhao Jia had successfully broken through to external energy. Although Tian had not sparred with either of the latter two, the outcome remained uncertain. Even if he were to falter, securing third place still seemed within reach. Chapter 14. I am also external strength. Yesterday, a strange calamity erupted, ravaging the citizens of Baimal, leading to rivers of blood and untold suffering. As practitioners of martial arts, we must strengthen our bodies and invigorate our spirits to eradicate the malevolent forces and restore clarity to our world. After a passionate speech by the esteemed head of Hongyun Martial Arts Academy, Shen Jue, the martial arts examination was officially announced. I am Yang Zhong. I am Zhao Kai. I am Qian Jin. We seek the counsel of our esteemed seniors. The competition was structured in a ring format, with 3 small arenas erected in the training grounds. Immediately, apprentices leaped onto the platforms, each claiming a space to defend. Unyielding, other young apprentices surged forward to challenge them, where victors remained and vanquished opponents exited, leading to a rapid succession of champions within the span of a single incense stick's burn. Tian squinted, observing that even those who had been defeated could continue to challenge apprentices they had not yet faced. This wheel-like battle format quickly drained the stamina of the defenders, placing them at a significant disadvantage. The outcome of this contest remained uncertain. As he scanned the crowd, he spotted Guohuan and Zhao Jia, both of whom had successfully broken through to external strength, exuding a calm confidence. In the stands, Shen Jie leisurely sipped tea, occasionally exchanging pleasantries with his invited guests. Each interaction punctuated by hearty laughter, showcasing his satisfaction. Master Shun, my son Yi Fei has made remarkable progress since becoming your disciple. I am immensely grateful, but he has yet to break through to external strength. I humbly ask for your continued guidance, spoke a portly gentleman bedecked in luxurious attire, unmistakably a prosperous merchant. Fear not, Bossy. Your son possesses above-average talent and diligent dedication. His strength is not to be underestimated. However, he has only been under my tutelage for a little over a month and is merely 15 years old. It may be overly ambitious to expect him to break through to external strength at this stage. Rest assured, in this apprentice competition, aside from Guohuan and Zhao Jia, he is the only other candidate with potential in external strength. The top 3 prizes include a blood chi pill, crafted from rare herbs aged 5 years. Invaluable in aiding his breakthrough, Shen Jue replied, his demeanor cheerful. Then I extend my heartfelt thanks to Master Shun. Boss, he echoed, his laughter resonating. He had already discerned Shen Jue's mercenary nature and invested heavily, now finding solace in Yi Fei's impending breakthrough, ensuring his expenditure was not in vain. Thus, it appears that 3 apprentices this session might achieve breakthroughs in external strength. Master Shun, your skills in teaching are truly remarkable, remarked another, his tone laced with envy. This speaker was Lei Hu, the head of the Leijin Martial Arts Academy in South City, who, despite his own mastery of internal strength, taught a discipline that required extensive physical conditioning and mastery, unlike the rapid progress afforded by the swift wind blade technique. Naturally, witnessing the emergence of 3 new practitioners of external strength from Hongyun Martial Arts Academy stirred a sense of rivalry within him. Master Lei, your courtesy is truly excessive. I merely seek to broaden avenues, as the tides of fortune may dictate. This time, I have been fortunate enough to recruit 3 adept individuals, yet next time, it's entirely possible that not a single one may present themselves. Your students possess commendable potential, and their future prospects are indeed promising. Shen Jue smiled amiably, subtly returning the compliments. Upon hearing these words, Master Lei's previously furrowed brow began to relax considerably. Look, Guohuan and Zhao Jia have taken the stage. A sudden cheer erupted from the arena, diverting everyone's attention. Guohuan and Zhao Jia, sensing the right moment for competition, leaped onto the platform. Their opponents, evidently no match for them, swiftly defeated in just a few exchanges. The apprentices erupted in applause, chanting praises for their seniors. Guohuan and Zhao Jia beamed with joy, frequently clasping their fists in a gesture of humility. Come on, let us see more. Some apprentices remained unconvinced, yet they refrained from stepping up against Guohuan and Zhao Jia, who had already demonstrated their formidable skills. Meanwhile, on the remaining platform, a fierce battle raged on, with combatants locked in an intense struggle. Brother He, I shall go. Wu Ji, aware of his slim chances, nonetheless steeled himself and rushed onto the stage, only to be swiftly defeated by his opponent within 3 moves, collapsing to the ground. Ouch, my waist. Tian hurriedly assisted the fallen Wu Ji, who lifted his shirt to reveal a large bruise, grimacing in pain. Well, we were using wooden swords. Had it been a real blade, you'd be reporting to the king of hell by now. Tian consoled Wu Ji, then turned his gaze back to the stage. Noting the ferocity of Wu Ji's opponent, whose strikes were as swift as lightning, a testament to their prowess. However, Wu Ji had always been a diligent and honest individual among the apprentices, and such a heavy-handed approach during practice was indeed reprehensible. Brother Yi, Brother Yi. With consecutive victories over several opponents, cheers erupted from the crowd, and for a moment, no one dared to challenge the haughty youth atop the platform, who wore an air of self-satisfaction. Ahem. Shinjue was about to rise and announce the results when suddenly, a figure dashed forth from the crowd, executing a somersault onto the stage. Tian, I seek your guidance. Tian, who is this? Shinjue pondered, bewildered as to when he had taken on such a pupil. This could pose a problem. The individual's agility was remarkable, and it appeared that Yi Fei would likely not be a match. Upon witnessing Tian ascend the stage, Yi Fei's expression darkened. He bypassed pleasantries and launched an attack with his blade. Tian, ever vigilant, merely sidestepped slightly, evading Yi Fei's determined strike. Nevertheless, Yi Fei seized the initiative, unleashing a flurry of rapid slashes, each stroke precise and potent, demonstrating techniques akin to the legendary wind blade art. The scene dazzled the onlookers, while Tian deftly evaded attacks, narrowly escaping in the blink of an eye. This heart-pounding display elicited a chorus of applause from the audience. An external force, another external force, and this posed a considerable dilemma. A jolt of concern surged within Shinjue as he glanced at Boss Yi, whose expression indeed reflected unease. Isn't he drawing his blade? Yi Fei panted heavily. Having unleashed his vital energy in a fierce offensive, he now found himself at the end of his strength. You are no match for me. It would be wise to concede gracefully to avoid further embarrassment. Tian planted his foot down, and the energy of his external force erupted violently, causing the surrounding atmosphere to momentarily falter. Shixiang has broken through to the external force. Wu Ji, seated at the edge, was elated, shouting despite the pain in his injured waist, though the strain caused his face to pale once more. He had closely observed Tian's efforts and progress during this period, knowing that Tian was merely a breath away from breaking through to the external force. Now, in the midst of the competition, Shixiang indeed showcased his prowess, invigorating the spirits of those present. Yet, amidst the crowd, expressions varied greatly, especially for Zhang Bao, who, upon witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine, leaving him utterly disconcerted. Chapter 15. External force, what of it? Taste my blade. Yi Fei shouted, charging forward with his sword, the murderous intent emanating from his technique sharper than before. This lad is indeed desperate, displaying a certain bravery, though it fails to please me. Tian furrowed his brow. His reluctance to draw his weapon stemmed from a desire to remain inconspicuous and shrouded in mystery, preserving more of his hidden strengths. However, the current situation afforded him no such luxury. With a deft flick of his wooden sword, akin to the graceful leap of an antelope, he skillfully redirected Yi Fei's incoming strike, deftly disarming him at the wrist. Yi Fei had yet to comprehend the turn of events when a wooden sword was already poised against his throat. Despite its wooden nature, the icy aura of impending doom sent shivers down his spine. You have been defeated. Tian spoke slowly. Humph, fortunes change, and do not underestimate the youth. Yi Fei declared with fervor, his spirit ignited. The onlooking apprentices erupted in cheers, their battle fervor palpable. Get lost, Tian retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent Yi Fei tumbling off the platform, landing unceremoniously. Yi-er. Onlookers gasped. Boss Yi rose in alarm, while Shinjue motioned for calm, urging him to settle down. Zhou Zhan, descend and instruct Guohuan in a few techniques. After a moment's contemplation, and noting no challengers were forthcoming, Shinjue spoke, gesturing for Zhou Zhan to approach, and whispering a few words. Zhou Zhan's spirits lifted as he promptly made his way to the competition area, leaping onto Guohuan's stage. Senior brother Zhou, why are you competing? Is this not a case of the strong bullying the weak? Guohuan expressed his displeasure, surprised that Zhou Zhan, his initial instructor, would challenge him. The curator has commanded me to guide you through a couple of moves. Zhou Zhan replied cheerfully, launching a swift yet non-lethal strike. Realizing it was merely a demonstration, Guohuan easily parried the blow, feeling relieved. Zhou Zhan was an established master of external force. On the verge of advancing to internal force, engaging with him would yield no advantage. Suddenly, Zhou Zhan's voice rang out in Guohuan's ears, startling him. Do you comprehend the curator's instructions? As their duel progressed, Zhou Zhan executed a decisive strike, sending Guohuan tumbling from the stage. Your foundation remains unsteady. Further practical experience is essential, Zhou Zhan commented sagely, exuding the demeanor of a true expert. Guohuan rolled onto the ground, his eyes quickly darting to Tian. Damn, something's amiss. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Tian steeled himself. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Guohuan leaped onto his stage. Guohuan, external force. I seek your guidance, senior brother He. Senior brother Gua has just fought. Shall we not take a moment to recuperate before our spar? Tian smiled amiably. Let us engage without delay. There is no need for such hesitation, Guohuan declared, striking forth with his blade, denying Tian the chance to respond. Damn, I was merely trying to caution you against being a pawn, and you remain ungrateful. Tian skillfully parried Guohuan's wooden sword, uttering a sharp rebuke. Guohuan's expression darkened, yet the wooden sword in his hand began to dance with increasing fervor, the whooshing wind from his strikes stinging the faces of the onlookers. As the content continued to load, an interruption appeared, suggesting that the site only supports mobile browsers. Should you see this passage, it indicates a failed chapter load. Kindly disable reading modes and ad blockers, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Curse it, must you force my hand? Tian, fueled by anger, unleashed his internal energy, showcasing his external strength with remarkable prowess. Coupled with his masterful swift wind sword technique, he transformed into a whirlwind of blade light, swiftly closing in on Guohuan. Guohuan was taken aback, hastily attempting to defend himself and retreat, but it was evident he was no match for Tian. Too slow, excessively slow. How can one survive in this world with such sluggishness? With a flurry of blade flashes, the two finally separated. A wicked smile adorned Tian's lips, while Guohuan's eyes were vacant, as though he had ventured close to the gates of the underworld. With a resounding rip, Guohuan's garments were torn apart, now reduced to mere strips of fabric. TCH, like a mere bean sprout, Tian delivered a final strike. Guohuan, engulfed in shame, leaped off the stage, immediately receiving a garment from a familiar apprentice to cover his modesty. Thank you, brother Gua. Tian clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, maintaining decorum. Nearby, onlookers could see Zhou Zhan's lips twitching. Although Tian's internal energy fluctuations were evidently weaker than his own, had that truly been the swift wind sword technique? It was so swift that even he could scarcely follow it. If this had been a genuine duel, he would have surely lost his head in an instant. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhou Zhan's forehead. What if this fellow sought revenge? Not if, but certainly. It seemed prudent for him to retreat to the inner courtyard and contemplate a breakthrough in his internal strength. Perhaps it would be wise to show goodwill and ease the tension between them. Master of the Hall, after sheathing his sword, Tian was met with silence. No one dared to challenge him further. He immediately bowed towards Shun Jue from the stage. Congratulations, Master Shun, on nurturing yet another young talent. This time, Lei Guanju's tone was notably more bitter. To his dismay, Shun Jue, wearing a cloud of displeasure, forced a smile towards Boss Yi and rose to address the gathering. The atmosphere has built up. The entire Martial Hall is abuzz with excitement. I hereby announce the top 3 apprentices in this competition, Zhao Jie, Guohuan, and Tian. Despite his dissatisfaction, Shun Jue proclaimed the results, though the red envelope gifted by Boss Yi felt increasingly burdensome. With the apprentice competition concluded, Guohuan, Zhao Jie, and Tian were ushered into the inner courtyard of the Martial Hall, under the envious gazes of their peers. The inner courtyard was the heart of the Martial Hall, housing Shun Jue's residence, and was typically accessible only to disciples of external strength and above, core members of the martial institution. Shun Jue cast a sharp gaze over the 3 individuals, ultimately resting upon Tian. Startled, Tian quickly bowed and addressed, Master. Tian, you have broken through to the external strength level. Why have you concealed this from me? Reporting to the Master, I have merely accumulated strength over time. Observing the duels of my senior brothers, I experienced a moment of enlightenment and fortuitously broke through after stepping onto the stage. Tian fabricated a hasty excuse. Nonsense. I can see your vital energy is steady. You must have achieved the external strength level some time ago. Do not attempt to deceive me. Confess at once. Shun Jue's sleeve swirled as he expressed a hint of annoyance, the aura of a powerful energy practitioner leaking slightly. Tian was instantly drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast from the primordial era. Trembling, he replied, I have labored day and night, yet faced exclusion from my fellow apprentices. Afraid of inciting jealousy after my breakthrough, I did not report it lightly. Shun Jue fixed his gaze upon Tian, the oppressive aura of a formidable energy practitioner bearing down upon him, causing Tian's pressure to escalate, ultimately leading him to collapse. Guohuan and Zhao Jie exchanged glances, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Chapter 16. The Family's Enticement. Ha! Just as Tian was on the verge of succumbing to the mounting pressure, he suddenly felt a release. And Shun Jue burst into laughter. Breaking through to the external force was akin to a crow soaring to the treetop, transforming into a magpie, rendering the incessant chatter of the inept inconsequential. Do not worry. As long as you remain steadfastly loyal to my Hanyun martial arts school, your safety is assured. Shin Jue had heard whispers of the petty squabbles among the apprentices, but he paid them no mind, for these apprentices were like migratory birds, coming and going in droves each year, hundreds of them, hardly worth his energy. However, achieving the breakthrough to the external force was a different matter entirely. Only a handful managed to do so annually, a true rarity. Training apprentices, accepting commissions, and executing tasks were all duties designated for those who had attained external force. The school could not rely solely on its master for everything. Thank you, master, they expressed, as the oppressive aura of the powerful dissipated and their vitality resumed its flow. Tian quickly regained his composure in just a few breaths. Well done today. Here are your rewards. With a casual flick of his hand, Shinjue sent 3 bags soaring toward the trio. Tian and the others promptly caught them, their faces alight with joy, simultaneously exclaiming, "Thank you, master. Everyone else may leave. Tian, stay behind." After distributing the rewards, Shinjue waved his hand, and Guohuan and Zhao Jie exchanged reluctant glances before bowing and departing. Tian, how old are you this year? I am 18 years old, master. Your age is somewhat advanced. The chances of a subsequent breakthrough are slim. Let me assess your physique. Stepping closer, Shinjue grasped Tian's wrist. Tian dared not move, feeling a surge of warmth coursing through his body, swirling within. To his surprise, his physical aptitude was deemed mediocre. Logically, such poor constitution should hinder even the basics of martial arts, making a breakthrough to external force truly puzzling. Master, how is my physique? Tian inquired with eager anticipation. Your physique is indeed inferior. How is it that your vitality is so vigorous, allowing for a breakthrough to external force? Shinjue queried. It must be due to the potent elixirs I once consumed, Tian replied, having prepared his explanation in advance. He recounted the incident involving the butcher Zhang, carefully omitting anything that should not be disclosed. Shinjue fell silent, having initially perceived him as a prodigy, only to discover that his breakthrough was dependent on elixirs. It was evident that he had exhausted his potential in achieving external force. Further advancement would be exceedingly difficult. The path of martial arts requires one to rely predominantly on personal cultivation. You may go. The martial arts manual, I grant you, must be diligently practiced and kept confidential. With this thought, Shinjue issued a final admonition, losing interest in Tian. Tian bowed respectfully and withdrew, though his heart surged with excitement. He finally had a new manual to cultivate. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Upon entering the courtyard, Tian discovered that Guohuan and Zhao Jie had not departed. Additionally, several unfamiliar individuals were present. Yet their uniform attire from the Hanyun Martial Arts School indicated that they had likely surpassed the external energy threshold, akin to his senior, Zhou Zhun. Tian, having met his seniors before, promptly clasped his fists in greeting. You must be Tian. You possess quite the striking appearance. I am Tang Ming, a practitioner of external energy. These individuals are all esteemed seniors from the Hanyun Martial Arts School. Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhang Fuhai, this is Lu Yuru, and this is your eldest senior sister, Shin Xiaolan, who has long since transcended into internal energy mastery. Tang Ming initiated the introductions, and Tian respectfully acknowledged each one in turn. Tian, I shall be direct. Once you enter the inner courtyard, you become a vital member of the martial arts school. To advance into internal energy, one must not only engage in rigorous training, but also seek guidance and exchange insights. Your eldest senior sister, being the beloved daughter of our master and a master of sword techniques, has organized this sword inquiry meeting for mutual assistance and collective progress. You are most welcome to join us. Tang Ming cheerfully proposed, with Guohuan and Zhao Jian nodding in agreement, having seemingly already consented. I possess only mediocre talent. Having barely managed to break through to external energy, I fear joining might subject me to ridicule from my esteemed seniors and sisters, Tian expressed, slightly embarrassed. What? You consider yourself merely of mediocre talent? If that is the case, then it is best to forego this endeavor. It would be a waste of time, Shun Xiaolan retorted. Turning to leave. Growing up in a family of martial artists, She recognized that Tian's path in martial arts had reached its limit, rendering any attempt to recruit him meaningless. As Shun Xiaolan departed, the other four quickly followed suit, leaving only Tang Ming and Tian standing awkwardly in place. "Oh, do not take your eldest senior sister's frankness to heart," Tang Ming said with some embarrassment, explaining that he had intended to extend goodwill to the newly promoted external energy disciple, but the situation had taken an unfortunate turn. "Your humility is commendable, dear junior brother. You possess self-awareness," Tian remarked, unfazed. With the assistance of his system, his ascension relied entirely on martial skills rather than innate talent. "Indeed, you are quite magnanimous. Here is a modest token of appreciation from your senior brother. I kindly ask that you do not refuse it." Tang Ming smiled as he presented a red envelope, which had been prepared in advance. Guohuan and Zhao Jie had already graciously accepted their own. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tian accepted the envelope. Although he had yet to fully spend the over 100 taels of silver he had acquired after defeating Lu Yi from the Tiger Gang, he believed that wealth in martial pursuits was of far greater significance than mere monetary concerns. "With that said, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Do visit the inner courtyard more often," Tang Ming stated, having achieved his objective, before bowing and departing. Upon opening the red envelope, Tian was surprised to find a banknote for 100 taels, an extravagant gesture. Are martial artists truly so affluent? He pondered while gazing at Tang Ming's retreating figure. In a serene pavilion within the martial arts school, Tang Ming and the others were enjoying tea and leisure. "What? You gave Tian the red envelope? That amounts to 100 taels," Lu Yuru exclaimed, astonished. As a member of the Lu family in Baiqing, Lu Yuru understood that external martial artists like Tian, if they failed to make significant breakthroughs, would begin to experience a decline in their vital energy by the age of 30, forever stagnating at the level of external strength. At that point, securing a position as a guardian leader would be a rare achievement. The Lu family already had more than 10 external strength guardians, in addition to having recruited an internal strength patron. Thus, in her eyes, Tang Ming's offering of 100 taels in red envelopes was akin to throwing meat buns to a dog, completely futile. After all, it was customary for everyone to present a token. Tang Ming rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. As a member of the Tang family, he was well aware of this tradition. However, if he refrained from offering, Tian would undoubtedly inquire among his fellow disciples and, in due course, would harbor some resentment. Upon hearing Tang Ming's response, Lu Yuru could not help but feel a tinge of disdain. The four prominent families of Baiqing, Bai, Lu, Huang, and Tang, held a firm grip on all the commerce within the city. Even the city lord was intricately tied to them. With the Tang family's waning power, it was no wonder they had to recruit even a martial artist who had stagnated at the level of external strength, thus placing them at the bottom among the four families. Chapter 17. Potential Threats in the Realm of the New Keyboard Novel Network. The latest chapter of Martial Arts Ascension, Proficiency Cultivation System, is updated promptly. Disregarding the frivolity of others squandering their wealth, Lu Yurue chose to turn her attention elsewhere. She reached out to Guohuan and Zhao Jie, extending an olive branch. "Our Lu family has managed the Baichao Hall for hundreds of years. If you join us, I assure you, we can provide you with 3 years' worth of potent elixirs as a bride price, enabling both of you to enhance your abilities significantly." Upon hearing this, Guohuan and Zhao Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they immediately surrounded Lu Yurue, seeking to ingratiate themselves with her. Lu Yurue, brimming with pride, let out a series of melodious giggles. Her face, though merely 3/10 beautiful, appeared radiant. Tang Ming observed this exchange with a sigh. Although the Tang family still possessed some enterprises, they primarily dealt with textiles and cotton for warmth. In terms of potent elixirs, they had become increasingly reliant on the Lu family, unable to procure what they needed elsewhere. Even Tang Ming's own breakthrough elixirs were sourced from the Lu family, who had steadily raised their prices over the years, solidifying their dominance among the 4 great families of the white market. Just as Tian exited the inner courtyard, he heard someone calling his name. It was Zhou Zhan. "Ah, it is senior brother Zhou. What brings you here?" Tian clasped his fists together. Previously, Zhou Zhan had been somewhat of a thorn in his side, but now that they both stood as formidable external strength practitioners, there was no need to be overly deferential. "I have come expressly to congratulate you, junior brother He. Here is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Let us put our past misunderstandings behind us," Zhou Zhan said, extending a red envelope, his face adorned with a broad smile. "Senior brother, what is this? As fellow disciples, we ought to support one another." "There is no need for such formality," Tian replied, feigning modesty while pocketing the red envelope. "Ha ha ha, junior brother He, Your generosity truly shines. There is no time like the present. I have reserved a banquet at the fragrant pavilion today to celebrate your breakthrough into external strength. I hope you will grace us with your presence, Zhou said, relieved to see Tian accept the envelope. Very well, then. I shall rely on your hospitality. Tian replied, initially reluctant to engage, but considering the scarcity of information during his arduous training, he resolved to gather insights from various sources. It was astonishing that merely 5 days had passed since the recent tumult, and the fragrant pavilion had reopened its doors, alive with vibrant lights and throngs of guests, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, he wondered how the butcher Zhang was faring. In times of chaos, it was reasonable to expect that many lived from day to day, indulging in the present moment. In room 8 of the Tian building, Tian and his companions were immersed in revelry, the clinking of cups echoing through the air. However, whenever the group encouraged Tian to drink, he merely sampled the wine, cautious of its intoxicating effects which could cloud his judgment. Zhou and the others paid little mind to his restraint. To them, Tian's modesty was understandable. Given his humble origins, they believed that with time, he would likely embrace a more carefree demeanor. Before long, the revelry intensified as the door swung open, revealing a group of elegantly adorned women, whom Zhou had procured from the Spring Breeze Alley, instantly heightening the atmosphere. Tian observed the comical antics of those around him with a smile, yet maintained a deliberate distance from the beautiful companion at his side, leaving her with an air of deep resentment. Have you heard? Recently, Master Chiu of the Tiger Gang has been seeking a skilled knife wielder of external strength, and several disciples among us have been questioned. Suddenly, a phrase floated softly into Tian's ears, causing him to become instantly alert. Master Chiu, the formidable figure at the pinnacle of external strength, on the verge of transcending into internal strength, is not to be trifled with. It would be wise for me to remain hidden within the Martial Arts Academy and refrain from wandering about. I refuse to believe he could cause a stir within the academy's walls. This was uttered by another apprentice. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was acutely aware. Tian sipped his drink, narrowing his eyes, his thoughts heavy. It seemed he had indeed been careless. A corpse discarded in a dry well, though partially concealed by foliage, would soon emit a foul stench and be discovered. Next time, he resolved to dispose of it in the moat, where the sharp-toothed monsters would swiftly devour it whole. If I expose myself now, not only would I be in peril, but my sister could also be endangered. The thought sent cold sweat trickling down Tian's forehead. Humph. So the most suspicious individuals are Guohuan, Zhaojie, and Tian? In a house on Springwind Lane in the southern part of the city, a burly man with piercing eyes slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into splinters. The gang members reporting below swallowed hard, cautiously retreating a few steps, fearing that Master Chiu might lash out in anger. Listen closely. Keep a watchful eye on the Hanyun Martial Arts Academy. The moment those three leave, report back immediately. Master Chiu downed several mouthfuls of strong liquor from the table. Recently, a gang member had discovered the corpse of his nephew, Lu Si, in the street, with his head severed cleanly by a blade. Coupled with the deaths of 2 other gang members, he deduced that they had fallen victim to the swift knife technique. The precision of the cut indicated an extraordinary level of skill, one only a master of external strength could possess. He was well acquainted with the external strength experts at the Hanyun Martial Arts Academy, who would afford him a measure of respect and refrain from lethal actions. Only these 3 newly initiated external strength practitioners had not paid their respects to him. Infuriated by the thought, Master Chiu resolved, so, the inexperienced are unafraid of the tiger, are they? I shall sever your heads and use them as balls to honor my deceased nephew. After leaving the tavern, Tian declined the suggestion from Zhou and others to accompany them to Springwind Lane for a taste of the world, hastily returning to the Hanyun Martial Arts Academy. Upon extracting the red envelope given by Zhou, he was astonished to find yet another 100 taels. How could external strength practitioners be so affluent? After a moment's reflection, Tian understood. Apprentices like Zhang Bao were required to present Zhou with a tael of silver each month. With over 100 apprentices at the academy who had yet to break through, the silver offerings must be substantial. Not to mention that Zhou likely had other means of income. Tian once more opened the cloth bag provided by Shen Jue, only to discover, to his astonishment, 100 taels of silver and a manual on the 5 Tigers Morning Blade. However, he found no elixirs or miraculous pills such as blood chi pills. It seemed that Shen, fearing he would fall short in reporting to Yi Fei, had whimsically withheld Tian's medicinal herbs. Without the elixirs, it appeared he had overthought the matter, yet it mattered little, for possessing the manual sufficed. Tian wryly mused that he had never bestowed any financial gifts upon Xinjue, and his own breakthroughs in strength would yield no advantage to Shun. To wish to obtain for free the medicinal herbs meant for one's closest kin was quite audacious. With the silver in hand, totaling 400 taels, his living expenses were sufficiently covered, and with the cultivation manual now secured, he understood that any additional resources would be futile unless they could be transformed into true strength. Under the cover of night, Tian stealthily made his way to the inn where he was staying to retrieve his sister. The following morning, he rented a modest courtyard adjacent to the Hanyun Martial Arts Hall. This small courtyard was merely separated by a wall from the inner courtyard of the hall, and with Tian's current capabilities, scaling the wall to care for his sister was hardly a challenge. Rest assured, brother, I shall not venture outside. ECC, ever considerate, had ensured their accommodation was stocked with essentials, including a large water vat. Having previously spent her days confined at home, she had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle, having had to endure hunger. Now, with food and drink readily available, she was even less inclined to step outside. Yet, a young lady remaining idle at home could easily become melancholic. Tian handed her a copy of the Compendium of Herbs. A medical book? Cici exclaimed, instantly captivated. Thanks to their father, Tian's support, the siblings had attended private school for several years, so reading was no obstacle for them. You may peruse it when boredom strikes. I shall gather some herbs for you to practice with. Tian offered a few more words of encouragement before scaling the wall to return. Chapter 18. The Five Tigers' Dagger of Doom. From this moment forth, I shall not step outside the Hanyun Martial Arts School until I achieve mastery of inner strength. My sister has always been a vulnerable point for Tian. But now that I have secured that vulnerability, Tian must strive to advance further. With resolute determination, he called upon the system to acquire the Five Tigers' Dagger of Doom, which turned out to be a 4-star martial art. Excellent. Tian immediately took up the blade and commenced rigorous practice in the training ground. In the following days, several apprentices visited, ostensibly to offer congratulations, but their words were laced with veiled inquiries and probing. Tian, aware of their intentions, responded with casual politeness, giving nothing away. This dagger technique could only be cultivated after breaking through to external strength, and indeed, Shixiang's aura was as formidable as a raging torrent. Roar whoosh. Tian's mastery of the Five Tigers' Dagger of Doom grew increasingly refined. The sound of the blade slicing through the air in the training arena drew many apprentices to observe, their faces filled with awe. Paying no mind to the murmurs of the onlookers, Tian's focus remained entirely on his technique. With movements reminiscent of the king of beasts, the tiger, its claws, its form, its roar, he tirelessly honed his skills. Unlike the swift wind blade technique, the 4-star Five Tigers' Dagger of Doom not only pursued speed, but also emphasized power and presence. Each strike resonated with the roar of a tiger, instilling a sense of trepidation in his opponents. After an hour of relentless practice, Tian completed his training, and the Five Tigers' Dagger of Doom advanced in proficiency. With a flourish, he executed a dazzling display of blade work before sheathing his weapon. This flamboyant maneuver, learned from videos in his previous life, was executed with such elegance that it captivated the onlookers, many of whom were secretly inspired to master this impressive sheathing technique. Tian glanced at the slightly altered system panel. Name, Tian. Strength, external strength, vitality, 335 points. Next threshold, 1000. Speed, 292 points. Average for ordinary individuals, 100. Next threshold, 300. Jianghu Prestige, slightly recognized. Martial arts techniques, 1. 3-star wind blade technique. Mastered next stage requires proficiency, 1. With each practice increasing proficiency by 1 point. A bottleneck in martial arts prevents further improvement. 2. 3-star butcher's knife technique. Mastered next stage requires proficiency, 1. With each practice increasing proficiency by 1 point. A bottleneck in martial arts prevents further improvement. 3. 4-star Five Tigers' Dagger of Doom. Initial threshold next stage requires proficiency, 1-2000. With each practice increasing proficiency by 1 point. Martial arts fist techniques. 1. 2-star Overlord Fist. Novice next stage requires proficiency, 39-100. With each practice increasing proficiency by 1 point. Martial arts foundations. 1. 3-star Miscellaneous techniques. Mastered next stage requires proficiency, 1. With each practice increasing proficiency by 1 point. A bottleneck in martial arts prevents further improvement. The advancement to 4-star martial arts astonishingly yielded an increase of 30 vitality points and 10 speed points, a remarkable 6-fold improvement over the 3-star wind blade technique. Though the required proficiency also multiplied 6-fold. Loading more content. Please wait. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking functions, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Overall, it is still profitable. Tian currently finds himself with ample time, but lacks advanced martial techniques to enhance his strength. Methodical practice will surely bolster his abilities. Meanwhile, a plethora of experiences regarding the 5 Tigers' death blades surged into Tian's mind, as his movements with the blade gradually exuded an imposing aura, the blade's wind roaring like the fierce roar of a tiger descending the mountain. Junior brother, he truly possesses exceptional talent. In just one day, he has cultivated the 5 Tigers' death blade to such an extent. Just as Tian was engrossed in his training, someone spoke softly. "Who are you?" Tian assessed the newcomer, noting their robust vitality yet restrained aura, exuding an impression of profound skill appearing deceptively simple, likely possessing at least external strength. "I am Jiang Tao, an internal strength practitioner and the supervisor of the internal courtyard at Hanyun Martial Arts School. I apologize for not congratulating you on your breakthrough to external strength, as I was occupied outside," the visitor said with a slight smile, speaking in a calm manner. "Oh, it is senior brother Jiang. You are far too formal." Seeing Jiang Tao's amiable demeanor, Tian quickly returned the gesture of respect. "Now that you have advanced to external strength, you are officially a disciple of the martial arts school. You should not mingle with the apprentices outside. Follow me to the internal courtyard to select a residence, and from now on, you shall cultivate there," Jiang Tao instructed leisurely. Tian promptly expressed his gratitude and followed. He had previously entered the internal courtyard, but his residence remained in the outer courtyard. This time, he would fully familiarize himself with the internal courtyard. Entering the internal courtyard, Tian observed attentively. Previously, when following the schoolmaster, he had not dared to look closely. Now, he realized that the internal courtyard was worlds apart from the outer courtyard. Not only was it clean and orderly, but it also featured intricately carved beams and painted pillars, with small bridges and flowing water, interspersed with numerous pavilions and towers, creating a distinctive scenery. The training grounds in the center were also independent and well-maintained, with young attendants bustling about, organizing various items. In stark contrast, the outer courtyard's dormitories were mere wooden board structures, and the training area was muddy in the rain and dusty in clear weather, hardly distinguishable from a livestock pen. As a disciple of external strength, one receives a standardized uniform and a waist tag from the martial arts school, symbols of identity and proof for entering and exiting the internal courtyard. Do take care not to misplace them. This is the A building, where internal strength brothers and sisters reside. There are 3 of us, Lu Hao, Daizhong, and myself. Should you have any questions regarding your training, feel free to consult us. Additionally, there is a senior sister, Shen Xiaolan, who possesses internal strength. However, she is the master's eldest daughter and resides in the back courtyard, not here. This is the B building, where your fellow brothers of external strength reside. You may freely choose a room to settle in. Jiang Tao guided Tian around the internal courtyard, imparting various details and allowing him to become acquainted with the environment. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance." Tian humbly lowered his posture, and upon noticing Jiang Tao's intention to depart, he immediately offered a silver note. 100 taels, what a painful expense. "Junior brother, why such formality? Should you have any matters in the internal courtyard, feel free to reach out to me at any time." Jiang Tao exchanged a few polite remarks before accepting the sum. For a master of internal strength, 100 taels of silver was a trifling amount. He was quite pleased with Tian's attitude. After seeing Jiang Tao off, Tian returned to the outer courtyard dormitory to gather his belongings. The room was permeated with the scent of medicinal herbs, a testament to Wu Ji's lingering injuries from their recent sparring match. "I have come to pack my things. I am moving to the inner courtyard," Tian announced. "Congratulations, senior brother he," Wu Ji exclaimed, struggling to rise upon seeing Tian enter. "Do not move," Tian quickly interjected. Wu Ji settled back down, his expression somber. The 3 of them had shared camaraderie through trials and tribulations, yet now, with Tian soaring to new heights in his cultivation, and Zhang Bao thriving among the apprentices despite not having advanced, Wu Ji found himself bedridden. "Do not worry. I have brought a rare medicinal herb that, once your injuries heal, will assist you in breaking through to external strength," Tian said, placing a packet infused with an extraordinary fragrance on Wu Ji's bedside. Wu Ji was taken aback. "Senior brother he, this is far too precious." Wu Ji hesitated, wanting to refuse but finding the words stuck in his throat. This was a rare opportunity for him to advance. 2 months had already passed, and if he could not make a breakthrough within the next month, he would be expelled. He felt compelled to seize any glimmer of hope. Tian gently patted Wu Ji's shoulder, silencing him. He was well aware of Wu Ji's talents and family background. He had always performed adequately among the apprentices. Yet the likelihood of breaking through to external strength solely based on his own abilities was minuscule. Presenting him with this medicinal herb was a means of repaying the favor for the times Wu Ji had tightened his own belt to support him. Tian had never been one to relish being indebted to others. Chapter 19. Dwelling in the inner courtyard, Tian's luggage was minimal, consisting solely of a bedding set. Upon returning to his room in the inner courtyard, Tian closed the door and calmly surveyed his surroundings. A simple table and chair, a bed, and a tea set. Despite its simplicity, Tian felt a profound satisfaction. The tranquility of the inner courtyard, devoid of the distractions from onlookers and apprentices, provided an ideal environment for focused cultivation. "Are you still accustomed to residing in the inner courtyard?" Shinjue suddenly inquired. "Master, I appreciate your concern. All is well," Tian promptly replied, sheathing his sword and bowing respectfully as he was in the midst of his training. "Indeed, continue to strive diligently and aspire for an early breakthrough to internal energy." "Yes, Master," Tian responded, his posture reflecting utmost reverence. After spending around 10 days cultivating in the inner courtyard, Tian fortuitously encountered Master Shinjue today. They exchanged a few rare words before Shinjue took his leave. After all, a disciple of modest talent, relying on potent elixirs to break through to external energy, had nearly no chance of advancing to internal energy. Shinjue was merely offering encouragement. To say more would be a waste of time. Once Shinjue departed, his senior brother Jiang Tao approached, expressing concern. "Junior brother, have you made any progress in your training recently?" Tian clasped his fists in response. "I am merely progressing steadily." During this period, he had diligently honed his proficiency in the 4-star martial art, the 5 Tigers Deathblade, achieving 2 further levels of advancement. The data on his system panel had escalated. Name, Tian. Strength, external energy, vitality, 395 points. Next stage, 1000. Speed, 312 points. Light, as a swallow. Next stage, 1000. Reputation in the Jianghu, somewhat known. Martial techniques. 1. 3-star martial art, Swift Wind Blade. Pinnacle. Next stage requires proficiency. 1. Each training session increases proficiency by 1 point. A martial arts bottleneck has emerged, preventing further enhancement. 2. 3-star martial art, Butcher's Skill. Pinnacle. Next stage requires proficiency. 1. Each training session increases proficiency by 1 point. A martial arts bottleneck has emerged, preventing further enhancement. 3. 4-star martial art, 5 Tigers Deathblade. Entering the hall. Next stage requires proficiency. 1. Each training session increases proficiency by 1 point. A martial arts bottleneck has emerged, preventing further enhancement. Martial techniques, Fist techniques. 1. 2-star martial art, Overlord Fist. Beginner. Next stage requires proficiency. 39-100. Each training session increases proficiency by 1 point. Martial techniques, Foundation. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and adblock features. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. 1. 3-star martial art, Miscellaneous tasks. Pinnacle. Next stage requires proficiency. 1. Each training session increases proficiency by 1 point. A martial arts bottleneck has emerged, preventing further enhancement. In addition to the steady enhancement of his vitality, Tian's speed had ascended to a level akin to that of a nimble swallow. He had previously attempted a feat, leaping effortlessly onto a rooftop over 3 meters high, and traversing between buildings as if treading upon solid ground. At last, he had acquired a modicum of skill for self-preservation. That night, Tian quietly approached the courtyard wall of the martial arts school and vaulted over it. "Brother, you have returned." His sister, Hisisi, awaited him, engrossed in her reading, having not taken rest as per their prior agreement to meet every 2 nights at midnight when the house was still. "It is quite late. You should cease your reading," Tian chided, though his heart lightened at the sight of his sister unharmed. "I wish to master this knowledge swiftly so that I can assist you in the future." Hisisi handed her book to Tian, eager for him to quiz her. Tian selected several complex plants and medicinal formulas, astonished to find her able to recite them flawlessly. Such remarkable memory, if it were in his previous life, would surely mark her as an academic prodigy. "Indeed, your theoretical foundation is quite solid. Next, we shall attempt to concoct the vitality elixir." Tian nodded, aware that he had now attained external strength. Although the system aided him, allowing for seamless advancement, the transition from external to internal strength required a staggering accumulation of 1,000 points of vitality. With the aid of medicinal substances, much time could be saved. In a couple of days, at this same hour, I shall bring the necessary materials and tools. This way, you may study at your leisure and not feel bored. Remember, I will knock in a specific pattern, if it is not that way. Conceal yourself in the dark compartment beneath the bed. Before taking his leave, Tian reiterated his instructions to his sister. Brother, focus on your training. I will ensure my safety, but you must also remain cautious. Since Tian had informed her of the gang's interest in him, Sisi had been quite anxious. However, her presence at home afforded her a degree of safety, while Tian had to show himself daily at the martial arts school. Fear not, for I have become a master of external strength. Tian smiled at Sisi before leaping over the wall. The following morning, Tian visited Jiang Tao for tea. This supervisor of the inner courtyard had shown him considerable attention, and their exchanges had made Jiang Tao the only individual Tian could interact with freely within the inner precincts. Junior brother, do you know what is most crucial in martial arts practice, aside from innate talent? Jiang Tao suddenly inquired with a serious expression. Diligence. Tian responded immediately, confident that with the martial arts collection system at his disposal, persistent practice would ensure his advancement in strength. Nonsense. Jiang Tao shook his head, aware that the individual before him possessed only mediocre talent. It was not surprising that Tian had relied on hard work to fortuitously break through to external strength. However, the path following this breakthrough was markedly different. As the adage goes, the impoverished study literature, while the wealthy train in martial arts. External strength merely harnesses the power of the body's flesh, attainable through diligent practice. Yet, internal strength diverges significantly. It derives from the inherent power of one's bones and tendons, predetermined at birth and nestled within the marrow. Some individuals are born with immense strength, while others, endowed with remarkable intellect and photographic memory, become exceptional martial artists, easily surmounting the barriers to internal strength. However, such prodigies are exceedingly rare. The majority of individuals possess merely ordinary physiques. To awaken the power of the marrow, one must fortify the bones and sinews. It is imperative to supplement with potent elixirs, as only then can one enhance the marrow and invigorate the source of vitality. If one neglects proper nourishment and resorts solely to arduous practice, not only will the vitality fail to improve, but there is also the peril of injuring the muscles and bones, leading to a decline in energy. Tian remained silent, already aware of these matters prior to entering the inner courtyard. However, a year's supply of elixir costs 100 taels, and it is only effective for apprentices. For elixirs that benefit external strength practitioners, a supply of at least 3 years is required, often amounting to several thousand taels, an unattainable sum for Tian at present. You now possess external strength. Why not enroll in the martial examination? If you can achieve a high rank, a government position awaits you, and you need not worry about financial resources, Jiang Tao suggested, seemingly reading Tian's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Tian felt a stirring within. Indeed, he had a system that could assist in enhancing his strength, yet he still needed to independently gather martial knowledge. The most daunting aspect is that as his vitality continually rises, the energy required by his body also increases. Tian's appetite has not only surged, but has also become discerning. Ordinary wheat bran cakes provide little more than a distended belly without any true nourishment. He now requires meat, and his daily food expenses have escalated from over 101 to more than 501. After entering the inner courtyard, his expenditure on food alone has reached over 100 taels of silver, rendering him akin to a gold-devouring beast, and his remaining wealth is alarmingly scant. Chapter 20. The Path of Martial Arts Examination. Seeing Tian remained silent, Jiang Tao continued to gently persuade him. Participating in the martial arts examination could garner support from various influential families in Baishanqing. These families spread their bets widely. If a chosen candidate succeeds in the examination, they would certainly reciprocate with goodwill, allowing the families to reap substantial rewards. Even if a candidate fails, having received benefits from these families would still serve to expand their influence, resulting in no loss overall. Moreover, there is a crucial point. Once under the protection of a prominent family, one need no longer worry about the troubles posed by gangs. Jiang Tao elaborated on the numerous advantages of joining a family, yet Tian remained somewhat perplexed. Why would joining a family alleviate concerns regarding gangs? To his knowledge, in South City alone, there were dozens of gangs, large and small, who oppressed the common people and fought amongst themselves. Before such factions, families were merely a tempting target. Jiang Tao suddenly chuckled, shaking his head as he replied, Tian, my dear brother, do you know who leads these gangs? It is none other than the scions of those very families. Some major gangs even have the backing of martial arts schools and government officials. Otherwise, how could they wield such power? Tian, no fool himself, quickly grasped the implications of Jiang Tao's words. Among these gang forces, while external strength may be common, internal mastery was exceedingly rare. It was indeed the support of the families and the indulgence of the authorities that allowed these gangs to thrive in Baishanqing for so long. Consequently, through the extortion and oppression of these gangs, families monopolized lucrative businesses, while the government wielded its authority with an iron fist. It was no wonder that the common folk of Baishanqing lived in such dire straits. No good could be found among the families, the government, or the martial arts schools. Tian's thoughts raced. Nevertheless, it cannot be generalized, at least during his time in Hanyun Martial Arts School. Although Shen Jue was known for his cold demeanor and greed, he had never seen him entangled with any gangs. Jiang Tao continued, consider your fellow disciples, Gua Huan and Zhao Jie, who entered with you. They have now joined the Lu family. With the Lu family's support, they have access to a steady supply of medicinal resources, allowing their strength to soar. The Lu family? They provide abundant medicinal resources. Why do they not utilize them for their own kin? Tian pondered, still somewhat confused. It was hard to fathom why a family would not use potent medicines to enhance their own members' strength, but rather give them to outsiders. Even if a family were populous, exceptional martial talent was still a rarity, particularly among the elite, who were truly 1 in 10,000. Should they remain complacent, the experts of the family would inevitably dwindle. Only by continuously infusing new blood from the outside could they prepare for the inevitable conflicts among families. Jiang Tao patiently explained, noting that Tian seemed to be awakening to these truths, and continued, take the Lu family, for example. They are the largest pharmaceutical merchants in Baishanqing, producing 99% of the medicinal resources. Lu Yuru, your fellow disciple, is affiliated with the Lu family. Her joining Hanyun Martial Arts School was merely a means for the Lu family to scout potential disciples to recruit and cultivate. Jiang Tao spoke earnestly, casting a thoughtful glance at Tian before abruptly shifting the topic. Although the Lu family possesses considerable wealth, their standards are exceedingly high. Only those with at least above-average potential can capture their attention. I harbor no interest in joining the Lu family. Tian has already witnessed Lu Yuru's true nature, a quintessential opportunist. Even if one were to beg fervently, the chance of acceptance remains slim, and even if admitted, there are many who surpass Tian's innate talent. It would be a matter of losing face, and ultimately, one would receive scant resources for cultivation. However, junior brother you still have other opportunities. Although the Lu family looks down on you, numerous smaller clans exist. As long as you can find one willing to sponsor you, your future cultivation resources will be assured. After saying this, Jiang Tao gestured toward a distance. Following his gaze, Tian saw Tang Ming, Lu Yuru, and others surrounded by a throng of admirers, eagerly boasting and flattering. Never mind, this scene is not for me. After a moment of consideration, Tian politely declined Jiang Tao's good intentions. The dealings of these noble families often involve unscrupulous tactics, which diverge from Tian's values. He would never wield his blade against the common folk for a mere sponsorship. Junior brother, truly lacking in worldly wisdom, Jiang Tao shook his head, yet a hint of amusement lingered at the corners of his mouth. The youthful aspirants who have just entered the inner courtyard are inevitably a bit arrogant. After a few years of stagnation and strength, they will surely come to their senses. Even without the intent to align with a noble family, Tian still plans to participate in the martial examination. Should he succeed, the benefits would be immeasurable. Not only could he secure positions such as warden, captain, or magistrate in Baichang City, reaping the rewards of the imperial grain, but he could also evade taxes and corvée labor, opening avenues for commerce and official ventures, significantly increasing his means of earning. For the common populace, this is akin to ascending to the heavens, a notion too grand to even contemplate. It seems junior brother he intends to attain the title of martial scholar. However, historically, candidates in the martial examination, even for the title of martial scholar, must possess at least inner strength. While those with external strength may apply, they are merely there to fill the ranks. Jiang Tao, perceiving Tian's thoughts, pointed out the challenges. Yet, Tian is resolute in his intentions and seeks Jiang's guidance. Let me offer you some advice. Since junior brother is unwilling to accept aid from the noble families, honing your martial skills and enhancing your own prowess is the path you must tread. Jiang Tao removed his outer garment, revealing a deep blue training outfit beneath. Before long, the training ground was filled with the clash of blades. as Tian faced an opponent with inner strength for the first time. Under the fierce onslaught of the blade's wind, he found himself struggling. Well done, to withstand a full incense stick's worth of my efforts. Junior brother, having just entered external strength, to possess such martial artistry is indeed commendable. As Tian gradually faltered, Jiang Tao sheathed his sword. Having previously believed that this junior brother lacked talent, he now found himself appreciating his potential. Tian was drenched in sweat, his limbs somewhat weak. The battle between external and internal strength was indeed quite arduous. However, the rewards were immense. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Tao with a respectful bow. Today's training concludes here. In the future, I shall visit you periodically to offer guidance. I will gradually increase the intensity of your training so that you can adapt to combat with internal strength practitioners. When the martial examination occurs, even if you have not yet advanced to internal strength, you should be able to withstand some challenges. Should you manage to showcase your talents, there remains a possibility of emerging as a martial scholar from among the external strength practitioners, especially when the number of internal strength competitors is limited. Jiang Tao instructed with a cheerful demeanor, yet inwardly, he shook his head. Each year, the number of martial scholars from various cities in Hedong Prefecture was announced well in advance, and even in smaller locales like Beishengqing. If there were vacancies for martial scholars, skilled practitioners from afar would rush to seize the opportunity. Tian, remember, only by breaking through to internal strength can you truly secure your place among the martial scholars. As he prepared to depart, Jiang Tao reiterated his advice. Tian nodded earnestly. His senior brother Jiang Tao was indeed remarkable. In comparison to Zhou Zhan, the overseer of the outer courtyard, Jiang Tao was like the heavens to the earth. Even his nominal master, Shen Jue, could not match the level of care Jiang Tao extended towards him. Chapter 21. Encountering an ambush 3 days later, at noon. The entrance of the Hongyun Martial Arts School stood desolate, devoid of any presence. It was the warm spring season, and many had returned to their hometowns to assist with the spring plowing. A considerable number of disciples from the martial arts school had also taken leave to help at home, leaving the dojo nearly half empty. The martial arts registration could not be entrusted to others. One had to personally report to the county office for verification. Tian planned to head to the county office for registration today, deliberately preparing a conical hat and cloak to conceal his identity and avoid any confrontation with the Tiger Gang. After carefully observing the surroundings at the entrance, Tian confirmed that the streets were sparsely populated and did not detect any members of the Tiger Gang keeping watch. He hastily departed. Not long after Tian left, an apprentice named Zhang Bao peeked out from the school, watching Tian's retreating figure for a moment, his expression shifting before he swiftly exited the dojo as well. Half an hour later, Zhang Bao appeared at the Tiger Hall stronghold in Chunfeng Alley, revealing Tian's whereabouts in full. Excellent. A reward is in order, roared Qiulahu, prompting a gang member to bring forth a tray. Zhang Bao's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw silver, 10 taels apiece, totaling 100 taels. Thank you, Hall Master Qiu, for your generosity. Zhang Bao expressed his gratitude, contentedly pocketing the reward. Young man, I see you possess quite the cleverness. Even without breaking through to the external strength, you can still join our Tiger Gang. Once I have avenged my great grievance, I can easily recommend you as a leader, Hall Master Qiu chuckled. He had been searching for Tian for over half a month without success. The fellow was as elusive as a turtle, never showing his face. It was fortunate that he had the wit to bribe Zhang Bao, which ultimately led him to Tian's trail. Meanwhile, Zhang Bao was reveling in his fortune. Tian, remember when you mooched off my meals, leaving me to cover a tale of silver? You humiliated me when I sought repayment. Did you think that just because you broke through to external strength, I would be powerless against you? I shall recoup tenfold, 100-fold from you. With this thought, Zhang Bao felt a sense of vindication, as if his blood was circulating more freely. As for any brotherly bonds, they had long been cast aside. Originally, with only a few days left until the end of his 3-month apprenticeship, Zhang Bao had anticipated returning home to tend to the family grocery store, having lost hope of breaking through to external strength. Yet here was Tian, audacious enough to offend Hall Master Qiu of the Tiger Gang. Even with the status of an external strength disciple, he could not escape unscathed. To Zhang Bao's surprise, he could now seize the opportunity to become a leader within the Tiger Gang, gaining both face and substance. Meanwhile, at the county office, Tian emerged with a wry smile. The registration fee for the martial examination was an astonishing 100 taels, a sum he nearly struggled to procure. Ultimately, under the disdainful gaze of the officials, he managed to gather together some broken silver and copper coins. Having spent 100 taels for a modest wooden plaque, Tian carefully tucked the registration token, marked with the number 38, close to him and hurried back. For some reason, he had felt several pairs of eyes watching him along the way, leaving him with a sense of unease. The county office is situated in the northern city, where the streets are immaculate. Occasionally, patrolling officers traverse the area, ensuring a semblance of stability and security. Tian meandered slightly, shaking off a few pursuers before hastening back towards the Hongyun Martial Arts Hall in the southern city. But where was that little scoundrel? It turned out that Xiao Laohu, a member of the Tiger Gang, had arrived at the county office ahead of him. Just moments ago, he had been present, but in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. The underlings responsible for surveillance felt a twinge of anxiety, having allowed their quarry to slip away. Given his swift escape, it was likely he had something to hide. Initially, I had my suspicions, but now it seems all but certain. Xiao Laohu waved his hand decisively, instructing his followers to monitor the entrances of the alleys in the southern city. This brat must return to the Hongyun Martial Arts Hall. We shall await him along that route. With his hand resting upon the hilt of his broadsword, Tian remained tense, keeping his gaze lowered as he continued on his path. As he turned a street corner, a sudden chill enveloped him. There was murderous intent. Tian halted abruptly. You. It was you who killed our brother from the Tiger Gang. A voice sneered ominously. Tian's heart raced as three figures approached, one of whom brandished a long knife, exuding vitality and demonstrating prowess in external martial arts. My friend, I am unaware of what you are referring to. Kindly step aside. Tian slowly withdrew his broadsword, a surge of energy emanating from him, transforming his entire demeanor into one of formidable intensity. Such a fierce aura. The opposing swordsman hesitated. He was indeed a subordinate of Xiao Laohu, yet Tian had not slain his nephew, and it was unnecessary to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Xiao Laohu was undoubtedly en route, and if he could merely stall Tian for a moment, it would suffice. We merely wish to invite you as a guest, the swordsman thought, resolving to delay if possible. In that case, lead the way. Tian sheathed his sword without a hint of hesitation. Please. The swordsman exhaled in relief, signaling to several others who emerged from the shadows, one of whom carried a rope and slowly encircled Tian. As their fingers inched closer, Tian's hand twitched slightly, and in an instant, the sound of a blade echoed. The swordsman's eyes widened in terror as he swallowed hard, realizing he was no match for such a swift strike. Just as he was momentarily stunned, Tian charged forward. The two flanking swordsmen barely managed to draw their weapons, aiming for vital points on Tian, while the primary swordsman summoned all his energy for a powerful slash. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of a tiger's cry, Tian leapt, evading the attacks from both sides. His broadsword executed a fierce downward strike, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, bearing down upon the swordsman. A sound akin to striking a tattered cloth resounded, and a crimson line began to extend from the top of the swordsman's head downwards. The two individuals were utterly terrified, fleeing in a state of panic. But barely had they taken a few steps when they felt their bodies lighten, their heads severed, and crashing heavily onto the muddy ground, reeking of foul water. In the blink of an eye, the sound of thuds echoed as the three who had encircled Tian collapsed, each with a line of blood oozing from their throats, now bubbling with crimson froth. Tian flicked the blood from his dagger with a flourish, elegantly sheathing it. Flee quickly. The remnants of the Tiger Gang on lookout, witnessing the chaos, hastily sought escape. Tian, however, paid them no heed and swiftly rifled through the bodies before turning to depart. Within moments, the sound of hurried footsteps filled the street. This is bad. The scent of blood is in the air. Leading the charge was Xiao Laohu, brandishing his tiger-headed broadsword, storming into the alley where several corpses lay sprawled haphazardly, while Tian had already vanished without a trace. Members of the Tiger Gang surged into the streets in clusters, creating a tumultuous uproar throughout the southern city. With no other option, Tian was compelled to rely on the agile skills bestowed by the system, leaping onto the rooftops to evade several waves of the Tiger Gang's forces. Yet he knew this was not a sustainable solution. There he is. A sharp-eyed gang member spotted Tian hiding atop the roof and immediately shouted out. Left with no alternative, Tian had to continue his flight. Chapter 22. Severely injured in an unexpected turn of events, Xiao Laohu, in his relentless pursuit, mobilized his entire gang to confront him. Although the members of the Tiger Gang were not formidable, their familiarity with the terrain far surpassed Tian's, having navigated it for years. As Tian fled towards the martial arts school, the cacophony of shouts echoed all around him. In a fit of rage, he dispatched a few obstructive adversaries. Yet his speed diminished. Ha! Tian, you cannot escape. Prepare to pay with your life. Upon hearing the thunderous shout, Tian turned to see a white flash of a blade hurtling towards him like a whip. With a resonant clang, a wave of force erupted, causing Tian to be knocked from the air to the ground. He rolled clumsily, managing to evade a series of subsequent strikes, albeit with great difficulty. His opponent, a master of external strength, was formidable. Although Tian's blood vitality fell short compared to that of his senior brother Jiang Tao, he was significantly outmatched. Tian's right hand trembled violently, the edge of his palm cracked, nearly losing his grip on the wooden blade. A glance revealed a gaping hole the size of an infant's fist in the blade, with intricate fissures spreading across its surface, suggesting that another blow would shatter it entirely. As dust swirled around them, his pursuer emerged, wielding a gleaming tiger-head broadsword, none other than Qiu Laohu himself, a peak master of external strength. Qiu Laohu's single strike revealed to Tian the vast gulf in their capabilities. Despite possessing exquisite techniques, such as the Gale Blade, the disparity in raw power was insurmountable. As the saying goes, sheer strength can overpower skill. You little brat, quite adept at evasion. Qiu Laohu wasted no words and swung his blade again. His tiger-head sword, a meter long and weighing 20 pounds, was wielded with mastery, its descent akin to a thunderous explosion. Tian dared not meet it head-on. Instead, he executed the Gale Blade technique with finesse, each strike targeting the weak points of Qiu Laohu's weapon, converting his strength against him and rendering the attacks ineffective. This fellow possesses some skill. Judging by his technique, my nephew must have perished at his hands. Such talent at a young age. If he grows further, the consequences are unimaginable. After a brief exchange, Qiu Laohu's murderous intent surged, and his attacks grew increasingly ruthless. Sensing the urgency, Tian caught sight of the approaching Tiger Gang members and noticed a decrepit old house nearby. He dashed towards it. Qiu Laohu pursued relentlessly. Though the confined space posed a challenge for his broadsword, his formidable strength compelled him to not let Tian escape. Within the dilapidated structure, they engaged in another fierce confrontation, the wind from their blades shaking the very walls of the old house. After several clashes, Tian's wooden blade could withstand no more, shattering into fragments. Die! Qiu Laohu roared, bringing his sword down upon Tian. Alarmed, Tian flicked his wrist, the broken blade flying toward Qiu Laohu's forehead. Qiu Laohu dodged, and in that moment, Tian broke through the wooden structure, intent on fleeing. You shall not escape. Qiu Laohu swung his blade once more, yet he only struck the fleeting shadow of Tian. The wooden house collapsed with a thunderous crash, trapping Qiu Laohu beneath its weight. Suddenly, a whirlwind erupted from within, as Qiu Laohu frantically wielded his knife, shattering the old structure to free himself. Master, are you all right? Called out a young brother from the Tiger Gang, who had just arrived. Damn it, that brat escaped. Qiu Laohu seethed with rage, but his gaze fell upon a trace of blood on the ground, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. So he was injured by my blade. Even if he survives, he will be gravely wounded. I shall come for your life next time. Brother welcome back. Upon entering the martial arts school, Tian was greeted warmly by numerous apprentices. Some were diligently training, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed at Tian. Please be patient as more content loads. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading chapter content. Please close reading modes, ad blockers, and copy the URL to another browser for reading. Focus on your training. Tian merely offered a faint response to the adoring gazes. Many of the apprentices recruited 3 months prior had already departed, replaced by fresh faces. Yet, how many of these passionate newcomers would ultimately break through to the external force and remain? Tian, just as Zhang Bao was preparing to leave, he bumped into Tian at the entrance. Brother Zhang Bao stammered, his face pale and flustered. Is something the matter? Tian inquired, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. And no, nothing at all. I simply plan to leave the martial arts school today. Zhang Bao quickly lowered his head. Should you find martial arts unlearnable, there are other paths to pursue. Do not succumb to despair, Tian said, emotionless, as he patted Zhang Bao's shoulder and turned to depart. To his surprise, Zhang Bao displayed a flicker of resentment after Tian left. Qiu Laohu failed to accomplish his task. Tian is indeed fortunate. I must quickly inform Master Qiu. After deciding to leave Hanyun Martial Arts School, Zhang Bao fully immersed himself in the identity of the Tiger Gang member. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Tian's body swayed noticeably in a secluded area, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Name, Tian, strength, external force, severe injury, blade chi invaded. The information on the system interface had changed. During his confrontation with Qiu Laohu, he had merely brushed against the blade's wind and managed to escape, only to find himself grievously injured now. White internal medicine. Red external ointment. A total of 300 taels. A person calmly presented 2 packets of medicine. So expensive. Tian cast a questioning glance at Jiang Tao, who merely nodded with a smile. Reluctantly, Tian retrieved the silver notes from his pocket. Brother you have sustained injuries. Do not engage in combat until you have healed, or your vital energy may plummet. Not only would you fail to break through to the internal force, but you might even regress from the external force. After the physician departed, Jiang Tao offered a few more words of concern to Tian before leaving leisurely. Tian cast a glance at the bandage on his right side, still seeping blood, and shook his head in resignation. He never anticipated that his injuries would be so severe. When the affliction struck, he nearly lost consciousness. Fortunately, Brother Jiang was not far away, noticed the signs, and promptly intervened to rescue Tian, even summoning the physician from the martial arts school. Otherwise, it could have resulted in dire consequences. Now, having applied the healing ointment, he was no longer in critical condition, yet the medical fees were exorbitant. Had he not discovered 500 taels of silver notes on the assassin from the tiger gang he had slain, he would have faced great embarrassment in paying the bill. During this period of recuperation, he found himself in a state of ennui. He absent-mindedly toyed with a tiger head token in his hand, crafted from black iron and chilling to the touch, which was also among his spoils, though its purpose remained unclear. Regrettably, he had not acquired any martial arts skills. Otherwise, he would have truly profited. Being injured, Tian was unable to move much, rendering him incapable of meeting his sister at their agreed time. This thought filled him with anxiety. If his sister grew concerned and sought out the martial arts school, she might inadvertently fall into the clutches of the tiger gang, which would be exceedingly perilous. Lying in bed, Tian was troubled and restless when suddenly an idea struck him. He quickly retrieved a stub of a pen from beneath the bed and began to compose a letter. In the dead of night, after resting for half a day, he felt considerably better. He approached the wall, casually picked up a stone, wrapped it in the letter, and tossed it over the wall. Before long, he heard familiar footsteps approaching. It must be his sister coming to check. Brother? Came his sister's voice from beyond the wall. I have some matters to attend to. So let us postpone our meeting for now, Tian replied softly. Understood. His sister, Hisisi, frowned as she picked up the letter and hurried back. Once he heard her footsteps fade away, Tian cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was present, before slowly lying back down. He was drenched in cold sweat, the tension of the moment having taken its toll on him. Chapter 23. Tea gathering. Half a month later, the system notification changed, and the warning of severe injury had vanished. Tian, emboldened by this development, disregarded Jiang Tao's counsel and resumed his rigorous training day and night. His encounter with Qiu Laohu had broadened his horizons. Both were masters of external energy, yet their strengths were worlds apart. He realized he was not even a match for a single strike from him. Thus he continued his low-profile training, never underestimating the heroes of the world. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed, and Tian's prowess had ascended to a new level. As spring gave way to autumn, the inner courtyard was carpeted with fallen yellow leaves, exuding a sense of desolation. Tian was practicing in the martial arts arena before his residence. The 4-star 5 Tigers Morning Blade had once again reached the pinnacle of mastery, yet he found himself trapped in a bottleneck, unable to break through. At present, he could only study the 2-star martial art, Overlord Fist, although each advancement provided a mere 2 points of vitality. Culminating in a total enhancement of only 12 points upon reaching the peak, he remained diligent, believing that even the smallest of efforts holds merit. Master, do not hasten my departure. Grant me another year. No, just half a year. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, startling the disciples within the courtyard. Tian hurried towards the source of the noise, only to witness a man kneeling before the master, Shen Jue, crying out in despair. The individual was Wang Zhong, a disciple of external energy, who had been cultivating in the inner courtyard for 5 years. Now nearing 30, he had yet to break through to internal energy. Breaking through to internal energy is my only path forward. Master, please grant me a little more time. After uttering these words, Wang Zhong struck his head heavily against the ground, blood gushing forth, causing those present to feel a chill run down their spines. This scene drew the attention of many disciples in the inner courtyard. Newcomers like Guohuan and Zhao Jia watched with a mix of curiosity and concern. Yet, the veterans of internal energy, like Jiang Tao, wore somber expressions, reflecting on how, had they not achieved their breakthroughs, they might have shared a similar fate with Wang Zhong. Shen Jue, unfazed by such displays, shook his head and remarked, to be literarily poor but martial rich is dictated by talent and opportunity, as well as financial resources and family background. Your resources are depleted, and your potential exhausted. Leave now. Although you have reached the pinnacle of external energy, your age may hinder you, yet finding a decent job and establishing a family should be within your grasp. Master, grant me another 6 months. I assure you I will succeed. Hearing Shenjue speak, Wang Zhong scrambled forward, clutching at the master's pant leg. Shenjue's energy surged, shaking Wang Zhong off. Our teacher-student bond has reached its conclusion. Jiang Tao, escort him out. Rise, do not burden the master further, Jiang Tao sighed, stepping forward to restrain the still wailing Wang Zhong. Ultimately, Wang Zhong departed from the martial arts hall, disheartened and lost. Witnessing this, Tian's mindset shifted subtly. He realized he was the least gifted among them. Having studied for 3 months as an apprentice, 5 years in external energy, and 10 years in internal energy, once time ran out without a breakthrough, his martial journey would come to an end. Now, with his final martial skill nearing completion, yet unable to advance further, and Xiao Laohu blocking his path outside, the approaching martial examination loomed ominously. Anxiety began to gnaw at Tian. Ishidi, do you harbor any concerns? A familiar voice echoed through the air. Brother Jiang. Tian hurriedly clasped his fists in greeting. It was Jiang Tao, who had just seen off Wang Zhong and returned to this place. Upon noticing Tian standing alone in a daze, evidently affected by Wang Zhong's predicament, he thought it possible that such an encounter might alter his perspective, and thus approached to offer a greeting. The content continues to load. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Encountering difficulties in cultivation? Haha, this is quite normal. Had you heeded my counsel and joined a prominent family sooner, you would not be burdened by such troubles today. Jiang Tao laughed heartily, patting Tian's shoulder, his tone filled with goodwill. Time flows like a river, never to return. The golden years of martial cultivation are fleeting, merely a handful of years. A single misstep can lead to a series of failures. Do not let trivial matters of pride delay your breakthroughs, for such regrets may haunt you for a lifetime. Thank you for your guidance, brother. Tian nodded, his face lined with concern. The trivial matters of pride were not what held him back. He yearned to earn money, but now he had incurred a mortal enmity with the Tiger Gang. In a few days, the martial arts school would host a tea gathering. Junior brother, why not take a chance and perform well? You are sure to gain something from it. Jiang Tao observed that the time was ripe and spoke slowly. A tea gathering? Another opportunity to align with a prominent family? Tian had heard of such events and initially hesitated to partake in what he deemed a waste of time. However, if a genuine opportunity to showcase his skills arose, he would certainly wish to astonish others with his hard-earned martial prowess. 3 days later, the tea gathering was held as scheduled, and the entire Hanyun Martial Arts School was adorned with festive decorations, buzzing with excitement. All disciples donned a unified training outfit, each one resembling a dragon. Shenjue placed great importance on this event, sparing no effort to prepare. After all, the success of the disciples would significantly impact the school's business. In these chaotic times, every trade faced fierce competition. Even the Hanyun Martial Arts School, boasting formidable practitioners, could not claim dominance in the small-buy market. Boss Ho, what a pleasure to meet you. Boss Zhang, please do come in. What? Zhao Bapi, you're still alive. Humph. Lu Laogo, you truly can't speak anything good. Many prominent families were present, some familiar and polite, while others harbored deep grievances, sparking sharp exchanges. Junior brother He, make sure to perform well. With the support of prominent families, passing the martial examination and becoming a martial scholar will make your path to cultivation much smoother. Jiang Tao looked at the refreshed Tian and could not help but praise him inwardly. This lad, usually so disheveled, now appeared quite presentable in his clean attire. Thank you, brother Jiang, and I wish you success in this year's martial examination as well. Tian promptly clasped his fists in respect. Although he had previously offered 100 taels, Jiang Tao's attentiveness to him was beyond what mere silver could measure. Me? I became a martial scholar 3 years ago. Jiang Tao laughed heartily. Then I wish you, brother Jiang, great success in this year's martial examination. Upon hearing this, Tian was taken aback and quickly changed his words. A martial scholar? Ha ha ha. Brother He, how audacious of you to think such a thing. Jiang Tao chuckled, stroking his beard. Most martial scholars are those with formidable energy prowess, capable of competing at a high level. For our kind, who possess internal strength, we would merely be there to make up the numbers. However, do not fret. Although I am merely a martial scholar, I have already secured my official position, ensuring that I shall want for nothing in this lifetime. As for you, my young friend, you must strive diligently. Jiang Tao did not regard He Tian with any less esteem due to his lack of external strength. On the contrary, among the many external strength disciples in the inner courtyard, he found himself closest to the introspective He Tian. Before long, the two entered the venue of the tea gathering, where He Tian kept his head down, feeling somewhat out of place amidst the bustling atmosphere. Brother He, do you see that elder in the purple robe on the eastern platform? He is the head of the Liu family, specially invited by the master of the venue. If he takes a liking to you, you could soar to great heights. And over there, on the western platform, is the distinguished Bai Xiaobin, a rising star of the Bai family's younger generation. It is said he supports dozens of internal strength practitioners, including a formidable guardian, Gui Sihai, whose power should not be underestimated. Jiang Tao recounted these details to He Tian with enthusiasm. Chapter 24. Yi Fei's challenge. A warm welcome was extended today as esteemed guests graced the Hanyun Martial Arts School. Master Shunde took to the stage, uttering a few courteous words before officially commencing the tea gathering. A procession of disciples queued to enter, whereupon members of noble families approached to haggle, much like one would over livestock. Nevertheless, those chosen wore expressions of sheer delight. Witnessing this scene, He Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. It bore a striking resemblance to his past encounters in the labor market. These martial arts disciples, aside from those who had attained the external strength, had little choice but to serve as bodyguards for aristocratic families or enforcers for gangs, and in the chaos of conflict, one misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Do not concern yourself, junior brother He, Jiang Tao interjected, noticing He Tian's unease. These disciples have little hope of breaking through to external strength and thus do not attract the attention of the noble families. The status of external strength disciples is markedly different, and their treatment reflects this. Sensing He Tian's discomfort, Jiang Tao quickly offered clarification. The true tea gathering is over here. Follow me. Following Jiang Tao's gaze, He Tian's eyes fell upon a gazebo where a number of talented youths from noble families were already seated, savoring tea and admiring the blossoms, each exuding an air of refinement. With that in mind, who could possibly overshadow your Liu family? A voice rang out, filled with laughter. It was Liu Yuru, who, upon their approach, was already animatedly conversing. Yi Fei stood out like a crane among chickens, demonstrating his swordplay in the center of the gathering, his vitality resonating with an unmistakable aura of external strength. Yi Fei possesses extraordinary potential. My father intends to take him as a close disciple, imparting secret techniques to carry on the legacy of the Hanyun Martial Arts School. The speaker, still undeterred, was the master's daughter, the senior disciple Xin Xiaolan, her gaze fixed on Yi Fei with a hint of fascination. That is a grave misunderstanding. In my opinion, Yi Fei ought to join our Zhang family instead. What future could a mere small town like Baishang hold? True dragons cannot thrive in stagnant waters. Only the Zhang family, originating from the capital, can offer him the prospects he deserves. Zhang Fuhai, unwilling to concede, cast a fiery glance at the corpulent elder beside him, seeking to leverage Yi Fei's father as a foothold. Ha ha ha. What my esteemed nephews say is indeed valid. Yet it ultimately falls to my son to make his own decision, the elder replied, his excitement evident as his face flushed. Just days prior, Yi Fei had achieved a breakthrough to external strength, and Shunde had promptly assessed his physical aptitude, discovering it to be exceptional. This news sent ripples throughout Baishang, for possessing such remarkable potential implied a seamless journey toward the mastery of energy. Whether one could transcend to that higher realm depended solely on personal fortune. After years of anticipation, Baishang had finally produced an individual of such extraordinary caliber, and each master of energy was a prominent figure in the community. Consequently, a multitude of suitors began to flock to Yi Fei, prompting Master Shunde to seize the opportunity to convene this tea gathering. Yi Fei executed a series of sword techniques, his countenance unflushed, sweat absent, and demeanor remarkably calm. This is one of the advantages of extraordinary talent, possessing enduring vitality and stamina that surpasses the average individual. Observers from noble families nodded in quiet approval, contemplating increasing their stakes to ensure this prodigious young man joined their ranks. Even if negotiations faltered, they were determined to foster a favorable relationship. This disciple Yi, endowed with exceptional abilities, truly attracted admiration akin to stars surrounding the moon. Brother He, why not seize the opportunity to showcase your skills? I have observed your diligent practice and mastery of the sword. Although it may not be as breathtaking as Brother Yi's exceptional talent, it could still reveal your potential. Jiang Tao smiled encouragingly at He Tian. Hold on, He Tian. After a moment of hesitation, He Tian, steeling himself to take the stage, was unexpectedly halted by a voice. It was Yi Fei, who, having greeted the assembled noble families. Noticed Tian amidst the crowd, his expression betraying uncertainty as he prepared to perform. I mentioned a month ago, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Today, I too possess external strength. Dare you to battle? Such grandiloquent and spirited words drew even more admiration in the gazes of the onlookers towards Yi Fei. Tian's heart sank momentarily, yet he found it amusing. Here was another brash youth. After dealing with Guohuan, his days in the inner courtyard had been peaceful for quite some time, and now Yi Fei had emerged, seeking trouble again. Those who had already aligned themselves with noble families typically acted in their own interests. Unless in direct opposition, they would not confront each other. Yet, Tian, lacking the support of a noble family, had become a target, perceived as a soft target to be manipulated and trampled upon. With this thought, Tian pointed his long blade, exuding a formidable killing intent. What do you intend to do? Today is merely a friendly spar among brothers. Why wield such fierce intent? Yi Fei, slightly flustered, felt a tinge of fear. Although he had practiced martial arts for 6 months, he had never taken a life. Naturally, he felt intimidated by Tian's aura. Brother Yi, today's gathering is your opportunity to shine. Why stir up discord among us brothers? If outsiders witness this, it would only invite ridicule. It is best to avoid conflict if possible, Tian replied, his tone both teasing and somewhat reluctant. Under the pressure of Tian's murderous aura, Yi Fei felt a flicker of trepidation. However, upon seeing the expectant gazes of the noble families around him, he summoned his courage. What a jest! I am a rare genius, a once-in-a-century prodigy. Tian has merely entered the fray slightly earlier and, through mere chance, attained external strength. As for him, an inferior talent who cannot even hope to break through to the internal level, how dare he postulate such bravado here? A genius. He is destined to challenge those beyond his level. Tian, you shall serve as my stepping stone. With this thought in mind, Yi Fei puffed out his chest and spoke, enough of the trivialities. You, with your meager talent, dare to call me junior? Today, I shall give you a lesson to understand the hierarchy of enlightenment. Tian was momentarily taken aback. Such audacious words suggested that he was about to endure a most painful defeat. Very well, senior brother, I shall indulge you in this display. But let us keep it light. Do not weep when you lose. His expression fluctuated between anger and determination as he stepped into the training arena. How infuriating! To be so underestimated. Yi Fei swiftly unsheathed a thin blade and, with a fierce motion, lunged at Tian. The clash echoed as Tian firmly parried with his steel knife. Huh, a mere thin blade. Tian scoffed inwardly. Such flimsy weaponry was nothing more than a cheap trick, suitable for intimidating opponents in street brawls. Though his own steel knife was not a miraculous weapon capable of cutting through hair or slicing iron effortlessly, it boasted durability and reliability, far surpassing both the thin blade and the earlier used wooden sword in practical combat. Chapter 25. Slapping Yi Fei. Receive my blade, Yi Fei exclaimed, as he pressed down with his wrist, his vitality surging forth. Yet, Tian remained unyielding, swiftly altering his stance to parry and strike, aiming for Tian's wrist. With a deft flick of his wrist, Tian turned the blade aside, effortlessly blocking the attack. Yi Fei's expression shifted once more. Suddenly, he contracted his body, the wind from his blade swirling rapidly around him, executing the perilous ground-cutting blade technique from the quick wind blade art. This maneuver targeted the lower strikes, notoriously difficult to master. As Yi Fei unleashed it, dust erupted, the blade's light obscured within, its lethal intent concealed. Tian cautiously evaded the onslaught, retreating from the blade's fierce edge. Well done, Lu Yuru applauded, prompting the crowd to erupt in cheers, bolstering Yi Fei's momentum. However, the confines of the training ground made it challenging for Tian to evade, compounded by the jeers from the audience behind him, a display of utter shamelessness. With the system at his disposal, Tian had mastered the quick wind blade art to an unparalleled level. With just a few exchanges, he discerned several flaws in Yi Fei's technique. Suddenly, Tian pivoted his steel blade, driving it down with precision, as if it possessed sentience, firmly pinning Yi Fei's blade to the ground. Yi Fei tugged twice, but Tian held him firmly in place, causing his face to flush with anger. Junior brother, you are no longer a child. If you cannot win, at least maintain your dignity. This is unbecoming of a genius of the Hanyun martial arts school. Tian remarked with a sardonic smile. If you wish to showcase your talents before the aristocracy, I do not oppose it. However, if you intend to step on my head to shine, that is unacceptable. This performance was meant to be a display of individual prowess. Yet since you have sought me out, it is no longer a matter of brilliance, but rather one of disgrace. He Tian had always adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked. Now that Yi Fei had disrespected him, he felt no obligation to show him mercy. This is too much. Yi Fei, filled with indignation, abruptly released the grip on his blade and launched a punch toward He Tian's face, lacking any semblance of technique, resembling a street brawler's fight. So, you wish to learn the art of unarmed combat? He Tian responded, exhaling a surge of energy from his palm. The steel blade embedded itself into the earth up to its hilt, effectively immobilizing Yi Fei's weapon. Simultaneously, He Tian extended his left hand, seamlessly executing the Overlord Fist, a style particularly suited for street brawls, incorporating an array of techniques such as Monkey Steel's Peach, Celestial Crane Acupoint Strikes, hair pulling, eye poking, and throat locking. In no time, Yi Fei was left disheveled and bruised. Observing Yi Fei's nose bleeding profusely, his eyes vacant and his form swaying, He Tian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, realizing the formidable power of his 2-star Overlord Fist, now reaching peak proficiency. He resolved to wield it with caution in the future. With a resounding thud from He Tian's forceful low kick, Yi Fei's body curled up like a cooked shrimp. His face contorted in agony as he collapsed in a pitiful heap. "Year!" cried Ye's father, who had been watching from the sidelines, rushing into the arena to support Yi Fei and inspect his condition. "Rest assured, I exercised great restraint, merely to emphasize the point." With the mastery of the butcher's knife technique at its zenith, He Tian flicked his foot, sending the steel blades soaring from the earth, catching it in one hand with a flourish before gracefully returning it to its sheath. He Tian politely clasped his fists in greeting to the surrounding members of the aristocratic families, stealing a glance at the sullen-faced Yi Fei, who still seemed unconvinced. With a cold snort, he thought to himself, "What are you trying to show off? When it comes to flaunting style, can you rival my flair?" This fellow certainly wielded his blade skillfully. A melodious female voice suddenly resonated, causing He Tian to raise an eyebrow. Following the sound, he beheld a girl in white, standing daintily amidst the crowd. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with vitality, and she appeared to be around 18 years of age, exuding an aura reminiscent of a blooming lotus. To encounter such an individual among the aristocrats left He Tian momentarily entranced. What use is skill if it merely serves as a superficial talent? Ought to be a guard for Tian? The speaker was none other than Bai Xiaobin. The girl playfully stuck out her tongue, but ceased her words, her gaze continually drifting toward He Tian. As He Tian regained his composure, he awkwardly bowed for some time, yet the expressions of those around him remained icy. None dared to meet his gaze, and not a single person offered words of encouragement. "I'll take you all on." Suddenly, Yi Fei leaped from behind, launching a surprise attack. With a swift motion, He Tian's steel blade flicked out from his waist, brushing past Yi Fei's face, exuding a fierce murderous intent that rendered Yi Fei pale and nearly spiritless. "Yi, don't, junior brother He." The exclamations came from Jiang Tao and the owner of Yi, who spoke in succession. As Yi Fei swayed unsteadily, a look of bewilderment painted his face, and the owner gently nudged him, causing Yi Fei's hair and brows to fall away, revealing a bald head that resembled a boiled egg. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Having lost his hair to He Tian's swift blade was not fatal, but it was a profound humiliation, leaving Yi Fei seething with rage, nearly fainting from the indignity. Observing this scene, He Tian remarked, "Junior brother Yi, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. You've experienced the tides of fortune, why rush in recklessly? Return and hone your skills for another 30 years. The outcome remains uncertain." Yi Fei could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground. Seeing the aristocrat's indifference, He Tian could only clasp his fists again in farewell and hurriedly depart. "Junior brother He, wait for me. Don't leave so quickly." Jiang Tao, seeing that Yi Fei was unharmed, promptly pursued, offering kind words of consolation. "Do not take offense. These aristocrats are merely sycophants. Your performance today was evident to all. Yet you are not as sought after as Yi Fei." Their silence was likely out of fear of provoking him. "Thank you, senior brother Jiang, for your insight. However, these aristocrats are indeed despicable. It is challenging for me to find a suitable collaborator in the short term." He Tian paused, aware as a traveler from another world, having lived 2 lives, of the folly of judging others by their status. Even though he currently displays value, the aristocratic families are more focused on future prospects. Much like the stock market of a bygone era, rife with speculative opportunists eager to turn a small stake into a fortune, while genuinely promising stocks often languish in obscurity. The 3-day tea gathering swiftly passed, culminating in Yi Fei being accepted as a disciple by Xin Jue, along with a generous array of gifts sponsored by several noble families. In contrast, He Tian, following Jiang Tao's advice, toiled for 3 days, yet faced constant rejection. The great families looked down upon him, while the lesser ones hesitated to offend Yi Fei. Although Tian felt a pang of frustration, it did not weigh heavily on him. He still possessed a modest fortune of several hundred taels, which, though meager for the cultivation of external martial artists, was more than sufficient for a comfortable daily life. After the tea gathering, Tian returned to his tranquil yet diligent practice. Although his increase in vitality was slow, it remained steadfast, granting him a distinct advantage. He could monitor his progress through the system, ensuring he would not falter like others, plagued by doubt and giving up midway. Chapter 26. The Fall of the Tiger Gang. Have you heard? The Tiger Gang in the southern part of the city has been annihilated. For over 10 days, significant news has been circulating, revealing that after a peculiar outbreak, several factions within the city suffered severe losses, leading to their conquest and absorption by other groups. What of the Tiger Gang's destruction? Tian felt a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. Although the Tiger Gang lacked formidable energy experts, with only a master of inner strength and a few outer strength hall leaders, their numbers were vast, comprising hundreds. To declare their downfall so abruptly, could it be a ruse orchestrated by Qiu Laohu? Brother Jiang, have you heard about the demise of the Tiger Gang in the south? Tian promptly sought confirmation from his acquaintance, Jiang Tao. It is indeed true. I have heard that the leader of the Tiger Gang fell victim to an ambush laid by the Money Gang, resulting not only in his death, but also significant casualties among his elite. Jiang Tao replied, the Money Gang is now aggressively swallowing the territory of the Tiger Gang, though remnants of the gang still resist. Jiang Tao glanced at Tian, attempting to offer solace. Brother He, most gangs in the southern city have powerful backers, be they from noble families or government officials. Youngsters should refrain from recklessness and the urge to seek glory. I understand there were misunderstandings between you and the Tiger Gang previously. Their downfall should be seen as fortuitous for you. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your guidance. Tian felt a weight lift from his heart. The demise of the Tiger Gang meant that Qiu Laohu, as a hall leader, was likely facing dire consequences, and the threat that had loomed over him had finally dissipated. Nonetheless, he could not afford to be complacent. He needed to investigate further. As dusk descended, a shadowy figure suddenly leaped from a corner of the Hongyun Martial Arts School's wall. It was Tian. Ever since being followed on his last outing, Tian had remained vigilant. Ensuring the coast was clear, he swiftly departed. The streets of the southern city were now adorned with the banners of the Money Gang, and the tainted air carried a faint scent of blood, punctuated by the occasional barking of dogs. Stop! Not far along, a booming voice rang out. A stray member of the Tiger Gang, who wielded a dagger in desperation as he fled, pursued relentlessly by the Money Gang. Tian felt a surge of urgency and stealthily followed the chase. Don't come any closer. Cornered, Zhang Wu trembled as he gripped his dagger, which offered him no real sense of security. He had hidden for 2 days and gone without food, only to be hunted down by the Money Gang. A member of the Tiger Gang is worth 10 taels of silver. Will you take action yourself, or shall we assist you? The members of the Money Gang approached with sinister grins. Suddenly, a gray shadow swept past, and a steel blade sliced through the air, striking the back of the heads of several Money Gang members. Thud! They collapsed in unison, emitting muffled sounds. Zhang Wu, initially prepared to fight for his life, was taken aback upon realizing that the Money Gang members lay incapacitated. Could this gray-clad figure be a master from his gang? That seemed implausible. With so many experts either dead, fleeing, or surrendering, who had the leisure to concern themselves with the fate of a minor leader like him? Fear not. I am not a benevolent figure in your eyes. Tian flashed a disarming smile, revealing a row of glistening white teeth. Speak. Where is Qiu Laohu of the Tiger Gang hiding? After a brief moment, Tian meticulously erased all traces. The moat was now burdened with 4 additional cadavers, rising and falling before ultimately sinking to the riverbed. These gang members had preyed upon the populace. Their demise was of little lament. What Tian accomplished today was, in essence, a service to the public, ridding them of malevolence. He brushed off the dust from his hands, a flicker of resolve igniting in his gaze, before turning to depart. The Tiger Gang's stronghold in Chunfeng Alley had been reduced to mere ashes amidst the gang conflict. Yet a faint glimmer emanated from an old house at the alley's entrance. As Tian leapt gracefully onto the rooftop, he stealthily pried open a tile. A faint medicinal scent wafted into the air. Utilizing the dim light of a candle within, he strained to discern the room's condition. Astonishingly, there were 5 individuals present, one of whom was an imposing figure with distinctive eyes, undoubtedly Qiu Laohu. He was cradling a tiger-headed dagger, deeply asleep, his left shoulder wrapped in a tattered gray bandage stained with dried blood. Remarkably, he had chosen to hide in the adjacent stronghold, where the most perilous places often offer the greatest security. Qiu Laohu exhibited audacious boldness, had it not been for the information extracted from the Tiger Gang's minor leader. Zhang Wu, who would have known? Tian contemplated silently. Even though Qiu Laohu was injured, subduing him would not be a simple task, especially with potential allies at his side. A 1-to-5 confrontation would yield no favorable odds. This fish was too large for him to swallow whole. He gently replaced the tile and swiftly departed. Young brother, do you have the whereabouts of Qiu Laohu? Qian Wanli, the leader of the money gang in South City, gazed intently at the individual before him. 1,000 taels. Tian rasped, considering Qiu Laohu's peak external strength and his status as the leader of the Tiger Gang. The price was reasonable. Lead the way. Qian Wanli gestured grandly. However, I must see the money first. These gangs prided themselves on righteousness. Yet behind the facade lay a multitude of sordid individuals. Should Tian genuinely believe in their integrity, he would surely suffer a significant loss. Qian Wanli fixed his gaze on the other, his inner strength surging forth, enveloping the space with an oppressive aura. Tian staggered slightly, causing a few bricks beneath his feet to shatter. If you have the skill, pay up. Sensing that Tian possessed some degree of strength, Qian Wanli refrained from further aggression. The bounty on Qiu Laohu's head was far more valuable than a mere 1,000 taels. A confrontation here could easily result in capturing the young man before him, but if Qiu Laohu caught wind of the disturbance and fled, the endeavor would be rendered fruitless. Moments later, numerous shadowy figures crept toward the entrance of Chunfeng Alley. Soon, flames began to flicker and ignite. Zhang Bao, groggy and disoriented, opened his eyes and fumbled to rise for a brief respite. He had initially believed that joining the Tiger Gang would afford him a life of indulgence. Yet after only a few days, the Money Gang had decimated their ranks. Fortunately, he had been shrewd enough to escape through the tunnels with Qiu Laohu, seeking refuge for as long as possible. Suddenly, he beheld a flicker of flames, and an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. Alas, the leader! The scoundrels of the Money Gang are setting fire to our abode, intent on our demise. Zhang Bao shouted, awakening the others in the room. Do not panic. Follow me as we fight our way out. Qiu Laohu, jolted into alertness, seized his tiger-headed knife and cleaved through the blazing wooden door. Several obstructive minions of the Money Gang were dispatched with 2 swift strikes, and Qiu Laohu gestured for his companions to advance together. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed through the air from a distance. In the ensuing chaos, Qiu Laohu grasped Zhang Bao and hurled him forward. In Zhang Bao's unwilling gaze, the bullet pierced through, leaving behind 7 or 8 gruesome wounds. His body swayed before collapsing, and with his last breath, he cast a venomous glare at Qiu Laohu. Qiu Laohu found himself in a precarious situation. The prowess of the gunman overwhelmed him, as if he were but a plaything. In an instant, a bullet deftly evaded Qiu Laohu's tiger-headed knife and struck his throat. A master of internal energy. With a spurt of blood, Qiu Laohu felt his strength wane, uttering a few indistinct words before succumbing. With his fall, the remnants of the Tiger Gang in Chunfeng Alley swiftly met their end. It turned out that Zhang Bao had betrayed me. The flames illuminated Tian's face, and seizing the opportunity while the elite of the Money Gang were preoccupied with encircling Qiu Laohu, he slipped away from the watchful eyes of several gang members. As the commotion subsided, he leapt from the high building, vanishing into the night in a matter of moments. Chapter 27. Farewell to the strange at the entrance of Chunfeng Alley. Only the members of the Money Gang remained, vociferously celebrating and releasing their pent-up emotions. The banners atop the city walls shifted with the tides of fortune, victors and vanquished alike. The formidable Qiu Laohu, at the pinnacle of external strength, was dispatched like livestock. Tian's spirit was shaken to its core. For the first time, he felt uncertainty. Perhaps the aristocratic families were indeed powerful, and the gangs were not to be trifled with. As a mere practitioner of external strength, it was already a challenge to survive in this chaotic era. Should he not, like others, strive to align himself with a noble house, seeking wealth and comfort? No. Tian clenched his fist resolutely. His pursuit of martial arts was to seize control of his own destiny. To ally with an aristocratic family would render him a mere puppet. Having resolved these thoughts, Tian hastened to the martial arts hall. With the greatest threat, Qiu Laohu, now eliminated, and a reward of 1,000 taels of silver in hand. He felt his fortunes had significantly improved. However, unrest reigned in the southern city. Human life was as cheap as grass, and the Money Gang would inevitably turn their gaze upon him after dealing with Qiu Laohu. In the realm of gang conflicts, one must eradicate threats completely. The streets Tian traversed were eerily vacant, with an overwhelming stench of blood and decay emanating from many houses. The white market had always been thus. One batch perished. only for another wave of refugees to fill the void, a relentless cycle akin to a meat grinder. In such a bloody domain, the bazaar was likely to emerge. Fortunately, the agents of the Demon Suppression Bureau had not yet departed, having dealt with numerous oddities in the recent past, yet many remained uncaptured. In a dimly lit alley, Tian sprinted, when suddenly, a chilling gust swept by, and a shadow materialized before him, bringing an unsettling cold that seemed to freeze his very blood. It was indeed a strange entity. His heart raced uncontrollably. The Hanyun Martial Arts Hall was not far. If he could reach it, there might be a glimmer of hope. Tian cautiously retreated, wary of alarming the shadow ahead. With a sudden crack, he stepped on a twig, causing his veins to pulse with alarm. The shadow emitted a chilling cry and lunged towards him. Tian's eyes narrowed, and he turned to flee, his body leaving a blurring afterimage as he urged his chi to its utmost. Faster, even faster. As he rounded a corner, he caught a glimpse of the bizarre creature. It resembled a hairless monkey, yet its eyes sparkled with an eerie blue glow. Meanwhile, in the tranquil chamber of the Hanyun Martial Arts Hall, Shun Jue was meditating. A tangible stream of white energy swirling around his body in a manner reminiscent of Tai Chi, a hallmark of a master of Qi. A deep, resonant roar echoed through the night, a tiger's howl that resonated from afar. Shun Jue's eyes flew open. That sound. It was the sonic attack unleashed at the peak of the Five Tigers Saber technique. Who was wielding the ultimate technique of the Hanyun Martial Arts Hall? With a flicker of thought, Shun Jue vanished from the tranquil chamber. Beneath the moonlight, Tian's shadow stretched long and distorted. Moments ago, he had struck the strange entity with 8 powerful blows, each infused with his full strength, depleting his chi significantly. Yet, those 8 strikes merely impeded the creature's assault without inflicting any real damage. Now, with the vitality waning and the sinister entity relentlessly pursuing him, Tian felt a profound sense of unwillingness surge within him. Just as despair loomed, the creature opposite him grew increasingly exuberant, shrieking as it lunged forward, its claws emanating an eerie glow. It seized the steel blade that Tian swung, causing it to emit a series of ominous cracks. Even the finely forged steel groaned under the strain. With a swift flick of its neck, the creature's massive maw, lined with sharp teeth, descended upon Tian's head. In a moment of desperation, Tian struck the hilt of his sword forcefully, causing it to spin and spark, breaking free from the creature's grasp. He turned the blade to stab into the creature's mouth, only to have it clamped down by its teeth once more. The creature flicked its neck again, effortlessly lifting Tian, along with the blade, and smashing him against the ground and walls, leaving him battered and bloodied. The tranquility of the alley was shattered. Many onlookers, upon spotting the creature, screamed and fled in terror. Unable to endure any longer, Tian was forced to relinquish his grip and rolled away, resuming his desperate escape. The creature spat out the mangled steel blade before pursuing him with relentless determination. As it closed in, Tian frantically searched his person, finding a few hard objects, likely coins, which he hastily hurled as makeshift projectiles. The creature, undeterred by the incoming projectiles, seemed impervious to such trivial harm. Suddenly, a figure emerged, transforming into a blue tiger's head, which clamped onto the creature's skull. The monster howled in agony, struggling fiercely, as the blue tiger's head delayed for a fleeting moment before dissipating into ethereal light. With this brief respite, Tian managed to create some distance. And as the entrance to the martial arts school came into view, a flicker of hope illuminated his face. Out of nowhere, a dark shadow descended, positioning itself directly in front of the school's entrance. The creature cackled, extending a claw towards Tian, who felt a surge of dread. "Vile creature, how dare you!" With a thunderous shout, a wave of white energy struck the creature, sending it staggering back, its claws narrowly missing Tian's face and spraying blood into the air. "Master!" Tian found himself on the brink of death but quickly regained his senses, retreating to safety. The creature, enraged, attempted another attack but was intercepted mid-air by Shun Jue's force, crashing into the stone lion at the school's entrance. Tian's eyes widened in awe. It was his first time witnessing Shun Jue in action, and he was eager to observe the prowess of a master of energy. The creature's repeated onslaughts were deftly deflected by Shun Jue's white energy, demonstrating the remarkable skill of a true master. After exhausting its efforts without even grazing Shun Jue's garments, the creature, realizing it had met its match, let out a furious roar and began to retreat, as if awakening a sliver of sentience. "Junior brother are you all right?" The clash was resounding, and in no time, the Hanyun Martial Arts School was stirred. Jiang Tao and other senior disciples from the inner courtyard rushed to provide assistance. Upon seeing Tian collapsed nearby, Jiang Tao immediately inquired with concern. Tian felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Bring me the blade. Shen Jue suddenly bellowed. Without hesitation, Jiang Tao struck the scabbard, and a precious sword soared into Shun De's grasp. In an instant, the blade shimmered, transforming into a white dragon that surged toward the malevolent entity. The creature, caught off guard, was swiftly sliced apart, ultimately dissolving into a pool of black water amidst its eerie shrieks, sinking into the ground. The master is formidable. Amidst the cheers of the disciples, Shen Jue handed the sword back to Jiang Tao, who accepted it with a face full of admiration. As the malevolent creature wreaked havoc, everyone remained on high alert. All disciples above the external strength level, follow me, Shen Jue commanded, and the experts of the Hanyun Martial Arts School streamed out, swiftly investigating the area where Tian had previously encountered the creature. So it is. After a thorough examination, Shen Jue spoke slowly. This creature is known as the corpse owl, a manifestation of accumulated resentment. Recently, due to conflicts among factions, many innocents have been ensnared and lost their lives, causing their grievances to linger. You all must remain calm within the school, diligently cultivate your skills, and unless there is a matter of utmost importance, do not venture outside. The crowd promptly acknowledged his directive. Chapter 28. Breaking through the proficiency bottleneck after a stick of incense had burned away, Tian returned to his modest abode, utterly exhausted. He lit the oil lamp and scrutinized the object in his hand, the black iron tiger head token, whose purpose remained a mystery. In a moment of panic, he had thrown it as a concealed weapon, only to discover its unexpected efficacy. Earlier, while searching the area of the peculiar object, he had located the site of the prior skirmish and retrieved his scattered coins and other belongings. However, the token now appeared to have lost its luster. Its once vibrant essence diminished. It seemed to be a precious artifact, yet its reactivation eluded him. Could it require a blood ritual? He resolved to inquire with the butcher Zheng once the tumult outside had subsided. He carefully tucked the token close to himself when suddenly a gust of wind swept through, causing the oil lamp to flicker. He felt an instinctive urge to bow. Master. The visitor was none other than Shen Jue, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke slowly. I have never witnessed an external force martial artist escape from a supernatural being alone. You have opened my eyes. Fortunately, it was a mere low-level corpse wraith. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Startled by Shen Jue's words, Tian hastily bowed again and expressed, "Thank you for saving my life, master." Observing Tian's respectful demeanor, Shen Jue nodded in satisfaction. Though this disciple possessed only modest talent, he was renowned for his diligence within the martial arts academy. To think he had managed to cultivate the five-tiger sorrowful blade to such a level in such a short time, had it not been for his slightly inferior physique, he might well have been accepted as an inner disciple based on his martial prowess. Rise, Shen Jue instructed. Today's events are singular. Such occurrences cannot be repeated. Exercise utmost caution in the future. After offering a few more words of guidance, he prepared to take his leave. As Shen Jue turned, Tian's eyes sparkled with determination. He retrieved a bundle of silver notes from his chest and extracted 5, calling out, "Master," as he presented 500 taels of silver. What does this mean? Shen Jue questioned as he accepted the silver. It is a token of gratitude for your life-saving intervention yesterday. Eradicating supernatural entities is a mere trifle. You are my disciple, and I would never allow you to perish. Shen Jue chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. Additionally, I humbly request your guidance in martial arts. With the silver now in Shen Jue's possession, Tian, gathering his courage, pressed on. After a brief moment, Shen Jue departed, leaving Tian alone in his room, his face aglow with joy. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance at the system. Name, Tian strength. External force vitality, 510 points. Next threshold, 1000. Speed, 341 points. Light, as a swallow. Next threshold, 1000. Reputation in the Jianghu. Slightly known martial skills. 1. 3-star martial art. Swift wind blade technique. Peak mastery. Next threshold requires proficiency. Each practice session increases proficiency by 1. 2. 3-star martial art. Butcher's dissection. Peak mastery. Next threshold requires proficiency. 1. Each practice session increases proficiency by 1. Currently experiencing a martial bottleneck. Unable to enhance proficiency. 3. 4-star martial art. 5-tiger sorrowful blade. Peak mastery. Next threshold requires proficiency. 1. Each practice session increases proficiency by 1. Martial arts techniques. 1. 2-star martial arts. Overlord fist. Peak mastery. The next stage requires proficiency. 1. Increasing proficiency by 1 with each practice session. However, a martial arts bottleneck has arisen, preventing further improvement. Martial Arts Fundamentals 1. 3-star Martial Arts. Miscellaneous Techniques. Peak Mastery. The next stage requires proficiency. 1. Increasing proficiency by 1 with each practice session. However, a martial arts bottleneck has arisen, preventing further improvement. Since that day when Tian approached Shinjue with 500 taels of silver for guidance in martial arts, the barriers to mastering the 3-star martial arts, Swift Blade Technique, and the 4-star martial arts, 5 Tigers Morning Blade had vanished. Thus, a double blessing had arrived. First, the menace known as Chiu Laohu had finally disappeared, and second, Tian's martial arts bottleneck had been lifted, rekindling hopes for progress. It was time to clarify matters with his sister. That night, Tian stealthily returned to the courtyard and recounted the entire ordeal to his sister. Listened intently, occasionally furrowing her brow in disbelief at the life-and-death struggles her brother had faced in such a short span of half a year. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to well in her eyes. Enough. All that is in the past, but the external gang forces continue to vie for dominance. Bai commerce is no place for prolonged residence, Tian soothed her softly, though his tone remained grave. He still had over 500 taels of silver in hand. Yet this amount was hardly sufficient for a comfortable life in the inner city, a mere fantasy. All right, brother, I understand. As for the herbal concoctions you promised me last time, please arrange them at your earliest convenience. He wiped her tears, her gaze now infused with newfound resolve. She silently vowed to successfully concoct the qi and blood powder to aid Tian in elevating his prowess. Indeed, I shall make arrangements for this matter first thing in the morning. Tian nodded affirmatively. After conversing for a while longer, Tian departed once more. Although freed from the animosity of Chiu Laohu, he had unwittingly offended several individuals like Guo Huan and Yi Fei at the Hanyun Martial Arts School. While they had not yet made their hostility known, it would be difficult to predict their actions should he ever find himself in a weakened position. Thus, caution remained paramount. Several days passed, and the money gang in the South City finally stabilized the situation. The bloodstains in the alleys had been cleared, shops reopened. Yet the moat had become home to countless restless souls. Tian, donning a disguise, resolved to venture into the market to procure materials for alchemy. At Lu's Pharmacy. Though reluctant, Tian found it was the sole establishment in Bai commerce for purchasing herbal ingredients. Customers are here to inspect the herbs. Upon Tian's entrance, the shopkeeper promptly called out, and a young assistant rushed forward to guide him, revealing hundreds of jars of herbs in an impressive display. I need to purchase 10 sets of qi and blood powder ingredients and an alchemical furnace. During the procurement process, communication was still left to Tian. At this moment, his voice was hoarse, and his hair was streaked with gray. It was Tian's sister, Cici, who, under the circumstances, failed to recognize him. Very well. The 10 batches of qi blood powder ingredients amounted to 50 taels, and an irondan furnace was 10 taels. Not being a significant transaction, the shopkeeper exchanged a glance, and a young attendant promptly prepared the goods. The entire process was seamless, with no room for delay. The transaction was concluded swiftly, with minimal profit, and no credit or bargaining was entertained. The shopkeeper placed the goods before Tian and stroked his beard. It seemed that the Lu family had some clever means to monopolize the entire Bai market in the medicinal herb business. Without uttering a word, Tian paid the silver and immediately took his leave with the goods. He decided to follow and uncover whose household was intent on alchemy. Just as Tian departed, the shopkeeper quietly instructed, and a young servant promptly trailed behind Tian out of the apothecary. As they wound through the streets, Tian's figure soon vanished from sight. Alas, they had lost him. What should be done now? The young servant stood at a dead end, his complexion ashen as he spoke. Suddenly, a sharp blade was pressed against his neck, causing him to become even more disoriented. Speak. Why are you following me? The assailant was none other than Tian, who had become more cautious since the last encounter with Chiu Laohu. It was our shopkeeper's arrangement. I do not know. The young servant was drenched in cold sweat. Dare you deceive me? Tian twisted the blade, and a small cut appeared on the servant's neck. The sting surged through him, and panic set in. I'll tell you. Luz has monopolized the entire Bai market's medicinal herbs and alchemists as well. Today, the customer who purchased the herbs intends to refine them. The shopkeeper sent me to check. And if, what then? Tian pressed, his voice firm. Good sir, spare my life. I shall reveal. If they truly possess alchemical skills, we would persuade them to join our Lu family. If not, we merely watch the spectacle. The servant hurriedly confessed, fearing that a moment's hesitation might cost him his life. I see. You return and report this to your shopkeeper. It is merely a novice. A fool who cannot even handle medicinal herbs, squandering silver for naught. Do you comprehend? Tian admonished. I understand. The The servant was eager to preserve his life, preferring to avoid further trouble. "I shall remember your face." As the servant took a few steps away, Tian spoke again, causing the servant to shiver and quicken his pace. Indeed, the Liu family was no good entity. Tian swiftly found a concealed corner, changed his disguise, and wandered aimlessly for a while before returning to the Hongyun Martial Arts Hall. Chapter 29. The sponsorship of Tang Ming Hicisi, having obtained the materials for alchemy, immediately immersed herself in her studies within her chamber. Meanwhile, Tian resumed his relentless training as the date of the martial arts examination approached, leaving him with diminishing time. Brother Jiang had consistently emphasized the necessity of breaking through to the inner energy stage to secure any hope of success in the martial examination. Many fellow disciples from the inner court were also preparing for the event, and upon witnessing Tian's arduous efforts, most scoffed at him. If mere hard work sufficed to pass the examination, then everyone would stand a chance. A destitute youth lacking the support of a prestigious family, without access to superior medicinal resources, and possessing only mediocre physical attributes, what could he possibly contend with? In the Tang residence within the inner city, in a meticulously adorned study, the head of the Tang family, Tang Yin, furrowed his brow while perusing a manual. After a prolonged silence, he spoke with a heavy tone. "Is this it? Just this? These are all individuals of external strength with average physical capabilities." Tang Ming stood by, feeling somewhat perspired. Tang Yin shot Tang Ming a disapproving glare, expressing his frustration. "Tang Ming, you are already 21 and have spent 3 years at the Hongyun Martial Arts School. Surely, you understand what kind of individuals are worthy of investment and which are not. Though our family is affluent, money does not come easily." After saying this, he pointed to a name on the list. This Tian possesses only mediocre physical attributes, not even comparable to one of our ordinary guards. How could you possibly include him on this list and even allocate 100 taels of silver to him? It's utterly perplexing. Tang Ming's face flushed with indignation as he defended his position. At the last tea gathering, Junior Brother, he easily defeated Junior Brother Yi, showcasing his proficient swordsmanship and formidable strength. It was evident to all. And what do you believe are his chances of breaking through to inner energy? Tang Yin queried seriously, tapping his fingers on the desk. This Tang Ming found himself at a loss for words. Exactly. In business, one must have a long-term vision and make preparations in advance to seize the initiative and claim the top position. As the saying goes, the first to eat meat, the second to drink soup, and the third to eat the scraps. This Tian, while appearing competent on the surface, has reached his limit. If he truly possessed potential, other noble families would not remain idle. Tang Yan's gaze was piercing as he articulated his points, and only when Tang Ming lowered his head did he finally cease his discourse. Taking out a red brush, Tang Yin struck through Tian's name and inscribed Yi Fei's name beside it. Tang Ming sighed inwardly, pondering how he would explain this to Brother Jiang and what he would say to Brother He, having previously given his solemn assurance. As the incense wafted in swirling patterns, Tang Yan's anger subsided slightly after crossing out Tian's name. He returned the manual to Tang Ming and instructed, "Proceed with this list. Particularly with regard to Yi Fei. Do not underestimate him. Cultivate a closer relationship, for this young man is destined for greatness." Tang Ming nodded in agreement, though his countenance bore a tinge of bitterness. "Do not be so troubled. The Tang family will eventually be entrusted to your generation. By that time, a young talent like Yi Fei will have surely become a master of qi, holding dominion over his realm. With his guidance, the Tang family will undoubtedly continue to thrive in peace and prosperity. Upon your return to the martial hall, you must cultivate a close relationship with him." Observing Tang Ming's heavy heart, Tang Yin could not help but offer a few more words of advice before turning his gaze back to the accounts laid out before him. "Good news, Brother He. On this day, Tian had just finished practicing with his sword when he spotted Jiang Tao and Tang Ming approaching together. The list of qualified candidates for the Tang family's tea gathering had been finalized, and I have specially added your name. With the Tang family's endorsement, you will be free from worries about sustenance and can focus entirely on preparing for the martial examination. Ha ha ha. Brother He, do not forget to express your gratitude to Brother Tang." Jiang Tao, who managed the inner courtyard, was genuinely pleased, as he naturally wished for all his junior brothers to find good opportunities. The Tang family, engaged in the cloth trade. Tian could reluctantly accept this. The Tang family's textile business primarily thrived in the inner city, occasionally donating old clothes to impoverished families in the southern district, which spoke to their benevolence. "Thank you, Brother Tang." Tian clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Tang Ming's face shifted between hues of blue and white as he struggled to find the right words. In the end, he steeled himself to speak. The head of the Tang family deemed brother He's qualifications insufficient and has removed your name. What? We had previously agreed upon this. Are you suggesting that the Tang family is toying with me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao, typically jovial, displayed a hint of anger. He had worked diligently and made great efforts to achieve this progress, only to see it turn into futility. The Tang family's actions were a slight to his dignity. Brother Jiang, there is no need to be enraged. It is my lack of qualifications that does not meet the approval of the Tang family head. Tian quickly interjected, attempting to soothe the situation. Jiang Tao had already expended significant effort on his behalf, and if he were to sour relations with the Tang family, the debt he owed would be considerable. Though the Tang family may be indifferent, I, Tang Ming, am not of that ilk. I will certainly uphold my promise to Brother Jiang and will personally arrange for Brother He's support. Tang Ming patted his chest, speaking without hesitation. If that is the case, what of your own cultivation resources? Tian inquired. I still possess some family assets that can assist Brother He, though they may not be as abundant as others. I hope Brother He will not take offense. There was no time for gratitude, let alone blame. Thank you, Brother Tang. Tian hastily expressed his appreciation. Although he did not receive the support of the Tang family, with Brother Tang's assistance, he had at least made a promising start. Brother He must seize this opportunity to stand out in the martial examination, for it will surely attract further investments. In our pursuit of martial arts, we must embrace all influences to achieve greatness. Satisfied that a collaboration had ultimately been forged, Jiang Tao felt a sense of relief and imparted a few earnest words to Tian before turning to leave. On that day, Tian returned home holding the bundle of documents given by Tang Ming, scrutinizing them closely. The terms laid out bore a resemblance to a contract. A stipend of 300 taels per month, extending over 2 years, indicated that Jiang Tao owed a considerable debt of gratitude to Tang Ming. Once he confirmed that there were no discrepancies, Tian affixed his signature. Tang Ming had deliberately provided generous terms. The conditions were quite lenient, merely requiring Tian to oversee business operations and participate in certain activities, which demanded minimal exertion. If, for the sake of a small sum, he were to become excessively encumbered and it hindered his cultivation, the endeavor would be counterproductive. 300 taels a month amounts to 3,600 taels a year, totaling 7,200 taels over 2 years, sufficient to purchase a modest courtyard within the inner city. Tian sighed deeply. Reflecting on the lavishness displayed by these noble families, it was no wonder that martial artists flocked to them. Despite risking his life repeatedly, the wealth he had amassed amounted to merely a few hundred taels. This was merely a personal investment from Tang Ming. Had he truly been embraced by the core of a prominent family and received substantial support, he might have seen monthly earnings in the thousands of taels. However, a single 3-year-old medicinal herb commanded 5,000 taels, and external martial artists consumed such herbs monthly to enhance their vitality, not to mention their extravagant living expenses. Consequently, a significant portion of the investments made to support martial artists eventually returned to the noble families through their daily needs. Chapter 30. The martial examination approaches. Do you understand what inner strength is? It is the power that emanates from the marrow, resides in the energy points, and can be summoned at will. That is inner strength. As the martial examination draws near, the esteemed master Shenjue has finally made the rare decision to gather the inner disciples to elucidate the techniques of inner strength. The external disciples listened with rapt attention, and Tian gained much from the discourse, though regrettably, the system failed to record relevant martial arts knowledge. Yi Fei, step forward and demonstrate to everyone what inner strength is. At this moment, Shenjue unexpectedly commanded, causing a stir among the crowd. Yi Fei had only been an inner disciple for half a month, although he consumed a precious 5-year-old medicinal herb monthly. It was astonishing that he had already achieved a breakthrough to inner strength in such a brief period. Such exceptional talent in one's physique was indeed alarming. Yi Fei ascended the platform, a look of pride upon his face. He activated his vital energy, causing his blood to surge forth with a thunderous roar. Behold, the vital energy flows like a dragon. This signifies the perfection of external strength and the imminent breakthrough to inner strength. Once the vital energy surpasses its limits, clears the barriers, and resides in the energy points, one becomes a true master of inner strength. Shenjue observed Yi Fei's performance with considerable satisfaction. An hour of explanation passed swiftly, yet Tian still felt a lingering desire for more. The rapid progress of Yi Fei was almost laughable compared to the years of arduous training they had endured. Whispers arose among the external disciples. That cannot be said. His innate talent is extraordinary, and with the daily consumption of thousands of taels worth of medicinal herbs, his vital energy naturally grows swiftly. However, when it comes to martial skills, we may still surpass him. Regrettably, the martial examination primarily evaluates vital energy, which is a measure of one's financial background. Sai, one of the disciples, named Zhang Chong, who had been at the academy for 2 years but remained stuck at the level of external strength, shook his head. The upcoming martial examination was his only hope. Everyone, Brother Yifei invites you all for a drink. Zhou Zhen emerged, clasping his fists in enthusiasm. What? With the martial examination just over a month away, he still has the leisure to drink? Many external disciples wore puzzled expressions. The venue is at Chunfeng Alley. Zhou Zhen revealed an expression that only men could comprehend, leading to a mix of strange looks among the crowd. As everyone had been dedicating less time to training, Yifei had yet to break through to inner strength, yet he squandered time in such frivolity? Since Brother Yi has extended the invitation, how can we refuse? Let us all go. Yet not all were focused on preparing for the martial examination. Guo Huan and Zhao Jia immediately chimed in. Having aligned themselves with the Liu family, they had received substantial support. Naturally, with Yifei's rising prominence, they sought to ingratiate themselves. Tian observed the scene with indifference. These were others' trivial matters. Of no concern to him, he had no time to spare. The 300 taels funded by Tang Ming were but a drop in the ocean for his ambitions in the martial examination. Fortunately, there was still the system. Through diligent daily practice, he steadily approached the monumental threshold of 1,000 in vital energy. Brother, here are 3 portions of vital energy powder. Late at night, Tian returned to the small courtyard at the agreed time with his sister. Indeed, the scent of the vital energy powder was identical to that which I had purchased outside. Tian opened the medicine packet handed to him by his sister, dipped his finger into the powder, and swallowed a small amount. Instantly, a surge of warmth coursed through him, and the vitality value on the system panel increased slightly. Seeing that the potion making was successful, Hisisi was quite pleased and remarked, "It's a pity that I received 10 sets of materials but managed to create only 3. My lack of experience has wasted precious resources." Tian, with a tender expression, affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and replied, "Even the most seasoned alchemist cannot guarantee 100% success. Sisi, achieving a 30% success rate on your first attempt at alchemy is commendable. Is that so? If I had more materials, I believe I could produce a few more." Encouraged by his words, Hisisi was filled with enthusiasm. "While potion making is commendable, you must remember to rest. We rely on each other, and I am currently at a pivotal moment in my pursuit of martial excellence. If you fall ill, what will I do?" The ability of his sister to concoct potions stemmed not only from her innate talent, but also from her diligent experimentation and unwavering focus. However, upon noticing the faint shadows under her eyes, Tian felt a pang of sorrow. "All right, brother, this is my first time making potions, so I took a little longer," Hisisi admitted, lowering her head in embarrassment. Tian reiterated his concerns a few more times before he departed with 3 packets of vitality powder. Each packet could be consumed over 3 days, providing an increase of over 30 points in vitality. Thus, 3 packets would yield more than 100 points, elevating Tian's vitality to a new level, subtly approaching a state of vitality akin to that of a dragon. The Hanyun Martial Arts School currently had 4 internal strength disciples and over 20 external strength disciples. The martial examination occurs every 3 years at Commerce, attracting approximately 200 participants each time, with only the top 10 earning the title of martial scholar. Aside from Jiang Tao, who had already secured the title, the remaining 2 internal strength disciples had participated multiple times, yet regrettably, they had consistently fallen short of the top 30. The senior sister, Shen Xiaolan, renowned for her internal strength, had not even made it into the top 50. The competition for the martial examination was fierce, akin to thousands of warriors vying for passage across a narrow bridge. In the following days, Tian intensified his training. Aside from eating and sleeping, he dedicated every moment to his practice, unfazed by the taunts of the inner court disciples, who labeled him a martial madman. Finally, after breaking through the bottleneck of the fast wind blade technique, he ascended 2 levels to reach the pinnacle state of harmony between man and nature. Upon achieving this state, the skill of the fast wind blade technique vanished, and the system underwent new changes. Name, Tian, strength, external strength, vitality value, 858 points, next stage, 1000. Speed, 552 points, light as a swallow, next stage, 1000. Reputation in the Jianghu, slightly known, blade intent, 3 threads, fast wind blade technique, martial arts techniques, 1. 3-star martial arts, mastering the art of butchering, peak level next stage requires proficiency, 1, with each training session increasing proficiency by 1 point. However, A bottleneck in martial arts has emerged, preventing further enhancement of proficiency. 2. The 4-star martial art. The 5 Tigers Deathly Blade. Transcendent mastery. The next stage requires proficiency, with each training session enhancing proficiency by 1 point. Martial technique. 1. The 2-star martial art. The Overlord Fist. Pinnacle mastery. The next stage requires proficiency. 1. With each training session increasing proficiency by 1 point. However, a martial arts bottleneck has emerged, stifling further enhancement of proficiency. Fundamentals of martial arts. 1. The 3-star martial art. Miscellaneous affairs. Pinnacle mastery. The next stage requires proficiency. 1. With each training session augmenting proficiency by 1 point. Yet, a martial arts bottleneck has arisen, preventing any further increase in proficiency. Once the swift wind blade technique dissipated, it transformed into 3 strands of blade intent, imbuing each swing with an added edge, rendering it invincible and capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. Regrettably, its use is limited to 3 instances per day. If employed unexpectedly, it could yield remarkable results in combat. This is still without Tian consuming any potent elixirs. Were he to acquire resources akin to those of Yi Fei, he would have surely ventured into the realm of internal strength by now. If only there were potent aids available, Tian mused. Although his sister has begun crafting blood vitality powder, Tian forbids her from overexerting herself, settling on a weekly collection of the powder. This has resulted in a noticeable disparity between Tian's medicinal support and that of other external strength practitioners. Chapter 31. The final step, Brother He. This is a medicinal herb worth 300 taels. Just as Tian was troubled by the matter of the herb, Tang Ming arrived at his doorstep. Brother Tang, what brings you here? Tian inquired, feeling a mix of excitement and curiosity. After all, Tang Ming had already provided him with 300 taels earlier this month. Was he perhaps forgetting something? There is no need for formality, he shitty. With the martial examination approaching, it is a crucial time for advancement and breakthroughs. Without the aid of a potent herb, it would be akin to a skilled cook lacking ingredients, Tang Ming explained cheerfully. Thus, I specifically requested an advance on my monthly remuneration from the family head. This 2-year-old medicinal herb, which retails for over 450 taels and has risen to more than 500 taels with the upcoming martial examination, I managed to procure for you at the price of 300 taels. I hope you won't hold it against me for taking the initiative. Such generosity left Tian immensely grateful. Among his peers at the martial arts school, aside from Jiang Tao, Tang Ming had been the most considerate towards him. Unlike the typical arrogance of wealthy science, Tang Ming's demeanor was approachable, which was why Tian was willing to befriend him and accept his assistance. The 2-year-old herb bore some resemblance to ginseng from Tian's past life, requiring a week for the medicinal properties to be fully absorbed. While excessive consumption could enhance vitality, it also posed the risk of bodily harm, including potential blood vessel ruptures. Tian meticulously sliced the herb, consuming a portion daily alongside his training to maximize its effects. Only someone like Tian, who came from humble beginnings, would exercise such caution. In contrast, individuals like Yi Fei would consume the entire herb without hesitation, as they believed that as long as their bodies could withstand it, they should take advantage of the herb's potency without delay. Another fortnight passed, and the 5 Tigers' death blade advanced to the state of unity with the heavens, manifesting as 5 strands of blade intent. This advancement enabled Tian to employ 8 techniques infused with blade intent. His eyes sparkled with determination. If he could break through to the internal strength stage, his overall prowess would ascend to new heights, potentially securing a position in the martial examination. Regrettably, the herb had been fully consumed, and the enhancements from the system had been exhausted, leaving his vitality stagnating at 926 points, still some distance from the coveted 1,000. If only he could obtain another herb. Tian harbored hope, yet he understood the near impossibility of this. With only a week remaining until the martial examination, not only the white merchant's store, but the entire Hedong prefecture had been stripped of medicinal herbs. The aristocratic families were hoarding supplies, unwilling to sell even those meant for their own martial practitioners, lest they fall into the hands of competitors. Tian, the headmaster wishes to see you. Just as Tian was lost in his thoughts, Jiang Tao arrived, prompting his curiosity. Since entering the inner courtyard over 6 months ago, he had seen the headmaster no more than a handful of times. Do not worry. It is said that someone from the Demon Suppression Bureau has come to investigate the peculiar incident from last time. As a party involved, they wish to question you directly. Jiang Tao reassured him with a smile, alleviating Tian's concerns. Upon entering the main hall of the back courtyard, Headmaster Xinjue was engaged in conversation over tea with a middle-aged man clad in white, their laughter resonating in the air, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Disciple pays respects to the headmaster. Tian greeted with a respectful bow. This is my less than stellar disciple, Tian. Quickly, pay your respects to Master Sun. Shinjue introduced him with a smile. Tian quickly clasped his fists in greeting and stealthily raised his gaze. Although Master Sun's hair was streaked with gray, his countenance remained handsome, showing no signs of age, and his physique was robust, exuding an undeniable charm. No need to panic. I am Sun He reassured. I merely wish to investigate a few matters. Please recount the events of that day in detail. Master Sun's slight smile possessed a unique allure, instantly soothing Tian's anxious spirit. As Tian reflected, he began to recount the sequence of events. However, when it came to personal grievances, he used an elliptical style, merely stating that he had heard cries of distress and intervened, only to unexpectedly encounter malevolent forces. Master Sun nodded with a smile, refraining from further inquiry, which greatly alleviated Tian's apprehensions. You must speak the truth without a hint of concealment. The innkeeper, Shinjue, cast a wary glance at Master Sun, fearful of his displeasure, and issued a gentle reminder. Fear not. This is my second encounter with your esteemed disciple, Master Sun remarked, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. What is this? A flicker of confusion crossed Tian's eyes. That will be all for today. I appreciate your assistance, Innkeeper Shun, and your disciple, Master Sun concluded, rising after exchanging a few polite words. I shall see you off, Master Sun. Shinjue beamed, his smile radiant. No need for such formality. Master Sun ambled away, casting another appreciative glance at Tian as he passed by. Tian felt something in his bosom, and his body stiffened, prompting him to bow deeply in respect. A moment later, upon returning to his lodgings, Tian cautiously secured the doors and windows. From his bosom, he retrieved an object, a letter and a small white jade vial, which had mysteriously found their way into his possession as Master Sun brushed past him. Tian paused, eagerly unfolding the letter, which turned out to be a recommendation for him to join the Demon Suppression Division, signed by Master Sun, indicating that upon reaching a certain level of proficiency, he was to report to the Demon Suppression Division in Hedong Prefecture. The white jade vial was a parting gift from Master Sun, named the Qi Blood Pill. Tian's eyes widened. Could it be a substance to enhance vitality? He hastily poured out a pill from the vial, which was the size of a mung bean, exuding an unusual medicinal fragrance. Just the scent invigorated him. Master Sun and I are strangers. Why would he claim to have met me twice and bestow such a precious elixir? Tian mused, a hint of confusion crossing his mind, but he soon shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the matter. With his humble origins, lacking power and influence, and his mere external strength, he felt insignificant in the presence of someone like Master Sun, who commanded respect even from formidable figures like Shinjue. With this thought, Tian swallowed the Qi Blood Pill and immediately felt his vitality surge. A wave of warmth coursed through his abdomen, spiraling within him, causing his entire body to flush and sweat profusely, as though he were being scorched by fire. The uncontrollable flow of vital energy and blood raised the question of whether it was an instance of being possessed by an inner fire. Tian called out for help, but all that escaped his lips were mere gasps, as his body succumbed to weakness. After enduring the torment for what felt like an eternity, his vital energy gradually calmed and returned to a state of equilibrium. Tian was drenched, resembling someone pulled from the depths of water. A fleeting glance at the system revealed that his vital energy had surged to an astounding 986 points. A single small vitality pill had remarkably increased his energy by 60 points. Truly, it was an exquisite remedy gifted by a master from the Demon Suppression Division. Although Tian felt as though he were teetering on the brink of death, utterly drained, he had managed to persevere. The potency of the medicine was formidable, necessitating cautious consumption. Once he had steadied his mind, he carefully concealed the small jade vial and the letter of recommendation, planning to take another pill in 3 days, hoping to achieve a breakthrough in his internal strength. Chapter 32. Vital energy like a dragon. The following morning, brimming with vitality, Tian began his training at the martial arts arena, no longer concealing his prowess. Each move he executed resonated with the thunderous roar of his vital energy. What? Junior brother, he has actually attained the consummate realm of external strength, akin to a dragon? We have clearly underestimated him. True talent often goes unrecognized. A multitude of external strength disciples observed this spectacle, engaging in fervent discussions. Tian narrowed his eyes, relishing the desired effect. He intended to disseminate the news of his external strength's completion, preparing to break through to internal strength in a few days without it appearing too abrupt. Ah, Tian. You have indeed reached the pinnacle of external strength. Excellent. Master Shun was genuinely astonished. Although external strength disciples typically did not capture his attention, those poised to enter the realm of internal strength piqued his interest. Reporting to the master, I hail from a humble background and practice diligently every day, resulting in gradual but significant progress. Recently, your elucidation of internal strength principles enlightened me, enabling me to break through my previous limitations and enhance my capabilities. Tian had meticulously crafted this explanation, justifying his newfound strength while subtly flattering Shinju. Quite commendable. With the martial examination approaching, all of you must emulate Tian's courage and diligence to seize opportunities. Shinju praised Tian, albeit sparingly, before turning his serious gaze to the onlookers. Just as Shinju was in high spirits and prepared to impart a few techniques to Tian, an inopportune voice interrupted. The crowd turned to see Yi Fei and his companions, still reeling from last night's revelry, being assisted into the inner courtyard by several young scions from noble families. What a disgrace! Shinju admonished sternly. The captured group hastily begged for mercy, while Yi Fei lay on the ground, mumbling incoherently, demanding more wine. Why are you in such a state? A woman's voice rang out. It was senior sister Shin Xiaolan, rushing from the inner courtyard with fresh water to wash Yi Fei's face. Not wishing to chastise in front of the young woman, Shinju flicked his sleeve in annoyance and departed. Tian sighed deeply, lamenting the lost opportunity to receive guidance from Master Shun, now spoiled by Yi Fei's antics. However, the groundwork laid today would likely pave the way for his impending breakthrough in internal strength in a couple of days. Casting a disdainful glance at Yi Fei and his companion's disgraceful demeanor, Tian sneered before turning back to his quarters. Junior brother He. No, senior brother He. I hear you have ascended to the pinnacle of external strength? Hastily inquired Tang Ming, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Yes, indeed. Just a few days ago. The master elucidated the essentials of internal strength, which enlightened me profoundly, leading to an unintentional breakthrough, Tian replied, laughing heartily. These short-sighted individuals continually reference your humble beginnings. Yet now that you have transcended those limitations, I wonder who will dare to gossip further. Tang Ming, in his delight, couldn't help but chuckle, for he too bore the burden of supporting Tian. Not only were there whispers within the martial arts school, but doubts also lingered among the Tang family. However, with Tian's recent breakthrough, those pressures have dissipated. The system has detected a blue weapon card, the Azure Dragon Blade, boasting an attack power of 3,566 and agility of 2. Tian gazed in astonishment at the notification, recognizing this as the first blue weapon discovered by the system since his arrival. It far surpassed the quality of the simple wooden and steel blades he had previously wielded. Ishidi, congratulations on attaining the pinnacle of external strength. This blade has accompanied me for many years. I present it to you as a token of celebration. Jiang Tao spoke with a warm smile. Upon receiving the news, he was initially taken aback but soon became indifferent. During these 5 years in the inner courtyard, many had diligently honed their skills, yet few, like Tian, dedicated over 15 hours a day to training. Such an achievement was hardly surprising. Brother Jiang, I am grateful for the gift. Tian began to decline, but then noticed Jiang Tao patting a time-worn long sword at his waist, realizing it was merely a cast-off from the latter. Nevertheless, for Tian, this was a rare and precious blade, worth at least 1,000 taels of silver in the marketplace. However, after witnessing the opulence of noble families, his perception of that amount had shifted, leading him to clasp his fists in salute as both men erupted in laughter. The steel blade Tian had previously used had bizarrely turned to scrap iron. For days, he had been making do with a rented wooden sword and had yet to find a suitable weapon. The Azure Dragon Blade, however, resonated deeply with him. As a swordsman, who wouldn't desire a magnificent blade capable of cutting through thorns and brambles? Without hesitation, Tian seized the sword and stepped onto the training grounds, demonstrating his prowess. The blade shimmered with a white-blue glint as it sliced through the air, and with a flick of his wrist, it soared like a dragon emerging from the sea, exuding a formidable presence. Be cautious, Ishidi, I'm coming. Jiang Tao, eager for a challenge, drew his sword and entered the fray, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of strikes. It was indeed a revelation to witness Ishidi holding his own against Brother Jiang, a sight that left an elder, who had recently joined the martial arts school, quite astounded. He had been stuck at the peak of external strength for years, having previously received guidance from Brother Jiang, yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow. How is this possible? Brother Jiang is merely indulging Ishidi, allowing him to take the lead, remarked a disciple, expressing their discontent. What? Tian has already reached full external strength. On the other side, Yi Fei awoke from a drunken stupor, joining a small gathering with the Wu Dao Society. Upon hearing the news, he found it hard to believe. We too are skeptical. How could someone of such humble beginnings possibly achieve a breakthrough? He recently accepted the Tang family's offer. Surely he has sold himself to them in exchange for powerful elixirs to artificially enhance his vitality. Zhang Fuhai scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. It seemed Tang Ming had been neglecting the Wu Dao Society lately, refusing to show respect to Yi Fei, which was truly contemptible. He, possessing merely mediocre talent, aspired to attain inner strength through an abundance of potent elixirs, which would undoubtedly require an astronomical expenditure. Even if he were to sign a contract of servitude, achieving inner strength would amount to nothing more than becoming a mere guardian or leader of a small faction. Relying on potent elixirs for a breakthrough would lead to a dead end, rendering him of little value. No prominent family would engage in an unprofitable venture. It was Lu Yuru who spoke, a faint smile gracing her lips as she shifted the conversation. Currently, potent elixirs have become extinct in the market, and the reserves of noble families are quite strained. Who would squander such precious resources on a youth stuck at the threshold of inner strength? Since that is the case, Lady Lu, why not show some generosity and bestow upon him a few elixirs? Once this lad breaks through, he would surely be grateful. Yi Fei remarked with a teasing expression. After half a year in the Martial Arts Academy, especially following the revelation of his exceptional talent over a month ago, he had indulged in a life of extravagance and had strayed far from the earnest youth he once was, devoted solely to martial pursuits. I have no intention of engaging in such futile endeavors, Lu Yuru replied, her brow furrowing. The Lu family invests only in promising young talents. Even if Tian possessed a modicum of luck, he resembled a stray dog scavenging by the roadside, unworthy of her attention. Where is your meat bun? Let me see. Yi Fei cheekily leaned closer, exchanging playful banter with Lu Yuru. In just a few short months, he had discerned that the scions of noble families joined the Martial Arts Academy to cultivate relationships with promising disciples. Should he win Lu Yuru's favor, she would undoubtedly be eager to oblige. However, Yi Fei now intended to advance further in the martial examination to gain recognition, thereby elevating his own status. Chapter 33. The Breakthrough of Internal Energy. Heavenly Tian, this young man, shall not hope to step into the realm of internal energy before the martial examination. His journey shall be forever halted at this threshold. With the formidable alliance of the Zhang and Lu families, how dare the Tang family, ranked at the bottom among the four great families, not show respect? He shall not obtain another precious medicinal herb. Zhang Fuhai spoke with unwavering confidence. Like the Lu family, the Zhang family had placed significant bets on Yi Fei, and they could not allow Heavenly Tian to rise as a formidable adversary to Yi Fei, even if he belonged to the Hanyun Martial Arts School. Bad news, brother he. Tang Ming burst into Heavenly Tian's dormitory, breathless and frantic. What is it, brother Tang? Heavenly Tian inquired, slightly perplexed, as he was focused on preparing for his breakthrough into internal energy and wished to avoid distractions. Upon my return home yesterday, I intended to request a 5-year-old medicinal herb from the family on your behalf to assist with your breakthrough. However, the family had decisively refused. After much inquiry, I discovered that the Lu and Zhang families, among others, have united to pressure the Tang family into cutting off your support. Tang Ming panted, worry etched across his face. These individuals are indeed despicable. To obstruct one's path is akin to killing one's parents, Heavenly Tian thought, astonished. Were it not for the support of Master Sun Tian, he might now find himself in dire straits. Realizing this, he suddenly comprehended why Master Sun had chosen to provide assistance clandestinely, fearing that these aristocratic families would meddle should they become aware. This situation is indeed troublesome. However, the martial examination is still some time away. I shall ponder further strategies. Heavenly Tian glanced at Tang Ming, noticing his earnest expression, albeit somewhat naive, and decided against revealing the full truth. Very well, I shall also return to my family and seek solutions. Tang Ming clasped his hands and hurriedly departed. After Tang Ming left, Heavenly Tian sat at the table, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface, his eyes narrowed to slits. He had not anticipated attracting so much controversy. His initial plan to make a grand breakthrough now seemed unfeasible. To prevent further complications, I must ingest the medicinal herb and break through to internal energy now. Heavenly Tian tidied himself up and navigated through a series of twists and turns, entering a secluded room within the Hanyun Martial Arts School. The sturdy walls of this chamber offered far greater security than the small courtyard he had previously occupied. He poured a vitality pill from a jade bottle, swallowing it whole. Instantly, A surge of dragon-like energy coursed through his veins once more. Although the pain was excruciating, it was not as debilitating as before. Heavenly Tian focused on the system, which displayed a dramatic increase in vitality points, soaring to 999. However, a notification soon appeared, indicating a bottleneck that prevented further advancement. A bottleneck indeed. Heavenly Tian's heart raced in shock. He suddenly recalled what Shun Jue had mentioned about unblocking the critical points and storing energy within the acupoints. He immediately directed his energy towards the critical point. With a resounding thud, his internal energy collided violently with his body, causing him to stagger. Yet the critical point remained steadfast. This exertion consumed a considerable amount of energy, leaving him insufficiently charged. Once more, Heavenly Tian swallowed another vitality pill, and his energy surged again, gathering momentum as it charged towards the critical point. With a crack, a faint fissure appeared at the critical point. Yet it did not break open. Continue. Tian once again swallowed a chi blood pill, the effects of the previous pill still lingering. At this moment, his vital energy surged like flames fanned by wind, coursing wildly through his body. His veins bulged, and several capillaries ruptured, spilling forth crimson lines of blood. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within Tian, as his vital energy finally breached the barrier of the Xian Guan acupoint, beginning to flow robustly into his meridians. However, after filling the first chi acupoint, it faltered, unable to proceed further. Simultaneously, the data on his system surged dramatically. Name, Tian. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Strength, internal energy, chi blood value, 1,120 points. Next stage, 5,000. Speed, 642 points. Light as a swallow. Next stage, 1,000. Reputation in the Jianghu, slightly renowned. Blade intent, 8 strands. Fast wind blade technique, 5 tigers funeral blade. Martial arts techniques, 1. 3-star martial art. Butcher's knife. Pinnacle. Next stage requires proficiency, 1. Each training session increases proficiency by 1 point. Proficiency bottleneck reached, unable to improve. Martial arts fist techniques, 1. 2-star martial art. Overlord fist. Pinnacle. Next stage requires proficiency, 1. Each training session increases proficiency by 1 point. Proficiency bottleneck reached, unable to improve. Martial arts foundation, 1. 3-star martial art. Miscellaneous skills. Pinnacle. Next stage requires proficiency, 1. Each training session increases proficiency by 1 point. Proficiency bottleneck reached, unable to improve. Having finally stepped into the realm of internal energy, with prospects for martial titles, Tian wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze resolute. Practitioners of internal energy focus on the meridians, of which there are 12. Only upon fully connecting them can one further challenge their bottleneck and advance to chi power cultivation. Tian was currently training in the foundational run and du meridians, which connect the circulation of the body. Once opened, his chi blood value would more than double. While in the phase of external power, one could rely on martial skills to challenge beyond their level. In the internal energy phase, it became paramount to exert strength to yield multiple effects. Sensing the residual energy from earlier that had entered the Xian Guan acupoint, Tian swallowed another chi blood pill. This time, upon entering his abdomen, the pill transformed into vital energy, rapidly absorbed by his body, flowing into the chi acupoint without any obstruction. It appeared that after advancing to internal energy, his body's capacity to absorb chi blood had significantly increased. Tian felt a surge of joy at this realization. The system indicated that to become a strong chi practitioner, he needed 5,000 points of chi blood. If he could only consume 1 pill every 3 days as before, it would take an eternity to reach that goal. He continued to consume and refine the pills until he had exhausted them completely. In total, he consumed 29 pills during this breakthrough, causing his chi blood value to rise to 1442 before it finally stabilized. It seemed that due to his breakthrough into internal energy, the effectiveness of the chi blood pills was gradually diminishing, with each pill's effect declining from an increase of 60 points to mere handfuls, barely sufficient. Tian felt a twinge of frustration, but after a moment, he found solace in his thoughts. If the efficacy of the superior elixirs remained unchanged, then every martial artist could simply rely on their vital energy to cultivate, rendering the pursuit of those ancient, potent potions unnecessary. Chapter 34. Tian's injury. A rumor swiftly spread throughout the Hongyun Martial Arts Hall. Tian had sustained injuries during his cultivation. What a surprise. It was said that Tian, whose physical aptitude was merely mediocre, had remarkably advanced to the pinnacle of external strength. The only explanation could be that he had recklessly consumed potent drugs. Otherwise, how could such rapid progress be achieved? At the Inquiry Blade Association, Lu Yuru spoke eloquently, and the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. It was reported that on that day, senior brother Jiang Tao had visited Tian, who was bedridden and coughing up blood, suggesting that without months of proper recuperation, he would not recover. Zhang Fuhai added, injured vital energy is not easily mended. Consuming such potent drugs imposes tremendous strain on the body. It is a miracle that Tian did not perish from his injuries. Now that his vital energy is leaking, it will be a year and a half before he can engage in combat again. The Lu family, masters of medicinal knowledge, were well versed in such matters, and everyone trusted Lu Yuru's words implicitly. Thus, this young man was no longer a threat. Xin Xiaolan glanced at Yifei, her eyes filled with affection. What a pity. I was looking forward to competing alongside senior brother He. A cold smirk graced Yifei's lips. Tian had repeatedly used him as a stepping stone, and even a mere clay figurine would retain some spirit. How much more so a genius like Yifei? Yet, Tian clung to him like a stubborn adhesive, which was truly infuriating. With Tian now injured, his strength would undoubtedly wane, and it seemed fate had conspired to allow for vengeance. With this thought in mind, Yifei gathered the members of the Inquiry Blade Association and set off to visit Tian. Though the visit was ostensibly out of concern, it was truly an opportunity to humiliate him. Bloodstains still marred the bedclothes, and Tian appeared pale and emaciated. Although he had successfully broken through to internal strength by consuming blood-chi pills, the forced advancement had caused minor injuries, which had healed during subsequent recuperation. However, at this moment, it was merely a ruse crafted by Tian to deceive the onlookers. Your physical aptitude is merely mediocre. Your martial arts barriers are several times sturdier than others. The vital energy required for breakthroughs, as well as the injuries sustained, are likewise magnified, making it perilously dangerous. Do not act so rashly next time. Jiang Tao, who was visiting Tian, felt a wave of apprehension upon hearing the account of his injuries. Junior brother He. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Yifei and his companions filed in. Oh dear, junior brother He, your injuries seem severe. Yifei exclaimed dramatically, leading those unaware to believe he and Tian shared a deep brotherly bond. Junior brother Yi, I do not welcome you here. Please leave. Tian frowned and raised his hand, though his breath was unsteady. Ah, we came with good intentions to visit junior brother He, yet you do not even invite us to sit down. How ungrateful. Lu Yuru remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the dilapidated furniture in Tian's home. You may not be aware, but Tian hails from a humble background. Previously, he performed menial tasks at the martial arts hall, carrying water and cleaning latrines, and has not received much formal education. It is only natural that he lacks decorum, Zhang Fuhai interjected, his words dripping with contempt and insult towards Tian. What are you all doing? Since junior brother He does not wish for your company, why do you not take your leave? Yet, Jiang Tao discerned the malevolence of the newcomer and admonished her. Junior brother Jiang, what great authority you possess. Xin Xiaolan stepped forward and spoke. Had it not been for my father's impartation of skills to you, how could you have attained your current stature? Senior sister. Jiang Tao's countenance darkened, yet he fell silent. The affair between this senior sister and Yifei was known to all. Yifei, being frivolous and cruel, was hardly a worthy match. Jiang Tao had previously approached Xinjue about this matter, but Xinjue had insisted it was a family issue and urged Jiang Tao to refrain from meddling. It appeared that the senior sister had come to defend Yifei. I have come today to inform you that there exists an insurmountable chasm between us. After the martial arts examination, we shall soar to great heights, while you are destined to remain on a divergent path. Sensing Jiang Tao's presence, Yifei decided to temper his provocations. Indeed, during the apprentice competition, witnessing junior brother Yi exhausted, you challenged him, achieving victory through such despicable means. It is truly disgraceful. Xin Xiaolan declared with righteous indignation. Tian, your reckless consumption of potent drugs has jeopardized your very foundation. Your strength will only diminish from here on, rendering you akin to a mere shadow of your former self. Lu Yuru, perched high above like a judge, had already perceived the bleak future awaiting Tian. You all. Tian's eyes widened in shock, his fingers trembling incessantly, before he let out a cry and fainted. Today, he finally avenged the humiliation of his prior fainting spell. Yifei departed with his entourage. Junior brother, you need not be disheartened. I shall persuade my father to find a reason to expel Tian from the martial arts school, Xin Xiaolan remarked. Without the protection of the Honyuan martial arts school, Tian, with his severely diminished abilities, will be easily dealt with, Lu Yuru added. In my opinion, it would be wiser to spare his life. I have heard that Tian is quite dexterous and enjoys laborious tasks. We could recruit him into our faction and assign him to handle the more unsavory duties, which would surely bring us greater satisfaction. Laughter erupted among the group as they returned home. Junior brother he, you have fainted. Allow me to summon a physician, Jiang Tao exclaimed, shaking Tian, only to find him unresponsive, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. Just as he was about to leave, a hand firmly grasped his wrist. Senior brother need not panic. I am not gravely injured. If you truly call for a physician, incurring exorbitant fees, then I might genuinely faint. Tian suddenly opened his eyes, a smile illuminating his face. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Tao inquired, perplexed. But suddenly his eyes brightened, and he delivered a punch to Tian, reproaching him. How dare you deceive even your senior brother? This is merely the tumultuous season. I had no choice but to act thus, Tian replied, a bitter expression crossing his features. Fear not, senior brother is a seasoned veteran. I shall keep your secret. Jiang Tao, perceptive and astute, surmised that Tian was likely feigning illness to facilitate a breakthrough in his internal energy. Little did he know, Tian had indeed succeeded in his breakthrough, gaining a slight advantage. In just 10 days, the day of the martial arts examination will arrive. This event holds great significance, as over 20 martial arts schools in Baishang City aspire for their disciples to seize the coveted title. However, only 5 possess true prowess: Hanyun Martial Arts School, Baihe Martial Arts School, Jinbao Martial Arts School, Leijin Martial Arts School, and Qiansong Martial Arts School. Among them, Jinbao Martial Arts School stands unrivaled. While Leijin and Hanyun have forged an alliance, Baihe Martial Arts School maintains a murky relationship with the Money Gang, and Qiansong Martial Arts School, having already declined, harbors intentions of aligning with Jinbao. It seems that this time, Shun Jue intends to place his hopes on the young Yi Fei. The speaker is Jinbao Martial Arts School's master, Jin Ji, a peak-level practitioner whose strength, regrettably, has waned due to his advanced age of over 60, making him reluctant to engage in physical confrontations. Yi Fei possesses remarkable potential. It is said he has achieved a vitality akin to that of a dragon. And should he break through to internal strength, he will become a formidable contender in this martial arts examination, posing a threat to our interests. The next to speak is Han Fu from Qiansong Martial Arts School, a practitioner in the early stages of energy mastery, yet still in his 40s, with room for further advancement. Given these circumstances, it is decided that tomorrow, we shall send individuals to challenge their school and incapacitate that young man. As the martial arts examination draws near, the atmosphere within Hanyun Martial Arts School has also grown tense. Chapter 35. The Challenge of the Arena in the Martial Arts Training Ground. Shen Jue personally instructed Yi Fei daily, igniting envy among numerous disciples. However, given Yi Fei's imminent breakthrough to internal energy mastery, even those disciples who felt dissatisfied dared not express their emotions. Junior brother Yi, I have brought you a nourishing chicken soup brewed from rare herbs. Please partake. Shen Xiaolan presented a bowl of soup. Yi Fei furrowed his brow slightly but accepted it, drinking it in one gulp. Although Shen Xiaolan treated him well, Yi Fei's perspective had evolved significantly. The daughter of the esteemed Hanyun Martial Arts School's master was indeed unattainable for an ordinary person. Yet should he ascend to the ranks of a formidable energy master in the future, her status would seem rather commonplace. Moreover, Shen Xiaolan's appearance was unremarkable. In Yi Fei's eyes, she was merely a willow-like figure, lacking the captivating allure of the daughters from noble families. At present, Yi Fei's aspirations were exceedingly straightforward: to attain both wealth and beauty, becoming the favored son-in-law of a grand family. In doing so, he would be better positioned to strive for greater heights after achieving mastery in energy techniques. Yi Fei, you must exert every effort to break through to internal energy. Girls are so outgoing. Shen Jue observed his daughter's affections keenly, yet he paid little mind to it. Besides Shen Xiaolan, he had a son, and his primary residence was not in Baishang City, but in Shunhui City of Hedong Prefecture, where he would return annually to spend some time. Should Yi Fei achieve success, accepting him as a son-in-law would not be objectionable. However, Yi Fei's entanglements with noble families might hinder his ability to devote himself entirely to safeguarding the legacy of Hanyun Martial Arts School. As your disciple, I shall obey your command. Upon hearing Shen Jue's instructions, Yi Fei hastily clasped his fists in respect, his voice trembling slightly. Recently, with the continuous consumption of potent herbs, his qi and blood surged, making self-control increasingly difficult. When the senior sister had handed him the medicine earlier, her fingers had brushed against his palm, igniting a flush across his cheeks and conjuring visions of the enchanting figure of Chunfeng Lane's Xiao Taohong in his mind. Remember to focus your mind and not squander your energy recklessly. After finishing his admonition, Shun Jue cast a glance at Shen Xiaolan, who pouted defiantly, her expression one of playful challenge. Suddenly, the clang of a bell echoed through the air. A significant event has transpired in the school. I must investigate. Upon hearing the bell, Shun Jue's demeanor turned serious. With a powerful stamp of his foot, he soared into the air, leaping onto a rock formation, as if riding the clouds, and swiftly made his way to the outer courtyard. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Fei felt a swell of pride within him. One day I, Yi Fei, shall also soar with such grace as the master. In the main hall of the outer courtyard, Zhou Zhun lay on the ground, clutching his arm. Drenched in cold sweat, a group of outer courtyard disciples surrounded him, their expressions tense as if facing a formidable foe. Just a band of rabble. A voice rang out, and with a sweep of a spear, several outer courtyard disciples were sent sprawling. Stop! A flash of a blade surged forward, only to be intercepted mid-air by an elder wielding a spear. Master Shun, I trust you are well. The elder stood firm, exuding an air of authority. Jinji, you dare to wreak havoc in my martial arts school and injure my disciples? This is utterly intolerable. Shen Jue landed abruptly in the grand hall, his heart ablaze with fury upon witnessing the chaotic scene before him. With a swift motion, he propelled himself off the ground, seizing a sharp dagger that lay scattered among the debris, and charged at the young man who had just brandished a long spear. The force of his attack was overwhelming. The spear wielder, relying solely on his internal energy, was caught off guard and could only watch in horror as he faced imminent demise. With a sharp clang, the dagger was intercepted by a sword. Shen Jue's expression sharpened as he recognized Han Fu. What a surprise to see him here. What is this? Today, the two heads of the dojo have joined forces, planning to overwhelm us with sheer numbers? Although the adversaries had brought two formidable practitioners, Shen Jue was not particularly intimidated. They were merely an old man and a young one, neither posing a significant threat. However, if violence were to ensue, the dojo could very well be left in ruins. Considering this, he discreetly signaled to Jiang Tao, who had hastily approached, prompting him to halt and stealthily maneuver toward the back of the crowd. Tian, closely following Jiang Tao, inquired, Brother Jiang, what does the master intend? Quickly find Master Lei Zhun of the Lei Martial Arts Hall. They've sent two practitioners of internal energy, and the master is concerned. Jiang Tao replied, leaping over the outer wall with purpose. To his astonishment, Jiang Tao's agility was remarkable, and Tian hurriedly kept pace. Master Shun is being overly dramatic. The 5 major martial arts halls are interconnected, after all. It's merely a friendly match. I've heard that your Hanyun Martial Arts Hall has produced a prodigy named Yi Fei. Let us see if he truly possesses 3 heads and 6 arms. Shun Jue's mind raced as he grasped the underlying motive and responded with a smile. Yi Fei's abilities are modest. He is hardly qualified to display his prowess before us. We have brought along our talented disciple, Ding Cheng, who has mastered a technique of the poison dragon spear. And we would be grateful for your guidance, Master Shun. Jin Ji gestured to the earlier assailant, encouraging him to step forward and challenge. I, Ding Cheng, wish to witness the skills of senior brother Yi Fei, he declared, clasping his hands respectfully. Since Yi Fei has yet to achieve mastery in internal energy, it would only be fitting for the contest to feature someone of comparable external energy. Shen Jue interjected. In that case, let Yan Zhu take the stage. Yan Zhu stepped forward, also offering a salute. Shun Jie scrutinized Yan Zhu, noting his contained vigor, which suggested he had lingered at the external energy stage for some time, likely accumulating considerable practical experience. However, his vitality was still a few degrees shy of completeness in the external energy realm. Very well, let us acquiesce to Master Jin's request. Please, take your seats and bring forth the tea. With the duel established, both parties took their positions on opposite sides of the grand hall. Despite their profound grievances, Shen Jue maintained decorum. Master, Yi Fei arrived, albeit fashionably late. In the upcoming duel, as Yi Fei approached, Shen Jue immediately whispered some instructions. Senior brother Yi, please grant me your guidance. Yan Zhu raised his long spear, adopting a defensive stance. Be cautious, senior brother Yan. Yi Fei deftly brandished his steel knife, readying himself for the impending clash. Watch the spear. With a thunderous shout from Yan Zhu, the two engaged in a fierce battle, drawing cheers from the onlookers. However, Shun Jue and Jin Ji remained unimpressed. Viewing the competition as mere child's play, the outcome was evident even before the first strike was delivered, both maintaining a vigilant watch over one another. As the contest progressed, approximately a stick of incense later, Yan Zhu was already drenched in sweat, his movements growing sluggish. Seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, Yi Fei unleashed a surge of energy. Executing 3 rapid slashes with his knife, Yan Zhu managed to evade 2 strikes, yet the third was unavoidable. With a fierce determination, Yifei lifted his steel knife, inflicting a deep gash, a foot long, across Yanju's torso, nearly eviscerating him. How outrageous. It is merely a sparring match, and yet you resort to such lethal force. Jin Ji exclaimed, launching a palm strike that was intercepted by Shen Jue. In the spirit of competition, accidents may occur. Here, take this bottle of healing ointment to tend to Yan's wounds swiftly. Shen Jue tossed a vial of medicine to his opponent, subtly signaling for Yifei to withdraw. It is simply a matter of skill. Yet Yifei's eyes glimmered with an unsettling excitement as he gazed at the blood dripping from his steel knife. Jin Ji prepared to retaliate when suddenly, a figure leaped into the hall, laughing heartily. Master Lei. Shen Jue sighed in relief. I heard the three masters had set up a challenge at Hanyun Martial Arts School, so I came uninvited to witness the spectacle. Lei Hu chuckled. We shall leave. Jin Ji's expression darkened upon realizing he could gain no advantage. The news of Yifei's victory over the formidable Yanju spread rapidly throughout Baishang City, elevating his reputation remarkably. It is merely a victory over a lesser opponent. What is there to boast about? Once we confront him, we shall thoroughly defeat him. Many were unwilling to accept this outcome. Chapter 36. Breaking free from the vortex in a tranquil room within the Hanyun Martial Arts School. Jiang Tao was engaged in a tea-drinking session with Tian. Alas, that rascal Yifei has shown his ruthless side, undoubtedly making enemies, Jiang Tao lamented, furrowing his brow. Tian, however, continued sipping his tea, deftly steering the conversation towards the martial examination. The county's martial examination does not scrutinize military strategy. Instead, it emphasizes valor. It comprises 3 categories: stone lock, flying leap, and combat. The stone lock pertains to weightlifting, with 800 pounds qualifying as second tier and 1,000 pounds as first tier. Lifting 900 pounds would elevate one to the upper tier of second place. The flying leap requires one to soar over 3 rows of spears without touching the ground. Clearing 2 rows earns a second tier, while 3 rows earn a first tier, with aerial techniques evaluated as upper or lower tier. The final category is combat, where groups engage in fierce skirmishes to determine a victor, followed by paired duels to establish final rankings. This category holds the greatest weight in scoring, accounting for approximately 60% of the overall assessment, as the martial examination ultimately seeks to reveal true prowess. Tian calmly sipped his tea, yet his mind was calculating. He could barely manage to lift 1,000 pounds, placing him at the first tier, while he might have an edge in the flying leap, securing an upper first tier. As for the combat segment, even if he does not surpass the seasoned internal energy competitors, with the aid of his blade intent, he estimated a strong chance of achieving upper second tier. Historically, those scoring upper second tier have had opportunities to rank among the top 10. Have you heard? The leader of the Scorpion Gang went to confront the Ma Ji jewelry store, only to be slain by Brother Yi. A sudden voice from outside startled both men. Jiang Tao remarked, I've heard of Ma Ji. They have supported Brother Yi with considerable funds. But with less than 3 days until the martial examination, why is Brother Yi behaving so ostentatiously? I must report this to the master. Troubled, Jiang Tao departed, leaving Tian to sip his tea in solitude. Let them revel in their triumph. I hope it does not culminate in a farce. After finishing his tea, Tian rose to refill the pot. In recent times, he had been diligently refining his mindset and honing his skills, striving to remain poised and ready to achieve his best state during the martial examination. Brother Yi, how could you be so reckless as to commit murder in broad daylight? Jiang Tao's voice was filled with anger from the courtyard. It was a momentary lapse. Yifei retorted obstinately. Moreover, Brother Jiang, it was they who sought out trouble. To kill in the streets invites the constables to come knocking at any moment. Jiang Tao expressed his deep concern. Rest assured, the families involved will handle this matter. They won't trace it back to me. Yifei replied dismissively. Jiang Tao, seeing that his warnings fell on deaf ears, had no choice but to bow respectfully to Master Shen Jue. Enough, Yifei. How can you speak to your elder brother in such a manner? Go on now, Shen Jue lightly reprimanded before dismissing Yifei. Yifei has broken through to internal energy. After Yifei departed, Shen Jue finally spoke, his tone calm. What? Jiang Tao was taken aback. Yifei had only recently advanced to external energy, and now he had achieved internal energy, a pace that was astonishing. You must also diligently practice yourself, striving for an early breakthrough in your internal energy. As for the chaotic matters within the inner court, I shall leave them to your senior sister to handle. Shen Jue instructed, and Jiang Tao promptly nodded in agreement. Before long, Jiang Tao returned to the quiet chamber, somewhat lost in thought. What troubles you, Brother Jiang? Tian exclaimed, startled by Jiang Tao's demeanor. It is nothing, merely a pity that the master does not heed my words. Jiang Tao lifted his teacup and drank it in one gulp, indifferent to the scalding liquid. Upon hearing Jiang Tao recount the events, Tian was equally astonished. Aside from the master Xinjue, the highest level of skill within the Hongyun Martial Arts Academy resided in internal energy. If Xinjue were to protect Yi Fei, there would be no one left in the academy capable of restraining him. Due to my harsh words towards Yi Fei, the master has stripped me of my duties in the inner court, assigning them to your senior sister, Xin Xiaolan, who has always maintained a good relationship with Yi Fei. Yi Fei harbors a deep-seated grudge against you, so you must be cautious. Jiang Tao grasped Tian's hand tightly, offering a careful warning. Among the younger disciples, Tian, injured and unable to fight back, had previously thwarted Yi Fei's malicious intent towards him. Now, Yi Fei had become utterly unrestrained. The younger disciple, coming from a humble background, remained indifferent to such storms, yet Brother Jiang must exercise greater caution. Tian immediately cupped his hands in respect. Within the Hongyun Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Tao had offered the most assistance and guidance, making him more deserving of being Tian's mentor than the master Xinjue. Not to worry, I have already requested to resign from the master. I shall return to the Jiang family for a time, focusing on my cultivation, and we shall speak again after the martial arts examination. Brother Jiang intends to participate in the martial arts examination? Tian's eyes brightened instantly. Indeed, I have this intention. I have concealed my light for 3 years. This time, I must strive to become a martial scholar. Jiang Tao had been hindered by mundane affairs of the martial academy in recent years. His progress stagnated. With the burdens lifted, he could head to Shinwiching to compete for the title of martial scholar. The examination for martial scholars was scheduled to take place 6 months after the junior martial arts examination, allowing ample time for preparation. After bidding farewell to Jiang Tao, Tian hastily exited the tea room. He pondered briefly before swiftly making his way to the back courtyard where Xinjue was. The disciple, troubled by his injuries, sought to request leave to visit his family in Shinwiching. Xinjue cast a glance at Tian. Were it anyone else requesting leave, he would have denied it. With the martial examination approaching, every additional disciple participating would bolster their strength, even if they could not break through. Exhausting the opponent's abilities during the preliminaries and gathering intelligence would be beneficial. However, Tian's condition was such that he could not even engage in battle, rendering him somewhat useless. What a pity indeed. Previously, he had achieved the consummate external energy, only to find it was the result of consuming potent drugs. Master, please take care. Tian suddenly bowed his head and presented an item. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Xinjue's eyes brightened as he beheld 300 taels of silver notes, realizing that Tian, aware of his futile hopes for a breakthrough in internal energy, had even offered his resources for cultivation. With a deep sigh, Xinjue began, "Since this is your desire, I shall acquiesce. However, I hope you will consider participating in the martial examination before departing. It occurs every 3 years. To miss one would mean losing a lifetime." The disciple nodded in acknowledgement, yet his heart was troubled, feeling only a fraction of his abilities remained. He intended to see how the coming days would unfold. If he found some tranquility, he would certainly strive diligently. The tumult of one's vitality is not so easily quelled. Perhaps it is mere self-deception. Xinjue waved his hand, and Tian promptly withdrew. On that very day, Tian made the necessary arrangements and left the Hongyun Martial Arts Academy, moving into the small courtyard he had previously rented. He was immediately filled with both surprise and joy, for it had been 6 long months since she had last seen her brother. In his absence, the 12-year-old girl felt as though each day stretched into an eternity, never having enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. Yet, fearing that her brother might be distracted, she refrained from uttering a single word about her struggles. "Brother, wait a moment. I will prepare something delicious for you." He retrieved half a piece of preserved meat from the beam above. This food had been arranged by Tian for safety reasons. He had intentionally placed He in the woodshed to sleep, while the kitchen contained an abundance of scattered ingredients. Additionally, there were some carefully prepared valuables in the bedroom, meant to deter any potential thieves from rummaging through the woodshed, hoping they would be satisfied with what they found. Tian assisted as well, and before long, a dish of stir-fried preserved meat with radish was ready. "Sister, you are so frail. You must eat more. Brother, your training consumes much energy. You too must eat well." The siblings exchanged humble protests. The half piece of preserved meat, though not plentiful to begin with, surprisingly remained half uneaten after they finished. Chapter 37. The money gang comes knocking. Tian, having indulged in a hearty meal, stepped into the courtyard to aid digestion. He had ascertained that only a young girl was at home. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps alerted him, prompting him to hasten to the door, grasping the Songlong blade leaning against a chair. With a resounding crash, the wooden courtyard door was forcefully kicked open. Several burly men, led by a shifty-eyed fellow, stormed in with an intimidating presence. Upon seeing Tian standing there, poised with his blade, they momentarily froze. "Ermatsi, did you not say there was only a young girl at home? Who is this other person?" A burly man with a dark complexion bellowed. "This young lad is merely wielding a knife. What is there to fear?" Ermatsi chuckled and swaggered forward. "We are from the money gang. Your household has been in arrears for over a year. Since someone is present today, you shall repay both principal and interest. Leave one hand each, and you may depart." Tian, seemingly unfazed, murmured to himself, disregarding Ermatsi's words. "Brother, do not be ungrateful. Our leader is Wang Changshan, a master of peak external strength." The dark-faced man interjected, as several men behind him began to slowly draw their blades. In a flash, a blade glimmered, and with a swift stroke, Ermatsi found one of his ears severed. "Speak another word, and you shall lose another part of your body," Tian stated coldly. Ermatsi clutched at the profuse bleeding wound, wailing in agony. "Damn it, Xiongda! Are you a coward? Attack!" Yet, Xiongda and his companions remained motionless, swallowing hard. The aura of the blade was not something they could contend with. Xiongda exchanged glances with his comrades, and the lookout outside swiftly fled to deliver the news, his heart relieved upon seeing Tian's lack of intervention. "Friend, it is unwise to shed blood here." Xiongda retreated a few paces, standing amidst his gang, protected by several blades before speaking again. However, another flash of steel cut through the air, and Ermatsi lost another ear. Having bled excessively, he could only weakly clutch his wound, devoid of the strength to cry out. "Humph! Anyone daring to target my sister must face the full wrath of these money gang lackeys." Tian, though typically reserved, was not without his temper. His sister was his Achilles heel. The messenger returned in no time, bringing with him a cadre of over 30 fierce men. Seeing the tide turn, Cece wisely retreated to the cellar beneath the woodshed. Though anxiety gnawed at her, she knew that emerging now would only complicate matters for her brother. It is that audacious fool who dares to draw blood atop our money gang. The leader of the group was none other than Wang Changshan, the head of the money gang. After assimilating the Tiger Gang's territory, he had swiftly set about collecting debts to compensate for the losses incurred during the gang conflict. On the very first day, someone dared to resist. If this insurrection could not be quelled, how could he, as the hall master, maintain his position? "You are Wang Changshan." Tian gently nudged the Songlong blade from its sheath, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent instantaneously enveloping Wang Changshan. The countenance of Wang Changshan, a master of internal strength, shifted dramatically. The scene continued to unfold. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you are seeing this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable reading modes and ad blockers, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. "Boss, it's this scoundrel. He severed both my ears, both of them." Ermatsi, having bandaged his head, lamented incessantly. Tian's fingers continued to move, intensifying the blade's intent further. "Shut your mouth, you fool. Such raucousness is disturbing others' repose. Do you possess no sense of public decency?" Wang Changshan acted decisively, delivering a slap that sent Ermatsi spinning in place. Ermatsi was stunned, collapsing onto the ground. "What is your esteemed name, sir?" Wang Changshan clasped his fists and bowed, hastily lowering his posture. "Hongyun Martial Arts School, Inner Courtyard, Tian." Tian spoke with a calm demeanor. Although he himself was a master of internal strength, the strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Thus, he had to invoke the formidable reputation of the Hongyun Martial Arts School to thoroughly intimidate his opponent. "Oh, so you are the young hero of the Hongyun Martial Arts School. A misunderstanding, indeed. Recently, your esteemed junior, Yi Fei, shared drinks with our leader. I wonder if you are acquainted with him, sir?" Wang Changshan probed cautiously. "Are you referring to junior brother Yi? Our interactions are quite limited." The fact that this He fellow referred to Yi Fei as junior brother suggested that he too was a master of internal strength, causing Wang Changshan's expression to shift drastically. After a brief moment, he donned a smile and proclaimed, "Today, it is my younger brother's fault. Allow me to offer this sum for your drinking pleasure, and I shall take my leave of this disgraceful matter." With that, Wang Changshan produced a stack of silver notes. "Since you are a friend of junior brother Yi, this matter shall be forgiven. Let this sum serve as compensation for the repairs." Seeing that he had achieved his objective, Tian no longer pressed the issue. With no fatalities involved, there was no animosity between the parties. As for Amatsi's severed ears, they were but the concerns of a mere ruffian, insignificant in Wang Changshan's eyes. Wang Changshan capitulated, and the entourage of the Golden Money Gang quietly withdrew. Yet, upon reaching the alley's mouth, Wang Changshan suddenly halted. "Boss, are we not to call for reinforcements to retaliate?" Xiongdu approached, having noticed the fury in the hall master's eyes. "Retaliate? Are you envious of my position? Wishing for my demise to arrive sooner?" Wang Changshan struck Xiongdu to the ground, raining down blows until Xiongdu cried out in pain. "I have long warned that these martial arts schools harbor hidden talents. Do not venture nearby to collect protection money, lest you disturb the families of others. Yet, you all carelessly smashed into someone else's door, as if you wished for me to have even more enemies and meet a swifter end. You, and you, having just compensated 300 taels, I shall deduct it from your wages." Wang Changshan vented his frustrations, casting a sorrowful glance towards the courtyard where Tian resided. If Tian were merely an external force, he might have dared to confront him, but the reality was that Tian possessed internal strength. Not to mention the formidable backing of the Hanyun Martial Arts School. The very thought of retaliation was beyond his courage. "Brother," as the onlookers dispersed, Cc hurried out to check on Tian's well-being. "Nothing serious, just a few insignificant characters," Tian replied with a smile, tucking away the silver coins. "It's my fault," Cc lamented, her head bowed, feeling a pang of guilt. "I might have inadvertently revealed our situation when I lit the lamps last night. This is not your fault. There are too many nefarious beings in the outer city. However, as long as your fists are powerful enough, they will not dare to provoke you." Tian reassured her, gently patting his sister's head. "Brother, I want to practice martial arts too." Cece lifted her tear-streaked face, determination radiating from her eyes. "Training in martial arts is arduous." Tian hesitated, contemplating her request. "I am not afraid of hardship." Cece insisted, her resolve firm. She did not wish to be a burden to her brother. Chapter 38. The opening of the martial arts examination. Make way. As dawn broke, the Hanyun Martial Arts Hall was abuzz with excitement. Yi Fei, Shen Xiaolan, and others strode confidently to Tian's dormitory. "Tian, do you think hiding inside will spare you from my wrath? I must inform you that Jiang Tao is no longer the supervisor of the inner court. He is now concerned for his own safety." "Haha." Yi Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Xiaolan. Shen Xiaolan stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Tian has recklessly sought glory and consumed potent substances, resulting in the complete destruction of his martial foundation. What face does he have to remain in the inner court? Isn't senior brother he injured? How could his martial foundation be utterly destroyed?" murmured the onlookers. "Isn't it too ungrateful for senior brother Yi to drive him away, disregarding the bonds of brotherhood?" "Silence. Senior brother Yi has reached the level of inner strength. He is not one to be trifled with," someone cautioned. Soon, a crowd of external strength disciples gathered around Tian's dormitory, whispering amongst themselves. "Go smash his door. Let us see how he hides like a turtle," commanded Yi Fei. Instantly, someone stepped forward and cleaved the door of Tian's dormitory in half. The room was empty, devoid of any presence. "How infuriating. He has escaped." Yi Fei struck the nearby rockery with a fierce blow, splitting a large stone in two. "Do not worry, senior brother Yi. Jiang Tao and Tian are close. Perhaps he has sought refuge with Jiang Tao," Shen Xiaolan remarked, observing the vacant room thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei began to ponder intently. Jiang Tao had attained inner strength for several years and was the champion of the last martial arts examination. His provocation might not be prudent, and he needed to devise a careful plan. Moments later, Yi Fei and Shen Xiaolan arrived at Jiang Tao's door as uninvited guests. "Greetings, senior brother Jiang." Though Yi Fei did not dare to act presumptuously before Jiang Tao, he offered only a superficial bow of respect. Jiang Tao seemed indifferent to this, for he had already decided to depart in 7 days after witnessing the results of this year's martial arts examination in Beijingcheng. "It appears to concern junior brother He. Since he left yesterday afternoon, he has not returned. I heard he is staying at an inn and will soon head to Shenhuiqing to seek his relatives." After parting ways with Jiang Tao, Yi Fei remained silent for a long while. Shenhuiqing, the capital of Hedong Prefecture, boasted a population of over 1 million. Its prosperity far surpassing that of Beijingcheng by tenfold. Tian, who constantly lamented his impoverished origins. Could there truly be someone wealthy and powerful he could rely on in Shenhuiqing? Yi Fei felt a mix of uncertainty and suspicion. "Do not fret. My family also resides in Shenhuiqing. When the new year arrives, you can return with me and inquire about the news. Even if Tian has relatives there, they are likely to be of the lowly and unscrupulous kind." Shen Xiaolan interjected, and Yi Fei's eyes brightened at her words. He regarded her with newfound warmth. realizing that her family was in Shin Wiching, which could indeed prove advantageous for him in his future endeavors there. As time flew by, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the martial arts examination in Beijingqing commenced as scheduled. Tian donned a gray robe and participated discreetly, clutching a wooden plaque that served as his identification for the martial examination, Ding Qi. The first event, as Brother Jiang Tao had predicted, was weightlifting. In a designated area, weights of 500, 600, and even 1,100 pounds were arranged. The martial arts candidates lined up, each granted only a single opportunity. A martial arts candidate, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, successfully lifted 700 pounds, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the stands. These were the supporters from affluent families who had invested in the candidates, vocally rallying for their GS. Moments later, a voice pierced through the excitement. That candidate who lifted the stone lock belongs to our Tang family, Tang Yin inquired from his seat. The candidate is Lu Zhua from the Bai family. Tang Ming responded cautiously from beside him. Tang Yan's expression darkened in displeasure. As the martial arts candidates continued to take the stage, the remaining participants awaited their turn. Suddenly, Tian's gaze sharpened as he recognized several familiar faces from the Hongyun Martial Arts Academy. It was Guo Huan, who approached the 700-pound stone lock, steadied himself, took a deep breath, and shouted. The stone lock slowly ascended but halted at waist height. Guo Huan, after exerting himself momentarily, could no longer hold it aloft, and the stone lock fell back down. 2 feet off the ground, be candidate. The announcement dimmed Guo Huan's spirits further. Next came Xin Xiaolan, who, as a female martial artist, naturally possessed less strength, yet she approached the 700-pound stone lock. 700 pounds was a threshold. Only upon surpassing it could one be deemed worthy of competing for the title of martial scholar in the judge's eyes. Xin Xiaolan, with her internal strength, managed to lift the stone lock higher than Guo Huan, but it only reached her chest level before she faltered. 3 feet off the ground, see candidate. Xin Xiaolan, though disappointed with her result, turned her gaze expectantly towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei boldly bypassed the 700-pound stone lock and stood before the 1,000-pound lock. What? Yi Fei dares to challenge the 1,000-pound stone lock. Such a challenge was a testament to his prodigious talent. Wasn't he merely an external strength practitioner? How could he possibly contend with such a weight? Little did they know, Yi Fei had recently broken through to internal strength just days prior, perfectly timing his participation in this martial examination. Thus, yet another formidable contender emerged in this year's competition. As Yi Fei scanned the stands, he acknowledged the judges seated at the podium with a nod. With unwavering confidence, he positioned himself before the 1,000-pound stone lock. Without extensive preparation, he summoned his vitality, and the stone lock effortlessly lifted from the ground. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. Much like Xin Xiaolan, the stone lock reached his chest. Yet Yi Fei too reached his limit. With a thunderous crash, the stone lock plummeted, creating a massive crater upon impact. 3 feet off the ground, a candidate. The announcement sent shockwaves through the affluent audience, who erupted in astonished exclamations. Yi Fei waved his hand in acknowledgement, visibly pleased with himself. The competition continued, with over 100 contestants participating. By the time it was Tian's turn, more than 80 had already competed, resulting in 2 first-class and 7 second-class achievements. Tian lowered his head and approached the 1,000-gene stone lock, performing 3 deep squats as a warm-up, inhaling deeply, shaking his arms to challenge his state. Finally, he spat into both palms to enhance the grip before firmly grasping the stone lock. Lift. The stone lock began to ascend, 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. However, with others having set a high standard, even when Tian raised it to his chest, there was no applause. Suddenly, a loud cheer erupted from the aristocratic stands. It was Tang Ming who recognized Tian and immediately applauded. Why such a commotion, Tang Ming? This is inappropriate. Tang Yin, displaying impatience, interjected. At this point in the first round of the martial arts examination, the candidates sponsored by the Tang family had not achieved even a single second-class rank, which was quite vexing. This martial arts candidate is my senior brother, Tian. Tang Ming exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Go, Xiao. Is Tian one of our sponsored candidates? Quickly, prepare a generous reward. We must increase our support for him. Tang Yin, now visibly excited, rose to his feet, laughing heartily. Indeed, he is the one you had previously dismissed. Tang Ming, overwhelmed with emotion, spoke without restraint. What? Dismissed? Tang Yan's eyes glazed over, and he slumped back down. Hearing the cheers, Tian smiled slightly at Tang Ming in the aristocratic stance. With a powerful shout, he unleashed his vitality, causing his upper garment to burst apart like fragments, revealing muscles sculpted like those of a warrior, especially the robust, coiled muscles on his arms, brimming with explosive strength. The stone lock was instantly elevated by 2 feet, firmly held above his head. After sustaining the position for 3 breaths, Tian exhaled, casting aside the stone lock, which landed with a resounding thud, reminiscent of an earthquake, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. 5 feet off the ground, first class. As this result was announced, the aristocratic stands fell into stunned silence. Who would have thought it would be Tian, the one nobody had anticipated? Now delivering a resounding slap in the face to critics, outperforming Yi Fei's second-class rank by a significant margin. In the waiting area, Yi Fei stared blankly at the formidable Tian, whose explosive energy and commanding presence rekindled the shadows of doubt in his heart. Look, another first class. It seemed Tian's performance had spurred the other candidates, as the overall scores began to rise, resulting in 2 more achieving first-class ranks, and astonishingly, 1 contestant lifted a stone lock weighing 1,100 genes. Tian looked up to see a dark-skinned giant. Upon noticing Tian's gaze, the giant crossed his fists and made a provocative gesture. Without hesitation, Tian raised a middle finger in response. The giant, puzzled yet infuriated, glowered with rage. Wuzhou Song Xinrong, G&G Martial Arts School. Tian memorized the information after glancing at the wooden plaque on the giant's chest. All candidates, assemble. We will now proceed to the second round, the soaring test. An examiner shouted. Immediately, all candidates lined up and ran toward the next examination point. On a 50-meter-long runway, a striking red line marked the beginning, while ahead lay 3 rows of 3-meter-high spear tips glinting ominously. Many martial arts candidates began to pale at the sight. However, there was no need for alarm. These spear tips were not sharpened. Despite the examiner's reassurances, a palpable tension lingered among the candidates. As the assessment commenced, one candidate propelled himself forward, leaping over the red line and performing a somersault in midair to clear the first row of spears. Just as he was about to collide with the second row, he quickly adapted his approach, deftly maneuvering his foot around the spear tips and landing on the frame to launch himself again, successfully clearing the last 2 rows of spears before landing solidly on the ground. I did it, not a step out of place, he exclaimed with joy. Having navigated the 3 rows of spears with less than perfect form, he ultimately received a grade of B. What? This cannot be. I landed without moving, he protested vehemently. Look at your feet. An examiner interjected. The candidate glanced down in shock to find 2 gashes on his pant legs, evidently caught on the spear tips. He instantly slumped in disappointment. The assessments continued, with Yi Fei and others also receiving B grades, as this test demanded high proficiency in agility. Many candidates who had neglected their agility training in favor of sheer strength faced significant setbacks. When it was Tian's turn, he relied on the system's gift of lightness akin to a swallow, combined with the technique of precise force application. He navigated the 3 rows of spears with utmost caution, even gliding several meters in the air, which caught the examiner's attention. After successfully clearing the 3 rows of spears with an impressive form, Tian achieved a perfect score of A. The loudest cheer came from Tang Ming, who, although not participating in the next assessment, felt validated in his ability to recognize talent in Tian. With the 8th candidate of Group B victorious, the next match commenced. The injured were carried away for treatment, while Yi Fei wiped the blood from his face and approached the next competition area. Song Xinrong swiftly locked his opponent's throat with his left hand, delivering 3 consecutive punches to the opponent's face, who immediately collapsed, spitting blood. With the 9th candidate victorious, the next match began. Upon lifting his head, Song Xinrong noticed Tian effortlessly kicking his opponent out of the ring, which sparked a fierce glint in his eyes. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying this thrilling narrative. With Ding Qi victorious, the next match commenced. Tian dusted off his hands, noticing Song Xinrong's predatory glare, and rolled his eyes, causing veins to bulge on Song Xinrong's forehead. The sound of drums echoed. Let the martial scholar enter. The group matches finally concluded. Group A's Jiao Ziming and Su Zi advanced. Group B's Yi Fei and Lai Qingping advanced. Group D's Tian and Zhao Shikai advanced. Group E's Song Xinrong and Lu Ping advanced, and Group F's Bai Yiru and Liao Chong advanced. Bai Yiru, clad in her martial attire, stood out as the sole female among all the martial arts candidates, instantly captivating the attention of everyone present. Tian gazed intently and discovered her delicate willow leaf eyebrows and heart-shaped face, which made her all the more enchanting, drawing the gaze of many. The participants of each group mounted their magnificent steeds, galloping around the arena to showcase their martial prowess. It was Tian's first experience riding a horse. Initially, the spirited steed beneath him was somewhat unruly, But once Tian summoned his inner strength to assert control, the horse immediately complied. The finals were upon them, as the top 6 martial arts candidates prepared to draw lots to determine their opponents. As the final round approached, Tian felt a sense of ease. Securing a position as a martial scholar would suffice for him, and he was indifferent to his ranking. With his outstanding performances in the stone lock and soaring competitions, he was nearly assured of success. Meanwhile, Yi Fei and others displayed anxious expressions, having ranked last in the first 2 events. He needed to defeat 2 opponents in the upcoming matches to have a chance to advance. In the cumulative results, Tian ranked 4th and was the 4th to draw lots, obtaining the number 5 lot. He looked up at Zhao Ziming, who ranked 8th and had not qualified to draw lots. Their eyes met momentarily, igniting a flicker of competitive spirit. Zhao Ziming had performed adequately, and fortunately, he was not matched against Song Xinrong, whose formidable vitality suggested he might already be a master of internal strength. In such a confrontation, even with the advantage of the system's blade intent, Tian would not dare claim victory. Yi Fei, however, was restless, as Song Xinrong regarded him with a knowing gaze. Earlier, Song Xinrong had been the first to draw lots, coincidentally selecting number 8. The battles commenced, and Song Xinrong faced Yi Fei as the first pair. As he toyed with his spear, Song Xinrong nonchalantly remarked, "So, you are the one who harmed my brother Yanju. Is that not merely a testament to your inferiority?" Yi Fei steeled himself. "Huh, what a convenient excuse for incompetence. If not for my brother Yan's last-minute evasion, you would not be standing here. Enough of your idle chatter. Let us see your true abilities." Yi Fei suppressed his unease, twirling his long blade and launching the first strike. Chapter 39. The second round of the competition atop the martial arts platform. Tian and Zhao Ziming stood ready. "Brother, you are not my match. It would be wise to concede early to avoid any embarrassing injuries later," Zhao Ziming declared with unwavering confidence. Tian, however, fixed his serious gaze upon his opponent's calloused and powerful hands. With a resounding thud, 2 massive iron hammers struck the ground, creating deep craters in the earth. "White Crane Martial Arts School, Zhao Ziming, I humbly seek your guidance." Tian mused at the sight of the towering bronze hammers. Such heavy weaponry seemed incongruous with the elegant name of the White Crane Martial Arts School. Despite Zhao's confidence, Tian felt compelled to contest for honor in the martial arts competition. He clasped his fists in respect, neither overly humble nor arrogant. "Prepare to receive my strike." Zhao Ziming wasted no time, bringing the colossal hammers crashing down upon Tian like a mountain. Recognizing the futility of a direct confrontation, Tian swiftly sidestepped the onslaught. Unsheathing his azure dragon blade, a streak of azure light darting towards Zhao Ziming. With a flick of his wrist, Zhao effortlessly deflected the attack with his hammer. The 2 exchanged blows, and in an instant, more than 10 exchanges had transpired. Zhao's hammers wielded a deadly precision, and Tian found himself at a disadvantage. Unable to engage directly. "How about conceding now?" Zhao Ziming taunted from behind his twin hammers, using defense as offense, gradually tightening the space in which Tian could evade. Yet Tian, undeterred, spun his azure dragon blade into a whirlwind of azure light, soaring around Zhao in search of an opening, only to have each attempt thwarted by the relentless hammers. "You stubborn turtle." After a prolonged struggle, Tian felt his strength waning. Yet he remained powerless against the evident advantage of Zhao's heavy weaponry in the confined arena. "Our little game has gone on long enough. It's time to conclude." Zhao Ziming chuckled darkly, his energy surging as he unleashed a formidable strike, the hammers imbued with immense force, bearing down upon Tian. With no avenue for escape, Tian braced himself with his blade, only to be forcefully shoved back 3 steps. "Did you know? I have been training in martial arts for 5 years. Aside from eating and sleeping, every moment has been devoted to my practice." Zhao Ziming's fervor was palpable, his eyes ablaze. With a powerful swing, Tian felt as if he were struck by a tsunami, sent flying, the blade trembling violently in his grasp, his palms splitting under the pressure. "I have sacrificed everything for the pursuit of martial arts, selling my possessions until I was left with nothing." Zhao Ziming swung down once more, and Tian could not withstand the blow, his body hurtling through the air like a ragged sack. Leaning heavily on his blade, Tian struggled to rise, yet erupted into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Ziming, puzzled, halted his advance, adopting a wary stance. "I laugh at my own plight. It seems you and I are kindred spirits. I hail from humble beginnings, where my days are consumed by relentless training and arduous labor. In pursuit of a mere fraction of support, I have bowed before the powerful, yet they still scorn me, deeming me unworthy simply because of my humble origins." As Tian spoke with fervor, he concentrated his blade intent, seeking a chink in Jiao's formidable armor. In this fateful encounter, it is clear that only one of us shall emerge victorious. As Jia Ziming's dual hammers clashed, a peculiar wave of energy erupted, causing Tian's azure dragon blade to uncontrollably lunge forward. The scene unfolds as tension fills the air. Is that the Yuan magnetic hammer? Murmurs Tang Yan, stroking his beard, his expression grave. What exactly is that? Tang Ming inquires anxiously. It is a weapon crafted from rare magnetic stones, capable of generating formidable magnetic forces upon friction, thereby disrupting the use of iron weapons. Tang Yan explains, his worry increasing as he observes the arena. The candidates sponsored by the Tang family have all been vanquished, leaving only Tian, the sole hope resting upon his shoulders. Tian, you must persevere. You cannot falter. Tang Ming clenches his fists, urging, brother He, give it your all. Laughter erupts from a corner of the stands, where the spectators from the Jinbao martial arts school revel in their anticipated triumph. With Jia Ziming defeating Tian and Song Xinrong incapacitating Yi Fei, our victory is assured. As the Yuan magnetic hammer latched onto Tian's weapon, Jia Ziming swiftly swung his hammer toward Tian, who narrowly evaded the strike. Isn't that a rather underhanded tactic? Tian remarked, maneuvering to the open side of the arena, momentarily escaping Jia Ziming's blockade. A clever move is still a move worth employing. You were fortunate to survive that strike. The next one shall not be so easily dodged. Jia Ziming advanced with his hammers raised defensively. Since you possess a trump card, so do I. My technique is extraordinary. Should it be unleashed, your demise is assured. Are you certain you wish to experience it, brother Jia? Tian proclaimed, gripping his blade firmly. 3 strands of blade intent coalescing upon the azure dragon blade, a chilling sharpness emanating forth. Jia Ziming suddenly sensed a profound transformation in Tian, as if he had become one with his weapon. The once mighty Yuan magnetic hammer now seemed like mere scrap metal in the face of this newfound aura. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Unease settled over Jia Ziming. He had done his research and was aware of Tian's reputation as a martial madman, a reckless individual who would go to great lengths, even risking his own life, for the sake of victory. Now, in pursuit of a coveted position, would he resort to a self-destructive technique? Had Tian been privy to Jia Ziming's thoughts, he would have laughed heartily. Yet, he remained intensely focused, wielding his blade and unleashing a strike, concealing his blade intent within the sweeping blade energy directed at Jia Ziming. What? Blade intent? The examiners in the judges' seats stood in astonishment. Blade intent is a profound skill that only those who have reached the level of Qi could hope to comprehend. Never did they expect to witness such mastery in a martial candidate of mere inner strength. This is truly astonishing. The martial arts examinee is either a prodigy in the art of swordsmanship or, akin to Jia Ziming, has resorted to utilizing an extraordinary artifact such as the Yuan magnetic hammer. Even if he has employed such an external object, it is likely an exceedingly rare treasure. For within the confines of Baishang City, no one is privy to any artifact capable of harboring the essence of sword intent. This young man has astonishingly grasped the concept of sword intent. On the viewing platform, Shun Jue wears a look of sheer astonishment. He has been closely observing Yi Fei's match, neglecting Tian's performance, only to be taken aback by this unexpected display of brilliance. Following this martial examination, he must seek an opportunity to converse with Tian. If all else fails, he may even consider taking Tian as a disciple. Although his physical prowess is merely mediocre, the ability to comprehend sword intent is indeed a rarity, and to do so at the inner energy stage is unprecedented. Sword intent. Jia Ziming has already caught wind of the discussions outside the arena. Though he has never witnessed sword intent himself, the attention it garners far surpasses the astonishment elicited by his earlier display of the Yuan magnetic hammer. He senses that this individual will prove to be quite formidable. Tian, after a brief moment of contemplation, swiftly executed a cut, as rapid as lightning, embodying the technique known as 2 halves of the swift wind blade. Jia Ziming, with great effort, swung his dual hammers toward the blade's aura, only to suddenly feel his hands grow light, finding that he was left with only the hammer handles. To his horror, the cut was smooth and precise, and he had been utterly oblivious to it, causing a surge of dread to wash over him. Chapter 40. The curtain falls. How about it? Are you still going to stubbornly resist? What falls next may not just be the hammer, but your head. A faint smile crept upon Tian's lips. His earlier grandiose display was merely a ruse. The true lethal blow was delivered with a subtlety. A silent and invisible surge of blade intent unleashed during a seemingly casual counterattack. Jia Ziming stood rooted to the spot, speechless, as the 2 hammer handles slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. After years of arduous training, he had hoped to showcase his prowess in the martial arts competition, only to find himself utterly defeated. Tian, appearing to be around 20 years of age, had surprisingly grasped the essence of blade intent. There are always stronger individuals, and losing under the weight of such skill was not entirely unjust. Yet, the pressing question remained, could he truly afford this defeat? To participate in the martial arts examination, he had not only exhausted his last ounce of family wealth, but had also accrued considerable debt. If he failed to secure the title of martial scholar, an unpleasant fate awaited him. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jiao Ziming clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, drawing blood. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Brother Jiao, we need not necessarily determine a victor. Tian suddenly spoke, causing Jiao Ziming's eyes to brighten with sudden hope. Are you suggesting it's possible? He asked eagerly. With a smile, Tian nodded and continued. You and I are kindred spirits, each with compelling reasons to emerge victorious. However, a draw could be mutually acceptable, as both of us have performed admirably in the previous rounds. You, Brother Jiao, have advanced as the top seed from the group stage, and your performance in the final match was commendable. If we agree to a truce, both of us stand a chance at becoming martial scholars. Jiao Ziming's mind raced, contemplating Tian's words, which bore a semblance of reason. Each year, only 10 martial scholars are selected, and currently, 12 contenders had distinguished themselves, excluding the 6 victors who would undoubtedly achieve the top tier. The remaining 6 who faced defeat could at least secure a secondary rating. Based on prior performances, 2 individuals would be eliminated, which meant that even in defeat, there remained a 60% chance of becoming a martial scholar. If he and Tian reached an amicable agreement, coupled with his earlier impressive displays, he could secure at least a secondary rating, and given his strong performance in the earlier rounds, he was practically assured a place among the martial scholars. No, this would be unfair to you. Jiao Ziming suddenly interjected. For a martial scholar, rankings held great significance. Those at the forefront, especially the champions, would attract substantial support from various factions. Even when county officials arranged duties, priority would be given to those with favorable positions. To me, becoming a martial scholar is merely a starting point. Besides, forging a connection with a talented young man like you, Brother Jiao, is an opportunity not to be missed. Tian exclaimed, bursting into laughter. A mere starting point. Jiao Ziming mused, savoring the depth of Tian's words, feeling a surge of camaraderie. Resolving to cast aside his reservations, he declared, very well. Let it be a draw. With that, Jiao Ziming joined in hearty laughter, the shadows of his doubts dissipating. And his perspective on martial arts seemed to have evolved. Tian and Jiao Ziming, a draw? Secondary rating. As the results were announced, the scene erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, leaving everyone deep in thought. It was a pity that Tian's temperament was overly gentle, entirely unsuitable for martial arts. Shen Jue couldn't help but shake his head in regret, recalling Tian's usual demeanor. Meanwhile, Jin Ji from the Jinbao Martial Arts School had a glint in his eye, stroking his beard and repeatedly muttering, interesting, this young man possesses some intrigue. The results of the sparring matches were swiftly revealed, and upon seeing the outcome, Shun Xiaolan's expression transformed dramatically. Yi Fei not only failed to secure a spot as a martial scholar, but was grievously injured by Song Xinrong during the competition, leaving her feeling as if the world was collapsing around her. Shen Jue was equally taken aback. He had personally trained Yi Fei, imparting numerous lethal techniques and skills. With his internal strength, advancing to the final round seemed almost certain, as long as he did not perform poorly. However, during his duel with Song Xinrong, Yi Fei's reckless aggressiveness, his every strike aimed at vital points, betrayed a fierce determination to eliminate his opponent. Song Xinrong, an experienced internal martial artist, adept in both vitality and combat experience, feigned weakness, biding his time until Yi Fei let his guard down, seizing the opportunity to deliver a devastating blow that left Yi Fei severely wounded. What was initially a chance to contend for a ranking among the martial scholars had now devolved into utter disappointment. Tian was also somewhat astonished to find himself ranked 4th, surpassing 2 victorious candidates. It seemed the examiners had recognized his substantial victory over an opponent, coupled with his remarkable sword intent, thus leading to this arrangement. Jiao Ziming, too, had his wishes fulfilled, securing the 8th position among the martial scholars. And he cast a grateful glance towards Tian from the crowd. Song Xinrong, having claimed the top spot, now regarded Tian with a newfound respect, having previously eyed him with suspicion due to Jiao Ziming's situation. With the martial examination concluded, the county magistrate Su Kai made a rare appearance to present certificates and appointments to the 10 martial scholars. Tian discreetly opened his certificate to find it validated his status as a martial scholar, while the appointment was for a position as a martial officer. This came with a monthly salary of 30 taels of silver, a modest reward, yet accompanied by numerous benefits such as tax exemptions, relief from corvée labor, and immunity from certain penalties. For an ordinary person, this was akin to ascending to the heavens, and even the gentry coveted such an opportunity. Each martial scholar was afforded a specific threshold of tax exemption, a detail that drove countless merchants into a frenzy. As the day saw these talented individuals rise to prominence, they were expected to uphold the state and serve the imperial court, wishing for the enduring prosperity of the Tianwu kingdom. May the heavens bless Tianwu, and may martial affairs flourish. Su Kai concluded the ceremony, his voice ringing with fervor as he surveyed the passionate youth around him. Amidst the crowd, Tian joined in the chanting of slogans, tears of joy streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. It was not the acquisition of the title of martial scholar that stirred excitement within him, but rather the arduous journey he had endured since his arrival in this realm. At long last, he had secured a foothold. With the martial examination concluded, the martial scholars, supported by their illustrious families, were whisked away to celebrations, leaving Tian solitary and forlorn. He had intended to exchange a few words with Shen Jue, yet Shen Xiaolan, eager to escort Yi Fei back to the martial arts academy for recuperation, prevented any further conversation. Shen Jue, unable to quell his concern, merely sighed deeply, gave Tian a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and departed. At that moment, as Tian was lost in his contemplations, a beaming elder adorned in opulent attire approached him. I am Boss Zhou of Zhou's establishment in the southern city, here to discuss important matters with you. Young master he. Without waiting for Tian's response, Boss Zhou presented a plethora of enticing offers. A bride price of 10,000 taels of silver, a grand estate, a 30% stake in the business, and a monthly salary of 2,000 taels of silver. Tian could hardly contain his excitement at such generous proposals. All that was required of him was to stand in for Boss Zhou during times of trouble, shielding him from the extortion of various syndicates. Chapter 41. The White Family's enticement. Though Tian was greatly tempted, he understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The fact that Boss Zhou was willing to offer such a substantial sum indicated that he was likely demanding even more from the gang. Engaging in such affairs would be a perilous gamble, one that could lead to fatal consequences. Although the act of killing was not punishable for martial scholars, Tian lacked the backing of a powerful family. Should a conflict arise and casualties mount, the county authorities would inevitably investigate. He had no interest in becoming a scapegoat for others. After considerable effort, Tian finally managed to politely decline the fervent advances of Boss Zhou. However, just as he was about to exit the training grounds, he was confronted by a figure blocking his path. Bai Yiru, the only female martial scholar in this round of martial examinations, stood elegantly in the center, her gaze fixed intently upon him. I have met Miss Bai, Tian said, stepping forward to offer a respectful bow. Tian, the Bai family has summoned you, Bai Yiru stated coldly, her tone lofty and commanding, leaving no room for refusal. I have no ties with the Bai family, Tian replied, somewhat puzzled. Whether you go or not is entirely your decision, she retorted. In that case, I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall not go, he concluded. These noble families, brimming with arrogance, often spoke in a manner befitting their status. Prior to today, Tian might have shown them some deference, but now, with the title of martial scholar to his name, he no longer felt the need to bow and scrape. You. Bai Yiru's brows furrowed in irritation, as she prepared to resort to force. Yiru, cease this at once. Do not act impudently. Bai Xiaobin interjected, appearing with a smile to apologize. My younger sister has been spoiled from a young age. I hope, brother, he will not take offense. Not at all, Bai Xiaobin, no need for formality. Tian exchanged a few pleasantries before ultimately accepting Bai Xiaobin's invitation. After all, he was a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Bai family. While he could afford to disregard Bai Yiru's requests, he still owed Bai Xiaobin a measure of respect, especially since there was a revered elder in the Bai family known for his formidable prowess. Moments later, Tian arrived at the fragrant pavilion in a horse-drawn carriage. As he entered the private room, a rich aroma of culinary delights enveloped him. Allow me to introduce. This is my cousin, Bai Xiaobin, the most distinguished member of the younger generation in the Bai family, Bai Yiru announced. Tian once again offered a respectful bow. He had previously encountered Bai Xiaobin at a tea gathering, but at that time, the latter had looked down on him, considering Tian a mere external martial artist. As someone beneath his notice, there is no need for formalities, brother he. Now that you have attained the rank of martial scholar and been granted an official position, You have risen above your former self. It is we, the commoners, who ought to pay our respects to you, Bai Xiaobin said cheerfully. Yet he showed no inclination to reciprocate the gesture. Tian, being a solitary figure from a humble background, had managed to achieve the remarkable feat of breaking through to inner strength, a rarity among those of lesser talent. Attaining the title of martial scholar was even more extraordinary. However, Bai Xiaobin suspected that this might be the pinnacle of Tian's capabilities. Having encountered numerous martial practitioners and learned the intricacies of their training, he recognized the signs of someone who had forced their way through with potent medicines, often at the cost of their health. Though Tian appeared spirited and had secured the title of martial scholar, the foundation of his strength may have been compromised, possibly to the extent that his life was in jeopardy, rendering him of little value in the grander scheme. Enough of these formalities. Let us take our seats swiftly. For today marks a momentous occasion for Brother He. Let us celebrate with abandon. Bai Xiaobin was the first to settle down and extended an invitation, to which Tian paid no mind, and followed Bai Xiaobin's lead. Brother He, I raise my glass to you, Bai Xiaobin proclaimed, lifting his cup. Tian promptly mirrored the gesture, and the two men exchanged a salute before downing their drinks in unison. Yiru, you too should toast Brother He. At Bai Xiaobin's urging, Bai Yiru reluctantly lifted her glass. Tian followed suit and finished his drink. The warmth of the liquor coursed through him like fire, invigorating his spirit and reddening his complexion. Brother He truly has a remarkable capacity for liquor. Ha ha ha. Bai Xiaobin laughed heartily, insisting that Tian savor the delicacies before him. As Tian surveyed the table laden with rich meats, an unexpected thought of the greasy, dark hands of the butcher Zheng crossed his mind, and his enthusiasm waned. Despite not having seen Zheng in days, the bustling business at the fragrant pavilion suggested that these ingredients were likely sourced from his expertise. With this thought, Tian merely picked a few slices of vegetables to sample and raised his glass once more, saying, Brother Bai, I toast to you. Ha ha ha. Brother He is indeed discerning, understanding the principle of drinking more and eating less. Bai Xiaobin lifted his glass and drank it down. Yet Tian displayed a flicker of confusion, pondering the rationale behind such an adage. This wine has been infused with a 5-year-old medicinal herb. A single flask is worth 2,000 taels, while these vegetables amount to merely 100 taels. Naturally, one should drink more and eat less. Noticing Tian's perplexity, Bai Yiru explained with a smile. A flask worth 2,000 taels is just over a pound. I have already consumed 3 cups, which accounts for 2 taels of wine. I could still drink another 3 taels. Could the remaining 3 taels be converted to cash? That would amount to 600 taels. Such was the extravagant nature of the aristocracy. Why discuss wealth? Bai Xiaobin interjected, gesturing to halt Bai Yiru's further commentary. Tian furrowed his brow momentarily, but after a moment of contemplation, he found peace. Previously, he had chosen to remain low-key and not respond to the rumors spread by Yi Fei and others. It was not surprising that the Bai family held such opinions of him. The purpose of inviting Brother He today was not only to celebrate his achievement in passing the martial scholar examination, but also to discuss a matter of business. After several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, Bai Xiaobin appeared to be slightly intoxicated, squinting as he spoke. Feel free to speak your mind. I wish to recruit Brother He to join our Bai family. Tian was taken aback by the suddenness of Bai Xiaobin's proposal, though he had suspected it might occur. This was indeed an offer of employment. Bai Xiaobin presented him with a booklet. Upon receiving the document, Tian was taken aback to find that, compared to the conditions presented by Boss Zhou, it was surprisingly lacking. His status as an ordinary guard offered little in terms of significance, prompting him to look up in bewilderment. Brother He, there is no need for surprise. Although the betrothal gifts may be modest, my Bai family has an additional offer. Should you choose to join us, you may be welcomed into the Bai family, and Bai Yiru will be bestowed upon you. Bai Xiaobin's eyes shimmered with a sudden intensity. However, Bai Yiru immediately rose to her feet, her face flushed with embarrassment, and with a defiant tone declared, Cousin, I have not given my consent. Sit down. This is not a matter for you to voice. Bai Xiaobin reprimanded, though his expression quickly transformed back into a genial smile as he fixed his gaze upon Tian. What are your thoughts, Brother He? Tian's eyes darted between the meager betrothal gifts and the furious Bai Yiru. Soon he stood up, clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, and replied, This matter is significant and requires careful deliberation. Please allow me a few days to consider. Of course, let us continue our revelry. Bai Xiaobin responded with a smile, exuding an air of confidence. After this unexpected turn of events, Tian lost interest in further festivities, offering only perfunctory pleasantries before hastily departing, while Bai Xiaobin made no attempt to retain him. Cousin, how could you act in such a manner? Bai Yiru exclaimed indignantly as soon as Tian left. Halt! Should you dare to step outside this room, you shall no longer be a member of the Bai family. Bai Xiaobin's voice carried an imposing authority, devoid of anger yet commanding respect. Bai Yiru, having reached the door, found herself paralyzed with fear. She recalled the fates of those cast out by the Bai family, most reduced to destitution and misery, having been raised in luxury. The thought of enduring such suffering was utterly unbearable. Cousin, he is merely a wasted talent, unable to advance beyond the initial stages of internal strength. Why must you sacrifice your sister? Tears welled in her eyes, rendering her a picture of vulnerability. Simply for his ability to wield blade intent. Bai Xiaobin nonchalantly finished his drink, seemingly indifferent to her plight. Chapter 42 Farewell to Shun Jue. As Tian approached the entrance of the fragrant pavilion, his body swayed slightly, and he quickly steadied himself against the doorframe. Dear guest, may I assist you in entering to rest? A young waiter inquired with enthusiasm, his keen eyes recognizing that those who emerged from the esteemed guest chamber were often influential figures. Establishing a rapport with them could be immensely advantageous. Tian waved his hand dismissively. The small amount of alcohol he had consumed could be expelled from his system with a few deep breaths, invigorating his blood circulation. A cool breeze swept in, bringing clarity to his mind. Tian had often contemplated that to distinguish himself, he required the patronage of a prominent family. To this end, he had humbled himself repeatedly, seeking their favor, yet they had never deigned to acknowledge him. However, today, with the title of martial scholar now conferred upon him, everything seemed within reach. Even the Bai family had extended an invitation, offering not only financial support, but also proposing a marriage alliance with their sole female martial scholar. Such treatment was unprecedented, and the image of Bai Yiru, her tenacious spirit and striking demeanor, flashed through his mind. To claim he felt no stirrings of affection would be disingenuous, nonetheless. Tian understood the boundaries he must respect. He had a younger sister to care for and was due to report to Shenhui City. The absence of his father, who had vanished years ago, demanded resolution. This lingering concern of the original owner of this body had now become Tian's own burden. Having spent considerable time in this world, he yearned to effect change, to alter the fate dictated by his humble beginnings. With this realization, he felt a surge of vitality, expelling a fragrant cloud of alcohol through his nostrils. While the wine was indeed exquisite, it was time to depart. My lord, you have received a letter. Another young attendant hurriedly approached. Tian glanced at it briefly before tucking it into his pocket. Suspecting it was yet another effort from a wealthy merchant seeking to curry favor, he shook his head and quickly exited the fragrant pavilion. After walking a considerable distance, he could not resist glancing back. The pavilion remained ablaze with light and revelry, yet devoid of the enchanting figure he had hoped to see, rendering it unworthy of remembrance. Lowering his gaze, Tian quickened his pace. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he began to meticulously review the details of the martial arts examination from earlier that day, recalling each move of Jiao Ziming and mentally comparing them. If he refrained from employing his sword intent, could he still find an opportunity amidst the pressure of the Yuan magnetic hammer? Revisiting these encounters in his mind, Tian's practical experience gradually accumulated. As the darkness gave way to dawn, he rose abruptly, stifling a yawn and stretching luxuriously before pushing open his door. From this day forth, preparations for his journey to Shenhui City would commence. The sign of the Hongyun Martial Arts School greeted him, stirring a mix of emotions within. Once, he had regarded this place as his sanctuary, yet now it felt as though he had lost his footing here. Strength is the ultimate truth. If one were to change positions and sustain injuries, while Yifei successfully attained the title of martial scholar, it would be estimated that I would not survive 3 days at the Hongyun Martial Arts School. Good morning, Brother He. Brother He. Numerous early rising young apprentices are engaged in their morning exercises, with Zhoujin shouting commands. To shine before others, one must endure hardships behind the scenes. Hearing Zhou Zhan reciting the same old phrases, Tian couldn't help but smile. When he first arrived, he had thought Zhou possessed some talent, only to realize he kept repeating the same lines. Do you know that this year, among the martial scholars of Baiqing, our brother He from the Hongyun Martial Arts School has made the list? I recall that on his first day at the school, he stood here, as foolish as you, unable to steady a blade. Had I not taught him a couple of moves, how could he have achieved such an honor? Everyone, stay alert and study diligently. Zhou Zhan was boasting before a group of young apprentices, relishing their envious and adoring gazes. Suddenly, he caught sight of someone at the door, and cold sweat broke out. Moments later, he forced a smile and hurried over. The apprentices were puzzled by the abrupt change in Zhou's demeanor, who was usually so stern and serious. What an imposing figure Brother Zhou is. He Tian observed Zhou Zhan with great interest. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Not at all, just call me Brother Zhou. Congratulations to Brother He for advancing in inner strength and achieving the title of Martial Scholar. Zhou Zhan wasted no time, pulling a red envelope from his pocket. This certainly caught He Tian's attention. Inside the envelope was a thick stack of notes, each worth 100 taels. No wonder Zhou Zhan has remained in this position at the martial school for 10 years without anyone challenging him. He truly has some discernment. I have money again. He Tian accepted the red envelope with satisfaction and patted Zhou Zhan on the shoulder in encouragement. This is our brother He, who has just attained the title of Martial Scholar, Zhou Zhan proudly announced. Instantly, He Tian was surrounded by a throng of young apprentices, their eager eyes fixed upon him, filled with admiration, envy, and an array of indescribable sentiments. He Tian quickly clasped his fists in politeness, squeezing through the crowd amidst their congratulatory remarks. Making his way to the inner courtyard, I shall greet the master of the school, and then seek Brother Jiang Tao. He Tian quickened his pace, only to suddenly encounter someone rushing towards him, nearly colliding. What's the rush? Can't you see? The other party began to scold, but upon realizing it was He Tian, their expression changed dramatically. Where are you headed, Brother Gua? He Tian replied with a smile that held a hint of irony. Although they had entered the inner courtyard in the same cohort, Gua Huan had long since become entangled with the influential families, leaving He Tian feeling estranged. Brother Yi is gravely injured, and the master has sent me to fetch Dr. Liu. Gua Huan spoke cautiously, wary of inciting the ire of the person before him. Since it's urgent, you should hasten. Under He Tian's watchful gaze, Gua Huan hurriedly departed. Cough, cough. In the back courtyard, Yi Fei was softly coughing. Upon the quilt lay traces of blood, the scene more harrowing than during the previous days when he feigned illness. Master, He Tian strode in. Unimpeded by anyone within the Hanyun Martial Arts Hall, his status granting him such privilege. So it is He Tian, let us speak outside. The martial arts competition concluded. Yi Fei injured, and He Tian had risen to prominence, while the hall master, Shen Jue, appeared somewhat haggard overnight. If only He Tian could replace Yi Er. He cast a glance at Shen Xiaolan, who was still inquiring after Yi Fei's well-being by his bedside, realizing the impossibility of such a notion. The disciple has passed the martial arts examination and will soon journey to Shunhui City to seek kin. I have come today to bid farewell to the master. He Tian clasped his fists in respect, and then withdrew 200 taels of silver from his garments, presenting them. He Tian, the journey to Shunhui City is long. This sum is unnecessary for me. Keep it for your travel expenses. Shen Jue glanced at He Tian, but did not accept it as he had in times past. Indeed. But I implore the master to graciously accept. He Tian continued to hold the silver note respectfully in his hands. In his heart, he understood that although Shen Jue harbored no fondness for him, all his skills were derived from Shen's martial teachings, and during a moment of peril, Shen had even saved his life. These were debts of gratitude. He Tian, there is something I have long wished to convey to you. If I were to take you as an inner disciple and impart my ultimate techniques, would you be willing to remain in Baichang City? After a moment of silence, Shen Jue finally spoke, causing Yi Fei, who lay feigning unconsciousness, to cough violently upon hearing this. Thank you for your kindness, master. However, I truly have matters to attend to. Do not let it delay Yi Shidi's recovery. He Tian still held the silver note without raising his gaze. Very well, consider it your intention. Upon your arrival in Shunhui City, you may find me at the Dideo sect. If I am absent, you may leave a message, and I shall receive it. 200 taels of silver was a mere trifle. Shen Jue ceased his hesitations and accepted the note. He understood that this disciple, coming from a humble background without the backing of any prominent family, managing to produce 200 taels was no small feat in that case. Go forth, and take care. Shen Jue stroked his beard, refraining from further comments, gesturing for He Tian to take his leave. Chapter 43. A farewell to old friends upon exiting Shen Jue's presence. He Tian felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. His greatest fear had been that Shen Jue would insist on his staying, yet fortunately, Shen merely offered a few words of persuasion without any coercion. The thought of soon reuniting with Brother Jiang made He Tian's smile broaden even further. His visit to the Hanyun Martial Arts School was not solely to bid farewell to the master, Shen Jue. He had another pressing matter at hand, securing a ride with Jiang Tao to Shunhui City. Jiang Tao had already begun preparations for their journey. with various packages piled atop the carriage, indicating that they could set off within a few days. Tian quickly spotted Jiang Tao busily organizing their belongings. Brother Jiang, I have splendid news to share. I have successfully passed the martial examination and am now a martial scholar. Tian approached with a respectful gesture, his voice tinged with excitement. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Come, let us converse further. Jiang Tao responded, turning with a welcoming gesture. Moments later, the rich aroma of tea wafted from Jiang Tao's modest abode. So, you have reconciled with Jiao Ziming from the Jinbao Martial Arts School. Well done. It is wise to leave a line of retreat for future encounters. In truth, there has never been a profound enmity between our Hongyun School and Jinbao. Merely a series of competitive skirmishes over the years. Jiang Tao nodded approvingly as Tian recounted the events. He was pleased to see that Tian remained humble and composed, displaying commendable character. In a few days, I fear I may be imposing upon you once more. Tian chuckled, although he possessed a letter of recommendation. Navigating to Shunhui City in an era devoid of maps and navigation tools left him utterly clueless about the journey ahead. Fortunately, Brother Jiang had established connections in Shunhui City, and accompanying him would not only save Tian a considerable sum of money, but also alleviate many potential troubles. For Jiang Tao, having Tian as a travel companion provided much-needed company during these perilous times. The world was fraught with dangers, and the roads were often plagued by bandits. With Tian now possessing internal energy cultivation, his presence would lend an additional layer of security. Although both of us are skilled in internal energy, in this modest Baichang city, we are somewhat notable figures. However, should we find ourselves in Hedong Prefecture, we would be merely two among many. We must not seek to draw undue attention. Otherwise, we may invite enmity and future troubles, Jiang Tao cautioned Tian. The latter nodded in agreement. And after finalizing their departure details, Tian bid farewell once more. As Tian left the Hongyun Martial Arts School, he discovered that apart from the 200 taels he intended to present to Shenjue, he had also acquired an additional 300 taels. A generous contribution from Zhou Zhun. However, considering the expenses of embarking on a journey to Shenhui, he lamented that this sum would barely suffice. Sighing, Tian recalled that day when the Bai family had sought to recruit him, and someone had handed him a letter at the door. He wondered who it could be. Curiosity piqued, he opened the letter, only to furrow his brow. The missive was from none other than the butcher, Zheng. The initial portion contained flattering remarks congratulating Tian on his success in the martial examination and his attainment of the title of martial scholar. However, the latter part was vague, hinting that Zheng possessed something Tian desired. Instantly aroused by curiosity, Tian decided to take a look. Estimating the time, he realized he had several days before departing from Baishanqing. He planned to pay visits to a few acquaintances during this period, starting with the butcher, Ma San. Ma San, leisurely puffing on a cigar and occasionally humming an off-key tune, appeared to be flourishing in his trade, enjoying a comfortable life. Suddenly, a familiar figure entered. Startling Ma San. Young master, what brings you here? He stammered, his nerves evident. Having previously wronged Tian, Ma San was acutely aware of the shift in fortune. Tian had become a notable rising star in Baishanqing, and he feared for his safety if he displayed any sign of disrespect. I merely come to visit an old friend, Tian replied calmly. Although still shaken, Ma San's years of experience in hospitality took over, and he offered tea with a semblance of courtesy. This is your loan receipt, Ma San said, returning the original document. I hope, young master, he can forgive my subordinate's foolishness. Before Tian had even finished his tea, Ma San retrieved the contract Tian had previously signed, along with a red envelope containing 10 taels of silver. Tian accepted the receipt, verifying its accuracy before raising his hand, effortlessly turning the document into fragments with a mere flick of his wrist. Ma San gasped in shock. This matter ends here. I shall spare you this time. However, you must engage in more virtuous deeds in the future, or I shall return, Tian warned, declining the red envelope. Should I return your house? The second one has already been rented out, and now the tenants must vacate. Ma San, gritting his teeth, revealed that he had leased out Tian's property, and the rental losses would be considerable. No need. Just take good care of my old home, Tian replied nonchalantly. With his departure from Baishanqing imminent, he knew that if his old residence remained unoccupied, it would soon fall into disrepair and likely be claimed by gangs. It was better to leave it with Ma San, ensuring that he could return one day and relive cherished memories. Ma San repeatedly assured him and even offered to draft a written agreement, but Tian stopped him. Upon leaving Ma San's establishment, Tian felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although the old house held many fond memories of his childhood, particularly the joyful times spent with his parents, he understood that misfortune could strike unexpectedly. At this moment, his paramount concern was his own strength. Glancing at the sky, Tian noted that it was still early afternoon as he made his way to the fragrant pavilion. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Please come in." The attendant greeted him promptly. "I am looking for Butcher Zhang." Upon revealing his intention, Tian immediately sensed the lack of enthusiasm from the young attendant, who merely gestured dismissively behind him, indicating for Tian to proceed on his own. Tian, not one to indulge in pretensions, was well aware of the general location despite the peculiar events that had transpired 6 months prior, leading to the renovation of the fragrant pavilion. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, Tian found himself once more before the slaughterhouse. A pungent odor of blood, mingled with the stench of offal, permeated the surroundings of the small dwelling. Tian inhaled deeply, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing again. Ah, how nostalgic this scent is. Had it not been for the system, it is likely that continuing to work in the slaughterhouse would have been the most favorable outcome for him. "Come in." Before Tian could step inside, the voice of Butcher Zhang echoed from within. Taken aback for a brief moment, Tian nonetheless pushed open the heavy wooden door. Chapter 44. The eerie hand emerges behind the wooden door. In the butchery, the pale-faced Butcher Zhang lay languidly in a rocking chair, casting an eager gaze towards Tian. A sense of peculiarity enveloped the room, prompting Tian to instinctively place his hand upon the Songlong blade, cautiously stepping inside. "Tian, you actually came." Zhang Butcher's voice bore a hint of surprise. "Indeed, you sent word, and here I am. What troubles you?" Tian replied coolly, harboring a semblance of fondness for the butcher. Struggling to rise from the chair, Zhang Butcher gasped for breath, his voice strained. "I find myself inextricably bound to this place. I regret not leaving the butchery days ago, for had I chosen a different path, I would not find myself in such dire straits. I have an elderly mother and young children. Though I have saved some silver, I fear for their well-being." Zhang's murmurs resembled a final testament, leaving Tian perplexed, prompting him to inquire, "As I am now a martial scholar, should you face any difficulties, I could assist in looking after your family." Though he was on the verge of departing from Baishang City, Tian believed his influence could intimidate a few petty factions. Cough, cough. "I am aware, Tian, that you possess a noble heart, but in these times, good souls do not live long. My family must be cared for by my own hand." With a heavy sigh, Zhang Butcher suddenly swung the rocking chair with force. Tian swiftly drew the Songlong blade. A flash of green slicing through the air as the chair was cleaved in two. With a resounding clang, he parried Zhang Butcher's lightning-fast strike. "Have you lost your senses?" Tian scolded, flicking the blade to disarm the short, boning knife from Zhang's grasp. Yet, rather than retreating, Zhang advanced, attempting to grasp Tian with his bare hands. In a shocking turn, Tian's blade pierced Zhang's chest, a torrent of foul blood erupting from his mouth. Yet, madness flickered in Zhang's eyes as he lunged forward. Embracing Tian. "You." Tian's ire surged, ready to unleash his blade's wrath when he beheld a chilling sight. Emerging from Zhang Butcher's back was a human hand. That eerie entity now rooted in him, its dark red veins siphoning blood, explaining Zhang's frenzied state. With a surge of energy, Tian's blade struck, severing Zhang's arms, allowing him to break free. Just as he intended to retreat, a crimson tongue shot forth from the eerie hand's palm. Tian struck it down, only to hear the thunderous clash of metal. How resilient! Tian's resolve intensified, slicing through the red tongue with great effort. A series of pained cries erupted from the eerie hand, stirring a sense of nausea within Tian. With a flourish, Tian's Songlong blade summoned a flash of light, striking Zhang Butcher, who was instantly cleaved into several pieces, while the eerie hand eluded harm. The severed limbs bled not a drop, indicating they had already been drained dry by the sinister entity. Infuriating, Tian had unleashed his blade intent 3 times, and after having squandered one at the dental clinic, he was left with only 3 strands of blade intent. The cunning hand, using its fingers to represent legs, darted around Tian, seeking an opportune moment to strike. In response, Tian wielded his treasured blade, forming a formidable wall of knives that kept the cunning hand at bay. Suddenly, the cunning hand leaped forward, lunging at Tian. A splendid opportunity. Tian once again summoned his blade intent, this time invoking 2 strands simultaneously to ensure his strike was imbued with unstoppable momentum. The cunning hand was cleaved in 2, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Finally vanquished, Tian felt a momentary relaxation, but before he could catch his breath, a sharp pain surged through his right hand. Looking down, he was dismayed to see the previously severed red tongue had regained its mobility and was now coiling around his wrist, burrowing into his flesh. Without delay, Tian switched his blade to his left hand and severed the red tongue along with his right hand. Even with his resolute mindset, cold sweat broke out upon him. Losing a hand would drastically diminish his strength, but it was certainly better than losing his life. Suddenly, an overwhelming suction force emerged, drawing copious amounts of blood from his severed wrist, which involuntarily flew toward the now bifurcated cunning hand. Tian's vision darkened as he sluggishly retreated toward the exit. Just as he reached the door, he was ensnared by another segment of the severed tongue, which had entwined around his feet. With a tearing sound, Tian was dragged back into the slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, the severed hand, nourished by Tian's blood, rejoined itself, using its fingers to mimic feet, swiftly rushing toward him to attach itself back to his severed wrist. In an instant, Tian felt his blood reverse its flow, his vital energy stifled, continuously siphoned by the reattached hand, and his consciousness began to fade. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "I am Greed." Having lost too much blood, Tian succumbed to unconsciousness, yet his body stood upright on its own, eyes wide open, now a crimson hue. This youthful form was exponentially stronger than that of the old butcher. "After all these years, I, Greed, have returned to the mortal realm, huh?" Tian let out a triumphant howl, only to be suddenly struck by shock. "What is this? No." His expressions fluctuated wildly, while the blood-red hue in his eyes rapidly faded, transforming into normal shades of black and white. Successfully captured the parasitic entity, the cunning hand. The system's cold voice resonated. Tian's consciousness returned, and upon hearing the system's notification, he let out a long sigh of relief. He cast a glance at his status panel. Name, Tian. Strength, internal force, vitality, 1,620 points. Next stage, 5,000. Speed, 642 points. As light as a swallow. Next stage, 1,000. Reputation in Jianghu, slightly known. Blade intent, 8 threads. Quick wind blade technique. 5 tigers sorrowful blade. Abnormality, strange hand. Absorbs the vitality of living beings to strengthen itself. Current absorption rate, 3. Martial techniques, blade arts, 1. 3-star martial art. Chef's precision, peak mastery. Next stage requires proficiency, 1. Each training session increases proficiency by 1 point. But with a martial arts bottleneck, proficiency cannot be improved. Martial techniques, fist arts, 1. 2-star martial art. Overlord's fist, peak mastery. Next stage requires proficiency, 1. Each training session increases proficiency by 1 point, but with a martial arts bottleneck, proficiency cannot be improved. Martial techniques, fundamentals, 1. 3-star martial art. Miscellaneous skills, peak mastery. Next stage requires proficiency, 1. Each training session increases proficiency by 1 point, but with a martial arts bottleneck, proficiency cannot be improved. A new type of abnormality had surprisingly emerged. Tian raised his right hand to inspect it. It was fair and delicate, more exquisite than that of a woman. This was the strange hand. Tian slightly clenched his fist, and a series of cracking sounds erupted from his knuckles, showcasing immense strength, surpassing his previous capabilities by over 10-fold. He picked up the Tsunglong blade from the ground and made a slash, leaving only a faint white mark. His defensive abilities had also significantly increased. It was indeed a remarkable asset, though he wondered if there might be any side effects. As Tian retrieved his severed hand, intending to take it with him, a fissure suddenly opened in the palm of the strange hand, and a tongue shot out, wrapping around the severed hand, chewing it a couple of times before it vanished. Tian immediately felt a portion of his previously lost vitality restored. It turned out that devouring the vitality of living beings was employed in such a manner. He cast his gaze towards other areas of the slaughterhouse, his expression contorting with disdain. The thought of the vitality of those swine and dogs was repulsive. Sheathing the Tsunglong blade, Tian departed from the scene without a backward glance. Chapter 45. The Greed of the Cunning Hand Sigh. I initially thought it was a reunion with an old friend, but it turned out to be a final farewell. Tian, through the proprietor of the fragrant pavilion, inquired about the home of the butcher Zheng. Upon hearing the tragic news, Zheng's wife, Lu, was instantly overcome with grief, clutching her 3-year-old child and weeping uncontrollably. Tian, feeling compassion, left behind 100 taels of silver. Though it was not a substantial amount, it was sufficient to open a tailor shop, allowing her to sustain herself and raise her child. Tian spoke softly. He had previously engaged in casual conversation with Zheng and learned that Lu possessed sewing skills, a means of livelihood. However, as a widow, she would likely face many hardships, and whether she would remarry remained uncertain. Tian sighed deeply, pondering why the good parish young Zheng, who had once aided him, had suddenly departed, a true testament to the unpredictability of life. Recalling Zheng's fondness for fine wine, Tian made his way to the tavern at the alley's entrance to procure a jug of superior wine. He also purchased some incense and paper money from the funeral shop at the alley's end, intending to pay his respects at the butchery of the fragrant pavilion. Upon arriving at the butchery, the bloodstains had been meticulously cleaned, and Zheng's dismembered body had been removed for burial. Tian uncorked the wine jug and inhaled. The aroma was not overpowering, yet it was rich and substantial enough to be considered quality wine. "Give me the wine." A voice suddenly emerged, the cunning hand speaking unexpectedly. Alarmed, Tian realized that this malevolent entity had spiraled out of control once more. He swiftly drew the azure dragon blade with his left hand, preparing to sever the cunning hand again. However, midway through the swing, the cunning hand grasped the blade firmly. Although the azure dragon blade was sharp, it lacked the enhancement of blade intent, rendering it ineffective against the cunning hand. Blade intent. Tian focused his mind, summoning the last vestige of blade intent he possessed that day. With a swift motion, he managed to sever two of the cunning hand's fingers, though it narrowly evaded his grasp. "Scoundrel! How dare you treat me thus?" The voice erupted, akin to a psychic assault, leaving Tian's head spinning. The palm of the cunning hand split open, revealing a crimson tongue that curled around the severed digits, consuming them before the fingers miraculously regrew. The tongue twisted around Tian, binding him tightly, its end morphing into a hand-sized appendage that struck him with a resounding slap. "Humph. This cunning hand is affixed to your own, a blessing that many would crave, yet you wish to sever it. Truly incomprehensible." The voice echoed again, emanating from the toothy maw at the center of the cunning hand, producing a raspy sound. "I implore you, esteemed elder, to show mercy. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses." Tian struggled, receiving several more slaps, and swiftly grasped the pressing danger of his situation. With the malevolent entity once again in control, if he persisted in his defiance, his fate would be dire. "You wretched brat. What lies within you that can thwart my possession?" The cunning hand rasped. Tian's eyes widened in realization. Possession. This cunning hand had sought to take control of him, just as it had with Zheng. However, he was fortunate to possess a formidable system that had thwarted its attempts. Now, the cunning hand has become an integral part of the system, available for my utilization. Upon realizing this, Tian felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. "May I inquire how to address you, esteemed senior?" Tian inquired cheerfully, extending a hand to the amiable figure before him. The earlier slap from the cunning hand had caused minimal harm, evidently showing restraint. "I am known as Greed," the cunning hand declared with a hint of arrogance. "Ah, Greed, my esteemed lord, what commands do you have for me? I am parched, fetch me more wine." Greed spoke with an urgency in his tone. "That is easily arranged." Tian responded, returning to the fragrant building to make arrangements. After a brief while, a cart laden with wine arrived at the door of the slaughterhouse. Greed immediately became restless. "Greed, I implore you to exercise patience. Should you act hastily now, revealing your identity as an uncanny entity, you may not only find yourself deprived of wine but also pursued by the Demon Suppression Division," Tian quickly cautioned. "I am well aware of this. Yet what is the Demon Suppression Division to me? In my prime, I fear not the mere trifles they present," Greed retorted dismissively. It appears that Greed possesses considerable influence, as he does not even regard the Demon Suppression Division. Barrels of wine were swiftly brought into the room by the attendant. "Hurry, this is insufficient." As soon as the attendant departed, Greed eagerly smashed the clay seal of a wine jar, and with a resounding gulp, a substantial amount of wine was consumed. The jar emptied at a visibly rapid pace, leaving Tian in quiet amazement. "The flavor of this wine is rather too mild," Greed remarked, smacking his lips in dissatisfaction. After a while, Tian surveyed the room now devoid of the 10 or so large wine jars, along with his significantly lightened wallet, feeling a sense of despair. "Let this be the conclusion for today. From now on, ensure that fine wine and exquisite dishes are at my service, or I shall make you regret it." Greed belched, seemingly on the verge of intoxication, allowing Tian to regain control over his right hand. He shook his right hand, noting no discomfort. Despite Greed consuming such an abundance of wine, he himself felt no inebriation, a most peculiar occurrence. It seems Greed has an insatiable thirst for fine wine. As long as ample quality wine is provided, coexistence with Greed appears feasible. After sampling a sip of the somewhat insipid wine from the remaining jars, Tian couldn't help but frown. This wine was entirely different from what he had previously enjoyed at the fragrant building. Its alcohol content was exceedingly low, almost akin to water with a hint of wine flavor. While it was indeed inexpensive, it lacked satisfaction, which explained how greed could consume dozens of jars in one go. After casually inquiring about the prices of this watered-down wine, Tian formulated a plan in his mind. Ordinary wine cost 50 coins per jar, while high-quality wine was priced at 10 taels of silver per pound, a staggering difference of nearly 100-fold between the two. Moreover, in this world, there exists no method of distillation. Rather, a process of repeated fermentation is employed. Not only is this method exorbitantly costly, but it also imposes limitations on production. Consequently, high-proof spirits are in high demand and scarce supply, available exclusively at the Fragrant Pavilion in the White Merchant City, and even then, only in limited quantities. Tian, contemplating a scheme in his mind, has devised a plan. Previously, lacking in self-preservation, any endeavor he undertook merely served to benefit others. Now, possessing inner strength and being a martial scholar, along with the official title of a military officer, he finds himself exempt from taxation in business dealings. With numerous advantages at his disposal, it is time to translate some of his former aspirations into reality, beginning with the distillation of spirits. The high-proof liquor, valuable yet elusive, presents an opportunity for continuous profit, which will not only support his cultivation needs, but also provide exquisite wines to manipulate the greed of inebriates, thus achieving a dual purpose. Chapter 46. The connoisseur of fine spirits. After procuring a batch of raw materials for brewing, Tian returned to his rented courtyard with the intention of distilling. First, he needed to prepare a set of condensation apparatus. It was imperative that he crafted it himself. Should he seek custom fabrication, it would not be long before his intentions were uncovered and his endeavors compromised. Previously, he had encountered numerous videos online showcasing the art of distillation, with the simplest method being the double pot technique. Dear readers, take note, for you may find it useful one day. This method involves 2 iron pots, one positioned above the other, sealed tightly around the edges. The lower pot is filled with the liquid to be distilled, while cold water is placed in the upper pot. In this configuration, the distilled spirit condenses at the base of the upper pot, dripping down through a wooden trough into a waiting vessel. Tian glanced at the pile of firewood in the kitchen, drew his celestial dragon knife, and with swift, shimmering strokes, reduced the wood into manageable pieces, stripping the bark clean and cutting the core into appropriately sized blocks. Using rice to create an adhesive, he assembled this rudimentary distillation apparatus from memory. An hour later, he placed the apparatus atop a large iron pot and commenced the distillation process. As the inferior liquor heated, the temperature steadily rose, causing the alcohol to vaporize rapidly. It condensed in the small pot of the apparatus, dripping down through a carved wooden stick into the prepared jar. After an hour, a jar of richly aromatic distilled spirit was ready. He took a small sip, his brow furrowing slightly. It paled in comparison to the exquisite 1982 Maudai. Although he had sealed it with tree bark, the results were inadequate, yielding a spirit of no more than 30 degrees. Nevertheless, the liquid was clear, and its flavor surpassed that of what he had tasted at the Fragrant Pavilion. What is this spirit, and why is it so intensely flavorful? Just as Tian inadvertently splashed a few drops onto his right hand, greed spoke once more. Unable to resist, he opened his palm wide, and a significant portion of the liquid was consumed within moments. Truly exceptional. In all my years, having tasted innumerable spirits, none can compare to this one. Greed felt a fiery sensation coursing through him. This spirit was not only potent, but devoid of the bitterness often found in ordinary drinks. Instead, it bore an exquisite aroma with a subtle sweetness that was utterly intoxicating. Greed, while you revel in this delight, do you have any idea of the cost of that sip? Tian seized the moment to inquire. Cost? I can afford spirits worth their weight in gold. Greed proclaimed grandly. And where's the money? All you possess lies within the realm of the uncanny. So, in the mortal world, you are penniless? The uncanny realm is a domain of lifeless entities. To use their currency to procure goods for the living is a fanciful notion indeed. Tian initiated his mockery, banking on greed's vanity. Without money, how much is your life worth in my hands? What harm is there in enjoying a drink? Greed retorted, preparing to consume the remaining spirit. By heavens, another shameless rogue. Yet, Tian used his left hand to firmly seal the lid of the wine jar. Greed, you claim to be a senior, yet you drink without recompense, even threatening the lives of the younger generation. Is that not exceedingly shameless? Tian spoke with righteous indignation. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. I am indeed shameless. What can you do about it? Greed was unfazed by Tian's stance. Tian resolutely pressed down on the lid of the wine jar. If you do not release it, do not blame me for being impolite, Greed hissed, revealing a crimson tongue and beginning to threaten. Only I possess the ability to craft this wine. Should you dare to play the rogue, I assure you, you shall never taste this wine again. Tian's expression twisted in a grimace. Although fear gripped his heart, he steeled himself for a gamble. If he could not exploit Greed's weakness regarding the wine today, it would be challenging to seize such an opportunity in the future. Greed hesitated, and Tian subtly lifted the lid of the wine jar slightly, allowing the intoxicating aroma to waft forth. This wine is simply irresistible. Speak, what do you desire? Greed finally resolved to negotiate. The young man before him not only had the prowess to restrain him, but also possessed the skill to brew such exquisite wine, making him worthy of bargaining. I can craft the wine, but my supply is limited, contingent upon the conditions and my disposition, Tian contemplated, opting for a strategy of retreating to advance. That is agreeable. As long as the wine is of the same quality as before, everything is negotiable. Greed chuckled softly, his raspy voice sending chills down one's spine. Humans are indeed creatures of avarice. With sufficient incentive, they are willing to undertake any endeavor. First, I require money. As you can see, the purification of the wine is an arduous process, extracting the essence from ordinary wine, which incurs significant expense, Tian stated. Could you not purify a portion to sell? Such refined wine could fetch a handsome price. I recall it being quite valuable, Greed mused, somewhat perplexed. Logically, this young man possessed the skill and should not lack for monetary gain. But I need to cultivate and have no time for such toil. Tian shot Greed a disdainful glance. Moreover, this is wealth I have earned through my own abilities. It has nothing to do with you. I do know various cultivation methods, yet none suitable for you. Your foundation is too weak, a mortal body with a common bloodline, lacking any innate divine abilities, Greed derided, leaving Tian's countenance increasingly grim. Wait, don't seal it just yet, let me ponder further. Upon seeing Tian's left hand poised to cover the jar again, Greed abruptly fell silent, murmuring to itself, this is unacceptable. It requires physical prowess. That is also unacceptable. It demands a soul. Tian, filled with anticipation, believed he could catalog martial arts through the system and likely record more profound techniques. As long as he could cultivate to enhance his proficiency, success would come in time. Now, it remained to be seen what respectable martial skills Greed could offer. Behold, the longevity technique, a discipline capable of enhancing one's physical constitution and gradually augmenting strength. Moreover, upon reaching a certain stage of mastery, it promises the boon of prolonged life. Suddenly, Greed let out an exclamation. He recalled a rudimentary martial art, accessible to all, which he could utilize to impress the lad before him. The name longevity technique indeed sounds impressive, yet its efficacy remains uncertain. If it proves to be an insipid martial art, I certainly lack the time to engage in its practice. Tian spoke with a tone of reluctance. Rest assured, this art is the most fundamental martial skill of humanity, originating tens of thousands of years ago, and it was not born from the mastery of unparalleled experts. Moreover, it has been lost to time for millennia, and your acquisition of it can be deemed a rare treasure. I guarantee that after practicing it, your prowess will soar dramatically, thus providing you ample opportunity to refine your liquor. Would it be unreasonable to exchange it for the remaining half jar of wine? Fearing Tian's dissent, Greed exerted considerable effort to extol the scarcity of the longevity technique. Given this, I shall give it a try. Observing Greed's eagerness, Tian promptly acquiesced, albeit with a semblance of reluctance. Chapter 47. Establishing cooperation in an instant, I shall impart to you the secrets of cultivation. Fearing that Tian might reconsider, a wave of greed surged forth with a thought. As Tian's mind relaxed, an awareness invaded his consciousness, instantly rendering him tense. However, this awareness bore no malice. As Tian attempted to assimilate it, he discovered that it contained methods and secrets pertaining to the cultivation of the longevity technique, which swiftly intertwined with his own memories, becoming inseparable. Ding! Just as Tian merged with this awareness, the system emitted a notification sound. Longevity technique discovered. Would you like to incorporate it? The answer was unequivocal. It must be accepted. Filled with anticipation, Tian realized this was the first time he had acquired a technique of such nature. Casting a glance at the changes on the system interface, he was immediately filled with elation. Technique: 5-star longevity technique. Novice: the next stage requires proficiency, 1-500. Each practice session increases proficiency by 1 point, and through automatic cultivation, 500 points of proficiency are added daily. To think that this skill could cultivate automatically. It was akin to being on autopilot. Once the time elapsed, the skill's proficiency would gradually enhance, continuously upgrading his abilities, liberating him from the relentless grind of day and night training. This longevity technique is truly remarkable. No, it is my system that is exceptional. With this thought, a faint smile crept onto Tian's lips as he released his grip on the wine jar lid. Greed, filled with excitement, immediately plunged into the jar, gulping down the wine voraciously. What exquisite wine! Who would have thought that despite your meager strength, you possess a certain talent for brewing? Greed, thoroughly satisfied, spoke with newfound admiration for Tian. This is merely the beginning. Once conditions improve, I shall craft even more delectable wines. Currently, the resources are limited, and the quality of the beverages Tian can produce is constrained. However, through repeated distillation, he can attain spirits exceeding 50 degrees. When that time comes, Greed would be utterly unable to resist. Indeed, I eagerly anticipate it. Brew it swiftly. The benefits shall be yours. Greed exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Very well, but we must establish 3 rules. Tian stated firmly. What rules? You may interpret them as the 3 prerequisites ensuring your access to wine. First, unless I grant permission, you are forbidden from independently controlling my right hand unless a threat to my life arises. Tian raised a finger. What do you mean, your right hand? It is, in fact, my own body. Greed scoffed dismissively. Then do you wish to forfeit your wine? Tian furrowed his brow. All right. I agree to your terms. Seeing Tian's dissatisfaction, Greed hurriedly acquiesced. The second rule, our exchanges must be fair. This wine is rare and priceless. While I shall not extort you with exorbitant prices since we are one, an equitable exchange is certainly feasible. Tian raised a second finger. This is quite natural. Yet your request seems rather peculiar. Do you not utilize your right hand for work? That is, after all, a part of my own body. However, I can acquiesce. Within my domain, I can assist you with matters that are not excessively unreasonable. Greed pondered for a while, but eventually nodded, realizing that this young fellow, despite his youth, seemed devoid of intellect. I had presumed I was the only one lacking a brain while possessing but one hand. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. The third stipulation is that no harm shall come to me or those in my proximity, regardless of the circumstances. Having already agreed to the first 2 conditions, Tian proposed the most crucial one. Why are you so afraid of death? What leisure do I have to slay you? Greed found this amusing. Humanity was indeed filled with those who feared for their lives. You must swear an oath, the most secure one you can conceive. The names of those treacherous deities should not be mentioned lightly. Otherwise, while I remain unscathed, your soul may be ensnared by them. I shall provide you with a contract, which seems most reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, Greed spoke. Instantly, Tian's mind filled with numerous details regarding the contract. He carefully perused it and found it fair and just, subsequently signing the agreement with Greed. Very well, from this moment forth, hasten to prepare your superior spirits. After the contract was sealed, Greed appeared somewhat inebriated and ceased to speak. Brother, whom were you conversing with just now? Cece entered the room, having awoken early and found Tian absent, prompting her search. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely talking to myself. To avoid alarming his sister, Tian chose to conceal Greed's presence. What is this wine? It smells delightful. Cece exclaimed, noticing a small jar of distilled liquor that Tian had prepared. This is called distilled spirit. I shall teach you how to make it. Seeing his sister's interest, Tian provided a detailed explanation, and before long, Cece, with her foundation in alchemy, easily mastered the distillation method. This distillation method is my original creation. Please do not share it with others. In the future, when we relocate to Divine Emblem City, we shall rely on this skill for our livelihood. Tian boldly asserted, considering that he had yet to encounter other traversers. Is Divine Emblem City very large? Cece looked up, 6 years younger than Tian, and upon hearing of their impending journey, felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. It likely isn't much larger than White Mall. Rest assured, I shall support you in your cultivation. Tian comforted his sister. It's all right, brother. I will strive diligently. Now, I can produce 3 bags of chi blood powder each week. Cece declared with pride. Oh, this foolish girl. The body is of utmost importance. Once we arrive at Divine Emblem City, there will be even more advanced medicinal texts to study. Do not squander your time and energy on concocting such elementary potions as chi blood powder. Tian affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. feeling a pang of guilt for neglecting to inform her that the current qi and blood dispersal was of no utility to him. If it was merely for her own use, a single pouch per week would suffice. A succession of murky, even slightly putrid, inferior liquor was transported into the courtyard, which was periodically transformed into crystal-clear, high-proof spirits through the process of distillation. With but a day remaining until the journey to Shenhui City, Tian loaded 4 jars of 50 pounds each filled with high-proof liquor onto the cart, intending to sell them. The road to Shenhui City was long, and he needed to amass as much funds as possible for the journey. Entering the fragrant pavilion with an air of confidence, Tian was promptly approached by a young attendant. "Esteemed guest, how may I serve you? I wish to sell liquor. Summon your manager at once," Tian declared with an air of arrogance. "Our fragrant pavilion boasts the finest wine in the entire Baicheng. Surely, you must be mistaken in coming here to sell liquor." The attendant responded, somewhat incredulous. "Indeed, I come to sell liquor, and I assure you, it is of a quality that far surpasses that of your fragrant pavilion by hundreds, even thousands of times. Hurry, fetch your manager." Seeing Tian's unwavering insistence, the attendant hastily raced to the back to inform the manager. Before long, a young man emerged, accompanied by the attendant. Chapter 48, Premium Spirits. Esteemed guest, I am Lu Quan, the proprietor of the Fragrant Pavilion. I have heard that you possess some spirits for sale. However, we do not deal in ordinary beverages here. The young man spoke with a hint of courtesy, yet his words were laced with a clear refusal. The Fragrant Pavilion has its own exclusive channels for high-end spirits, and demand far exceeds supply. Why would we need to procure additional stock? Especially in this small county where the Fragrant Pavilion has been established for many years? The quality of local spirits is already evident to me. Where is the esteemed manager Shan? Tian inquired, somewhat perplexed. Manager Shan, having served for many years and now advanced in age, has been summoned back to the branch in Shenhui City to reunite with his family, Lu Quan replied, his words tinged with envy. I see. So, the Fragrant Pavilion has numerous branches? Tian mused internally. If the Fragrant Pavilion has many branches, then it surely possesses the capacity to consume the distilled spirits he produces, alleviating any concerns regarding market demand. Indeed, the Fragrant Pavilion is widespread throughout the Tianwu Kingdom, with 12 establishments in Hedong Prefecture alone. However, each county boasts but one. Lu Quan answered proudly. Manager Shan is a kind-hearted individual. I once assisted at the Fragrant Pavilion and received his care. I never anticipated his swift promotion, truly a cause for celebration. Since Manager Shan is unavailable, I implore you to take a look at my spirits. Tian engaged in some casual banter, effortlessly lifting a 50-pound vat of spirits and placing it upon the table. Such strength. It appears he is a formidable martial artist. I hope he does not intend to force a sale. Seeing Tian handle the weight with ease, Lu Quan quickly dismissed his earlier condescension, discreetly signaling to several guards who soon appeared at his side. Greetings, Scholar He. The 2 guards, initially bearing fierce expressions as if anticipating trouble, instantly transformed their demeanor upon recognizing Tian, greeting him respectfully. You 2 know me? Scholar He has shown brightly at this year's martial examination. We hold him in great admiration. The guards, both possessing external strength, understood the importance of keen observation while working at the tavern. As the clientele is a mixed bag of all sorts, and offending a distinguished guest could lead to dire consequences. Could it be that the martial scholar has come to extort from my Fragrant Pavilion? Lu Quan, new to Baicheng City and unfamiliar with the territory, felt a twinge of apprehension, thinking that even if Tian's spirits were subpar, he would reluctantly accept them, treating it as a sponsorship for future endeavors. However, as the lid of the vat was lifted, an intoxicating aroma of fine spirits wafted through the entire tavern hall. Proprietor, how much for this spirit? Bring me a jug. A patron immediately shouted, eager for a taste. The fragrance alone was exceptionally rich and inviting. The spirits were crystal clear, indicating high quality. Yet, the true test lay in the flavor. Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was already 8 parts certain that this was a remarkable liquor unlike any he had encountered before. In that case, why not sample it? In this era, the distilled spirits emerging from Tian's hands can surpass all traditional liquors, rendering even 30-year-old brews and daughters red mere extensions of fermentation time. Once the alcohol content surpasses 10 degrees, it stifles the action of yeast. To concoct a liquor exceeding 20 degrees is indeed a rarity. Last night, he was engrossed in refining the distillation apparatus, and the spirits he produced were already smooth and fragrant, estimated to be in the 40s in proof. Even the fine wines from the Fragrant Pavilion pale in comparison. The attendant swiftly presented a ladle, and Lu Quan cautiously scooped a spoonful from the vat, savoring it meticulously. The initial sweetness enveloped his palate, and as it slid down his throat, it transformed into a warm current, igniting a fiery sensation within, evoking a euphoric sense of soaring through the clouds. Upon opening his mouth, a rich and mellow aroma wafted forth, leaving an enduring aftertaste. Truly exquisite liquor. Lu Quan exhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of fragrant vapor. If such remarkable spirits were reported to the headquarters, they would undoubtedly garner recognition, accumulating merits that could lead to opportunities in a major city like Shunhui City, freeing him from the confines of this small county of Baishang. What price for procurement? Observing Lu Quan's expression, Tian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, possessing absolute confidence in his creation. I'll take all of it. At 8 taels per pound. If we can establish a long-term supply, I can offer 10 taels per pound. This is the highest price I can provide. You won't find a better offer in Baishang City. Lu Quan quoted the utmost price within his authority. Tian found some credence in Lu's words. The fragrant pavilion monopolized the high-end liquor market in Baishang City, wielding substantial pricing power. Should he choose not to sell to the fragrant pavilion today, news would spread, and elsewhere would hesitate to accept. A total of 200 pounds of liquor amounted to 2,000 taels in silver notes. This was merely the bounty of Tian's one night of brewing. Suppressing his excitement, Tian replied, "The price is still a bit low. However, as it is our first collaboration, I shall accept the price set by Manager Lu. Please fetch the silver notes." Lu Quan instructed eagerly, welcoming Tian into his abode with warmth. "I intend to establish a long-term partnership with you, sir." Lu Quan closed the door behind them. "Thank you for your kindness, Manager Lu, but I plan to relocate to Shunhui City shortly to join my relatives," Tian expressed with an apologetic demeanor. "Not a problem. I will pen a letter for you. Upon your arrival in Shunhui City, simply present it to the manager Shan Fu at the Fragrant Pavilion in Zhua Family Lane." Lu Quan immediately prepared a letter filled with praises for Tian's brewed spirits, even suggesting raising the procurement price to 15 taels per pound. Tian nodded to himself. Although his wine was exquisite, it had yet to gain a reputation. Even if a jug were worth a fortune, few would come to sample it. Thus, he resolved to sell it at a modest price, for once the patrons had tasted his wine, they would likely find others' offerings insipid and unpalatable. Shortly thereafter, the silver notes were retrieved, and Tian verified their accuracy before tucking them into his bosom. He then rose to take his leave. "By the way, what is the name of this wine?" Lu Quan inquired as he rushed out. "A bowl is never just a bowl." Tian paused, pondering for a moment before slowly responding. "A bowl is never just a bowl. Ha! What a splendid name." Lu Quan laughed heartily. "Is that truly a fine name?" Tian mused, intending to suggest several more, such as Drunken Donkey for consideration. However, he merely shook his head and departed. With this newfound wealth, he planned to make ample purchases. The journey to Shunhui City was long, over 1,000 miles away, and even with the favorable winds from Brother Jiang, he knew he must be thoroughly prepared. Chapter 49. The Tang family caravan. Tian had rented 2 horse-drawn carriages, complete with drivers, and diligently packed all their belongings onto the vehicles, one designated for cargo and the other for passengers. The following day, Tian and Cici arrived at the rendezvous point outside the city, only to find Jiang Tao and Tang Ming had already been waiting for some time. "Apologies for our tardiness." Tian hurriedly expressed his regrets. "It's quite all right. We were just about to set off ourselves," Jiang Tao replied with a polite smile, seemingly unperturbed by their delay. "Let me introduce you. We are traveling to Shunhui City in conjunction with the Tang family caravan, which comprises around 100 individuals, ensuring mutual assistance along the way. Brother these are my kin. This is my father, Tang Yan, and this is my uncle, Tang Zhihai," Tang Ming introduced, providing clarity to the situation. He came to understand that Tang Yan was the head of the Tang family, escorting a precious shipment of fabric to Shunhui City, while Tang Ming's second uncle, who had a history of discord with Tang Yan, had taken the liberty of joining them under the pretense of concern. Tian held little interest in the domestic affairs of the Tang family, yet out of respect for Tang Ming, he exchanged pleasantries with the 2 principal figures of the Tang family. "Your younger brother has achieved the rank of martial scholar at such a tender age. He is bound for a remarkable future. It is a privilege to journey together. Should you require anything along the way, do not hesitate to inform Tang Ming. The servants shall see to it without burdening you," Tang Yan remarked graciously, perhaps due to Tang Ming's influence, offering Tian a few more words. In stark contrast, Tang Zhihai bore an expression of discontent, murmuring accusations against Tang Ming for daring to take outsiders along, thereby breaching the family's traditions. Considering that Tang Zhihai, Jiang Tao, and Tian are all formidable practitioners, and as Tang Ming's seniors, it is already a mark of respect to travel together. This arrangement is mine, and it is not your place to dictate matters here. Upon hearing Tang Zhihai's incessant complaints, Tang Yin's demeanor shifted dramatically, prompting Tang Zhihai to make a hasty retreat, sensing the growing tension. Forgive me for the inconvenience, Jiang brother, and he brother. Tang Ming's face was a mask of contrition. Not at all, not at all. Every household has its own tribulations. Handle it as you see fit. Jiang Tao waved his hand dismissively, clearly unfazed. The caravan set forth slowly towards Shanhui City, aiming to cover a distance of 150 miles each day, with an estimated arrival of about a week. As they departed from Baishang City, rural villages were still visible, but after a day's travel, the landscape grew sparse and desolate. The recent years had been plagued by strange occurrences, leaving one to ponder the efficacy of the demon suppression department. Passing through a dilapidated village devoid of inhabitants, Jiang Tao felt a surge of indignation. It was not merely the bizarre phenomena. Gangs, noble families, government officials, and sects all exploited the common folk, who suffered immensely in their daily lives. Tian, possessing a worldview shaped by modern sensibilities, perceived the situation with greater clarity than Jiang Tao. Brother He, while your sentiments are valid, the Tianwu kingdom is already teetering on the brink of calamity. Though it is safe to share such thoughts between us, I advise you to refrain from speaking freely outside, lest you attract unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing Tian's words, Jiang Tao immediately offered a few words of caution, followed by a deep sigh. How I long to uphold the state and rescue the common people from peril. Yet, my own internal strength is merely sufficient for self-preservation, limited indeed. Brother Jiang, do not belittle yourself, Tian interjected cheerfully. This time, as you attend the martial examination in Shanhui City, I am certain you will earn the title of martial scholar, allowing you to showcase your ambitions and soar to great heights in due course. I, too, wish to achieve a breakthrough, to secure a place within my family, thereby enabling me to contribute to the welfare of the populace, Jiang Tao lamented, his face etched with melancholy, falling silent thereafter. As more content loaded, a message appeared, indicating that the site only supported mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, ad blockers, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Tian remained silent as well, contemplating the requirements for earning the title of martial scholar, which necessitated a certain level of internal energy. An internal martial artist must master the meridians, needing to connect 12 distinct channels, each filled with numerous energy points, an endeavor of immense cost. Even within the Bai merchant house, it was said that only the foremost Bai family possessed a formidable energy master. Rumor had it that Brother Jiang had already opened 11 meridians, with 3 months to prepare upon reaching Shanhui City, should he encounter an opportunity. The prospect of him breaking through to become a powerful energy master was not beyond the realm of possibility. These thoughts remained unspoken by Tian. Yet the flicker of hope in Jiang Tao's eyes revealed that he shared a similar aspiration. The day of travel swiftly passed, and as the sun set behind the mountains, the merchant caravan began to set up camp. Both Tian and Jiang Tao had their own carriages. Tian was accompanied by his sister, who prepared their meals, while Jiang Tao had engaged a driver and a servant. Suddenly, someone approached. It was not Tang Ming, but rather his uncle, Tang Zhihai. No need for formality. We are yet unaccustomed to the rigors of long travel and have no appetite at the moment. We merely wish to rest. Thank you for your kind offer, Master Tang. Tian interjected, stepping forward to decline before Jiang Tao even had a chance to speak. Very well, I shall not intrude upon you too, Tang Zhihai acquiesced, turning away after a polite farewell. Why was that, brother He? Jiang Tao inquired with a hint of confusion. Aside from an initial somber demeanor, Tang Zhihai had been quite courteous and had now invited them to share a drink, a prime opportunity to ease the atmosphere. Why then had Tian chosen to decline? As a time traveler, Tian could not employ the excuse of avoiding food from strangers. Instead, he shifted the conversation, explaining, Brother Tang and I have a difference of opinion. Since he did not extend the invitation to you, it might seem inappropriate for us to impose. Indeed, Jiang Tao nodded in agreement, though a trace of regret lingered in his gaze. After a long day of travel, surviving only on dry rations, the allure of roasted lamb was undeniably tempting. His younger sister has prepared a delightful meal. If Brother Jiang does not mind, it would be a pleasure to join. Upon hearing Tian's invitation, Jiang Tao's eyes instantly lit up. What? Tian, you have a sister? I thought she was merely your maidservant, as you never mentioned her. In that case, I must certainly sample your sister's culinary skills. What skills could she possibly possess? It is merely simple fare, after all. Tian chuckled, for he had already prepared 3 dishes and a soup, all appearing remarkably exquisite. Jiang Tao picked up a slice of meat, its golden hue promising a melt-in-the-mouth experience. Utterly delectable. What kind of meat is this? It is astonishingly delicious. Jiang Tao was taken aback. It is merely ordinary pork, Tian explained with a grin. My sister has learned a bit about herbal knowledge and makes a blood-replenishing concoction. She marinated the pork with medicinal herbs to eliminate any gamey flavor. In this era, the price of pork is quite low, primarily because of its inferior taste. Sow meat tends to be coarse, while uncastrated boar meat carries a certain pungency. If one lacks culinary skills, it is difficult to enjoy. Tian employed a method reminiscent of pickled delicacies from his past life, using traditional herbs for marination and repeatedly simmering the meat, which allowed him to adequately cleanse it. Chapter 50. A whisper of news. The flavor was indeed delightful, yet lamentably devoid of wine. Jiang Tao took another generous bite, his expression tinged with regret. Though there was alcohol available, its quantity was limited, being away from home. Brother Jiang could only indulge modestly, promising himself a more profound revelry upon arriving at Shunhui City. Tian produced a bottle of distilled liquor he had crafted, and upon uncorking it, a rich aroma wafted through the air. What exquisite nectar is this, so fragrant and smooth? Jiang Tao marveled as he accepted the drink poured by Tian. This is a rare find, procured from the fragrant pavilion. While we are acquainted, the matter of liquor is significant, and to avoid scrutiny from those with ulterior motives, Tian refrained from disclosing the wine's true origins. In due course, he would be collaborating with the fragrant pavilion, which would soon offer ample supplies of distilled spirit. After savoring a cup, Jiang Tao's spirits lifted, and the earlier shadows of gloom faded as he engaged in lively banter. Tian wore a smile, playing the attentive listener, and as Brother Jiang reached pivotal moments in his tales, Tian chimed in, ensuring that a significant portion of the bottle found its way into Jiang Tao's belly, creating a convivial atmosphere. Dinner concluded swiftly, and Brother Jiang understood the necessity of moderation. While martial artists possess the strength to expel the effects of alcohol at will, it remains imperative to do so with a clear mind. Once Jiang Tao departed, Tian gave the now empty bottle a gentle shake, downing the last drop in one go. Drowning sorrows in drink often deepens them. Brother Jiang's concerns for the future mirrored his own. Hey, kid, you've given my liquor to others. What shall I drink? Greed suddenly interjected. There are still 2 large barrels over there. I merely hosted a guest, and it was only a pound of liquor. You, at least, should maintain your dignity as a senior. Do not embarrass yourself. Tian retorted, to which Greed fell silent. During their time together, Greed's character had been thoroughly understood by Tian. As long as there was ample good wine and some jesting, Greed did not mind. As Tian declared his need for rest, the small camp swiftly descended into tranquility, while the nearby bonfire revelry continued unabated. Dear nephew, your uncles are merely concerned that unsavory individuals may have infiltrated our ranks. They do not intend to make things difficult for your 2 companions. Tang Zhihai raised his cup, engaging in polite conversation. Tang Ming, how can elders apologize to their juniors over a drink? Tang Yin interjected, sensing Tang Zhihai's concession. Nay, it is the nephew who has caused disturbance and worried the uncles. Tang Ming raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. Tang Ming truly possesses a remarkable capacity for liquor. However, the 2 senior brothers I approached today were unwilling to grace me with their presence. Have I inadvertently offended them, creating a rift? Tang Zhihai's face betrayed concern. That is not the case. Brother Jiang and Brother He are not of such a nature, Tang Ming assured confidently. In that case, I shall prepare another gathering tomorrow. I recently acquired a deer at the White City Market, which will be perfect for roasting and feasting. I shall request your assistance to mend this minor misunderstanding. Tang Zhihai stroked his beard, speaking with grandiosity. Absolutely. I shall extend the invitation tomorrow. I trust both senior brothers will honor it. Tang Ming readily agreed. In his heart, both Brother Jiang and Brother He were approachable, lacking any pretentiousness typical of formidable inner strength practitioners. His invitation was bound to succeed. How splendid, how splendid. Tang Zhihai laughed heartily, raising his cup repeatedly, as the Tang family members exchanged toasts, quickly succumbing to a mild intoxication. This shall be the end of our festivities for today. We must not let merriment impede significant matters. Noticing the slight inebriation among the guests, Tang Yin spoke up, and soon the banquet was cleared. In the vast encampment, apart from a few sentry posts, the remainder of the assembly had drifted into a deep slumber. Yet, on a nearby hill, several shadowy figures emerged. Chief, shall we take action? The bonfire is extinguished. They are likely asleep. One henchman, wielding a saber, could barely contain his impatience. Enough chatter. The internal support has yet to arrive. The masked leader remained still, observing the Tang family's camp from a distance. After a moment, a shadow darted from the encampment, heading straight for the small hill. Upon arrival, he announced, "The situation has changed. We cannot act tonight." "What? It was agreed for tonight. Do you take us for fools? You know the methods of the Black Wolf stronghold." The henchmen erupted in uproar, many drawing their sabers. "Silence!" The masked leader barked, quelling the restless bandits. "Speak, Tang Zhihai. What is the matter?" "Chief Ho, everything was set, but my nephew Tang Ming unexpectedly brought along 2 senior brothers, disrupting our plans." "2 senior brothers? We have over 100 men. 1 blade per person could reduce them to pulp. Why hesitate?" Chief Ho unveiled his mask, revealing a sinister, elongated face, with a scar beneath his right eye twisting like a centipede, rendering him particularly fearsome. Indeed. Let us act swiftly. We must seize the goods, and my brothers want to return for more revelry. I've heard there are a few women in the merchant convoy. Let us capture them for our enjoyment. It has been months since I've tasted anything savory." Seeing the bandits growing agitated again, Tang Zhihai quickly interjected, "Those 2 senior brothers are masters of inner strength." The atmosphere fell instantly silent. "And what of it? I, the eldest, and the third, are also practitioners of inner strength. A 3-to-2 advantage is ours." A bandit wielding a wolf Esfon club pushed through the crowd and declared, "Second, do not be reckless." Chief Ho cautioned, as practitioners of inner strength, their abilities varied widely. He had opened 5 meridians, placing him in the middle tier, while the second had merely 3, and the weakest, the third, had only broken through a year ago and had yet to open even a single meridian. Should they encounter a fully realized master of inner strength, the 3 of them would find it challenging even to face one, let alone 3 against 2. "Tang Zhihai, this is your shortcoming. I have braved the elements alongside my brothers, traversing hundreds of miles, only for you to dismiss me with a mere word. Is that not rather hasty? I have conceived a plan. Tomorrow, I shall invite them to a feast, having marinated a deer in tranquilizers. Once they indulge in the venison and succumb to its effects, we shall take action. Even those with formidable inner strength will find themselves utterly incapacitated by the sedative, rendered completely submissive." Witnessing the other's intent to turn hostile, Tang Zhihai nodded repeatedly in assurance. "In light of this, I shall grant you a favor. For the time being, the life of your man shall remain in your custody. Should matters not resolve by tomorrow, do not blame me for turning against you." The leader, Ho, took the reins and departed with the band of horse bandits. After galloping over a mile, a black-faced man known as the Second approached on horseback, inquiring, "Leader, those rags from the Tang family are neither valuable nor convenient, and our efforts will be quite troublesome. We are expected to share 30% of the profits with Tang Zhihai. It seems rather unwise for my brothers to toil in vain." "Humph." Ho, the leader, scoffed and replied, "Do you truly believe that the Tang family's mere scraps are worth the involvement of over 100 of us? I have already inspected the trail. The wheel marks are deeply embedded, indicating that the cargo is certainly not mere cloth." Chapter 51. A glimmer of suspicion. What is that sound? It is the sound of silver ingots, entrusted to the Fu Wei escort agency by the government. The Tang family has collaborated with the Fu Wei agency to conceal the silver within bolts of cloth, hoping to deceive all. Little did they know, internal discord within the Tang family would lead to their downfall. That fellow, Tang Zhihai, in his quest for the position of family head, has betrayed them by informing me. It is truly laughable. The leader, Ho, wore a sardonic expression. "Silver ingots, this could pose a bit of a problem," remarked the dark-faced man, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. "Indeed, it is the government's payment, totaling 200,000 taels. So, will you seize it or not?" "Seize it? Why would I not? It's just that 30% seems excessive. That would mean 6,000 taels for Tang Zhihai, who has done nothing at all." The dark-faced man expressed his dissatisfaction, who agreed to give him 30%. "I certainly did not nod in agreement that day. I merely smiled." He was talking to himself. "Once we succeed, I'll ensure he remains intact," Ho coldly replied. "Crossing the river and dismantling the bridge. You are truly devious, boss." The dark-faced man touched his forehead, revealing a foolish grin. "Are you mocking me or praising me, you rascal?" Ho glanced at his second-in-command, who, while possessing strength, lacked intelligence. Hence his hesitance to leave him as the second-in-command. Within the Tang family camp, under a dimly lit sky with sparse stars, the vast encampment was engulfed in darkness. Save for a few scattered bonfires, sounds of snoring echoed as most, exhausted from a long day's journey, had succumbed to deep slumber. Even those tasked with the night watch were yawning, struggling to stay awake. Suddenly, a faint sound of gravel stirred in the air, causing Hisisi, resting in the cart, to abruptly open her eyes. "Brother, A soft call emerged, and Tian, who had been dozing against the wheel of the cart with his Tsunglong blade, immediately awoke. "What is it?" Tian whispered. "I just heard a noise." Cc quietly replied. "Stay inside the cart and do not wander about. If anything happens, seek out Brother Jiang. You met him during the day. I will be back shortly." Tian, aware of his sister's heightened vigilance when alone at night, reassured her. "Who are you?" A night watchman from the Tang family was abruptly startled awake by the shadow before him and hastily inquired. "What do you mean, who? Even an old man like me is unrecognizable to you?" The torchlight illuminated the face of the hurriedly returning Tang Zhihai. "Oh, it is Master Tang. Why are you still awake at this hour?" The watchman lowered his bow, though still perturbed. "I merely took a few steps during the night. Is there a problem?" No, Master Tang, do get some rest." The watchman dared not offend Tang Zhihai and, upon confirming his identity, dismissed the matter. Tang Zhihai suppressed his rising anger. Tang Yin was truly insufferable. Even a mere night guard dared to question him. Come tomorrow, they shall know who truly holds the reins in the Tang family. He hastened his steps back to his tent. Inside the tent, hushed voices immediately emerged. "So, have you made contact with the Black Wolf stronghold?" "Having made contact, yet." "Shoo, lower your voice." It seems there are still a few individuals within the tent, their voices deliberately suppressed to the point of being nearly inaudible, occasionally interrupted by the sound of snoring. After a while, a shadow emerged silently from the corner of the tent and swiftly departed. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to continue reading. What happened? Cc, unable to sleep, immediately inquired upon Tian's return. Someone has informed the bandits. Although Tian could not hear the entire conversation while tailing Tang Zhihai, he had grasped the general idea. What should we do? Should we avoid them? Cc's face displayed concern. Allow me to discuss it with Brother Jiang first. You should get some rest. I will keep watch tonight. Tian commanded, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Before dawn on the following day, the entire camp buzzed with activity. The merchant caravan, having packed up, set off once more. There remained 5 days' journey to Shunhui City, and time was of the essence. Shitty, did you sleep well last night? Jiang Tao, noticing Tian's somewhat weary demeanor, asked with genuine concern. Brother Jiang, I have something to discuss. Tian pulled Jiang Tao into his carriage. What? Such a thing has occurred. Upon hearing Tian's whispered account, Jiang Tao could not help but furrow his brow. The Tang family's guards are numerous, but if there is an insider assisting them, coupled with a sudden bandit attack, it could spell disaster. If we unite as brothers, we might carve a bloody path. With 2 internal strength martial artists, and not carrying jewels or valuables, the bandits are unlikely to seek trouble with us hard-nosed fighters. However, I have a sister to protect. This complicates matters. Although Jiang Tao has amassed greater martial knowledge than Tian, when it comes to practical experience in handling crises, Tian, as a time traveler, likely possesses more insight. Since it is the Tang family's caravan, why not call for Tang Ming to discuss? Perhaps they have their own strategies. Tian proposed. And Jiang Tao immediately smacked his thigh in realization. Yes, let us bring Tang Ming over. 2 brothers, how did you fare last night? The errand-running guard delivered the message, and Tang Ming promptly arrived. Jiang Tao immediately pulled Tang Ming into the carriage, while Tian took charge of driving, sending the original driver over to Jiang Tao's carriage. Tang Ming, I ask you, what would you do if we encountered bandits? Jiang Tao scrutinized Tang Ming carefully before seriously posing the question. What else is there to say? Naturally, we would fight fiercely against the enemy. Bandits are to be eradicated by all. Tang Ming replied through gritted teeth, his passion unmistakable. Fortunately, it is clear that Tang Ming is not aligned with the bandits. With such a response from Tang Ming, Jiang Tao sighed in relief and called out, He's shitty. Come in and share what you observed with Brother Tang. Tian lifted the curtain of the carriage and took his seat, while Jiang Tao exchanged positions, driving the vehicle and keeping watch. If it were true, dear Tang, that someone from your esteemed family was in league with bandits, how would you address the matter? Upon hearing Tian's inquiry, Tang Ming's eyes widened in shock. Brother that is utterly impossible. Our Tang family is united in purpose, engaged in commerce for generations, and harbors a deep-seated enmity towards bandits. How could such a notion arise? As he spoke, Tang Ming gradually lowered his head under Tian's seemingly amused gaze. A multitude of faces flashed through his mind. Lu Dali, known for his volatile temper, who had only recently joined the guard and had been reported for past transgressions as a robber, yet no one had paid heed due to lack of evidence. He Guangji, a notorious gambler believed to be drowning in debts, with his life seemingly at the mercy of others, leaving him vulnerable to desperate choices. And then there were Lu Feng, Zhao Kai. A cascade of names emerged, and for the first time, Tang Ming realized his insufficient understanding of each family member. In this moment, the pride he had always felt for his lineage began to waver. "Might I implore you, brother He, to reveal who it is?" Tang Ming raised his head and clasped his fists in a respectful gesture. After such a lengthy acquaintance, he ultimately chose to place his trust in Jiang Tao and He Tian. Chapter 52. Unraveling the truth. It was Tang Zhihai. He Tian, with a leisurely demeanor, recounted the events of the previous night, causing cold sweat to cascade down Tang Ming's brow. It was indeed his second uncle. There had always been discord between him and Tang Ming's father, as he sought to vie for the position of family head. Yet, was it truly necessary for him to engage with bandits? Lives of many Tang family members were at stake here, and for mere fabric, was such contention warranted? Tang Ming's agitation was palpable. Had it not been for He Tian's restraint, he might have inadvertently shouted. Evidently, there were hidden intricacies in this matter that he was unaware of. It may be prudent to consult the head of the Tang family. Perhaps he possesses some insight. We merely offer this as a warning. Should internal strife arise within the Tang family, we shall not intervene, but as your brothers, we will do our utmost to safeguard your life. It was Jiang Tao who interjected. As a scion of a prominent family, he had harbored some skepticism when He Tian initially spoke, but seeing Tang Ming's reaction confirmed the existence of discord, which was indeed a reality. In the world of aristocracy, it was not uncommon for kin to turn against one another in the ruthless pursuit of power. By the way, Tang Zhihai intends to host a deer roast banquet and has requested me to invite both of you. Tang Ming suddenly recalled his original purpose for visiting, which was to inform his brothers of the gathering. A deer roast banquet? Surely, it is a trap akin to the infamous Hongmen banquet. He Tian and Jiang Tao exchanged knowing glances, bursting into laughter. Amidst their mirth, Tang Ming grasped the underlying meaning, leaped down from the carriage, clasped his fists in salute, and declared, "Then, I shall eagerly await the esteemed presence of both brothers this evening." Not far away, a pair of vigilant eyes, ever watchful of the scene, revealed a flicker of relief upon witnessing this exchange. Half an hour later, Tang Ming found his father, Tang Yan, resting in the carriage. "Father, I have something to discuss." Tang Yan, having just drifted into slumber, was abruptly awakened. Upon realizing it was Tang Ming, his displeasure grew, and he coldly inquired, "What is it now? Father, are you concealing something from me?" Tang Ming's tone was urgent, lacking the usual respect. "Impudent child, are you questioning your father?" Tang Yan rebuked, prompting Tang Ming to lower his gaze. Over the years, Tang Yan's authority had been formidable. Even within the family, he wielded absolute sway. As for his son, Tang Ming had always kept his distance, much like a mouse avoiding a cat. This time, however, the dire circumstances compelled him to confront his father. "Speak. What rumors have you heard?" Noting Tang Ming's compliance, Tang Yan decided to listen first. Tang Ming hastily relayed the information he had gleaned from He Tian verbatim. Tang Yan's countenance darkened, leaving him momentarily speechless. "So, it was that scoundrel Tang Zhihai, betraying our own. I suspected this miser was too generous with the wine and meat lately. It appears he has been scheming regarding the military funds." Tang Yan, ever astute, immediately discerned the true nature of the situation. What military funds? Tang Ming was still somewhat perplexed. Was his family not engaged in the textile trade? How had they become entangled with the government's tax silver? In recent years, the Bai and Lu families had flourished at an alarming rate. The pond of Bai Merchant City was limited in size, and it could hardly accommodate so many individuals vying for advantage. As one of the four great families, the Tang family had seen many of their businesses consumed by these rivals, leaving only a barely profitable textile trade, which they had yet to encroach upon. But the situation was already perilously precarious. At this juncture, Tang Yan cast a pointed glance at Tang Ming, attributing their plight to the fact that over the years, he had failed to recruit even a single adept of inner strength, thereby squandering the family's financial resources. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming lowered his head, acutely aware that in recent years, whether at the Hanyun Martial Arts School or beyond, any promising martial artists had been snatched away by the Bai and Lu families, leaving the Tang family to compete with lesser clans for the scraps, resulting in a dearth of exceptional talent. Alas, this cannot solely be blamed on you. Tang Yan waved his hand, signaling Tang Ming to take a seat. In an attempt to expand their business, their father had agreed to collaborate with the Fuyue Escort Agency, using textiles as a FAA to transport silver. This operation was conducted with utmost secrecy, known only to a select few within the family's upper echelons, including Tang Ming's uncle, Tang Zhihai. However, it was unforeseen that he would prioritize power over familial bonds. Should bandits attack, how many of the Tang family could survive? Many of whom were his own blood relatives? Now, how should they respond? Tang Ming was taken aback by Tang Yan's revelations. Hidden within the textiles, which were originally worth several tens of thousands of silver, lay an astonishing 200,000 taels of government tax silver. No wonder the bandits were stirring restlessly. Your two senior brothers are both adept in inner strength. If they are willing to lend their assistance, along with our father's own prowess, we would have 3 individuals of inner strength. The Black Wolf gang has been dominant in Hudong Prefecture for many years, and their leader, Ho Gui, is merely an adept as well. If we prepare adequately, we stand a chance to fight back. Tang Yin began to analyze the situation slowly. However, those 2 senior brothers have merely promised to look out for me. They have not agreed to intervene in our family's internal strife. Now that the bandits are upon us, we are all in the same boat. It is not so easy to remain uninvolved. You must take these silver notes to persuade them to act, and I will make other arrangements. Tang Yin understood the urgency of the situation and decided to place a significant bet, pulling out a thick stack of 1,000 taels and silver notes from his pocket and handing it to Tang Ming for the operation. At noon, the convoy halted to rest momentarily. He was honing her skills in the swift wind blade technique under Tian's guidance, wielding a simple blade with graceful agility, already exhibiting a hint of finesse. Very good, very good. You are almost ready to graduate. Tian stood nearby, smiling, occasionally pointing out areas for improvement. Junior brother I have some fine items here. Let us share. Jiang Tao greeted Tian with a nod, gesturing towards the several packages he had brought. Inside the carriage, the packages were opened to reveal 3 sets of soft armor. Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. In the Tianwu kingdom, soft armor was a rarity. The common folk wielded swords and bows, yet were forbidden from privately possessing armor, as any such act would be deemed treasonous. This was due to the fact that once donned, the armor empowered a warrior's offensive capabilities exponentially. We are all scholars of martial arts, and according to the laws of the Tianwu kingdom, we may wear armor. Your sister, being a woman, would attract little attention even if she wore it. Observing Tian's concerns, Jiang Tao offered reassurance to alleviate his worries. In that case, I extend my gratitude to Brother Jiang. I shall take great care of the armor to avoid any scratches or damage. Foolishness. Armor is intended for battle. If you fear it getting scratched, you might as well forego its purpose entirely. A single set of armor costs thousands of taels, and Tian felt a bit embarrassed. Such feelings were only natural. Then I shall borrow it for a few days and return it upon reaching Shenhui City. Moments later, the 2 donned the soft armor, cloaked in loose outer robes, making it difficult for the average person to discern any irregularity. Brother Jiang. Tang Ming hurriedly approached with the silver notes given by Tang Yin. Chapter 53. Chi poisoned 10,000 taels is indeed a considerable sum. Although we are reluctant to intervene in the internal strife of the Tang family, assisting a junior brother is a mere trifling task. As Tang Ming opened his mouth to speak, Jiang Tao promptly declined. Indeed, junior brother Tang, neither Jiang Shixiang nor I are avaricious individuals. Please, quickly take back the banknotes. We have already agreed to assist. With the ability to distill liquor, Tian had found a source of income and was no longer troubled by financial worries. Nevertheless, he implored his 2 senior brothers to accept the silver, for otherwise, his father would be unable to rest easy. Tian glanced at Jiang Tao, who nodded in agreement, and then reached out to take the banknotes. Since the head of the Tang family is uneasy, I shall temporarily hold on to these banknotes. Once we have eradicated the bandits, I will return the full amount. Seeing his senior brothers accept the banknotes, Tang Ming's previously heavy heart lightened a touch. The 3 of them conferred quietly in the carriage, finalizing the details of their plan. Both Tang Zhihai and Tang Yin were actively preparing, and many individuals within the caravan moved about hastily, their expressions grave, as an oppressive atmosphere began to settle. Think. Something significant may transpire in the next few days. When that time comes, remain hidden in the carriage. Tian cautioned, dress your sister in soft armor. Rest assured, brother, I am now proficient in knife techniques, he proclaimed, pointing to the wooden knife in her embrace and winking playfully. Spare me. Your meager skills might not even be enough to confront a petty thief, Tian retorted with an eye roll, unmasking her pretense without mercy. How rude. Brother, do not underestimate me. I can protect myself. He defiantly drew her wooden knife and twirled it in a flourish. All right, enough. Put the knife away before you injure yourself. Tian swiftly flicked her forehead, causing her to drop the weapon and clutch her head in dismay. Brother, if you flick me again, I will appear even more foolish. He surrendered, prompting Tian to chuckle, reminiscing about the long absence of their playful banter. After ensuring his sister's safety, Tian emerged from the carriage. He observed the elderly coachman, whose white hair and weathered face were etched with countless wrinkles, and could not help but offer a word of caution. If you encounter formidable foes, be sure to evade them. Do not act recklessly. Old man knows, the coachman replied. Having traversed over 50 years in this trade, I am well aware. Please, take care, and perhaps offer a bit more in rewards. Seeing the coachman's understanding, Tian chose not to elaborate further. In these times, the lives of the impoverished were as cheap as grass, and securing a few more coins was a small price to pay for the risks taken. As night descended, the caravan halted to set up camp, and soon, news arrived summoning Jiang Tao and Tian to a feast. Clearly, Tang Jihai was eager to proceed. Fear not. We shall face whatever comes with fortitude. Jiang Tao clapped Tian on the shoulder, producing a resonant clang of iron. With the protection of armor, ordinary crossbow bolts posed little threat to those skilled in internal martial arts. The sheer number of bandits mattered little, as they needed only to focus on a few leaders. The esteemed guests have arrived just in time. The banquet is just beginning. Tang Jihai busily orchestrated the proceedings, displaying exceptional enthusiasm. Tang Ming, why don't you hasten to invite your two senior brothers to take their seats? Tang Yin subtly beckoned. Everything has been arranged. Tang Ming led Tian and others to their seats. Unable to contain himself, he whispered, "Is that your people over there?" Noticing the tense expressions of many present, Tian inquired. As more content loaded, a message appeared indicating the need to switch to a mobile browser for proper viewing. The one with a red cord on their wrist is ours. Brothers, prepare yourselves, and be careful not to injure anyone, Tang Ming said, handing red cords to Jiang Tao and Tian. The arrangements were meticulous. Let us hope there will be no unnecessary conflict. Tian examined the red cord on his wrist, which was perfectly sized, as the feast of delicacies was served. Under the deliberate encouragement of Tang Yin and Tang Jihai, the atmosphere of the banquet gradually intensified. At the peak of merriment, Tang Jihai suddenly stood up and declared loudly, "Esteemed guests, I have specially brought a demon deer from Shanhui City, marinated with exquisite herbs to replenish vitality. Today, we shall share this delight together." A fragrant roasted deer was presented, its golden hue tantalizing the appetite. A servant approached to slice the meat, serving each guest. Before Tian lay a leg of deer, which he could not resist sampling. Crispy on the outside and tender within, it was exceptionally delicious. I have a fine jar of wine, transported from beyond the borders. Since we have such delicacies today, let us indulge. Tang Yin also stood, speaking grandly. A jar of wine was brought forth and distributed among the guests. Tian took a small sip, distinctly different from distilled spirits, yet remarkably exquisite in this setting. After several rounds of wine and dishes, a hearty laughter erupted from Tang Jihai. He rose, pointing at Tang Yin. For so many years, Tang Yin, you have monopolized the position of family head without any merit. Our Tang family has fallen to the bottom of the 4 great families of Baishang City. All because of you. The revelry abruptly silenced at his words. Tang Jihai, you have coveted the position of family head for years, yet your ambitions far exceed your abilities. After all this time, you remain merely the 5th elder, revealing your lack of support. Enough of this chatter. Today, I shall claim the position of the Tang family's patriarch. Tang Jihai retorted angrily. You dare, shouted Tang Yin, with a command. Several individuals tied with red cords immediately rose, wielding sharp blades menacingly towards Tang Jihai. You scheming Tang Yin. How could you arrange for so many armed men at a family gathering, intending to harm your own kin? Truly despicable. Tang Jihai cursed while retreating. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps filled the air as the armed men with red cords began to sway and collapse. Even Tang Yin and Tang Ming succumbed to pain, falling to the ground. Haha, you have consumed the venison laced with my tranquilizer. After all these years, you remain unchanged, unable to resist the allure of deer meat. Your worthless son is no different from you. It is evident that if our Tang family continues to be in your hands, in a few years, we too may suffer the same fate as this deer, devoured entirely. The legacy painstakingly established by our ancestors will be obliterated by your hands. As the tranquilizer took effect, Tang Jihai felt a surge of confidence as he vehemently condemned the transgressions of Tang Yin and his son. In his quest to seize the position of the Tang family patriarch, he knew he could not annihilate every member of the family. He must first occupy the moral high ground. Subsequently, he planned to orchestrate a grand performance with the bandits, positioning himself as the savior of the remaining Tang family members amidst the siege. As for those who were disobedient, he would leave their fate to the bandits. Ha ha ha. It seemed that victory was assured. and Tang Zhihai erupted into laughter, while Tang Yin and the others writhed in agony on the ground. Their vitality suppressed by the tranquilizer, rendering them weak and devoid of strength. It was over. I have consumed a significant amount of venison, yet why am I not incapacitated? Could it be that those with strong inner strength and vital energy have not yet succumbed to the effects of the drug? Tian, puzzled, glanced towards Jiang Tao, only to find him slumped to the side, managing to force a faint smile, signaling him not to act rashly. Chapter 54. The raiders assault someone. Find the traitors Tang Yin and his son, commanded Tang Zhihai in a resounding voice. Yes. Instantly, over 10 Tang family members, their heads shrouded in black cloth, stepped forward, advancing toward the astonished Tang Yin. Tang Ping, I have treated you well. Why have you chosen to ally with Tang Zhihai? Tang Yin yelled, pointing at a young man. My apologies, Patriarch. Tang Zhihai offers far more. Besides, all resources are channeled to your son Tang Ming. We young ones toil tirelessly, only to receive the dregs. But Tang Zhihai has promised that in the future, the Tang family will reward merit rather than seniority. You old relics have held sway for too long. This is the only way to ensure fairness. Tang Ping, holding a length of rope, stepped closer, unfazed by Tang Yan's fury. Suddenly, with a thud, Tang Ping collapsed to the ground. Tang Yan, are you still intent on struggling in vain? Tang Zhihai scolded, only to suddenly feel a wave of weakness wash over him, his body growing unsteady. In his eyes, the very Tang family members he had painstakingly bought off also fell one by one to the ground. Soon, there was not a single person left standing. Ha! Tang Zhihai, did you ever anticipate this? You all have consumed a fair share of my wine. Tang Yin laughed heartily upon witnessing the scene. You poisoned the wine, despicable. Tang Zhihai spat in outrage. Likewise, you marinated venison in narcotics. How is that not vile? I had no choice. Although his body lay immobile, Tang Yan's tongue remained agile, and the two men began to exchange barbs, revealing numerous family scandals that left Tian aghast. These two were utterly unworthy of being called sons. Not good, the raiders. A guard from outside the Tang family burst into the banquet, about to report, only to be taken aback at the sight of the sprawled bodies and the two patriarchs hurling insults at one another. Do not panic. Tell Captain Chu to suppress them with crossbows, spare no ammunition. I have my plans. Tang Yin instructed. He had prepared two forces, one to face the raiders outside, and one to deal with Tang Zhihai. The latter had been utterly decimated, but fortunately, the external arrangements remained largely intact. Humph, the leader of the Black Wolf camp, Ho, has come himself. They have 3 internal strength fighters. Your ragtag bunch outside will not hold them off for long, Tang Zhihai sneered. I too possess internal strength. This mild sedative will not last much longer, and I shall soon rejoin the fray. However, the poison in your ranks has no antidote. I fear your fate is grim. Tang Yin struggled to rise but faltered again, collapsing to the ground. If the wine was poisoned, I too had a sip. Why am I unharmed? Could it be a case of poison counteracting poison? Tian glanced at the person seated beside him, who had been jovially eating and drinking, but was now frothing at the mouth and unconscious. Very well, it is not poison counteracting poison. A voice resonated from the depths of the heart, proclaiming, do not indulge in folly. Were it not for my intervention, you would have already fallen into the trap. It was greed speaking. As an insidious entity, it inherently bore a lethal poison, now intertwined with your being, the blood coursing through your veins, having undergone my transformation, is likewise a venomous substance. While it may not render you immune to all toxins, the mundane poisons employed by the aristocracy hold no sway over you. Greed reveled in its triumph. Indeed. After today, fine wine shall flow in abundance. Tian contemplated in his mind, urging greed to assist him in the impending confrontation. With 3 internal strength warriors among the bandits and himself standing alone, he understood that 2 fists could not contend against 4 hands. Greed's involvement was essential to seize one of the formidable foes. Thus, a 2 against 3 scenario would unfold. Should he manage to launch a surprise attack and severely wound one of them, the battle could still be fought. As Tian pondered, 3 figures suddenly broke through the Tang family's defenses, accompanied by a spray of blood mist, invading the banquet with abandon. At the forefront stood Hogawei, his visage marred by blood, a smirk of mockery gracing his features. Is there no one left to fight among you? Tang Yan's expression darkened, although he could rise. His limbs felt weak, rendering him no match for the marauders. The vile Tang Zhihai would face dire consequences should the Tang family falter today. Oh, I'm here. Tang Zhihai struggled to rise from the ground. There are still survivors. Speak, where is the silver? Who shall I kill? Upon uttering these words, Tang Yin and the others turned pale with dread. Slay the Tang father and son first, and I'll present you with 200,000 taels of silver. Tang Zhihai screeched, his facade torn asunder. Third, you go? Ho Gui commanded nonchalantly. A loathsome young man, adorned with a tattoo of a black serpent across his face, smirked wickedly as he swaggered towards Tang Yen, his large knife resting on his shoulder. Father, Tang Ming shouted anxiously, struggling to crawl a few pained steps toward Tang Yen. He seized a wine cup, hurling it desperately at the bandit, but it fell short. Fear not. You shall soon be reunited with your father, the young bandit declared, raising his knife, the flames illuminating his twisted, eager face. In a flash, a blade as swift as lightning sliced through the air, halting the young bandit's weapon mid-motion. Third, what are you doing? Hurry. Ho Gui noted a hint of anomaly. The young bandit's body began to tremble, swaying precariously before collapsing to the ground, his head rolling away. Ho Gui swiftly unsheathed his knife, but found no enemy in sight. Suddenly, a chill breeze brushed against the back of his neck, and he quickly turned, parrying a lethal strike from Tian. You little brat, how dare you launch a sneak attack? You've killed the third. I shall extract your heart to accompany my drink. Perceiving that Tian's vitality was waning, Ho Gui felt an immense rage swell within him. Astonished that a mere novice in internal energy had managed to ambush and slay his brother. Elder brother, I shall assist you. The burly man behind him brandished his spiked club, eager to join the fray. Yet, just a few steps into his charge, he stumbled unexpectedly. Looking down to find a crimson cord had ensnared his foot, and hastily attempted to free himself. I have come to play with you. Suddenly, a pale hand emerged, its center split wide open to reveal sharp teeth, which clamped down upon the black-faced man's visage. A harrowing scream erupted forth. At this moment, Ho Gui was taken aback, realizing that there were indeed formidable opponents present. It was likely that they were also cultivators of internal energy. Witnessing his second brother's anguished cries, he surmised the situation was dire. My friend, you have injured two of my companions, yet I am magnanimous. Let us settle this with 200,000 taels of silver. Shall we split it evenly? Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's expression shifted dramatically, while Tang Zhihai began to plead. Ho, we had a prior agreement. An agreement, you say? You dare deceive me. This debt shall be accounted for at another time. Chapter 55. Tang Yan's victory in the depths of darkness. Ho Gui cursed furiously, aware that countless enemies might still be lurking in the shadows. This was undoubtedly a carefully orchestrated trap, perhaps even devised by Tang Zhihai himself. He knew he could not afford to press on any further. Having spent years as a bandit, rising from the lowest ranks, his greatest skill was not in brute force, but in recognizing the tides of fortune. Once seated as the 108th leader of the Black Wolf Gang, he had outlasted many who fell victim to the chaos above him. Ultimately, through patience and shrewdness, he ascended to the position of chief. He could not let a moment of recklessness bring about his downfall. Having grasped the gravity of the situation, Ho Gui forced his way past Tian, breaking through the encirclement once more. The bandits on the periphery, caught in disarray, hastily followed Ho Gui's lead in retreat. We have triumphed. The camp is secure. A surge of jubilation erupted from the guards maintaining the outer defenses of the camp. Captain Chu, bloodied and battered, collapsed to the ground. Moments ago, the bandits' skilled fighters had nearly breached their defenses. He had fought valiantly to repel the intruders, sustaining grave injuries, all while relying on sheer will to endure. Listen, Tang family, we shall remember this grudge, and blood will be repaid with blood. The bandits' shouts echoed in the distance, though their fervor had noticeably diminished. In the banquet hall, the sound of chewing broke the silence of the shadows, only to be followed by an eerie stillness. Several individuals, not deeply poisoned, gradually rose but dared not make any rash movements. Cackling laughter, chilling and unsettling, suddenly filled the darkness. Tian, having returned to his seat, felt a sharp pain in his right wrist. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, instantly amplifying his vitality. His energy channels erupted with a series of sharp cracks, as if firecrackers had been set off, allowing him to connect with dozens of energy points. Coughing softly, Tian bent low to the ground, a mouthful of reverse blood rising, which he forcefully swallowed. To his astonishment, he had successfully opened 2 meridians at once. Gasping for breath, he glanced at the system, astonished to see his vitality surge to over 2,000 points. How exhilarating it must feel to have your strength dramatically enhanced. A voice echoed in Tian's mind, smug and greedy. You consumed those 2 inept internal energy practitioners, did you not? Indeed, devouring them has yielded energy equivalent to 3 years of arduous training. I suggest you continue this path of slaughter and consumption. Expediting your cultivation in such small increments is futile. Rather, Devote more time to brewing fine wine. Now that is the true pursuit. Tian's bones crackled as his physique grew taller. His vitality surging as his previously stunted growth due to malnutrition was reignited, his height soaring above 1.80 meters. A flicker of caution crossed Tian's mind. This ability to consume living beings was remarkably potent. The intoxicating sensation of his rapid ascent in strength was undeniable. Yet he soon discerned an unsettling quality within this newfound vitality. It bore a hint of ferocity, subtle but present. If he were to become entranced by this path, he feared it would lead to inevitable calamity. In this gathering, there are still numerous individuals present, among whom two possess profound inner strength. Why not seize the moment and consume them all? Your prowess could ascend significantly, perhaps even leading to a breakthrough in vital energy. With these bandits lying in ambush, no one would suspect you, and there is a fortune of 200,000 taels of silver awaiting. What a delightful prospect. As greed continued to chatter, a sharp aura suddenly manifested at the wrist. Young man, I was merely speaking in jest. If you do not wish to proceed, so be it. Kindness seldom receives its due reward. It was Tian, having positioned its Songlong blade at the wrist. Without my consent, do not recklessly devour living beings. Tian admonished. What is obtained freely is often the most expensive. Who knows what side effects may arise from the vitality consumed? With my system, a steady and measured ascent is the proper path. We have triumphed. A group of outer guards rushed into the banquet, prepared to convey the good news. The torches illuminated the area, revealing the fallen figures, causing them to exchange bewildered glances. What are you still dawdling for? Tang Zhihai has colluded with bandits. Apprehend him immediately. Upon seeing the guards rush in, Tang Yin felt elated, struggling to rise and pointing at Tang Zhihai and his accomplices. Tang Zhihai's face turned ashen as the guards bound him tightly. The conspirators pleaded for mercy, some even resorting to curses, claiming they were coerced by Tang Zhihai into their actions. Father, how shall we deal with this? Tang Ming, having regained some strength, inquired. Execute them all. What? That accounts for dozens of lives, not including their families in Baishang City. Tang Ming's eyes instantly reddened. My second uncle was merely momentarily confused. Can you not show leniency, father? Fool. If you do not eliminate him today, he will surely come for you tomorrow. A traitor to the family becomes its enemy. How can we afford to show compassion? Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Tang Zhihai burst into laughter. Tang Yin, I simply departed a step ahead, under your stewardship. The Tang family shall only decline further, ultimately being devoured by other powers. I await you on the road to the underworld. His laughter gradually faded, buoying Tang Yin's spirits. With Tang Zhihai eradicated, he felt a significant burden lifted. Yet, he pondered who the powerful individual was that intervened. Could it be one of Tang Ming's two senior brothers? A glance at Tian and Zhang Tao, still slumped at the table, dispelled that thought. These two had first succumbed to the narcotic in the venison and subsequently ingested the poisoned wine I had administered. That they had managed to endure without disgrace was a testament to their robust vitality. How could they possibly possess the strength to repel bandits, especially with Ho Gui, a renowned master of inner strength? It seems there is indeed another formidable ally. Could it be a rising star from the Tang family? As Tang Yin contemplated this, his spirits soared. To secure the outer realm, one must first stabilize the inner circle. With Tang Zhihai's demise, the Tang family had now fallen under my sole dominion, and the prospect of revitalization appears promising. The tumultuous night gradually waned, having driven away the marauders, and the members of the Tang family were engulfed in exhilaration, though their jubilance was intermingled with traces of weeping. As dawn broke, Tang Ming paid a visit, expressing his gratitude and leaving behind a considerable sum of silver notes. Tian graciously accepted them with a smile. However, he remained curious about the identity of the formidable individual who had intervened the previous night. Brother He, did you discern their identity? Tang Ming inquired cautiously, as it was a matter emphasized by his father. I did indeed witness someone in action last night, who swiftly dispatched two of the adversaries, both masters of internal strength. They even exchanged a few blows with the leader of the bandits, yet in the obscurity of night, their features were indiscernible. I shall inquire with Brother Jiang to see if he discerned anything clearer, Tian responded. That would be most excellent. Should any leads arise, I implore both brothers to inform me in detail. My father has stated that our Tang family, having received such a profound favor, shall surely repay it with utmost gratitude. Tang Ming said, bowing respectfully before retreating slowly. Chapter 56. Arrival at the City of Divine Emblems. Brother He, what brings you here? The corner of the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing Jiang Tao's face. Brother Jiang, has your health improved? After taking the antidote last night and meditating throughout the night, My vital energy has now circulated smoothly, Jiang Tao replied, shaking his head in embarrassment. It is indeed shameful that I fell prey to the schemes of Tang Zhihai and Tang Yin. Had it not been for your vigilance, brother He, both of us might have already met our demise at the hands of the bandits. Please do not mention it, brother Jiang. It was merely a fortuitous discovery on my part that unveiled their treachery. Tian recounted briefly, employing a subtle narrative style, how he had feigned poisoning and subsequently launched a surprise attack. Jiang Tao nodded repeatedly, as he had only witnessed Tian's actions and knew not the particulars of the events. The fact that the bandits had been utterly annihilated was a trivial matter. After all, those who wield formidable inner strength often left their foes in a gruesome state. Nevertheless, why not boldly take credit for it? Surely the Tang family would offer a substantial reward. The Tang family's secret of transporting 200,000 taels of silver has already been exposed. If they discover that I was the one who repelled the bandits, it would surely cause them great distress. The remainder of our journey may not be peaceful. Last night, Tian had gleaned much about the Tang family's secrets from the heated exchange between Tang Yin and Tang Zhihai. Both were unscrupulous individuals, and Tian felt that his actions were merely a way to repay Tang Ming's kindness, wishing to disengage from further entanglements. Indeed, these noble families often resort to dubious means. However, our Jiang family is a reputable lineage, adhering to honorable paths. My elder brother Jiang Kuei serves as a lieutenant in the Xuanwu army stationed in the City of Divine Emblems. And most of our elders and brothers are also within the ranks of the Xuanwu army, which is dedicated to guarding the borders and subduing the demon tribes. Brother He, one cannot generalize. Fearing that Tian might misunderstand, Jiang Tao elaborated. Presently, aside from the Xuanwu army, the City of Divine Emblems is under the influence of a tower, 2 gangs, and a sect that control the majority of resources in the Hedong prefecture. The tower, known as the Tianqing Tower, specializes in information trading, and its owner, He Yiming, is a master at the minor grandmaster level, rumored to have connections with the royal court's imperial guards. The 2 gangs, the Sheikh Gang and the Chao Gang, monopolize the docks and mines, boasting vast influence with tens of thousands of members, including numerous skilled fighters and many with formidable inner strength. The sect is the Dadao sect, which has dominated the Hedong prefecture for over 400 years. Its leader, Zijin Daomu, is a grandmaster-level expert, making it the most powerful faction in the region. Does this imply that the curator Shinjue belongs to the Dadao sect, and we are also connected to them? Indeed. My master is an inner disciple sent by the Dadao sect to teach in Baiqing. My purpose in coming here is to see if I can join the Dadao sect to learn their skills. Unlike the Hongyan Martial Arts Academy, which accepts outer disciples without requiring inner strength, the Dadao sect demands that all outer disciples possess such abilities, and the assessments are exceedingly rigorous. I am not yet confident. At this point, Jiang Tao let out a long sigh. It is regrettable that I squandered 3 years at the Hongyan Martial Arts Academy without ever obtaining a letter of recommendation from my master. Had I possessed such a letter, it would have posed no problem. Upon hearing Jiang Tao's words, Tian fell into a contemplative silence. Brother Jiang, diligent and uncomplaining, had effectively managed the internal affairs of the Hongyan Martial Arts Academy, yet Master Shin still seemed to harbor some reservations about him. It was likely that the letter of recommendation would ultimately find its way to that young fellow, Yi Fei. However, if I could successfully pass the martial examination or make a name for myself therein, my chances of joining the Dadao sect would significantly increase. Brother Jiang need not worry excessively. Where there is a will, there is a way. I reassured Jiang Tao with a few encouraging words before inquiring further. What are your thoughts on the Demon Suppression Bureau, Brother Jiang? The Demon Suppression Bureau holds a remarkable status. They engage solely in combating the uncanny, refraining from involvement in other matters. Yet, should they encounter any aberrations, they would strike with unyielding force, showing no mercy. My understanding of them is limited. I have merely heard that 13 years ago, one of the 3 great families of Shanhui City, the Shao family, secretly nurtured anomalies to cultivate martial artists, feeding them with human blood to refine elixirs. Upon discovery by the Demon Suppression Bureau, a command was issued, leading all factions in Shanhui City to rise in a unified assault, resulting in the obliteration of a vast family and thousands of its members overnight. At that time, Jiang Tao was still an innocent youth, mimicking the tone of his elders as he recounted the tale with a sense of lament. 13 years ago was precisely when my father, Tian, went missing, and suddenly, an unsettling sensation gripped Tian's chest, filling him with foreboding. The two continued discussing the customs and culture of Shanhui City until Tian took his leave in haste. The convoy set forth once more, albeit diminished by several dozen individuals, The ambitious Tang Zhihai and his ilk had been buried beneath the sands of their own grandiose dreams. Brother, I heard that a skilled master intervened last night, sending the bandits fleeing in disarray. Tian, dozing lightly in the carriage, was abruptly awakened by Cici's exclamation. The little girl had overheard the driver and guards discussing the matter and was filled with curiosity. Indeed, that was the case. Though I did not catch a clear glimpse of the individual. What weapon did that master wield? Was it a knife or a sword? It was a knife, I affirmed. Indeed, I wield a knife as well. Cici eagerly produced her wooden dagger, intent on practicing her moves once more. However, before she could draw it, Tian hastily ushered her out of the carriage. Practice your knife techniques outside. There is no decorum in making a ruckus within the carriage. Tian admonished, sullenly pouting. Cici's expression betrayed her discontent. Her eyes sparkled as she absent-mindedly practiced her form. Yet her thoughts wandered to the appearance of the master who had driven off the bandits. Suddenly, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Could it be that he was an old man with white hair? No, it must be a dashing young lad, one even more handsome than her brother. After 3 arduous days of travel, the magnificent Shenhui city finally loomed in the distance, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the Tang family. Although the Black Wolf stronghold was significantly weakened, the substantial sum of 200,000 taels of silver was firmly in their grasp. Even if the Black Wolf stronghold was unable to act independently, they could still collaborate with other bandits for retribution. However, after several nights of heightened vigilance, the anticipated retaliation from the Black Wolf stronghold had yet to materialize, suggesting that their fears may have been unfounded. How grand Shenhui City appeared to Tian upon his first sighting. In comparison, Baiqing felt like a mere village. It was no wonder that this city boasted a population exceeding 1 million. Upon arriving in Shenhui City, Tian understood that his 2 senior brothers had numerous matters to attend to, and thus, they parted ways. He kindly requested that once they were settled, they notify him at the Tang family shop at Yongping Alley, as he would like to pay them another visit. Following the recent events with the bandits, Tang Ming exhibited a change, speaking and acting with newfound decisiveness. He cautioned, Shenhui City is unlike Baiqing. It is teeming with experts and intricate power dynamics. Do not allow your inner strength to lead to arrogance. Exercise caution and maintain a low profile. That is the prudent path. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out at the military garrison. Jiang Tao, aware of Tian's independent nature, offered these words of advice. Tian took heed, reassuring his senior brother with a respectful clasp of his fists. As Jiang Tao's carriage gradually receded into the distance, Tian and Cici gazed at the bustling and vibrant Shenhui city, feeling somewhat bewildered. Let us first report to the Demon Subduing Office. Chapter 57. Entering the Demon Suppression Office. Stop. This is a court stronghold. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to intrude. I possess a letter of recommendation from Master Sun. Wait. The guard at the entrance glanced at Tian's recommendation letter, leaving him outside while he went in to report. After a brief moment, Tian was ushered inside. The Demon Suppression Office was situated in the northeastern corner of Divine Emblem City, the courtyard larger than that of the Hanyun Martial Arts Hall. In the center stood a majestic pagoda, surrounded by an array of splendid buildings and galleries. Were it not for the faint, chilling aura that lingered in the air, Tian might have mistaken it for a royal garden. Numerous sword-wielding warriors hurried through, their expressions grave and their vitality robust, indicating that they were at least practitioners of internal energy. Are you Tian? After navigating several twists and turns and passing through 3 gates, Tian finally met Manager Wang. I am Tian, a practitioner of internal energy, here to report to the Demon Suppression Office. Tian quickly clasped his fists in salute. Since you have been recommended by Sun He and possess the title of Martial Scholar, you will be assigned to the outer courtyard, starting as a junior flag officer. The monthly salary for a junior flag officer is 30 taels, which is quite decent. Manager Wang scrutinized Sun He's recommendation letter before discreetly accepting several banknotes tucked within. These are yours. The rules of the Demon Suppression Office are stringent. Do not contravene them. If you get into trouble, I cannot guarantee your safety. Manager Wang cautioned Tian a few times before waving him off. Congratulations. Junior Flag Officer He, a martial scholar, has entered the ranks as a 7th grade junior flag officer. May you achieve great wealth and honor in the future, and do look after us humble subordinates. The guard at the door, upon seeing Tian's elevation, immediately became courteous. Brother Han, you flatter me, Tian replied, his mind clear. He understood that his swift ascent to the position of junior flag officer was not solely due to Sun He's recommendation or his title as martial scholar, but rather the influence of the 500 taels of silver he had just provided. Although Han Yong, the doorkeeper, held no official rank, he had been with the Demon Suppression Office for many years and was well acquainted with its inner workings. He took the initiative to introduce Tian to the various aspects of the office. The Demon Suppression Office in Divine Emblem City was divided into 4 divisions: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Those with substantial internal energy, like Tian, were typically assigned to the Yellow Division, ranging from unranked doorkeepers to 7th-grade junior flag officers, numbering over 100, all under the jurisdiction of the 7th-grade Chief Chi Chioping. The Mysterious Division, however, was reserved for those with exceptional energy, elevating their status to that of Celestial Masters, equivalent to 6th-grade officials, with their numbers significantly reduced to fewer than 10. The Earth Division housed the esteemed Commander Jiang Pingfeng, a small master with the rank of Deputy Thousand Household Officer at the 5th grade. He had long served in Divine Emblem City, and although not a local governor, his influence was such that a mere stamp of his foot could cause tremors throughout the Hedong Prefecture. Tian listened intently to Han Yong's introduction, astonished by the formidable background of the Demon Suppression Office. His successful integration into its ranks was indeed a fortunate turn of events. In the Huangzi courtyard, the chief officer, Ji Chioping, regarded the individual before her with an icy demeanor. In her hands, she held a dossier pertaining to Tian, a 19-year-old from Baichang City, suspected of being of the Shao family's bloodline, possessing an internal strength that enabled him to wield 3rd-grade supernatural objects. Ji Chioping methodically read through the details, and beads of cold sweat trickled down Tian's forehead as he realized that even his act of vengeance against Lu Si and his report of Qiu Laohu to the Money Gang were meticulously documented. The Demon Suppression Department indeed exuded an air of enigma. Fortunately, they had not uncovered his identity as a traveler from another world. From this day forth, he would reside in the Huangzi courtyard, subject to her command. "I am quite amiable," she assured him, "so there is no need for you to feel anxious. If you fulfill your tasks competently, I will ensure you thrive within the Demon Suppression Department. However, should you disregard orders and act independently, do not expect me to consider our camaraderie." Henceforth, he would look to the head of the courtyard for guidance, and he vowed to strive diligently to achieve merit and success. As more content loaded, a notice appeared, indicating that the site only supported mobile browser access. If one encountered this message, it meant the chapter had failed to load properly. They were advised to disable reading modes and ad blockers, or to copy the URL into a different browser. "I will keep a watchful eye on you to observe your progress. Today marks your first day. Collect your resources and settle in promptly." Noticing Tian's perspiration, Ji Chioping deemed her reprimand effective, nodding for him to attend to his duties. Tian bowed respectfully and exited the room. As a fellow practitioner of internal strength, he sensed that Ji Chioping's vitality surpassed his own tenfold. Her frigid demeanor reminded him of a high school physics teacher from his past life, whose cryptic remarks often bewildered students. Working under her command required utmost caution. Dressed in an official uniform, adorned with a fishhead iron badge and equipped with a standard deer-hide waist knife, Tian caught the attention of his sister, Cici. "Brother, you look so handsome as an official," she exclaimed. "Go on, don't wrinkle my clothes." Tian jested, to which Cici retorted, "Humph, once I master martial arts, I shall become an even greater official than you." Having recently reached the threshold of external strength through diligent practice and the dispersal of vitality, Cici was now capable of defending herself against ordinary assailants. Yet, at 13, her rebellious nature began to surface. She no longer adhered to Tian's every command, delving into the study of concealed weapons alongside her training in swordsmanship and pharmacology. Tian sighed, lamenting, "Alas, with increased strength comes a greater challenge in managing this household. Stop tossing blades in the yard every day and hurry to prepare a meal. I am starving." Tian chided as Cici begrudgingly entered the kitchen. Shortly after, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air. "This household cannot function without me." A large bowl of egg noodles was placed heavily before Tian. "All right, here is the manual for the 5 Tigers Morning Blade. Study it diligently," he said, finally finding a moment of peace after handing her a tome. As a 7th-grade minor official, Tian enjoyed some small privileges in the Huangzi courtyard, having been allocated a residence with a small courtyard, which conveniently solved the living arrangements for the siblings. The houses in Shunhui City are extraordinarily expensive, with rents exceeding 100 taels per month. A burden far beyond the means of a mere junior officer earning merely 30 taels monthly. After dinner, as Cici practiced her swordplay in the courtyard, Tian found himself languishing in boredom, his repertoire of martial arts limited to just a few sets. He either completed his training or hit a plateau, with no new techniques to explore. His longevity technique had automatically progressed 2 levels, surprisingly enhancing his spiritual power rather than his vitality. System: Spiritual Power 30-30, gaining 15 points with each level increase. As Tian consumed a fraction of his spiritual power, a soft glow emanated from his fingertips, casting a comforting light upon himself. Though it faded shortly thereafter, it appeared to be a form of energy considerably more refined than mere vitality. Tian continued to experiment, gradually depleting his spiritual power, when suddenly he recalled an item and hurriedly rummaged through his belongings. The tiger head token. Tian summoned his spiritual power and infused it into the token, which transformed from its original grayish-white hue to a deep black as it absorbed the energy, ceasing only after consuming 5 points. With this newfound asset against the unknown, Tian made sure to keep the small token close at hand. Chapter 58. The Golden Bell Shield. From the humble position of a 7th-ranked junior officer, Tian could receive a profound martial art free of charge from the first level of the library, selecting it at his discretion, with no allowance for duplication or dissemination. After carefully inspecting Tian's token, the librarian of the Demon Suppression Division slowly spoke. Tian respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. The librarian appeared devoid of any visible aura, yet the brilliance emanating from his eyes suggested formidable strength, possibly that of a master at the Qi level. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned to such a critical location as the library. With an array of martial arts manuals before him, Yinqing technique, thunderclap hand, and arm-extending fist, Tian eagerly rushed into the library, thinking to himself that the system must collect an abundance of these texts, allowing him to diligently cultivate and elevate his proficiency to the pinnacle. This way, ascending to the Qi level would be within reach. However, the system remained unresponsive. Suddenly, Tian realized that he needed to read the manuals before the system would register them. Currently, each manual was locked within a book gate. With only a brief introduction available, to delve into the specific content, he had to unlock the gate. Thus, his choices were limited to merely one. Feeling a mix of excitement and disappointment, Tian composed himself and began to select a martial art suitable for his practice from the shelves. Song Sword Technique, a low-grade yellow martial art, an introductory sword technique of the Tsang clan. Duo Dao Ju, a low-grade yellow martial art, an introductory saber technique of the Great Saber sect. These offensive martial skills were largely similar, with low rankings. Tian already possessed the fast wind blade technique and the 5 Tigers Gate slaying saber. Further learning would yield only marginal improvements in vitality and a few wisps of saber intent, thus offering little enhancement to his overall strength. Moreover, with the assistance of his cunning techniques, he had sufficient means to vanquish foes. Yet defensive martial arts were always prudent to possess. Chao Shang Fei, a low-grade yellow martial art, an introductory lightness skill. Ti Yun Zong, a low-grade yellow martial art, an introductory lightness skill. As Tian continued his examination, his brow furrowed deeply. These lightness techniques appeared rather ordinary, perhaps even inferior to the swiftness of a swallow granted by his system. Golden Bell Shield, a mid-grade yellow martial art, a hard technique rooted in Buddhist practices, which, when cultivated to an advanced level, could withstand blade and sword injuries. Hard technique. To discover it was a mid-grade yellow art sparked Tian's interest. This was the one. He removed the book gate and proceeded with the registration. Are you certain you wish to select this technique? Do not be misled by its mid-grade yellow status into thinking it is a bargain. Buddhist techniques are notoriously difficult to master. Many have impulsively chosen this art in the past, yet only a handful have succeeded in entering its practice, and none have ever attained a profound level of mastery. Upon seeing Tian's selection, the librarian offered a word of caution. I wish to give it a try, Tian replied respectfully. Very well. Then let us see how you fare. Should you squander this opportunity for a free martial art, you will soon learn the exorbitant costs of merits and silver required for future exchanges, the librarian retorted with a dismissive snort. With a swift gesture, he swiped his hand across the book gate as if unlocking a seal, causing it to pop open and reveal a pale yellow tome within. Thank you, esteemed elder. May I inquire your name? You may simply refer to me as Zhang Gelao. The tome may be studied for 3 days, after which the original must be returned without any damage. Tian, with the delight of one who has stumbled upon a treasure, carefully cradled the book. The Huang-level martial arts of the lower grade can be mastered by those possessing inner strength, while the middle grade of Huang level necessitates a complete mastery of inner energy, or even a practitioner of formidable qi. However, these challenges pose no obstacle for Tian. Upon returning to the Huang courtyard, he opened the tome and, regardless of his comprehension, meticulously perused it from beginning to end. System of 5-star martial art, the Golden Bell Shield, has been discovered. Would you like to enroll it? Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read it in another browser. Upon hearing the familiar notification from the system, Tian broke into a smile. The 5-star Golden Bell Shield, Proficiency 0100. Seeing the message on the system panel, Tian immediately felt a surge of motivation to cultivate. He made his way to the small courtyard and assumed a stance for training. Brother, what are you doing? His sister, Cici, questioned as she observed him standing still in a horse stance for an entire hour, perplexed. Sis, I am practicing the Golden Bell Shield. Please assist me by striking me, Tian requested, attempting to circulate his chi according to the technique's requirements. Yet his proficiency did not increase. Could it be that one must endure blows for hard skills to take effect? He quickly beckoned his sister to help. Are you certain you want me to strike? Yes. Just do it. I am a practitioner of inner strength and can withstand it. Tian summoned all his energy, a potent aura emanating around him, taking the shape of a bell. Seeing this, Cici slowly drew a wooden sword. Wait, don't use the sword just yet. I am not yet proficient in this technique. Upon seeing the glint of the blade, Tian suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. Oh, understood, brother. Cici stepped forward and delivered a swift kick between his legs. Tian's face immediately flushed a deep crimson. I am practicing the Golden Bell Shield, not some iron groin technique. Are you seeking to bring an end to the He family line, my dear sister? I apologize, it was unintentional. Let me try a different move. Cici, with a guilty expression, attempted again, this time aiming for his eyes. Alas, why do you keep using such moves? Tian could no longer maintain his stance, covering his face with his hands as tears streamed down. Isn't this the boxing technique you taught me? Cici fidgeted with the hem of her garment, looking particularly aggrieved. Let me see the technique you used. Tian took the boxing manual she offered and nearly fainted upon seeing it was the Overlord Fist. After enduring a series of trials, Tian ultimately paid a steep price, but the Golden Bell Shield finally advanced in rank. Thud, thud, thud. With each punch from Cici, his chi retaliated, resonating with a thunderous boom reminiscent of a great bell. All right, that's enough. My hands are killing me. Cici shook her now reddened fists, declaring a ceasefire. To shine before others, one must endure hardships in private. Let's continue. This time, you may use a wooden stick. For 3 consecutive days, Tian devoted himself to mastering the Golden Bell Shield, while Cici transitioned from wielding a wooden stick to an iron rod, ultimately upgrading to a broadsword. Huh, Cici exclaimed, delivering a powerful strike with her sword. In response, Tian's body radiated a swirling white aura, coalescing into the shape of a grand bell that steadfastly repelled the broadsword's assault. His proficiency in the Golden Bell Shield had evidently advanced several levels, enabling him to effortlessly withstand the weapon's attack. After 3 days of rigorous training, Tian took a moment to catch his breath before returning to the library. You have remarkably mastered the basics of the Golden Bell Shield so swiftly, Elder Zhang remarked upon observing Tian, whose vitality surged and formed a bell-like silhouette. He was momentarily taken aback, for after 2 decades of guarding the library, this was the first time he had encountered such a prodigious talent in martial arts. Chapter 59. Inspection of the Demon Locking Tower. Duga Erden reminds you. Please bookmark after reading for easier access later. The disciple had already established a solid foundation in martial arts, thus enabling him to embark on his training. Tian began to adopt a more discreet approach. When perfected, the Golden Bell Shield renders one impervious to blades and bullets, immune to fire and water. However, it possesses a singular vulnerability that demands vigilance, the base. Should an adversary launch an attack from beneath, the threat becomes dire. How to counter this? I suggest you also take up a course in the 13 Guardians Horizontal Practice. This would eliminate any vulnerabilities. Elder Zhang slowly unfurled a scroll, which Tian hastily accepted. Upon opening it, he furrowed his brow in dismay. This was not the manual for the 13 Guardians Horizontal Practice, but rather a catalog of martial arts exchanges. The desired training required not only 30,000 taels of silver, but also 300 merit points. Senior, what is this? Tian's expression turned bitter. Do you find the techniques exorbitantly priced? Allow me to enlighten you. If you were to approach an auction house, the price for such techniques would triple at the very least. And they come with restrictions. They can only be cultivated by the purchaser and cannot be resold or taught to others. Restrictions? Tian queried, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Elder Zhang's countenance darkened with indignation. This is a product of the Tianqing Tower enigmatic and unfathomable, beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. Shifting the conversation, Elder Zhang continued, though the Demon Suppression Division receives funding from the court, the bizarre occurrences are rampant, and the expenditures in this regard are immeasurable. Just the compensation for those who perish in battle constitutes a significant cost. Relying solely on the meager funds from the court is utterly insufficient. Presently, the martial arts are offered to you at a 30% discount, contingent upon accruing a few merit points and establishing a reputation within the Demon Suppression Division. Is that too much to ask? Indeed, it is not unreasonable. Tian responded after a moment's pause. Then, let us strive harder. For someone of your internal energy caliber, establishing merit and garnering support from influential families should be effortless. Early redemption of advanced martial techniques will undoubtedly elevate your prowess. Elder Zhang nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the spark of ambition in the young man's eyes. Pleased to have cultivated another promising ally. Upon exiting the library, Tian found himself repeatedly reflecting on Elder Zhang's words. The compensation for the deceased amounts to a substantial sum. After his father vanished years ago, he had never heard his mother mention any compensation. Either the Demon Suppression Division had confirmed his father's demise, or the compensation had been clandestinely withheld. Regrettably, he currently lacked the authority to investigate further. Shaking his head, Tian dismissed the notion of inquiring with the chief flag officer. If his father's situation were to provoke any taboos, not only would the truth remain obscured, but the favorable circumstances he currently enjoyed could also be irrevocably jeopardized. Despite possessing a system, he was not invincible. Only through prudence and caution could he navigate the turbulent waters of life. As 7 days passed, Tian immersed himself in the training of the Golden Bell Shield. The proficiency in this 5-star martial art yielded over 100 points of vitality with each advancement. Having reached the 6th level, he found himself at a bottleneck, unable to further enhance his skill level. His vitality had increased by over 600 points, barely surpassing 2,000. The meridians have once again been connected, reaching a total of 5. Henceforth, I shall also be a formidable practitioner in the mid-stage of internal strength. With the assistance of the enigmatic and greedy entity, even if my opponent is in the late stage of internal strength, I can still engage them. Sensing the rapid and continuous growth of my power, Tian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This is merely the 7th day since arriving at the Demon Suppression Office, and there is much time ahead. The chief officer summoned everyone to assemble at the training grounds. A sudden flurry of urgent gongs echoed within the Huang character courtyard, accompanied by loud shouts. Brother, what is happening outside? Do not be alarmed. It is merely the officer's summons, likely indicating some task at hand. After calming his younger sister, Tian prepared himself and hurried to the training grounds, encountering many colleagues along the way, exchanging nods of acknowledgement. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Tian discovered that only a little over 10 individuals had gathered, while Chief Officer Ji Qiuping had already been waiting there. After a prolonged delay that consumed the duration of an incense stick, Ji Qiuping reprimanded them, declaring that if anyone were to exceed half an incense stick in the future, they would face a penalty of 3 months' salary. After the admonishment, Ji Qiuping began to call the roll. Tian, somewhat puzzled, leaned towards a nearby colleague and inquired, "Isn't there 100 people in the Huang character courtyard? Why are only a few here now?" "Indeed, we have over 100 members, but most are currently out on missions. Even the chief officer is so busy that he hardly has a moment to spare. You, my friend, appear unfamiliar. Are you new here?" "Indeed I am. What do they call you?" "I am Tian. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lord He. I am Ma Wenjian. Let us grow closer in the future." As Tian and Ma Wenjian engaged in whispered conversation, they were suddenly interrupted by Ji Qiuping's sharp command. "Tian, Ma Wenjian, step forward." The two exchanged glances, with Tian feeling as though he were a student caught whispering in class. "You two, conversing in the training grounds. What manner of conduct is this? You are to patrol the demon locking tower today." Upon Ji Qiuping's words, the gathered individuals stood at attention, startled. While Tian remained bewildered, Ma Wenjian's expression turned grim. "Brother, you have landed me in trouble." A moment later, the two set off together, with Ma Wenjian pointing towards the prominent glazed tower at the center of the Demon Suppression Office. "That is the demon locking tower. Do not be deceived by its modest height. It is actually buried upside down in the ground. The surface is the first level of the tower, with a total of 18 levels below, symbolizing the 18 hells, used to confine the various strange entities captured by the Demon Suppression Office over the years." "Stop." Hands raised. In front of the demon locking tower, 2 guards, both exuding formidable energy, caught Tian's attention. "I am here under the orders of Chief Ji to patrol the demon locking tower. May I request the two esteemed masters to grant us passage? Ma Wenjian bowed his head and presented the task token given by Ji Qiuping. Proceed. But take note, you may only patrol the yellow-level anomalies from the first to the third floors. Report any issues promptly. Do not seek your own demise. Tian and Ma Wenjian nodded in agreement. As they traversed the long, descending corridor of the demon locking tower, the terrain suddenly opened up, yet a chilling aura, far more potent than before, surged forth to greet them. Tian shivered involuntarily, hastily channeling his vital energy to counteract the oppressive atmosphere. The malevolent energy within this tower was exponentially denser than that outside. Any ordinary person lingering here for too long would not only suffer from diminished vitality and bodily ailments, but might even risk transforming into a grotesque entity. Even we, as practitioners of internal martial arts, would be adversely affected if we remained here for an extended period. It is prudent to complete our patrols swiftly and refrain from touching anything along the way to avoid unnecessary complications. Ma Wenjian admonished Tian succinctly. In the first cell, a grotesque, severed arm lay in wait, appearing to have been detached for quite some time. Yet, at the moment, blackened blood dripped from the pooling in a black iron basin below, which had become nearly full. This was an arm from a century-old demon corpse. Although its main body had been vanquished by a powerful adept, the severed limb still retained a semblance of vitality. We must collect this corpse blood and deliver it to the crafting workshop, where skilled artisans will process it for the creation of various sinister objects, Ma Wenjian explained, carefully removing the basin filled with the dark fluid and replacing it with an empty one. Chapter 60. The Devouring Enigma. As they journeyed, suddenly the arm jolted a few times, but the nails embedded within it quickly turned red and began to emit smoke, causing the arm to relent. The sinister entity sought to deceive me. After replacing the vessel, Ma Wenjian drew his waist blade and struck down upon the arm, leaving only a pale mark. The arm, subjected to such an assault, thrashed violently, and despite Ma Wenjian delivering several more blows, no significant damage was inflicted. Suddenly, the arm flipped over, presenting Ma Wenjian with a middle finger. How dare you? Ma Wenjian's anger surged instantly. However, Tian swiftly restrained him. Calm down, why quarrel with the dead? Let us complete our inspection and depart from this eerie place. Tian approached, amused, noting that while Ma Wenjian admonished against unnecessary trouble, he was the one provoking it. Just wait, I will ensure the artisans at the workshop drain you dry. Ma Wenjian retorted, grumbling as he walked away. Forgive my rudeness, esteemed sir, Tian remarked. These anomalies, even in their current half-dead state under the suppression of the demon lock tower, pose various risks that can subtly influence your thoughts. I am usually not so irritable, but the sight of that demonic arm particularly vexes me. You must remain vigilant and not fall prey to the malevolence of these entities. The second cell was already vacant, the aberration within having been vanquished by the demon lock tower. The two then proceeded to the third cell, which appeared pristine, containing merely a table and a guqin. A gentle woman with flowing hair reclined beside the instrument, taking a brief respite. This was a skinning demon, adept in illusions and exceedingly difficult to confront. Tian cautiously observed, noting that the woman's appearance was serene, not resembling a malevolent entity. Honored sirs, upon sensing their presence, the woman opened her eyes, offering a graceful bow, exuding refinement. As newcomers to this place, I possess no particular talents other than to present a song, and I hope you will not find it lacking. Seated before the guqin, she began to play, the melody exquisite yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. Her every movement, coupled with her tearful, pleading eyes, evoked a sense of compassion in the onlookers, rendering them reluctant to look away. This skinning demon had previously tormented a noble lady, donning another skin for performance. Yet, there was a certain allure to it, providing a rare moment of amusement during their inspection. Ma Wenjian swayed his head, his spirits lifted, while Tian's mind was plagued by memories of his own tragic past, begging on the streets with his sister, enduring beatings from the beggar gang's leader, suffering from hunger day after day, which brought forth tears that slowly rolled down his cheeks. Suddenly, the melody shifted. The tune became more alluring and ambiguous, as the woman's thin garment gradually slipped away, revealing her exquisite form and ample bosom. Ma Wenjian swallowed hard, eager to step closer for a better view, while the woman shyly smiled, gracefully rising, her sleeves fluttering as she glided past Tian and Ma Wenjian, leaving a trail of sweet fragrance in her wake. Ha! My dear lady. Marwen was in a state of distraction, lunging forward, only to be evaded by the woman who gracefully sidestepped, offering a coy smile. In an enchanting display, her form split into two exquisite young maidens, one alluring and the other innocent, who approached Tian with deliberate elegance. In an instant, Marwan surged forward, embracing one of them and pinning her against the zither platform. Meanwhile, Tian, sensing danger, cautiously stepped back. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the faint glow from the token at his waist, causing a jolt of alarm to surge within him. The token of the Demon Suppression Division possessed a peculiar sensing ability, and now, as the ethereal light flickered, it was evident that the woman before him was indeed an enigma. "My lord." The woman opposite him spoke, her lips parting to release a breath as fragrant as orchids. Tian felt the atmosphere transform. It was no longer the chill of the demon locking tower, but rather the warmth of a lady's boudoir. "Get away." Just as the woman was about to draw near, Tian activated the golden bell barrier, forcefully repelling her. The azure dragon blade followed suit, driving the woman against the wall. A chilling shriek escaped her lips, unearthly and haunting, as the surrounding environment faded away, plunging Tian back into the cold, desolate confines of the demon locking tower. Beside a stone pillar, Marwan appeared entranced, his body undulating as he flaunted his waist. "Lord Ma," Tian bellowed, causing Marwan to shiver, his eyes snapping open to the realization of his disgraceful state, overwhelming embarrassment washing over him. Gone was the vision of beautiful maidens. Instead, there was only a half-formed human skin nailed to the wall by the azure dragon blade, covered in putrid spots and mold that made one want to retch. The thought that he had just engaged passionately with such a grotesque entity sent Marwan rushing to a corner to vomit. Tian wrinkled his nose as the air grew thick with the stench of bile. "Let us move quickly." After an extended bout of retching, Marwan finally stood, trembling as he wiped his mouth. "Aren't there 2 more levels to patrol?" Tian queried, puzzled, as the first level contained merely 3 cells, now fully inspected, allowing them to proceed to the next. "I cannot continue. I implore you, Lord He, to take over the remaining 2 levels." Marwan clasped his hands in a bow, lifting his gaze just in time to see Tian retrieve the azure dragon blade from the skin, prompting yet another wave of dry heaving. Marwan, who had warned him to be cautious of illusions, had succumbed himself. Tian shook his head in disbelief. As Marwan distanced himself, Tian turned his attention to the entrance of the 2nd level, where a dense, unfathomable aura of malevolence lingered, its proximity rendering one's body icy and blood nearly frozen. Even Tian, while invoking the golden bell barrier, could barely withstand its chilling presence. "How do you fare? Are you confident?" Tian suddenly spoke to himself. "There is no issue. These are mere low-level anomalies, too trivial for me to be concerned with." A greedy voice echoed within his mind. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, Tian took a determined step toward the entrance of the 2nd level. Crack, crack. The slowly flowing, icy malevolence scraped across the surface of the celestial body like a razor, leaving behind faint scars on the golden dome. Had Mavjan arrived late or failed to evade its grasp, he would undoubtedly have sustained injuries. It is no wonder the lad refrained from descending. He, under the golden dome, approached the entrance to the first cell on the 2nd level. Within lay a complete and grotesque corpse, bound by iron chains as thick as a man's arm, which pierced through its limbs and abdomen, securing it firmly against the wall. The ruptured wounds revealed blackened, decaying flesh and slightly writhing entrails. Yet, upon catching sight of Tian, its crimson eyes immediately lifted its darkened lips, exposing several filthy, ebony fangs. As a foul stench permeated the air. "Leave it to me." Tian's right hand involuntarily rose, and a vivid red tongue shot forth, plunging into the corpse's cranium. Instantly, the creature convulsed violently, struggling against the thick chains that clanged and rattled in chaos. Moments later, the tongue retracted with lightning speed, and Tian felt a chilling aura seep into his being. "Greed, you wouldn't resort to any tricks, would you?" Chapter 61, Yellow Level Mission. Ah, how ironic it is that one would decline the offer of spiritual energy replenishment. Truly, good deeds often go unrecognized. Tian hastily examined the system panel, discovering that his spiritual energy had indeed increased significantly, now standing at 18500. In addition to the energy garnered through the automatic cultivation of the longevity technique, he was surprised to learn that devouring the peculiar could also enhance his spiritual energy. Quite remarkable. However, upon gazing at the corpse of the eerie creature in the cell, Tian found himself troubled. A prominent wound adorned its forehead, evidently inflicted by an external force. How would he explain this to the guards? "Do not fret. Take a closer look." Greed interjected eagerly. At that moment, the body of the eerie creature began to dissolve, transforming into a viscous black liquid. The strange beings were born from the malevolent energies and resentments of the world. Their demise merely reverted them to their essence, the essence of chaos. Why does this world harbor such an abundance of malevolence? Tian pondered. It could be attributed to the brutality of the rulers, who perpetuate slaughter, or perhaps a disruption in the natural order, possibly both. As the eerie corpse fully disintegrated, Tian activated an alarm on the wall. After 10 breaths, a powerful celestial master appeared. I report to you, my lord, that this eerie corpse suddenly thrashed violently and transformed into contaminated water. The newcomer crouched, retrieving an object to collect a small amount of the tainted liquid for meticulous examination before looking up at Tian. What is your name? I am Tian, a minor official of the Yellow Division. Very well, you may leave. There is nothing further for you here. The celestial master conducted his inspection and found no anomalies. Given the multitude of peculiar beings imprisoned here over the ages, it was not uncommon for some to succumb under the pressure of the demon-subduing tower. However, with one cell now vacant, it would necessitate the introduction of new peculiarities for the research of the instrument-making workshop, which was rather bothersome. Tian hastily exited the demon-subduing tower, and as the sunlight bathed him, it dispelled some of the lingering chill. Lord He, have you already completed the rounds on the 3rd floor? A voice from behind startled Tian. It was Lord Ma, who informed him that an eerie creature had perished on the 2nd floor during their inspection, prompting the guarding celestial master to request his early departure. I see. It is better that these peculiarities meet their end sooner rather than later. The mere thought of having to interact with them sends shivers down my spine. Indeed, I am relieved that an unexpected incident spared me from further rounds. Tian responded cautiously, deftly deflecting the conversation. Greed contemplated the potential of devouring the peculiarities to convert them into spiritual energy. What effects might arise when his energy increased and he advanced in rank? Tian cast a fleeting glance at the entrance of the demon-subduing tower, revealing a glimmer of anticipation. I, minor official Tian, hereby accept one yellow-level mission. After spending half a month in the demon-subduing division, Tian had become well acquainted with the protocols. The regulations were stringent. Any transgression could lead to punishment, or worse, death. Everyone approached their duties with the utmost caution. Each month, one was required to complete a task corresponding to their rank. As a newcomer, Tian naturally began with the simplest of yellow-level missions. Even the most straightforward tasks were fraught with peril, for they involved the uncanny. And no one could guarantee what might transpire. With a grave expression, Tian unfurled the mission scroll. Investigate the peculiar occurrences in Wanfu County. The task at hand was succinct, with the remainder reliant on personal inquiry within the archives. Tian, having acquired a scroll, ventured to the archives to gather pertinent information regarding Wanfu County. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site is accessible only via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Wanfu County, governed by County Magistrate Zhao Ziyuan and Deputy Magistrate Chu Gang, boasts a population of 100,000, situated 70 miles southeast of Shunhui City. By horseback, a round trip may be completed in half a day. Logically, Wanfu County lies directly beneath the watchful eyes of the demon-subduing division, having undergone multiple purges of the supernatural, making the emergence of anomalies unlikely. However, the occurrence of such phenomena now suggests deeper, undisclosed truths. Although Tian, with the aid of greed, finds dealing with ordinary anomalies a simple task, the perilous nature of the mission necessitates thorough preparation. In the crafting workshop, a vermilion flame talisman costs 100 taels of silver each. The blood-replenishing pill in the herbal pavilion is priced at 200 taels of silver per pill. After ensuring that his sister, Hisisi, has ample living expenses, Tian endeavored to procure a quantity of each item. At dawn the following day, Tian imparted a few words of advice to his sister, then rented a swift steed from the post station, intending to make a quick trip. By noon, he arrived at the county office of Wanfu County in a state of dishevelment. Come forth. A sleepy attendant at the county office was abruptly awakened by the doorman's sharp reprimand. Be alert, a superior has arrived. I am Tian from the demon-subduing division. Please report this promptly. Before long, the county office doors swung open, revealing the county magistrate Zhao Ziyuan and deputy magistrate Chu Gang, both clad in dark official attire. Hurrying towards him, we apologize for not receiving the esteemed official from the demon-subduing division with the proper decorum. Wanfu County is a prefecture, with Zhao Ziyuan holding the rank of a 5th-grade magistrate and Chu Gang serving as a 5th-grade deputy. Their official positions surpass that of Tian, and their acknowledgement of him as a superior is merely a courtesy extended to the demon-subduing division, not an indication of genuine regard. Tian dismounted and clasped his fists in greeting, engaging in polite exchanges. Given that it was already noon, he suggested hosting a welcoming banquet to dust off the journey, deeming the investigation not urgent at the moment, leaving the arrangements to Magistrate Zhao. Upon entering the backyard of the office with Magistrate Zhao, Tian was surprised to find a lavish banquet prepared, flanked by several affluent individuals, presumably local gentry. He found such ostentatious feasting inappropriate. But out of respect for Magistrate Zhao, he took a seat. Wanfu County was originally a place of poverty. Yet due to Zhao Ziyuan's compassion for the populace and his decade-long dedication to cultivating the area, it now enjoys a period of peace and prosperity. Zhao Ziyuan is indeed a blessing for the people. Throughout the banquet, local gentry continuously raised their glasses and toasts, filled with flattery towards Zhao Ziyuan. Alas, I am unworthy of such praise. If I were truly effective in governance, Wanfu County would not be plagued by supernatural occurrences, nor would it have alarmed the demon-subduing division in Shunhui City. Zhao Ziyuan humbly gestured, dismissing the accolades. No need for concern. With Lord He from the demon-subduing division present, I am confident that these anomalies will soon be eradicated, Deputy Magistrate Chu Gang interjected, urging everyone to toast to He Tian, initiating the campaign of camaraderie. He Tian sampled the beverages, only to find them insipid and lacking in flavor compared to his own distilled spirits. He casually dismissed the pleasantries, stating, he, have pressing matters to attend to, so let us forego these formalities. It would be prudent for County Magistrate Zhao to make arrangements swiftly. Once we have eradicated the peculiarities, we may indulge in revelry. There was no need for haste. A day of rest would suffice before further discussions. Zhao Ziyuan chuckled, and the esteemed gentleman of the local gentry, being perceptive, began to extol He Tian's virtues. Though He Tian felt somewhat helpless, he recognized the importance of maintaining decorum in another's domain, and thus acquiesced. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Ziyuan orchestrated affairs, with the gentry taking turns to host lavish banquets and bestow generous gifts, accumulating to a sum exceeding 1,000 taels. Yet, the matter of the strange occurrences was never broached. It appeared that County Magistrate Zhao intended to prolong the situation, perhaps with ulterior motives. He Tian had begun to perceive certain inconsistencies. Initially, he believed Zhao was merely being cautious about appearances, wishing to handle matters discreetly. But the evident avoidance of the topic now raised suspicions. In the dead of night, He Tian donned a black attire and stealthily leaped over the inn's walls. His expression hurried as he made his way to the tavern opposite the county office. "Esteemed guest," the young server exclaimed, "our humble establishment has already closed for the night," as he hurriedly moved to block the entrance. Chapter 62. The Disaster of Guyu Village. I seek your manager. Where might he be? The manager has already retired for the evening. Please return tomorrow. I have urgent matters to discuss. Inform him that I am here to purchase some dried duck. The man in black, exuding an imposing presence, strode directly to an empty table. Wait here. I shall summon the manager. The young attendant, sensing the formidable nature of the visitor, reluctantly ascended the stairs to notify the manager. Before long, a portly middle-aged man hurriedly descended the stairs and approached the man in black. Upon noticing the jade token displayed on the table, he was visibly startled. Quickly, close all the doors. After preparing a pot of hot tea and arranging a few delicate snacks, the manager dismissed the attendant and seated himself opposite the man in black. Clasping his fists in salute, he spoke. I am Lu Yongchong, an officer of the Demon Suppression Department's inspection office. May I inquire your esteemed name? He Tian. Oh, it is indeed you, Lord He. My apologies for the oversight. The Demon Suppression Department, apart from its prominent heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow courts, also encompasses various institutions such as the Demon Locking Tower, the Refining Workshop, the Herb Institute, and the Inspection Office, which primarily gathers intelligence and investigates information. Lu Yongchong, I see that your establishment thrives. However, I wonder if you have heeded the matters entrusted by the Demon Suppression Department. A pang of unease gripped Lu Yongchong's heart. The visitor's straightforward demeanor suggested a challenging conversation ahead. He hastily retrieved a red envelope from his attire, only to have it restrained by He Tian's hand. Spare me this charade. I seek not mere silver. This, the esteemed officer may not be aware, but under Magistrate Zhao's governance, Wanfu County has enjoyed bountiful harvests. The recent peculiar occurrences have only surfaced within the past month. Upon receiving intelligence, I reported it without delay. In response to He Tian's reprimand, Lu Yongchong expressed his grievances repeatedly. You are to disclose every detail you possess, not only regarding the peculiar incidents, but concerning all of Wanfu County and Magistrate Zhao's conduct. Leave out not a single word, especially those of particular significance. Under He Tian's coercion, Lu Yongchong wiped the sweat from his brow and began to articulate his thoughts, speaking for over 2 hours in one breath. Thus, it appears that Magistrate Zhao is indeed a commendable official, having successfully relocated the villagers surrounding the source of the anomalies. Tian selected a peanut from the dish and chewed thoughtfully. Indeed, he is a good official. However, it is noteworthy that Magistrate Zhao is quite advanced in age, and the townsfolk harbor concerns for his health. Fortunately, he has taken good care of himself, which is truly a blessing for the common people. At this point, Lu Yongchong bowed in respect, seemingly holding genuine esteem for Magistrate Zhao. You claim Magistrate Zhao maintains his health well? How old is he this year? A flicker of doubt crossed Tian's mind. During this period, Magistrate Zhao had insisted on indulging in feasts daily, partaking in vibrant festivities without restraint. Hardly the behavior of one who is disciplined in self-care. He is over 60, though the exact age is uncertain. However, he appears merely in his 40s. Truly, good people are rewarded. As Tian's mind once again conjured the visage of Magistrate Zhao, with his fair complexion and delicate features, he appeared hardly to be a man in his 60s. Suddenly, a possibility struck Tian, causing his pupils to dilate in realization. All right, we shall conclude for today. Reflect upon this matter, and report anything significant to me at your convenience. Outside, the bell had already tolled thrice, indicating the late hour. With some distance remaining to the inn, any further delay might expose him to the early risers on the street. Tian discreetly reiterated his instructions before hastily departing through the back entrance of the tavern. As dawn broke, the bustling life of Wanfuxian resumed in full swing. Within the county office, Zhao Ziyuan wore a heavy frown, while his counterpart, Zhai Gang, appeared unfazed. With all this feasting and merriment, and having already bestowed gifts amounting to several thousand taels, why has he not yet departed? Zhai Gang remarked. I have long asserted that such frivolities are of no use. If it were up to me, a swift resolution would suffice. He gestured with a slicing motion across his throat, a suggestion veiled in menace. Enough of such foul ideas. It may be simple to eliminate he. But what then if the Demon Suppression Bureau sends someone to investigate? Zhao Ziyuan waved off Zhai Gang's proposal. You, my friend, are indecisive and thus invite chaos upon yourself. You place too much weight upon hollow reputations. If you were willing to relinquish Wanfuxian, all these troubles would vanish. Wanfuxian is the culmination of my life's work. How could I so easily jeopardize it? Zhao Ziyuan and Zhai Gang deliberated for some time, yet no conclusion emerged. Report to the magistrate. Lord, he has arrived again. A steward entered to announce. Quickly, let him in. Zhao Ziyuan momentarily paused, but then donned a signature smile. Lord Zhao, how has your rest been of late? Quite well. I appreciate your concern, Lord Zhao. However, I am still bound by duties that cannot be postponed. I kindly request your assistance in arranging personnel. There is no time like the present for an investigation into the site of the recent disturbances. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyuan shot a frustrated glance at Zhai Gang. Realizing that he could no longer delay, send for Captain Wang at once. In a short while, a robust man with a rugged visage, appearing to be in his early 40s, arrived. I am Wang Feng, honored to meet you all. This is Lord He. Prepare yourself to accompany him to Guyuan village and ensure his safety. Should he suffer even a hair's breadth of harm, I shall hold you accountable. Yes, I shall obey your orders. Lord He, please. Wang Feng, though appearing rough around the edges, spoke with a respectful demeanor, exhibiting a blend of strength and subtlety. I wonder, Lord He, how do you intend to proceed with the investigation? Currently, what is the situation in Guyuan village? The village is shrouded by the eerie domain, sealing off ingress and egress. Several of my subordinates have already ventured in, with many not returning. Are there still living souls within? It is likely so, for the occasional cries for help resonate from within, suggesting that survivors remain. Even so, we should assemble our forces and proceed to investigate thoroughly. I shall obey. Soon, a team of about a dozen constables was formed, setting forth from Wanfuxian under Tian's leadership. Apologies, but given the recent rampancy of bandits, we could only dispatch this limited number of personnel in haste. The remainder must stay behind to safeguard the county against marauders. Wang Kuan spoke cautiously, his gaze furtively assessing Tian, anxious for the superior's approval. No matter, these individuals are merely tasked with the outer logistics, in the face of the uncanny. Even these constables with internal strength may find self-preservation a daunting challenge. Tian replied nonchalantly, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the constables. For their greatest fear was being compelled by Tian to venture into the eerie domain, a fate most perilous. After an hour's journey, Guyuan village came into view. Despite the midday sun blazing, the village remained shrouded in a dense, gray mist. Tian cast a glance at the token at his waist, which emanated a faint, ghostly glow, confirming the presence of the supernatural. Chapter 63. Delving into the gray mist, the group cautiously approached within 30 paces of the ominous gray mist. Wang Kuan spoke up. Master He, within this gray mist lies the realm of the uncanny. In my humble opinion, even with your formidable martial prowess, should you lose your bearings upon entry, it may pose a grave danger. It would be prudent for us to first establish a camp and devise a plan. That seems wise, Tian replied, feeling a chill at the sight of the eerie spectacle before him. If he were to recklessly charge in and encounter dozens of the strange entities, even his greed for victory would not guarantee his safety. Set up camp, Wang Kuan commanded, and soon several makeshift tents were erected. Within the tents, the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air, accompanied by an array of delicate snacks. My lord, please take a moment to rest while I lead the men to scout ahead, Wang Kuan suggested. That would be splendid. Just remember, prioritize gathering intelligence and avoid unnecessary contact with the uncanny, Tian cautioned, pleased with Wang Kuan's prudent approach. Most of the officers possessed external martial strength, with only Wang Kuan barely reaching the level of internal energy. Should they encounter the uncanny, their only recourse would be to flee for their lives. Having spent most of the previous night gathering information and then traveling all day, Tian felt fatigued and leaned against the tea table for a brief respite. My lord, Wang Kuan's voice called from outside the tent, prompting Tian to open his eyes. The tent flap lifted, and Wang Kuan, accompanied by several officers, entered in succession. My lord, we secured our waists with hemp ropes and formed a line to venture into the gray mist for approximately 100 paces. We encountered no uncanny beings, nor did we see any surviving villagers, though we did hear cries for help. Utilizing hemp ropes to bind ourselves made it difficult to lose our way in the mist. Wang Kuan is indeed clever, albeit not overly so, Tian mused. The uncanny could employ illusions, and even officers with some external strength could easily fall victim. Even those adept in internal energy could be ensnared if they let their guard down. He glanced at the tea table, where the tea and snacks had been slightly disturbed. Wang Kuan raised an eyebrow and clasped his fists. My lord, it is midday, and the sun is high in the sky. The gray mist is gradually receding, having shrunk by over 20 paces. The uncanny are merely manifestations of the world's murkiness. The intense sunlight serves as a natural countermeasure. If the mist dissipates completely and they are exposed to the noonday sun, they will be reduced to foul blood before we even need to intervene, Tian explained. Noticing the eager expressions on the faces of the officers, he declared, lead the way. I shall personally lead the exploration. Wang Kuan's face lit up with joy as he took the lead, selecting 5 capable officers, all of whom secured hemp ropes around their waists as they advanced cautiously. Tian, however, unsheathed his waist blade and walked ahead alone. My lord, you truly are fearless, even foregoing the hemp rope, one officer remarked. Need I say more? He is a formidable figure from the Demon Suppression Division, rumored to engage in all sorts of terrifying deeds. Another officer added, incredulous. Such horror. It is utterly perverse. Just today, I secretly added my urine to his tea. Surely he won't notice. You fool. You dare to play tricks on an official? You are doomed. Hearing the hushed whispers of the constables behind him, Tian furrowed his brows. Fortunately, he had exercised caution, consuming only the water and provisions he had carried with him. Refraining from partaking in the tea and snacks, had he done otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Suddenly, he cast a glance at his right hand, recalling how he had previously indulged in greed, feasting without restraint. Now, however, it remained silent, a testament to the experience and composure of his elder, capable of patience and restraint. Help me. A cry for aid echoed once more, sending a chill down the spines of all who heard it. Quickly follow me. Tian's voice rang out, and a sudden force surged from the ropes ahead. Wang Kuan, invigorated, shouted loudly, urging those behind to quicken their pace and follow the ropes forward. Soon, a faint scent of blood wafted into the air. Wang Kuan and the others, armed with blades, pressed forward, but a figure ahead appeared slowly, shrouded in gray mist, rendering it difficult to discern clearly. Sir He, have you discovered something? Wang Kuan summoned his courage to call out. The figure ahead abruptly turned its head, its neck twisting grotesquely. It was not Sir He, but something sinister. The constables screamed in terror, fleeing in disarray. Meanwhile, Tian was still cautiously probing when suddenly the ropes behind him tightened, snapping taut. His blood surged, and he steadied himself. What is happening? Tian shouted in anger, but the force exerted upon the rope only intensified. In a fit of determination, Tian seized the rope with vigor. Could mere novice internal energy and 5 external energies surpass his own strength? His blood surged once more, his muscles coiling like a mighty dragon, and the thick rope creaked ominously. With a fierce shake of his wrist, the heavy object at the other end of the rope was sent flying towards him. As it drew near, Tian's gaze sharpened, and the token at his waist glowed with a verdant light, illuminating the surrounding mist in a vibrant green. Strange. Tian's waist blade flashed with brilliance, perfectly intercepting a pair of decaying claws. The shadow before him took form, revealing a ghastly corpse, its face rotting with writhing maggots, causing Tian's heart to clench and nausea to rise. Yet, with a flurry of movement, Tian wielded his waist blade in a defensive arc, repelling all the corpse's assaults. With a roar, the corpse emitted a jet of black smoke that surged towards Tian's blade, sizzling upon contact. Tian glanced down and noticed that his blade had been corroded, pocked, and damaged. It appeared this standard waist blade would not withstand many more encounters. Greed. Tian silently cried out within. The ghastly hand struck decisively, breaking free from Tian's control, darting forward in a flash, instantly clasping the corpse's forehead. Its tongue shot out, and the head of the corpse, impervious even to steel, burst open like a rotten tomato. A familiar chill seeped back into Tian's being, augmenting his spiritual power by 10 points once more. As Tian regained control of his right hand, he hastily shook off the putrid flesh clinging to it. Could you possibly conduct yourself with a semblance of dignity the next time you resort to violence? He lamented, wiping the grime and blood from his hands and body with a towel. That formidable figure was not forged amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. And with your current state, you are still far from being a match. Help me. The chilling cry for assistance echoed once more as the surrounding haze swirled ominously. Despite the blazing sun overhead, the atmosphere remained shrouded in darkness. The grotesque corpse had dissolved into foul blood, seeping into the ground. And the green glow of the token at Tian's waist began to fade, yet a hint of green still lingered. The rope that had bound the grotesque corpse was severed cleanly, unmistakably cut by a blade. I shall see whether you are human or specter, Tian declared, tucking the rope away with a cold snort as he ventured deeper into the mist. Chapter 64. The truth revealed as Wang Kuan found himself drenched in cold sweat. He had relied on a surge of vitality to fend off a strike from the eerie corpse. However, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Had it not been for a few external force constables providing backup, he would have surely fallen victim to the ghastly being. Now, all he could do was run madly in the direction from whence he came, ignoring the distant, mournful cries of the constables behind him. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, with a shimmering green light emanating from the badge at their waist, standing out distinctly against the gray mist. Master He, Wang Kuan ventured to speak. Where have you all fled to, Captain Wang? The silhouette transformed into Tian as a blade of light sliced through the fog. Master He, we have been in pursuit of you, but somehow we encountered an eerie corpse, and all my brothers perished. I was the only one fortunate enough to escape. Wang Kuan, relieved to identify Tian, immediately lamented his misfortune. This cursed domain is perilous. We should retreat immediately. Help me. The mournful cry echoed again, prompting Wang Kuan to reconsider his resolve. Since there is someone in need of assistance, it would be prudent for us to investigate further, Tian replied, scrutinizing Wang Kuan for a moment before speaking. Yes. Wang Kuan felt uneasy under Tian's gaze and acquiesced. A firebrand was ignited from Wang Kuan's hand, and he cautiously led the way ahead. This torch will only last half an hour. After that, we must withdraw. Wang Kuan pleaded once more. Let us discuss our retreat after half an hour. Tian, gripping his waist knife, maintained a vigilant stance. As they ventured deeper, the outlines of several villagers' houses emerged. Tian inspected 2 of them, only to find them devoid of inhabitants. Help me. The cries resounded once more, now much clearer and emanating from nearby. Quickly, Tian gestured, and Wang Kuan, steeling himself, followed suit. They arrived at a large courtyard, above which were inscribed the characters for the Sun family ancestral hall. Given that all villagers in Guyu village bore the surname Sun, this was likely their ancestral home. It seemed that the cries for help originated from this very place. Tian stepped forward and kicked open the wooden door of the hall. A chilling gust swept in, extinguishing the flame of the torch instantly. The surrounding cold and darkness thickened ominously. My lord, perhaps we should reconsider. Wang Kuan stammered, his voice faltering with trepidation. To serve the ruler is to be loyal in perilous endeavors. Captain Wang, I implore you to press on with vigor. Tian unsheathed his knife and entered first. Upon seeing Tian venture inside, an odd glimmer of excitement flickered across Wang Kuan's face, and he followed suit. Help me. The tragic voice echoed once more, guiding Tian through a succession of empty rooms. Moments later, he realized that Wang Kuan had vanished from behind him. "Quickly, save me," the voice called out yet again, and Tian suddenly spotted an elderly man slumped against the wall. Glancing at his badge, he noted that the green light remained unchanged, bringing him a modicum of calm. "Old sir?" Tian called out. The elder struggled to turn over, and upon seeing Tian, tears streamed down his face. He extended a trembling finger towards a certain direction and stammered, "They are all dead, all dead." Cough, cough. "Do not rush. Take your time to speak." Suddenly, a chilling wind swept in, and a massive shadow materialized. A sinister, bone-chilling laughter echoed. They have come, they have returned." The elder immediately shivered uncontrollably. A figure darted out from the shadow, charging towards Tian. Tian swung his sword, but it met only empty air. "What is this? Could it be an illusion?" Tian stood firm, placing himself protectively in front of the elder. With a resounding clang, Tian was unexpectedly struck, sparks flying around him. "What?" came a gasp from behind. The steel blade in the elder's hand had shattered into 2 pieces. "Captain Wang, are you not greatly disappointed?" Tian slowly turned around. Before him, the elder had transformed back into the figure of Captain Wang. The surrounding rooms vanished, the illusion dissipating, revealing that they were still at the entrance of Guyuan village. Wang Kuan's forehead glistened with sweat. Despite his numerous schemes and this surprise attack, he had still faltered. Initially, he had infused Tian's tea and snacks with a colorless, tasteless, slow-acting poison, which should have left Tian writhing in agony and significantly weakened by now. Tian had fallen into the illusion, his vigilance diminished, leaving his back exposed. Moreover, he had aimed for the crucial area of the neck, yet the blade had shattered. And Tian remained unscathed, truly unfathomable. With hands clasped together, Tian's vital energies surged, a powerful force emanating around him. A great bell inverted above him adorned with various vivid Sanskrit and Buddhist figures. The golden bell shield. Moreover, it was the golden bell shield cultivated to its utmost perfection. In an instant, Wang Kuan realized he was no match for Tian and turned to flee. However, escape would not be so simple. Tian, light as a swallow, swiftly caught up, and his waist knife transformed into a whirlwind of blade light, engulfing Wang Kuan in an instant. A cry of despair erupted as Wang Kuan clutched his wound and broke free from the blade light, but he had already lost an arm. Another wave of blade light surged forth, and Wang Kuan cried out for mercy, collapsing to the ground. "If you spare me, I will tell you everything you wish to know. Whether I can spare you depends on what you have to say," Tian replied, his bloodied blade cold and unyielding. All of this was orchestrated by Magistrate Zhao. Wang Kuan, like a bamboo tube spilling beans, began to recount the events. As Tian listened, his heart grew increasingly alarmed and chilled. Upon Zhao's arrival in Wanfuxian, he had initially been diligent and benevolent, accomplishing numerous good deeds. However, as age took its toll and his health declined, he became obsessed with alchemy and the pursuit of longevity. Yet, the elixirs for extending life were not so easily crafted, and his condition deteriorated day by day. Zhao Ziyuan began to inquire everywhere, incurring immense expenses. It was then that the heavenly demon cult came knocking at his door. "The heavenly demon cult?" Tian inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "It is indeed the sinister cult known as the Celestial Demon Sect." Wang Kuan was drenched in cold sweat as he spoke, revealing that they claimed to possess a method to extend the life of Magistrate Zhao. They provided several elixirs. And although Zhao Ziyuan was initially skeptical, upon consumption, his white hair transformed to youthful black, and he appeared to regain his lost youth. From that moment on, the Celestial Demon Sect began demanding human lives from Magistrate Zhao. Initially, he supplied them with death row inmates, but as their numbers dwindled, he resorted to gathering beggars and homeless individuals. Now, the entire village of Guyuancheng has fallen prey to them. Upon hearing Wang Kuan's testimony, Tian was consumed by righteous fury. Human elixirs, a vile concoction that prolongs one's life at the expense of another's, could only be mastered by the despicable Celestial Demon Sect, entwined as they are with the sinister. Zhao Ziyuan is truly deserving of 1,000 deaths. In pursuit of his selfish desires, he has led the entire population of Guyuancheng to the slaughter, amounting to 1,000 souls. Every debt has a master, and every grievance a face. Lord He, now that you are aware of the truth, it is already a significant achievement. Magistrate Zhao wields considerable power and influence in Divine Emblem City, where interests are deeply intertwined. You cannot contend against them. Record all that you know, and perhaps you may mitigate your transgressions. At these words, Wang Kuan's face lit up with hope, believing his life was spared. He hastily tore a piece from his sleeve, dipped his finger in the blood from his severed arm, and quickly began to write. In mere moments, he had completed his task. Sir, please take a look. Wang Kuan raised his head, brimming with anticipation. However, Tian's expression darkened instantly. The next moment, the sound of Wang Kuan's anguished cries echoed through the air. Chapter 65. The unveiling. Behind the scenes, Wang Kuan struggled forward a few steps before falling silent. Behind him stood a creature covered in scales, its crimson heart still pulsating. The beast stuffed the heart into its mouth, causing it to burst like a ripe tomato, blood cascading down its sharp fangs, evoking a chilling sensation. What a worthless waste! The monster exclaimed, casting a disdainful glance at the corpse on the ground. Zhai Gang, Tian inquired. How do you find me in this state, Lord He? Am I not terrifying? Zhai Gang licked the blood from his claws, speaking with a tone of contempt. It seems you too are a demon of the celestial demon sect. Tian's token at his waist had turned a sickly green. Demon? Ha ha ha. That is a grave misunderstanding by the common folk. The human body is so fragile, possessing a mere century of life. Even if one reaches the pinnacle of mastery, they may only extend their existence by a few decades. Conversely, we of the celestial demon sect have taken a historic step forward, evolving humanity into a higher realm. From the perspective of life forms, we are the mainstream, the future of this world. Zhai Gang's face was alight with pride, as if everything were a matter of course. Yet that does not justify taking the lives of others, sacrificing the lives of countless innocents to satiate your own desires. Tian articulated firmly. In his heart, he grappled with the insatiable greed before him. The demon possessed formidable strength, its vitality far surpassing that of an internal energy master. It might even be on par with a chi master. Such words are misguided. The evolution of life demands a price. What once ruled this world? It was the demon race. Now, they have been driven to the wilderness by humanity. And those who remain obedient are merely livestock, bled for sustenance, no different from cattle. Would you care for the deer you consume? Certainly not. The rulers are unjust. The heavens are in turmoil, and the strange forces are rampant. The power of the uncanny races grows stronger by the day. It will not be long before the entire world belongs to them. The strongest among humans may as well be but a robust ant before the uncanny. You, a mere junior officer from the Huang Division, may not comprehend the larger picture. Yet do you not know that half of the personnel in the Huang Division perish each year? The Demon Suppression Office, though renowned, is but a shadow of its former self, barely surviving. Join us, coexist with the uncanny, and you may find a glimmer of hope in this apocalyptic age. Seeing Tian's countenance darken, Zhai Gang chuckled, extending an invitation. You think these empty words will sway Zhao Ziyuan? You are mistaken. I am not someone you can buy. Do you believe your bargaining chips are insufficient? Ha ha. Zhai Gang laughed heartily. He reached into his robe, producing 6 crimson orbs. Here are 6 elixirs. Enough for 100 men. 1 will guarantee your ascension to the pinnacle of internal energy. 2 will achieve perfect internal energy. And the remaining 3 will enable you to break through into the ranks of Chi Masters, a realm unattainable even after decades of cultivation by others. I have perused your profile. A 19-year-old master of inner strength is indeed a rarity in such a modest place as Baichong City. However, upon arriving at Shenhui City, you become indistinguishable from the masses. A multitude of individuals in their 30s languish in their inner strength, and once they reach 40, their vitality begins to wane, leaving them with no hope of ever attaining true energy. Yet, with a mere nod, you, a young adept in your 20s, have a bright future ahead, allowing you to act with impunity. Hee. Tian's lips curled into a smile as he reminisced about the tragic past of his former self. Recalling the desolation that followed the bizarre chaos in Baichong City, and the grueling hours he spent honing his swordsmanship. The conditions are indeed favorable. However, something essential seems to be lacking. Tian spoke with a grin. What is missing? Whatever we can provide, just say the word. Silver notes, women, techniques, or potent elixirs. We have it all. Zhai Gang's face brightened, as acquiring this individual from the Demon Subduing Division would grant them additional time. By the time the Demon Subduing Division reacts, the grand scheme of the sect will have long been executed. It is not something of great value. In fact, it could be deemed worthless. However, there is a fear that Zhai County Chief may be reluctant to part with it. Rest assured, having joined the grand sect, we are brothers. And there is nothing we cannot share. Very well, since Brother Zhai is so sincere, I shall speak openly. I wish to borrow your life as a sacrifice to honor the innocent souls who perished here. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features or copy the URL to read in another browser. Haha. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Yet it is a shame that wisdom seems to elude you. It is difficult to counsel those who seek death. Having said so much, it is time to send you on your way. Zhai chuckled and shook his head. Shadows began to materialize around Tian as a gray mist swirled, revealing the withered, distorted faces of 8 ghastly corpses, presumably villagers from this area. Tian's Songlong blade slowly emerged from its sheath. Although the tainted blood of these creatures would corrode his weapon, he was now fighting with his back against the wall. A howl erupted as one of the corpses launched the first attack. Tian's figure flickered, executing a graceful evasion that allowed him to escape the ambush. With a clang, the Songlong blade intercepted the coordinated assault of 2 corpses from the side. The immense force propelled Tian's body into the air, hurtling towards Zhai. It is better that I assist you in finding liberation. Licking the blood that lingered at the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of intoxication flashed in Zhai's eyes. The blood of a martial artist serves as a potent tonic for the supernatural, and for demonkind, it is no different. Such a young practitioner of inner strength, I fear, will prove even sweeter than the previous fellow. Die. As Tian flew closer, Zhai's claws plunged mercilessly towards his heart. At that very moment, Tian flicked his wrist, and a bright yellow talisman transformed into a burst of flames, striking Zhai instantaneously. The flames ignited fiercely, akin to kindling catching fire. The red flame talisman. With a startled cry, Zhai, a devotee of the heavenly demon sect, found himself all too familiar with the various methods employed by the Demon Suppression Bureau. The crimson flame talisman, fueled by eerie energy, proved to be an uncanny and indestructible threat, a vexing opponent indeed. Alas, in but a fleeting moment, Zhai was engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. Sensing his plight, the ghastly corpses erupted into a frenzied rage, howling as they surged forward in a desperate attempt to restrain Tian. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of resounding echoes filled the air. Tian, surrounded by a surge of vital energy, wielded an enormous bell that descended upon him. Its surface adorned with shimmering Sanskrit, successfully deflecting all assaults from the ghastly corpses. However, Tian's body convulsed violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Though he had managed to fend off the onslaught of numerous corpses, the impact had severely injured his internal organs, some of which were already ruptured. The golden bell shield technique could fortify external defenses, but offered no protection to internal injuries. It was evident that he needed to hasten his quest for the 13 Guardians martial arts. Now was the moment. Tian bellowed, swiftly transferring the azure dragon blade from his right hand to his left, and in an instant, a crimson tongue of flame shot forth, piercing through the skulls of 2 ghastly corpses. With a deft motion, he executed a slicing strike, cleaving another corpse in 2. With a whoosh, 2 more crimson flame talismans were unleashed, transforming the advancing corpses into humanoid torches. In the blink of an eye, despite his severe wounds, Tian had vanquished 5 ghastly corpses and dealt a significant blow to Zhai, the devotee of the heavenly demon sect. Coughing, Tian grit his teeth against the pain and swallowed a healing pill, striving to mend his injuries. Chapter 66. Mutual destruction. Before him stood 3 grotesque corpses, and the demon, Zhai, had extinguished the crimson flames that had engulfed him through some unknown means. However, his body was marred with numerous pits. Remnants of the fiery onslaught and blackened blood oozed from his wounds, presenting a pitiful sight. You little brat, how dare you inflict such grievous injuries upon me? I shall make you wish for death, Zhai snarled, his mouth agape, his serpent-like tongue flicking menacingly. As his words faded, the remaining 3 grotesque corpses roared and charged at Tian once more. With a fierce roar, the azure dragon blade in Tian's grasp unleashed a sound akin to a raging tiger. The blade's light enveloped the 3 grotesque corpses once again. Has the crimson flame talisman finally been exhausted? Tian observed, retreating under the relentless assault, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, fatigue overtaking him. Zhai, eager to pounce, reflected on his earlier carelessness. Had he not been so reckless, his speed could have easily evaded the talisman's attack. Yet, the young man still possessed a hidden card, his enigmatic right hand. It is time to apply some pressure, Zhai mused as he slowly drew forth his weapon, a sword as black as night. Suddenly, as Tian wrestled with the 3 grotesque corpses, a chill ran down his spine. A piercing intent of murder pricked at the skin of his neck. Instinctively, he twisted his body, barely managing to deflect the blow with his azure dragon blade, while simultaneously activating his golden bell shield. With a thunderous crash, the energy forming the shield shattered, and a tremendous force from the blade ruptured Tian's left hand. Blood gushing forth. He was sent flying, yet his right hand, in an uncanny twist of fate, broke free and hurtled toward Zhai Gang, the one who had ambushed him. So, this was the hidden card. Zhai Gang's smile turned sinister as he unleashed his full power, revealing the prowess of a true master. His black sword struck with the swiftness of lightning, pinning Greed to the ground. Release me at once. What skill is wielding a weapon? Let us engage in an arm wrestling match. I shall annihilate you. Greed, trapped and immobile, continued to chatter incessantly. Silence. You are but a trifling third-grade specter. Yet you dare to be so arrogant? Speak again, and I shall sever your fingers, one by one. Upon hearing this, Greed immediately ceased its incessant prattle. Zhai Gang's gaze returned to Tian, only to witness him expend 2 more crimson flame talismans, deftly wielding his blade to vanquish the remaining grotesque corpses. Impressive indeed. I did not expect a mere junior officer in the Demon Suppression Division, fresh in the Huang Division for just a month, to be so resilient. Young man, to be honest, I admire you. My earlier offer still stands. If you join our great sect, all will be negotiable. Leaning heavily upon his blade, Tian swallowed the blood rising in his throat. The earlier activation of the Golden Bell Shield had jarred his internal organs, and the injuries suppressed by the healing pills flared back to life. Demon, do you have any final words? Realizing he was gravely wounded and possessed only a single strike left, Tian took a deep breath and slowly raised his head. It appears you remain obstinately ignorant. Zhai Gang's expression grew increasingly frigid. It is you who is truly ignorant, Tian declared, brandishing his blade defiantly before his chest. Then let us dance. Zhai Gang surged forward, his black sword striking like a venomous serpent, concealed within the gray mist, poised to strike. The Songlong blade erupted with blinding light, akin to a lightning bolt, yet when it collided with Zhai Gang, it merely sparked a shower of embers. You are likely unaware of the disparity between qi and internal energy, compounded by my impervious demonic form, which grants me an innate invincibility. What do you intend to use to contend with me? Ha! With a sudden surge of power, Zhai Gang cleaved Tian aside with a single stroke, confidence swelling within him as he laughed heartily. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site supports access only via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it signifies a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser to continue reading. Meanwhile, Tian rose from the ground, spitting blood, his internal organs ablaze with excruciating pain. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. By the way, allow me to inform you that throughout this ordeal, it has merely been your own struggles. I have merely been toying with you. At this moment, you lack even the qualification for me to continue my amusement. Zhai Gang clapped his hands, and from the gray mist emerged several eerie corpses. I have an abundance of such little pets. Let them entertain you. Just to mention, they have been quite hungry for a while now, haha. Seeing the eerie corpses encircle Tian, Zhai Gang felt elated and turned to leave. Wait, what? Do you intend to seek refuge with a great sect? A wise man knows the times. When caught in a predicament, seeking refuge for survival is not dishonorable. After all, we are of the human race, mere creatures fearful of death. A sinister smile crept upon Zhai Gang's lips. I possess a blade that can sever all injustices in the world. I invite you to witness. Tian's voice resonated from the air above. Before Zhai Gang could respond, the eerie corpses lunged toward Tian, who hovered above. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance erupted from within the encirclement of the eerie corpses, slicing through them with unparalleled force. It was the essence of his blade. Tian unleashed all 7 strands of his sword intent in one fell swoop. A flicker of panic crossed Zhai Gang's face as he prepared to evade. Just then, within the blade's radiance, a flash of spirit light transformed into a green tiger's head. Lunging fiercely at him, it was Tian activating the tiger medallion. A piercing scream erupted as Zhai Gang ultimately lost an arm to the sword intent. Fear gripped him. His opponent could take his life. With a desperate burst of qi, he unleashed an attack toward Tian and fled, disregarding the outcome of his assault. As the qi surged forward, Tian merely adjusted his stance slightly, dodging the fatal blow, while his Songlong blade, infused with the last vestiges of sword intent, barely managed to catch up to Zhai Gang. Drip drop. The sound of blood falling to the ground resonated. The green tiger's head clung to Zhai Gang's shoulder, refusing to relent. His eyes darted, barely recognizing the silhouette of the figure before him. One arm, one leg, his entire body was a tapestry of ruptured veins, resembling a grotesque blood-filled gourd. To his astonishment, it had culminated in mutual destruction. Zhai Gang's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed with a thunderous thud, his head rolling several paces away. With a resounding clang, the azure dragon blade slipped from Tian's grasp, and he collapsed weakly onto the ground. His consciousness began to fade, fragments of memories from both this life and the last flitting through his mind. Even a small person possesses their own dignity. Ridding the world of harm cannot be deemed as a life wasted. A faint smile graced his lips as Tian's head slowly drooped. Hey, don't die? Wake up quickly. What will happen to my wine if you perish? Who will brew it for me? The echoes of greedy pleas lingered in his ears. Yet Tian chose to ignore them, his awareness sinking into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 67. The transformation of Wan Fuxian. The carriage swayed incessantly, the sun casting a warm, yet somewhat blinding light upon him. Tian shook his head several times in vain, ultimately resigning himself to opening his eyes. Awake, are you? A greedy voice echoed in his mind. Tian attempted to sit up with some effort, but the excruciating pain radiating through his body compelled him to abandon his struggle. Do not move. If you do, the stitches will tear. Look at this body. It's been left in tatters because of you. I exerted tremendous effort to sew it back together. Where are we? On the way back to Shenhuiqing. I hired a carriage using your body. Aren't we going to Wan Fuxian? The primary villain remains unpunished. Go where? In your condition, you would be courting death. The Demon Suppression Department has more than just you. You could report to your superiors. I've gathered all the evidence. The greedy voice complained. Tian slightly turned his head and caught sight of Zhai Gang's lifeless head, now partially demonized, yet still vaguely recognizable. Beside it lay a blood-stained cloth with the crimes inscribed by Captain Wang Kuan. The evidence was indeed irrefutable. The greedy voice had considered the situation thoroughly. You claimed you could easily handle entities below the 3rd tier. How is it that a mere demon could bring you to your knees? Brat, do you not comprehend the concept of fighting 10 against 1? Besides, what do I have? Only one hand. Don't you realize the disparity? Had I known, I would have let you bleed to death. You only did it for the wine. You, a fool unworthy of collaboration. Ha ha. Cough cough. Tian laughed heartily, but the movement aggravated his injuries, leading him to cough again. Thank you, greed. As the carriage slowly moved forward, Tian once again succumbed to a languid slumber. In the grand hall of the Wan Fuxian government office, Zhao Ziyuan paced anxiously. A day and a night had passed without a word from either Wang Kuan or Zhai Gang. Not even a return from the dozen or so constables who had accompanied them. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Sir, a servant appeared respectfully. Deliver this letter and this item to Lord Sun in Shenhuiqing, Zhao Ziyuan said, closing the lid of the ornate box with a hint of reluctance. At once, my lord. Years of plotting could not be allowed to come to naught. Watching his subordinate hurriedly depart, Zhao Ziyuan's gaze was fraught with anxiety. The gray mist enveloping Guyu village began to spread, gradually shrouding Wan Fuxian in its embrace. Yet, the townsfolk remained blissfully unaware, continuing their lives as usual. Old Wan, ensure everything is in order. Youngest son, prioritize your elder brother's opinions in all matters. Dear husband, I do not wish to leave. Within the expansive Zhao residence, chaos reigned as the family hastily prepared for their relocation, hiring numerous carriages. First, proceed to the border and seek out your 3rd uncle. I shall find you all afterward. Zhao Ziyuan imparted this advice to his eldest son, watching as his family departed through the southern gate. As the encroaching gray mist drew nearer, a sigh of contemplation escaped Zhao Ziyuan's lips. Once, he aspired to be a virtuous official, to enlighten the masses and bring prosperity to the people. However, everything transformed with the arrival of the celestial demon sect. When did he become so infatuated with the pursuit of immortality? The fear of death grew with each passing day. At 65, his mortal frame was withering. Had he not allied himself with the celestial demon sect, he might now be too frail to even walk. Standing atop the southern gate, Zhao Ziyuan gazed upon the bustling county, his heart torn. In merely 2 days, the gray mist would envelop Wan Fuxian, and 100,000 souls would be indoctrinated by the holy sect, while he would reap tremendous rewards, transforming into a demon and grasping the hope of eternal life. Captain Wang, County Magistrate Zhai, and those illustrious families, some he had led astray, while others had willingly allied themselves with him. He was ensnared, unable to turn back. Conversely, tension crackled at the gates of Shenhui City. Zhangxingda, how audacious you are to obstruct the operations of the Demon Suppression Office. Ji Qiuping had already drawn her blade. The city lord has decreed that due to rampant banditry, the gates shall be sealed for 3 days. Impudence. Delaying the Demon Suppression Office's proceedings is a crime you cannot withstand tenfold. On the battlements, Zhang Xingda, the gatekeeper, was drenched in sweat. bewildered by the sudden discord between the city lord and the demon suppression office. Why was he commanded to close the gates? Was this not akin to gods clashing? He was merely a lowly sixth-rank official, now caught in the crossfire. Any prominent figure from either the demon suppression office or the city lord's manor could easily end his life. Prepare. If the gates do not open, we shall storm through. Ji Qiuping commanded, spurring her steed and vaulting onto the battlements. To dare charge the gates is tantamount to rebellion. Archers, ready. Zhang Xingde, steeling himself, ordered the soldiers atop the battlements to aim their crossbows at the demon hunters below. How dare you? Ji Qiuping hesitated, caught in a standoff. Suddenly, a figure leapt onto the battlements, clad in a white-haired python robe. I pay my respects to the Lord Commander. Ji Qiuping hastily knelt in deference. Who was it that claimed I would rebel? Jiang Pingfeng spoke slowly, his tone laced with thinly veiled anger. I would not dare. Zhang Xingde quickly knelt in submission. Open the gates at once. Yes. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhang Xingde reluctantly complied. With a clatter, the troops of the Demon Suppression Office surged forth. Report. My lord, Jiang Pingfeng of the Demon Suppression Office has personally intervened. The gatekeeper Zhang Xingde could not withstand the pressure, and the troops have already exited the city. In the Lord's mansion, Lord Sun Dushing was admiring a golden Buddha in his hands. Inscribed on the base of the Buddha were small characters, cast in the 12th year of the Tianwu era, revealing that it was an antique from the founding period of the Tianwu dynasty. Even more remarkable was the seal beside it, faintly resembling the character for Li. The Li family, the royal lineage. Could this treasure possibly be a royal artifact? Sun Dushing focused intently, and indeed, the golden Buddha emanated a faint aura of noble purple. Dragon Chi, the essence of the Son of Heaven. It truly was an imperial treasure. With such an artifact, enveloped in dragon energy, his official fortune would surely soar, and he would ascend the ranks with ease. Enough. You may leave now. This item is indeed extraordinary, but this is where it ends. I have already done more than enough to delay the Demon Suppression Division for a moment. Go, go. As Ji Qiuping raced forward, she recalled the report from Tian. The magistrate of Wanfufu County, Zhao Ziyuan, had colluded with the heavenly demon sect, sacrificing the lives of over 1,000 villagers from Guyuan village to concoct human pills. Wanfufu County was in peril. It was truly unfathomable. However, upon seeing the severed head of County Deputy Zhai Gang and the confession of Wang Kuan, she could not deny the truth. The half-human, half-demon was undoubtedly a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. The garrison commander had ordered her to lead the vanguard. But who could have anticipated that Zhang Xingde at the city gate would cause such a commotion, wasting over half an hour? How could she not feel anxious? How could she not feel anger at this moment? Chapter 68. The Battle of Wanfuxian. The town of Wanfuxian loomed in the distance, shrouded in a glaring gray mist that enveloped half of the county. Many citizens, oblivious to the danger, mistook it for a mere fog. However, upon inhalation, they soon began to bleed from their orifices and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Run! It is the cursed realm. A loud cry shattered the calm, plunging the entire town into chaos. The populace surged towards the city gates in a frantic rush. Open the gates! Open the gates! Countless hands pounded against the doors. The soldiers above must have locked them. We will confront the guards and force the gates open. Immediately, skilled martial artists soared up to the city towers, but within moments, a chilling scream pierced the air as a dismembered corpse fell from the sky. The terrified crowd gazed upward to behold several withered, ghastly figures slowly emerging. The citizens below scattered in terror, trampling the injured in their haste. The ghastly figures turned as one, leaping down from the towers to charge outward. Soon, numerous grotesque forms burst forth from the gray mist, coalescing into a dark stream directed towards the Demon Suppression Division's contingent. Stand ready. Fire the cursed crossbows. Ji Qiuping commanded, summoning a compact crossbow to her hand, its black arrowhead inscribed with intricate Sanskrit. Release. A volley of arrows descended upon the dark tide. Yet the ghastly figures neither flinched nor evaded, charging headlong into the onslaught. As the arrows pierced their bodies, they erupted in crimson, many collapsing amidst plumes of black smoke. One ghastly figure broke through the barrage, leaping with ferocity. A rider from the Demon Suppression Division, caught off guard, was bitten in the neck. A cry of horror echoed as Tian awoke from his nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. You are awake? The voice that broke the silence was melodious and soothing. The air was thick with the scent of herbs, causing Tian to furrow his brow. Where am I? You fainted after bringing back news. You are in the herb pavilion. A woman clad in the official garb of the Demon Suppression Division was preparing medicine, her back turned to him. Tian clenched his fists, sensing that his vitality had partially returned, yet his insides still throbbed with pain. Your injuries are quite severe, but I have administered medicine. Your constitution seems extraordinary. You will recover swiftly. With 10 days of rest, you should be well. The woman turned, presenting him with a bowl of dark, murky liquid. Tian hesitated but quickly bowed his head again. Do I drink this myself? Now that you can move, do you expect me to feed you? The woman replied with a charming smile. Tian glanced at the bowl beside him, the dark potion reflecting a beautiful silhouette. He reached for the bowl and gulped down a mouthful. Ugh! The liquid churned in his stomach, and he expelled a portion. Why is this medicine so pungent? Tian's brow furrowed in discomfort. You are quite amusing. Despite your grave injuries, you fear the bitterness of the medicine. A good remedy is often unpalatable but beneficial for healing. I painstakingly concocted this. Drink it all without waste, or you shall have to take another bowl. As Tian set the bowl down, the woman spoke again, leaving no room for refusal. Who are you? After taking the medicine, Tian felt a tumultuous churn in his abdomen, overwhelmed by discomfort, and could not help but inquire. Who are you? I am Zhuang Lianxue, the Celestial Master of the 100 Herbs Academy. Rest assured, with me here, you shall not perish. Take your time to recuperate. The young woman replied with a faint smile before turning to leave. She appeared quite youthful, merely in the bloom of her 20s, yet possessed formidable energy. A testament to the hidden talents within the Demon Suppression Division. He felt a sense of relief. He could focus on healing without worry. After consuming the medicinal concoction, Tian experienced a throbbing headache, and a wave of drowsiness soon enveloped him, leading him into a deep slumber once more. As the city gates fell to the assault of the Demon Suppression Division, countless terrified citizens rushed forth from Wanfuching. Ji Qiuping wiped the blood and grime from her face, finally feeling a slight sense of ease. They had just managed to break through the blockade of the eerie corpses, suffering a loss of 30% of their forces, with dozens of skilled fighters having fallen. Yet, the toxic mist had not yet fully enveloped Wanfuching, allowing them to evacuate the populace in time. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed. So you've let the blood sacrifice of the great sect escape. The Demon Suppression Division truly acts with impunity. You rodent, show yourself. The members of the Demon Suppression Division immediately braced themselves. As the gray fog swirled, 3 figures emerged. Their bodies tinged with a sickly green and covered in fine scales, the minions of the heavenly demon sect. Fire the crossbows, Ji Qiuping commanded, and over 10 crossbowmen assembled before her, forming a barrage and beginning their assault. The sound of metal clanging filled the air as numerous bolts were deflected by the weapons wielded by the 3 demon beings. Even when a few managed to pierce their defenses, they only left pale imprints on their skin. A roar erupted as one of the demon beings exhaled a white blast of energy, conjuring a fierce wind that scattered the crossbow formation, making it exceedingly difficult for the fighters to even open their eyes, let alone retaliate. Die! Another demon being lunged in from the side. The presence of a formidable energy wielder sent a shiver through the ranks. Given the suddenness of the attack, the existing celestial masters of the Demon Suppression Division were all preoccupied with their own critical tasks, leaving no one available to assist. Facing such a powerful adversary, the prospect of total annihilation loomed. Get lost. Ji Qiuping was resolved to give her all to hold them off and buy time. Yet, the demon was struck by a powerful palm, spewing blood as it was sent hurtling backward. It is the Guardian. The morale of the Demon Suppression Division surged instantly. What? Zhang Pingfeng, were you not detained by the holy envoy of the great sect? The minions of the heavenly demon sect were suddenly taken aback. What nonsense, holy envoy? Merely a minor master, easily dispatched, Zhang Pingfeng stated nonchalantly, his voice ringing like a death knell in the ears of the demons. Run. The remaining 2 energy-wielding demons turned to flee, but before they could take more than a few steps, they were struck down by Zhang Pingfeng's effortless blows. Guardian is mighty. Form ranks, dispel the eerie mist, and rescue the citizens. Yes, the members of the Demon Suppression Division responded in unison. The situation has been brought under control. Standing atop the city tower, Zhang Pingfeng suddenly experienced an involuntary tremor, a droplet of blood trickling down his finger, which he discreetly wiped away with his foot. The news arrived. The Demon Suppression Bureau had eradicated the eerie domain of Wanfuchsian, slaying thousands of specters. The citizens of Wanfuchsian suffered grievously, with reports suggesting that over 10,000 had their essence drained, including even the infants in their cradles. The county magistrate, Zhao Ziyuan, had turned traitor to the Tianyao sect, deserving of the most severe punishment, along with his entire family. What? Zhao Ziyuan was actually an undercover agent planted by the court within the Tianyao sect, had it not been for his revelations. the 100,000 souls of Wanfuxian would have likely fallen prey to the jaws of the beast. Over 10 days have elapsed since the great battle in Wanfuxian, and Tian's injuries have nearly healed. Outside the Demon Suppression Bureau, the winds of turmoil shift with every passing day, and the news changes with each moment. Chapter 69. The principal offender must be punished. Zhao Ziyuan is evidently the instigator, yet he faces no repercussions. Instead, he has been reassigned as the governor of Hejian Prefecture. This is nothing short of absurd. Ji Qiuping slammed the table in frustration, unable to contain her rage. It seems the court is wary of losing face. Coupled with Zhao Ziyuan's influential connections, as his younger brother is a general in charge of the Western campaign. The one to speak up was a familiar face to Tian, the recently returned Celestial Master, Sun He. Can we really stand idly by while he enjoys his freedom? I too harbor a desire to eliminate him, but following the battle in Tianfu County, the city lord, Sun Dishing, reported to the higher authorities, and many eyes are now fixed on the Demon Suppression Division. If we stir up trouble at this critical juncture, it may implicate the commander. Cough, cough. Enough of your bickering. The principal offender must be punished, but we need a reliable individual to carry out the task. Jiang Pingfeng, reclining in the main seat, spoke slowly, his complexion still pale. In his confrontation with the minor master of the demon cult, he had resorted to some extreme measures in pursuit of a swift victory, resulting in severe injuries that had compromised his foundation. Yet, our masters in the Demon Suppression Division are being closely monitored. Any move outside the division would expose us. Thus, we must select a capable individual. Zhao Ziyuan is merely an elderly man lacking martial prowess. If taken by surprise, a single strike would suffice. It would be most suitable for a practitioner of internal energy to take action, as Zhao Ziyuan's guards likely include formidable practitioners. A stealthy attack could lead to a decisive victory. That said, one individual seems particularly suitable. However, once this person acts, their life may be in jeopardy. Eradicating the bizarre is the responsibility of the Demon Suppression Division, and we have already suffered considerable losses of internal energy practitioners over the past year. After deliberation, the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Division finalized their selection. Tian, have you recovered from your injuries? Tian was practicing with a blade in a small courtyard when Ji Qiuping arrived uninvited. Reporting to the chief commander, I am nearly recovered. What is this? Ji Qiuping suddenly noticed a towel adorned with azalea flowers resting on the knife rack nearby. Reporting to the chief commander. This is a towel used by Lord Zhuang from the herb hall to wrap medicinal herbs. Tian replied honestly. Wrap medicinal herbs? Huh. Zhuang Lianxue uses her handkerchief to wrap herbs for you. I have not seen her do so for anyone else. You ought to be cautious. This Zhuang Lianxue has a penchant for experimenting on people with her medicines. I've heard she has previously eliminated several bizarre creatures. Your frail frame may not withstand her antics. Ji Qiuping scrutinized Tian with a teasing glint in her eye. This the chief commander is jesting. Tian hastily cupped his hands in salute. Cough, cough. A sound of coughing interrupted them. It was Zhuang Lianxue, her expression as cold as frost, standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Very well, I shall not intrude upon Lord Zhuang's examination of your health. Here are your tasks for this month. Be careful not to falter. Upon observing the troubled expression on Zhuang Lianxue's face, Ji Qiuping ceased her playful banter, tossing the cloth bag to Tian before turning to leave. As she passed by Zhuang Lianxue, she let out a couple of disdainful clicks with her tongue. Humph. Tian, you must be wary of Ji Qiuping. She is ruthless and merciless. During her time at the Huangzi courtyard, countless lives were lost due to her assignments, deliberately setting her subordinates up for certain doom. If you trust her, you may find yourself with grass growing 3 feet high on your grave next year. Once Ji Qiuping departed, Zhuang Lianxue spoke mercilessly. Very well, very well. It is only natural for a high-ranking official to be somewhat stern. Tian dared not interject. As the content continues to load, please be patient. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing modes, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. These two individuals, one his superior and the other a master of martial prowess, are not ones he can afford to offend. For the sake of your own safety, it would be wise to distance yourself from her sooner rather than later. Not every time will I be fortunate enough to pull you back from the gates of death. Zhuang Lianxue, with a huff, placed down several packets of medicine, reminding Tian once more before taking her leave. Brother, those two sisters are quite fierce. Cici chimed in softly, peering out. Why meddle in others' affairs? If someone overhears, it will be you who suffers. Instead of wasting time, why not practice your swordsmanship? You haven't even cooked a meal. I understand. After being scolded by Tian, Cici covered her ears and fled. Once back inside, Tian cautiously opened the package Ji Qiuping had given him, revealing a thick stack of silver notes and a letter. Is this a reward? Tian mused, examining the silver notes, each worth 100 taels, totaling an impressive 3,000 taels. The Demon Suppression Division is indeed generous for a mere Huang-level task. Such a bounty is extraordinary. Although he had narrowly escaped with his life to complete it, the sum is still exorbitant enough to purchase a 3-entry courtyard in Shenhui City. With delight, Tian pried up a corner of a floor tile in the corner of his room, concealing the silver notes within. Oh, so this is where you hide your money, brother. Cici's voice chimed in, her little head suddenly appearing at the windowsill, sporting a mischievous grin as she watched Tian. Little rascal, why are you climbing the window at such a young age? You'll never find a husband when you grow up. Tian exclaimed, startled. I have no intention of marrying. Once I master my martial arts, I will take the martial examination and become a martial scholar. Cici declared with determination, dismissing Tian's admonition. Ultimately, Tian paid her 10 taels as a bribe to ensure her departure. This little imp, I wonder what sort of company she has been keeping in my absence. She is becoming increasingly mischievous. Tian shook his head, realizing that as Cici grew older, she could no longer be confined at home. Having learned some martial skills, she was becoming quite familiar with the neighborhood, gradually rebelling against boundaries. Having relocated, Tian dug a hole in the wall to securely hide the silver notes. What follows is a letter, which contains an important mission. For the sake of security, Tian prudently ensured that all doors and windows were securely closed before solemnly opening it. The first half of the letter extolled Tian's accomplishments, commending him for successfully completing the task and averting a catastrophe in Wanfu County, rewarding him with 30,000 taels of silver and 300 merit points as encouragement. However, the latter portion of the letter caused Tian to furrow his brow. The bizarre disaster in Wanfu County had resulted in the deaths of at least 10,000 people. Yet the mastermind remained unpunished and was instead commended. Such a perverse inversion of justice prompted the Demon Suppression Department to consider executing him, as a warning to the Heavenly Demon Cult and others colluding with them. This high-risk endeavor had unexpectedly fallen into Tian's lap, surprisingly recommended by Sun He and Ji Qiuping. Was this not akin to pushing oneself into a pit of fire? A dead comrade is preferable to a dead Taoist. Indeed, they are such good allies. Nevertheless, upon seeing the reward for completing the mission, which amounted to 30,000 taels of silver, Tian's momentary discontent swiftly dissipated. Having already braved the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in Guyuan village, would he truly be daunted by Zhao Ziyuan, who was not even a practitioner of external martial arts? Killing him would be as easy as dispatching a dog. I have 100 ways to end his life. With this thought, Tian began to chuckle. Brother, what are you laughing about? We are undertaking this mission together. Can you share half of the reward with me? The sudden voice of Cici startled Tian once again. Chapter 70. The preparations begin as I lifted my gaze. I noticed the tiles on the roof had been dislodged, revealing a small head peering down. Who else could it be but my sister? How infuriating. Speak. Who taught you such nonsense? Moments later, Cici was yanked down from the rooftop by Tian. It was Master Foam from the blacksmith workshop who taught me. I promise I won't do it again, Cici pleaded, her face a portrait of sorrow, her tear-filled eyes glistening with innocence. So it was Master Foam. A figure flashed through Tian's mind, a bald head, a nose like a beet, and a face covered in stubble, embodying the image of a lecherous uncle. Yet, this individual was a formidable practitioner of energy and the head of the blacksmith workshop, someone not to be trifled with. After a moment of contemplation, Tian donned a smile once more. Sister, I worry for your safety. Why would you climb so high? What if you were to fall from the roof? I won tea. Sister Ji from the yellow courtyard has taught me a technique of lightness, and I have mastered it, Cici declared, and with a swift motion, she leapt, her toes tapping lightly on the beams as she ascended to the rooftop. Goodness! Tian exclaimed, hand pressed to his forehead. Where has my obedient sister gone? She's been turned into a wild child by these influences. Half an hour later, Tian arrived at the scripture repository, where Elder Zhang was nodding off, only to jolt awake as Tian approached. It's you, rascal. You walk so quietly that you startled an old man like me. Listening to Elder Zhang's complaints, Tian cast a discerning glance at him, noting the complete absence of any energy fluctuations. Could it be that I was mistaken? He.S. merely an ordinary old man guarding the door. All those tales of formidable masters hiding within the repository are mere fabrications. After a moment of reflection, Tian decided against probing further. Elder, I've come to retrieve the 13 Guardians' martial practice. I appreciate your assistance. Ah, of course. Do you have the payment? Tian presented 30,000 taels in silver notes. Considering the repository's affiliations with the local government, he realized that much of his earnings in Wanfuching had ended up in the hands of the Demon Subduing Division. It's no wonder the rewards are so generous. They truly are magnanimous. The silver is sufficient, yet accumulating merit points is a challenge. However, I am quite accommodating. If you lack merit, you may purchase it with silver, 100 taels for a point of merit, quite a bargain. Here are 300 merit points. Tian handed over a small jade token. You've gathered this so quickly. Are you perhaps related to some high-ranking officials in the Demon Subduing Division? Have they bestowed their merit upon you? In my experience, accumulating merit is no easy feat. I have taken on several prominent tasks, Tian replied with a subtle smile, maintaining an air of mystery. Elder Zhang's expression shifted to one of pity as he regarded Tian. Poor child. It seems you've taken on some perilous assignments. No wonder you are willing to pay such a high price for solid techniques. However, remember that mastering these skills requires relentless practice. No matter how tough your neck, can it withstand the swift blade of another? Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he tucked the secret manual of the 13 Guardians of Horizontal Training into his embrace. With a month remaining before Zhao Ziyuan departed from Shunhui City to assume his post at Hejin Prefecture, he was determined to elevate his mastery of the 13 Guardians to unparalleled heights. The system indicated 5-star hard skill of the 13 Guardians, Proficiency 0-100, with each practice session increasing proficiency by 1 point. Observing the newly acquired technique on the system panel, Tian nodded in satisfaction, resolved to dedicate himself to relentless practice. Striving to ascend his rank in the shortest time possible. Sister, use this to strike me. Tian handed a heavy iron hammer to Hisisi. The hammer's thud reverberated, shaking bones and internal organs, marking the initial step into the realm of the 13 Guardians training. Loading more content, please wait. This platform only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Brother, I know you train with great fervor, but this hammer seems a tad excessive, Hisisi remarked. I heard from Sister Zhuang yesterday that some martial artists stagnate in their cultivation, leading to stress and anxiety, even risking mental derangement. Should we call Sister Zhuang to prescribe some medicine? You appear rather unwell, indeed. Hisisi hefted the iron hammer, feeling its considerable weight of over 30 pounds. Enough chatter. If I ask you to strike, you must strike. Do you still need your allowance? Glimpsing Tian's slender frame and the hammer, which was nearly the size of his fist, she steeled herself, gritted her teeth, and swung the hammer. With a dull thud, the blow was absorbed by Tian's protective stance, yet a wave of impact surged through him, jostling his internal organs. His complexion fluctuated between pallor and flush as he bore the pain, ultimately enduring the injury. Again, Tian commanded. Reluctantly, Hisisi raised the hammer once more and brought it down forcefully. The repeated clangs echoed like thunder, persisting until deep into the night. Oh, I can't bear it. I can't. Huh. Brother Tian, what can't you endure? I see dark circles under your eyes. Has a new beauty arrived at the Yingchun Tower, captivating you? Not at all. Last month, a pair of siblings arrived at the Huangzi courtyard, choosing to train in hard skills. The incessant clamor of the hammer is unbearable. What does it matter? A man should be resilient. I sense a tinge of envy in you, Brother Tian. Ha ha ha. As Tian immersed himself in relentless training, whispers began to circulate within the demon suppression department. Hard skill? Upon hearing her subordinates' reports, Ji Qiuping scoffed. This young lad is foolishly pursuing hard skills. He truly values his life. However, being tougher is indeed commendable. That old hag, Zhuang Lianxue, will have her hands full. A mischievous smile crept onto Ji Qiuping's face as a humorous thought crossed her mind. Suddenly, she caught sight of the messenger, who was covertly observing, and her brows furrowed in annoyance. What are you lot doing here instead of training? It turned out that the Grand Flag Lord had an affinity for such matters. The two exchanged knowing glances, both wearing expressions of mutual understanding. Oh no. Elder Zhang, dozing off, was suddenly roused by piercing screams. What madness had overtaken these individuals lately? Each of them had chosen the arduous path of hard martial arts, a discipline not easily mastered. One would be fortunate to emerge unscathed. However, he thought, as long as there was silver to be gained, it mattered little. After stifling a yawn, Elder Zhang succumbed once more to a drowsy slumber. In the refining workshop, Master Feng gazed in admiration at the individual before him. Every action, grinding, measuring, exuded the spirit of craftsmanship. Such talent ought not to be squandered in the refining workshop. Sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter were already available in the workshop. to create black gunpowder. One merely needed to mix these ingredients in the proportions of 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. However, this method yielded gunpowder laden with impurities, and if mixed unevenly, its potency would be diminished. What Tian accomplished was to meticulously eliminate the impurities from each raw material, then grind them finely. Once properly combined, he carefully poured the mixture into bamboo tubes, compressing each layer before adding the next, thereby significantly enhancing the gunpowder's efficacy. At the mouth of the bamboo tube, he sealed it with burlap. Although a fuse was typically left for ease of ignition, Tian deemed it unnecessary, for this world possessed the Yin talisman, which could be activated through spiritual power. Chapter 71. The commencement of action. What is the potency of this colossal firecracker? Allow me to endeavor a trial. As Tian prepared one, Master Foam, unable to restrain his eagerness, resolved to give it a go. No, Tian attempted to intervene, but the crimson flame talisman had already been activated by Master Foam. With no choice left, Tian leapt toward the doorway with all his might, simultaneously invoking the golden bell shield and the 13 guardians' horizontal training. With a resounding boom, the entire house ascended amidst a blaze of fire. Cough, cough. Master Foam. Tian dashed into the now shattered remnants of the building, discovering a charred figure at the center. Quite impressive. All of Master Feng's hair, beard, and eyebrows had vanished. Yet he managed a faint smile, revealing his pearly white teeth and rolling eyes before collapsing backward. Tian shook his head in resignation, realizing yet another day would be squandered. A week passed, and over 30 formidable firecrackers were meticulously prepared. Their explosive power was astounding. A close-range detonation could potentially overpower even those with formidable energy. Should they all explode simultaneously, it would be cataclysmic. The shockwave alone could prove lethal. If Magistrate Zhao were indeed the ordinary man as reported, this cache of firecrackers could easily send him to his demise. However, there is always a chance of unforeseen circumstances. Tian worried that after his dealings with the celestial demon sect, the rejuvenated Magistrate Zhao might have undergone some fortification, and the strength of the demon bodies of the sect's adherents was something Tian had first-hand experience with. Even the Azure Dragon Blade could not cleave through them. The crossbow bolts utilized were equipped with armor-piercing tips, capable of penetrating even Zhao Ziyuan, the scoundrel, should he don inner armor. Tian meticulously orchestrated the crossbow cart. Severing the ropes at the back would unleash over 100 bolts, covering a range of 100 meters ahead. Brother, with so many arrows, can we truly strike our target? Surely, the adversary's bodyguards will be numerous. His sister, Hisisi, interjected with a shake of her head. In my view, we must coat these arrowheads with lethal poison. These bodyguards, complicit in tyranny, deserve no mercy. Should Zhao Ziyuan manage to escape, eliminating him later would prove significantly more challenging. Upon hearing his sister's words, Tian looked up in surprise. Using poison was indeed a commendable strategy. Moreover, the number of crossbow carts could be increased, with sufficient quantity. At least one arrow would find its mark. To eliminate Zhao Ziyuan within the confines of Divine Emblem City is impractical. He and City Lord Sun are allies, and a considerable number of adept guards would undoubtedly be present to protect him. Before the sand table, Ji Qiuping spoke slowly. Furthermore, with many innocents residing within the city, a failed ambush could easily result in collateral damage. Tian added a few words. Exiting Divine Emblem City and heading towards Hejian Prefecture, the terrain was arduous. Yet the first day would be the most grueling, for Zhao Ziyuan, having been pampered, would undoubtedly struggle to adapt to the march on the first day. Ji Qiuping traced her finger across the sand table, eventually halting at a specific location. Mount Wangwe. What if Zhao Ziyuan, ever cunning, chooses not to traverse Mount Wangwe? Hisisi inquired. It is not without possibility. However, Mount Wangwe is a main thoroughfare, and having just departed Divine Emblem City, merely 100 miles away, it is unlikely Zhao Ziyuan would make such a decision on the very first day. If we were to fail in our ambush at Moon Viewing Ridge and inadvertently alert Zhao Ziyuan, he might opt for an alternate course of action. Ji Qiuping tapped the sand table with her finger and declared, "It is settled then. We shall lay in wait at Moon Viewing Ridge." After paying his respects to Lord Sun, Zhao Ziyuan could depart at any moment, leaving us with roughly 3 days to prepare. 3 days. Tian mused, stroking his chin. To say we are adequately prepared would be an understatement. Even 30 days would not suffice. Nevertheless, even with just 3 days, we can orchestrate considerable arrangements. Time swiftly passed. Master Zhao, when we meet again, I shall refer to you as Your Excellency. Haha, Lord Sun, you are exceedingly gracious. Should you find yourself passing through Hejian Prefecture, please do inform me. I shall extend every courtesy as your host. Zhao Ziyuan sat within the carriage, still under the haze of last night's revelry, his thoughts lingering in a haze of wine and merriment. Upon arriving at Hejian Prefecture, he would be its lord, overseeing more than 20 counties with a population exceeding 500,000. There would be no need for stealth as in Wanfuxian. Both the victims of calamity and the prisoners could be handed over to the heavenly demon sect, with ample resources to refine elixirs. He wondered what rewards the holy sect might bestow upon him, perhaps an elixir of immortality? In the tumultuous days of the past half-month, Zhao Ziyuan had come to a realization. To traverse the path ahead, one must have powerful allies. Without the heavenly demon sect's influence over the higher-ups, he would not have turned misfortune into fortune. The authority of the state can twist even the darkest of tales into light. My lord, we are nearing Moon Viewing Ridge, and night has fallen. Shall we set up camp? A subordinate approached to inquire. Zhao Ziyuan waved his hand with impatience. Camp. After a day of travel, my legs are numb. If there were songs and dancers along the way, I could march for a year without weariness. As night quietly enveloped the land, the once lively camp fell silent, leaving only the chorus of summer insects. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind a rock on Moon Viewing Ridge. To die in slumber, it truly is a boon for you. Tian swallowed the antidote and ignited a pouch. A peculiar white smoke began to billow forth, cascading down the mountainside and enveloping the camp. A night watchman yawned uncontrollably, then his body slackened, collapsing into the white smoke at his feet. Old Four, stop dozing off. If the commander sees you, you'll surely receive a beating, a nearby companion whispered, nudging him several times, only to find him unresponsive. Old Four, instantly alert, the man stood, but soon found himself yawning uncontrollably as well, his body swaying, following in Old Four's footsteps. One by one, as the white smoke spread into the camp, the guards fell, succumbing to its effects. Zhuang Lianshua's medicine proved remarkably effective, Tian mused, yet it was insufficient. There undoubtedly existed formidable warriors within Zhao Ziyuan's ranks, and mere toxic smoke could not resolve the matter. Within a tent, two elderly guards suddenly widened their eyes in alarm and exclaimed, "We are in danger. There is poisonous smoke." One of them swiftly tore open the tent and dashed towards the main tent, seizing the still slumbering Zhao Ziyuan and sprinting towards a hillside devoid of the noxious fumes. What on earth is happening? Zhao Ziyuan exclaimed in bewilderment, abruptly yanked from his deep slumber. My lord, there is an assassin. What? An assassin? Why are you still lingering here? Hurry and send someone to apprehend the intruder. On this mission, Zhao Ziyuan had recruited over 100 guards and had even expended considerable wealth to enlist 2 masters of formidable prowess to ensure protection throughout, all to prepare for such a dire situation. Chapter 72. The Cursed Ones. In the silent expanse of the camp, the enemy remained unseen, their numbers still a mystery. Another adept in the art of energy swiftly arrived, coughing violently and spitting forth blood, a clear indication of the ferocious poison at play. The entire encampment was devoid of survivors. Even he had succumbed to its treachery. I possess antidotes, he proclaimed, understanding that his safety now rested entirely upon the 2 energy masters. Zhao Ziyuan, relinquishing his previous arrogance, offered resources for their mutual benefit. If you ensure my safe passage to Hejian Prefecture, I shall reward you both handsomely in the future. The 2 energy warriors exchanged glances, clearly pleased with Zhao Ziyuan's newfound humility. I am an official of the court, and those who dare assassinate court officials will face the extermination of their clan, Zhao Ziyuan shouted, attempting to rattle his adversary's resolve. I hail from a destitute background, orphaned and alone, and I specialize in eliminating scoundrels like you. Echoed Tian's voice through the valley, prompting the 2 energy masters to perk up, straining to discern its source. Suddenly, the sharp twang of crossbows filled the air, concealed within Tian's words, arriving with alarming swiftness. We must find cover, one of the energy warriors exclaimed, unleashing his power as his sword whirled into an impenetrable barrier, deflecting the incoming bolts. The severed arrowheads embedded themselves into the earth, glimmering with a sinister green hue. How despicable! They have poisoned the arrows, with their vitality rapidly depleting. The 2 warriors dared not linger in the vicinity of the crossbow fire. One swiftly seized Zhao Ziyuan, retreating uphill, while the other braved the barrage, advancing toward the source of the crossbow. Excellent. We have finally been driven to the target location, Tian observed, nodding in satisfaction at their movements. For the past 3 days, he had painstakingly rehearsed his strategy alone, tirelessly perfecting every detail regarding wind direction and the trajectory of the arrows. A deafening explosion resonated, akin to a dragon stirring from slumber, as the hidden explosives detonated. The energy warrior charging toward the crossbow turned in terror, realizing that not only had his companion and Zhao Ziyuan vanished from sight, but also that half of Wangyue Mountain had been engulfed in flames. Smoke billowing ominously like the end of days. Feeling the cold sweat pooling in his palms, the energy warrior's will to fight evaporated, and he turned to flee frantically toward the direction of Shunhui City. True men do not linger to witness the aftermath of an explosion. They have far more pressing matters to attend to. Tian swiftly infiltrated the camp. Though some formidable inner-strength warriors had succumbed to the poison, a few still clung to life, and he felt compelled to assist them, lest they suffer needlessly. Additionally, there were corpses to be examined, and the Jinyao Division's library housed a wealth of martial arts manuscripts awaiting his exploration. An hour later, Tian departed, content, as a raging inferno blazed behind him. The crossbows, the bodies, everything related to this assassination was reduced to ashes in the fire. In the desolate expanse where Zhao Ziyuan lay, only fragments of flesh remained. Tian deemed it unnecessary to tidy up the remains of the damned. In such wild territories, teeming with wolves and beasts, let these creatures cleanse the battlefield. What a waste of resources it is, so much blood and flesh. If only I could devour it. The vitality transformed could elevate your prowess to that of a formidable warrior. The pangs of greed compelled me to speak. Greed. A gentleman must act with purpose and restraint. You may consume the bazaar. I harbor no objections. However, without my consent, even the flesh of the most nefarious villains is off limits for consumption. This is my boundary. Cross it, and there will be no drink for you. The young lad still possesses some spirit. Strength is paramount. Once you are battered by society and endure the sufferings of this world, you shall realize that only strength matters. Regardless of the means, mountains of corpses and seas of blood are but trifles. The younger generation, born into poverty, fears not the tribulations of life. As dawn broke the following day, a throng of city guards stormed into the Demon Suppression Bureau. Sun Dushing was furious. Zhao Ziyuan had been eliminated right under his nose. A blatant affront to him as the lord of Shunhui City. Although Zhao's actions were indeed deserving of ire, could he not have chosen a more discreet approach? To let a formidable warrior escape and return to report this debacle, I would be held responsible for such a farce. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. No matter what, today the Demon Suppression Bureau must bear this burden. Lord Sun, arriving so early at the Demon Suppression Bureau, do you harbor some ill intentions? Shall we lend a hand to quell the situation? Jiang Pingfeng was prepared for Sun Dishing's visit and wasted no time in delivering a snide remark. The Demon Suppression Bureau is plotting against court officials. Bring them all in. As his words fell, the personnel of the Bureau swiftly drew their crossbows, poised for confrontation. The city guards exchanged uncertain glances, and a rash youth stepped forward only to receive a sharp slap to the back of his head, hastily retreating to the ranks. Lord Sun, you arrive and immediately cast such grave accusations. As a mere fourth-rank official, I find it rather overwhelming. Jiang Pingfeng remarked with veiled sarcasm. Sun Dishing's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white. Although the commander Jiang Pingfeng was under his authority, his status as a minor master and his martial achievements placed him on equal footing. To apprehend him would require a decree from above, confirmed by the Bureau's own investigations. Infuriatingly, he was untouchable. Sir, there's an issue at the city tower. Just as Sun Dushing found himself at an impasse, a subordinate rushed in with news. Let us depart. Taking advantage of the situation, Sun Dushing found an out. We bid you farewell, Lord Sunday. Has that lad returned? Not yet. What shall we do? What if Sun Dushing captures Tian outside the city? Ji Qiuping expressed her concerns. No harm done. I possess a grand gift atop the city tower. Zhao Ziyuan has colluded with the celestial demon sect, plotting the demise of tens of thousands of innocent citizens in Wanfuxian. My family of over 130 souls has perished at his hands. Today, vengeance is mine, and I shall die without regret. A blood-soaked man proclaimed loudly from atop the city tower, drawing a multitude of onlookers below, who erupted into fervent discussions upon hearing his words. Silence. It was Sun Dushing, arriving with his men. Ha! You wretched official, you conspire with Zhao Ziyuan, thinking you can remain unscathed. I await you in the underworld. The bloodied man laughed heartily. Leaping from the tower, his back unfurling a massive white banner emblazoned with the words, Zhao Ziyuan colludes with the celestial demon sect. He shall find no resting place. Quickly, there must still be breath. Bring him back for interrogation of the mastermind. Sun Dushing commanded as he observed the man reduced to a mere mass of flesh. Two city guards, bewildered yet compelled, approached to drag the remains. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the man's firecracker, scattering his remains into smithereens, splattering even Sun Dushing with blood. Curse this ill fortune, Sun Dushing bellowed, realizing the futility of the situation, and he turned his horse to retreat. At last, I have vented my pent-up rage, but what of that brave soul who met his end with such valor? His entire family was slaughtered by Zhao Ziyuan. He is a martyr. You have avenged him, and he should be grateful, if anything. Yet, a tribute must be paid. Heavenly Harmony returned to the Demon Suppression Office to report to Ji Qiuping, reflecting with deep emotion upon the man who had stepped forward. Humph. The Demon Suppression Office dares to mock me so. I shall not let this pass lightly. Upon returning to the city lord's manor, Sun Dushing shattered several vases and teacups, finally releasing some of his pent-up anger. Bring me paper, ink, and brushes. I shall report to the court. He thought to himself, while I may not match you in martial prowess, I will wield my pen with the skill of a seasoned scribe. You shall soon see. A hint of satisfaction crossed Sun Dushing's face as he contemplated his literary prowess. Chapter 73. The Malevolent Spirit Atop the Moonlit Mountain. The night sky was shrouded in a somber gray hue, while ominous clouds rolled menacingly overhead. Shadows of several figures clad in dark robes loomed around a blood-red altar, murmuring incantations. We offer our tribute to the myriad souls. Arise. One among them extended an arm, upon which scales the size of copper coins adorned his skin, grotesque bone spurs protruding from his joints, instilling a sense of dread. A jet-black liquid, akin to ink, cascaded down, splattering onto the ground and emitting wisps of black smoke that transformed into several disembodied heads. One of these, with a pallid visage and vacant gaze, was undeniably Zhao Ziyuan. Speak, who was it that took your life? Zhao Ziyuan gazed around in bewilderment, and suddenly exhaled a cloud of smoke, the majority of which depicted scenes of his nightly revelries, with only fleeting glimpses of moments where he met his demise. Even the voice of Tian was fragmented, offering little clarity. As the heads exhaled their smoke, they slumped lifelessly, the remaining heads following suit, yet their visions mirrored that of Zhao Ziyuan. Pastor, these are merely remnants of souls. Their memories are inherently flawed, and given the obscurity of their deaths, it is unlikely we shall uncover any leads. Infuriating. Zhao Ziyuan's death is of little consequence, yet it hinders the grand endeavors of our holy order, and we shall all bear the repercussions. Why not transform them into malevolent spirits? The cycle of cause and effect will ensure that the perpetrator is revealed in due time, and we can eliminate the culprit, thus providing an explanation to our superiors. Indeed, let it be as you propose. The leading pastor gestured with a hand incantation, causing the remnants of souls to contort into grotesque visages, consuming one another until, in a mere moment, a shadowy figure emerged amidst a haze of gray. Insufficient. You shall perform the blood sacrifice. The individual indicated by the pastor was instantly drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he raised his wrist, his sharp claws slicing through flesh. A torrent of tainted blood gushing forth, eagerly absorbed by the shadow. The figure became vibrant with crimson, roaring as though a terrifying entity sought escape. The sacrificial individual quaked in fear, having relinquished too much blood, reaching the brink of his limits. With a thunderous roar, the shadow split apart, and a monstrous being composed of vivid blood surged forth, burrowing into the sacrificial individual's body through mouth and nostrils, the sound of gnashing teeth echoing ominously. Save me, he managed to utter before transforming into a mere husk. The blood creature rose, roaring incessantly, its eyes gleaming with a ferocious light, exhibiting extreme agitation. Still insufficient. The pastor erupted in laughter, seizing two nearby individuals and casting them to the malevolent spirit. The shrieks of despair echoed relentlessly. The remaining figures in dark robes fled in panic. Pastor, spare me. I just offered you a brilliant strategy. One black-clad figure pleaded as he was captured. In the next heartbeat, he was thrown to the malevolent spirit. Nonsense. It was I who devised the brilliant strategy, merely granting my subordinates an opportunity to shine. Do you presume you are instructing me? Another black-clad figure was seized. Pastor, I treated you to a night of indulgence yesterday. The pastor furrowed his brow, loosening his grip slightly. This one might still possess some utility. These grotesque beings, with vitality surpassing that of ordinary mortals, had devoured several souls, yet now appeared somewhat satiated. Swaying unsteadily. As the content continues to load, please be patient. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it signifies a failure to load the chapter's content. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. The elder's hands moved in intricate patterns, and the malevolent spirit let out a furious roar as it charged forward, only to soon collapse to the ground, writhing in agony. After a brief struggle, it managed to rise again, though the ferocity in its gaze diminished, replaced by a semblance of submission and fear. For every grievance, there is a rightful retribution, the elder proclaimed, raising a hand. The spirit emitted a ghastly wail before plunging into the earth, vanishing without a trace. In the Huang division of the Demon Suppression Bureau, siblings He Tian and He Cece sat upright at the table, methodically dividing the spoils. You take one, I take one. They repeated in a rhythmic exchange as He Cece eagerly apportioned He Tian's recent gains. Sister, why not simply accept this money as your dowry instead of fussing over each coin? He Tian feigned disinterest, though inwardly he felt a pang of anguish. Her burgeoning greed at such a tender age weighed heavily upon him. No, we agreed on an equal split. He Cece retorted with determination. She fixed her gaze upon He Tian and declared, Brother, I am now 13. From this moment forth, the expenses for my martial training, including manuals and elixirs, will come from my own earnings. This fortune is not a gift from you, but a product of my intellect and ingenuity. You certainly possess a mind, though perhaps not an abundant one, as long as you find joy in it. He Tian thought to himself, rolling his eyes inwardly. Yet he complied with his sister's meticulous counting. This recent endeavor had yielded considerable rewards. Zhao Ziyuan had amassed a fortune of 1,000,000 taels, having been whisked away in his sleep without even donning his outer garments. The banknotes had miraculously escaped the explosion. 10 years as a county magistrate had garnered him 100,000 taels of silver, and this Zhao had managed to scrape together a remarkable 1,000,000. How astonishingly corrupt. He Tian suddenly felt that merely bombing Zhao Ziyuan was far too lenient. He ought to be flayed alive and displayed at the city gates as a cautionary tale. Such ill-gotten gains were the blood and sweat of the common folk. He Tian retained 50,000 taels, surrendering the remainder. It was not that he could not keep more, but rather that he chose not to. 50,000 taels was already a substantial sum, sufficient for a prominent household in the inner city to live comfortably for many years. Greed, if left unchecked, would ultimately consume its host. Fortunately, the Demon Suppression Bureau, after accepting He Tian's contribution, returned 50,000 taels as a reward for his mission, a sum he felt deserving of. Poor He Cece remained blissfully unaware, believing the 50,000 taels on the table to be the entirety of their earnings. Joyfully counting each note, as the long night wore on, she soon succumbed to exhaustion, falling asleep amidst the pile of 100-tael notes, her small hands clutching the currency protectively, her frail shoulders rising and falling. He Tian shook his head in dismay. Previously lacking nourishment, she now struggled under the rigors of martial training, and her physique had scarcely changed. He gently placed the lifeless girl onto the bed, tucking her in with a blanket. He then gathered all the silver notes from the table and stuffed them into a cloth bag, which he nestled into his sister's embrace, hoping that with the money in her arms, she would dream sweetly. The Demon Suppression Division was heavily guarded, not only with sentinels patrolling the area, but also equipped with various sensing devices. Leaning against the corner of the table, he succumbed to a deep slumber, having gone 3 days and nights without rest. A red figure halted before the Demon Suppression Division, anxiously pacing back and forth. However, due to the formidable aura emanating from within, it dared not advance. Indeed, the Demon Suppression Division was a bastion of antiquated rigidity. A figure cloaked in black emerged, muttering to itself as it seized a nearby malevolent spirit and departed. Entering this place was tantamount to courting death, yet you still held some utility. That young man would inevitably emerge, and there would be ample opportunity for vengeance. Chapter 74. The Unmoving King with Wealth in Hand. It is only natural to expend it promptly, transforming it into potent resources to fortify oneself, lest others covet it. Should any half-baked acquaintances come seeking loans, it would be quite troublesome to manage. He Tian presently possesses a substantial bounty of 50,000 taels, although the true essence of this fortune lies buried beneath the bed in He Cece's chamber. Nonetheless, this does not hinder He Tian from using it as an excuse to access his private funds. At the Sutra Pavilion, as He Tian prepared to knock on the door, he suddenly overheard the voice of Elder Zhang from within. Young man, there is a flaw in your practice of the Golden Bell Shield. You must also study the 13 Guardians training to ensure absolute mastery. This will require 30,000 taels and 300 merit points. Such an exorbitant price. I have no money. He Tian eavesdropped, recognizing the familiar banter, and could not help but enter. Upon seeing He Tian, Elder Zhang's brow furrowed. He calculated and realized today was not suitable for trickery. Elder Zhang, it has been a long time. Lord He, I trust you are well. They both erupted into hearty laughter. You old trickster, still deceiving people. Do not cause a ruckus. I can offer you a discount on training in the future. Refund me first. No returns, no exchanges. Then do not blame me. He Tian and Elder Zhang engaged in hushed whispers. Noticing Elder Zhang's refusal, He Tian casually draped an arm over the elder's shoulder, speaking with familiarity. Did you know that I have mastered the 13 Guardians training? Elder Zhang suddenly shook his head, slowly addressing He Tian. I initially intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but it seems I have only encountered estrangement. I shall reveal my true self. I am a formidable master, second only to Jiang Pingfeng in the Demon Suppression Office. With narrowed eyes, he emitted a glimmer of brilliance. Elder Zhang, the nearby Tiki Knight, who was exchanging martial arts techniques, gasped in shock, promptly bowing and presenting the 30,000 taels and 300 merit points. Within mere moments, beads of sweat formed on his brow. Now, do you comprehend my prowess? With a wave of his hand, Elder Zhang dismissed the Tiki Knight, relishing his triumph. I do not believe you. Refund me, and I shall believe. He Tian assessed the unfazed demeanor of his counterpart, concluding that aside from having an exceptionally thick skin, there was nothing particularly formidable about him. The moral fabric of society has indeed eroded, devoid of any respect for the elderly or the young. After a brief negotiation, He Tian successfully acquired the formidable unmoving king technique for 30,000 taels. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser to read. This formidable martial art, both offensive and defensive, comprises a total of 13 techniques, embodying the principle of adapting to change through unchanging methods, emphasizing the advantage of striking first while remaining unyielding in defense. It is divided into the immovable body of the king and the immovable fist of the king. Currently, He Tian's primary means of attack is through sword techniques. His previous dagger, tainted in battle by an enigmatic corruption, has left him with only the Azure Dragon Blade, a gift from senior brother Jiang. Should this blade succumb to further decay, he might find himself bereft of strategies against foes. It would be unwise to employ the Overlord's fist against such bizarre entities and demons, due to the duality of both offensive and defensive techniques. Elder Zhang set the price at 60,000 taels. However, after a series of verbal maneuvers, He Tian successfully negotiated the price down to 30,000 taels. Even though the price was halved, the merit points remained intact, amounting to a substantial 600 points, an accumulation earned through the perilous defeat of Zhao Ziyuan. He Tian now harbors grave suspicions regarding a collusion between Elder Zhang and the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Department, who seem acutely aware of the merit points of everyone, setting prices at the maximum to extract every last bit without a shred of humanity. With the transaction concluded, He Tian eagerly opened the manuscript. The system prompted, discovered the hard martial art, Immovable King. Would you like to record it? Naturally, he affirmed the recording. The 8-star Immovable King represents the highest level of martial art he has acquired thus far. Indeed, a delightful discovery. Young man, I observe your vital energy is well contained. Your breathing deep and measured, and your internal power steady and robust. Have you perhaps begun to grasp the essence of the 13 protectors? Elder Zhang scrutinized He Tian, who was engrossed in the manuscript, with a hint of uncertainty. Indeed, I have been diligently practicing and have touched upon some insights, He Tian replied nonchalantly, even as his mind perused the system panel. With the practice of the 13 protectors approaching its pinnacle, his vital energy had surged to 3,586 points, drawing him ever closer to the threshold of 5,000 points for becoming a formidable master. Should he master this 8-star Immovable King to its limit, the increase in vitality would surpass that of a 5-star technique, likely exceeding 4,000 points. If only he had access to a few high-grade herbs aged 5 years or more, they would perfectly bridge the gap of a few hundred points. Contemplating this, He Tian glanced at Elder Zhang, the very man who had consumed his merit points. Otherwise, in the Herb Academy, a mere 100 merit points could have exchanged for a 5-year-old herb, and he had just expended 600 in one go. What sort of gaze is that? Elder Zhang stroked his beard, having detected the complex emotions of disdain, resentment, and expectation in He Tian's fleeting glance. I am a respectable person. It's worth noting that you have been with the Demon Suppression Department for less than 3 months and have already selected 3 hard martial arts techniques. Were it anyone else, I would surely chastise them for being greedy. One cannot digest too much at once. Yet you, young man, seem to have made commendable progress. Do you possess some secret? Share it, and I shall offer you a discount on future martial arts purchases. Tian was taken aback. His daily rigorous training, grand in scale, was not without purpose. It was a ruse to deflect inquiries such as this one. He could not possibly reveal the existence of his system, which allowed him to enhance his proficiency at will. Taking a deep breath, Tian gradually composed himself and spoke, as one hailing from humble beginnings. I am most unafraid of arduous toil. Although the practice of hard martial arts is indeed grueling, I find joy within it. Naturally resilient. One might say I am a rare talent in the realm of hard cultivation. The adage one must endure hardship to rise above others holds a kernel of truth. If you have the time, do consider pinning your insights on cultivation and submitting them to me. It could offset some of your merit points. Elder Zhang, however, remained undeterred. Tian couldn't help but find amusement in the situation. His own experience with hard cultivation was merely a matter of enduring blows. Such experiences are subjective. While it enhances one's martial skills in his case, for others, it may lead to their demise. Have you not observed the influx of individuals at the Herbal Academy, nursing injuries from their hard training, lamenting in agony? After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Elder Zhang, Tian hastily took his leave. This young man undoubtedly harbors secrets. Patience is key. I possess an abundance of superior techniques. In due time, I shall select a particularly challenging one for him to experiment with, and the truth will eventually surface. Elder Zhang sipped his tea, moistening his throat, and once more felt the pull of drowsiness enveloping him. Chapter 75. The one who occupies the table, Master Sun, do come by often. Tian greeted warmly. Sun, he not only provided him with a letter of introduction, but also gifted him a vial of blood vitality pills, which was comparable in effect to a 3-year-old medicinal herb and quite valuable. Were it not for this vial of blood vitality pills aiding Tian in making a breakthrough to internal energy, he would have found it difficult to deal with Yi Fei's provocations, let alone the trials of a martial scholar. With 1,000 taels of silver notes presented, one must remember the well-digger when drinking water. A 3-year-old medicinal herb costs over 500 taels, with over 20 pills in a single vial. It turns out Tian had indeed gained a slight advantage. You are quite thoughtful. Sun, he smiled as he accepted the silver notes. In these times, encountering talented youth was rare. He had bestowed numerous rewards to nurture the younger generation, and the first return he received was from Tian, which left him feeling quite sentimental. Though the task was yours and the reward was yours, ultimately, it is the Demon Suppression Division that bears the burden. Recently, many malevolent spirits have appeared near the division. Focus on your cultivation and refrain from venturing out unnecessarily. Rest assured, Master Sun, I shall practice diligently. Tian, being modest, immersed himself once more in relentless training. With the system at hand and the techniques in his possession, Tian practiced the indestructible body, the iron fist of the King of Wisdom, and the unmoving mountain step. Each of the 13 techniques possessed its own marvel. The indestructible body not only enhanced physical defense, but also accelerated recovery after injury. The iron fist of the King of Wisdom emulated the 3-headed, 6-armed form of the unmoving king, delivering multiple explosive strikes in an instant to defeat foes. The unmoving mountain step mimicked the steadfast posture of the unmoving king, allowing one to dispel external disturbances, pierce through illusions, and accumulate momentum for a sudden burst of formidable speed, embodying the essence of being immovable yet swift as a hare. The more Tian practiced, the more satisfied he became. With the techniques of the unmoving king, he finally displayed the demeanor of a master, each movement forming a coherent system, continuously building his own momentum. For one to become a powerful force, it is not only essential to open all 12 meridians and increase one's vital energy significantly, but also to possess a unique aura that commands energy, consolidating strength to exert pressure on others. Thus, before a master of internal energy even strikes, they might already find themselves outmatched in momentum against a powerful energy master. Tian had a premonition that the techniques of the unmoving king he was cultivating were indeed meant for those who wield energy. If he could refine his skills to an extraordinary level, he too could gather momentum and contend against energy masters. While Tian was wholly absorbed in his practice, outside, others could no longer contain their impatience. At the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division, on the 2nd floor of a tavern, seated by the window, the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect languidly sipped water, observing every movement at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division. A black-red bloodline coiled around his finger, quivering as it sensed the commotion within the division, occasionally emitting a streak of malevolence. Patience is key when waiting for the right moment. If one cannot remain calm, how could they possibly catch the big fish? The bloodline struggled briefly before retracting unsteadily. The headquarters of the Heavenly Demon sect had assigned him to investigate the cause of Zhao Ziyuan's death, with a deadline of 20 days. Otherwise, he would have to present his head. However, for 10 consecutive days, the water consumed must have accumulated to several dozens of barrels. Yet the elusive figure has yet to reveal itself. Even when a malevolent spirit managed to trace its way to a distant silhouette, it hurriedly vanished within the labyrinthine structures. Damn it, the target is hiding within the demon suppression department, refusing to emerge. He cannot simply storm in recklessly. Not to mention the formidable warriors and various traps designed to counteract uncanny beings within the department. Even a momentary lapse that exposes his demonic form would incite a coalition of forces, be it the local magistrate, factions, or sects, to swiftly mobilize against him in a fervor to eradicate demons. Alas, the human race, though currently feeble, still holds a semblance of power. The withered camel is greater than a horse. The celestial demon cult has become a label of evil in others' tongues. Should the holy cult flourish, with everyone embracing its tenets, the narrative would indeed shift. Do you see? This is the latest trend in pretentiousness. At a high-end establishment such as ours, ordering merely a pot of plain water, seated by the window, and idling away the day without a care, only to pay nothing at all. After all, plain water costs nothing. Following the gaze of the waiter, the proprietor spotted a figure in black, incessantly drinking water, and immediately felt a headache coming on. Do you understand the nature of our clientele? This could very well be a significant individual. Shouldn't you take action? The proprietor pondered. Already, others began to mimic this behavior, crowding by the windows, drinking plain water. At this rate, the establishment would be in dire straits. Realizing the predicament, the proprietor steeled himself and ascended the stairs. Esteemed guest, are you dining with us? Lost in thought, the leader of the celestial demon cult was taken aback by the sudden inquiry from a mere mortal. His expression faltered. Demons feeding on human blood should never do so in public view. If you're not here to dine, kindly relocate. This humble establishment operates on thin margins, and there are other patrons waiting for a table. The leader then comprehended the implication. He was being accused of not spending money. What does currency mean to him? He has never valued it. As he reached into his robes, searching for coins, he realized he possessed not even a single silver piece. When had the illustrious leader of the celestial demon cult, a master of boundless energy, ever needed to carry money while stepping out? Humph, I knew he was penniless all along, pretending otherwise, boasted the confident waiter. Nearby diners cast bewildered glances, igniting a spark of fury within the leader. A man can endure much, but this insolence from a mere waiter was intolerable. With his robe swirling, he intended to unleash chaos. Suddenly, a piercing gaze fell upon him, and he felt as though he were being scrutinized by a formidable adversary. The figure clad in a white-haired python robe, the demon suppressor, Jiang Pingfeng. The leader swiftly reined in his emotions, adopting a more subdued demeanor. As a fellow minor master in strength, he could typically leverage peculiar tactics to triumph over ordinary warriors. However, the demon suppression division was adept in such arcane methods, employing strategies even more bizarre. After several encounters, the Heavenly Demon sect had repeatedly suffered considerable setbacks. Fortunately, Jiang Pingfeng merely passed by, casting a cursory glance before entering, allowing the leader to breathe a sigh of relief as he stood and cleared the table, all while ignoring the disdainful gazes of the diners, gracefully descending the stairs. Humph, mere mortals ensnared by the illusions of the mundane world. Since you choose not to reveal yourself, do you think I am without recourse? It is merely a matter of changing the approach. Soon, a stack of materials regarding Tian was placed before the leader. My lord, is there anything else you require? Inquired an obsequious official. A red pearl was casually tossed, tracing an arc through the air. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. The individual promptly swallowed the pearl, a look of rapture adorning his face. Another sycophant. It seems, the wealthier and more powerful these individuals become, the more they fear death. Chapter 76. A visit from Jiang Tao. The headmaster sneered inwardly as he picked up Tian's dossier and began to read. Soon, a smirk graced his lips, and he erupted into laughter. The following morning, Tian was practicing the immovable king of brightness in the courtyard when a colleague arrived, announcing, Lord He. Someone is looking for you. Few were aware of his affairs at the demon suppression department, leaving Tian puzzled about who sought him. Nevertheless, he decided to investigate. Brother Jiang, what brings you here? Tian expressed his disbelief upon seeing his senior, Jiang Tao, at the entrance of the demon suppression department. I heard that a young man named Tian has been doing quite well here, so I came to inquire, and lo and behold, it is indeed you. Jiang Tao's face brightened with joy at the sight of Tian. I have long wished to speak with you, brother. But my recent tasks have left me with little leisure, Tian explained with a smile. The rules of the Demon Suppression Department are quite strict. Yet there is a reception room where one can enjoy tea. If you do not mind, please come in and have a seat, Tian invited, his excitement palpable upon meeting an old acquaintance. Since you insist, I shall intrude upon you for a moment, Jiang Tao replied graciously. The aroma of tea wafted through the air as the cups were gently raised. The tea, as translucent as jade, left a lingering fragrance upon a sip. Outside the window, the shadows of bamboo swayed, creating a tranquil atmosphere that enveloped them. Who would have thought the Demon Suppression Department could boast such fine tea and scenery? It rivals even the Lord's residence. If you enjoy it, take some back to savor at your leisure. Tian offered generously. You are too kind, brother he. However, I did come with a matter that requires your assistance. Jiang Tao hesitated before revealing his thoughts. Recently, I have devoted myself to rigorous training, swiftly advancing my cultivation to connect 11 meridians, and I am but a step away from achieving vital energy. This is indeed a commendable feat. Yet I sense a shadow of concern in your countenance, Brother Jiang, Tian inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. The competition within my family is fierce. Some do not wish to see me ascend to the ranks of a vital energy practitioner so swiftly. They aim to obstruct me at this critical juncture before the martial arts examination. Without the strength of vital energy, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to attain any recognition in the tournament, Jiang Tao expressed, a flicker of indignation crossing his face. Speak freely, Brother Jiang. Whatever I can do to assist, I shall, Tian urged. I require rare herbs aged over 10 years, and the more, the better. Jiang Tao's request left Tian in silence. Herbs of such age possess extraordinary potency for those who have perfected their internal energy. Acquiring even a single specimen is akin to securing a foot in the door of vital energy. Securing multiple would almost guarantee entry into that realm. However, these herbs are immensely valuable, worth over 1 million taels each, and are scarce in the market. Even those of vital energy status covet them, making it improbable for internal energy practitioners like themselves to compete for such resources. Not only did Jiang Tao find himself in need, but so too did Tian. Although the system augmented his vitality, the demands for proficiency grew exponentially with the elevation of his martial arts rank, frequently requiring hundreds of thousands, even millions, in proficiency. Tian did not find the system's requirements excessive, for few in this world possess the capability to master profound martial arts to the pinnacle. As more content is being loaded, please be patient. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter's content. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad block features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. However, even if he were to devote all his time to cultivation without sustenance, it would still require a protracted period to enhance his proficiency. If he had access to potent medicinal herbs, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Noticing Tian's troubled expression, Jiang Tao burst into hearty laughter. Do not distress yourself, junior brother. I am aware of your humble beginnings and financial constraints. I am not here to borrow money for purchasing rare herbs. Upon hearing Jiang Tao's words, Tian's furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. Recently, I learned of confidential news within our clan, on the distant Dian Mountain. Located 150 miles to the north, a clan member discovered a secret cave teeming with numerous medicinal herbs over 10 years old. They initially planned to take them all, but unfortunately, they encountered a formidable demon rat at the peak of inner strength, sustaining severe injuries and narrowly escaping without achieving their goal. Hearing this from Jiang Tao, Tian felt a flicker of excitement, yet also a tinge of skepticism. A demon beast of such prowess would indeed be difficult to contend with, but if a powerful practitioner of chi strength were dispatched, could it not be easily subdued? How could such a fortuitous opportunity fall into our hands? This seemed somewhat peculiar, yet the clan had already sent a chi strength expert to investigate, only to discover that the cave entrance was sealed, permitting only those below the level of chi strength to pass. Thus, they are gathering skilled practitioners of inner strength to delve deeper into this mystery. The senior brother has also received an invitation, but he cannot act alone, and immediately thought of you, junior brother. If you are willing to lend your assistance, the spoils shall be shared equally. Half for each, indeed. Just as I would expect from Brother Jiang. This is splendid news. I am inclined to accept, though I must prepare a bit beforehand. After further discussion with Jiang Tao, they agreed on the time and place to meet, and each began their preparations. In the Huangzi courtyard, Tian paced restlessly, his mind in turmoil. These are tumultuous times. And logically, Remaining in the demon suppression office would be the wisest choice to weather the storm. However, Brother Zhang harbors no ill intentions toward me. If I could seize this opportunity to procure a few rare herbs over 10 years old, it would surely fill the gap in Qi blood at the Qi strength level. To go or not to go? Tian found himself in a profound quandary. Brother, why are you not cultivating? Why do you keep pacing back and forth? You're making my head spin. His sister, noticing his restless movements, impatiently inquired. What does a little girl know? I am preoccupied with concerns. Concerns? Quickly tell me what it is. Do share, you're the best. Upon hearing of his troubles, Cici's interest was piqued. Last time, she earned 50,000 taels. Achieving a brief financial freedom and spending 10,000 taels to acquire a 5-year-old medicinal herb. Coupled with the foundation laid through relentless training, she successfully advanced to the level of outer strength, marking her entry into martial cultivation. Tian felt compelled to discuss this matter with his sister, unable to refuse the eager look in her eyes. What a remarkable occurrence it is to have a large pharmaceutical company with over a decade of history. However, despite the formidable prowess of Jiang Tao and your esteemed brother, one cannot underestimate the caliber of the competition. I find it hard to believe that you possess a significant chance of securing any substantial pharmaceuticals. So what do you propose we do? Why not report this to the Demon Suppression Division? If they were to intervene, you could reap the benefits without putting yourself at risk, and still receive a share of the profits. Upon hearing his sister's words, Tian suddenly smacked his forehead. Indeed, he is now backed by influential connections. Since he harbors concerns, why not report to the higher authorities and request the Demon Suppression Division to conduct an investigation? If the matter proves to be genuine, he ought to be able to partake in the rewards, and if it turns out to be a fabrication, he would incur no loss. As for senior brother Jiang Tao, a cautious explanation should suffice. As long as they are able to secure the pharmaceuticals in the end, it should be comprehensible. With this thought in mind, Tian hastily exited the courtyard. Chapter 77. The Cave Conflict. Why have you come here, Tian? Ji Qiuping cast a cold glance at Tian, her tone frosty. I have urgent matters to report. Tian clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, laying bare his thoughts. Using the Demon Suppression Division as a touchstone. Ah, Tian, you truly possess a keen sense for strategy, Ji Qiuping remarked, leaving Tian momentarily bewildered, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his brow. Ha! No need to be so tense. Let me assure you, if you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to seek my assistance. As long as it's not something illegal or heinous, the Demon Suppression Division will always stand as your strongest backing. Observing Tian's discomposure, Ji Qiuping revealed a hint of pride. However, we too are in dire need of the great medicine. Yet, this matter seems peculiar. It requires further verification. 150 miles north of Shunhui City lies Dian Mountain, stretching for hundreds of miles, characterized by towering peaks and shaded woodlands, where numerous avian and terrestrial creatures conceal themselves. In a corner at the foot of the southern mountain, a crowd of over 100 had gathered, the atmosphere rife with clamor. Do you think this is your Jiang family's garden? I intend to enter and take a look, shouted a formidable inner strength practitioner wielding a large knife, instantly garnering the agreement of those around him. How audacious! A mere inner strength practitioner dares to be so brazen. Blocking the path was Su Cheng, a venerable elder of the Jiang family, his energy surging as he prepared to take action. Who dares to touch a disciple of the Great Knife sect? Boomed a voice like thunder, belonging to Yan Liren, the fourth elder of the Great Knife sect. Being another practitioner of inner strength, he showed no leniency, raising his knife as a wave of blade energy surged towards Su Cheng. Su Cheng begrudgingly sidestepped, creating a pathway. Charge! The great medicine is within reach. A shout erupted from the crowd, and they surged forward like a tidal wave. Su Cheng attempted to intervene, but found himself under the watchful eyes of several inner strength practitioners, all glaring at him. Gritting his teeth, he leaped to the mouth of the cave, bellowing. This cave was discovered first by the Jiang family. Whatever treasures lie within, the Jiang family will claim 10%. Otherwise, I would rather collapse the entrance. Brother Su, hold on. Just 10%? I, representing the Great Knife sect, will agree. I second that. Anyone who disagrees, I shall not spare. Seeing Su Cheng's resolute stance, several inner strength practitioners quickly interjected to halt his aggression. Very well, though I desire to monopolize it. Some matters cannot be forced. With several agreeing nods from the practitioners, Su Cheng reluctantly waved his sleeve, conceding the cave entrance behind him. Quickly, the inner strength martial artists surged into the cave like a flood. Indeed, the leader is astute. These martial artists are hastily rushing to their doom. On another peak, a few individuals observed from a distance. Hearing this, the leader nodded. Since you, Tian, do not wish to emerge, I shall fish for you. Using the great medicine as bait, enticing those close to you to invite you. I need not worry about you not taking the bait. As for the decade-old elixirs within the cave, they were merely exchanged by him for a few human pills from the noble families. A glance at the members of the Jiang family revealed one who was already frail and gray, his vitality waning and days numbered. What is your name? The chief priest inquired. Having lived over 2 centuries since his transformation into a demon form, he found it difficult to remember the names of mere mortals. I am Jiang Bieha, the Grand Elder of the Jiang family. May I ask how to address you, Holy Envoy? It turned out he was a Grand Elder. Although not the head of the Jiang family, this old man held considerable weight within it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Chief Priest Zhou of the Heavenly Demon Sect's Hedong branch. You may refer to me as Chief Priest Zhou. You have performed admirably this time, contributing to our holy sect. Observing your waning vitality, I see your time is limited. Here is a human pill sufficient for 100, which can extend your life by 5 years. I grant this to you as a reward. Seize this opportunity, achieve new merits, and hasten your transformation into a demon form for longevity. Jiang Bieha hastily knelt, trembling hands receiving the blood-red elixir, which he glanced at before swallowing whole. With a loud gulp, the elixir entered his abdomen, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist. Jiang Bieha let out a cry of agony as black veins surfaced on his skin, writhing incessantly. After a moment, he rose again, the withered skin on his face peeling away like leaves, revealing tender flesh beneath. His once white hair instantly turned a shade darker, feeling the profound change within his body. Jiang Bieha was astounded. No wonder the Heavenly Demon Sect was so reviled, yet so many noble families flocked to it. Such methods were indeed rare. Who among the living could remain unafraid of aging and death? It was no surprise they thrived eternally. If the entire Jiang family were to ally with the Heavenly Demon Sect, disregarding others, as the Grand Elder, I would undoubtedly lead in merit. Perhaps I could truly transform into a demon form, achieving longevity like Chief Priest Zhou before me. With a fleeting thought, Jiang Bieha made up his mind, bowing deeply, prostrating himself. The Jiang family would surely devote themselves wholeheartedly, ever following the lead of Chief Priest Zhou. Ha! Chief Priest Zhou laughed heartily at the sight of the man's obedience. The common folk. Within the cave, the number of powerful practitioners who rushed in exceeded 100, at least 80 in total. A potent aroma of medicinal herbs filled the air, stirring the blood of all present, their realms on the verge of awakening. Indeed, there are elixirs aged over a decade. We must hurry. The disciples of the Great Blade sect brandished their swords, charging forward with vigor. Who do you think you are, daring to compete with us? The 3 fiends of Hedong? 3 figures in peculiar attire shed their disguises, their faces menacing, revealing themselves as the 3 notorious bandit leaders wanted by the court, who had cunningly infiltrated the scene. What 3 fiends? You are mere fools, daring to covet the possessions of our Great Blade sect. Tension escalated between both parties. Suddenly, the tranquility of the cave shattered with the sound of a blade piercing flesh. A disciple of the Dideo sect cast a terrified glance at the assailant behind him and, with great difficulty, uttered, "Junior brother, how could it be you?" There was no other choice. The rewards offered by Master Ning of the Chaobang were too enticing. Let us act swiftly. Such precious medicinal herbs, aged over a decade, are exceedingly rare. There are likely but a few. With so many present, how shall we divide them? If we wait, we may not even secure a single leaf. Let us eliminate a portion first. The cries of kill, 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 erupted as the clash of weapons, screams, and wails filled the air. Blood splattered upon the ground, only to vanish instantly. Even the corpses that lay sprawled on the earth saw their blood gradually seeping into the soil, slowly drying up. Yet, in their bloodlust, none among them paid heed to this phenomenon. The cacophony of shouts gradually subsided. Of the dozens from the Dideo sect, only a scant few remained. While the once assailant junior brother now lay amidst a pool of blood, his youthful face marked with disbelief. Among the 3 evildoers of Hedong Prefecture, only one remained alive. And as for those who had entered by chance, the majority had perished, leaving a mere handful. Cease. One called out. Now we are but 5. All are wounded. If we discover the precious herbs, we shall share them equally. We must not forget there is still a peak inner strength demon rat lurking, lest we fall prey to its cunning. Chapter 78. The plot of malice. The remaining few exchanged glances, slowly lowering their weapons. With mutual vigilance, they continued onward, the cave gradually expanding from a few meters in width and height to over 10 meters. A colossal shadow emerged before them, its massive form resembling a small mountain, subtly undulating. Was this the pinnacle of the inner strength of the demonic rat? Even if one claimed it to be a monstrous elephant, it would not exceed its size. As if sensing the presence of humans, the demonic rat opened its blood-red eyes and yawned, its malevolent aura swirling through the cave like a white veil, causing the inner strength warriors to stagger and falter. This was far from the pinnacle of inner strength. It was evidently at the level of chi energy. The vitality of this beast surpassed that of human warriors of the same realm, not to mention the significant gap in their levels. A chill gripped the hearts of the onlookers, and despair settled in, extinguishing any glimmer of hope. "Look, a great medicine!" Suddenly, one individual exclaimed, pointing towards a corner of the cave, his face alight with greed. There, a dark green altar stood, adorned with 7 or 8 jade boxes, one of which had a corner shattered, from which a potent medicinal fragrance wafted forth. Upon hearing the commotion, a cunning and cruel expression flickered across the demonic rat's face, displaying an unsettling semblance of humanity. Half an hour later, 2 blood-soaked figures burst forth from the cave entrance, fighting for their lives. "What happened, Daniel? Was it that rabble from the Great Blade sect that harmed you? Hanfu, speak quickly. If the Jiang family is involved, I shall surely avenge you." The anxious chi energy warriors outside rushed forward to assess the injuries. Suddenly, a strong scent of medicine permeated the air. The crowd was instantly invigorated. Indeed, there was a great medicine. Hanfu struggled to speak. Inside, there is a chi-level demonic rat, but fortunately, it has only recently broken through. With the protection of my brothers, I fought desperately and managed to seize half a root of the great medicine. With that, he revealed the half of the root in his hand and promptly fainted. "Heal him, quickly," Yin Liren ordered urgently. Daniel's account was similarly grim, though it included an ambush by the disciples of the Great Blade sect amidst the chaos. His neck slumped, and he succumbed to his grievous injuries. That despicable Great Blade sect. I shall not rest until this grievance is avenged. Daniel was a formidable member of the Chao gang from Divine Emblem City, and the leading chi energy warrior, Qinhua, immediately turned red with rage. "Do not speak recklessly. In the chaos of battle, who can say who struck Daniel down?" Yin Liren interjected, denying the accusation. "Esteemed colleagues, let us not squander time. The path of martial cultivation is one of relentless progression. These men have lived for decades. Their fate's sealed. Presently, there are still 7 or 8 roots of great medicine within. Our immediate priority must be to retrieve them." Other chi energy warriors echoed the sentiment, urging for calm. Despite the grave casualties, within mere hours, over 100 skilled inner strength warriors had gathered at the foot of the mountain, with more arriving continuously. "Hold on. What these 2 have stated proves that our Jiang family has honored our commitment and made no arrangements inside the cave. Now that there is indeed a great medicine, my Jiang family shall claim 1/10 of it." Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and turn off ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Su Qing spoke slowly. "Nonsense. My disciple has worked hard for this. How could I possibly share it with you?" With a thunderous sound, Su Qing struck the cave entrance with his fist, causing rocks to collapse and debris to fall. "Stop it!" the crowd shouted in unison. Ultimately, Qinhua of the Chaobang reluctantly broke off a lateral root from a tree and handed it to Su Qing. Yin Liren of the Dadaomen also, with great reluctance, cut off a piece and offered it. Su Qing, smiling, accepted the 2 segments of precious herbs without further ado. The other several powerful practitioners, who had gained nothing, glanced at the grinning Su Qing and then at the fist mark on the cave, revealing contemplative expressions. Soon, wave after wave of inner strength disciples entered the cave, with only a few fortunate ones managing to seize some incomplete precious herbs. The rest met with total annihilation, causing the blood energy within the cave to grow increasingly dense. Witnessing this scene, Elder Zhou was filled with trepidation. The human race was indeed insatiably greedy, valuing human lives so little, rushing forth one after another for the sake of a few precious herbs. Fortunately, I joined the Holy Church early on and acquired a demonic form. Although there are still hierarchies and schemes within, everyone seeks longevity and a shift in mindset, thus avoiding such callous disregard for life. Now, the blood energy in the cave was rich. Apart from being slightly consumed by malevolent spirits, there was enough left to condense numerous human pills, especially since these humans were all of inner strength, with robust vitality. One person could be equivalent to dozens of ordinary individuals. This meant that at least several thousand portions of human pills could be harvested, and if more skilled practitioners perished, even a 10,000 portion human pill could become a possibility. The precious herbs that had been provided by the families allied with the celestial demon cult were initially intended for me to return a few hundred portions of human pills. Now, I could profit thousands or even tens of thousands of portions. This transaction was immensely profitable. It is a pity that I have not seen Tian. It seems I must exert more effort. Elder Zhou glanced at Jiang Biaha, who stood respectfully to the side, and beckoned him. By any means necessary. Bring your grandson Jiang Tao here, and lure Tian to this place. Jiang Biaha immediately bowed deeply, repeatedly affirming his compliance. Jiang Tao, grandfather, did you call for me? Jiang Tao respectfully bowed. Having lost his parents at an early age, Jiang Biaha raised him single-handedly, and in Jiang Tao's heart, Jiang Biaha's status was incomparable, even surpassing that of the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Yixian. It was unclear who leaked the information, but now most of Shenhui City was aware of the events in the cave of Baiyanshan. Many had rushed to seize the precious herbs, and the Jiang family could hardly withstand the onslaught. It seemed that the herbs needed for your ascension would be difficult to obtain. Jiang Biaha gazed upon his grandson with a hint of fondness. Jiang Tao not only possessed remarkable strength, but was also an inner strength practitioner in his 20s, and he bore none of the arrogance typical of noble lineage. He was open-hearted and well-connected, reminiscent of Jiang Biaha in his youth. Had it not been for Jiang Yixian's relentless interference, channeling the family's substantial resources into his ineffectual son, it is likely that Jiang Tao would have had the prospect of transcending to the realm of Qi practitioners, thereby becoming the foremost individual among the younger generation of the Jiang clan. Thank you for your concern, grandfather. This matter is no longer feasible. I shall seek alternative methods to break through into Qi and will not disappoint you. Jiang Tao expressed his gratitude, perceiving that Jiang Bi was merely trying to alleviate his spirits, fearing his disappointment. In truth, there exists an opportunity. However, your solitary endeavors may lead to failure. The other members of the Jiang family do not share your aspirations. Should you enlist the aid of your esteemed junior brother, there may be a likelihood of success. Initially, Jiang Tao had relinquished all hope, but upon hearing Jiang Bi's words, he immediately lifted his gaze. On the opposite side of the mountain, there lies a concealed entrance that connects to a cavern rich in potent herbs, a secret known only to me. You must hasten to inform your junior brother. Time is of the essence. We must act today, as the quantity of these precious herbs is limited, and any delay may result in them being claimed by others. Thank you, grandfather. I shall seek out Tian at once. Elated by the prospect of such a fortunate opportunity, Jiang Tao felt immense gratitude towards his grandfather, who had provided him with a contingency plan. Without this, the fierce competition would have rendered these invaluable herbs beyond his reach. Chapter 79. The truth behind the cleansing path. Tian's emotions were profoundly complex as he gazed at Ji Qiuping. He had just learned from her the unsettling truth about the cave in Dao Mountain, where sinister energies surged, and formations at the cave's corners absorbed vitality, condensing human pills. Fear not. There is a reward for reporting this matter. It has already reached the ears of General Jiang, and you shall not go unrewarded, Ji Qiuping reassured him, noticing Tian's silence and troubled expression. Then I must thank you, General Ji. However, Tian hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Speak freely, she encouraged. My senior brother, Jiang Tao, treats me like a blood relative. I cannot believe he would conspire against me. The Jiang family was not the sole party involved. The Wang family, engaged in grain trade in the northern part of Shenhui City, the Lu family, dealing in medicinal herbs, and several factions within the Wanxi gang were also implicated. While it remained unclear whether Jiang Tao was aware of the true circumstances and participated, the Jiang family was undeniably deeply entangled. Ji Qiuping's tone grew serious. These noble families and gangs dare to collude with the heavenly demon sect. This is a grave offense that warrants extermination. Yet, these prominent families often invested vast sums to forge connections and secure protection, and when retribution finally arrived, it was typically only a handful of scapegoats who bore the brunt of the punishment. The Lu family? Tian narrowed his eyes. Is that the prominent Lu family from Beijingqing? Engaged in the herbal trade, they had previously hoarded medicinal herbs, inflating the prices of 3-year-old elixirs from 300 taels to 600, and 5-year elixirs from 2,000 to 10,000 taels. Such exorbitant prices made them nearly unattainable without substantial bribes to secure purchasing opportunities. Such unscrupulous merchants, motivated solely by profit, would not hesitate to ally with the heavenly demon sect. However, the Jiang family was distinct. Most of its members held significant positions within the military. Should the Jiang family truly align with the heavenly demon sect, it would signal a perilous development. This matter is of utmost importance. I must seek out my senior brother Jiang for clarification. Tian exclaimed, rising abruptly with unwavering determination. And if your senior brother has indeed allied with the heavenly demon sect, what then? With all due respect, I would be compelled to bring him to justice. Tian replied emphatically. Ha! There is no need for such seriousness. Your senior brother is merely a young lad in his 20s. It is entirely possible he has been deceived. Probe a little, and you shall discern the truth. As for how to deal with it, wait for higher authorities to decide. A young lad in his 20s? Then how old are you, General Ji? Tian questioned, perplexed, for Ji Qiuping did not appear to be much older. Perhaps she possessed some secret to maintaining her youth. How dare you inquire about a woman's age? Ji Qiuping retorted through gritted teeth. A palpable aura of menace directed at Tian. Realizing the gravity of his misstep, Tian hastily clasped his fists in a bow and departed with great urgency. Humph, have I truly aged? As the autumn breeze stirred, Ji Qiuping rose and approached the bronze mirror. The reflection revealed a woman of striking elegance and spirit, compelling her to smooth her hair and adjust her hairpin. Is that you, General Ji? Ah, are you admiring yourself in the mirror? Suddenly, Tian burst through the door, witnessing the graceful demeanor of Ji Qiuping's young daughter. Tian, are you seeking death? A flash of a blade whizzed past, prompting Tian to evade it. While the grand door outside met a less fortunate fate, cleaved in two, Tian hastily retreated to his own courtyard, realizing he was contending with a formidable figure of duality, an untouchable tigress. My lord, the individual you were looking for has returned this morning. Just as he entered the courtyard, he encountered the gatekeeper. Brother Jiang. Tian paused momentarily before striding towards the reception room. Junior brother Upon spotting Tian, Jiang Tao greeted him with warmth. However, Tian appeared somewhat dazed, his mind swirling in confusion. Initially, he believed all hope was lost, yet unexpectedly, a glimmer of opportunity had emerged. This time, we must advance together. Jiang Tao spoke animatedly, but Tian abruptly stood up. Brother Jiang, there is something I wish to say, though I hesitate to do so. If you believe my plans are lacking, do not hesitate to voice your thoughts. Jiang Tao encouraged. Recently, the demonic cult has been wreaking havoc, sacrificing the innocent citizens of Wanfu County, resulting in the loss of countless lives, an atrocity beyond comprehension. Have you heard of this? Indeed, I have heard whispers regarding this matter. The demonic cult is truly abhorrent. Noticing Tian's strange demeanor, Jiang Tao hesitated before responding. All those innocent citizens have been drained of their vital essence. Even infants in their cradles were not spared, reduced to mere corpses. Moreover, those with exceptional martial prowess are further transformed into sinister beings, continuing to wreak havoc. The deeds of the demonic cult are not merely despicable. They invoke the wrath of heaven and humanity alike, leaving one at a loss for words. Tian gritted his teeth, his right hand instinctively resting upon the hilt of his sword. Is what you say true? Every word is true. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Jiang Tao rose slowly, his expression grave. Being from a prominent family, his information differed vastly from Tian's. The court had painted a rosy picture, while the aristocracy misled the public, masking the Wanfu County incident as a mere outbreak of supernatural phenomena. Hearing it from Tian, however, unveiled a shocking reality. It was not a natural disaster, but a man-made calamity. If that is the case, I vow to stand against the demonic cult henceforth. Jiang Tao unsheathed his waist sword with a swift motion, cleaving the edge of the tea table. Witnessing Jiang Tao's fervent demeanor, Tian sensed the authenticity in his words and began to recount the deception surrounding the grand medicine in the mountain cave. Such a thing has occurred. Jiang Tao was instantly drenched in sweat. Upon reflection, certain peculiarities became apparent. Beiyin Mountain was not a remote place, conveniently located near Shenhui City, which saw many young scions from noble families venturing forth for hunting and leisure. Moreover, the city's defense forces conducted regular patrols to prevent any formidable threats or peculiarities from taking root. Suddenly, a formidable new potion has emerged, and there are individuals deliberately directing attention towards Brother clearly with ulterior motives. Has anyone from the Jiang family experienced a change in their physical condition? Tian stepped forward and inquired. A fleeting image flashed through Jiang Tao's mind. Yet, the benevolent figure that lingered in his thoughts seemed implausible, absolutely impossible. Shaking his head in an attempt to regain clarity, he found his thoughts only becoming more entangled. It was my grandfather, the esteemed elder Jiang Bia. Just 3 days ago, he appeared frail and aged, yet yesterday, he radiated vitality and vigor, as if he had regained years of youth. To discern the truth, a simple investigation would suffice. What is this? This is the talisman of the Demon Suppression Division, capable of detecting sinister, demonic energies. If anyone in your vicinity has indeed allied with the heavenly demon sect, they will undoubtedly be enveloped in demonic aura, causing this talisman to emit a faint green glow upon proximity. After Tian elaborated, Jiang Tao gripped the talisman tightly, beads of cold sweat forming as his arm trembled uncontrollably. If that is the case, what shall we do about our agreement? To avoid alarming the serpent in the grass, I shall proceed as planned. Tian replied with a subtle smile, exuding confidence. But how can we proceed? Their target is you, brother He. Going there would surely invite peril. Jiang Tao shook his head repeatedly, firmly opposing the idea. Chapter 80. Seeking aid at the Guardian's post. Jiang Tao concealed Tian's token within his sleeve, leaving with a heavy heart. Tian furrowed his brow, aware that as a martial artist lacking mastery, recklessly involving himself in the conflict between the heavenly demon sect and the aristocratic families could lead to dire consequences. The only viable course of action was to rely on the power of the Demon Suppression Division to navigate through this perilous situation. Tian, what brings you to seek my counsel? Zhang Pifeng inquired, somewhat surprised. Known for his decisive nature, the members of the Demon Suppression Division typically approached him with utmost respect, if not trepidation. It was unprecedented for someone like Tian to seek him out without an official summons. Your subordinate pays his respects to the Guardian. I implore you for assistance, Tian said, bowing respectfully. In times of crisis, one must seek the strongest ally. And Jiang Pingfeng was the most formidable figure within the Demon Suppression Division. I observe that you appear quite lively, unlike one who is on the brink of death. Why then do you speak of such dire matters? Jiang Pingfeng interjected as Tian began to relay the critical details regarding the cave and the potent elixir. I am already aware of this matter. There is no need for further elaboration, he declared, interrupting Tian. What? Tian furrowed his brow, and then, with a sudden spark of inspiration, he spoke up. I have a strategy that requires little effort, but is sure to thwart our enemies. Oh, the young officer has a plan? Pray, share it with me. I am all ears, Jiang Pingfeng replied, intrigued. It was not that he doubted Tian's capability, but rather his youth, only 19 years old, and having spent a mere 6 months in the Demon Suppression Division, rendered him rather inexperienced. Thus, Tian laid bare his thoughts. Indeed. Approach me, Jiang Pingfeng responded, his interest piqued. He recalled how Tian had previously garnered the recommendations of Sun, He, and Ji Qiuping, managing to successfully ambush Zhao Ziyuan under the protection of seasoned warriors, demonstrating a glimmer of strategic acumen despite his lack of martial prowess. With a swift motion, Jiang Pingfeng drew forth a trickle of blood from Tian's wrist. As Tian gasped in shock, Jiang Pingfeng waved his hand, restoring Tian's wrist to its original state. The display was nothing short of miraculous, elevating Tian's understanding of the small masteress abilities. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect excel in blood-tracking techniques, allowing them to ascertain your whereabouts within the Demon Suppression Division. I have just taken a sample of your blood, which can be used to create a false trail. Carry this with you to obscure your blood's fluctuations. Thus, the heavenly demon sect will only be able to locate the source of your blood, Jiang Pingfeng explained, handing over a wooden token infused with a subtle sandalwood scent that invigorated the spirit. Thank you, Guardian, Tian exclaimed, accepting the token with gratitude, his heart tumultuous with relief. How fortunate it was to have Jiang Pingfeng's support. Otherwise, he would have remained blissfully ignorant. It became clear that the demons could track individuals through their blood, a truly despicable tactic akin to cheating with a map. With Jiang Pingfeng's assurance of aid, Tian felt reassured, hoping that his senior brother Jiang would fare well in his own endeavors. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao returned to Beiyin Mountain, burdened with worry, where Jiang Bi and Li promptly approached him to inquire about the situation. Jiang Tao, have you gleaned any insights? My junior brother has granted his consent. Jiang Tao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, yet his words were imbued with a sense of weariness. This is indeed splendid, ha ha ha. Grandfather must also prepare himself, for the journey to the cave in pursuit of the precious herb is fraught with peril. Jiang Bieha laughed heartily and hurriedly departed, leaving Jiang Tao standing in a daze. It has truly illuminated. A flicker of green light emanated from Tian's token, sending tremors through Jiang Tao's heart. Indeed, once this task is accomplished, the reward of the human elixir is inevitable. Should you manage to rally the entire Jiang clan, I assure you, elevation to a demonic physique shall be yours. Elder Zhou gazed at the prostrated Jiang Bieha and spoke slowly. Finally, the trap has been set. With only 3 days remaining until the deadline imposed by the holy sect, tomorrow shall see the demise of these individuals, reaping a bounty of high-quality human elixirs. The day after, bearing Tian's severed head, I shall return to the main temple to report, with a day to spare. How delightful. Thank you, Elder Zhou. However, I must request your continued support, Jiang Tao implored earnestly. Jiang Bieha was equally fervent. Having achieved significant merit, extending his life was now within reach. After consuming the human elixir, he felt himself growing younger by the day. Last night, he had thoroughly chastised the capricious concubine in his quarters. A rare moment of triumph after many years. Sizzle, sizzle. The sparks flew as Jiang Tao sharpened his blade upon the whetstone. The day passed swiftly, and Jiang Tao remained sleepless throughout the night. Clad in inner armor, with a treasured sword in hand, the fire of battle surged in his eyes, and murderous intent boiled within him. The vile celestial demon sect has infiltrated the family, corrupting even my beloved grandfather. The only course of action now is to fight valiantly, eliminate the demonic beings of the celestial demon sect, and earn merit to atone for the sins committed by my grandfather and others. Senior brother Jiang. A hoarse voice called out. Jiang Tao looked up in confusion, only to find Tian had appeared at the camp, unbeknownst to him. Junior brother He. Why does your voice sound strange? I injured my throat during practice yesterday. It is but a minor wound, nothing to worry about. Tian coughed lightly. That is good to hear. You are diligent in your training, so please take care and know your limits. Jiang Tao replied with a serious expression before suddenly darkening. He continued, your token has indeed illuminated. But who is it? It is the grand elder of the Jiang family, my grandfather Jiang Bieha. He has been so kind to me, yet has aligned himself with the celestial demon sect. Unbelievable. Fear not, he may have been misled or coerced. If he is willing to turn back, there is still hope. Tian comforted softly, patting Jiang Tao's shoulder. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. I sincerely hope so. What shall we do now? Everything remains as it is. On the mountainside, Jiang Bieha awaited alongside another figure clad in black. With the dawn breaking, the man in black exhibited signs of impatience after waiting for an extended period, having already elapsed a stick of incense's worth of time. It was then that Elder Zhou voiced his skepticism. We had agreed upon this meeting yesterday. I presume the rugged mountain path has caused some delays. I kindly ask for your indulgence, Elder Zhou, to wait just a little longer. As he spoke, two silhouettes emerged from the winding path, one following closely behind the other. Indeed, it was Tian and Jiang Tao. At last, they have arrived. Ha ha. Elder Zhou laughed heartily. Jiang Tao, hurry over. Jiang Bieha called out urgently, fearful that Elder Zhou might act impulsively and inadvertently harm Jiang Tao. Fear not. He is merely an internal energy practitioner. Elder Zhou advised softly, prompting Jiang Bieha to fall silent. Jiang Tao quickened his pace, with Tian swiftly following suit, and soon they stood before the two. Grandfather. Who is this? Jiang Tao inquired, cupping his fists in a salute while maintaining a vigilant demeanor. This is a skilled individual brought by your grandfather to accompany you into the cave. Jiang Bieha began to explain further, but was interrupted by a gentle wave of Elder Zhou's hand. You are Tian? I expected a formidable opponent. Yet it turns out that the source of my considerable efforts is merely an ordinary internal energy practitioner? What do you intend to do? Jiang Tao questioned, suspicion lacing his voice. What do I intend to do? Nothing of consequence, save for the fact that someone seeks vengeance upon you. Elder Zhou declared, his sleeve flicking dramatically. A vivid crimson thread emerging like a serpent, slithering towards Tian, who immediately reacted with intense agitation and trembling. The malevolent spirit's response was unmistakably powerful. It was indeed this individual. Chapter 81. Walking into a trap. Grandfather. Who is this person? Jiang Tao furrowed his brow, noticing the amulet at Tian's waist glowing ominously green. The individual before them was undoubtedly a disciple of the sinister heavenly demon sect, luring others into their schemes. This esteemed individual holds significant power, and Tower, you must treat him with utmost respect. Jiang Bieha cautioned softly, wary of provoking the ire of the sect leader Zhou. Allow me to reveal my true identity to you two insignificant creatures. I am the leader of the heavenly demon sect in Hedong Prefecture, the notorious villain spoken of by those loyal and righteous souls. What do you think? Come, attempt to slay me. Ha ha. Sect leader Zhou laughed heartily, dismissing the two inner strength practitioners as inconsequential. He anticipated a delightful game of tormenting Tian to alleviate his own fatigue. So, you are the fiend of the heavenly demon sect. What vile methods have you employed to control my grandfather? Jiang Tao demanded, his anger palpable. Vile methods? Ask him yourself whether I have truly exerted control over him. Zhou replied, eyeing the furious young man as if he were merely a plaything. I am indeed willing. Jiang Bieha interjected with a nod. Grandfather, you have taught me since childhood to serve the court and heed the people's call. How could you betray those principles and ally with a demon? Jiang Tao struggled to comprehend. The times have changed. Nowadays, people prioritize their own interests. You, still unformed and consuming much of the family's resources, have become a target for the head of the family who wishes to dispose of you. To protect you, I sent you to Baishang City to study, allowing you a few years of peace. Now, as you strive to master your inner strength, you pose an even greater threat to them. My old bones can no longer shield you. Jiang Bieha spoke in one breath, tears streaming down his face, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. All this for me. Jiang Tao felt as though struck by lightning, his previously muddled memories suddenly crystal clear. Hot tears streamed down his cheeks. His grandfather had indeed borne a heavy burden for his sake. With a swift motion, he drew his long blade. Its tip pointed menacingly at sect leader Zhou. Demon, you exploit the bond between my grandfather and me. Today, I shall slay you. Oh, so you intend to slay me? How frightful. However, I must responsibly inform you that I detest being threatened with a blade. Those who dare to do so have never survived to tell the tale. Zhou retorted, unleashing a surge of inner energy that shredded his black robe, revealing a lizard-like demon form, his yellow slit eyes brimming with murderous intent. Tower run. Jiang Bieha shouted desperately. Silence, ungrateful old fool. Sect leader Zhou's tail lashed out, striking Jiang Bieha and sending him crashing into a large tree, with dire consequences. Stop. Jiang Tao, filled with fury, charged forward at full speed. In an instant, he slid to evade Zhou's sharp left claw, thrusting his blade upward with all his might. With a clang, sparks flew as Jiang Tao was taken aback. The blade shattered as if striking solid steel. In a swift motion, Zhou's tail struck Jiang Tao, following the same fate as Jiang Bieha. Now, I shall send you two out of this world, you ungrateful wretches. Sect leader Zhou roared, preparing to pursue and deliver the fatal blow. Wait. A flash of a blade sliced through the air, narrowly grazing the right eye of Director Zhou. A faint mark appeared, and a drop of dark blood rolled down his cheek, while a vivid red tongue slid across the wound, which healed instantaneously, demonstrating a remarkable ability to exploit the weak defense at the corner of his eye. Director Zhou's blood surged with fury. It had been years since he had tasted the bitterness of injury. The metallic tang of his own blood awakened a thrilling excitement within him. Casting a glance at the blade embedded in the tree and then at the unarmed Tian, Director Zhou gritted his teeth and declared, since you seek death so eagerly, allow me to escort you on your journey. Underestimating others is unwise. I am still standing here, Tian replied indifferently. Director Zhou crouched down, resembling a predator fixated on its prey, his demonic gaze revealing countless vulnerabilities in Tian. The previous strike that had wounded him now seemed a mere fluke. With this thought, he lunged forward, executing rapid lateral movements that left a series of afterimages in the air. A true master cares not for technique. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. As a consummate expert, he exerted full pressure against a mere inner strength practitioner, rendering victory effortless. Director Zhou's right claw shot forth, aiming for Tian's neck, his mind conjuring images of the latter's head severed from his body, blood arcing toward the heavens. With a sharp sound, Tian's right hand moved, instantly seizing Director Zhou's wrist. What? How can he be faster than me? An inner strength practitioner shouldn't possess such abilities. With another crack, Zhou's left claw was also captured. From his sleeve, a malevolent spirit sprang forth, transforming into a blood serpent that lunged for Tian's head. The serpent's razor-sharp teeth grazed his face, causing the skin to peel away as an overwhelming aura, far surpassing that of a formidable master, erupted, scattering the spirit. White hair, once again white hair. Director Zhou's pupils dilated with shock. Zhou Chui, it has been a long time. I have missed you dearly. You are not Tian, you are Jiang Pingfeng. Their claws clashed, unleashing a wave of energy that forced Jiang Pingfeng to relinquish his grip. Employing both hands and feet, Zhou unleashed a flurry of frantic strikes. Yet, they were all feints. This battle was futile. His perfected inner strength was merely a level below that of Jiang Pingfeng, a minor master. Moreover, Jiang Pingfeng possessed a plethora of methods to counteract the bizarre and uncanny. Fleeing was the only option. He had to muster every ounce of strength to escape. Zhou Chu had lost all will to fight. Seizing the moment when Jiang Pingfeng was on the defensive, he turned to flee. A scream pierced the air as Jiang Pingfeng seized his opportunity, delivering a powerful blow to Zhou's back. Instantly, an immense force surged through his chest, causing him to spit forth a mouthful of foul blood, mingled with fragments of shattered internal organs. Yet he still leveraged the force of that palm to flee down the mountain. It is one thing to arrive at a moment's notice and another to depart with the same ease. Such a feat is not so simple. Jiang Pingfeng stamped his foot and immediately pursued him. The resilience of the demonic body is formidable. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have perished from that blow. However, at this moment, Zhou Chuyi was gradually recovering. Yet, the prerequisite for survival lay in his ability to escape from the grasp of the small master Jiang Pingfeng, a task that would be challenging even without his injuries. Curse these treacherous officials of the Demon Suppression Bureau. I should never have come to Shanhui City. As Zhou Chuyi fled, regret consumed him. Individuals like Jiang Pingfeng, the guardian envoy, rarely stray far from the city as perimeter, and he had essentially walked into a trap. Fortunately, he was familiar with the terrain of Beiyin Mountain, and his demonic form could still barely sustain him. Although the threat behind him relentlessly closed in, there remained a sliver of room for maneuver. Chapter 82. The death of Zhou Chuyi in a secluded altar nestled within a verdant valley, shrouded in mist. Zhou Chuyi decisively pressed his palm upon the altar's center. With a resounding crash, the altar, crafted from blue stone, crumbled, releasing a plume of sanguine mist into the air. Ha! Zhou Chuyi laughed heartily, disappearing amidst the crimson haze. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Pingfeng furrowed his brow. The boundary of the cave halfway up the mountain had abruptly vanished, unleashing a torrent of blood energy and the fragrance of herbs. Charge! The barrier is down. As some keen observers detected the anomaly, powerful practitioners surged forward, their eyes alight with anticipation. They unleashed their energy and promptly entered the cave. However, just as more energy practitioners prepared to advance, a thunderous sound echoed as the cave's entrance suddenly faced the onslaught of 7 or 8 energy attacks, causing it to collapse significantly. We have guarded this cave for days. Whoever enters must surrender 1/10 of their gains. Jiang Jia's envoy, Su Cheng, proclaimed once more. This mountain is mine, these trees are mine, and I was the first to explore this cave. Any energy practitioner wishing to enter must pay a fee of 100,000 taels. Yin Liren of the Dideo sect stood at the cave's mouth, wielding a great sword with an imposing presence. Ridiculous. I have roamed the rivers and lakes for decades without ever paying a toll. Leave quickly, or I shall spare you no mercy. The gathered energy practitioners erupted in discontent, particularly the few unanchored wanderers who were quick to strike. Chaos ensued at the cave's entrance. Suddenly, the stones at the entrance were sent flying, and a bloody figure stumbled out in disarray. If you wish to flee, leave the precious herbs behind. An adept of internal energy stepped forward to block the escape. Get out of the way. If you seek death, do it yourself. A burst of white energy erupted, revealing a previously fortunate energy practitioner who had managed to enter the cave. He was missing an arm, a pitiful sight indeed. Just as confusion reigned, the cave's entrance was violently breached, rocks scattering as energy practitioners scrambled to evade the debris, while the internal energy adept suffered grievous losses. A rat demon, cloaked in red fur, burst forth from the cave, exclaiming in exultation at its newfound freedom. How could this be a minor master-level rat demon? The situation shifted, prompting cries of alarm as the once mighty energy practitioners scattered like frightened dogs. Yet, mere moments after their escape, they collided with an invisible energy barrier. What? When did such a boundary appear outside? Su Cheng struck the energy wall with all his might, but it remained unwavering. Glancing back at the rat demon, which was wreaking havoc and leaving a trail of blood and carnage, he trembled, his breath faltering. Outside the boundary, Zhou Chuyi laughed wildly. Jiang Pingfeng, should you continue to pursue me, your energy masters of Shanhui City will soon meet their demise. Jiang Pingfeng, filled with reluctance, understood that he could not act impulsively. This demon rat had consumed vast amounts of human blood to evolve. If it devoured the dozens of energy practitioners present, it would become an even greater threat. Your head will be mine eventually, just wait. As Jiang Pingfeng turned abruptly towards the cave, Zhou Chu let out a sigh of relief. The barrier could withstand the might of formidable opponents, yet it could not deter a minor master, let alone a ruthless figure like Jiang Pingfeng. However, as long as he could delay for a while, he was confident he could escape. After a brief span of time, Zhou Chu reached the foot of the mountain. Leaving Beiyin Mountain was akin to a dragon entering the vast ocean. Finding him again would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Finally safe, Zhou Chu felt a deep sense of tranquility. He had just consumed a pill meant for 1,000, suppressing his injuries. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he felt an overwhelming joy. At the foot of Beiyin Mountain, on a small hill, a young boy clad in the official attire of the Demon Suppression Bureau was lazily reclining in a chair, seemingly napping, with a large umbrella nearby, shielding him from the sun. It was none other than Tian. Feeling a rush of excitement from the remnants of his malevolent spirit, Zhou Chu turned and dashed towards him, marveling at how effortlessly he had stumbled upon him. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, a flurry of crossbow bolts flew toward him. To think such feeble force would attempt to ambush him was laughable. Ignoring the incoming projectiles, he allowed them to strike his body, merely causing a shower of sparks without even breaking his scales. A cruel smile spread across his face as he envisioned Tian pleading for mercy, only to meet a gruesome end. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him, and a massive fireball erupted skyward, engulfing him entirely. The explosions came in rapid succession, triggered by the firecrackers Tian had laid. A large clump of earth flew and landed directly in Tian's open mouth as he laughed at the spectacle. Coughing and spitting, Tian found himself covered in mud. The explosions faded as quickly as they had begun, revealing Zhou Chu, his form shattered and teetering on the brink of collapse. His lower half had vanished, leaving only a half body and one arm. It was foolish. Such a simple trap, the same old trick, had managed to ensnare members of the Tianyao sect twice. A pair of feet appeared before Zhou Chu, and he struggled to lift his head, just in time to see Tian's face, filled with disdain. Greed, I leave to you, Tian proclaimed as he flicked his wrist, causing a sharp, toothy maw to emerge, enlarging several-fold. Spare me, hero. I possess countless longevity pills, comparable to decade-old elixirs, and immeasurable wealth. If you let me go, I can ensure you ascend to a high rank within the Tianyao sect of Hedong, granting you a demonic body and eternal life. Zhou Chu panicked. He had never encountered such a bizarre entity before. Remembering those who had begged for mercy before him, he suddenly grasped the value of life. Alas, it is too late now. Just look at you. You resemble a dog. Tian observed Zhou Chu's pitiful demeanor as he wagged his tail in desperation and coldly uttered a remark. Greed immediately pounced upon him, and a cacophony of gnashing teeth ensued, intermingled with Zhou Chu's heart-wrenching cries. Tian regarded the scene with icy detachment. Such a being could no longer be deemed human. And as for the beast, he deemed it permissible for Greed to devour it. After the passage of a mere incense stick's worth of time, Greed returned, brimming with excitement. Burp, the meat was a tad tough, got stuck in my teeth, he exclaimed, displaying a modicum of disdain as he released a satisfied belch. Suddenly, a chilling wave of malevolence surged into Tian's body, causing him to stiffen momentarily. The system then announced, spiritual energy accumulation complete. The system is about to upgrade. All system functions will be unavailable during the upgrade. Having amassed sufficient spiritual energy, one would expect some form of enhancement to his powers as a reward, yet instead, he was faced with a system upgrade that rendered all functionalities dormant. This was utterly absurd. Tian shook his head. Such matters were not something he could divulge to others. System-related issues were not to be spoken of. With Zhou Chu's demise, the threat at Beiyin Mountain had dissipated. He wondered how his senior brother Jiang Tao fared. Tian then sprinted up the mountain, his expression betraying a hint of urgency. Chapter 83. Jiang Tao's setback on the hillside. Beside the shattered tree and amidst the mire, Jiang Tao gradually regained consciousness. A sharp pain pierced his right chest. Years of martial training led him to suspect that several ribs were fractured, piercing into his lung, as blood began to sputter from his mouth with each breath. Turning his head, he caught sight of Jiang Bieha's clothing, the old man lying motionless behind the fallen tree. Grandfather, Jiang Tao called softly, but received no response. The disciples of the Tianyao sect were nowhere to be seen, suggesting that his junior brother, he, had intervened and drawn them away. However, he, having only recently begun to cultivate inner strength, was far inferior to Jiang Tao, who had reached the pinnacle of his power. This thought filled Jiang Tao with concern for Tian's safety. With one foot already fractured, he could only crawl, using both hands and feet, to inspect Jiang Bieha's injuries. To his horror, a branch had pierced through Jiang Bieha's chest. Tears streamed down Jiang Tao's face as he gasped, "Grandfather." Hearing his voice, Jiang Bieha struggled to open his eyes. As he shifted his gaze, his dilated pupils met a blurry figure, and tears began to fall. "Tower, as long as you are safe, it matters little for me. My fate is sealed." With great effort, Jiang Bieha reached into his robe and, after a moment of searching, produced a blood-soaked iron box, deformed from its original shape. "Open it," Jiang Tao urged, hastily prying it open, releasing a potent medicinal aroma. Inside lay a decade-old elixir, stained crimson with blood. "This is for you to break through your inner strength. Quickly, hide it from others." "No, grandfather. I will tear it apart and give it to you. It could save your life." "Foolish boy." Cough, cough. Jiang Bieha coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth. Jiang Tao felt a surge of guilt and dared not speak further. "Be cautious from now on. Do not return to the Jiang family." With that, Jiang Bieha's hand fell gently to the ground. Ah! Jiang Tao howled to the heavens, his voice raw with rage and despair. It's Brother Jiang. Tian, hearing the cry, rushed over, cutting through the underbrush with his blade, only to find Jiang Tao weeping on the ground. Brother Jiang? Tian approached, intending to check on Jiang Tao's injuries, but suddenly recoiled several steps. A pair of blood-red eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixed upon him. Jiang Tao's face contorted in anguish, resembling a madman. It was only upon recognizing Tian that he calmed slightly and asked, Junior brother are you unharmed? Tian steadied himself, confirming Jiang Tao's identity, and immediately offered a vial of healing medicine. Brother Jiang, you are gravely injured. Take this medicine first, and I shall carry you down the mountain for treatment. Wait, I must bury my kin first. Jiang Tao accepted the vial, poured out a pill, and felt the burning pain in his chest subside somewhat as he spoke. I will assist you. No need. I will do it myself. Jiang Tao picked up the broken blade and began to dig into the earth, only for his chest wound to tear open again, blood seeping into the ground. Tian could no longer bear to watch. With a swift stroke, he severed a thick tree at its base. In a flash of steel, the trunk was hollowed out, transforming it into a makeshift coffin. Moments later, Jiang Tao completed his task, laying Jiang Bieha to rest. A solitary grave stands, marked solely by a wooden plaque. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you are reading this passage, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser for a seamless reading experience. Jiang Tao, unable to contain his sorrow, weeps before the grave. Tian turns his face away, his eyes also glistening with moisture, as he too is reminded of his grandfather. Is Jiang Shixiang's injury serious? Zhuang Lianxue is meticulously stitching the wound when Tian can no longer restrain himself from inquiring. What? Do you lack confidence in my medical skills? Her beautiful gaze turns towards him, causing Tian to stiffen. Of course not. It's just that I am concerned. As long as the person arrives alive, they shall not perish under my care. Zhuang Lianxue resumes her work, and in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, all of Jiang Tao's wounds are stitched closed. A sprinkle of golden healing powder is applied, and the wounds bubble faintly with a yellowish foam, as small granulations visibly begin to grow, restoring the wounds to their original state in no time. Treating surface wounds is the simplest task. Internal injuries and bones require a bit more time. Those with strong internal energy are not easily broken. With the assistance of medicine and stones, 3 days will suffice for recovery. Zhuang Lianxue puts away her medicinal herbs and turns to Tian. Why do you look even fairer? How peculiar. Lie down. I shall give you a checkup. Tian's face flushes red at her words. What? Do I not have a choice? After the poison last time and saving lives this time, you owe me quite a bit of gratitude. Zhuang Lianxue crosses her arms, accentuating her stature. Jiang Shixiang is still here. It may not be appropriate. Tian's forehead glistens with cold sweat. Very well, I shall let you off today. But next time you call for me, we will settle the debt with interest. Casting a glance at Jiang Tao, whose eyelashes flutter, showing signs of awakening, Zhuang Lianxue gracefully strides past Tian, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Cough, cough. While Tian remains lost in thought, Jiang Tao begins to cough repeatedly. The broken bones in his lungs have been removed, but complete recovery will take time. Jiang Shixiang, have you awakened? Where am I? Jiang Tao surveys the unfamiliar surroundings and asks. You are in the guest room of the Demon Suppression Department. Jiang Tao suddenly realizes the battle has ended, and his grandfather is no longer with him. Beside the pillow lies a deformed iron box, its dried bloodstains marred and discolored. The iron box is damaged, and its medicinal properties may have diminished. Why not gather your spirits, Jiang Shixiang? Once healed, with this medicine, you could break through to a new level of energy, thus honoring your grandfather's final wishes, Tian advises, believing that transforming resources into personal strength is paramount. This is the last memento my grandfather left me. I must preserve it well. Please help me find a box to keep it safe, Jiang Tao requests. Tian nods and shortly returns with a jade box considerably larger than the iron one. Jiang Tao carefully places the iron box inside and lifts his head, managing to muster a faint smile. What are Brother John's plans moving forward? Naturally, he seeks vengeance. The enmity born from the heavenly demon sect's harm to my grandfather must be avenged. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Jiang Tao's eyes, only to be replaced by sorrow moments later. Brother, please rest well and recover swiftly. Observing Jiang Tao's weary countenance, Tian gradually took his leave. After Tian departed, Jiang Tao gazed at the jade box by his pillow, memories of joyful moments spent with his grandfather flooding his mind. 2 streams of warm tears cascaded down his cheeks once more, accompanied by muffled sobs. Chapter 84. Purging the aristocratic clans. A formidable squadron of demon-hunting cavalry galloped down the street, crashing into a storefront. Moments later, the proprietor was taken away amidst cries of despair, while one of the cavalrymen secured the door and affixed the seal of the Demon Suppression Division. Recently, the division had been indiscriminately apprehending individuals, leaving numerous noble families in disarray. These households, akin to parasitic leeches, had long thrived on the toil of the common folk. Their demise could indeed usher in a semblance of peace, allowing the ordinary citizens to lead far more prosperous lives. It was said that these families had colluded with the heavenly demon sect. Despite their wealth and influence, their insatiable greed had led them to this dire predicament. Not only the Demon Suppression Division, but also the city's defense forces had been mobilized. Qi Qiuping, leading the members of the Demon Suppression Division, stood at the entrance of the Liu residence, facing off against the city defense troops. The Liu family had provided substantial financial support to the heavenly demon sect, inciting widespread outrage. Typically, when purchasing medicinal herbs, they were notoriously stingy, either unable to procure high-quality goods or resorting to inferior substitutes. Yet, when it came to currying favor with the heavenly demon sect, they suddenly produced an abundance of decade-aged herbs, a blatant display of contempt for the entire Shenhui city. What further fueled the resentment was the Liu family's monopolistic control over the medicinal market in the Hedong prefecture, leading to skyrocketing prices that escalated monthly, breeding deep-seated animosity among the martial practitioners. The Liu family's allegiance to the heavenly demon sect became the proverbial match that ignited the powder keg of discontent. As warriors vented their frustrations, attributing their own stagnation and strength to the Liu family. Zhang Xingda, you possess remarkable audacity. The previous interference with the Demon Suppression Division's investigations has yet to be addressed, and you now dare to disrupt matters further. Lord Qi, I am not here to cause trouble. I come under the command of City Lord Sun to investigate the Liu family's collusion with the heavenly demon sect. Zhang Xingda remained unfazed, his soldiers eager for action. Attacking the Liu residence was a lucrative opportunity devoid of peril. Why not seize it? Suppressing bizarre entities falls under the purview of the Demon Suppression Division. Zhang Xingda, your reach extends too far. Qi Qiuping held a low opinion of the city defense troops, acknowledging their incompetence against the uncanny, yet recognizing their propensity to oppress the populace and engage in illicit dealings. You are the one overstepping your bounds, Qi. It is the duty of the city defense forces to maintain public order, and the Liu family's criminal activities warrant their intervention. A nearby constable watched in astonishment, pondering when the Bureau had reallocated responsibilities, assigning such a thankless task to the city defense forces, a significant boon indeed. As tensions mounted, Zhang Xingda, emboldened by the support of City Lord Sun, gestured for his infantry to advance with their spears raised. Retreat! Retreat! The phalanx of over 500 infantrymen shouted in unison, their formation exuding an undeniable sense of intimidation. The members of the Demon Suppression Division were gradually pushed back, and worry creased Qi Qiuping's brow. Brother, what is your salary? In the midst of their retreat, Tian suddenly inquired. 30 taels is merely a trifling sum, hardly worth the exertion. The response came from a middle-aged man, too lethargic even to draw his blade, a clear indication of his status as an old bureaucrat. What if those 30 taels were to vanish? Such a loss would jeopardize our livelihoods. Should we lose face today, it wouldn't merely be a matter of how Commander Jiang perceives us. Even a passing dog in Shenhui City would feel entitled to slap us in disgrace. Tian slowly unsheathed his knife. The others halted in their tracks. More content loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it signifies that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly close the reading mode, the browsing mode, and the ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. You do your thing, and I shall do mine. We initially maintained a respectful distance, yet now you not only take my money, but also seek to humiliate me. I beg your pardon, but this is excessive. Let us deal with that scoundrel Zhang Xingda. Tian, with a fierce cry, made the first move, cleaving through the front row of spears with a single stroke. Much to Qi Qiuping's astonishment, the crowd was invigorated, immediately charging towards Zhang Xingda, blades flashing, transforming their spears into mere clubs. Run for your lives. The Demon Suppression Division is on a rampage. A soldier was the first to flee, triggering a chain reaction. All soldiers scrambled to escape. What a jest. We are here to earn our keep, not to meet our demise. Do not flee. Hold your ground. Zhang Xingda, accompanied by several of his elite guards, advanced. relentlessly striking down the fleeing soldiers with the backs of their blades. Kill. One of the guards rushed before Tian, brandishing his knife high, only to have it cleaved in two under Tian's formidable blade intent. Brother, whom do you intend to slay? You've misunderstood. I harbor no intention of killing anyone. I'm merely an innocent passerby. How could there be a broken knife in my possession? Who placed this shattered blade in my hands? With a clang, the guard decisively discarded the broken knife and turned to flee. Blade intent. Indomitable. The remaining guards promptly threw down their weapons, linking arms as they departed. Who dares to leave? Excellent. If you possess the courage, do not look back. You truly are not turning back, are you? Such disloyalty. Wait for me. Just as Zhang Xingde intended to follow suit, a firm grip suddenly seized his arm. My lord, spare me. I am but a government official. I have no plans to slay you. I merely observe your audacity in summoning 500 or 600 men to seek trouble, demonstrating quite the bravado in overpowering the few with the many. Thus, I desired a friendly spar with you. A spar? No, thank you. Zhang Xingde responded with a forced smile as he found himself surrounded by Tian and his companions. To say such is to deny me face. I have heard that there were many here just moments ago. It shouldn't be too grave a matter if one were to inadvertently trample a deputy commander of the city defense. Tian remarked. It is also possible that someone from the Liu family orchestrated an assassination, disposing of the body in a dry well, one of the cavalrymen added. Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes gleamed. Now this was a cunning individual. A spar, by all means. I am open to any form of spar. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Zhang Xingde was instantly engulfed in trepidation. This game entails a straightforward exchange. I strike you once, and you return the favor, with no evasion permitted. Only the resilience of the body to endure. What manner of sparring is this, when a single blow from you could spell my demise, leaving no opportunity for retribution? These ruffians are clearly intent on my annihilation. As he beheld the array of gleaming blades before him, a sudden chill coursed through his calves, and an unsettling odor began to permeate the air. They have frightened him to the very core. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Xingde is a court official. One must exercise moderation. The crowd released him, and he promptly fled in a state of utter disarray. How dare they, with such meager skills, presume to engage in such antics? The Demon Suppression Office is truly a farce, managing to throw the city defense forces into disarray with but a handful of individuals. Ji Qiuping cast a glance at Tian's figure, contemplating a reprimand, yet found herself reveling in the spectacle. They had long endured the tyranny of the city defense forces, and witnessing Zhang Xingde being bested by Tian was a source of great satisfaction. Chapter 85. Thus ends Humph, a creature that thrives on the power of others. Tian observed as Zhang Xingde was clumsily rescued by his subordinates, pondering that the ability of the Demon Suppression Division to drive away Zhang Xingde stemmed primarily from its formidable background. Zhang, although backed by the city lord Sun Dishing, lacked inherent confidence as a commoner. When caught amidst the conflict of two forces, he would inevitably retreat. Otherwise, how could a martial artist of internal strength be reduced to such a pitiful state? As the city defense army withdrew, just as the crowd was about to surge forward, the tightly locked gates of the Liu residence unexpectedly swung open. A few trembling servants of the Liu family cautiously opened the door, allowing the members of the Demon Suppression Division to enter in an orderly fashion. The Liu family has colluded with the heavenly demon sect, Ji Qiuping proclaimed loudly. Wait a moment before passing judgment, my lord. An elder appeared, accompanied by a retinue. Though he displayed little in the way of vitality, his luxurious attire exuded an air of authority. The individuals behind him radiated vitality, clearly skilled martial artists, while two among them exhibited a remarkable control over their energy. Their breaths long and steady, with faint white energy swirling around their bodies. Indeed, two formidable masters of qi. I am Liu Yongshou, the head of the Liu family. Greetings to the esteemed members of the Demon Suppression Division. Seeing the aggressive stance of the opposing party, Ji Qiuping gestured for caution, signaling her companions to refrain from rash actions. Has the head of the Liu family raised such a formidable entourage with the intent to rebel? Tian interjected. Does your numerical advantage grant you superiority? You shall first wear the cap of guilt. My lord jests, Liu Yongshou replied with a smile, his audacity leaving Tian momentarily speechless. The Liu family has always adhered to the law, never overstepping our bounds. Our lucrative medicinal business frequently attracts powerful martial artists, and to safeguard ourselves, we were compelled to invest heavily in guards. In the face of Tian's accusations, Liu Yongshou responded with a nonchalant grin, his audacity leaving Tian astounded. Do you expect us to believe there is no wrongdoing? Do you take the Demon Suppression Division for fools? Ji Qiuping's tone turned sharp. as she noted Lu Yongshou's well-prepared defense against their apprehension. Would he attempt to turn the tables? The Lu family has grown significantly. Managing such a large entity is no easy feat. The audacity to allow outsiders to infiltrate and commit misdeeds, even colluding with the heavenly demon sect, is sheer folly. Thankfully, the esteemed members of the Demon Suppression Division have thwarted their actions, eradicating this malignant group. There are still remnants, and I have apprehended all of them. Bring them forth. Lu Yongshou commanded with a wave of his sleeve. A dozen individuals, bruised and bloodied, their hair disheveled, were escorted into the arena by the guards, all collapsing to their knees, their eyes vacant. These are the culprits who infiltrated my Lu family and colluded with the heavenly demon sect. Here are the charges. Another guard presented the documents of accusation. Ji Qiuping casually picked up a sheet, scanning its contents, which exonerated the Lu family entirely. My lord, with witnesses and evidence at hand, it is sufficient to prove our family's innocence. You may render your judgment. Tian stood at the back, observing Lu Yongshou, who smugly stroked his beard and could not help but feel a sense of disdain. These aristocratic families were truly despicable, having committed such a grave offense. They merely pushed forth a few scapegoats to absolve themselves. Although both witnesses and evidence are present, there remain dubious aspects in this case that necessitate further investigation. Hold on. Esteemed adults, I possess an item that can unequivocally demonstrate that the Lu family has never colluded with the heavenly demon sect. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lu Yongshou's eyes as he clapped his hands thrice. Immediately, servants wheeled out 3 small carts, and upon unveiling the red cloths, a fragrant aroma of medicine wafted into the air. Here lie 3 stalks of decade-old herbs, 10 stalks of 5-year-old herbs, and 100 stalks of 3-year-old herbs. All are generously donated to the Demon Suppression Division, signifying our Lu family's unwavering support in eradicating the heavenly demon sect. Thus, we have forged an enmity with the sect. How could there be any talk of collusion? Upon witnessing such an abundance of medicinal treasures, the members of the Demon Suppression Division were immediately captivated, for they were all martial artists, and it was impossible not to be swayed, especially for someone like Ji Qiuping, who had attained perfect inner strength. The gap between her and those of formidable prowess often hinged on just a single decade-old herb. However, Ji Qiuping furrowed her brow. This situation was troubling. Commander He Tian's temperament would likely not tolerate any deceit. He Tian quickly sidled up to Ji Qiuping and whispered, "Commander, the Lu family is on high alert. If we act today, our brothers may suffer heavy casualties. Moreover, the Lu family's influence is substantial. It is prudent to merely weaken their power for now and plan our next moves with care. This is not the time to turn against them." Ji Qiuping's face flushed slightly, not because she found He Tian's reasoning compelling, but rather due to the proximity that brought his breath tickling her ear. "Very well. We shall conclude today's investigation here. Bring these offenders and the evidence back to the Demon Suppression Division." Upon hearing Ji Qiuping's command, the morale of the Demon Suppression Division soared, as they would not need to fight fiercely and yet had amassed such a bounty of medicinal herbs. They wondered, however, how the merits would be distributed and how much they might gain in the process. As the members of the Demon Suppression Division withdrew, Lu Yongshou's previously unflappable demeanor vanished without a trace. "Lu Qian, father, you must lead the elite members of our family to retreat to the medicinal fields near Baishan County, which is adjacent to the territory of the Demon Clan, beyond the reach of the Demon Suppression Division." "Father, have we not already sent them away?" Lu Qian displayed a hint of confusion. "It is not that simple. Today it is the Demon Suppression Division. Tomorrow it may be the City Defense Forces. And who knows who it will be the day after. As long as the label of collusion with the heavenly demon sect hangs over the Lu family, even the constables on the streets may seek trouble. Although our family is substantial, how can we withstand such incessant turmoil?" A look of anguish crossed Lu Yongshou's face, but he soon regained his composure and remarked, "If your elder brother can achieve a breakthrough to Grandmaster in the Five Elements sect, then our Lu family may have the chance to rise again. For now, one word, depart. Those who can leave, must leave. Father, then you should come with me. It is unacceptable. While you may disperse and escape, should I also depart, the Lu family would truly be branded as fugitives colluding with the celestial demon sect. At that point, we would be hunted by all, and in this vast world, it would be difficult for the Lu family to find a place to stand. I remain here in the courtyard, still needing to contend with these vile entities." Lu Qian wore a face full of indignation, reluctantly retreating. That day, many members of the Lu family departed from Divine Emblem City, laden with packages, while the City Defense Army did not hinder them. Rather, they redirected their attention to the vacated shops of the Lu family. It appears that Lu Yongshou had already paid a price to establish connections with City Lord Sun Dishing, Within the Demon Suppression Bureau, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed, as the newly stored medicinal herbs alleviated the pressing shortage of supplies. Are we to simply watch as the Liu family executes a clever escape? In the council chamber, Ji Qiuping was fervently arguing her case. Above, Jiang Pingfeng wore a broad smile and slowly spoke, commending her handling of the Liu family's situation. Presently, the families colluding with the celestial demon sect are not limited to just one. If we push the Liu family to desperation, not only will they act recklessly, but other families may also take desperate measures. This matter shall conclude here. Chapter 86. Struggle and venting. Emerging from the assembly hall, Ji Qiuping wore a grim expression. How could she let this heinous aristocratic family escape unscathed? The number of internal energy warriors who perished on the northern Yin mountain was in the hundreds, all of whom had fallen victim to the Liu family's treacherous bait. Had it not been for Tian's timely intervention, tearing apart the facade and directly confronting the Liu family, they could have dealt with these scoundrels on the spot. How satisfying that would have been. She needed to vent her frustrations on Tian first. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, storming out of the hall. Tian was in the guest room conversing with Jiang Tao, a frown etched upon his face. Although brother Jiang's injuries had long since healed, he was consumed by the memories of lost loved ones, lacking the will to fight, and had fallen into a state of despondence. For 5 consecutive days, he had not even stepped outside his room. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open, and Ji Qiuping strode in with fiery anger. You two towering men. Instead of battling foes and vanquishing demons, what are you doing cooped up in here? She exclaimed. And you, Tian, how dare you point fingers at me today? You possess quite the gall. Tian, merely acting out of goodwill, was met with Ji Qiuping's scorn. However, Jiang Tao, already aware of the truth, felt a sense of injustice upon witnessing Tian being chastised. And who do you think you are? You've been hiding in here for over half a month. And I heard you have a blood feud with the heavenly demon sect. Yet you cower in fear of death. Ji Qiuping showed no mercy, which ignited Jiang Tao's fury, prompting him to leap from the bed. If you want to fight, let us head to the courtyard, Ji Qiuping declared, storming out first. Do not act rashly. Commander Ji has perfected her internal energy. You are no match for her. Tian cautioned. She is but a woman. I am fully healed and ready to take her on, Jiang Tao retorted, seizing a nearby dagger in a flurry of impatience as he exited. Tian hastily followed, concerned that neither of them would heed caution, knowing that if either were injured, it would cause him considerable distress. Ji Qiuping launched a fierce offensive, her fury translating into a tempest of knife winds that swept up layers of fallen leaves from the ground, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Jiang Tao, however, charged forward without evasion, adopting a reckless style of risking mutual destruction. For a moment, the slightly superior Ji Qiuping found herself suppressed. Fool, are you so eager to court death? Ji Qiuping chastised, her initial intent to vent her frustrations turning into mounting frustration as the fight progressed. Hearing her words, Jiang Tao's expression darkened, and his movements became increasingly chaotic, ultimately granting Ji Qiuping the opportunity to disarm him, sending his long knife flying. I shall spar with you. Tian swiftly drew his own blade, intercepting Ji Qiuping's subsequent strike. Although he utilized the back of his blade, its power was formidable, given Jiang Tao's recent recovery. A hit from this strike could very well incapacitate him for days anew. Ji Qiuping glared, her vitality surging as she pressed down her wrist. You little brat. The time has come for me to deal with you. However, Tian countered with a single blade thrust, delivering a punch toward Ji Qiuping's left shoulder, causing her to retreat hastily. She had been forced back a step by someone merely entering the realm of internal energy. Ji Qiuping, gripping her knife with both hands, exclaimed in indignation, "What audacity! How dare you defy authority? If I do not leave you bedridden for 2 months, I shall relinquish my position as commander." Ji Qiuping, this is a spar you requested. What does it have to do with me? Tian uttered a phrase, yet his body gradually retreated, instinctively on guard. When it comes to one-on-one combat, Tian was undoubtedly no match for his opponent. However, with the assistance of guile, his right hand was capable of engaging the enemy independently, while his left hand could unleash the immovable King Kong fist, balancing offense and defense with a unique rhythm. Jiang Qiuping, perplexed, let out a sharp cry, her dagger spinning rapidly in her hand. As she swept it toward Tian, it sent a jolt through his arm, leaving it somewhat sore. Had it been an ordinary person's hand, it would have likely been split open, blood gushing forth. Fortunately, all hardships were currently borne by greed. Jiang Qiuping struck again with both hands gripping the knife, delivering a heavy blow. Tian barely managed to block it, his body continually retreating. What are you always shielding me for? A voice suddenly echoed in Tian's mind, expressing greed's dissatisfaction. What is the point of your knife intent? This is merely Zhang's way of venting. If you were to sever her beloved autumn water knife, that would not be mere venting, but rather a grievous wound. As Tian conversed with greed, he deftly wielded both knife and fist, matching Zhang chopping blow for blow, even gaining the upper hand. It was unexpected that Tian, having trained for merely over half a year, could possess such prowess, especially considering his innate talent was rather mediocre. After over 3 years of practice, relying on the family's medicinal resources, he had only just achieved perfect internal strength. Zhang Tao, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but recall how Tian diligently trained every day, regardless of the weather, feeling somewhat ashamed. Tian, focus. If you continue to be so absent-minded, be wary that I might cleave your head off. Zhang Qiuping, growing increasingly furious, found herself at a disadvantage as Tian's coordinated strikes resembled a duel against 2 skilled practitioners, all while he appeared distracted, seemingly unconcerned about the contest. What? Tian finally snapped back to reality, but it was too late. Greed's blade moved swiftly, slicing past Zhang Qiuping's forehead and severing a few strands of her hair. You little rascal. Zhang Qiuping stumbled back a step, nearly losing her balance on the stairs, but Tian reached out and caught her hand. How soft. Tian felt a sudden rush of emotions. Slap. Zhang Qiuping retaliated with a swift backhand. Hey, how could you do that? If I had known, I wouldn't have caught you, letting you fall flat on your face. Tian exclaimed, covering his face in indignation. Mind your own business. Zhang Qiuping tossed her hair and departed. Initially intending to take the opportunity of the duel to teach this rascal a lesson, she found it had backfired. These rascals, when did their strength improve so rapidly? She muttered, stamping her foot in frustration as she left. My apologies, Zhang, she is a good person, albeit with a bit of a foul temper, which has dragged brother Zhang into this. No worries. It's just that I observe my junior brother's martial skills have advanced remarkably, to the extent that even perfect internal strength cannot gain the upper hand against you. Zhang Tao initially offered a polite smile before posing a question. I have acquired advanced techniques from the Jingjing Pavilion of the Demon Suppression Division, which has significantly enhanced my abilities. However, the rules of the Demon Suppression Division are rather stringent. Otherwise, I would have no qualms about imparting knowledge to you, brother Zhang. Ah, I see. Zhang Tao's eyes lit up, and he began to entertain the notion of joining the Demon Suppression Division. Without the backing of the Zhang family, the likelihood of his joining the Blade sect had dwindled to nearly nothing. The skills he had learned over the years at the Hongyun Martial Arts Academy were merely rudimentary techniques suitable for outer disciples of the Blade sect. As for the advanced martial arts, they were typically passed down through personal instruction within each sect, making it improbable for any secret manuals to circulate. Only those who attained the status of inner disciples or higher would have the opportunity to encounter such teachings. If the Demon Suppression Division could also offer profound martial arts, it would present a promising alternative path. With this thought in mind, Zhang Tao shook off his despondency and re-energized himself. He spoke up, Junior brother I wish to join the Demon Suppression Division, both to learn advanced techniques and to avenge the deep-seated enmity against the Heavenly Demon sect. Do you happen to have any connections? Originally, I did, Tian replied, removing his hands from his face to reveal a vivid red handprint. However, it seems that opportunity has just slipped away. Chapter 87. Zhang Tao joins the Demon Suppression Division. One perceived that Ji Qiuping has achieved the pinnacle of internal energy and likely has a pressing need for the decade-old medicinal herb. Zhang Tao mused silently for a moment before speaking. Brother Zhang, do not jest. The esteemed Ji would not accept such a gift, for it is a legacy from your grandfather. Tian expressed his astonishment at Zhang Tao's willingness to part with such a significant herb. The herb is merely a material possession, while life is precious. Even if I consumed the decade-old herb left by my grandfather, the enhancement in my abilities would be limited. And whether I could fortuitously break through to become a formidable energy master remains uncertain. Only by joining the Demon Suppression Division and securing a solid platform can I establish a strong foundation. Zhang Tao had come to this realization. His desire for vengeance necessitated strength. I do have a plan, albeit it may require some additional effort from you, brother Zhang. Tian remarked, rubbing his face vigorously, the imprint of his palms gradually fading. Fortunately, having trained in the formidable 13 Guardians' Golden Bell shield, his skin had become impervious. Otherwise, he would have ended up swollen like a bun. What? All these beverages are mine. He exclaimed, clutching the wine jars protectively, her lips pursed in indignation. Since arriving in Shunhui City, her days had been consumed by martial training and distilling spirits. While she could have earned a considerable sum, The majority had vanished into greedy bellies, leaving only a meager profit for external sales. It's not as though you are giving it away for free. I intend for Brother Jiang to invest and join in the endeavor. Tian clarified. The process of distilling spirits was laborious. Previously, it was either Tian or Cici who undertook the task. With Jiang Tao's involvement, he could take over some of Cici's responsibilities. Cici often found herself comparing her progress to Tian's, secretly competing, and Tian felt a pang of reluctance to see her toil so hard. From now on, the brewing and selling of spirits shall fall to you, Brother Jiang. This matter is crucial to our future income, so I implore you to keep our methods confidential. With Jiang Tao's participation, this arduous task would no longer burden his sister. Though he wondered if the young master from a wealthy family could endure such hardship. Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself fully to this endeavor. Jiang Tao replied with palpable excitement, watching Tian methodically refine the distilled spirits, akin to gazing upon a mountain of gold. Do not rush into action. There is another matter to attend to first. The Demon Suppression Division does not permit outsiders to linger. Previously, placing Jiang Tao in a guest room to recuperate had been manageable, but now it was imperative to secure the approval of Commander Jiang. What? You wish to join the Demon Suppression Division? Jiang Pingfeng regarded the individual before him with keen interest. He held a favorable impression of Jiang Tao, admiring his righteous indignation and audacity in confronting formidable members of the heavenly demon sect. These qualities alone were sufficient for him to merit consideration. However, such a decision could not be made hastily. Soon, 2 administrators were summoned to the council hall. Given the significant depletion of internal energy practitioners within the Yellow Courtyard, the influx of youthful talent was indeed a fortuitous development. The one who spoke was Manager Wang, who had previously interacted with Tian on several occasions. He gazed at Tian and Jiang Tao with a smile, signaling discreetly to Tian. Tian responded with a slight smile. Prior to this meeting, he had already paid a visit to Manager Wang and had made some arrangements. It was not a privilege granted to just anyone to enter the Huangzi courtyard. Upon hearing this remark, Tian furrowed his brow, as another manager, who voiced his dissent, which took him by surprise. Manager who typically managed internal affairs, and their interactions were rare. Although they did not share camaraderie, there was no animosity either. Oh, what is your reasoning? Jiang Pingfeng inquired. The content is still loading. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, as well as ad blocking features, or copy the URL to access it through another browser. It was well known that Jiang Tao's grandfather, Jiang Bia, colluded with the fiends of the celestial demon cult, making Jiang Tao's induction into the demon subduing division rather inappropriate. Manager who frowned as he spoke. Jiang Bia is one matter, but Jiang Tao is another. The two cannot be conflated. Moreover, Jiang Bia was killed by the fiends, merely a pawn in their game. Jiang Tao bears a deep-seated grudge against the celestial demon cult. I implore you, Lord Jiang, to exercise discernment. After a moment's contemplation, Tian stepped forward and clasped his fists in salute. Indeed, Jiang Bia deserves punishment, yet his plight evokes sympathy. Jiang Pingfeng stated calmly, drawing a conclusion on the matter. Even so, joining the demon subduing division required fulfilling 2 conditions, the first being the necessity of a guarantor. Before Manager who could finish his statement, Tian interjected. I can vouch for him. You, a mere flag officer, lack the authority to guarantee someone like Jiang Tao, whose background is murky, at the very least. A senior flag officer or a celestial master should step forward, Manager who retorted, casting a displeased glance at Tian. Then I shall add my name to the guarantee. Turning around, Tian was surprised to find it was Ji Qiuping, to whom he promptly directed a grateful look. Ji Qiuping, however, merely rolled her eyes and remarked, currently, aside from those stationed elsewhere, only a few personnel remain in the Huangzi courtyard. Whenever tasks arise, they are thrown into chaos. If we do not bolster our ranks, we shall be unable to accomplish anything. Having the chief flag vouch for him would suffice, but he must also pass the heart-testing mirrors assessment. In that case, let us proceed with the formalities. Should he pass the heart-testing mirror-S evaluation, we shall finalize his employment. If he does not, then that will be the end of it. Jiang Pingfeng, wishing to avoid further debate on the issue, made his decision. Manager who initially intended to say more, but had no choice but to relent. Humph. He scoffed as he passed by Jiang Tao. Brother he, do you harbor a grievance against this manager who? Not at all. This is our first encounter, and I am perplexed by his constant antagonism, Tian replied. Observing Manager whose retreating figure, pondering in silence. He maintained a low profile within the demon's subduing division and had a lucrative opportunity with the beverage trade, refraining from involving himself in others' money-making schemes. Logically, there should be no conflict. Now, Hu Guan is indeed making things difficult for himself. There must be some hidden truths behind this, and it is imperative to investigate further to avoid being deceived and suffering losses. You too, follow me. The Heart Query Mirror is surprisingly located with General Ji. Tian stood behind General Ji, witnessing the event with clarity as a beam of light illuminated Jiang Tao. In a short while, a multitude of words emerged on the copper mirror before Ji Qiuping. Jiang Tao, the son of Jiang Yu, the fourth branch of the Jiang family from the Divine Emblem City, lost both parents at an early age and was raised by his grandfather, Jiang Bi. The copper mirror meticulously recorded the life events of Jiang Tao, revealing such a wondrous treasure. I had thought that the intelligence operations of the Demon Suppression Department were exceedingly capable, able to investigate everything thoroughly. However, it is indeed impressive, thankfully. This so-called Heart Query Mirror did not reveal my identity as a time traveler or the existence of my system. Otherwise, the Demon Suppression Department's central tower of demon confinement would surely have reserved a spot for me on the 18th level. Chapter 88. Second distillation. With the mission of the Heart Mirror accomplished, it was time to seek out Manager Wang for the necessary formalities. After meticulously reviewing Jiang Tao's file, Ji Qiuping made a copy and handed it to Tian, instructing him to run the errand. Thank you, General Ji. Tian bowed respectfully. This woman possessed a formidable temperament, yet conducted her affairs with remarkable propriety. Begone. Ji Qiuping's expression was frigid as she dismissed him. Tian and his companion quickly took their leave, and once outside, Tian clapped his hands on the documents, smiling as he spoke. Congratulations, Brother Jiang. From now on, we shall be colleagues, and we must support each other. Thank you, Brother He. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. You've completed it so swiftly. I knew Jiang Tao would pose no issue. Manager Wang cheerfully accepted the file that Tian presented, along with a thick stack of banknotes nestled within. In no time, a token engraved with Jiang Tao's name and an official uniform were prepared. How infuriating. Manager Wang glanced at the token, indignation evident in his voice. I originally recommended Jiang Tao for the position of a 7th-rank officer, but Manager Hu dismissed it on the grounds of insufficient pedigree, granting him only an 8th-rank cavalryman instead. Having any rank at all is already commendable. I appreciate your efforts, Manager Wang. Tian expressed his gratitude with a smile, engaging in pleasantries before taking his leave. An 8th-rank cavalryman is far superior to having no rank at all. Once outside, Tian noticed Jiang Tao's confusion and quickly provided clarification. This is akin to the distinction between having an official position and lacking one in my previous life. The disparity in treatment is vast, and the opportunities for advancement are entirely different. Now I understand. Thank you, Lord He, for your assistance. Jiang Tao observed Tian's diligent efforts with heartfelt appreciation. Gaining entry into the Demon Suppression Division was already a considerable achievement, and now, with an official identity, his prospects appeared even more promising. Though unfamiliar with the inner workings of the Demon Suppression Division, he recognized the distinction between inner and outer disciples. With an 8th-rank status, he would enjoy significant advantages in exchanging skills and undertaking tasks. Previously, he had invested considerable silver and resources in an attempt to join the Blade sect, yet had failed to even attain the status of an outer disciple. Tian's favor was indeed a substantial debt. There is no need for excessive formality, Brother Jiang. We are still brothers in arms. To address one another by titles would be overly distant. Tian said with a warm smile as he guided Jiang Tao to the yellow courtyard, selecting a residence adjacent to his own. This arrangement would facilitate their interactions moving forward. Tian's own quarters were considerably larger than Jiang Tao's, but with 2 occupants and the need for brewing and storage, it had become somewhat cluttered. Now, with Jiang Tao's residence, they could expand their endeavors. After Tian departed, Jiang Tao surveyed his new abode, his spirits lifted. Ever since the passing of Jiang Bia, he had learned that the Jiang family had expelled all relatives from his grandfather's lineage, leaving him homeless. Though this new place was but a dilapidated courtyard, finding shelter within the Demon Suppression Division brought a glimmer of hope. He retrieved a broom from the corner and began to tidy the courtyard, but soon found himself weary, his back aching, no less strenuous than martial training. Previously, witnessing Tian's remarkable efficiency left Jiang Tao feeling quite inadequate when it was his turn to take on the task. With a bitter smile, he realized that the identity of young Master Jiang was no longer fitting. He must adjust his self-perception, embracing a humble background akin to Tian's. The following day, the materials and equipment for brewing were transported to Jiang Tao's location, where under Tian's guidance, he began to grasp the fundamentals of distilling spirits. After yet another day of diligent labor, Tian returned to his modest courtyard, only to find Cc pouting in the yard. What is the matter now? Didn't I just provide you with a tome on longevity a few days ago? Why haven't you begun your cultivation? This is 2 plants of 5-year-old medicinal herbs. The profits from this month's liquor sales hinge on these. Do not come to me for money in the future, Cc exclaimed, revealing 2 jade boxes. Her expression one of reluctance. It appeared she was agitated over their impending separation of finances. Tian chuckled. His sister had recently incurred substantial expenses for her training, and having always been frugal, the stark contrast had made her somewhat avaricious. She was under the impression that his decision to let Jiang Tao manage the lucrative liquor business stemmed from dissatisfaction with her handling of finances. Foolish sister, I do not disdain you. Jiang Shixiang is merely working for you. I have repeatedly told you that strength is the foundation. It is the power of one's fists that holds sway. Even if you earn a fortune as a tavern manager, much of it will ultimately be siphoned off by the aristocracy. Elevating your internal strength is the true path. Will I still have the opportunity to earn money in the future? Cc asked, her face lighting up with excitement as she rushed to embrace Tian. All right. You are no longer a child. Do not hang on my neck like that. Others will laugh at us. Let go at once. You still claim not to be disdainful of me, she whimpered, transforming into a lamenting figure. Soon, Jiang Tao worked tirelessly, and a new batch of spirits was completed, totaling 2,000 pounds. Upon witnessing Jiang Tao's achievement, Cc shyly stuck out her tongue, although she had her brother's assistance. Her own maximum output in a day had barely reached 100 pounds, rendering her efforts insignificant in comparison. Impressive, Tian exclaimed after tasting a sample. The fiery flavor was pronounced, yet the alcohol content seemed even higher. He cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Tao. I considered it and performed a second distillation on your base. This resulted in a purer and more fragrant spirit. Upon hearing Jiang Tao's words, Tian was nearly astonished. As a traveler from another realm, he was not overly concerned, but the fact that Jiang Shixiao, on his first brewing endeavor, could intuitively master the technique of secondary distillation indicated a remarkable talent. A pound of high-proof liquor could fetch not just 30 taels, but even 50 would find eager buyers. Previously, Cec's limited production had left the fragrant pavilion in high demand, and she had often complained to Tian, hoping for an increase in supply. Now, they could finally fulfill that modest wish and, in the process, reap substantial profits. The wine is ready, and it certainly cannot be sold at the original price. However, Tian and Jiang Tao are both relatively unknown individuals. It seems that only with the intervention of General Ji can it carry any weight. Is this what you intend for me to endorse? Ji Qiuping gazed at the two before her with a hint of disdain. It is merely wine, a waste of resources. And as a practitioner of profound inner strength, drinking it feels little different from consuming water, truly a trivial matter. The wine is here. The esteemed general will know the truth with a mere taste. Tian clasped his fists in greeting, his smile tinged with a touch of confidence. Humph. Should I discover that you dare to play tricks on me, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Ji Qiuping twisted open the lid, and a strong aroma of wine wafted towards her, instantly brightening her demeanor. After taking a small sip, it was sweet on the palate but transformed into a fiery sensation upon swallowing. Excellent wine. Ji Qiuping continued to drink, and before long, the wine bottle was nearly empty. Is there more wine? With a flushed face, Ji Qiuping inquired. Tian, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated that the blushing General Ji would appear rather lovely. Chapter 89. The wine gathering. Has this wine truly been consumed? Jiang Tao voiced candidly. Suddenly, Ji Qiuping realized that others had come to her seeking assistance in selling wine, while she had already indulged herself. Hastily, she circulated her vital energy, expelling the potent scent of alcohol from her body. And soon the room was filled with a rich fragrance. Why was such a splendid beverage not presented earlier? It could have served to supplement the funds for the Demon Suppression Bureau. Truly, a lack of awareness. This wine was concocted by Brother Jiang yesterday. Tian attributed the creation to Jiang Tao. Ji Qiuping's expression softened. Indeed, it was to be expected that Jiang Tao, hailing from a prominent family, would possess such skills. Given the quality of this wine, its sale would undoubtedly flourish. Since the Demon Suppression Bureau was involved, it must be to prevent others from seizing the formula. This transaction warranted careful negotiation. As Ji Qiuping beamed, Tian felt an unsettling sensation, akin to being preyed upon by a carnivorous beast. How about a 50-50 split? My exclusive recipe. Upon hearing Tian's offer, Ji Qiuping merely shook her head. A 40-60 division could work. I shall take 40, and you 60. Surely not a 30-70 split. How greedy. It cannot be a 20-80 division either. That would be utterly inhumane. Ji Qiuping listened to He Tian's proposals, maintaining her silence with a smile. Could it be a 90-10 arrangement? I might as well gift it to you. A gift is your own assertion. After a merciless bout of haggling, they ultimately settled on a 40-60 split, with He Tian obliged to provide Ji Qiuping 100 pounds of wine each month at no cost. Ji Qiuping estimated that such fine wine could sell for about 100 taels per pound. This revelation brought a deep sigh of relief from He Tian. With a 40-60 split, they would receive 40 taels, which was a 10-tael increase compared to the original 30 taels per pound, without the burden of sales concerns. Moreover, with the Demon Suppression Bureau as a formidable ally, this venture far exceeded their previous trivial pursuits. In a few days, there will be a wine tasting event. I shall personally lead the team. Ensure you present yourselves well, lest we tarnish the image of the Demon Suppression Bureau. At 40 taels per pound, 2,000 pounds would amount to 80,000 taels, a mere fraction of Jiang Tao's recent efforts. With He Tian and He Cece contributing, earning 1 to 200,000 taels monthly would not pose a challenge. Thus, would we not be looking at a monthly income exceeding 100 taels? Upon departing from Ji Qiuping, Jiang Tao immediately expressed his excitement. That may be true, yet the market for this wine is limited. The entire Xinhui city has but a finite population, and even including neighboring counties, the entirety of Hedong Prefecture is not vast. I estimate that initially, we could earn around 200,000 taels monthly, but later it may peak at 100,000 taels. Unless merchant caravans pass through to sell our wine in other provinces. 100,000 taels monthly is still quite commendable, Jiang Tao mused, calculating that after costs. He Tian's promise of a 50-50 split would yield approximately 400,000 taels monthly for himself, with the first month potentially doubling to 800,000 taels. Since the Liu family was admonished by the Demon Suppression Bureau, they have lowered their stance, offering all the essential medicines at a 20% discount based on market prices. For approximately 1 million taels, one can procure a decade-aged medicinal herb from the Liu family. Brother Jiang, I find it quite peculiar. You seem to possess an effortless familiarity with the art of brewing. I managed the brewing affairs in my family for 2 years and have a rudimentary understanding of it. Unfortunately, during that time, I was solely responsible for the brewing process and did not engage in sales. Otherwise, I might have some connections to utilize now. Upon hearing Jiang Tao's words, He Tian suddenly realized that in this day and age, the liquor trade is indeed a highly profitable venture. And how could the aristocratic families refrain from involvement? 3 days later, the fragrant pavilion was bustling with esteemed guests. Brother, have you come to join the revelry as well? Indeed, I heard that the fragrant pavilion is about to unveil a new liquor, purportedly even superior to the last one we tasted. How could I possibly miss the opportunity to witness it? Perhaps not. I've heard that the Jiang family, the Du family, and other brewing families from Divine Emblem City have brought their finest reserves this time, promising a fierce competition. In that case, we are in for a treat. The guests buzzed with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, a woman clad in delicate silk, her figure graceful and poised, confidently ascended the stage, her radiant gaze captivating all in attendance. This young lady is Ji Yanran, the proprietress of the fragrant pavilion. A beautiful woman naturally garners admiration. Ji Yanran smiled charmingly, mingling among the guests, extending warm hospitality, and soon became the center of attention. It turns out that the proprietress of the fragrant pavilion is none other than the capable manager Shan from Baishang City, whom I engaged with not long ago. Has she been promoted due to the flourishing business of the tavern? He Tian observed for a while and noted that this young woman, although youthful, spoke with remarkable poise and held impressive insights, which caused him some concern. The amiable manager Shan had been replaced, and this woman clearly appeared to be a seasoned businessperson. Could manager Ji handle her? Everyone knows that our Tianwu kingdom is established on martial prowess, and martial artists have a penchant for 3 things: unparalleled martial arts, aged medicinal herbs, and exquisite wine. The first 2 categories surely have their own merits among those present, but the final category undoubtedly belongs to my fragrant pavilion. As Ji Yanran made this proclamation, the venue erupted in astonishment. Young proprietress, your words carry weight, yet I have also brought fine wine. Let us hope your tongue doesn't falter in the face of the wind. A member of the aristocracy pointed to the large wine vat on the table. Standing tall and confident, Ji Yanran harbored no intent to belittle anyone. Her invitation today was to forge friendships through wine and to bear witness to the esteemed liquor within. Jynrn smiled faintly, wholly disregarding the words of her interlocutor, which incited a furious reaction from the visitor. Had it not been for the presence of numerous dignitaries and the personnel from the Demon Suppression Bureau maintaining order, he would have erupted in anger long ago. Very well. I shall see what this so-called champion of wines truly consists of, but first, allow me to pave the way. The speaker was DWI from the D family, cradling a jar of aged wine, encased in a brittle layer of dried mud. After 30 years of careful brewing, the wine was rich and profound, with an enduring aftertaste. The mud casing was gently cracked open, revealing a pristine white jade wine jar, and as the mud seal was lifted, a stream of pale yellow liquid flowed forth, instantly filling the hall with a delicate aroma. Ah, the fragrance is pure, the wine's body unblemished. Yet, I wonder how it tastes? Let us partake in a tasting. Immediately, connoisseurs of fine wine stepped forward, and DWI generously poured the wine into small bowls, offering it to all present. The first sip was smooth, a truly exquisite wine. Praise erupted amongst the patrons, and DWI let out a sigh of relief. Since the introduction of the one cup, no limits by the fragrant pavilion, the D family's brewing business had faced significant challenges, and this batch of exceptional wine was meant to rival the aforementioned offering. Bah, what is this flavor? It tastes like horse urine. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and DWI's expression darkened immediately. Chapter 90. The Wine Banquet 2. Upon seeing the speaker, he instinctively retracted his neck. It was none other than Jiang Qingye, the eldest son of the Jiang family, as a lineage renowned for winemaking. The Jiang family boasts a heritage that predates the Du family and has ventured into various fields. They have forged connections with the Xuanwu army through their liquor, and many of their kin hold positions within the military. Their wealth far surpasses that of the Du family, who are solely engaged in winemaking. The liquor before him, though, was hardly worthy of the title. It reeked of earthy undertones. Jiang Qingye settled himself with an air of nonchalance, crossing his legs, while a junior beside him presented a small jar of wine. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary ceramic vessel, devoid of any remarkable features. The true value of wine, much like that of a person, lies within. Regardless of how ornate the packaging may be, it is meaningless if the essence is lacking. Miss Yanran, wouldn't you agree? As the small jar was uncorked, Jiang Qingye poured the wine into a bowl. The sound of the liquid flowing was crisp and melodious, reminiscent of a mountain stream. The green ant wine sparkled within the cup like a verdant gem, radiating an alluring glow. Is that green ant wine? My heavens! It truly is green ant wine. What of green ant wine? Clearly, you have never encountered it before. Wealth is easily acquired, yet green ant wine is a rarity. A single jar commands a fortune. It is indeed a wine of great value. I wonder how it tastes? Hearing the murmurs around him, Jiang Qingye felt a swell of pride and slowly declared, such a precious item is naturally scarce. Why not let Miss Yanran appraise it for us all? Jiang Gongzi is jesting. I am not one to handle my liquor well. Upon witnessing Ji Yanran's polite refusal, Tian nodded in agreement. In unfamiliar settings, it is unwise for a young lady to consume offerings from strangers, especially such a vividly green concoction that resembled nuclear waste, which was rather unappetizing. Allow me to taste it instead, boomed a robust voice, as a bearded man boldly demanded a drink. Jiang Qingye frowned, taken aback by the audacity of such a scruffy fellow who dared to ask for wine without reservation. Indeed, such fine wine diminishes with each sip. It ought to be safeguarded, retorted another, echoing the sentiment. Who do you think you are to speak so brazenly, Zhang? Ladies and gentlemen, Ji Yanran interjected, noticing the escalating chaos. For this tasting event, the Fragrant Pavilion has specially invited Master Zhao Feng from the capital to evaluate the wine. What say you? Zhao Feng, the legendary wine sword immortal, reputedly a master in his 50s with an unprecedented future ahead. He has traveled the world sampling exquisite wines and has even developed a peerless sword technique through his experiences with them. Who is this remarkable individual? As Ji Yanran's words settled, a beam of sword light shot down from the heavens, landing within the hall and transforming into a white-clad swordsman. His aura lingering in the air, causing the weapons of Tian and others to resonate melodiously. What a splendid demonstration of the unity of man and sword. The individual who spoke was none other than the previously disheveled giant. Upon hearing the compliments, Zhao Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement and stepped up to the podium. What an ostentatious entrance. It is no wonder that everyone aspires to master the sword. Alas, I possess not a shred of swordsmanship. Tian was secretly astonished. The moon staff, the year knife, a lifetime's dedication to the sword. Mastering the sword is a formidable endeavor. A fine sword can cost hundreds of taels of silver, an expense beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Thus, in the entire Hedong prefecture, there exists no martial arts academy or faction dedicated to the instruction of swordsmanship. Now, Allow me to treat you all to this green ant wine. Not to mention Zhao Feng's illustrious reputation and graceful demeanor. Even his prowess as a minor master eclipsed everyone present. His wine tasting was indeed a display of courtesy, and Jiang Qingye, elated, would not dare oppose him. Promptly presenting the wine, Zhao Feng took a delicate sip of the green ant wine. The liquid was crisp and sweet, seemingly alive as it danced upon his palate, evoking an indescribable pleasure. The aroma lingered between his lips and teeth, as if it could soothe all troubles and sorrows. What a fine wine, ha ha ha! Truly exquisite. Zhao Feng laughed heartily, and Jiang Qingye nodded in satisfaction. This jug of wine encapsulated much of the Jiang family's effort, and seeing it garner such acclaim was entirely expected. Senior, can this wine be deemed the finest in the world? Jiang Qingye inquired. This? Not quite. Zhao Feng hesitated briefly before promptly dismissing the notion. It seemed he had become overly confident. The world is vast, filled with exceptional wines. Although the green ant is delightful, it may not necessarily reign supreme. Could it indeed be worthy of the title of the finest wine in Hedong Prefecture? Jiang Qingye pressed again. Not at all. Without waiting for further questions, Zhao Feng declared, let it be known, not only in Hedong Prefecture, but even within this very establishment, it hardly qualifies. As these words left his mouth, murmurs rippled through the crowd, and Jiang Qingye's expression darkened, yet he dared not react due to Zhao Feng's standing. Enough, everyone. Ji Yinran stepped forward and declared, let us present the finest wine of Hedong Prefecture. Four attendants formed a line, bringing forth 4 large wine jars, each substantial in size. The jars appeared quite crude. Mere ordinary clay pots, crooked and misshapen. What is this wine? Confusion spread among the onlookers. With a flick of her sleeve, Ji Yinran unleashed a surge of energy, causing the lids of the 4 jars to fly off simultaneously, unleashing an intoxicating aroma that enveloped the room. Everyone in the tavern was momentarily stunned. This wine is extraordinarily fragrant. Tian was also taken aback, thinking to himself, this woman is yet another formidable force. I cannot afford to provoke her. I can't resist any longer. A drunkard pushed through the crowd, rushing to the jars. Immediately, a constable from the Demon Suppression Division attempted to intervene, but retreated upon a mere glance from Ji Qiuping. The drunkard took a hefty swig, and instantly his eyes bulged, turning red. What is it? Is it poisonous? Jiang Qingye displayed a hint of schadenfreude. Burp. The inebriated fellow let out a prolonged belch, a look of blissful intoxication quickly spreading across his face. Let me have a taste. Pour me a bowl. Seeing that the drunkard was unscathed, the crowd immediately surged forward. Such an aromatic and crystalline liquor was truly unprecedented. What a fine wine. What a fine wine. Ha ha ha. A disheveled giant leaped onto the table, seizing a jar of the liquor and drinking heartily. Whiz. Yet. Someone unaccustomed to the fiery sharpness of strong liquor began to cough incessantly. Humph. Those who lack an appreciation for wine waste such exquisite nectar. The disheveled giant scolded, his gaze filled with disdain. Brother Mu, why bother engaging with these commoners? The fragrant pavilion has prepared a grand banquet, and we have not seen each other for years. Today we must indulge in revelry and drink to our heart's content. Brother Mu, in the Hedong Prefecture. The only person capable of being called a brother by a minor master like Zhao Feng is likely none other than the esteemed leader of the Blade sect, the Grand Master Mui Feng. Jiang Qingye was taken aback. He had just offended the foremost figure of the Blade sect, the most formidable warrior in the Hedong Prefecture. Would his entire family face annihilation? As the 2 masters, Mu Yifeng and Zhao Feng, departed, the crowd, once tense, visibly relaxed. Manager Ji, this wine is indeed extraordinary, but I wonder how much it costs? Inquired a portly man resembling a merchant. A hush fell over the gathering, no matter how superb the wine. If it commanded an exorbitant price, it would find no market. Even if a few could afford it, the overall demand would be limited. Jiang Qingye's spirits lifted. Such exquisite wine must surely be priced outrageously. Thus, it would have little impact on the Jiang family's winery. Chapter 91. The Great Wine Sale. This exquisite wine is priced at 50 jin per jar, each jar costing 10,000 taels. With a slight smile, Ji Yinran tantalized the audience's curiosity before announcing loudly. As her words resonated, a profound silence enveloped the venue. What is amiss? Could the price be too exorbitant? Tian inquired softly. Calm yourself, junior brother, and observe the unfolding events, Jiang Tao reassured, already aware of the impending excitement. I wish to pre-order 500 jars, exclaimed a corpulent merchant, as if a bomb had been detonated upon a tranquil lake. I'll take 800 jars. I want 300. Leave 1,000 jars for me. The atmosphere ignited with fervor in an instant. Jiang Qingye felt a chill in his heart. It was over. Forget about the Jiang family's wine business. Even the entire brewing families of Hedong Prefecture would find it impossible to engage in this trade henceforth. Tian was taken aback. Within mere moments, 3,000 jars had already been ordered. 3,000 jars equated to 30 million. How could there be such an overwhelming demand? At 200 taels per gene, could these individuals truly afford it? Junior brother, you are unaware, Jiang Tao explained. These patrons can dilute the fine wine upon returning home, thereby reducing the cost to 20 or 30 taels per gene, making it affordable for most martial practitioners. Upon hearing Jiang Tao's words, Tian fell into contemplative silence. Indeed, many resorted to mixing water with wine or vice versa. However, even if senior brother Jiang strained himself, producing over 1,000 gene in a day, 20 jars would be the utmost limit. Over the course of a month, the maximum output would barely reach 1,200 jars. Should he exceed this, not only would senior brother Jiang lack time for cultivation, but Tian and Cc would also be burdened. In Tian's eyes, this could prove to be a counterproductive endeavor. Firstly, as the business expanded, even with the backing of the Demon Suppression Office, success was not guaranteed. Even within the office, unity was not assured, and without sufficient strength, Tian was reluctant to further extend his reach in the brewing industry. Secondly, if Tian's wine flourished, it would undoubtedly threaten the livelihoods of others. Severing one's financial means is akin to taking a parent's life. Preserving a sliver of the market could prevent these families from resorting to desperate measures. A steady, gradual approach was the path to success. Only 1,000 jars a month? Upon hearing Tian's thoughts, Ji Qiuping was initially surprised, then somewhat relieved. The He siblings trained fervently each day, leaving little time for brewing. It was likely that the arduous tasks fell upon her seemingly daft senior brother Jiang. No matter how hard one strives, the supply of wine remains finite. If they could acquire the recipe, that would truly be a lucrative venture. Yet, it remained uncertain how much they were willing to offer. As the wine tasting event progressed, it had already met its targets, with numerous patrons placing deposits on site, pushing orders into the next 6 months. Ji Yanran was thoroughly pleased. She had spent considerable sums to invite the esteemed Zhao Feng and Mu Yifeng to support the event, aiming for the new wine to achieve remarkable success. Now, not only was the new wine selling exceptionally well, but it also intimidated certain unscrupulous individuals present. With the foremost expert of Hedong Prefecture, Mu Yifeng, endorsing the event alongside the influence of the Didao sect, the business of the fragrant pavilion was bound to flourish. As the tasting event concluded, Jiang Qingye hurriedly dashed into a nearby inn. Esteemed guest, what would you like to order? A tavern attendant approached to greet. Without further ado, I demand to see your manager. Jiang Qingye tossed 100 taels note. Very well, please proceed upstairs. The attendant beamed with delight. Upon entering a room devoid of windows, Jiang Qingye felt a pang of anxiety as he beheld the masked figure before him. Speak, you are aware of the protocols of the Tianqing Tower. A hoarse voice resonated. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Kindly disable the browser's reading mode, as well as ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. I wish to know the origin of the new wine from the fragrant pavilion. 1,000 taels. Jiang Qingye paid without hesitation. A gnarled hand snatched the silver note from Jiang Qingye, and the raspy voice continued. The Demon Suppression Office. Who from the Demon Suppression Office was responsible? Jiang Qingye inquired hastily. That is an entirely different question, and it will cost you 100,000 taels. Why such a staggering difference? Jiang Qingye felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. 100,000 taels was no trifling sum. Even as the eldest son of the family's patriarch, the amount he could access each month barely reached that figure, and any excess would necessitate the patriarch's approval. Because this question is valued at 100,000 taels, the price is fair and honest. With no other choice, Jiang Qingye reluctantly retrieved another 100,000 taels note from his sleeve. Ha. Young Master Jiang is truly generous. Allow me to reveal a name. Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao? Who is Jiang Tao? Jiang Qingye asked, puzzled. That, too, is another question, costing another 100,000 taels. You. Jiang Qingye was nearly driven to madness, inwardly cursing the entire female lineage of the other party. Yet, here he was at the Tianqing Tower, unable to act recklessly. To leave would be unsatisfactory. He had already invested over 100,000 taels. If he continued to inquire, and Jiang Tao turned out to be some trivial matter, it would mean pouring even more money into this venture. Rest assured, the answer to this question will surely satisfy you. Seemingly perceiving Jiang Qingye's apprehension, the figure spoke with an air of calm. I shall trust you once more. Jiang Qingye rummaged through his belongings, producing over 90,000 taels, but finding it insufficient, He reluctantly removed a jade pendant from his waist to cover the shortfall. A piece of yellow dragon jade, sufficient to offset 10,000 taels. Very well. Accepting the silver, the masked individual began to speak slowly. Jiang Tao is indeed one of your Jiang family, but that was in the past. He is no longer affiliated. Last month, you expelled the elder Jiang Bi and his lineage from the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingye felt as if struck by lightning. He had been astonished at the arrival of such a formidable brewer in Hedong Prefecture. It turned out to be one of his own, a trader named Jiang Tao. Everything aligned. It must have been the elder Jiang Bi who imparted some extraordinary brewing technique to Jiang Tao, resulting in such an exquisite wine. Upon contemplating the colossal orders garnered by the fragrant pavilion today, amounting to several tens of millions, with mere deposits reaching several million, Jiang Qingye felt an exhilarating surge of fervor coursing through him. It was incomprehensible that Jiang Bi, this old wretch, possessed such an exceptional formula, yet chose to withhold it from the family, opting instead to bequeath it to his own grandson. Such ambition is nothing short of treacherous. Moreover, Jiang Tao, ungrateful as he is, has been nurtured by the family for years, with a formula of this caliber. It is only just that the Jiang family should reap the majority of the benefits, rather than allowing outsiders, namely the Demon Suppression Bureau and Fragrant Pavilion, to profit without merit. This venture must remain firmly within the grasp of the Jiang family. Resolving this in his mind, Jiang Qingye hastily departed, intent on reporting back to the family. This matter was of great significance and beyond his purview to decide. What? The formula was actually provided by that scoundrel Jiang Tao? As he beheld the furious countenance of the Jiang family patriarch and the assembly of elders, a sense of clandestine satisfaction welled within him. Once the Jiang family's wrath was kindled and the formidable forces of the Xuanwu army were summoned, the likes of the Fragrant Pavilion and the Demon Suppression Bureau would be rendered inconsequential. Jiang Tao, await your reckoning. Every drop of fine wine in Hedong Prefecture must bear the surname Jiang. Chapter 92. Jiang Tao's breakthrough. The Jiang family was in a state of fervent excitement, while the Demon Suppression Division was enveloped in jubilation. Jiang Pingfeng was quite satisfied with the liquor business, having already amassed several million taels upon opening. Merely acting as an intermediary, this kind of trade was both effortless and delightful, and the more, the better. Given the limited production capacity of Tian and Jiang Tao, it would be wiser to purchase the formula to expand production. Wouldn't that be more advantageous? Ji Qiuping suggested. In her view, both Tian and Jiang Tao were inexperienced youths, and such a large enterprise was likely beyond their grasp. Not a problem. Our primary responsibility at the Demon Suppression Division is to apprehend strange and malevolent entities. The brewing of alcohol is a venture initiated by Tian and Jiang Tao, a personal business that has no bearing on our division. If we were to intervene directly, it might raise suspicions of competing with the populace for profit, Jiang Pingfeng remarked. Possessing a broader perspective, such a lucrative industry required substantial backing to sustain, and being able to partake of the initial profits was already a significant achievement. As the trend escalated, they would undoubtedly face greater pressures. Seeing that the division's guardian had declined her proposal, Ji Qiuping reluctantly acquiesced. Brother, we're rich. Oh wow, he exclaimed, frolicking about the courtyard like a child. However, in Tian's eyes, his sister was indeed still a little girl. This money is merely a deposit. We still need to toil over the distillation of the liquor. Only after delivery can we truly claim our earnings. Tian cautioned, concerned that his sister might become overly elated. I know. You're always so nagging. He retorted, dissatisfied, before scurrying into the inner room with the bag of silver notes, no doubt to bury her newfound wealth. Tian shook his head and turned to Jiang Tao, performing a respectful salute. I must thank you for your efforts in brewing the liquor, Brother Jiang. Do not be so formal, junior brother. This 10-year-old elixir would have remained out of reach for many years had it not been for your generous opportunity. Jiang Tao replied, having exchanged his share of the profits for potent herbs to enhance his strength. With his internal energy now at its zenith, these resources would allow him to attempt a breakthrough into the next level of energy cultivation. Brother Jiang, are you preparing to break through? Would you like me to provide protective support? That is precisely my intent. Once I break through to the next level, my speed in distilling liquor will undoubtedly increase significantly. Jiang Tao responded. That night, Jiang Tao consumed the 10-year-old elixir and gently placed the jade box beside him, bowing 3 times with reverence. Grandfather, may your spirit in the heavens bless me with a successful breakthrough. Tian stood guard with a blade in hand, sensing the intense fluctuations of energy emanating from Jiang Tao's chamber, rising steadily. Just as Jiang Tao was on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck, his energy suddenly faltered. Brother Jiang, You must persevere. The energy began to recede, and it appeared that the breakthrough might fail, but then surged once more. As if Jiang Tao had consumed additional substances to bolster his vitality, propelling him forward against the barrier once again. After 3 repetitions, Tian finally sensed a unique wave emanating from within the room, one that belonged to a master of qi. Success! Tian shook his hands, palms slick with sweat. Senior brother Jiang Tao possessed above-average physical aptitude, significantly surpassing Tian. Thus, his breakthrough to a master of qi was only natural, though the process was fraught with peril. After waiting for an hour, Jiang Tao's internal energy gradually stabilized. During his recent breakthrough, his vital energy had surged uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of disaster. Yet it felt as though an unseen force had intervened, guiding him back on track just in the nick of time. Grateful for his grandfather's protection, Jiang Tao exhaled deeply and carefully placed the jade box back into his embrace. As the door swung open, Jiang Tao emerged, radiating vitality. Congratulations, senior brother Jiang, on your ascension to a master of qi. Tian beamed with delight. Junior brother He, draw your blade. Jiang Tao responded with a serious demeanor. Tian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly assumed a combat stance. Since senior brother Jiang wished to test the efficacy of his breakthrough, he was more than willing to oblige. Qi surged around them as Jiang Tao unsheathed his sword, unleashing a blade aura that was at least tenfold more potent than before. Tian found himself struggling to keep up. However, Jiang Tao was considerate in his strikes, allowing Tian to hold his ground. Senior brother Jiang, I have a strike for you to savor. Suddenly, Tian leaped out of the combat circle, wielding his sword with both hands. A sharp intent radiating from the blade's tip. Blade intent. How splendid. Jiang Tao braced himself. Tian delivered a powerful slash, the blade aura seemingly invincible. Yet its speed afforded Jiang Tao an opportunity to evade. Remarkably, Jiang Tao chose to confront it head-on. Be cautious, senior brother Jiang. Tian exclaimed in alarm. This blade intent was a product of the system, and thus far, it had been capable of severing anything in its path. He feared Jiang Tao might underestimate it and suffer grave consequences. As the blade intent approached, Jiang Tao felt every hair on his body stand on end, a sense of impending doom enveloping him, evoking memories of the tragic day his ancestors fell victim to calamity. A flood of grief and anger surged forth from the blade's tip, severely depleting his qi. With a resounding clang, he barely managed to block Tian's attack. Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Only blade intent could withstand blade intent. Jiang Tao had awakened his own blade intent. Unlike Tian's invincible aura, Jiang Tao's blade intent was imbued with profound sorrow. Though separated by over 20 steps, he felt a significant impact on his spirit, his qi stagnating. Tian's blade intent stemmed from the system, while Jiang Tao's was astonishingly extraordinary. Typically, one would begin to comprehend blade intent only at the minor master stage. Mastering it at the grand master level, Jiang Tao's talent was truly 1 in a million. Though he had successfully blocked Tian's blade intent, Jiang Tao found himself utterly drained, his clothes soaked with sweat. Senior brother Jiang, your awakening of blade intent must have brought you insights. Perhaps we should conclude our sparring for today. Having just broken through to a master of qi, you must solidify your gains. Seeing Jiang Tao appearing somewhat fatigued, Tian promptly ceased his actions. Today's breakthrough was made possible thanks to the vigilant protection of his junior brother. They would gather again on another day. Jiang Tao, not one to mince words with Tian, aimed to seize the moment of clarity he experienced during his recent sword practice, striving to fully comprehend this newfound sword intent. As Tian departed from Jiang Tao, he was filled with a myriad of reflections. His senior brother had strategized for an extended period, and he had finally taken this significant step, fulfilling his long-held aspirations. Yet, this achievement came at a harrowing cost. He too must strive for an early breakthrough, for when crisis looms, safeguarding the safety of loved ones becomes increasingly daunting. In the small courtyard, Hisisi was unexpectedly practicing stances. Brother, has Jiang Shige successfully broken through? Naturally. Senior brother Jiang has diligently honed his skills, and such a breakthrough was inevitable. As for you, young lady, when will you achieve your own breakthrough? I must work very hard. Brother, you should use that thing to hit me. Upon hearing Hisisi's words, Tian frowned. What kind of hard training? What girl practices such rigorous techniques? It is acceptable for men to be tough. But what would a girl become if she were so hardened? Engaging in such training will only transform you into a rough and unrefined creature. Tian began to playfully intimidate the young girl. Mind your own business, just hit me. Hisisi defiantly lifted her chin. With a mix of exasperation and amusement, Tian picked up a feather duster from the ground and gently swiped at her. Is this so light that you think I'm merely tickling you? Hisisi voiced her discontent. Indeed, it is simply a tickle. Let's see if you fear it. Ahaha, I surrender. Brother, you are too wicked. Tian targeted several ticklish spots on Hisisi, causing her to lose her stance and collapse onto the ground, pleading for mercy. Chapter 93. No good deed goes unpunished. What? Zhang Tao has broken through to the Qi level. Upon hearing this, Ji Qiuping felt a sense of astonishment. It is important to note that she currently holds the position of the chief commander, overseeing the Huang division, and her authority surpasses that of a celestial master at certain times. Nonetheless, she still falls short of a full rank. I must strive to break through to the Qi level as well. Otherwise, I shall miss the opportunity to teach those rascals a lesson next time. With this thought in mind, Ji Qiuping hastened her steps towards the Baichao Institute. Ah, is that not Chief Ji? Zhuang Lianxue remarked, arms crossed and a smile gracing her lips. Ji Qiuping scoffed. What is it? Is there something scandalous happening at the Baichao Institute that forbids my arrival? Well, there is nothing scandalous per se, but I fear some individuals might suffer from herb allergies. It wouldn't be pleasant to witness their faces covered in blemishes. Poisoning me. Zhuang Lianxue, how dare you? Ji Qiuping retorted. Your weak constitution is of no concern to me. Zhuang Lianxue shot back. Before long, the two found themselves embroiled in a heated argument. Quickly, go take a look. I heard that Chief Ji and Zhuang Lianxue are at it. Our brothers from the Huang division must come to Chief Ji's aid. Tian, who was recuperating in the courtyard, furrowed his brows upon hearing the commotion outside. Both women had treated him well. He could not remain indifferent while they clashed. Meanwhile, Ji Qiuping had already engaged in combat with Zhuang Lianxue. Although Ji Qiuping had yet to attain the Qi level, her swordsmanship was fierce, and her combat experience was extensive. Zhuang Lianxue, as a Qi-level powerhouse, possessed overwhelming strength. Yet her techniques were rather simplistic, repeating the same few moves. Surprisingly, the two were evenly matched. Soon, Zhuang Lianxue found herself cornered, on the verge of defeat. Suddenly, she raised her delicate hand, scattering a handful of red powder into the air, which danced towards Ji Qiuping. Ji Qiuping retreated swiftly, her blade slicing through the air, dispersing all the red powder from the courtyard. You think I'll fall for that trick again? Not a chance. Ji Qiuping laughed heartily, recalling how she had once been taught a lesson by Zhuang Lianxue's poison powder, resulting in unsightly red spots all over her body, forcing her to concede. This incident had long remained a thorn in her side. Suddenly, she felt an itch on her forehead and could not help but scratch it, only to discover a painful lump had formed there, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, are we? I must inform you that you were already affected upon entering. Now your face is as swollen as a bun. You are disfigured. Zhuang Lianxue cackled upon witnessing Ji Qiuping's predicament. Curse you. Hand over the antidote. Ji Qiuping demanded. Not a chance. Your striking appearance will surely leave a lasting impression on others, Zhuang Lianxue taunted. Ji Qiuping tore off a piece of cloth, hastily wrapping her forehead, her blade now moving with even greater swiftness. Fight! 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 A crowd of onlookers had gathered, reveling in the excitement. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Tian arrived, driving the spectators away. Once the crowd was dispersed, Tian observed the fray within the courtyard, where the two women were locked in a fierce battle. Hey, you two, cease this madness. Tian called out. Upon hearing this, one should hastily cease all actions, seeking refuge in a corner, patiently waiting for the swelling to subside. Otherwise, the unsightly spectacle might catch the attention of Tian, leading to instant notoriety. Zhuang Lianxue, drenched in sweat and on the verge of collapse, exclaimed, "Watch the blade." It was then that Ji Qiuping seized the opportunity, delivering a swift cut that severed the sleeve of Zhuang Lianxue's garment, unveiling a tantalizing glimpse of her delicate arm. Ah, we nearly drew blood. Let us converse amiably and halt this at once. Yet, the reply came curtly, less chatter, and step aside. Ji Qiuping struck again, slicing through another portion of Zhuang Lianxue's attire, revealing expanse of her snowy skin. Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. Take another strike at me. Ji Qiuping, filled with ire, launched her attack once more, causing Zhuang Lianxue's skirt to be partially severed, exposing a portion of her thigh, a vision that left Tian momentarily entranced. Continue. Do not cease. However, with a clang, Zhuang Lianxue managed to block Ji Qiuping's blow, eliciting a sigh of disappointment from Tian. Ah, it was only then that Zhuang Lianxue realized the precariousness of her situation, releasing a cloud of smoke to vanish from sight. Huh. This will teach you to be so audacious next time. Await my ascension to greater powers, and I shall settle the score. Ji Qiuping laughed heartily, only to suddenly notice her headscarf had fallen, unwittingly severed by the blade's energy from Zhuang Lianxue's earlier strike. Observing the exaggerated bump on Ji Qiuping's forehead, Tian was left utterly speechless. Why gaze so intently? Have you never seen a beauty before? Ji Qiuping, noticing Tian's dazed expression, initially felt displeased. But upon realizing her fallen headscarf, she gasped and fled. Fortunately, as long as the fighting has ceased, Tian turned to depart, only to be confronted by Zhuang Lianxue around the corner. Clad in a complete outfit, her face was as cold as frost, exuding an air of lethal intensity. Lord Zhuang, I must confess, I had sand in my eyes today and saw nothing of the preceding events. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Tian hastily offered polite words before attempting to escape. Stop. In my eyes, only the dead can keep secrets. A flash of the blade cut through the air, and Tian narrowly evaded it, breaking into a cold sweat. Let grievances be addressed to their rightful owners. Please do not pursue me. He pleaded as he fled for his life. Rounding a corner in haste, Tian spotted Ji Qiuping, who had just finished wrapping her face. Lady Ji, come to my aid. Do not hide. Covering your face is futile. I have seen the sizable bump on your forehead. Tian called out urgently. Ji Qiuping turned, revealing a sweet smile, while her waist blade emanated an overwhelming energy. You little rascal, what business is it of yours? Ah! Tian cried out as he was struck by a blade. Crazy woman, are you serious? He cursed, realizing that had it not been for his formidable training in the 13 Protector's Golden Bell Shield, he would have surely suffered grievous harm. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through Tian's lower back. Turning his head, he encountered Zhuang Lianxue's innocent smile, her dagger inadvertently lodged in his waist. Ouch! Tian howled, fleeing for his life once more. That little rascal runs with such swiftness. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. To his astonishment, the two women pursuing him collided with Jiang Pingfeng and promptly clasped their fists in respectful greeting. What a disgraceful display of violence! Enough of this, Jiang Pingfeng commanded, and the two women quickly withdrew, exchanging glances filled with unquenched fury. I shall take this path, then I shall search over here. Soon, the two women disappeared from view. Jiang Pingfeng spoke slowly. They have departed. You may reveal yourself now. A patch of gravel stirred, unveiling Tian, who had concealed himself beneath. Moments ago, he had swiftly burrowed into the ground using his blade intent, taking advantage of Jiang Pingfeng's diversion to escape, albeit temporarily. Thank you, Lord Jiang, for saving my life. Tian, still shaken, reflected on the peculiar temperament of women, particularly those of formidable skill. They were not to be trifled with. Zhuang Lianxue and Ji Qiuping harbored deep grievances against each other. Both had achieved mastery in their internal martial arts, competing fiercely. Their rivalry intensified over a decade-old medicinal herb. Although they had agreed to a duel, Zhuang Lianxue resorted to poison, leaving Ji Qiuping incapacitated and allowing Zhuang to surpass her and enter the realm of energy manipulation. Ji Qiuping felt deeply aggrieved, yet Zhuang Lianxue, hailing from the Herbal Institute, had every right to employ poison. Today, Ji Qiuping intended to visit the Herbal Institute to exchange for the potent herb to break through to energy manipulation, only to be thwarted by Zhuang Lianxue's schemes. To unwittingly entangle oneself in their vendetta could prove perilous. However, Tian's martial prowess had indeed reached a commendable level. Otherwise, that blow would have inflicted significant suffering upon him. Although he would not face death, humiliation and torment at the hands of these two women would be unavoidable. You flatter me, Lord Jiang. My martial skills are merely superficial. If they are merely superficial, then you are in grave danger. At Jiang Pingfeng's signal, Tian turned slowly, only to find Ji Qiuping and Zhuang Lianxue closing in on him. Lord Jiang, Tian realized too late, for Jiang Pingfeng had vanished. A cry of despair echoed, as Jiang Pingfeng rubbed his throbbing temples, lamenting the headaches caused by these women. Recently, with the allocation of several decade-old medicinal herbs, Ji Qiuping had found herself without a share, harboring grievances that needed expression. Poor Tian, since your martial skills have flourished, do not blame me for the impending peril that may befall you. Chapter 94. The resolve to grow stronger as fate would have it. Tian found himself limping past a group of Ts from the Huangzi courtyard, who greeted him with fervor upon recognizing him. It appeared that Tian had just endured a rigorous training session under the watchful eye of General Ji, a testament to the latter's esteemed regard for him. Indeed, Tian was truly fortunate to be so favored. Oh, the trials of receiving the affections of a beauty can be quite taxing, they chuckled. Though one couldn't help but wonder if his third leg had also suffered injury. Internally, Tian seethed at their jests. I demand potent medicine. I yearn for a breakthrough. After enduring a brutal beating, a realization dawned upon him. Lagging behind would only invite further punishment. If he possessed the strength of qi, neither Ji Qiuping nor Zhuang Lianxue would dare to treat him as a mere punching bag. From this day forth, he vowed to exert every effort to elevate his power. Had he embraced this mindset sooner, perhaps he would not find himself in such a predicament. First, he would venture into the Demon Suppression Department's prison and devour the condemned souls within, guaranteeing an immediate surge in his qi and paving the way for revenge. Swift retribution was the only acceptable course. How ungrateful you are, Tian. Just moments ago, you faced peril. Had I not shielded your handsome visage with all my might, how could it have remained unmarred? Greed, ever the chatterbox, continued to drone on. Yet Tian paid him no heed, striding directly toward the task hall. Moments later, he departed hastily with a token in hand. In my 2 decades overseeing the task hall, I have never seen anyone so eager to undertake the mission of patrolling the demon locking tower. This Tian appears to be a lost cause, Hu Guan, the overseer, remarked with a hint of disdain. The tower was shrouded in a thick, eerie mist that incessantly drained the vitality of warriors. A single patrol felt akin to suffering a grave illness, causing one's strength to wane. Consequently, few were willing to undertake such a task. It was typically enforced through coercion or punishment. Even those who dared to venture forth were limited to the first 3 levels. For the 4th and beyond were fraught with dangers that could ensnare the minds of the unprepared. While Hu Guan lamented the situation, Tian hastened to the entrance of the 4th level. In Greed's eyes, the anomalies of the first 3 levels were mere trifles, easily dismissed and offering little in terms of spiritual energy. The system's current updates required energy solely derived from Tian's automatic cultivation of the longevity technique, which had a daily cap. To accelerate the system's evolution, he needed to risk entering the higher tiers of the tower. Upon inspecting the 4th level's entrance and confirming the absence of surveillance artifacts, Tian stepped inside. The dimly lit staircase was both slick and damp, permeated by an indescribable stench. Chilling blue ghost flames flickered, illuminating the entirety of the 4th level. In the first cell, a headless corpse lay pinned beneath a stone tablet. Rendered immobile, Fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a peak-level Qi zombie right upon arrival. Greed extended its tongue, ravenously tearing off an arm from the unfortunate creature and devouring it with gusto. The undead creature struggled fiercely, its hands scraping against the stone wall, producing sparks. At that moment, the stone tablet emitted a sudden glow, and an immense pressure descended, rendering the undead immobile, allowing the ravenous entity to consume its right arm entirely. The entity returned to Tian's wrist, a chill emanating from it, and Tian noticed that the progress bar for the system upgrade had indeed moved slightly. What shall we do about this undead? Tian inquired, gesturing to the limbless creature on the ground, a rather conspicuous sight. In what seemed to be a response, the undead convulsed suddenly, its veins intertwining with its bones, as a new right arm sprouted forth. This undead is transformed from a century-old corpse. Regrowth of severed limbs is not extraordinary, the entity explained. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading modes, novel modes, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Are you not continuing? Despite regrowing its right arm, the undead was now severely weakened and could not proceed further. Listening to the entity's explanation, Tian instantly comprehended that in the pursuit of gain, one must not focus solely on a single target, lest one be exposed. In the next cell, a monstrous bear was trapped, roaring incessantly, yet it was swiftly subdued by the entity, which tore off one of its paws. The 8 cells on the 4th level were soon ravaged by the entity, yet Tian's system update progress still lagged significantly. How can this be? With so little spiritual energy remaining? He pondered. The entity was startled, although it had only devoured a portion of each peculiar creature. Collectively, they amounted to a substantial reserve of spiritual energy. It had secretly retained 70% for itself, with the remaining 30% funneled into Tian's body. Under the influence of the longevity technique, it should have transformed into spiritual essence, so why was there still a deficit? Very well, I shall take another risk, the entity declared. If the 4th level is insufficient, then let us descend to the 5th. As Tian approached the entrance to the 5th level, a chill ran through him. The walls were drenched in a blood-red hue. Yet, fortified by his resolve to grow stronger, he pressed onward. The 4th level housed those at the initial stage of Qi energy. It was likely the 5th level contained those at the perfected stage. As long as they were within the realm of Qi energy, he believed he could manage. Tian thought to himself, oblivious to the fact that, In the realm of the bizarre, strength did not dictate hierarchy. Should he fall prey to a level 0 wandering soul, even a minor master would find the situation treacherous. Within the 5th level, Tian discovered no cages, only a vast blood pool in the center, bubbling ominously. Entity, have you detected any anomalies? I do not know. Perhaps the suppressed entities lie within the blood pool. In that case, I shall leave it to you. Rest assured, I shall handle it. The entity detached from Tian's wrist and leaped gracefully into the blood pool. Tian observed quietly from the side, noting that when the entity first descended, the blood pool appeared relatively calm. However, it soon began to churn violently, the blood splattering as if boiling. A scream pierced the air. It was the entity, struggling to surge back to the edge of the pool. Greed was beset by 7 or 8 exceptionally vicious phantasmagorical fish, which clung tenaciously to his fingers, drawing forth blood. To his astonishment, these peculiar fish rapidly desiccated, transforming into a heap of dried fish. Tian, wielding his waist knife with dexterity, summoned a gust of blade wind that swept away all the desiccated fish from Greed's body. These bizarre entities were not something he dared to touch. The dried fish plummeted into the blood pool, quickly absorbing the crimson liquid and re-inflating into ferocious phantasmagorical fish that gathered at the edge of the pool, baring their fangs. Yet refraining from straying far from the sanguine waters, merely eyeing their prey with predatory intent. The area was teeming with such zombie fish. Greed, feeling a shiver of trepidation, spoke up. It appeared that Greed was at a loss regarding these undead fish. This blood pool, a veritable breeding ground for them, had been perilous. Fortunately, it was Greed who had plunged in. Had it been Tian, witnessing the sharp claws and vicious maws of these zombie fish, along with Greed's disheveled state, he feared that even the most formidable martial arts, like the 13 Guardians or the indestructible King, would falter. In gratitude for Greed's trial of the poison, Tian silently expressed his thanks. Should I descend further? Tian had just assessed that the threat level of these zombie fish far surpassed that of ordinary energy wielders. Should he venture down, he might indeed encounter phantoms of a masterful caliber. Fear not, for I am a 3rd-grade phantasm, well equipped to withstand it, Greed proclaimed, rising and shaking off the blood from his body, brimming with audacious spirit. Chapter 95. The underground blood river. The 3rd-grade eerie entities correspond to all anomalies below the 3rd grade that possess restraining effects. Meanwhile, 3rd-grade anomalies are aligned with the formidable energy practitioners of the human race. However, this is a relative comparison, as entities of the same realm can easily overpower humans. The extent to which these entities can counteract anomalies is contingent upon specific circumstances. For instance, while the bloodfish is merely a 2nd-grade anomaly, its overwhelming numbers and ferocity become insurmountable due to its greed. Tian hesitated for a moment, yet his discontent propelled him to descend to the next layer. As per the customary approach, Greed led the charge. Trembling, Greed extended a finger from the passage, sensing the atmosphere before lamenting, "It's over, it's all over. This is the end." Convinced there was no imminent danger, Tian cautiously peeked out as well. To his astonishment, he found Greed's words to be true. Hope was indeed lost. At the exit of the 6th layer lay an underground dark river, its waters a ghastly crimson, occasionally revealing shadowy figures, the very zombie fish that plagued Greed's thoughts. The river flowed incessantly, seemingly leading to some enigmatic destination. Suddenly, Tian shivered, contemplating whether he had stumbled upon an extraordinary instance. Under such conditions, not even the formidable Commander Jiang Pingfeng would emerge unscathed. Just as Tian considered retreating, a dark object drifted towards him from upstream. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a decayed piece of wood. Soul-binding wood, my heavens, how could such a large piece be here? Before Tian could process this, Greed had already lunged forward, snatching the wood with its blood tongue and dragging it towards them. What purpose does this soul-binding wood serve? Is it truly valuable? Tian inquired, hastily aiding Greed as the wood approached the shore. That depends on the race in question. For humans, it holds little significance, but for the eerie race, it is a treasure of immeasurable worth. The demon you previously vanquished from the celestial demon cult would have gladly exchanged his life for this piece of wood. Greed, your exaggerations are quite outrageous. Tian responded skeptically. You are unaware of the benefits of soul-binding wood. It can harbor and nourish souls. Should a demon from the celestial demon cult acquire it, they could transform into eerie practitioners, dramatically amplifying their power. What utility does that hold for us now? Tian expressed discontent upon hearing its use for demons, releasing his grip and allowing the wood to drift away. What are you doing? Don't be foolish. This soul-binding wood has another advantage. It can shield us from eerie attacks. Quickly, come aboard. With this piece of wood, we can safely traverse this blood river. And there are plenty more anomalies awaiting my attention. Greed was the first to leap onto the soul-binding wood. After a moment's hesitation and a rub of a particularly sore spot from earlier, Tian resolved to take the gamble. Using the blood river as a barrier surely concealed secrets, perhaps yielding a wealth of spiritual energy to aid the system's advancement. Since the sale of beverages has yielded a fortune, Tian has acquired both wealth and numerous merits. Even if his resources were insufficient, he could always seek redemption from the elder of the Sutra repository. Now, confronted with a plethora of unparalleled martial arts manuals yet unable to enhance his proficiency through the system, it is utterly intolerable. He leaped onto the soul-settling wood, which did not yield even slightly, proving to be extraordinary. Below, the zombie fish swam about, indifferent to Tian's presence. Once assured of his safety, Tian tore a large strip of bark from the soul-settling wood, gliding it across the water's surface as he ventured deeper. Tian, he mused. Wealth is often found in peril. One cannot simply remain passive in life. Once you ascend this time, that so-called Ji Qiuping or Zhuang Lianxua, they shall all be taken into your harem for proper training. It would be an utter reversal of fate. As greed continued its incessant chatter, it suddenly received a kick, tumbling into the blood river with a splash, causing the zombie fish to swarm eagerly. Ah, no, not there. Greed shrieked, thrashing desperately to swim, managing just in time to return to the soul-settling wood before being dragged into the depths. Kid, I was merely trying to help. You treat my kindness with disdain? And for a mere few thousand years of existence, you dare strike me? Greed gasped for breath while lying on the soul-settling wood. Old trickster, cease your theatrics. If your words reach the ears of those two fierce women, they'll surely flame my skin. Stop manipulating my thoughts. I am not as greedy as you presume. Tian replied coldly, resuming his swift strokes through the water. It's just that I am accustomed to greed. Wait, do you hear that sound? Tian suddenly sensed something amiss. The current began to quicken. No, I have only one hand left and no ears. Have you not noticed that we communicate through our minds? Greed dismissed the concern. However, Tian pressed his ear against the soul-settling wood, listening intently. Moments later, his expression turned to one of terror. Oh no. Upon hearing Tian's alarm, Greed too felt a surge of anxiety, quickly clasping Tian's wrist, bracing for whatever was to come. As they turned a corner, a massive whirlpool emerged before them. Is this the perilous fortune you spoke of, Greed? Tian exclaimed. Enough chatter, paddle quickly. Ignoring the risk of being devoured by the zombie fish, Greed commanded Tian's right hand to plunge into the crimson waters, frantically paddling. With a sharp crack, Tian's bark snapped under the pressure of his left hand. Damn it! He could only utter a curse before his body was swept into the whirlpool, tumbling downward, though submerged in the blood water. As a powerful internal energy practitioner, Tian could hold his breath for an extended period. Yet now, caught in the whirlpool's grip and spiraling downward, he could not discern his direction amidst the chaos. With a sudden rush, Tian found himself ensnared within a narrow passage, his body colliding repeatedly against the jagged rock walls. Had it not been for his remarkable martial skills, such relentless impacts would undoubtedly have left him grievously injured. Suddenly, he was expelled by a torrent of water, crashing heavily into a pool of blood. Coughing violently, he expelled a mouthful of crimson liquid, the air around him thick with the stench of iron. Though he had only been submerged for a brief span of 5 or 6 minutes, the swift current had left him disoriented, unaware of his current whereabouts. Out of the crimson depths emerged several ominous shadows, zombie fish. Panic surged through Tian as he frantically scanned his surroundings. Soon noticing a patch of black rock jutting above the water's surface not far away. Swim over quickly, urged the voice of greed within him. After all this effort to find a body, I refuse to let you perish in this cursed place. I would be left with nothing but a hand. Summoning every ounce of strength, Tian propelled himself through the water. Just in time, he leaped onto the dark rock, narrowly escaping the jaws of the zombie fish. Gasping for breath, he rested momentarily before gradually rising to his feet. Who could have imagined that beneath the demon restraining tower lay such a blood-soaked dark river? Chapter 96. Encountering an old friend. Now that he had reached this place, there was no turning back. Tian could only venture forth. After a short while, a faint blue light flickered ahead, prompting him to cautiously approach. Before him stood a dilapidated stone door, flanked by 2 braziers. The one on the right had completely extinguished, while the left still bore a flicker of residual flame. Human oil. Greed suddenly interjected. What? Are you saying that the brazier is fueled by human oil? Tian became instantly alert. Using human oil for illumination was certainly the mark of malevolence. The 9th level of the Demon Lock Tower. The inscription above the stone door was now barely legible. How could it be the 9th level? What had happened to the 3 levels in between? Had they perhaps been submerged by the Blood River? Tian was beset by questions. With a creak, the heavy stone door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black passageway. After you, my esteemed Greed. Tian gestured for Greed to enter first. Let us proceed together. In such circumstances, if I were to be subdued, your strength would diminish significantly as well. Faced with the dark corridor, Greed decisively conceded. Tian found himself at a loss for words. Yet he steeled himself and ventured inside. The passage was slick with moisture, and bioluminescent moss clung to the walls, providing a meager illumination. At the end of the corridor stood a stone statue, its hands bound by 2 iron chains, kneeling upon the ground. Is there nothing else? Tian circled the statue. The surroundings were a dead end. What should he do? Was he to be trapped here? If there was a 9th level, there must be a 10th. Perhaps it was worth searching for. The passage might be nearby. The thought of the 10th level sent a chill down Tian's spine. The 6th level had already been exceedingly challenging. Even if he were to find the 10th level, with his meager inner strength, it would be akin to courting death. After a lengthy search, he found nothing, and frustration began to settle in. Greed stood by the bloodied water, flicking out his blood tongue to catch a zombie fish. Gnawing on it ravenously. Keep searching. I found a way. At least I won't starve. Tian furrowed his brow. While Greed could sustain himself with spiritual energy, Tian was still unable to harness his own. His vitality was gradually waning, and it was only a matter of time before he would be on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the statue. He hurried over. He had searched everywhere else, and the statue was the only thing left unchecked. The statue vaguely resembled a human form, its head thickly draped in moss. With determination, Tian gritted his teeth and lifted the statue, intending to examine the floor beneath it. With a crack, the statue split open. A wisp of azure smoke wafted out, causing Tian to hastily retreat a few steps. After all these years, finally, a living person has come. The azure smoke gradually coalesced into a human face, which smiled as it spoke. The statue crumbled into a pile of debris. Be cautious. This is no mere level 0 wandering spirit. Upon seeing this entity, Greed immediately assumed a defensive posture. I am Tian of the Demon Suppression Department. I wonder if you have any instructions for me, esteemed elder? Unsure if he could defeat it, Tian decided to adopt a courteous approach first, for it appeared to be a formidable opponent. There is nothing to it. I relish the hands-on approach. Simply surrender your body to me, and rest assured, I shall make good use of it. The azure visage, however, was unyielding and lunged forward. Tian unleashed a blade of intent, cleaving the face in twain, yet it swiftly reformed, seemingly unscathed. Quite impressive indeed. The mastery of such inner strength to wield a blade of intent is nothing short of extraordinary. It only deepens my admiration. The face charged again, and Tian raised his right hand in defense. Greedo. The palm split open, transforming into a gaping maw, and with a fierce inhale, it engulfed the approaching visage. Excellent. Tian was immediately elated. Greed, brimming with pride, prepared to utter some imposing words, when suddenly a violent cough erupted from his throat, expelling a torrent of azure smoke. Loading more content. Please wait. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this passage, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blockers, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. I can't endure this any longer. It's unbearable. Greed croaked, his tone laced with agony. I never imagined you possessed a third-tier spectral entity, yet alas, it still falls short against me. The azure smoke coalesced once more into the face, entirely unharmed. It is all over. The smoke suddenly enveloped Tian, invading his 7 orifices with ferocious intensity. A wave of suffocating dread washed over him, and despite his desperate struggles, it was in vain. Cursed be it. Just when the system is upgrading, rendering it unusable. Otherwise, even if he intended to seize control, he would first have to contend with the system. In his moment of despair, azure smoke abruptly surged forth from his mouth and nose. Tian knelt, gasping for air. Young man, you claim your name is Tian. Do you know Hisisi? The azure smoke inquired suddenly. Hisisi is my sister. What concern is it of yours? And what of Han Yuqin? The voice of the azure smoke quivered with excitement. She is my mother. Tian replied. A silence fell over the smoke, before it hastily resumed. Are they both well? My mother has been deceased for many years. My sister is under my care. What do you mean she is passed? How old are you now? I am 19 this year. What? A decade has already gone by. 10 years have slipped away. The azure smoke erupted in a frenzy, darting about the cavern. After expending its rage, it finally calmed, speaking slowly. I am Tian. You are Tian? My father. Tian exclaimed with surprise. I am not your father. And this grotesque form I now bear is entirely due to your actions, the azure smoke replied coldly. What? You are not my father? Then who am I? Tian was left in a state of confusion. Once, I was merely tasked with bringing you to the border for your protection. Beyond that, I knew nothing. Subsequently, others sought you out, inquiring about your whereabouts. I sealed my memories, and they imprisoned me here for 10 years. Since the cataclysm at the Demon Locking Tower 6 years ago, this place has remained untouched by human presence. Were it not for my fortuitous discovery of a piece of soul-settling wood, transforming me into a peculiar cultivator, I would have succumbed to starvation long ago. Speaking of which, you are my adversary. Tian bellowed, lunging forward once more. Tian, suspended in midair, found himself gasping for breath as smoke filled his nostrils, swirling chaotically within him, inflicting excruciating pain. Were it not for his mastery of internal cultivation, he would have surely fainted from the agony. With a thud, Tian was unceremoniously cast to the ground by Tian. Enough. The grievances of our past lives should not befall you. Coughing, Tian regained a modicum of composure and immediately inquired, What of my lineage? I have no knowledge of it. If you wish to uncover the truth, seek out the Shao family in the capital. Tian fell silent, ensnared in this predicament, utterly at a loss for escape, his future shrouded in darkness. Senior, how shall we exit? The 6th to 9th levels of the Demon Locking Tower collapsed during the Great Battle of Ur, now lying in ruins. Ascending would lead to certain death. Those monsters from that time likely still linger within, and if you have not encountered them, consider yourself fortunate. Tian inwardly scoffed at the notion of greed, pondering, is this what you call seeking fortune amidst danger? It is nothing short of courting death. He chuckled nervously, refraining from further comment. Suddenly, a cacophony of rushing water echoed ominously. This is bad. Those creatures have likely detected your presence and are closing in. Qingyan's voice was tense as she darted toward a wall, merging into a stone disc embedded within it, which began to spin rapidly, seemingly deciphering a code. The sound of water intensified, with numerous zombie fish leaping in terror from the crimson waters, crashing onto the shore, where they swiftly disintegrated into bones. With a crack, the stone door finally creaked open, and Tian rushed forward to assist, straining to push it ajar, just enough to slip through. As the stone door sealed shut behind him, a blinding white light erupted from outside. Tian, driven by curiosity, glanced back, only to collapse in agony, blood streaming from his eyes. Chapter 97. The System Store. The new keyboard novel network promptly updates the latest chapter of Martial Arts Ascension, Proficiency Cultivation System. Enough of the delays. The individual from earlier has already distanced themselves. If we do not pursue them swiftly, we shall remain trapped here to face our doom. Greed urged insistently, while Tian, enduring excruciating pain, managed to rise, his vision consumed by a crimson haze, rendering him blind. What manner of sinister entity is this? Having been afflicted by the mental radiation of a 7th-tier anomaly, he had not succumbed to madness, merely losing the use of his limbs, a stroke of fortune indeed. To think it is a 7th-tier anomaly. A torrent of consciousness surged from Greed, and upon complete comprehension, Tian realized that high-tier anomalies emit vast amounts of mental radiation, corroding all living beings in their vicinity. It was remarkably fortunate that Tian had not been assimilated into the anomaly during the previous encounter. Suddenly, the stone wall quaked violently, sending a cascade of dust throughout the cavern. This is dire. The anomaly intends to assault us. We must depart at once. Greed sensed the surroundings. Although defensive formations were inscribed upon the stone walls, they were evidently insufficient to withstand the onslaught of a 7th-tier anomaly. Though Tian could not see, guided by Greed, he summoned his courage and dashed forward blindly. Wait. Greed suddenly severed their connection and advanced alone. Left with no choice, Tian stood frozen in place, only to soon hear the familiar sound of gnawing. A chilling aura flowed from the severed wrist, more intense than ever before. Tian focused his consciousness, observing the system upgrade progress bar accelerating rapidly, and after a tense wait, it finally reached 100%. The system upgrade was successful, introducing a new system store. The host can exchange silver for system coins for consumption. The familiar system notification resonated, filling him with warmth. 10,000 taels of silver equate to 1 system coin. However, the contents of the store remain a mystery. Perhaps there exist precious elixirs aged for decades, or even centuries. Tian brimmed with anticipation, firmly believing that the system's offerings would undoubtedly be of superior quality. Upon accessing the store, the shelves materialized in his mind. And even with his blindness, he could browse and select with ease. A purple weapon, the Breaking Moonblade. Attack power, 230, 890. With an additional 20 points of lightning damage, inflicting double damage to anomalies. The exchange price, 10 system coins. A remarkable weapon, compared to his current Azure Dragon Blade. Not only does it multiply his attack power, but it also adds lightning damage, perfectly suited for combating the sinister beings. Regrettably, the funds on hand were insufficient. He possessed only several tens of thousands of taels for emergencies, hardly enough to acquire a few system coins. Tian continued browsing, discovering a decade-aged elixir priced at 8 system coins. Such an astonishingly low price. A decade-aged elixir would only require 80,000 taels of silver. In comparison to the market price outside, this yields an extraordinary profit margin. Instantly, Tian conceived the idea of exchanging goods from the system store for sale in the outside world. The profit potential is immense. However, the system store indicated a restriction on the exchange of a century-aged elixir, 1 per week, and only after the store's inventory refreshes can he exchange again. However, Tian swiftly diverted his gaze from the grand medicine cabinet, for the pressing concern was to promptly find a means of escape. Sensing Tian's palpable anxiety, the system store's shelves were rapidly browsed, and at last, a particular item caught his attention, prompting a deep sigh of relief. The Earth Escape Talisman. It allowed one to traverse underground for 10 miles, with a conversion cost of 3 system coins. This was it. Tian resolutely wagered all his remaining funds, which coincidentally sufficed to obtain the talisman. Hey, I just devoured a 4th-grade anomaly that had been suppressed here for years, untouched by any overseers. There's no need to hold back. The transformed spiritual energy has increased more than tenfold compared to before. How do you feel? I feel splendid. The system is finally operational again, and I have gained an additional card for self-preservation. Yet, Tian refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead urging his greed to consume more spiritual energy for replenishment. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading modes, such as reader mode and ad blockers, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. The matters of the system constituted Tian's greatest secret, one he could not utter even a single word about to others. Numerous anomalies had fallen prey to the insatiable greed, severely weakened after enduring long years of suppression. Even those of the 4th grade, akin to minor masters, had been rendered nearly powerless, left to be devoured helplessly by greed. Tian harbored no compassion for the anomalies and demon kind. To him, they were fundamentally different from his own kind. Moreover, being confined beneath the demon suppression tower, these anomalies were destined for demise. As greed continued to consume, the spiritual energy that had been depleted due to the system upgrade began to surge once more. In Tian's eyes, possessing the Earth Escape Talisman and an invigorated reserve of spiritual energy afforded him the means to leave at any moment. Nevertheless, the stone wall could withstand a little longer, and prior to the arrival of the 7th-grade anomaly, he could allow greed to consume a bit more, fortifying his spiritual energy reserves. Suddenly, a fissure erupted across the stone wall, indicating its imminent failure. What are you dawdling for? If those creatures burst in, no one will survive. It was Tian, bellowing in urgency. Greed immediately ceased its consumption and returned to Tian's wrist. Through greed's perception, Tian discovered himself in a circular plaza adorned with peculiar patterns. This is a teleportation array. It can directly send us back to the 3rd level of the demon suppression tower. Tian elucidated. A teleportation array? Descending from the 1st to the 10th level would take an entire day and night. Who would willingly remain within the demon suppression tower for that long? Indeed, if not for the anomaly greed, not even Tian would wish to linger in the tower for a second. Do you possess any spirit stones? Tian had been tinkering with the teleportation array, only to find that the previously used spirit stones had exhausted their energy and had turned into a small pile of white powder. Spirit stones? Never heard of them. Tian shook his head. In that case, I must apologize. Tian rushed over, while Tian, blinded, was easily subdued. Let me draw some blood to temper your fiery spirit. A scream pierced the air as Tian's right hand was unexpectedly pierced by his own waist blade. Lacking spirit stones, he was left with no choice but to resort to blood sacrifice. He hoped this young man possessed a robust vitality, lest he be consumed by the teleportation array. Tian appeared indifferent to Tian's fate. Tian continued to wail, attempting to elicit sympathy from Tian. In his view, Despite Tian being a peculiar cultivator, he had once been human and shared a connection with him. So he should possess some semblance of human compassion. What are you screaming for? I am the one who is injured. Yet greed, having recently devoured a considerable amount of the bazaar, was brimming with spiritual essence in its blood, and soon, the teleportation array began to glow ominously. The creature observed from the side, and Tian felt compelled to utter a few words to evoke pity. He communicated with greed, letting out a few more groans. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the stone wall collapsed, and a beam of white light began to emerge, casting its glow from afar. Instantly, white smoke enveloped Tian, as if he were being scorched by flames. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, filled with genuine emotion, causing sorrow to those who heard it. In mere moments, Tian's body was charred. Even the formidable techniques of the 13 guardians, such as the Golden Bell Shield and the Unmoving King, only slightly mitigated the torment. Just as the white light intensified and the bizarre entity was on the verge of manifesting in the square, the teleportation array flickered with blue light, leaving it utterly empty. In a corner of the third level of the demon locking tower, a peculiar corpse was pinned to the ground when suddenly, a figure descended from above, snapping its neck with a sharp crack. We must leave this place quickly. The exits above the third level are rigged with surveillance arrays to prevent the escape of bizarre entities, Tian urged anxiously as he too was teleported over. Chapter 98. The Enigma of Origins. Upon uttering these words, Tian plunged headlong into Tian's right hand. Instantly, Tian felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, which, under Tian's deft control, began to mend his body. In a matter of moments, the charred flesh split open, revealing fresh, tender tissue beneath. However, the issue with his eyesight remained unresolved. Everything was still shrouded in a bloody hue. Sensing that his body was nearly restored, Tian knew that lingering here was unwise, and he hastily rose to depart. Another peculiar entity had perished on the third floor of the Bing room. As he stepped outside, he caught the gaze of 2 tower guardians, to whom Tian quickly muttered, "Is that so? We'll make the arrangements. You may leave." Fortunately, the guardians did not press him further. Guided by avarice, Tian finally made his way back to his small courtyard. "Brother, where have you been? It's been a whole day and night without a glimpse of you." He stood at the entrance of the courtyard, anxiously awaiting his return. "I had a little task to attend to," he replied. "Was the task successful?" "I made some cakes. If you're hungry, you can have a couple." Seeing his dutiful sister, Tian couldn't help but pat her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "What foolishness! Seeking wealth through danger nearly cost me my life. I shall not undertake such risks again." Suddenly, Tian smacked himself across the face. "Avarice, are you out of your mind?" His right cheek immediately swelled. "That is not my concern. You ought to inquire with this fellow." A voice of avarice echoed in Tian's mind, tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Rascal, remove your hand from my daughter's shoulder." It was Tian who spoke. Tian then realized that He was not his biological sister, and such actions were indeed inappropriate. Embarrassed, he smiled sheepishly and quickly withdrew his arm. After nibbling on a few morsels, Tian discovered that he had been in the demon ceiling tower for over 2 days. Meanwhile, Tian relentlessly probed into matters concerning He. "Why don't you appear and ask her yourself, Great One? I am currently a ghostly cultivator. My spiritual form is exposed, which generates mental radiation detrimental to the young girl." "Detrimental to He? Yet you are parasitic upon me. Does that not render my situation even more precarious?" Tian mentally scoffed. Avarice chimed in, Indeed. With only one hand to spare, now 2 souls are crammed within. This existence is becoming increasingly unbearable. Perhaps we should procure some item to provide you with a host?" Tian suggested. For this entity was akin to a ticking time bomb residing within him, and he needed to devise a strategy to expel it. If we could acquire a spirit-settling wood, that might be feasible. However, this item is elusive and rarely encountered. Elusive, you say? Shall we venture once more to the 6th level? Tian had developed a phobia of the demon ceiling tower, and for the foreseeable future, even the mere mention of it raised his blood pressure. The interface of the system marketplace was summoned forth, and he input spirit-settling wood for a search. Indeed, it was there, spirit-settling wood, a ghostly cultivator's essential item, with a redemption price of 10 system coins per pound. Without delving into the matter of expense, as long as I can rid myself of this considerable nuisance, I would gladly part with 100 system coins, even if it means doing so at the behest of Tian. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports access through mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. After exchanging money for system coins, Tian pretended to retrieve a piece of blackened wood from beneath his bed. Genuine wood, you've done well. Tian immediately emerged from the shadows. Relieved by his greed, he let out a sigh. He was not fond of cohabiting, especially with a male. Go fetch Cece. I wish to meet her. With a newfound vessel, Tian's tone was tinged with excitement, revealing a hint of urgency after such a long separation from his daughter. Please wait a moment. Cece, upon hearing the call, rushed over. Once she entered, Tian explained a few things, and upon seeing Yin in his spectral state, Cece burst into tears. Precious daughter, do not cry. The sudden turn of events left Yin somewhat bewildered. Despite his formidable strength, he was utterly inexperienced in caring for a child. Tian, witnessing his sister weeping inconsolably on his shoulder, felt equally at a loss, fearing that Yin might harm him. Fortunately, Yin did not dwell on such thoughts and, with persistent encouragement and a few words from Tian, managed to soothe her. How have the years treated you? Yin began to converse with Cece. As they reunited, Tian quietly exited the room, closing the door behind him. Sighing deeply, he realized that, at long last, a father had been found, though it was solely for his sister. His own childhood memories were intertwined with Han Yuqin, filled with many warm moments. Yet these remnants of warmth were shattered by Yan's revelations. With his origins shrouded in mystery, Tian felt both curiosity and trepidation. Although the present days were rife with turmoil, the companionship of his sister, the assistance of his senior brother Jiang Tao, and the flourishing sales of liquor afforded him a certain comfort. Living within the Demon Suppression Division allowed him a relatively carefree existence. But should he truly venture to the capital in search of the Xiao family, it would likely herald a tempestuous journey. The fleeting tranquility he currently enjoyed would undoubtedly dissipate. With this thought in mind, Tian rose and made his way to the courtyard, slowly commencing his practice of the immovable king. This particular martial art remained the only one yet to reach full proficiency, and its steadfast nature served to calm his restless spirit. A few claps echoed, and Tian looked up to find Yin. Is my sister unharmed? After 2 hours had passed, Tian had continuously heard the sound of his sister's weeping from within the room. She cried herself to sleep. Yin replied nonchalantly, your skills are indeed impressive. At the age of 19, achieving such mastery in hard techniques and grasping the essence of blade intent is a rarity among the talented youth in the capital. As a descendant of humble origins, relentless practice is my only recourse. Tian responded, yet his practice remained uninterrupted. A day of arduous training could yield proficiency ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. For a formidable technique like the Immutable King, as long as Tian was willing to endure pain, his progress could accelerate several-fold. You are not of humble origin. The Xiao family is of royal lineage. Though I am unaware of your true identity, on our first encounter, you were merely an infant, yet adorned in opulent attire, with a jade pendant on your chest worth a fortune. Does this jade pendant pertain to my identity? Tian inquired. It bears some significance. It appears to be engraved with the character for Xiao, along with your birth date. Where is that jade pendant now? I sold it for wine. Such a precious item would have exposed your identity. I have spent 3 years in the white market, intending to marry and have children, severing ties with the Xiao family. The meager savings I had were utterly insufficient. Very well, your care for me is truly commendable. Tian thought to himself, casting a fleeting glance at his right hand. His vision still blurred, revealing only indistinct shadows. Yet another alcoholic. No worries, although I am a practitioner of the arcane. I was previously a master of the minor sect amongst the human race. I can impart all the human martial arts I know to you, and Cece. Noticing the disdain etched upon Tian's brow, Yin spoke with a calm demeanor. Tian's expression brightened significantly. For someone like him, who possessed a system that could enhance proficiency, the most difficult offer to refuse was the provision of martial arts freely bestowed. Chapter 99. Unyielding resolve. 2 sets of 5-star martial arts and 1 set of 7-star sword techniques were imparted to Yin, which he deemed a compensation for Tian's years of care for Cece. This left Tian feeling somewhat embarrassed. Previously, Tian, still a young lad himself, had found it challenging to take care of his own needs, let alone attend to Cece, whose outings had merely involved begging on the streets. 2 swift months passed, and with the advancement of his martial arts, Tian's vitality reached yet another bottleneck, 5,000, necessitating a breakthrough for further enhancement. Having experienced the perils of breaking through to internal energy before, Tian prepared extensively for this next endeavor. He had previously invested 1 million taels to exchange for system coins, which he then utilized to acquire 10 years' worth of elixirs from the system store, now amassing 10 of them. He also procured various auxiliary pills to mend meridian injuries and stabilize the mind. Having already endured the dangers associated with breaking through the bottleneck during his internal energy phase, he was well prepared. Furthermore, he exchanged for a small piece of soul-restraining wood as a price for Tian's assistance. With a minor master-level enigmatic practitioner guarding him, his chances of success would be significantly enhanced. Who would have thought you possessed such treasures? Tian remarked, a smile gracing his face as he indulged in fine wine alongside his avarice. But it is merely a wisp of smoke. Without a corporeal form, you cannot drink it. Do not underestimate my current enigmatic form. The smoke is only in its rudimentary stage. Once I cultivate to a higher level, reconstructing my physical body will be but a trivial task. Seemingly reading Tian's thoughts, Tian offered a brief explanation before darting around above the wine, savoring its aroma to satisfy his cravings. It is time to begin. Tian focused his mind, swallowing a 10-year elixir. It instantly transformed into a torrent of vitality coursing through his body. However, with all 12 meridians filled to capacity, the excess vitality had nowhere to go and could only be directed toward his dantian. Yet, halfway through the process, the vitality broke free from its confines, dispersing throughout his body and being wholly absorbed by his cells. The attempt concluded before it even began. Fortunately, his profound understanding of the elixir's potency had prepared him adequately. Tian swallowed another 10-year elixir, and this time, the vitality barely reached his dantian before dissipating into thin air. This won't do. The elixir's potency is insufficient. Tian lamented internally, realizing why he had often heard others claim that inferior resources halted progress at the internal energy stage. It was evident that his body's absorption of the elixir and control over vitality were woefully inadequate. While senior brother Jiang Tao was able to successfully advance to a master of energy with just one 10-year elixir, what had he achieved? Merely a warm-up? No, I must take a gamble. Tian glanced at the greedy Tian and the onlooking figure beside him. Gritting his teeth, he seized 3 elixirs and recklessly stuffed them into his mouth. Wait, Tian's warning was cut short as Tian swallowed all 3 elixirs. The medicinal herb dissolved instantly upon entry, rapidly absorbed by the body and transformed into vital energy. Tian felt an immediate surge of warmth enveloping him, as torrents of energy surged through his meridians, forcibly expanding his 12 meridians further. The remaining energy crashed violently against his dantian, causing a wave of reverse blood to rise in his throat, which he managed to swallow back down. The passage is still loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features on your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. What a pity. His entire meridian network was being ravaged by the overwhelming influx of energy, creating excruciating pain akin to being sliced by a knife. And continuing down this path posed the risk of rupturing his meridians. However, the barrier at his dantian remained remarkably resilient. In the moment of the energy's impact, Tian sustained considerable injury. Yet, he thought, if I haven't died, I shall persist. Did senior brother Jiang Tao not say that the difficulty of the next level is more than tenfold? Then I shall exert tenfold efforts. Reflecting on his relentless training day and night, Tian's resolve gradually solidified. He swiftly consumed the remaining 5 herbs, and in an instant, his energy surged, causing blood to erupt from every pore, exploding him into a gruesome mess. Awaken, gather your focus. It was Tian's voice that jolted him awake. Tian realized he had succumbed to hallucinations due to the overwhelming energy, which had begun to spiral out of control, placing him at imminent risk of self-detonation. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed all remaining pills meant for nourishing his meridians and healing his injuries, and the medicinal power instantly infused clarity into his previously stifled meridians. Now was the moment. The mighty energy surged once more towards his dantian. Crack! Under the violent impact, a fine fissure formed in his dantian, nearly causing him to faint from the pain, yet he stubbornly forced all remaining energy into his dantian. The sound of cracking resonated continuously, as his dantian shattered like a fragile glass vessel. The shattered dantian, the most inferior form of energy reservoir. Yet it was astonishing to discover that even this could break through to a higher state of energy. Truly eye-opening, Tian exclaimed in surprise. Although seated atop a wine barrel, his keen perception allowed him to grasp the situation within Tian's body entirely. As Tian's words fell, a faint breath emanated from Tian's dantian, immediately circulating through the 12 meridians, growing stronger before returning to the dantian. The postnatal energy, a hallmark of energy warriors. This singular cycle is a divine reward bestowed upon you. Henceforth, You must toil diligently to continually enhance this postnatal energy. After a brief moment of adjusting his breath and sensing that his internal energy had calmed, Tian inquired, Senior He, does this mean I have successfully broken through? Why does my strength feel only slightly increased? The dantian is the foundation of energy, akin to a tranquil lake, accumulating vital energy. Some exceptionally gifted individuals, upon breaking through their dantian, merely create a fissure in their energy reservoir. Consequently, the accumulated vitality becomes naturally potent and robust. Those of slightly lesser talent may produce several fissures, resulting in a significant loss of energy and blood, rendering future advancements seemingly unattainable. The most unfortunate among them may shatter their dantian entirely, akin to a puddle on a rainy day, incapable of storing any substantial energy and plagued by cracks that impede smooth circulation, leading to a tremendous loss of vitality and a substantial decline in strength, making future breakthroughs a distant hope. Upon hearing Yan's assessment, Tian fell into a contemplative silence, only to suddenly burst into laughter. Many had previously claimed that his mediocre talent would prevent him from breaking through to internal energy. Yet he had not only succeeded, but had also advanced in energy cultivation. The facts have now proven that with diligent study and relentless perseverance, he can indeed refute the skepticism of those mundane individuals. Senior He, I am not referring to you, so please do not take offense. His moment of exuberance was abruptly interrupted by a chill, prompting him to hastily clarify. The moment he explained, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to drop several degrees. Since you have successfully broken through, I shall no longer indulge you in play. Focus on consolidating your cultivation. Tian drifted effortlessly through the window. Why do these masters always avoid the door? Is it not better to take the proper path? Ouch! Tian exclaimed in pain as he was struck on the head by the collapsing door. You released a tremendous amount of energy during your breakthrough. The door has long been damaged by your actions. The house itself requires reinforcement. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences when the rains come. Greedily perched by the wine jar, he let out a belch and promptly fell into a deep slumber. To think that relentless effort could lead a mediocre talent to break through energy cultivation, such an injustice. Tian grumbled as he made his way to Cici's chamber, instantly donning a smiling visage, albeit one that appeared rather unsettling, as if formed from wisps of smoke. Father, is there something you need? Cici inquired, somewhat puzzled. Nothing much. I merely wish to examine my precious daughter's physical potential. Moments later, Tian was leaping with excitement. Even the smoke around him quivered. Exceptional talent. Splendid, splendid indeed. Chapter 100. General Ji cedes his position. This tome, the Qin Ju, is a martial art manual suited for those at the Qi energy stage. Take it and cultivate diligently. Discovering that his daughter possesses exceptional aptitude, Tian has been in high spirits these past few days and casually bestowed upon Tian a volume of martial arts. Tian, overjoyed, had been lamenting his lack of a cultivation method for the Qi energy stage, and now, fortune smiles upon him. He gazed at Tian's ethereal form with newfound appreciation. Ah, you, with your meager foundation, what business do you have practicing Qi energy? It is a futile endeavor. Better to continue refining spiritual power. Ancient humanity achieved greatness through the mastery of spiritual energy. I recommend the Tiandi Bahuang Gong to you. Seize the moment to hone your spiritual body. Once your spiritual essence reaches its zenith, who needs to bicker? You can simply dispatch your foes with ease. However, the greedy hand of the enigmatic figure had a differing perspective. Never mind, just hand me the manual. I shall ponder it at my leisure. Tian responded with a smile. Only a child would make a choice. I desire both Qi energy and spiritual power. As he passed through the courtyard, he noticed Cici gazing at him with eager eyes. Focus. You can't even write a single character correctly, spending all your time practicing trivial arts. Indeed, Tian was tirelessly instructing Cici in the art of writing. Ignoring his sister's pleading gaze, Tian calmly walked past, offering her a feather duster, saying nonchalantly, "This will yield better results. Trust me, she has practiced hard techniques." Upon hearing his sister's heart-wrenching cries and Tian's bellowing, Tian nodded in satisfaction. This is the typical demeanor of a parent helping with homework. Tian, General Ji requests your presence, a rider from the Demon Suppression Division announced. Since his elevation to the Qi energy stage, Tian had not reported to the Yellow Courtyard for many days. The last task he received, concerning the inspection of the Demon Locking Tower, had granted him a substantial number of task points, allowing him to forego duties for several months. As he walked, Tian found himself somewhat distracted. Following his previous confrontation with General Ji, their communication had improved significantly, and he presumed there would be no pressing matters requiring his attention soon. Tian, I have something to discuss. I intend to relinquish my position as the chief of the Yellow Courtyard to devote myself to cultivating and breaking through to the Qi energy stage. Upon entering the Yellow Courtyard's council chamber, Tian was met with this shocking announcement. Oh, it seems a resolute decision has been made, Tian mused, surprised yet understanding. While ordinary members of the Yellow Courtyard could still cultivate after completing tasks, the chief bore daily responsibilities, assessing subordinates, and distributing resources and benefits. Although not every matter required Ji Qiuping's direct involvement, she still had to oversee them. This reality had resulted in a significant lack of cultivation time, leaving General Ji stuck at the pinnacle of the inner strength stage for far too long. Currently, there are 3 individuals eligible to compete for the chief position in the Yellow Courtyard, and you, Tian, are among them, with the requirement of being at the pinnacle of inner strength. I am not at the pinnacle of inner strength, Tian interjected. This is no longer a matter of your willingness. All who meet the criteria must participate in the selection process. This is the rule of the Demon Suppression Division. Before Tian could finish, Ji Qiuping coldly interrupted him. Although Tian's displayed vitality is merely at the pinnacle of internal strength, his combat prowess surpasses that of a perfected master. Despite having attained such power, he refrains from embracing responsibility and shows no ambition for advancement. Such a disposition necessitates a firm reprimand. Ji Qiuping initially intended to publicly chastise Tian, yet considering her prior defeat and his recent fervent training, she decided against it. A momentary lapse could lead to embarrassment, but if it created a psychological barrier that hindered her breakthrough, the consequences would be dire. Thus, she resolved that in 3 days, decisive action would be taken. Upon witnessing Ji Qiuping's determination, Tian felt it prudent to remain silent. Revealing his current mastery of energy could provoke her into pursuing him even more fervently. Although he could easily overpower her or escape, it would still create unnecessary complications. As he surveyed his 2 competitors, Tian and Ding Bo, both recent additions to the Huangzi Academy, he noted their fervent combat spirit. Tian's pale visage bore an expression of defiance, while Ding Bo rolled his eyes at Tian. Fools, Tian remarked indifferently. Ding Bo, incensed, attempted to retaliate but was restrained by the others, while Tian merely smirked. Smirking won't save you. Had I desired the position of chief, I could have rendered you utterly incapacitated, Tian thought dismissively before exiting the chaotic Huangzi Hall. With Ji Qiuping having relinquished her pursuit, he had no desire to involve himself in the affairs of the academy. Tian had been intensely occupied with his training, diligently working on both spiritual and energetic cultivation, which consumed a considerable amount of his time. Following his breakthrough to energy mastery, his vitality was now quantified by energy levels. Although the accumulation of energy in his dantian was slow, his proficiency in the Qing Yun technique significantly enhanced this efficiency, enabling him to gather 10 strands of energy daily. Inquiries he made with brother Zhang revealed that Zhang had only managed to develop 2 fissures in his dantian, which was commendable. However, even with diligent training, Zhang could only accumulate 6 strands of energy per day. In terms of sheer quantity, Tian had already surpassed the average rate of progression. Furthermore, his mastery of the Qing Yun technique continued to improve, with 2 additional levels to achieve peak excellence. Every 100 strands of energy coalesce into a furnace of true energy, and 10 furnaces represent the maximum capacity at the initial stage of energy mastery. This limit pertains to the volume rather than the count. Any energy Tian refines, even if utilized, would gradually replenish. With the aid of rare elixirs meant for energy masters, the recovery speed could be expedited. As of now, Tian had only accumulated 4 furnaces of true energy, still a distance from perfecting the initial stage of energy mastery. On his way back to the courtyard, Tian found himself once again confronted by Ji Qiuping. Tian, what did you mean by your earlier remarks? Ji Qiuping's expression was far from pleasant. Initially, she had intended to diligently cultivate and break through to the Qi realm. However, sensing a peculiar attitude from Tian, her frustration grew upon returning home, compelling her to confront him. Commander Ji, let us speak civilly. I merely lack interest in managing the Huang character courtyard. Tian maintained a courteous demeanor, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Enough with the pleasantries. Do not presume that just because I seem unable to deal with you at present, you can act with impunity. Once I ascend to the ranks of a Qi master, I shall leave you searching for your teeth. Ji Qiuping, barely restraining her ire at Tian's dismissive attitude, felt her anger surge anew. Observing Ji Qiuping's uncontainable fury, Tian too experienced a flicker of displeasure. Nevertheless, Ji Qiuping's underlying intention was to offer Tian an opportunity for advancement. The position of commander conferred not only significantly better treatment than that of a minor officer, but also the formidable advantage of rank, which could be lethal for those lower in status. Should the newly appointed commander choose to make things difficult, it would not only jeopardize Tian's tenure at the Huang character courtyard, but also risk assigning him perilous tasks that could lead to his untimely demise. Suddenly, Tian's brow arched as a solution to quell Ji Qiuping's wrath dawned upon him. Chapter 101. Internal strife. What do you mean by this? Ji Qiuping exclaimed as she opened the courtyard door to find Tian standing awkwardly before her. Annoyance bubbled up within her, reigniting the anger she had struggled to suppress. Actually, I came to clarify my intentions. I mean no harm. I have no interest in the head of the Huang courtyard, but I do have feelings for you, which is why I wanted to drop by today. Tian stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts clearly. Are you toying with me? Just wait and see, Ji Qiuping retorted, slamming the door shut. You usually speak quite fluently. Why were you so inept just now? Ganlon suddenly interjected, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Do you fancy her? You seem rather off, he continued, casting a dubious glance at Tian. Get lost. Who has feelings for her? I was merely trying to handle a matter for my superior, and it was a bit awkward to bring a gift. It's only natural to be a bit tongue-tied. Tian rubbed his nose, acknowledging that he had indeed faltered, attributing it mainly to Ji Qiuping's fiery temperament, which left no room for him to finish his sentences. Gazing down at the decade-old medicinal herb in his hand, Tian hesitated. Not giving it seemed a tad ungracious, especially since Ji Zongqi had previously shown great kindness by vouching for Brother Jiang. However, should he offer it, he would inevitably face some repercussions once Ji Zongqi ascended to become a formidable force. Forget it. Let fate decide, Tian resolved, pulling out the iron box containing the medicinal herb and tossing it directly into the courtyard. Hey, who threw this iron box? Ji Qiuping had barely taken a few steps after closing the door when the box struck her, nearly causing her to stumble. She rushed out of the courtyard, but there was no sign of anyone outside. Tian, having inadvertently hit Ji Qiuping, had already fled the scene. I must catch that little rascal, Ji Qiuping muttered angrily as she pried open the iron box, eager to see its contents. Suddenly, a rich fragrance of medicine wafted out. Realizing it was the decade-old herb, Ji Qiuping quickly closed the box, casting a wary glance around before retreating back into the courtyard. Moments later, muffled laughter erupted from within. That crazy woman. In a distant corner, Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that Ji Qiuping had accepted the medicinal herb. Just as Tian's figure vanished, another shadow appeared, watching the direction he had departed with a cold snort. Master Hu, I have gathered the information. That fellow named he indeed sought out Ji Zongqi's connections, but was promptly dismissed. A cautious Ti spoke, fearful of offending the drinking Huxian. With a wave of his hand, Huxian allowed Ti to take his leave. This he lad was recommended by that old fool's son he. But we have our own backing, so there's no need to fear him. Since Ji Zongqi's path has been blocked for him, I wonder how Lord Hu plans to proceed. Interjected Jiang Qingye. This task is no small feat. Jiang Tao now holds a rank among the Ti, making him difficult to deal with. Besides, he remains confined to his small courtyard, and I cannot simply send someone to abduct him. Therefore, the final payment is crucial. Hu first let out a belch, secretly contemplating the remarkable potency of this particular liquor. Its initial sweetness swiftly transformed into a fiery warmth that left one yearning for more. Such a booming enterprise undoubtedly promised substantial profits, igniting envy within him. That scoundrel Jiang Tao ought to have shared some of the gains. Now he finds himself the object of others' desires. Truly, he deserves it. It seems that Lord Hu has everything meticulously arranged. Jiang Qingye's heart surged with elation. Following the success of the liquor, it would soon dominate the market in Hedong Prefecture, with even neighboring Hejian and Heshi prefectures seeing a significant influx of admirers. If they could capture Jiang Tao and extract the recipe from him, the Jiang family's business could seamlessly expand alongside the liquor trade. In no time, the Jiang family could rise to become the most prominent clan in all of Hedong Prefecture. Remember, it would be wise not to act on your own before I take action. The Demon Suppression Division is not to be trifled with. Should you breach the rules, it won't only be your Jiang family facing consequences. Even the Xuanwu army could intervene. Hu offered a cautionary word, to which Jiang Tao responded affirmatively, though he paid little heed to the warning. As Hu hastily departed, traversing an uninhabited alley, he suddenly came to a halt. A faint aura of menace enveloped him. Lord Hu, you truly possess a remarkable capacity for drink. Ding Bo, with his sword slung at his side, slowly emerged from the alley's entrance. Hu turned to glance back, only to find 3 armed men appearing behind him, their vitality and inner strength evident. What do you mean, Lord Ding? He inquired. 1 monk fetches water. 2 monks carry it. 3 monks have none to drink. Is this not a simple enough lesson for you to grasp? Lord Ding intends for us to join forces and eliminate He Tian first? Who retorted, you think too highly of yourself. I will deal with you first, and then with He Tian, who felt a wave of exasperation at Ding Bo's words. It is no wonder many claimed that Ding Bo had lost his wits to the bazaar. He seemed only capable of violence. Even if his mind remained intact, it appeared there was little left of it. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt whizzed from the rooftop nearby, narrowly missing Hu as he dodged to the side. There were indeed ambushers concealed above. Ding Bo's treachery was evident. Hu drew his blade, scanning the dark rooftops with vigilance. Let us take them down together, Ding Bo shouted, drawing his own weapon and charging forward. Although they were all skilled fighters, their numbers afforded them a distinct advantage. Realizing the peril, Hu swiftly retreated towards the alley's end. Hurry, block his escape. The 3 armed men surged forward, only to be pierced through the chest by a white energy, collapsing in unison. What? You are a master of Qi? The relentless pursuit by Ding Bo momentarily rendered him speechless. Apologies, but I happened to achieve a breakthrough just yesterday. I had intended to deal with you on the 3rd day, yet here you are, hastening towards your demise. From atop a distant rooftop, a rustling sound echoed. As the crossbowmen, realizing the futility of their position, hastily made their escape. Fear not, for my blade is swift. Hu Xian smiled faintly and advanced forward. Moments later, Hu Xian emerged from the alley, bloodied and fierce, leaving behind a scene of dismembered corpses, rendered unrecognizable by the sheer force of his strikes. Now, only He Tian, a fellow lacking even the breath of true energy, remained to be dealt with. Within the Demon Suppression Division, He Tian pondered deeply, finding the situation rather vexing. If he chose to compete for the position of chief, he would undoubtedly become entangled in mundane affairs, much like Ji Qiuping, leaving him little time for cultivation. Moreover, being thrust into the spotlight raised questions about the nuances of his burgeoning power, potentially attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. Conversely, if he abstained from contention, not only would his own circumstances suffer, but even his senior brother Jiang Tao's existence might become precarious. The matter of liquor within the Demon Suppression Division was far from a closely guarded secret. With a little inquiry, the curious could easily uncover it. Beneath the allure of substantial profits, one could hardly guarantee that others would not harbor malicious intentions. Chapter 102, Strategies for Breaking the Deadlock with a Gentle Knock. Jiang Tao opened the courtyard door, instantly revealing a smile. Shitty, please come in. During this period, Jiang Tao's spirits had remarkably lifted, dispelling the gloom that had previously enveloped him. After his advancement to the Qi energy stage, he had successfully exchanged for the corresponding martial arts techniques from the scripture pavilion. Illuminating his path ahead, coupled with the thriving sales of his wine, his financial burdens had significantly eased. Upon entering, He Tian surveyed the surroundings and noticed the barrels of brewed wine casually stacked within the small courtyard, a faint aroma of alcohol wafting through the air. The Huangzi courtyard was modest in size, and it was likely that many were aware that the fine wine circulating was sourced from Brother Jiang. After exchanging pleasantries, He Tian swiftly addressed the crux of the matter. Brother Jiang, it seems we may be facing impending calamity. What is the issue? Now that we both possess Qi energy strength, and with the protection of the Demon Suppression Division, who would dare create trouble for us? Jiang Tao inquired, somewhat puzzled. Following their respective breakthroughs, both had maintained a low profile, yet it was only natural for them to feel emboldened. It's not that simple. He Tian began to articulate his concerns. It is indeed peculiar. Ordinarily, General Ji's advancement would be a cause for celebration, yet his relinquishment of the general's position raises suspicions. Jiang Tao considered He Tian's point, recognizing the sensitivity of his junior. He had a knack for detecting subtle shifts in the atmosphere and had previously adeptly navigated potential pitfalls during their time in the Bai Mall. If what you say is true, how should we respond? We simply refuse to participate in their schemes. To others, we are merely 2 soft targets of inner strength, and the only aspect they might covet is our wine business. After a brief pause, He Tian continued. It appears that someone has infiltrated the upper echelons of the Demon Suppression Division. Otherwise, General Ji would not have been forced to step down. Our immediate course of action is to vacate the Huangzi courtyard and find a location where they cannot easily reach us. However, if they have already laid their plans, they must be exceedingly confident. It may not be so simple for us to depart. Jiang Tao expressed his concerns. With the current favorable circumstances, envy was inevitable. If someone indeed had compromised a high-ranking member of the Demon Suppression Division, it was likely that he and He Tian, as novices in Qi energy, would be no match for their adversaries. Even a tiger fears a pack of wolves. And considering He Tian's earlier caution that their wine business would inevitably rattle the interests of the noble families, It was clear that any family capable of claiming a noble title in Shunhui City likely had several Qi energy practitioners in their ranks. While Jiang Tao was uncertain about the other families, he knew that their own Jiang family boasted 3 such practitioners, one of whom was a formidable mid-stage expert. Fear not, for I have thought of an individual whom they have likely not yet compromised. If this person were to be swayed, then both of us would have long since met our demise. Tian's eyes sparkled with determination, while Jiang Tao, initially perplexed, soon experienced a moment of clarity. In the study of the town guard, Jiang Pingfeng gazed calmly at a pile of silver notes on the table, accompanied by 3 10-year-old medicinal herbs, which collectively amounted to several million taels of silver, a truly substantial sum. Speak, what do you wish to purchase? Jiang Pingfeng inquired coolly, observing Tian before him. The flicker of goodwill he once felt had completely dissipated. Here was yet another sycophant seeking to bribe his superior. Reporting to the town guard, I wish to buy a life. The audacity of requesting murder, and to involve me in such a scheme, was utterly brazen. Jiang Pingfeng's right index finger twitched involuntarily. Such a person must not be allowed to remain. Yet Tian remained oblivious to Jiang Pingfeng's shifting demeanor, continuing to recount the circumstances with great detail. After some deliberation, it became evident that he was merely frightened. This was a far more manageable situation. Jiang Pingfeng cast a glance at the pile of wealth on the table, realizing that this was indeed their share of profits being relinquished. This was the right course, for without wealth, no one would harbor ulterior motives. However, the Demon Suppression Office had already taken half. Seizing the remaining portion from others would lend itself to accusations of avarice. If such actions were indeed taken, who would dare to collaborate with the Demon Suppression Office in the future should they produce valuable items? What are your proposals? Jiang Pingfeng asked again, his tone noticeably softened. My senior brother and I wish to enter the 100 Herbs Institute to innovate a method of refining, which is also applicable to medicinal processing, Tian earnestly requested. This was indeed a challenging matter. The 100 Herbs Institute only accepted celestial masters, and neither of them were of sufficient prowess to ascend to that rank. Reporting to the town guard, my senior brother and I have been diligently training and have both recently broken through to a new level of energy, Tian reported, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Pingfeng's expression. Though he surmised that Jiang Pingfeng had not been compromised, he lacked absolute certainty. However, even if Jiang Pingfeng intended to act against them, they had already offered their share of the profits, thereby achieving their objective. Surely, he would not complicate matters further. Once inside the 100 Herbs Institute, they would face stringent security, unlike the Yellow Character Institute, which allowed free access. He and his senior brother could then concentrate on enhancing their abilities. Very well, since that is the case, I shall make an exception this once. These assets shall be given freely, as a means to assist your advancement, Jiang Pingfeng proclaimed. The news of their breakthrough in energy did not surprise him. Having already presented 10-year-old medicinal herbs as a gesture of goodwill, it was clear they must have surpassed their previous limits. Let it not be said that Tian and Jiang Tao had not long lingered at the pinnacle of inner strength. Even a mere pig, under the right conditions and ample medicinal support, could transform into a formidable beast. Time is of the essence. I implore you, town guard, to arrange matters for us. Tian bowed respectfully. Shortly thereafter, he departed from Jiang Pingfeng, now in possession of 2 Celestial Master tokens. With the presence of the Guardian Envoy coordinating affairs, everything proceeded smoothly, and within merely an hour, all matters were settled. Tian nodded in satisfaction, relieved to have navigated the situation. Although the tribute goods were valued at 3 million taels, nearly equaling the total profits, the precious medicine was procured by Tian through the system's marketplace, with a price difference of nearly 2 million taels. This entire sum had been converted into marketplace currency, effectively concealed from prying eyes. As for senior brother Jiang Tao, his unwavering trust in Tian meant he never inquired about the origins of the medicine. Without further delay, that evening, Tian and Jiang Tao prepared their belongings and settled into the Baichao courtyard. Remarkably, the gatekeeper of the courtyard was also a formidable energy practitioner, which impressed Tian. However, he quickly understood the necessity of such protection. With so many valuable medicines stored, any malevolent intruder could cause significant loss. Brother, the environment here is vastly superior, He exclaimed, her eyes alight as she gazed at the small stream meandering through the courtyard, where several goldfish swam, delighting the little girl. The picturesque surroundings were indeed enchanting. Tian also offered a rare compliment. Though he harbored grievances toward the Demon Suppression Division, he was quite pleased with Tian. Tian surveyed the courtyard, akin to a landscaped garden, at least 3 times the size of his previous dwelling, encompassing approximately 5 acres. The layout featured 3 entrances and exits, with facilities including an alchemy room, a training chamber, guest rooms, a study, and more, with over 20 rooms in total. All exceedingly well equipped. Senior brother Jiang Tao was equally elated. Having previously lived in luxury, his recent stay at the Huang character courtyard had been a stark contrast, filled with dust, unpleasant odors, and discomfort. Though he had not voiced his discontent, he had felt stifled. Upon entering Baichao courtyard, a sense of serenity washed over him, reminiscent of his days living with the Jiang family. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward Tian, gratitude evident in his eyes. Brother Jiang, harnessing energy is merely the beginning. We finally have a place to call home. Moving forward, we must diligently cultivate our skills. Tian clasped his fists in a respectful gesture, speaking with a smile. As time flows on, with the system at my disposal, as long as I am granted time and the right techniques, I can cultivate within this small courtyard until I achieve unparalleled mastery before venturing into the world. Chapter 103. Whose ascendance settling into the Baichao courtyard, Tian finally felt at ease. As a celestial master, he had no need to vie for the position of the grand flag of the Huang character courtyard. This did not contravene any rules, and no one could contest his standing. The following day, the Huang character courtyard was bustling with activity, as many who had been on duty outside returned, alongside newly recruited adept practitioners, bringing the total to over 100. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Undoubtedly, it will be Lord Hu, came the unanimous reply. I am not so sure, countered another. Though Tian seldom engages, he is known for his fervent training, earning the moniker Martial Madman. He possesses considerable skill. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Why hasn't Dingbo shown up these past few days? Suddenly, someone spoke, only to be met with icy glares from those nearby. Huh. The speaker awkwardly chuckled and retreated into the crowd. Ding's absence likely indicates he has been dealt with. Who would dare to strike at someone from the Demon Suppression Division? It must be Tian or Hu, but what concern is that of ours? Let us simply enjoy the spectacle. It would be ideal if they both suffered grievously. Even if they perish, it would not concern you. You have only recently entered the realm of internal energy, having yet to open all 10 meridians. I, however, have reached the pinnacle of internal energy. I stand a good chance. The speaker beamed with self-satisfaction. On the podium, Ji Qiuping wore a complex expression. She had overseen the Huang character courtyard for over 3 years, and now, as it was to be relinquished, she felt a twinge of reluctance. She resolved to observe the final outcome before retreating into seclusion. Cursed be that Tian for not showing up. Dingbo remains elusive as well. Yet, Hu stood calmly in the center of the arena. As the sun reached its zenith, it was evident that although a contest was to take place, only Hu was present, rendering the competition moot. The onlookers, including Wang the manager and Hu the manager, grew increasingly impatient. In my opinion, the absence of Tian and Dingbo signifies a serious issue. We should simply declare Hu the victor, suggested Hu the manager, rising to speak. As Tian was his nephew, he felt a personal obligation to assist. That simply cannot be. Without a match, it would be difficult to garner respect, Ji Qiuping interjected, her mind racing with frustration. She had painstakingly created this opportunity, and Tian's negligence was intolerable. Once he broke through to external energy, she vowed to teach him a lesson. But we cannot continue to wait indefinitely, Hu the manager exclaimed, sweeping his sleeve in a flourish as he bowed to Ji Qiuping. Lady Ji, you are no longer the head of the Huang character courtyard. I suggest you focus on breaking through to Qi energy. It would be best to refrain from involving yourself in Huang character matters. Enough. Let us avoid further disputes, interjected Wang the manager with a smile. I propose a win-win solution. Let all members of the Huang character courtyard challenge Hu. With his mastery of internal energy, he should easily handle 10 opponents at once. Anyone with the courage may step forward. Wang Quan, are you attempting to place Hu in a perilous situation? With a thunderous roar, Hu Guanshi declared that facing 10 opponents was no challenge at all, inviting those with courage to step forth. Such utterance seemed absurd, coming from a seasoned veteran. After all, even those who had achieved inner strength would find it a strenuous task to contend with 2 at the pinnacle of their power. Engaging multiple adversaries of comparable strength would surely lead to exhaustion. I am prepared to accept any challenge, Hu Xian retorted with unwavering confidence. What? Nephew, you must think this through, Hu Guanshi responded, somewhat taken aback. Hu Xian was known for his independent spirit and fervor, yet combat was no trivial matter. A misstep could lead to injury, if not worse. An injury could not only deplete one's vitality, hindering cultivation, but also tarnish one's reputation significantly. Nevertheless, Hu Xian remained resolute. I possess the strength of Qi, wear impenetrable inner armor beneath my clothing, and wield the cold moon blade. capable of slicing through iron with ease. Furthermore, I have a blood-igniting pill concealed, which can instantly amplify my vitality, unleashing power far beyond my current level. If I cannot subdue this group of inner strength practitioners, I might as well throw myself against a wall. Very well, let your recklessness guide you this once. But should you find yourself outmatched, concede swiftly. Your life is far more precious, Hu Guanshi cautioned before resuming his seat. As the announcement echoed, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Those eager to challenge Hu Xian surged forth, believing victory was assured against a single opponent. Yet, wisdom prevailed among some, who foresaw the futility of being the first to rise. Never mind all that. Let us at least make our presence known, cried a young man at the peak of inner strength, leaping onto the stage. Yu Shang, at the peak of inner strength, I humbly request your guidance, he announced. I have no interest in your name, Hu Xian replied coolly. Outraged by Hu Xian's disdain, Yu Shang drew his blade and charged. A white energy wave struck first, slicing dangerously close to Yu Shang's neck, radiating an aura of icy death. Panic surged within Yu Shang as he realized he faced a formidable Qi practitioner. It was folly to engage in combat. His body wavered, sustaining a superficial wound yet retaining his head, for this was a duel, not a slaughter. Hu Xian had spared him. However, the sheer fright caused Yu Shang to faint. Hu Xian is truly a Qi practitioner. No wonder he dares to accept all challenges. You speak carelessly. It is Hu Zongqi you should address. Another voice chimed in, chastising the lack of decorum. I am unaware of such conventions. You were just proclaiming that they would suffer mutual destruction, Hu Xian retorted. However, the anticipated surge of challengers never materialized. After Hu Xian demonstrated his prowess, the duel became nothing short of a farce. Ji Qiuping, her expression somber, hastily departed. Salutations to Hu Zongqi. Observing the crowd in the yellow character courtyard, Hu Xianji was filled with pride as he uttered a few self-effacing remarks. Nephew, congratulations. Hu Guanshi stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute. Thank you, uncle. Were it not for your guidance, I would not have achieved this today. Now that you have just assumed your position, I imagine you have many tasks ahead of you. We shall gather again another day. Hu Guanshi felt quite satisfied, his gaze frequently darting towards Wang Guanshi, noticing his pallor and feeling even more pleased. The martial competition today lacked a certain vigor. Amidst the brilliance surrounding him, Hu Xian's brow suddenly furrowed. He had come prepared, intending to establish his authority over Tian, only to find that Tian had chosen to evade confrontation. What a folly. One may evade for a moment, but cannot escape for a lifetime. Now that I have taken the helm of the yellow character courtyard, I shall see how you intend to hide. With this thought, Hu Xian felt an urge to seek trouble with Tian immediately. Today marks the inauguration of our esteemed leader. Let us brothers go out and celebrate with wine. Called a tiki, which was met with a chorus of cheers from the assembly. Hu Xian hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to let this young man linger a few more days. Chapter 104. A missed opportunity. For several consecutive days, an array of banquets ensued, and Hu Xian indulged in a life of drunken revelry, neglecting the numerous affairs of the Huangzi courtyard. Some individuals expressed their dissatisfaction, but their grievances were swiftly quelled by the authority of Hu Guanshi. Considering Hu Xian's formidable prowess and his unique potential for promotion to Celestial Master, the ordinary riders of the Huangzi courtyard could only endure in silence. Jiang Qingye, having awaited news from Hu Xian for several days without success, grew concerned that circumstances may have altered, compelling him to seek out Hu Xian in person. Congratulations, Lord Hu, on your esteemed promotion to the Grand Standard Bearer of the Huangzi courtyard. Though Jiang Qingye felt a pang of displeasure within, his demeanor remained impeccably respectful. Hu Xian responded with indifference, having firmly established his position within the Demon Suppression Division and gained control over the Huangzi courtyard. He no longer felt the need to extend courtesies to Jiang Qingye. How did the previous matters unfold? Grand Standard Bearer. Matters of the past are distinct from those of the present. You mentioned only Jiang Tao, yet you failed to mention his senior brother, Tian. The two reside in proximity, forming an alliance. To resolve both in one fell swoop is no small feat if Grand Standard Bearer intervenes personally. It should be a mere formality. That may be so, but it will require additional remuneration. Upon hearing Hu Xian's words, Jiang Qingye was seething with rage. The so-called Grand Standard Bearer was merely a 7th-rank official, possessing initial mastery of inner strength. He had already provided a deposit of 100,000 taels. Now, facing repeated price hikes for dealing with a mere practitioner of inner strength, did Hu Xian assume that the Jiang family's resolve was lacking? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Jiang Qingye managed to rein in his emotions. Turning hostile now would render his prior investment of 100,000 taels utterly futile. Very well. I shall offer an additional 50,000 taels. I implore you, Grand Standard Bearer, to take action. Ha ha ha, well said. Today, we shall pay a visit. Whether it be Jiang Tao or He Tian, their failure to pay their respects upon my promotion is a sign of blatant disrespect. It is high time to make an example of them. With the terms agreed upon, Xian's demeanor transformed entirely. Having previously struggled to gather funds for his breakthrough in inner strength, he seized this opportunity to rectify his financial shortfall. Summoning a few trusted subordinates, Xian swaggered over to Jiang Tao's modest courtyard, where his underlings promptly knocked on the door. Where is Jiang Tao? The Grand Standard Bearer is here. Do not delay in welcoming him. However, the courtyard remained silent, and the riders, perplexed, called out thrice in vain. Let us take decisive action. Jiang Tao has always been insubordinate and disrespectful to his elders. Such a person remaining in the Demon Suppression Division will undoubtedly lead to disaster. Seizing the moment, Jiang Qingye fanned the flames of discontent. With a resounding crash, the door to Jiang Tao's courtyard was kicked open, and Xian and his entourage surged inside. Inside the courtyard lay several battered wine jars, reminiscent of a previous occasion, stirring excitement within Jiang Qingye, who hastily followed suit. Alas, Jiang Tao is not present. The courtyard was small, and the riders swiftly searched both inside and outside the dwelling. Aside from the broken wine jars, there was naught else to be found. Jiang Tao had undoubtedly conspired in secrecy and fled in fear of retribution, and as for his accomplice, it could only be He Tian. Upon failing to apprehend Jiang Tao, Xian felt a loss of face before Jiang Qingye and swiftly concocted charges against both Jiang Tao and He Tian. He Tian's modest courtyard was adjacent, and as Xian knocked, a drowsy giant hastily opened the door. Ah, I was unaware of the esteemed presence of the Grand Captain. Forgive my lack of proper welcome. Who might you be? I am Zhang Hu, having just moved into this courtyard yesterday. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable your browser's reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. They have all escaped. A sudden pang of dread struck Jiang Qingye, realizing that his substantial sum of 150,000 taels might be lost, though he was relieved that 50,000 taels remained unpaid. Brother Jiang, do not be agitated. Jiang Tao has stolen the secret brewing methods of the Jiang family and conspired with the enigmatic. Once I issue the warrant, he shall find no refuge under heaven. Xian spoke with fervent conviction. Although this affair was originally Jiang Qingye's alone, Jiang Tao and He Tian had dared to slip away from under his nose, affronting his dignity, and thus the grudge had grown. If other officers were to disregard orders, would they not simply flee? How could he maintain his position as Grand Captain? And what would those above him think? What? You intend to hunt down Jiang Tao and He Tian? Wang, the steward, appeared astonished. Indeed, Jiang Tao has conspired with the mysterious and pilfered the Jiang family's brewing formula, and the aggrieved party has come forth. He Tian is his accomplice. Wang would not, due to his acquaintance with these two, consider shielding them, would he? Xian's gaze bore into Wang, an unmistakable threat in his demeanor. Grand Captain, you jest. My dealings with these two are merely professional. I harbor no intentions of shielding them. I have only heard of superiors penalizing subordinates, never of subordinates penalizing superiors. Wang, unfazed, recalled the previous directive from Jiang Pingfeng regarding Jiang Tao and He Tian, and thus was well informed of the matter. What talk of superiors and subordinates? Xian remained oblivious. This matter, my age may be clouding my memory. Wang stroked his beard, feigning difficulty. You old fox, Xian muttered inwardly, producing a 1,000 tael silver note from his pocket. Oh dear, this eludes me still. To his chagrin, Xian reluctantly withdrew another 1,000 taels, feeling the pinch. Previously, the deposit he received from Jiang Qingye, along with his entire savings, had been spent on resources for breaking through his energy levels. Thus, the 2,000 taels now represented the bounty he had collected from the heads of the officers in the Huang character courtyard over the past few days. Since Grand Captain Hu is so sincere, I shall make an effort to recall. Ah, I remember now, the information is here. Wang cheerfully handed over a document to Xian, who, after a brief examination, felt his breath quicken. Two scoundrels, having evidently secured their positions through dubious means, managed to purchase the title of Celestial Master and gained entry into the Baichao courtyard, while the rest toiled tirelessly, reduced to mere jesters. Observing the ambiguous smile on the face of Manager Wang across the way, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Xian's eyes. This news, bound to become common knowledge soon, had cost him 2,000 taels at the hands of that old rascal. The old fellow had powerful backing. And even as the chief banner of the Huang character courtyard, he found himself utterly powerless against him, which was truly infuriating. Have you tracked down Jiang Tao's whereabouts? Jiang Qingye inquired anxiously at the entrance, and upon seeing Hu Xian emerge, he immediately pressed for answers. Hu Xian cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Qingye, a cold smirk curling his lips as he resolved to reclaim those 2,000 taels from this man. Chief Hu, you cannot act in such a manner. If this matter remains unresolved, how can you expect me to bear the costs? After a moment, Jiang Qingye's composure began to waver. The fact that Jiang Tao had ascended to Celestial Master and entered the Baichao courtyard rendered Hu Xian utterly useless. Young Master Jiang, that is not how the matter stands. The back-and-forth travel and the effort invested in gathering information have incurred considerable expenses. My time is quite valuable. Chapter 105. The King's Task in the resplendent loft of the Jiang residence. Jiang Qingye knelt dejectedly on the floor, his former air of authority entirely diminished. Alas, having accomplished nothing, he had squandered a staggering 150,000 taels of silver, not to mention various incidental expenses. Truly, you are my beloved son. At the head of the room, the patriarch of the Jiang family wore a visage of fury. Though 150,000 taels was not an insubstantial sum, the failed venture had severely dampened their morale. Recently, the Jiang family's liquor business had been severely impacted, with even some of their usual enterprises suffering collateral damage. If they failed to take decisive action, the Jiang family might soon meet the same fate as the Liu family, being torn apart by numerous factions. Alarmingly, the Xuanwu army had begun placing substantial orders for liquor, a perilous indication of their dwindling influence. The Jiang family had established their connections through the liquor trade and the Xuanwu army. Father, this is not my elder brother's fault. Who could have anticipated that the Demon Suppression Division would behave like bandits, refusing to let us leave without payment? Spoke Jiang Wan, the second son of the Jiang patriarch. Hearing this, Jiang Qingye cast a grateful glance at Jiang Wan. In my opinion, my elder brother has toiled for many years, while he may not have achieved notable successes. His efforts are worthy of recognition. However, in business, one must possess foresight, otherwise, one cannot blame others. The Demon Suppression Division is indeed a den of wolves and tigers. It is absurd that my elder brother even considered collaborating with them. It is akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Had I been in charge, such a blunder would never have occurred. Oh, and what do you propose to do? Inquired the patriarch of the Jiang family, suddenly intrigued. Naturally, we must drive away the wolves and devour the tigers. Ignoring the murderous glare from Jiang Qingye, Jiang Wan spoke confidently. What a splendid strategy to drive away the wolves and devour the tigers. Ha! Jiang Qingye's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he observed Jiang Wan engaging in lively conversation with the patriarch. Meanwhile, in the herbal courtyard, Tian was meditating and refining his qi, completely oblivious to the world outside, wholly focused on enhancing his proficiency. His practice of the Qingyun technique had become increasingly adept, as if he was on the verge of grasping a profound insight. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his concentration, and Tian reluctantly opened his eyes. Who is it? Since Tian's return, all the arduous tasks had naturally fallen to Tian, the somewhat reluctant older brother. He had a heavy workload, as she not only had to practice the techniques imparted by Yin, but also complete her academic assignments, leading to a significant alteration in her once exuberant personality. Tian, what brings you here? Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Zhuang Lianxue. The courtyard master has asked me to register the new celestial masters entering the herbal courtyard, and to my astonishment, it is you and Jiang Tao. Zhuang Lianxue elegantly lifted her cup and took a delicate sip of tea. A fragrant breeze wafted through, causing Tian to shiver slightly. For he alone had witnessed her seemingly harmless, yet extraordinarily captivating true nature. I inadvertently found myself breaking through alongside senior brother Jiang. He hails from a brewing background and deemed the herbal courtyard a fitting choice, so I followed suit. Was it not for my sake that you chose this place? Zhuang Lianxue's lips curled into a captivating smile, suggesting that her previous admonition to this young man had not been sufficiently impactful. Despite his youth, he displayed commendable strength. Yet, what value does raw power hold in the hands of an adept like her? She possessed myriad methods to ensure his compliance. Now that he had joined the Baichao Academy, adherence to its rules was imperative. Herein lay the monthly tasks. Tian must exert himself diligently. Zhuang Lianxue cheerfully annotated the task manual before handing it to Tian. Qi blood pills, 1,000 each month. Bone refinement powder, 800 portions monthly. Tranquil heart elixirs, 1,000 bottles. Just a fleeting glance left Tian's scalp tingling with trepidation. What a staggering quantity. He was utterly unversed in alchemy. How could he possibly fulfill such demands? Your expression suggests discontent. Tian, sure. Are you encountering difficulties? Zhuang Lianxue instantly leaned closer, her enchanting eyes scrutinizing every nuance of his reaction. Such a thing is inconceivable. The Academy's head holds me in high regard. I should be elated. Then I implore you to exert every effort. Allow me to remind you that failure to complete the tasks will result in penalties, and in severe cases, expulsion from the Baichao Academy. Zhuang Lianxue spoke with an air of seriousness, yet Tian merely nodded in acquiescence, offering no further response. Once she departed, Zhuang Lianxue clenched her fists, vexed that he had not sought her mercy. She had multiplied his workload tenfold. He was surely doomed. After her exit, Tian meticulously re-examined the list of concoctions he was to prepare. The processes were intricate, and the quantities overwhelming. The raw materials alone exceeded 1,000 varieties. Even with the assistance of Jiang Tao and his sister, completion seemed an insurmountable task. Consequently, not only would he lack time for cultivation, but also the distillation of spirits would be delayed. Knocking on Jiang Tao's door, Tian intended to discuss the matter with his senior brother. What? There are alchemical tasks? Jiang Tao, bewildered, handed Tian his own task manual, which contained only superficial assignments related to study and observation, nothing hands-on. Why is there such a vast discrepancy between our responsibilities? Tian pondered, perplexed. Perhaps you have offended Zhuang Lianxue? She appeared quite normal when she spoke with me. Jiang Tao suggested. Offended? That scarcely encompasses it. Yet it was not my fault. Tian lamented inwardly, feeling helpless as he departed, relieved that Jiang Tao had not been implicated. Greed, come forth. Back in his small courtyard and alchemical workshop, Tian bellowed. What now? Disturbing an elder's rest is exceedingly impolite, Greed replied, its tone sluggish and tinged with inebriation. I had anticipated that joining the Baichao Academy would allow me to cultivate in peace, yet I never imagined it would be so demanding, with expectations of submitting hundreds, even thousands of elixirs. How on earth can one accomplish such a Herculean task? Tian sighed heavily. In truth, one could simply bow before Zhuang Lianxue and admit one's mistakes, humbly yielding without subjecting oneself to such disgrace. A man of honor should not easily lower his head to anyone, not even to a beauty. Tian spoke with piercing intensity. If you possess such courage, then await your demise, for this is a task beyond human capability. Greed yawned, contemplating a return to slumber. Awaken. My call was not merely to witness my plight, but to devise a solution. You just stated that this is beyond human ability. If it is not human, does that not imply it can be accomplished? Are you suggesting that wealth can manipulate the supernatural? Many have engaged in the cultivation of the uncanny. Affluent individuals often amuse themselves with a few minor anomalies. In Chunfeng Alley, beguiling spirits thrive, and the military harbors a number of bloodthirsty fiends. However, my friend, you are currently within the Demon Suppression Bureau, which is rather brazen. Yet that is preferable to awaiting death. Moreover, are you not a creature of the uncanny as well? If you can be of use to me, it is worth a try. Upon hearing Tian's words, Greed fell silent for a moment. Was he yet another human consumed by avarice, daring to engage with the supernatural? Such a path was perilous. However, Tian held a different conviction. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. This insight was gleaned during his encounter with a 7th-grade anomaly in the Demon Locking Tower, where he faced the brink of life and death. His understanding of this world was woefully insufficient. If he wished to progress further in the future, he must confront all of it boldly. Most critically, he possessed a system. Alleviating his concerns about being possessed or having his essence usurped, this paramount issue. Thus, take this method of controlling anomalies and contemplate its potential. It may yet prove beneficial. Greed remained indifferent to Tian's fervor, recognizing that the strength of one's energy could summon anomalies only up to the 1st grade, with most being unranked specters, perfectly suited to serve as sustenance for my spirit. Chapter 106. Mastery over the wraiths. The expenditure of vitality or spiritual energy in exchange for peculiar subordinates from the domain Lord of the Uncanny can yield remarkable results. This realization dawned upon Tian after his cultivation of the art of controlling the bizarre. 3 wisps of shadow followed closely behind him, swirling with evident excitement. Tian could sense a warm affinity emanating from these wraiths. However, upon physical contact, a distinct depletion of vitality could be felt. Indeed, humans and the uncanny are natural adversaries, unable to coexist. With a mere thought, Tian commanded the 3 shadows to commence the grinding of medicinal herbs, purging impurities, igniting flames, and concocting elixirs. The entire process required no effort from Tian. He merely needed to periodically nourish them with vitality and spiritual energy. He discovered that feeding them spiritual energy proved to be more effective than vitality. His spiritual energy had soared to over 1,400 points, and the three wraiths consumed approximately 100 points daily. While his cultivation of the celestial and earthly 8 desolations technique allowed him to absorb over 100 points from the natural environment each day, achieving a delicate balance. With the assistance of these wraiths, Tian found himself liberated from mundane tasks, such as cooking and laundry. Furthermore, he realized that since delegating the alchemical processes to the wraiths, he too could gain proficiency in the art of pill refinement, albeit at a significantly reduced rate, approximately 1/10 of what he would achieve through personal practice. Such gains filled Tian with joy, prompting him to devote more time to the cultivation of the art of controlling the bizarre. Currently, he could command 3 wraiths, and should he advance further, the number could increase to 5. You actually nurture wraiths of such peculiarity. As a practitioner of the uncanny, Tian possessed a sensitivity to the bizarre that was markedly different from others. Indeed, I have recently delved into a method of controlling the uncanny, Tian admitted candidly, withholding no secrets. So you are using your vitality to nourish them, Tian exclaimed. Tian hesitated to reveal his secret of utilizing spiritual energy, for the greedy had long warned him that spiritual energy had vanished millennia ago. Should this secret be disclosed and reach the ears of certain formidable entities, his life would be in peril. Young man, heed my warning. The uncanny is insatiable, whether you nourish them with your own vitality or that of others. Once they grow powerful, they will inevitably turn against their master, Tian cautioned gravely, choosing not to elaborate further as his primary focus shifted to Hisisi. After a rigorous period of training and an ample supply of potent elixirs, Hisisi had broken through to the inner strength level at the tender age of 13, a rarity in the entire Hedong prefecture. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Tian bowed respectfully. Once Tian departed, Tian cast a glance at the plumpest wraith nearby, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. This particular wraith had been summoned first and had received Tian's spiritual energy for the longest duration. It radiated a spectral glow, on the verge of an upgrade. With this thought, Tian summoned his inner spiritual energy, and a sphere of blue light materialized in his palm. Instantly, all the wraiths gathered around, with the first summoned wraith rushing forth. Its rotund form collided with 2 others vying for the nourishment, and in one swift motion, it devoured the spiritual energy from Tian's hand. The specter suddenly shimmered with a radiant blue light, embarking on its ascension. The misty form began to solidify, taking on a more defined shape, with its head and limbs gradually extending. Before long, a black, second-grade eerie specter materialized. Surrender your body to me. A raspy voice echoed ominously. The specter, unable to contain its desire, ensnared Tian, intending to possess him and extract his spiritual energy. Suddenly, a blood-red tongue shot forth, wrapping around the specter and dragging it into its maw. The ghastly wails and the sounds of chewing filled the air, only to be silenced moments later. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 2 specters became significantly more subdued. As anticipated, betrayal was all too easy, yet greed rendered it inconsequential. Feeling a chilling essence surge through his wrist, Tian glanced at his system. Earlier, he had expended 500 points of spiritual energy to allow the specter to devour and evolve into a ghost. Now, following its consumption by greed, he was returned over 400 points, effectively recuperating most of his spiritual expenditure. Thus, once these specters were sufficiently nourished, they could be offered to greed, serving as free labor. Days passed, and Tian summoned the bizarre once more, gathering 5 specters. He designated 3 for alchemical pursuits and 2 for martial arts training. Although the proficiency feedback was less than his own, they could toil tirelessly, round the clock, collectively equating to 4 hours of his rigorous practice. Observing the 2 specters wielding their sabers against each other, Tian nodded in approval. This indeed represented a form of automated training. In just a month, he had amassed 8 furnaces of true energy, achieving results comparable to years of arduous cultivation for others. After expending over 20 days, he had successfully refined all the necessary elixirs. His alchemical skills soared, now enabling him to concoct pills suitable for the inner strength stage. Utilizing decade-old superior herbs as catalysts, their efficacy remarkable. Naturally, these precious concoctions were bestowed upon Hisisi. Who would have imagined your talent in alchemy could reach such heights? He mused, somewhat dazed. The last time he encountered someone capable of refining inner strength elixirs with such finesse was an elderly alchemist well past 50. Yet, Tian was merely 19. There's no need for formality, senior. Cici is my sister, and caring for her is my duty. If you insist on offering something in return, I would appreciate it if you could impart a few more sets of the profound martial techniques like the Qinyan. Tian replied with a respectful bow. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. Have I not already imparted several techniques to you? The issue lies in my newfound ability to summon 8 specters, greatly enhancing the efficiency of skill mastery. Were it not for certain techniques related to spiritual energy or vitality that the specters cannot cultivate, the speed of my progress would have surged even further. Very well, I observe that you possess a penchant for rigorous training. Here is a tome on the Vajrabodhi, a practice from the Buddhist tradition, which is notoriously challenging to master. However, given your foundation in the immovable king, you may find it worth attempting. Ultimately, you managed to acquire a formidable technique known as the 7 Stars Hard Skill from Tian, which filled Tian with immense joy. As a man, there is no such thing as being too formidable. Tian, today marks the day of the alchemical assessment conducted by the academy head. Where are your potions? Tian remained enraptured by the exhilaration of his rapidly escalating prowess. Suddenly, Zhuang Lianxue made a surprise visit, catching Tian off guard, accompanied by several individuals. These individuals are none other than the enforcement masters of the Demon Suppression Division, so do not entertain thoughts of deceitful tricks to escape scrutiny. Zhuang Lianxue had initially wished to avoid such a tense atmosphere, yet Tian's reluctance to plead for leniency incited her irritation. Little did they know that by the end of the month, during the assessment, the Demon Suppression Division unexpectedly dispatched several enforcement masters, rendering it impossible for Zhuang Lianxue to extend any clemency to Tian. Chapter 107. Smooth Passage. The new keyboard novel website promptly updates the latest chapter of Martial Arts Ascension, Proficiency Cultivation System. Master, he may not yet comprehend the customs of our realm. As the saying goes, with greater power comes greater responsibility. The management of the Huang Character Academy is rather lenient, not due to the laxity of the Demon Suppression Division's regulations, but because the ordinary riders within the academy face precarious circumstances, where a single misstep in the battle against the uncanny could lead to demise. Thus, the Demon Suppression Masters refrain from probing too deeply, whereas the Heavenly Masters enjoy not only generous benefits, but also symbolize the face of the Demon Suppression Division. Master He, upon comparison, will undoubtedly recognize that his current life starkly contrasts with his previous existence in the Huang Character Academy. One of the enforcement Heavenly Masters spoke, to which he nodded in agreement, expressing his satisfaction with the cultivation environment at the Herb Academy. However, such favorable treatment is not intended to support idleness. In the City of Divine Emblems, even a moderately upscale residence with 3 entrances and exits commands a monthly rent of 100,000 taels. To purchase a property outright, one must possess at least 10 million taels. Otherwise, such aspirations are mere fantasies. Moreover, mere wealth is insufficient. One must also wield influence. Without it, even if one successfully acquires a home, peace of mind remains elusive. The comfort and ease of your current residence and cultivation are solely due to the backing of the Demon Suppression Division. In light of this, contributing to the Demon Suppression Division is expected of you. It does not require the same desperate struggle as in the Huang Character Academy. Do you comprehend this? The Enforcement Heavenly Master inquired. I fully understand and wholeheartedly support it, he replied, acknowledging the wisdom of relying on a robust foundation for comfort. However, should you fail to fulfill your tasks, you will face corresponding consequences. This time, as a first offender, 2 months' salary will be deducted. Should there be a recurrence, you will be asked to vacate the Herb Academy. Do you have any objections regarding this matter? I do have objections. They are quite significant. What? After all I've said, you still harbor discontent? Consider this carefully. Opposing the Enforcement Heavenly Masters equates to defying the very regulations of the Demon Suppression Division. Ultimately, you alone will bear the consequences. Young one, possessing strength is commendable, yet a fiery temper can be detrimental. The Enforcement Heavenly Master understood that many young talents, upon ascending to the realm of Qi, often become arrogant, believing they have reached the pinnacle of the secular world. Yet, this is far from the truth. The current approach of the Demon Suppression Division aims to force these individuals out of their comfort zones, employing a series of tasks to awaken them. As a Heavenly Master, possessing Qi means that from this moment, they are equipped to confront the uncanny in battle. The Demon Suppression Division will unceremoniously cast them into the front lines against the uncanny, rather than coddling them as the aristocracy does with fine wines and sumptuous feasts. This delineates a significant difference. One is a warrior representing humanity, while the other is a puppet of noble families, with disparate treatment and divergent futures. Most Qi practitioners supported by noble families remain stagnant at the Qi level. In contrast, Heavenly masters who engage in combat with the uncanny undergo a rebirth through blood and fire. Surviving several life and death crises will yield immense rewards, elevating their prowess to new heights. With even loftier stages such as minor masters and grand masters awaiting their ascent, Zhuang Lianxue gazed at Tian, her desire to interject several times restrained. This matter necessitated personal comprehension. Only those who truly grasped it could persist in their battle against the bizarre, while those who failed to understand would inevitably depart. Even Zhuang Lianxue, initially burdened with trepidation regarding the arduous task of alchemy, found her resolve bolstered by her competitive spirit with Ji Qiuping, which enabled her to persevere. I understand completely. Is it not merely a struggle against the uncanny? As a descendant of humble origins, I fear not toil or hardship. Whatever the Demon Suppression Bureau requires, I shall undertake, for the crafting of potions is but a trifling matter. The real conundrum lies in the fact that I have already perfected my potions. Why, then, should my salary be docked? Though the remuneration is modest, I still value my dignity. Tian offered an explanation, a trace of perplexity evident on his countenance. Zhuang Lianxue exchanged glances with the two enforcement celestial masters, both perceiving a hint of incredulity in each other's eyes. The regulations of the Demon Suppression Bureau often left newly elevated celestial masters in disarray, save for a select few elders who were privy to such matters in advance. The Herb Hall specializes in alchemy, the artifact workshop in talisman crafting and equipment forging, while the Demon Locking Tower is tasked with purging the strange entities that emerge from all directions, endeavoring to retrieve materials from these uncanny beings. It can be said that the Herb Hall's alchemical tasks are comparatively lighter and the least perilous, yet they also entail the greatest volume of work. Apart from celestial masters proficient in alchemy, who can manage the tasks with relative ease, others typically toil throughout the night in their first month, often resorting to considerable expenditure to barely fulfill a fraction of their duties. Moreover, Zhuang Lianxue sought to witness Tian's embarrassment, deliberately appending a 0 to the task count. This was not a standard requirement from the Demon Suppression Bureau, and even the most adept alchemist could not possibly meet it. Tian, you have greatly disappointed me. I initially believed that, despite your intellectual shortcomings, you at least possessed honesty. It appears, however, that you are far less than I anticipated. Everyone, please enter. The truth will reveal itself. As Zhuang Lianxue remained skeptical, Tian boldly invited the gathering into the inner courtyard. Lifting a corner of the oilcloth, he revealed bundles of meticulously packaged medicinal powders and vials, stacked neatly like a small mountain. A cursory estimation suggested that the quantity exceeded the task's stipulated requirements. Could these be inferior potions? Remembering that a celestial master had previously failed to complete a task and had substituted subpar products, Zhuang Lianxue felt a pang of anxiety, seeking clues on Tian's face. Yet he remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calmness. One enforcement celestial master stepped forward to randomly select a vial, uncapping it to inhale a rich and authentic fragrance of herbs. He poured a small, blood-red pill into his mouth, the unique faint metallic taste of the chi blood pill enveloping his palate, and upon swallowing, it swiftly transformed into a warm current nourishing his vitality. Superior quality, indeed, and of the highest grade. The enforcement celestial master's eyes brightened in astonishment. I did not expect Master He to be a genius in alchemy. I apologize for any prior offense. Talents, willing to exert themselves for the Demon Suppression Division, compelled even the law-enforcing celestial masters to set aside their initial disdain and bow respectfully. Oh, it is nothing. I merely excel at performing such arduous tasks, he modestly replied. These law enforcers, with their heads crowned in white and their bodies frail with age, now deigned to pay their respects, leaving Tian feeling somewhat embarrassed. As heaps of elixirs were transported, Tian gleaned from the celestial masters the true number of tasks at hand. He had accomplished in one breath what others could not in 10 months. It turned out to be a playful scheme concocted by Zhuang Lianxue, prompting a wry smile from Tian. I am unsure of your methods, but I am certain you harbor secrets, and I shall uncover them, she declared, casting a piercing glance at Tian as she departed. Oh dear, I must warn you. Once a woman becomes curious about a stranger, it often signals her impending infatuation. Tian, you are nearing 20. Seize the moment. As Zhuang Lianxue's figure receded from view, a sense of greed began to nag at him. Silence, Tian exclaimed, shutting the door firmly. This world is fraught with deception. Gangs flourish, noble families commit heinous acts. The court proves ineffectual, and the people suffer. Here he is, harboring numerous secrets and living on the edge. Coupled with the presence of such a formidable woman, what future awaits him? In the instant the door closed, Tian cast one last glance at the silhouette of the enchanting figure, a multitude of complex thoughts flashing through his mind. Chapter 108. The order under the Celestial Star Tower in the grand encampment of the Xuanwu army. The patrolling soldiers leaned lazily against their long spears, yawning incessantly. Soon, they cast envious glances at a massive tent situated at the heart of the military camp. Within, the resounding laughter and merriment emanated from the grand tent of Captain Zhang Kuei. "Brother Zhang, drink up." Zhang Kuei, with bleary eyes, beckoned. The monotony of garrison life was unbearable, yet fortune smiled upon him with the presence of a dear friend like Jiang Wan, who had brought exquisite wine and enchanting songstresses. Otherwise, the days would have been insufferable. Alas, I too wish to indulge in a few more cups, yet the world is in turmoil, and it seems opportunities for revelry with Brother Zhang will be scarce in the future. Jiang Wan raised his cup, downing its contents in one swift motion, his tone laden with unspoken burdens. What troubles could the Zhang family possibly face? Zhang Kuei mused, perceiving these noble families as basking in opulence, their lives infinitely better than his own in the military camp. "Brother Zhang, you are unaware of the calamity that has befallen our Zhang family." Jiang Wan slowly revealed the grievous plight of their wine business, deliberately maligning Jiang Tao, painting him as utterly worthless despite the generosity he had received from the Jiang family. "He has betrayed our kin, selling our formulas and nearly leading the Jiang family to ruin. Such treachery. Brother Jiang, you may need to take a stand against your own kin," Zhang Kuei remarked with a sigh, though he offered little further insight. Jiang Wan silently cursed under his breath. Moments ago, they were brothers united in fate, yet now Zhang Kuei appeared merely a passive listener to his tale. How disappointing, considering he had summoned two beauties to attend to him. Nevertheless, with a furrowed brow, Jiang Wan produced a ledger from his bosom and handed it to Zhang Kuei. Zhang Kuei casually flipped through its pages, revealing a plethora of figures resembling an account book. "What is this?" "This is the ledger painstakingly copied by my associates from the Fragrant Tower. In just half a year, Jiang Tao has pilfered over 22 million taels through his illicit sales, primarily in the Hedong prefecture. He has already begun to infiltrate other regions. Before long, this wine shall permeate the entire Tianwu kingdom and may even reach the lands of the barbarians, who are quite fond of fine wines." Upon hearing Jiang Wan's words, Zhang Kuei's previously drowsy mind abruptly awakened. This single product could generate at least 50 million taels annually. I can only wonder what the profit margin might be. Jiang Tao has taken refuge in the Demon Suppression Office, offering half of his profits as protection fees, yielding several million taels each month. With the Demon Suppression Office backing him, our Jiang family is powerless to act, compelled to watch our business decline. Perhaps we shall not enjoy such jovial gatherings with Brother Zhang in the future. Jiang Wan lamented, raising his cup once more for another swift drink. Several million taels a month, and if that is merely half, does that not imply a profit margin exceeding 70%? Zhang Kuei's mind raced with calculations. He understood the high profitability of alcoholic beverages, yet the court imposed no heavy taxes, primarily because the Tianwu kingdom was founded on martial prowess. Alcohol invigorated the blood, and warriors relished it. Heavy taxation on wines could easily incite discontent among the martial populace. However, the liquor business is fiercely competitive, predominantly monopolized by affluent families. Presently, it appears that the Jiang family's interests in this sector have been usurped by a relative named Jiang Tao from the Demon Suppression Division. Observing the flicker of hope in Jiang Wan's eyes, Zhang Kuei could not help but smirk inwardly. Was it not merely a matter of crossing a threshold? With the formidable strength of my 30,000 Xuanwu troops, I could undoubtedly exert pressure on the Demon Suppression Division to reclaim this lucrative liquor trade. However, what benefit would I derive from this? The majority of the profits would still be siphoned off by the Jiang family. Should matters escalate with the Demon Suppression Division, the burden would fall squarely upon my shoulders. It seems that the Jiang family's liquor business may be on the verge of collapse. What a pity. Nevertheless, the Jiang family is vast and prosperous, brimming with talent. It is likely that they will soon innovate and reclaim their market share. Come, my dear brother Jiang, let us continue to drink and not be troubled by such mundane affairs. Drink to your heart's content. Jiang Wan silently cursed but feigned compliance. After a night of debauchery, he returned to the Jiang residence, weary in both body and spirit, intending to rest briefly in his chamber when he was abruptly called out. "Where have you been indulging, second brother?" It was Jiang Qingye who spoke. "To see you awake at such an early hour, could it be that you have found new employment? Intending to economize and swiftly fill that deficit of 150,000 taels? I am truly impressed." Jiang Wan replied, "As for me, my excursions have merely led me to Spring Breeze Alley for a fleeting visit, with expenses amounting to but a few hundred taels, truly negligible. After a moment of derision directed at Jiang Chengye, Jiang Wan departed, leaving his brother gnashing his teeth in frustration. As he stepped outside, Jiang Wan shed the earlier pretense of frivolity. He had already expended 30,000 taels on the Xuanwu troops, and judging by yesterday's display, Zhang's ambitions were far from satiated. Should he continue to pin his hopes on the Xuanwu troops, the cost could prove exorbitant. In that moment, 3 words flashed in his mind: Tianqing Tower. Located in the southeast of Shunhui City, near the docks amidst a myriad of gangs and a tangle of intrigue, it was the perfect locale for Tianqing Tower to thrive. A masked figure, guided by a waiter, slowly ascended to the 3rd floor of Tianqing Tower. The 1st floor buzzed with chatter, the 2nd dealt in information, while the 3rd was reserved for task commissions. "May I inquire what task you wish to commission?" asked a young, green-clad steward. "To kill," the visitor replied, revealing himself to be Jiang Wan. "Very well, but the price for such a service is steep. Might I inquire if you have sufficient funds?" With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Wan displayed a thick stack of banknotes. "Bring tea." As the fragrant steam wafted through the air, Jiang Wan's mood steadied. Not only did he seek to take a life, but he also intended to extract from the victim the coveted formula for crossing the threshold. This presents quite a dilemma. While taking a life may be an easier task, capturing one alive proves to be far more challenging. In addition, the necessity of extracting information complicates matters even further. The proprietor in the green attire stroked his beard, shaking his head. Could it be that the Tianqing Tower is incapable of handling such a task? Of course, they are more than capable. However, it will come at a price. The proprietor chuckled. For having conducted business at Tianqing Tower for so long, he was well versed in the intricacies of the trade. Even the simplest of tasks for Tianqing Tower must be portrayed as a monumental challenge. Only in this manner can one sell mediocre goods at exorbitant prices and reap substantial profits. 1,300,000 taels. How could such a staggering sum be justified? To understand the rationale, one must first pay a deposit of 200,000 taels. Observing the proprietor's confident demeanor, Jiang Wan felt a pang of hesitation. Over 1 million taels was a significant sum for the Jiang family, while it would not cripple them. The withdrawal of such a large amount would force them to forego certain ventures due to insufficient liquidity. The family's plans to nurture and support martial artists would also have to be curtailed. Alas, the fate of their endeavors hinged on this singular decision. If they could indeed extract the formula from Jiang Tao, then the expenditure of over 1 million taels would be entirely justified. Moments later, Jiang Wan left Tianqing Tower, burdened with heavy thoughts. He had never anticipated that Jiang Tao had already reached the pinnacle of energy mastery. Eliminating a master of such caliber was undoubtedly worth 1 million. There was no dispute regarding the price. However, Jiang Wan himself had remained merely at the level of internal energy for many years without making any breakthroughs. All his efforts had been devoted to family matters, first contending with the elder Jiang Bia, then with his brother Jiang Chengye. And now he found himself in conflict with Jiang Tao, the grandson of Jiang Bia. If Tianqing Tower intervened, Jiang Tao would surely meet his demise. Yet, if Jiang Chengye sought the assistance of Tianqing Tower, one could only wonder how much Jiang Wan's own life would be valued. 1 million taels would certainly not suffice. Chapter 109. The Poisoning by the Celestial Demon Cult in the Heart of Divine Emblem City, on Spring Breeze Alley. A drunken figure staggered to his feet after having collapsed on the ground. How did I end up sleeping on the street? His mind was clouded, and suddenly, a wave of nausea surged through his stomach, compelling him to squat down and vomit violently. Initially, he expelled nothing but dark, foul substances, but soon it transformed into bright red blood. Moments later, the man collapsed, his face ashen. Half an hour later, the startled cries of passers-by echoed. The deceased, known as Niu Er, was a servant of the city lord's mansion who had gone out to seek the company of his beloved Xiao Taohong after receiving his monthly pay, only to succumb to drunkenness by the roadside. A constable from the demon subduing division, pinching his nose, examined the corpse and remarked, "Since this is a case of strange occurrences, we should also bring in that Xiao Taohong for questioning." Tian, newly appointed and barely 2 months into his position, had already encountered 5 homicide cases, surpassing the total from the previous year. All due to strange happenings? I shall see who dares to disregard my authority. In the cell, a plump middle-aged woman wept profusely, and upon witnessing her, Tian shook his head in dismay. Why summon Xiao Taohong, only to bring in this old madam? Sir, this woman is indeed Xiao Taohong. Niu Er's peculiar tastes left Tian utterly bewildered. How could such an unattractive individual conduct business? The denizens of Spring Breeze Alley were known for harboring charming spirits, and this woman was among the more skilled. As if to validate the constable's words, Xiao Taohong suddenly spoke in a sweet, high-pitched voice, an otherworldly aura emanating from her. Her form swiftly transforming from that of a stout matron into a delicate and charming young woman. My lord. With a melodious lilt, Xiao Taohong began to lament, claiming that although she nurtured charming spirits, it was merely for entertainment and to enliven the atmosphere. These spirits merely fed on the vitality of visiting men and could never possibly take a life. Seeing no fruitful answers, Tian waved his hand, releasing Xiao Taohong. Spring Breeze Alley was under the jurisdiction of Lord Sun. Lacking evidence, he dared not make arbitrary arrests. As night descended, a full moon illuminated the sky, and at the stroke of midnight, a crimson cloud unexpectedly drifted across the heavens, tinting the moonlight a rosy hue. The doors of the houses near Spring Breeze Alley swung open in succession, revealing staggering figures with blood-red eyes. My lord, these citizens are deeply poisoned. If we do not act quickly, they may soon transform into corpse-like apparitions, and the toxic influence will be difficult to contain. Do not fret. It is merely a few hundred, replied Tian. Even if they do erupt, it will only pose minor inconveniences for the demon-subduing division. It will not amount to much. Beneath the moonlight, two shadows observed this bizarre scene. One of them extended a hand transformed into a claw and declared, "Disperse this poison into every well in the city. Within 3 days, Divine Emblem City will be overrun by these apparitions." Hearing the leader's words, the other cloaked figure felt a chill of apprehension. In the city of Shenhui, with a population exceeding 1 million, a comprehensive poisoning would likely spare the martial artists and the affluent, but the impoverished who rely on public wells for sustenance would face inevitable doom. The Tianyao sect indeed acts with ruthless malevolence. As the crimson moon vanished, the populace once again returned to their homes in a daze. Yet 3 individuals collapsed on the spot, falling into an unresponsive slumber. Reports reached Huzongchi that 3 more bodies had been discovered in Chunfeng Alley. What? It has only been a day. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please exit the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and disable any ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Tian was suddenly startled, a wave of headache washing over him. Not only in Chunfeng Alley, but several surrounding areas had also reported inexplicable deaths. An urgent deadline for solving the case loomed, yet he had no leads. Sir, in my humble opinion, these individuals must have fallen victim to a treacherous poison. If poison is the method, it pertains to the affairs of Baichao Academy. Tian's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he appreciatively patted the speaker's shoulder in encouragement. Tian, the dean has summoned you. Tian slowly opened his eyes, bewildered. He had completed his tasks in a continuous stretch over 10 months, and logically, he should have no obligations at this moment. Nevertheless, he decided to heed the dean's request promptly to avoid any discontent. Rising to his feet, Tian noted that his vital energy had accumulated to 12 furnaces, on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi strength. His spiritual power had surpassed 2,300 points, and he could control 10 peculiar entities. Moreover, his proficiency in the 7-star level hard skill, the diamond body, had reached a commendable level, marking a significant transformation since his initial days at Baichao Academy. Securing the purple weapon, the Moonbreaker blade, at his waist, he relished its power, which was more than 5 times that of the Sanyua blade and possessed a lightning attribute, making it a formidable asset against the uncanny. The discarded Sanyua blade had been gifted to his sister. Brother Jiang, you're here as well? He rushed to the dean's office, only to find Jiang Tao present. I heard there is a task for us. What task? ISNT, it said that the Celestial Masters of Baichao Academy do not undertake missions? Who told you that Celestial Masters are exempt from missions? A commanding voice resonated. Tian turned to see a middle-aged woman enter, adorned in splendid attire, exuding an air of nobility. The jade token at her waist was undoubtedly of great value. And Zhuang Lianxue and others followed her, displaying utmost deference. She must be the dean. I am Dan Shui, the dean of Baichao Academy. Tian, I am acquainted with you. Your proficiency in alchemy holds some merit. Deanie nodded at Tian. Tian hastily clasped his fists in greeting. However, residing within Baichao Academy, mere alchemical skills were far from sufficient. Alchemy could only assist and heal, while strategies for combat were essential. As disciples of Baichao Academy, our expertise lies in the art of poison. Tian, how adept are you in this craft? This chapter is not yet complete. Please click on the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. I have not yet mastered the methods of utilizing poison. As the Celestial Master of the Herb Academy, to be incapable of wielding poison would surely invite ridicule. By happenstance, there are malevolent beings in Divine Emblem City, deploying sinister toxins that plague the populace. The garrison commander has tasked our Herb Academy with addressing this matter. Seizing this opportunity, let Zhuang Lianxue take you two newcomers out to broaden your horizons. Yes, we shall dutifully heed the directive of Dean E. Tian cast a glance at Zhuang Lianxue, noticing a look of triumph on her face, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. The trio departed from the dean's office, and Zhuang Lianxue began to issue instructions. Tian, you and Jiang Tao should not assume that your elevation to the ranks of formidable warriors renders you invincible to toxins. Today, I shall impart a lesson. Observing the bewildered expressions on Tian and Jiang Tao's faces, Zhuang Lianxue smiled slightly and chanted, 3, 2, 1, fall. With a thud, Jiang Tao collapsed to the ground. Fast asleep. Tian glanced at Jiang Tao, then at Zhuang Lianxue, astonished by her ability to incapacitate Jiang Tao so effortlessly. Strange, why are you unaffected? Zhuang Lianxue inquired, somewhat puzzled. It may be that I retired early last night, and now, seeing a beautiful sister, I am too excited to sleep. Tian, aware of his immunity to common poisons due to the modifications he had undergone, sought not to undermine Zhuang Lianxue's authority and hastily offered an explanation. Zhuang Lianxue furrowed her brow. At the very moment Tian began to flatter her, she unleashed a few more toxins, yet Tian remained unperturbed. How infuriating. Yet, this is rather intriguing. I have new subjects for experimentation. Tian sensed the fluctuations in Zhuang Lianxue's expressions, feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 110. Pursuing clues in the mortuary. Despite an abundance of ice and odor-neutralizing herbs, the stench of decay from the corpses was inescapable. Particularly after the outbreak of the sinister poison, a multitude of lives had been lost in Divine Emblem City. Some impoverished citizens could not even afford the fee to enter the mortuary and were left to hastily bury their dead in the wilderness outside the city. Master Zhuang, these are the bodies of the deceased citizens from the past 10 days. The guide, Tiki, led Tian and his companions to the entrance of the mortuary before hastily retreating. As the foul odor wafted from within, Zhuang Lianxue frowned, producing a veiled cloak to shield her hair and face. Tian and Jiang Tao followed suit, wrapping their heads and faces in black cloth. They carried medicinal pouches capable of dispelling pests and plagues. Zhuang Lianxue distributed 3 packets of medicine, their fragrant aroma alleviating some of the pervasive stench of death. Inside the mortuary lay over 30 bodies, grotesquely arranged. The corpses, victims of the sinister poison, could not be properly interred. To prevent them from transforming into malevolent spirits, they would be incinerated after Tian and the others completed their examination. As they surveyed the remains, it became evident that the majority of the deceased were the elderly. Women and children, each bearing peachwood nails secured to their chests and foreheads to stave off any premature transformations. Tian, come here and pry open the mouth of the corpse. Zhuang Lianxue commanded. Why pry open the dead's mouth? Tian asked, puzzled. To seek clues, of course. With me here, even the dead must speak. Zhuang Lianxue replied with unwavering confidence. Reluctantly, Tian approached to assist. The deceased's jaws were clenched tightly, their expressions twisted in agony, evidently having suffered immensely before death. As Tian extended his right hand, a voice of greed echoed in his ear. Can't you use your left hand? I just washed myself clean this morning. Without responding to the voice, Tian gripped the corpse's jaw and pulled, dislocating the deceased's chin. The cavernous mouth gaped open, revealing teeth and tongue as dark as night, sending chills down the spine of onlookers. Zhuang Lianxue retrieved an incense stick, igniting it before inserting it beside the corpse's mouth. A peculiar scent wafted forth with the curling smoke, drawing the attention of all 3. What are you staring at me for? Do I have clues on my face? Focus on the corpse. Zhuang Lianxue suddenly shouted at Tian, who quickly redirected his gaze. At that moment, the corpse's Adam's apple twitched unexpectedly. Jiang, did you see that? I did, Jiang Tao whispered in response, both men instinctively raising their thumbs and unsheathing their blades slightly. After a brief pause, the body remained still. Tian sighed in relief. I told you. How could one possibly make the dead speak? Such absurdity. Suddenly, the corpse let out a fierce roar, sitting upright with bulging eyes and writhing limbs. What the hell? Is it alive again? Tian decisively took a step back, and Jiang Tao, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit, both retreating to hide behind Zhuang Lianxue. 2 worthless fools. Do you still consider yourselves men? Zhuang Lianxue cast a scornful glance at the 2. Suddenly, the deceased emitted a ferocious roar, and from its mouth emerged a long black worm, resembling a centipede, measuring over 1 meter in length, its appearance fearsome and menacing, charging straight at Zhuang Lianxue. With a swift motion, both He Tian and Jiang Tao drew their blades. Jiang Tao cleaved the creature in two, while He Tian unleashed a barrage of slashes, reducing the worm to fragments. Stop! Zhuang Lianxue barely had time to intervene before the creature lay lifeless. Well done, Brother He. Your swordsmanship is commendable. Brother Jiang, your energy is impressive. The two men exchanged mutual praises. However, Zhuang Lianxue gritted her teeth, her anger boiling within her. Two arrogant fools, daring to act in my presence. Suddenly, Jiang Tao staggered, a visible layer of black mist enveloping his face. Brother Jiang, it seems you have been poisoned? Brother He, you too. Before Jiang Tao could finish his sentence, he collapsed, foaming at the mouth. In stark contrast, the black mist on He Tian's face quickly dissipated, and he soon returned to normal. Master Zhuang, look. This spectral worm spreads its spores, colorless and odorless. When you killed it, your blade's energy scattered the spores everywhere. Inhaling just a little would allow them to take root within and hatch larvae that would devour your insides. Zhuang Lianxue extracted a black pill from her medicinal pouch and pressed it into Jiang Tao's mouth. After a brief moment, Jiang Tao awoke with a start, violently expelling a mouthful of congealed blood, within which wriggled numerous tiny worms. I've administered the anti-parasitic medicine. It has now suppressed the spectral worms within you. Take one a day, and in 10 to 15 days, the remnants will be expelled. Jiang Tao expressed his gratitude profusely. Strange, Brother He, why are you unaffected? Jiang Tao looked at He Tian with confusion, noting that He Tian showed no signs of infection. Brother Jiang, I have already been harmed by treacherous individuals, leaving residual poison within me. It is likely that the spores of these spectral worms were killed by the toxin. From now on, you must all heed my instructions and refrain from complicating matters further. Weren't we concerned for your safety when we acted? He Tian offered a sheepish smile. Zhuang Lianxue repeated her actions, extracting another spectral worm from a different corpse. This time, He Tian and Jiang Tao remained perfectly still, having learned their lesson. The spectral worm again lunged at Zhuang Lianxue. She scattered a powder, and the spectral worm immediately shrieked in agony, turning to flee outside the mortuary. Pursuing swiftly, the spectral worms, upon sustaining injury, exhibit a tendency to retreat to their nests. These worms are merely minions. No matter how many are slain, it proves futile. Only by locating the progenitor can one eradicate them entirely. With a wave of her hand, Zhuang Lianxue signaled for He Tian and the others to follow. Is the source of this insidious poison truly these spectral worms? He Tian inquired along the way. You are not entirely dim-witted. Zhuang Lianxue shot He Tian a glance. He Tian fell into a moment of speechlessness. Just as the trio departed from the ancestral hall, two figures clad in black emerged. The one adorned in a yellow and black outfit is Jiang Tao. Indeed. Shall we strike now? Let us observe for a moment. They possess 3 energy auras, while we have only compensated for 1. There is no need to eliminate 2 more. We shall wait until Jiang Tao is alone to make our move. The spectral worm scuttled rapidly along the ground, soon disappearing into a well within the city. This poses a dilemma. The nest is likely located within the well. With so many people around, drawing water daily, they may have already fallen into peril. Approaching the well's mouth, the tokens on He Tian and his companions glowed with a verdant light. Indeed, a multitude of strange and malevolent entities lurked below. The immediate priority is to rescue the surrounding populace. At this moment, although it was mealtime, no smoke rose from the nearby homes, which was exceedingly peculiar. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. You two ascertain how many wells in Shanhui City have been contaminated, while I shall return to the herb garden to prepare the pest extermination concoction, Zhuang Lianxue stated with utmost seriousness. He Tian and his companion promptly acquiesced. Jiang Shixiang, let us also divide our forces. I shall head north, while you proceed south, and we shall reconvene at the city lord's manor. Very well. Let it be as you suggest, He Shitty. He Tian and Jiang Tao commenced their search in opposite directions. Chapter 111. Confrontation with the mother bug. This well presents its own set of challenges. Throughout this journey, the sights have been alarming. Apart from the wells constructed within the courtyards of affluent residences that have remained untouched, every exposed well emanates a peculiar aura. He Tian picked up a stone and cast it into one of the wells, causing a splash and immediately eliciting a cacophony of hissing sounds, indicating that the depths were likely overrun by the nether bugs. Despite He Tian's formidable martial prowess, he hesitated to descend, aware that in such a confined space, his abilities would be severely restricted. Should he be besieged by the swarm of nether bugs, he could easily find himself in dire straits. With this thought, He Tian retrieved a stone slab to seal the well, preventing anyone else from drawing water. Jiang Tao was engaged in a similar endeavor, having merely marked 2 wells when he was approached by 2 unexpected visitors. You are Jiang Tao, are you not? We require you to accompany us. You must be the fiends of the celestial demon sect. Confronted by 2 formidable adversaries, Jiang Tao slowly drew his waist knife. How audacious of him to engage without provocation, thinking he could take on 2. With a clang, one of the cloaked figures advanced, initiating combat with Jiang Tao, ignoring defense entirely. Jiang Tao's strikes were aimed at mutual destruction, demonstrating that even though his opponent was significantly stronger, he managed to confound them. It appeared that subduing him would not be as effortless as anticipated. The second cloaked figure shook his head and joined the fray. Damn it! Amidst the fierce struggle, one of the dark-clad assailants sustained a cut on his arm, igniting genuine rage. Jiang Tao, unaware of the need to conserve his energy, found his strength waning. Humph! Take this! Seizing the opportunity, one of the cloaked figures launched a fierce assault. Jiang Tao, caught off guard, was ambushed from behind by another figure, who struck his neck with a precise blow, causing him to collapse. Why does this brat act as if we have a mortal enmity? That was close. But what shall we do about the nether bugs? That is the concern of the Demon Suppression Bureau. However, forget it. Let us complete our task first. One of the cloaked figures bound Jiang Tao tightly, stuffing a piece of rag into his mouth before tossing him into a sack and carrying him away. Step aside. Step aside. While repairs are underway, no unauthorized personnel may approach. An elderly man attempted to draw water, but was swiftly repelled by the city guards. Retreating to a corner, the old man wiped his face, instantly transforming into a dark-faced middle-aged man. It seems the Demon Suppression Bureau has already caught wind of this. I must urgently inform the sect leader. Suddenly, the middle-aged man exploded into a cloud of black mist, revealing himself as a specter. Open the well cover. Basking in the sunlight, Zhuang Lianxue peered into the well. Inside, the writhing mass of nether bugs clung tightly together, their dark, scaly bodies glimmering with an eerie light, sending shivers down one's spine. A specially crafted medicinal package was hurled into the well, detonating instantly. The nether bugs below became agitated, howling as they surged toward the well's mouth. But before they could reach it, their bodies erupted in a chaotic explosion. As more content loads, please be patient. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. The crowd below exhaled in relief. Indeed, Master Zhuang was formidable. For a mere pouch of medicinal powder had vanquished a well of malevolent spirits. The junior officer of the city defense stationed at the well praised, indeed, our demon suppression department handles these uncanny beings with ease. Beside him, the proud T of the yellow character courtyard remarked, it is not so simple. We must also attend to the healing of the surrounding populace. This well is rendered unusable. It requires disinfection, filling, and sealing. Seeing the malevolent spirits burst and dissipate, Zhuang Lianxue nodded and said, take a large water jar, steep this pouch of medicine in the water, and distribute it to the local citizens for consumption. In 49 days, all will be well. As for the filling and drilling of a new well, I shall rely on the esteemed members of the city guard. Upon hearing Zhuang Lianxue's courteous words, the junior officer of the city guard quickly reciprocated, stating that it was merely part of their duties. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, as they prepared to depart for the next well, a sudden thunderous roar erupted. The well's mouth exploded violently. A monstrous spirit, the size of a water barrel, burst forth, extending its 10-meter-long body. This is the mother worm. Everyone, be cautious. Zhuang Lianxue shouted while dodging debris, hurling several red pills. Upon impact with the mother worm, the pills detonated, transforming into a cloud of white mycelium that rapidly enveloped the creature's surface. Fire the arrows. Quickly fire. Although the city guards were in disarray from the falling stones, they retaliated. A few crossbow bolts struck the worm, producing mere sparks as they ricocheted off. Changed to armor-piercing arrows. The leading junior officer bellowed, but before he could finish, a foul wind swept by, and his body was cleaved in two. The motherworm, enraged by the crossbow bolts, began to pursue the guards relentlessly. These guards had been sent merely to maintain order by the Demon Suppression Department, and now faced the daunting task of direct confrontation with the uncanny being, with their morale already shaky. The death of their leader sent the 50 or so men scattering in panic. Master Zhuang, what shall we do now? The T asked, his hands and feet cold with fear. Had it not been for the strict rules of the Demon Suppression Department that dictated execution for those who fled, he might have already sought his own escape. You will go and directly engage to distract the mother worm. I shall handle the rest, Zhuang Lianxue commanded. The T, taken aback, nearly dropped his blade. I am but an ordinary fighter. You expect me to hold it off? Despite his reluctance, the T steeled himself, knowing that defying his superior's orders was a grave offense. He shouted and unleashed a wave of blade energy towards the mother worm before turning to flee without looking back. As the mother worm wreaked havoc, it suddenly felt a tremor at its side. An insignificant ant dared to attack, and it immediately erupted in fury, giving chase. Upon hearing the ferocious roar behind him, Tiki could not resist the urge to glance back, only to find the mother worm's razor-sharp fangs mere steps away. Fear gripped his heart, and his legs gave way, causing him to collapse onto the ground, just as Tiki seemed destined to be devoured by the monstrous creature. Several streaks of silver light flashed by, striking the creature's multiple compound eyes atop its head. The foul-smelling ichor erupted, causing the mother worm to recoil in pain, its head crashing into the earth. Tiki seized the moment to scramble away, narrowly escaping calamity. Zhuang Lianxue flicked her fingers, unleashing another barrage of silver projectiles. Yet the mother worm swiftly jerked its head, the silver striking its cranium with a sharp crack, dislodging several silver needles. With a thunderous roar, the mother worm coiled its massive body, deflecting all the silver needles Zhuang Lianxue had launched, and fixed its gaze upon her, brimming with hatred, determined to consume the one who had dared to harm it. In the blink of an eye, the mother worm was upon her, and a flicker of panic flashed in Zhuang Lianxue's eyes as she swiftly formed a spell with her hands. Suddenly, numerous eruptions occurred across the mother worm's body, spraying ichor and revealing swathes of white mycelium, the result of the earlier struck red pill that had infiltrated its form. Seeing an opportunity, Zhuang Lianxue immediately leaped aside. But as she sprang into the air, she felt a sudden tightening around her ankle, crashing back to the ground, enveloped in dust and disarray. Bound by a white thread expelled by the mother worm, she drew her blade to sever it, only to find the silken strand unbreakable. With a violent toss of its head, the mother worm sent Zhuang Lianxue spiraling uncontrollably into the air, her body plummeting towards the gaping maw below. Chapter 112. Rescuing from crisis in a moment of urgency, the commander of the Demon Suppression Division, upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, exclaimed in shock. The commander had fallen. Even if he were to escape with his life, he would face severe punishment upon returning. Suddenly, a flash of violet light surged forth, striking the head of the mother insect with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, the head of the creature slowly detached, the wound charred and blackened. Heavenly he, with deliberate calmness, sheathed the broken moon blade, acknowledging the effectiveness of the lightning-infused strike. At the instant of his attack, the mother insect had intended to evade, but the paralysis induced by the lightning rendered it unable to escape, resulting in a solid hit. Its body writhed, demonstrating formidable vitality. Abruptly, the charred wound erupted, revealing a smaller head enveloped in blood, gradually emerging. Even when decapitated, it could regenerate. Heavenly he stood in awe, swiftly gathering his intent once more. He had expended 4 strands of blade intent in that last strike, leaving him with 4 more at his disposal. Determined to cleave it in 2, he was resolute in his belief that it could not survive such a division. Nearby, amidst the rubble of a collapsed building, the debris shattered as Zhuang Lianxue unleashed her energy, propelling the wooden debris pinning her down away. With a crimson forehead and a radiant hand gesture, she emanated an aura of brilliance. White mycelium rapidly enveloped the newly sprouted head of the mother insect, which struggled in vain before finally succumbing, its body sprouting enormous offspring that towered like small trees. The offspring fell with a thunderous crash, shattering into countless white petals that scattered through the air. In the distance, within a grand mansion of a prominent family, blood stained the ground, and on an altar, 12 flickering azure flames danced. Suddenly, one flame flared brightly before extinguishing. Report to the pastor. The underworld insect has been detected by the Demon Suppression Division, and all wells within the city have been sealed. Dark mist swirled within the chamber, coalescing into the figure of a man clad in black, unmistakably the cold individual from earlier. Understood. Proceed as planned. This is merely one of them. I, Su Ru, still possess 11 backup strategies. Master Zhuang, you are injured. Energy surged as Heavenly he effortlessly lifted the stone that had pinned Zhuang Lianxue's foot, clad in blood-stained white. Zhuang Lianxue exuded a haunting beauty. I am unharmed, merely fatigued from the significant energy expenditure, she replied. Master Zhuang, you are safe. What a relief. The cavalryman rushed over, tears streaming down his face. Those unaware might have thought him enamored with Zhuang Lianxue, but in truth, he was merely relieved to have preserved his own life. Although the underworld insects were numerous, There was but one mother insect. With its demise, the offspring would cease their relentless assault, thus granting ample time to tend to the afflicted populace. Zhuang Lianxue slowly rose, casting a glance of disapproval at Heavenly He. In her heart, she thought, that brat doesn't he even know to assist his elder sister. Had it not been for his timely intervention, he would have faced her wrath. Heavenly, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Did none of you see Jiang Tao? I find myself at odds with him. One in the south and the other in the north. The northern city's expanse is twice that of the southern, so logically, he should have converged with you by now. Upon hearing Tian's words, Zhuang Lianxue was taken aback. The presence of the spectral worm undoubtedly indicated the malevolence of the heavenly demon sect. If he were to encounter those fiends, the newly initiated Jiang Tao would likely not stand a chance alone. Do not be hasty. Allow me to sense the situation, she said. A small white worm emerged from the jade vial. This is a tracking worm. Before embarking on our mission, I marked your and Jiang Tao's sense. Following it will lead us to his location. The white insect circled the air and promptly fixed its direction. Tian quickly followed suit. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser. Zhuang Lianxue stood frozen, her heart seething with indignation. How could that insufferable brat abandon a beauty like me? What is wrong with this world? Have I lost my allure? Hey, look at me, she commanded, casting a glance at Ti, who was still reveling in his good fortune, striking a pose of unparalleled elegance. Ti's eyes sparkled with admiration, his expression one of fervent infatuation. All right. It seems my charm remains intact. As a physician, I can mend my own injuries. No matter, I shan't be angered. After offering herself a few words of solace, Zhuang Lianxue swallowed a healing pill and began to meditate to restore her vitality. After a brief interlude, aside from appearing somewhat disheveled, her injuries had mostly healed. Speak. Did you steal the brewing formula from the Jiang family and then brew it for sale to the fragrant pavilion? At that moment, Jiang Tao, bound and bruised, bore the marks of merciless torture. Humph, the Jiang family? Their meager skills hardly merit my attention, he scoffed, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Now captured, it was likely that individuals from the Jiang family or other brewing clans sought to extract the formula from him. This was a technique of my junior brother even if death awaited, I would never divulge it. Death matters little, but alas, I cannot avenge my grandfather myself. With this thought, Jiang Tao rolled his eyes, submitting to the strikes of the black-clad assailants. Will you speak or not? One of the black-clad men shouted in frustration, the whip in his hand falling like rain. With a crack, he swung too forcefully, breaking the whip. Jiang Tao remained silent. With a swift motion, another black-clad man drew his knife. Enough, enough, my comrade. Do not be so irate. Allow me to converse with the young man. He stepped forward, feigning persuasion while discreetly observing Jiang Tao's reactions. Jiang Tao, I understand your apprehensions. It is merely a brewing formula, revealing it would only result in a financial loss, which pales in comparison to your life. Your concern lies solely in whether we might silence you afterward. Rest assured, we are merely mercenaries, harboring no ill will towards you. Should you comply, not only will we release you, but the silver will also be yours. With a snap of his fingers, a substantial stack of silver notes materialized before Jiang Tao, amounting to a staggering 1,000,000 taels. Should you utter a word, the wealth is yours to claim. One of the cloaked figures gasped in astonishment and discreetly communicated, Boss, this constitutes the entirety of our task's bounty. If you bestow it upon this youth, what shall become of our sustenance? Why engage in such trivial discourse? Once stated, we can simply eliminate him. How shall we ascertain the authenticity of the formula? That is a matter for the Jiang family to resolve, not ours. After a brief exchange, the two figures shifted their focus back to Jiang Tao. It was a choice between the blade and the riches. One must be selected. Hurry now, young man. Your grandfather's patience is wearing thin. Jiang Tao's eyes flared open, a fierce intent emanating from him at the audacity of the insult towards his grandfather. Suddenly, he noticed a figure lurking in the shadows, a smile creeping onto his lips. Chapter 113. Under the command of Income, one of the cloaked figures detected an anomaly in Jiang Tao's gaze. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his waist knife and executed a slicing strike backward, instantly grazing the shadow. Huh, a hit. The black-clad assassin smirked as he felt the resistance of the blade slicing through. With such rudimentary skills, attempting a sneak attack? Do you not realize we are B-class assassins from the Tianqing Tower? You won't just be gravely injured, you'll likely perish. Well done, number 2. Stop calling me number 2. I have a name. Call me Handali. Handali, somewhat disgruntled, sheathed his knife and moved closer to assess the outcome. A wraith had been cleaved in two and was slowly reassembling. Instantly, Handali gripped his knife once more, abruptly sensing a chilling aura. 7 or 8 wraiths materialized around him. I possess a technique known as the chain slash, capable of delivering 5 strikes in an instant, 1 in each direction, including above. It should suffice to eliminate these bizarre entities surrounding me. But what is this sensation creeping from below? Handali's hand trembled slightly, gripping the hilt. Yet he hesitated to draw it. Number 2, what are you doing? The leader of the cloaked figures barked with impatience. Handali slowly turned back, revealing blood-red eyes and a face laced with azure veins. With a swift motion, he slashed. Have you lost your mind? Attacking me? The black-clad man scrambled to defend himself. I've told you countless times, do not call me number 2. Handali pressed down with his blade. His expression twisted as he engaged in a fierce struggle with the black-clad man. Jiang Tao observed the unfolding scene with astonishment. For a fleeting moment, believing it was his junior brother, he come to his rescue. To his surprise, it was merely an internal conflict between these two individuals. Suddenly, the ropes binding his hands loosened, followed by those around his feet. Before Jiang Tao could comprehend the situation, a healing pill was unexpectedly thrust into his mouth. What is happening? As he felt his wounds rapidly mend, Jiang Tao was bewildered. Suddenly, he noticed a wraith fade into the ground, leaving behind several large characters, inside and outside cooperation. Jiang Tao instantly grasped the situation. These wraiths belonged to Tian, whom he had fortuitously encountered before. Tian could command them to perform arduous tasks, and naturally, he could also direct them to rescue himself. It was astonishing that these wraiths could silently infiltrate. Jiang Tao slightly moved his numbed limbs and discreetly retrieved the waste knife leaning against the wall. Just as he intended to depart, Handali let out a thunderous shout. Forcing his opponent back, the black-clad figure retreated directly towards Jiang Tao. Perfect timing. Jiang Tao unsheathed his knife and aimed to strike at the man's head. Yet, as he launched his attack, it was feeble and lacking any force, causing immediate alarm. The light, unexpected strike, though it failed to connect, startled the black-clad figure nonetheless. How did you break free? The black-clad man inquired, but his gaze quickly shifted to Handali, seething with malice. Well, Handali, how dare you betray the organization? You will pay for this. Upon uttering these words, he forcefully pushed aside Handali and Jiang Tao, making his escape. Handali immediately pursued him, closely followed by Jiang Tao. As they burst into the outside world, Jiang Tao realized he had been confined within a dilapidated temple. The sunlight shone brilliantly, and it was at that moment he noticed that 5 spectral entities were crawling upon Handali, firmly restraining his limbs and head. Brother Jiang, are you unharmed? A voice called out, belonging to Tian. Hearing Tian's voice, Jiang Tao finally felt a sense of relief. Under the sun's rays, the power of the specters was significantly diminished, prompting Handali to struggle violently, his white aura erupting like a cataclysmic wave, revealing him to be a master at the pinnacle of energy manipulation. The 5 eerie beings were forced back, swiftly retreating underground to hide. Handali turned back with a fierce glare at Tian and Jiang Tao, his heart in turmoil. Today, he had been misunderstood by his comrades. If he could not clear his name, he would face an unending pursuit. In this dire situation, the only option was to eliminate the 2 before him, present their heads as proof, and then cautiously explain his innocence. Perhaps then there would be a glimmer of hope. Across from him stood 2 novices in energy manipulation, one of whom was completely drained of true energy. Though he had expended a considerable amount in the preceding battle, he still held a distinct advantage. The primary concern was the opposing force's ability to manipulate the eerie entities. Thus far, only the specters had emerged, leaving uncertainty about any more formidable cards they might possess. Tian observed the fluctuating expression on Handali's face and spoke with a confident tone. Thank you, Brother Han, for your invaluable assistance in rescuing my comrade. The Tianqing Tower is despicable and should have long since abandoned its dark ways. It is a pity that one managed to escape. Let us join forces to eliminate the threat completely. Handali, you have indeed betrayed the Tianqing Tower. Await your reckoning. A voice echoed, retreating as the earlier cloaked figure concealed itself nearby, confirming the situation before making its exit. Handali's expression darkened with fury. This youth was truly despicable. Consequently, the misunderstanding between him and the Tianqing Tower deepened. The mere thought of the tower's gruesome methods for dealing with traitors sent a shiver down his spine. Handali, you find yourself at a dead end. Do you still wish to resist? Tian snapped his fingers, and 10 specters manifested, encircling Handali, their chilling presence overshadowing him and dimming the sunlight. You, Are you a demon of the Tian sect? Han Dali stammered, eyeing the monsters that had just overpowered him. I am not one of those beasts from the Tian sect. I am He Tian, a master of the Demon Suppression Division. If you comply, I possess a means to spare your life. Otherwise, next year on this day will mark your demise. As the eerie entities drew closer, Han Dali trembled inwardly, ultimately choosing to capitulate. Open your mouth. A black pill flew swiftly into Han Dali's mouth, leaving him with a look of sheer terror. Rest assured, as long as you comply, I shall administer the antidote at regular intervals. Otherwise, do not blame me for the dire consequences. He Tian smiled faintly, for this tactic was imparted to him by greed. As for the black pill, it was likely nothing more than filth extracted from beneath greed's fingernails. Yet, He Tian dared not underestimate its venomous nature. Han Dali, in a state of despondency, realized that besides the Tianqing Tower, another individual now held the power to take his life at any moment. Greetings, Lord He. There's no need for excessive formalities. Your utility to me guarantees your survival. He Tian remarked with a subtle gesture. A wraith enveloped Han Dali's head, and he dared not resist. The specter penetrated his crown, and with a swift tug, Han Dali's visage transformed from that of a gaunt monkey to that of a middle-aged man with a horse-like face. From this moment forth, your name shall be Wang Heir, a slave guard purchased from the market. Now, transcribe all the techniques of the Tianqing Tower that you possess. I shall require them shortly, He Tian commanded. Han Dali obediently nodded. He bore no profound loyalty to the Tianqing Tower and had no qualms about relinquishing the techniques. Yet, he pondered why his new name bore the numeral 2. Was there some peculiar fate associated with it, rendering it rather absurd? Brother Jiang still bore injuries, and He Tian declined his offer to assist further, instructing Wang Heir to escort him back to the Baichao courtyard for recuperation. He Tian, meanwhile, hastened to rendezvous with Zhuang Lianxue. Though adept in the art of poison, she was somewhat isolated and had sustained injuries during their previous skirmish. As the city guards cast packages of medicine into the wells, countless nether worms were eradicated. The citizens lying around the wells were forcibly administered the antidote, resulting in a nauseating scene of foul liquid erupting throughout the streets. With matters finally on the right track, Zhuang Lianxue exhaled a sigh of relief. Is Brother Jiang unharmed? She inquired, observing that although He Tian appeared hurried, he bore little trace of concern. He suffered a minor injury and has been instructed to return and rest. He Tian replied with a nod. As he made his way here, he noted that many wells had already been addressed and the citizens had received aid, earning Zhuang Lianxue a measure of respect in his eyes. With daylight waning and large sections of the northern city yet to be attended to, it seemed they were in for a long night. He Tian, you abandoned Shangwan earlier and ran off alone, disregarding orders. However, considering your eagerness to save lives, I shall impose a light punishment. You are to treat me to dinner at the fragrant pavilion. Recalling He Tian's earlier dismissal of her, Zhuang Lianxue's eyes gleamed with mischief as she devised a plan to embarrass him. Very well. The city guards are handling matters here. Let us dine first and return to assess the outcomes afterward. He Tian acquiesced without hesitation. Upon hearing his agreement, Zhuang Lianxue smirked. Since the fragrant pavilion implemented its reservation policy, it had been perpetually full. Without a booking made weeks in advance, securing a table was nearly impossible, and patrons were invariably influential figures unwilling to relinquish their spots. Inside the fragrant pavilion, He Tian strode in confidently with Zhuang Lianxue, finding the establishment aglow and bustling with patrons. Do you have a reservation? A cheerful waiter approached them eagerly. Not at all. I merely came to dine. Is a reservation necessary? It seems rather peculiar. Since there is no reservation, we cannot accommodate you. Upon hearing this, the server's expression immediately turned frosty. Kind sir, you may be unaware that at the fragrant pavilion, securing a table has become exceedingly challenging. If you do not reserve a month in advance, you may find it difficult to savor even a morsel. A dashing young man approached uninvited, his gaze incessantly scrutinizing Zhuang Lianxue. I am Huang Su, the son of Huang Bing from the City Flag Guard. May I inquire your esteemed name, fair maiden? The City Flag Guard? Perhaps akin to the present-day head of urban management. Reflecting on the city guard's commendable performance today, He Tian clasped his fists and introduced himself. I am He Tian. My young master inquired about this young lady, not you. Why are you butting in? It was Huang Su's servant who interjected. Impudent. Huang Su reprimanded sharply, then turned to He Tian with a smile. Since neither of you have a reservation, dining here may be impossible. However, if you would not mind, I have made a reservation for a table of dishes a month in advance. Would you care to join me and become acquainted? While He Tian marveled at the swiftness of this young man's change in demeanor, Zhuang Lianxue tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to take charge. Fetch your manager. Tian firmly grasped the server's shoulder, commanding, "What is the matter with you? Even if you seek the manager, it won't change the fact that there is no reservation." The server, feeling the pressure, appeared somewhat displeased. "Enough with the nonsense. Simply bring your manager." Tian was unwilling to bicker with a mere server. Having personally delivered a delicacy to the fragrant pavilion before, he was well acquainted with the establishment. Now, 3 months later, with the fragrant pavilion thriving, many new staff members had been recruited, making it understandable that some might not recognize him. "Very well, wait here." The server, quick-witted, sensed Tian's imposing demeanor and immediately softened his stance. Releasing his grip, Tian watched as the server hurriedly ascended the stairs. Chapter 114, Dining Invitation. Rest assured, the proprietor will find a way to arrange things when he arrives, Tian assured Zhuang Lianxue with a reassuring expression. He had always found it tedious to wait in line for a meal, especially at slightly better and more affordable establishments where one could often wait over an hour. A rather dull experience. Before long, the waiter returned with 2 burly men. It was this very fellow who had sought trouble earlier. The waiter, hiding behind the imposing figures, muttered something before fleeing. "Is this friend here to cause a commotion at the fragrant pavilion?" One of the large men spoke in a gruff voice. A hearty laugh erupted from Huang Su, who stepped in front of the 2 men, saying, "The one who caused trouble just now was Tian. This young lady is in no way involved. She is my guest, so please do not misunderstand." Upon hearing Huang Su, Zhuang Lianxue smiled subtly, radiating her unparalleled charm, instantly captivating the onlookers. "Let the show begin," Zhuang Lianxue thought, glancing at Tian, who remained unfazed, her heart racing with anticipation for the unfolding drama. In the face of the 2 imposing figures, Tian merely flicked his sleeve, sending a wave of energy that pushed them back 2 steps. Recognizing the formidable force, the 2 men exchanged glances and read the unspoken words of trouble in each other's eyes. "Notify the proprietor. We need someone skilled to handle this." They understood the simple principle of meeting force with force. "Tian, you have stirred up trouble. The proprietor of the fragrant pavilion, G, is not one to be trifled with. Soon, not only will you face consequences, but this young lady will be drawn into it as well. My advice, young lady, is to maintain your distance from this man." Huang Su continued to prattle on. However, Tian grew impatient. The fleeting goodwill sparked by the city guards had evaporated. It was evident that these second-generation heirs were inept at serious matters, yet they excelled at courting women and creating chaos. "Is this all? The display ends here? The sycophant can leave." Tian spoke coldly. Though his voice was not loud, those nearby caught his words, and a ripple of laughter spread through the crowd. Huang Su's face turned a deep shade of crimson. "Sycophant." Zhuang Lianxue's eyes sparkled with delight as she observed Huang Su's demeanor, finding it quite fitting. "You." Huang Su intended to retort, but suddenly recalled that Tian was a formidable force. With the 3 weaklings around him, he would be foolish to provoke him further. Better to avoid a confrontation that could lead to a beating. He swallowed his words. "Very well, I shall not stoop to your level," he muttered. Suddenly, the crowd stirred, parting to make way. "Gee, it has been a long time." The proprietor shines brighter than ever. Several patrons stepped forward to greet Ji, but were gently pushed aside by the energy radiating from her presence. Ji Yanran, still smiling gracefully as she interacted with the guests, concealed a flicker of anger in her eyes. Who possesses such audacity to cause a commotion at the fragrant pavilion? Have they perhaps ingested the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? On the surface, the fragrant pavilion appears to be a mere business establishment, yet it is fortified by numerous underworld influences, with even the royal family of the capital holding sway. If it were not for such profound backing, how could this chain of establishments spread across the vast expanse of Tianwu country? It is this individual. As Ji Yanran arrived at the entrance, her guards immediately gestured subtly towards Tian. Did you notice? Manager Ji and the 3 individuals behind her are all masters of martial prowess. Tian, should you find it within yourself to apologize and humble yourself, and introduce me to the young lady beside you, I might be inclined to speak a few favorable words on your behalf to Manager Ji. Upon seeing Ji Yanran descend, Huang Su spoke with an air of triumph. You must be out of your mind, quite seriously, I presume. Tian chuckled inwardly. Here I am, attempting to be courteous, yet you mistake my kindness for folly. Were it not for my concern for this young lady, I would not engage in conversation with you at all. Although Huang Su was on the verge of fury, he maintained his composure, knowing that once Manager Ji made her move, Tian would be cast aside, allowing him the opportunity to woo the fair maiden. Observing the young man before her, clad in simple attire and appearing somewhat weary, Ji Yanran's eyes brightened. My apologies, but the attendants have barred entry. Causing inconvenience to Manager Ji, Tian said, bowing respectfully. You may simply call me Yinran. Ji Yinran's eyes sparkled with mirth, crescent-shaped in joy. Others may be oblivious. But she was aware that the previous bowl of wine was crafted by Tian's hand, and that the subsequent production expansion had only yielded an additional bowl of the same variety. Jiang Tao and the Demon Suppression Division had been thrust into the limelight. Yet both wines were likely of the same origin, this Tian standing before her. Zhuang Lianxue observed the scene with furrowed brows, perplexed as to why Manager Ji had not unleashed her fury and seemed rather affable instead. It is rare for young Master He to visit the fragrant pavilion. Why not ascend together and share a drink? You were a frequent patron here before. As she spoke, Ji Yinran drew closer, feigning annoyance, which softened the hearts of those present. How courteous of you, Miss Yinran. I am currently bound by duties, rendering me somewhat helpless. Yet, since the esteemed lady has extended an invitation, I shall gladly accept. Who is this young man, that even Manager Ji personally attends to him? Perhaps he is a descendant of a hidden magnate. I assure you, within our divine emblem city lies a plethora of extraordinary talents. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the group ascended the stairs, leaving Huang Su in a state of disarray. As his reputation as a sycophant was firmly established, room number 1, the premier suite of the fragrant pavilion, is specifically designed for esteemed guests. The chamber is replete with all manner of indulgence, including artificial mountains and flowing water, creating an ambience akin to that of a garden despite being within a building. The various decorations and furnishings are priceless antiques. A table laden with sumptuous delicacies was swiftly presented, and had it not been for the absence of refrigeration in this era, Tian would have harbored grave suspicions that they were using pre-prepared dishes. Ji Yinran clapped her hands, and a troupe of songstresses began to serenade with melodies and harmonies. It was extravagance, indeed, excessively opulent. Even Zhuang Lianxue had never experienced such a lavish dining environment. Are you satisfied with Miss Yinran's arrangements, young Master He? Ji Yinran inquired, her large eyes seemingly on the verge of shedding tears. Miss Yinran is truly considerate. Tian responded with polite gratitude. The three took their seats, with Ji Yinran abstaining from the dishes, raising her wine glass for a toast before apologetically rising. Tian made no attempt to retain her. Given the bustling business at the fragrant pavilion, it was a considerable favor that she could spare the time to arrange such an affair for him. Hey, Tian, Zhuang Lianxue whispered, only to discover Tian was utterly engrossed in watching the beautiful performance, which ignited her fury. She extended her right foot and stomped down hard. Ah! Tian cried out in pain. What is the matter? Turning around, he was met with Zhuang Lianxue's ambiguous smile. Goodness, even a fierce tigress can feel jealous? Tian discreetly withdrew his now mangled foot. How did you come to know Manager Ji? Isn't it simply because I came here to dine? Nonsense. I sense that she regards you with special favor. Isn't it merely due to my dashing good looks? I am quite taken aback by the lady's admiration. Tian picked up a piece of tender meat and savored it. The flavor was smooth and savory, markedly less gamey than the fare served at the fragrant pavilion previously, making it all the more delectable. Humph, with that appearance of yours, well, upon closer inspection, you are indeed rather fair-skinned, Zhuang Lianxue remarked, picking at the rice before her. Although the taste was pleasing, her mood was sour, primarily because she had not witnessed Tian's exploits. After more than an hour of dining, when it came time to settle the bill, the waiter regarded Tian with newfound respect. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Manager Ji has decreed that all your expenses will be halved. What? Half off? I spent tens of thousands of taels during my last visit and only received a mere 20% discount. What gives this fellow the right to enjoy 50%? Complained a rotund merchant, glancing discontentedly at Tian. Why are you looking at me? This is Manager G's decision. Direct your gaze towards her, Tian retorted. If they're offering 50%, why announce it so loudly? Are you trying to incite envy? This esteemed guest may not be aware, but at the fragrant pavilion, discounts are calculated based on the amount spent. Spending 100,000 taels in a year earns a 10% discount. Spending 300,000 taels yields an 8% discount. Spending 500,000 taels grants a 7% discount. Spending 1 million taels results in a 6% discount. Spending 5 million taels entitles one to a 50% discount. As the waiter announced this loudly, the expressions of the onlookers shifted from jealousy to respect. Tian shook his head. Such is humanity. When one possesses even a slight edge over others, it invites mockery, envy, and disdain. However, should one elevate oneself above others, it invites admiration and even fervent following, rendering every utterance infallible, which is truly amusing. When did you engage in a transaction exceeding 5 million with the fragrant pavilion? Upon exiting the fragrant pavilion, Zhuang Lianxue confronted He Tian, fixing her gaze intently upon his eyes as she inquired. Master Ji's cordiality likely encompassed the transactions of beverages between the Demon Suppression Division and the Fragrant Pavilion, extending a courteous consideration. Upon hearing He Tian's explanation, Zhuang Lianxue finally alleviated some of her doubts, discovering that the Demon Suppression Division offers a remarkable 50% discount. She resolved to invite a few friends to experience it in the near future. The sky outside had darkened considerably, with the full moon hanging high above, illuminating various vibrant areas of the bustling Shenhui city. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, and an object soared from the heavens, obscuring much of the moonlight, which now appeared tainted with a crimson hue. Chapter 115. The Calamity of the Blood Moon. Beneath the eerie glow of the crimson moon, the once sparsely populated streets suddenly teemed with an unsettling number of people. The townsfolk, in a dazed stupor, staggered out of their homes and wandered aimlessly along the thoroughfare. He Tian, do you sense something amiss? Zhuang Lianxue observed the passers-by, noting their vacant stares, as if they were mere shells of their former selves. There is indeed something peculiar. They all seem to be moving in the same direction, He Tian concurred, nodding gravely. He summoned his specter to notify Wang Er for reinforcements. Having an additional master of peak energy would significantly enhance their safety. This should not be happening. The Yin insects should have been eradicated. As they approached a detachment of city guards stationed by a well, Zhuang Lianxue hastened forward to investigate. Reporting, my lord. The pests around this well have been completely exterminated and are currently being buried. Have the surrounding citizens received the antidote? They have all taken it, and everything appears normal. The young officer in charge replied respectfully. Then what is the explanation for this? Zhuang Lianxue gestured towards the listless individuals on the street. I do not know, but we can inquire further. The young officer signaled, and a soldier from the city guard stepped forward to intercept a middle-aged man, asking, "What are you doing out here in the dark?" The middle-aged man, in a trance, lifted his gaze to stare blankly at the soldier for a moment before suddenly lunging forward, his mouth wide open, and sank his teeth into the soldier's neck. Blood sprayed forth, and the man's eyes became a ghastly shade of crimson. By the heavens! Without waiting for the officer's command, soldiers rushed in, wielding blades and axes, swiftly dismembering the assailant. Quick, see if the injured can be saved, the officer ordered anxiously. One soldier crouched down to examine the bitten comrade, only for him to spring to his feet in an instant. There's still life in him. But before the officer could celebrate, the revived soldier emitted a feral scream, revealing sharp fangs, and bit the arm of the inspecting soldier. Faced with a former comrade, the soldiers hesitated to deliver lethal blows, attempting to subdue the biting soldier. In the ensuing chaos, several more soldiers fell victim to bites. The disorder collapsed like a house of cards. What in the world is happening? Is this a bioweapon apocalypse? He Tian exclaimed, effortlessly knocking aside a few attacking soldiers, and turned to Zhuang Lianxue. We must fight our way out. However, Zhuang Lianxue swiftly drew her blade and struck down a woman who lunged at her. These are just ordinary citizens afflicted by a strange toxin. Why resort to such brutality? They are no longer mere victims of poison. They have become blood thralls, irretrievably lost. That may not necessarily be true. With so many people in peril, if they cannot be saved, Shenhui City may face utter destruction. Utilizing the unmoved King Fist, He Tian effortlessly carved a path through the fray, leading Zhuang Lianxue to safety. They ascended to a tall building, surveying the chaos below. The unrest was rapidly escalating, and the number of infected blood thralls was multiplying like a snowball rolling downhill. Blood slaves have begun to assault the defensive lines set by the city guard. And if this continues, it is likely that the entire Divine Emblem City will descend into chaos. It appears that the situation has spiraled out of control. Master Zhuang, do you not possess the method of tracking? Perhaps you could ascertain the source of this turmoil. Upon hearing He Tian's reminder, the flustered Zhuang Lianxue promptly released the tracking insect, which wobbled and ascended directly towards the sky. The moon? He Tian glanced upward and noticed something amiss with the moonlight. It bore a faint red hue. That is not the moon. It is something sinister, Zhuang Lianxue exclaimed. He Tian discerned that the sky above Divine Emblem City seemed to be shrouded in a layer of eerie energy, causing the moonlight to take on a crimson tint as it filtered through this strange realm. Greed, with your vast knowledge, do you recognize this anomaly? He Tian pondered internally. It bears a resemblance to the Blood Clan's Blood Sea formation. The moonlight above, originally infused with Yin energy, has been transformed into a form of malevolent energy that incites the blood slaves. If we do not take swift action to disrupt the formation's core, this state will only worsen. As Greed spoke, the moonlight grew increasingly red, and the blood slaves below became more agitated, with several of them experiencing ruptures in their clothing, sprouting irregular wings, seemingly beginning their evolution. In light of this, where is the formation's core? Tian inquired anxiously. It cannot be seen with the eyes. You must sense it with your heart. Greed rebuked him sharply. Tian quickly closed his eyes and focused intently. Previously, in the demon locking tower, he had lost his sight and relied solely on greed's sensing to escape. After regaining his sight, he had not employed this method again. Now, as he invoked it once more, he discovered that this sensing technique was far more powerful than mere sight. He could perceive the flora, trees, and people within a 10-meter radius with unparalleled clarity, 100 times more detailed than through his eyes. He could see every pore on Zhuang Lianxue's face, tracing down her elegant, swan-like neck. Ahem, where are you sensing, you little rascal? Greed interjected, interrupting his thoughts. Just practicing. I've become a bit rusty. Tian replied quickly, redirecting his focus. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. As the distance expanded, the clarity of his sensing diminished, becoming increasingly obscure. Upon reaching 10 kilometers, pillars of spiritual energy manifested in his mind, soaring skyward, continuously infusing the blood moon above with immense power. It appeared to be the formation's core without a doubt. I found it. Tian opened his eyes again, a hint of joy illuminating his expression. Zhuang Lianxue, however, was at her wit's end, a few strands of desolation gracing her otherwise exquisite visage. The blood slaves had amassed over 1,000 individuals below, and even if the Demon Suppression Division intervened, the ordinary citizens would suffer heavy casualties. Tian, in a moment of urgency, tore a piece of cloth from his official robe and swiftly sketched a map upon it. Quickly, deliver this map to Jiang, instructing him to lead a team to dismantle these formation cores. Thus, the Blood Sea Grand Formation of the Heavenly Demon Sect can be shattered. What is this Blood Sea Grand Formation? Zhuang Lianxue inquired, taking the map with a look of confusion. It cannot be explained in just a few words. Hurry along. I'll stall for a while. Tian swung his blade, severing the wooden pillars of the building, and with a formidable punch, the structure collapsed, blocking the entrance. The blood slaves rushing towards the entrance were immediately obstructed, and in the next moment, Tian descended, brandishing a torch that ignited the debris. Several blood slaves attempted to climb the ruins, only to be kicked back down by Tian. As the flames began to rise, the blood slaves dared not advance further. Tian turned to see Zhuang Lianxue soaring through the air. Not too foolish. She understands the urgency of time. Tian leaped once more, dashing towards the next intersection to establish a blockade. The Demon Suppression Division had already responded to the appearance of the blood moon, readying themselves with utmost vigilance. Numerous celestial masters and tiki riders had been dispatched to various critical points to maintain order alongside the city guards. Jiang Pingfeng stationed himself at the demon locking tower, the focal point of their defense. Although chaos reigned outside, causing great suffering, if the demon locking tower were to fall, it would unleash a night of horrors, plunging the entire Hedong prefecture into despair. Report to the Lord in charge. Tian has discovered the enemy's formation eye. Zhuang Lianxue hurried, breathless and nearly depleted of her vital energy. Well done, Master Sun. It is time for you to strike and destroy these formation eyes. Jiang Pingfeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had been infuriated by the city guards' inaction, allowing the Heavenly Demon Sect to establish a summoning array right under their noses. Yet now they had quickly located the formation eye. The common folk were saved. Shenhui City was salvaged. My lord, what shall we do about the demon locking tower? Sun He inquired. The more than 20 celestial masters present were already showing signs of waning vitality, tasked with guarding the tower, representing the foundation of the Demon Suppression Division in Shenhui City. If they all engaged, no one would remain to defend it. No matter, I alone am sufficient. The Herbal Institute and the refinery are nearby and can provide support at any time. Seeing Jiang Pingfeng's arrangements, Sun He and the others refrained from voicing further objections, all soaring into the air, creating an atmosphere of immense vigor within the Demon Suppression Division. Outside the Demon Suppression Division, within a dilapidated residence, the ominous specter, once again cloaked in darkness, sank into the ground upon witnessing the multitude of celestial masters charging out. The Demon Suppression Division. It is my turn to act. Observing the specter kneeling before him, Chief Su produced a blood pill and tossed it down, prompting the specter to pounce like a rabid dog. Jiang Pingfeng stood atop the demon locking tower, calmly observing the unfolding events within Shenhui City. Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the wind ceased to stir. A domain, a master-level technique. Jiang Pingfeng spun around abruptly, encountering a figure clad in black robes. "Brother, it has been well." As the black robe fell away, a man with a somewhat pallid face, seemingly in his early 20s, emerged, strikingly youthful. Upon seeing this familiar visage, Jiang Pingfeng momentarily lost his focus, memories flooding back. And with a dazed expression, he murmured, "Su Rong, you have come, still as you were back then. Brother Jiang, after all these years, you have aged remarkably." Su Rong sneered, opening with derision. "All this time spent safeguarding the Demon Suppression Division, entangled in mundane affairs, yet your prowess has waned rather than flourished. You remain at the level of a minor master, a true waste of the master's initial regard in passing the moon-devouring technique to you. How can you still have the audacity to mention the master? Your allegiance to the heavenly demon sect has rendered you a disgrace to humanity." Laughter erupted. "In pursuit of immortality, who is to say what is right or wrong? I merely eliminated a few notorious individuals and appropriated their cultivation resources for my own use. Yet I was expelled from the sect by a timid master and you. What fault lies with me? The entire sect's resources belong solely to you. If I do not contend or seize, how could I have survived until now? You harbor ill intentions." Jiang Pingfeng slowly articulated. "I could even accuse you of being antiquated." Su Rong retorted sharply. "And what of the countless innocent lives lost? These are merely pawns nurtured by powerful clans. Better for them to be liberated from their suffering than to languish in misery." "Nonsense." Jiang Pingfeng's aura surged, his white hair billowing as he struck down with great force. "Brother, at your age, such a volatile temperament could lead to your early demise." Su Rong chuckled lightly, fully aware that within his domain, every movement of Jiang Pingfeng was under his perception and would be subject to an invisible constraint, slowing him considerably. As the palm print approached, Su Rong calmly stepped aside, intending to evade. Suddenly, he frowned, looking down to find golden chains entwined around his legs, the result of Jiang Pingfeng activating the demon locking tower's formation while speaking, ensnaring him. "Brother, you have deceived me." Su Rong barely raised his hand in defense when he was struck, his form sinking halfway into the ground. Chapter 116. A battle on all fronts. As Jiang Pingfeng delivered a decisive blow, he immediately pressed his advantage, unleashing a torrent of palm strikes and fist energy that devastated the very ground where Su Rong stood. Particularly with the final strike, the blade's radiance summoned the power of the stars, delivering a fierce impact into the depths of the pit, igniting a roaring inferno. This was a manifestation of Jiang Pingfeng's secret technique, the moon-swallowing art, which consumed a substantial portion of his internal energy in an instant. Within the pit, everything was engulfed in fiery crimson, with magma churning violently. Su Rong's breath had vanished entirely. Suddenly, the magma surged, capturing Jiang Pingfeng's unwavering gaze, causing his brow to furrow in concern. With a soft plop, a single bubble emerged from the molten depths. Gradually, the tension in Jiang Pingfeng's brow eased. The celestial energy he had summoned had melted the ground into a sea of flames. The might of this strike was astonishing, reaching the level of a grandmaster. Yet it was not without its costs. Not only had it drained more than half of Jiang Pingfeng's vital energy, but it had also diminished his lifespan. At this moment, the last remaining strands of black hair on his forehead had turned completely gray, and although he was only in his 50s, he bore the wrinkles of one over 80. Realizing that his disciple had perished, Jiang Pingfeng let out a long, melancholic sigh. Below, the magma surged rapidly, filling the pit in the blink of an eye. And amidst the violent boiling, it erupted, engulfing several buildings of the Demon Suppression Bureau in flames. However, the demon locking tower remained unscathed, shrouded in a protective barrier. A colossal lizard dragon leapt from the magma, its black wings flapping as it stirred the molten rock toward Jiang Pingfeng, hastened to assist Jiang in defense. As the flames spread, some celestial masters became aware of the battle and hurried to the scene. The lizard roared, unleashing a deafening sonic blast that swept through the entire Demon Suppression Bureau, causing ordinary individuals to faint instantly, while those with formidable energy suffered from bleeding ears, collapsing to the ground in distress. After the tumult, only Jiang Pingfeng remained standing amidst the chaos. "Brother," he conceded, "I must admit, the student has indeed surpassed the master. You have thoroughly grasped the true teachings of our mentor. The strike utilizing the moon-swallowing art, invoking star energy without restraint, was impressive. I am your sole disciple, a true friend, yet the Demon Suppression Bureau remains a heartless place. Nonetheless, I regret to inform you that I have attained the strength of a grand master. Your earlier attack was formidable, but it merely inflicted minor wounds upon me. The ideals of righteousness and filial piety are still far from your reach." The lizard spoke in human tongue, revealing Su Rong's demonic form. As Su Rong's words echoed, a multitude of sparks erupted before Jiang Pingfeng. A spiked tail firmly halted by the barrier. I shall see just how many of these barriers the demon locking tower can withstand. With his ambush thwarted, Su Rong's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave. He had come prepared, eager to showcase his newfound grandmaster prowess before Jiang Pingfeng, to prove a point, that their mentor had erred, and that he was the true prodigy of martial arts. Now, to find himself unable to breach even the barrier formed by the demon locking tower would render him a laughingstock. Upon reaching this thought, Su Rong launched a frenzied assault, utilizing his teeth, claws, tail, and every part of his body as a weapon. Above the demon locking tower, the barrier roared with tremendous noise. The deafening sound that could have resonated throughout the entirety of Divine Emblem City was now suppressed by Su Rong's masterful domain, creating a stark contrast between two realms. One world was in chaos, while the other was eerily serene. Under Su Rong's sharp claws, the barrier of the demon locking tower began to ripple rapidly, flickering in and out of visibility. With a sudden crack, a glimmer of joy appeared on Su Rong's face. Jiang Pingfeng had finally been compelled to wield his blade to block the incoming claws. The energy of the tower's barrier had been depleted. Brother, without the barrier's protection, we can finally have a proper chat, Su Rong remarked, glancing at his unscathed right claw, slowly retreating as his body diminished back into human form, albeit cloaked in a layer of black scales, with menacing bone spurs protruding from his joints, his vertical pupils filled with madness and hatred. If we are to converse, let us choose another locale, Jiang Pingfeng exclaimed, his arms thrusting outward, astonishingly soaring into the air toward the outskirts of the city. Su Rong let out a cold laugh and immediately pursued him. Once Jiang Pingfeng was dealt with, no one within Divine Emblem City would stand as his adversary, granting him the freedom to act as he pleased. What shall we do? Should we assist the Guardian? Queried several lightly injured celestial masters, struggling to rise. That demon was already at the master level. Wouldn't we be rushing to our doom? The cavalry of the Huang division had suffered significant losses and now lacked the will to fight. What about the Guardian? Another asked. He is in his 40s. He is more than capable of taking care of himself. We must safeguard the demon locking tower. That is of utmost importance, who asserted as he rose from the ground. Wiping the blood from his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Su Rong's previous assault had been targeted. The stronger the individual, the heavier the injury. Having just entered the realm of energy and consumed a healing pill, his wounds were already beginning to heal. This time, the Demon Suppression Department had sustained heavy losses, inevitably leading to numerous vacancies. As a powerful energy user, he was determined to compete for a position. He could not always oversee this group of internal energy novices. After a brief quarrel, the remaining members of the Demon Suppression Department ultimately resolved to remain, tending to their wounds and guarding the tower. Just as Jiang Pingfeng lured Su Rong out of the city, a fierce battle erupted at the eye of the Blood Sea Formation. Amitba, if I do not enter hell, who will? Chanted a monk, previously seen by Tian in the White Market, his body radiating a faint golden glow as he strode directly toward the altar guarded by numerous celestial demon cult followers. Where did this foul monk come from, blabbering incessantly? It's driving me mad. You lot, exorcise him. The demons stationed at the altar became increasingly agitated under the incantations chanted by the monk. Various weapons rained down upon the monk, striking against the golden aura enveloping him, yet to no avail. With a thunderous roar, the monk's golden radiance surged to over 5 meters, transforming him into a colossal being of indomitable strength. His fists descended with a mighty force, obliterating several unprepared demons into mere pulp. The unmoved king of the 7 stars martial arts. Truly formidable, thought Tian, who was covertly observing the battle. Regrettably, his own mastery of the unmoved king had yet to reach the pinnacle, preventing him from manifesting a majestic form akin to that of the monk. As the monk's prowess captivated all nearby demons, he soon found himself overwhelmed by a multitude far exceeding his own numbers. Engage. Do not squander the opportunity created by Master Yuan Su. 3 figures of formidable energy flickered into view. It was Sun He and his companions, seizing the chance to dismantle the altar while Yuan Su diverted the demon's attention. Suddenly, a sinister energy surged from beneath the altar, and a colossal shadow of a club descended, forcing Sun He and his companions to retreat. The Demon Suppression Bureau was cunning and treacherous. Fortunately, Old Nyo, had reserved a trump card. 3 energy-wielding demons emerged, led by a bull-headed figure whose muscles resembled steel. With a fearsome flail in hand, he charged towards Sun He and his comrades. The battle intensified, and it was evident that Sun He and his allies struggled to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Yuan's towering form had diminished to 3 meters. Clearly suffering from severe energy depletion, defeat was merely a matter of time. Now it is my turn to act. Tian observed the fierce clash and then glanced at the unguarded altar before stealthily emerging from his hiding place. Accelerating, he drew his sword with a fluid motion, channeling his intent seamlessly. Ignoring the terrified expressions of the demons in his path, Tian dashed past them, racing towards the altar with unparalleled speed. In that moment, he felt as if he were a hero from a past life, manipulating the sword god in a game of League of Legends. The momentum of his blade rapidly consumed his energy, yet the exhilaration of dispatching foes with a single strike was intoxicating. The demons, filled with dread, retreated as the last vestiges of his intent dissipated, leaving none daring to advance. Tian reached the altar, raising his purple blade high. Block him! The bull-headed demon bellowed in fury. Sun He and his companions, understanding the urgency, desperately engaged the 3 energy-level demons attempting to return to their defense. With thunderous might, Tian's blade pierced the altar, sending a tremor through the spiritual pillars atop it, which quivered for a moment before fading into nothingness. Having breached the altar, Tian proved his worth, bringing a sense of pride to Sun He. "You're finished, kid." The bull-headed demon suddenly roared, swinging his iron club to force Sun He back. He leapt high, aiming to strike Tian. "Be careful, Tian," Sun He called out. But he was intercepted by another demon, as 2 of them joined forces to obstruct the path of the 3 demon suppressors. Heaven was astonished as a blade was thrust upon the altar, his face betraying shock, while a torrent of spiritual energy surged through the altar and into his being. The sensation of this energy fiercely cleansing his cells was unprecedentedly exhilarating. It felt as though something within him had shattered, elevating his very essence. With a resounding thud, the iron rod wielded by the bull-headed monster struck with formidable force. Just as a smile was about to grace his lips, terror immediately seized him. Remarkably, Tian had caught the earth-shattering blow with a single hand. With a sudden opening of his eyes, beams of spiritual light shot forth into the starry sky, and Tian fixed his gaze upon the bull-headed creature. Instantly, the creature's soul seemed to leave its body, trembling as if under the watchful eye of some primordial beast. The system's notification echoed, congratulating the host for accumulating sufficient spiritual energy, resulting in an automatic transformation into a spiritual body, currently at the 1st level of strength. What does a 1st-level spiritual body signify? Tian pondered, but he dismissed the thought, focusing instead on vanquishing the bull-headed monster before him. With a slight exertion of his hand, he produced a sharp snap as the iron rod, as thick as his arm, was effortlessly crushed. What a thrill! At last, I have awakened my spiritual body. This is the exhilarating sensation I have yearned for. His right hand, filled with exuberance, cried out. The bull-headed creature, rendered weaponless and utterly terror-stricken, collapsed to the ground in a state of shock. "Just moments ago, it was you who boasted so arrogantly." Tian delivered a resounding slap, causing the bull-headed creature to twist its neck and execute a full 360-degree spin, ultimately succumbing to its fate. Chapter 117, Destruction of the Array. The Minotaur, with an expression of disbelief, collapsed to the ground. This spectacle profoundly shocked the numerous disciples of the heavenly demon cult present. The Minotaur was not only their leader, but also a rare mutated being blessed by a sinister deity, possessing unparalleled strength and physique. Ordinary attacks could scarcely penetrate his defenses. He was nearly invincible in terms of energy levels, and even the esteemed Master Su, who held a vice leadership position above other energy practitioners, regarded him with great respect. Now, to witness such a formidable being dispatched by a human of mere energy prowess was utterly unfathomable. Recalling the earlier confrontation with Tian, where a single strike had severed both weapon and opponent, many disciples found themselves evaluating whether they could withstand even a single blow. The answer was evidently negative. The fight could not continue. The disciples had joined the heavenly demon cult in pursuit of wealth, power, and immortality, not to hasten their demise. A diminutive demon, eyes darting, turned to flee. This action triggered a mass exodus, as all present demons retreated like a surging tide. Jing Guang, his hands clasped in prayer and drenched in sweat, managed to preserve his life at the last moment. The command was issued that all disciples must not flee or face death. Yet, one of the remaining energy practitioners among the demons shouted loudly and severed the head of a fleeing demon. This scene momentarily quelled the panic among the remaining demons. A cold chuckle suddenly echoed from behind, and the energy practitioner turned with great difficulty to meet Tian's gaze. The once arrogant and furious expression transformed into one of sheer terror. In a frantic attempt The energy practitioner swiped a claw, only to have Tian effortlessly seize his wrist. After ascending to the first tier of the spirit body, Tian's speed was recorded at an astonishing 1340 points. And his speed skill had advanced to a flash-like swiftness, rendering the once nimble energy practitioner's movements akin to a slow-motion film in Tian's eyes, easily capturable. While others were fleeing, you dared to be the first to confront me. It appears you are oblivious to the meaning of death. Allow me to enlighten you. Tian executed a shoulder throw, sending the demon, whose mass far exceeded his own, crashing to the ground, leaving the creature disoriented. He swiftly grasped the demon's body and hurled it, shattering the already split altar into fragments. With each successive throw, the demon's speed increased, and its form became increasingly contorted, losing all semblance of shape. With a sickening crack, one of the demon's legs fractured under the force of Tian's onslaught, sending the demon flying like a bloodied projectile, ultimately splattering into a gruesome mess upon impact with the ground. A monster. Flee. As the energy practitioner was reduced to a bloody pulp, the remaining demons cursed their lack of speed, fleeing the battlefield as if propelled by fear. Apart from a few unfortunate souls who fell to Sun He's ambush, most scurried away like rats, soon vanishing from sight. Sun He gazed at the youth who suppressed the entire scene single-handedly, his heart brimming with emotions. Indeed, it was the bloodline of the Shao family, fearsome beyond measure. Master He, how fortunate it is to have you. Turning the tide. I have not misjudged. The Demon Suppression Department has a promising successor. However, Tian smiled shyly. His original intent was merely to escape after destroying the altar. Unexpectedly, upon ascending to the first-grade spiritual body, his physical capabilities surged remarkably, with defensive power that was astonishingly formidable, allowing him to effortlessly eliminate demon-level beings, which was truly unforeseen. Quickly, let us check on Master Yuan Su. Seeing the fervent gazes of the other masters, Tian hastily reminded them. Right, let us go? Several masters responded promptly. Yuan Su, on the verge of collapse, sighed in relief, realizing with a start that he was the one who had sustained the most severe injuries in this encounter. With a premium healing potion and the infusion of true energy, he soon regained his composure. The immovable king, aside from its formidable defensive capabilities, embodied the essence of being immovable as a mountain yet swift as a hare, allowing for the mobilization of true energy to accelerate recovery. Amitabha, the monk is unscathed. But what of you, benefactor He? I sense a connection between you and my Buddha. Why not follow this old monk into the monastic life? Yuan Su clasped his hands together, intoning a Buddhist chant, exuding an air of profound mystery. Bald donkey, you wish to entice my disciple. It was I who recommended Tian to the Demon Suppression Department. Sun He immediately erupted with fury, engaging in a quarrel with Yuan Su. Why bring up the past? Didn't I already relinquish the nun to you last time? Yuan Su, with his hands clasped, wore a smile as he regarded Tian, as if admiring a rare treasure. The other masters immediately perked up, as if they had caught wind of something significant. Since we are all injured, it would be prudent to tend to our wounds first. Allow me to take charge of destroying the remaining 3 altars. Under the fervent gaze of Yuan Su, Tian felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Just as he was about to leave, an insatiable greed compelled his right hand to reach into the ruins of the altar, swiftly retrieving a glowing stone and tucking it away. Observing Tian's departing figure, the masters who remained to heal were filled with reflections. The new generation outpaces the old. Amitabha, my Buddha has found another destined one. Yuan Su emphasized with a smile, his eyes twinkling. We've struck gold. During their journey, greed could no longer be contained, bursting forth with excitement. What is the matter? Do you see the stone? It is a spirit stone from the upper realm, used for storing spiritual energy, an exquisite resource for replenishing energy and cultivating the spiritual body. Tian immediately honed in on the keyword uttered by greed, upper realm. What upper realm? It is the eerie realm. Greed answered with an air of confidence. But to Tian, those words struck like thunder in a clear sky. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click on the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. How could the upper realm possibly be a realm of deception? Should it not be a celestial realm, a divine realm, or a spiritual realm? Tian could not help but inquire. Among ordinary individuals and lowly specters, which is more formidable? Greed refrained from answering and instead posed a question to Tian. It is likely that the specters possess the upper hand. Precisely. Take, for instance, your own Tianwu kingdom. Without a master of internal energy, one cannot withstand even a single specter. Even a master of qi, when faced with ordinary specters, might have a chance against 1 or 2, but if the numbers swell, The only outcome is bitter defeat. Greed elaborated. I see. Tian nodded, realizing that the human race is but lambs to the slaughter before the deceptive and monstrous races. However, there must be a way to alter this predicament. Tian, still not losing hope, asked another question. You, my friend, are rather amusing. While others strive desperately to ascend to the upper realm and gain greater power, you inquire about how to bolster the lower realm. It is quite laughable. The human race is inherently frail and disease-ridden, with a fleeting lifespan, holding no advantage among the myriad of beings. Even in ancient times, when all were akin to dragons, they merely ranked among the lower echelons of the myriad races. Does that mean my current first-grade spiritual body has reached the level of being akin to a dragon? In ancient times, fierce beasts like tigers were referred to as great insects. Your current standing can only be likened to that of an insect, and you are a great distance from resembling a dragon. Greed unhesitatingly doused Tian with a bucket of cold water. Observing Tian's silence, he offered a word of consolation. Do not underestimate yourself. What era are we in? Spiritual energy in the human realm is nearing depletion, compounded by the incessant encroachment of the deceptive domain, while the human race is in utter disarray. Although your first-grade spiritual body cannot be compared to that of the ancient human race, in the present world, it is already quite rare. Challenging those above your level and contending with masters is no longer an insurmountable issue. The most crucial aspect is that after ascending to a spiritual body, you are no longer confined to mere flesh. You need not fear the encroachment of deceptive energy or the depletion of vitality. As long as your spiritual energy remains abundant, your life endures. Thus, you will not betray the name of the eternal life technique. Given time and resource accumulation, one can endure the hardships until the opportunity for ascension to the upper realm arises. Greed earnestly advised, and Tian's thoughts shifted. He held his breath and discovered that he felt no discomfort whatsoever, only a gradual consumption of his internal spiritual energy. With the energy flowing through his meridians and dantian no longer being true qi, but rather spiritual energy. What? Does this mean that the martial techniques I have practiced daily have been in vain? Tian immediately grew somewhat anxious. Spiritual energy is merely a more potent and refined form of energy. You can utilize it as you would true qi. Upon hearing Greed's explanation, Tian's anxious heart finally found peace. A pillar of spiritual energy loomed nearby. Possessing a first-grade spiritual body, Tian no longer needed to approach cautiously. He strode boldly toward it. Brother, look at how this person walks, swaying unsteadily. Upon seeing us, he shows no intent to flee. Could he be a fool? A creature of the demon race remarked to the nearby leader as he observed Tian's approach. Indeed, he does appear somewhat dazed, Ji Chao. In the past, you eliminated him to prevent the vice dean from witnessing the presence of a human wandering near the altar, which would reflect poorly on our vigilance. The demon leader stroked his chin, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, brother, with a single strike, he shall be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Ji Chao, filled with excitement, felt a rush of crimson in his eyes. Ever since his transformation into a demon, he had become enamored with the taste of human flesh. The youth before him, tender and delicate, appeared quite delectable. Stop right there. Who permits you to roam near the altar? Ji Chao declared imperiously. What are you, to dare obstruct my path? Tian, with his hands in his pockets, displayed an air of disdain. I am no mere thing. How dare you insult me, you insolent wretch? Just wait, I shall burst your entrails. Ji Chao spat into his palm and swung his wolf-toothed club downwards. In an instant, as if a gust of wind had swept through, the club was suddenly in Tian's grasp. Such swiftness! Ji Chao realized he had struck a solid barrier, yet there was no need for alarm. His brother, along with dozens of fellow demon disciples, were right behind him, ready to provide support. However, when he glanced back, he was astounded to find that the hillside, once teeming with demons, had become utterly deserted. His leader had already retreated over a mile away. A distant, ethereal voice echoed. He is the very fiend who just annihilated hundreds of saints at the Tianzi formation. Ji Chao, hold him off for a moment. We are retreating. The demon leader's words reverberated in the air. Ji Chao could scarcely believe it. Not only was his brother fleeing, but even the vice dean stationed at the altar was in flight. With a sudden crack, Tian's hand physically corrected Ji Chao's neck, twisting it a full 180 degrees, restoring their eye contact. Ah, it appears the fool was I, was the last thought that flickered through Ji Chao's mind as his neck was snapped. Calmly approaching the altar, Tian drew upon spiritual energy, dismantled the altar, and pocketed a piece of spirit stone. To his surprise, he found that his speed surpassed that of his previous destruction of the first altar. As the demons scattered in panic, Tian casually crushed a few underfoot. He had no time to pursue them now. The ominous domain above continued its slow encroachment, and Tian could feel the chilling, eerie energy descending from above, sending shivers down his spine. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the next formation. Chapter 118. A revelation, brother. I understand your reluctance to see the divine emblem city destroyed, but having journeyed this far, it is time to halt. I am not foolish. Should you continue, I might just return to dismantle our home. Upon hearing Su Rong's words, Jiang Pingfeng had no choice but to stop, turning around in resignation. Gazing up at the boundless starry sky, he slowly unsheathed his blade, his eyes reflecting an infinite melancholy. Today, I shall ensure that all understand. The so-called moon-devouring technique is but a farce in the face of absolute power. Su Rong's form swelled dramatically, instantly reverting to that of a colossal lizard over 10 meters in length. His slit-like pupils fixated on the white-haired man below, a glint of malice and murderous intent in his gaze. Jiang Pingfeng, however, gently caressed the pristine blade, a faint starlight shimmering as it began to converge upon the blade's surface, a subtle, yet palpable aura coalescing within the valley. Brother, do not say that I do not offer you a chance. In your current state, you possess but a single strike's worth of power. Come, unleash your strongest move. Let me witness the prowess of our master's ultimate technique and see how much might it can wield in your hands. With a mighty leap, Su Rong flapped his wings slowly, hovering in midair, a billowing black mist enveloping him, shrouding the heavens above. The domain of a grandmaster unfolded entirely, concealing Su Rong's form within. No matter how formidable the moon-devouring technique, if it could not strike true, it would render Su Rong impervious to harm. Having previously encountered the moon-devouring technique atop the demon-locking tower, Su Rong believed he had discovered a means to counter it. Yet, with a sudden sound, Jiang Pingfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, the immaculate blade instantly cloaked in a layer of crimson light. Brother, I suggest you cease your futile struggles. The moon-devouring technique is inherently a double-edged sword, a technique that leads to mutual destruction. If you force it now, you may lose your own life before the battle even begins. Observing Jiang Pingfeng, frail as a candle in the wind, Su Rong's mocking voice emerged from the black mist, laced with derision. Junior brother, do you recall the lesson our master posed to us when we first entered his tutelage? What is a blade? Jiang Pingfeng spoke calmly. A blade is a weapon, but also a heart's demon. In the hands of the benevolent, it can vanquish demons and protect the innocent. In the hands of the malevolent, it becomes an instrument of slaughter, bringing ruin to the living. Su Rong clenched his right claw into a fist, feeling the surging malevolence within his body, and retorted, "Humph. Benevolence? Merely a fade worn by the hypocritical hounds of the court. I, Su Rong, believe solely in strength, in the power within my grasp." Jiang Pingfeng shook his head, sighing softly. Power in itself bears no morality. It is the wielder's heart that defines good and evil. The strength you possess, though immensely powerful, is stained with the blood of the innocent. Such power, no matter how great, is merely a scourge upon the world. Su Rong's expression shifted, fury igniting within him as he bellowed, "Silence! Do you think that standing atop a moral high ground grants you the right to judge me? I have reached this point solely because of the so-called righteous individuals like you who have driven me to this." Jiang Pingfeng inhaled deeply, speaking in a solemn tone. The distinction between righteousness and wickedness lies not in one's origins or affiliations, but in the heart. If you truly repent and set down your weapon, perhaps a glimmer of hope remains. A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Rong's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by madness. Hope? I have no need for that. All I desire is power, the kind that brings me victory. Brother, this enmity between us has persisted long enough. Can you truly not spare the innocent citizens of Shenhui City? I cannot. I am now the leader of the Celestial Demon Sect, governing the two prefectures of Hudong and Hejian, with tens of thousands of followers under my command. How can I abandon years of planning for a mere word from you? Su Rong replied coldly. Very well. Jiang Pingfeng shook his head, aware that having transformed into a demon had stripped Su Rong of his humanity. Yet he clung to a final hope that Su Rong might find his way back. Now, however, that last hope was shattered. Since you have longed to compete with me, let us engage in battle today to determine our superiority and fate. As Jiang Pingfeng's words fell, his blood-stained long knife swept through the air, tracing a wondrous arc across the starry sky. The celestial bodies seemed to tremble, their light tilting in the direction of the blade. Hissing, beams of starlight pierced through the black mist, instantly riddling it with countless wounds. Several beams struck Su Rong. Powerful though they were, they remained within his capacity to withstand. I anticipated this. A smirk of triumph appeared at the corner of Su Rong's mouth. Brother, the moon-swallowing technique is indeed formidable, capable of nearly obliterating my domain. Yet it ends here. As long as your starlight cannot concentrate its assault on a single point, the damage it inflicts will be exceedingly limited. The black mist churned once more, rapidly mending the gaps pierced by the starlight. You are running out of energy, are you not? Perhaps you will perish without my assistance. Ha! Su Rong laughed heartily as he gazed at Jiang Pingfeng, whose hair had turned completely white, his form frail and decrepit. Though I may be old, my heart remains steadfast in righteousness. The world may be vast, but there is no place for vile creatures like you. Jiang Pingfeng's eyes remained sharp as he suddenly lifted his gaze, fixing it upon the bright moon in the sky. Su Rong felt a sudden pain in his chest, as if his heart were being ruthlessly squeezed, rendering it difficult to beat. A brilliant beam of moonlight shot forth from his chest, piercing through the black scales that covered it. This time, it was Su Rong who spewed forth a torrent of black blood. The moonlight erupted once more, radiating from all parts of Su Rong's body, and in an instant, his massive form was torn asunder, plummeting from the sky. The celestial dog devours the moon. The underworld comes forth. The ultimate technique of my master. Brother, you have witnessed it. Jiang Pingfeng uttered these words softly before slowly closing his eyes. Moments later, a blood-soaked figure, brimming with an insatiable killing intent, stood before Jiang Pingfeng. Apologies, my senior brother. Even with my heart obliterated and my internal organs ravaged, the strength of my demonic form prevails, and I remain alive. With that, Su Rong struck towards Jiang Pingfeng's neck with the claws raised in his hand. What? The claws halted upon contact with Jiang Pingfeng, who lay devoid of breath. A flicker of panic crossed Su Rong's face. Is he dead? My senior brother has truly lost all vitality. Shouldn't it have been me who trampled him beneath my feet, relishing in his suffering? Shouldn't Jiang Pingfeng have cried out in agony, pleading for mercy like those ordinary souls? This is wrong. Everything is utterly wrong. I demand the entirety of Divine Emblem City to accompany him in death. A frenzied gleam ignited in Su Rong's eyes as he leapt, transforming once more into a colossal lizard over 10 meters long, soaring towards Divine Emblem City. Tian replicated the method, capturing another focal point. The spiritual energy coalescing atop the altar surged into his being, each cell within him resonating with ecstasy. Tian cast a glance at the system, which displayed first-grade spirit body, 4,534 5,000. It seemed that absorbing the spiritual energy from the final altar would grant him the prospect of ascending to a second-grade spirit body. With a thunderous crack, the altar shattered, leaving only 2 spirit stones used to activate the formation. Greed, ever voracious, eagerly extended its tongue to envelop the stones within its belly. Allow me to safeguard these for you. Greed hastily clarified upon noticing Tian's gaze. Indeed, greed was sufficiently gluttonous, Tian mused, as he proceeded towards the last focal point. At that moment, the eerie phenomena above began to wane, deprived of the influx of spiritual energy. The once crimson moonlight flickering sporadically. A muted roar reverberated above Divine Emblem City, seemingly the anguished cry of some creature unwilling to relent. Below, raging infernos severed the streets, and the city guards regained control of the situation. Numerous members of noble families and factions joined the fray, with a thick layer of blood-slave corpses piled before the city guards' defenses. The areas inhabited by civilians had been decimated, the horrific scenes surpassing even those Tian had witnessed in the White Merchant City. Occasionally, crimson-eyed citizens erupted from their homes, shrieking in attack against Tian. However, his speed was unparalleled. Those encroaching blood slaves could scarcely graze his garments. What had become of the Demon Subjugation Division? Tian glanced from a distance, noting the tranquility from that direction, the previous inferno now extinguished. I hope my sister and the others are safe. Though Tian yearned to return and ascertain their well-being, pressing matters demanded his attention. Every moment wasted could mean the loss of more innocent lives. He could not afford to delay even for an instant. A multitude of demon-kind gathered before the final altar. The earlier focal points had been manageable, but should this last one fall, upon the return of the leader, we would surely meet our doom. The vice leader of the demon cult cast a wary glance at the altar, his expression a tapestry of complexity. The disciples of the heavenly demon cult exchanged apprehensive glances, though they held faith in leader Su. If punishment loomed, it might be better if he did not return unscathed. Reluctantly, the decision was made to fight back. In my opinion, we should let the followers below surge forward, exhausting the terrifying intent of the enemy's blade. Then, we shall strike together at the end. I refuse to believe that the vital energy within this youth is truly inexhaustible. Another practitioner of formidable energy spoke up, and the crowd of practitioners nodded in agreement. Tian stood before the final altar, gazing at the numerous practitioners poised for battle, and felt a pang of trepidation in his heart. Advance. Attack. The practitioners above, employing some unknown technique, sent hundreds of ordinary practitioners rushing forward like rabid dogs. In an instant, the broken moon blade in Tian's grasp erupted with a dazzling light, cleaving through the first few assailants. He refrained from utilizing that indomitable intent of the blade. Observing that the struck followers were not bisected, the vice priest at the forefront's eyes brightened momentarily. He unleashed a torrent of foul blood, thickening the ominous aura in the air. Encouraged by this dark energy, the followers below attacked with even greater ferocity. This cannot continue, Tian thought, noting the rapid depletion of his spiritual power, his brow furrowing in concern. Spiritual power differs from vital energy. It cannot be swiftly replenished through pills or meditation, but must be drawn from the eerie realm. For Tian, the only means of replenishing his otherworldly energy were through devouring the bizarre and the automatic cultivation of the longevity technique that restored 500 points daily. Once his spiritual power was exhausted, continuing the battle would become exceedingly difficult. It appeared he would need to employ a secret technique to intimidate these frenzied practitioners. Regrettably, his blade intent was already depleted, inciting a wave of frustration within him. Had he known, he would have chosen several ordinary sword techniques, allowing the controlled specters to master them to perfection and thus transform them into blade intent. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes gleamed with determination. With a surge of blade light, he opened a gap in the encircling practitioners, leaping into the air. The broken moon blade in his hand ignited with an exceptionally blinding purple hue, causing the practitioners on the ground to sense a heart-stopping attack brewing. With a thunderous crash, a bolt of purple lightning descended from above, striking a seemingly nonchalant practitioner of formidable energy squarely. The savory aroma of roasting meat and the scent of charred flesh wafted through the air as the expressions of fear spread among the gathered practitioners. And the struck practitioner collapsed with a resounding thud. Chapter 119. Destruction of the formation. It was indeed the power of heavenly retribution, a terrifying force that seemed unfathomable for any human to wield. Could this individual truly be the nemesis of our enigmatic race? The Vice Dean gazed upon the fallen body and shouted frantically, "Esteemed Dean, given that this young man is our adversary, should we not retreat while we still have the chance before he strikes?" One of the monstrous beings posed the question that weighed on the minds of all present. Impudent. As a member of the Holy Church, to speak of retreat day in and day out, do you not honor the Church's nurturing? The Vice Dean bellowed, delivering a swift kick that sent the speaker crashing to the ground. Just as he intended to deliver further punishment, the violet blade in Tian's hand ignited once more, prompting him to roll away in a desperate bid for safety. With a thunderous roar, lightning struck again, electrifying the numerous ordinary fiends surrounding Tian, leaving many grievously wounded and collapsing in droves. Dear Dean, you see it yourself. Our brethren are sacrificing their lives to buy us time. If we do not depart now, it may be too late, cried the fallen fiend, tears streaming down his face, displaying unwavering loyalty. A flurry of thoughts raced through the Vice Dean's mind as he weighed the loss of the formations against his own mortality. In an instant, he reached the correct conclusion. His life was singular and precious. After enduring so much to attain the position of Vice Dean, a little more patience would allow him to ascend to the level of a minor master. At that point, he could select a remote locale to serve as Dean. Enjoying a life of leisure, free from the strife for resources, what bliss that would be, with the prospect of a prolonged life. The followers of the heavenly demon cult were particularly protective of their existence. While sacrificing a few newly transformed minions was acceptable, offering up themselves was utterly out of the question. With this thought, the Vice Dean thundered, "Whoever brings him down shall be rewarded with a blood elixir sufficient for 1,000. Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant followers of the heavenly demon cult were instantly invigorated, rallying with fervor while the Vice Dean led the charge. Witnessing the Vice Dean's audacity, some onlookers among the energy-infused fiends felt compelled to join the fray. Over 100 surged forward, exuding a formidable presence, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance, as if their combined might could crush Tian, a seemingly robust insect, into oblivion. A blood elixir of such magnitude could elevate inner strength level fiends to the next tier, and those at the energy level could ascend further still. Such a precious resource was exceedingly scarce within the heavenly demon cult, typically reserved for those of Dean rank and above. Even the Deans themselves were in dire need. The Vice Dean's willingness to offer such a bounty quelled the fears of the majority of the cult members. Midway through the charge, the previously boisterous Vice Dean suddenly exchanged glances with a few trusted aides, who immediately understood the unspoken command. In the ensuing chaos, they maneuvered to position the Vice Dean toward the back, while the fiends ahead engaged in battle with Tian, leaving them trailing behind. The vanguard of fiends surged forward, meeting their fate under Tian's violet lightning as effortlessly as one would slice through vegetables. The vice principal shouted loudly, but was obstructed by his loyal subordinates under the pretext of safety. Soon, amidst the feigned dragging of a few trusted aides, the vice principal turned away without looking back and fled the battlefield. In a moment of frustration, he declared, "Enough is enough." Ultimately, under the relentless assault of the monstrous beings, Tian was forced to unleash his true power. He switched his dagger to his left hand, and with a swift motion, his palm expanded to the size of a door, capturing one of the monstrous beings and devouring it. The creature's screams echoed through the air, its formidable life force ensuring that it remained alive even as it was consumed. Feeling the once dried spiritual energy being rapidly replenished, Tian struck again with a bolt of lightning. The monstrous beings ahead, however, stood their ground, their expressions vacant as they took the blow. How bizarre. Faced with the ability to devour these beings, the morale of the Tianyao cultists shattered, scattering in a cacophony of desperate cries. Meanwhile, greed, under Tian's tacit approval, unleashed its true nature, severing its wrist connection and relentlessly pursuing the monsters to consume them. With each creature devoured, greed's form grew larger, after devouring dozens. It resembled a 3-meter-high mass of flesh, grotesquely bloated and unable to move, lamenting as the remaining monsters escaped into the night. Tian had no time to concern himself with greed's condition. Approaching the altar, he swung his dagger with his left hand, cleaving it in two. A surge of spiritual energy immediately flowed into his body through the severed altar. The system chimed, spiritual energy 4850, for 1921, 5000. Congratulations on advancing to the second tier of spiritual body. A powerful force coursed chaotically through his meridians, compelling Tian to roar at the heavens. With a single punch, he reduced the altar to dust, revealing several spirit stones, which he collected eagerly. His strength and speed surged by another factor of 2. If the transition from a corporeal body to a spiritual body had increased his prowess tenfold, now Tian was experiencing a 20-fold amplification. This overwhelming power allowed him to produce a thunderous sound with just a snap of his fingers. The sky crackled ominously, and the entire eerie realm shattered like a glass mirror, beginning to crumble. The red moonlight faded, and the blood slaves below gradually fell silent. At last, the eerie realm dissipated, and gentle, cool moonlight bathed the earth once more. The crimson hue in the eyes of the common folk receded, revealing their original forms. Whether frail or corpulent, a piercing wail echoed through the air, as someone, having transformed into a blood slave, had killed their own kin. Similar cries of anguish rose and fell, tugging at Tian's heartstrings, prompting him to hasten his departure. From the number of corpses on the ground, it was evident that the death toll in Shunhui City that night was no less than 8,000, and the morning would surely greet a city clad in mourning white. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, or novel mode, and disable your ad blocker. Or copy the URL to another browser to read. What are you still lingering here for? Tian approached the insatiable figure before him, akin to a gluttonous pig, and inquired. With age, one finds it increasingly difficult to digest when overindulging. The embodiment of greed shifted uncomfortably, the malevolent spirit within still writhing, as evidenced by the occasional bulges that emerged from its form. Tian brandished his broken crescent blade, a crackling arc of electricity erupting forth with a resounding crackle. Shall I assist you with a little electric therapy for your digestion? The embodiment of greed froze momentarily, its body beginning to tremble violently, contorting as if caught in a juicer. The anguished cries of the malevolent spirit echoed incessantly, and within moments, the figure of greed began to shrink, ultimately reverting to the size of an ordinary palm, reattaching itself to Tian's wrist. These malevolent spirits varied in quality, collectively yielding 350 points of spiritual energy. With careful diction, greed observed Tian's reaction. Ah, splendid. Tian advanced to the second tier of spiritual form, and to ascend further would require an additional 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Greed had generously contributed 1/5 of this, much to Tian's satisfaction. Noticing Tian's lack of further reaction, Greed silently exhaled in relief. This batch of malevolent spirits had consumed and transformed into over 10,000 points of spiritual energy, most of which Greed had retained, leaving only a pittance for Tian. Seeing no suspicion in Tian's demeanor, Greed felt a wave of relief wash over him. In these times, life is challenging for everyone, especially for one who is left with but a single hand, unlike you, who is whole from head to toe. It is only natural to hoard a little for security. After absorbing the spiritual energy contributed by Greed, Tian hurried back to the Demon Suppression Bureau. His sister, Cici, his senior brother, Jiang Tao, and several cherished individuals awaited him there. Naturally, Tian was concerned for their safety. With the mission accomplished, he prioritized confirming their well-being. "Brother, where have you been? At your age, you should know better. The outside world is in chaos, and yet you wander about aimlessly. It truly leaves one anxious." Upon returning to his small courtyard, Tian found himself chastised by his sister, though he felt a warm glow despite the embarrassment. Conversely, Tian exhibited intense emotional fluctuations in Tian's presence, seemingly having discovered something. However, he refrained from asking, and Tian saw no necessity to disclose what had transpired. With no issues at the Herbal Medicine Institute, and knowing that Jiang and Zhuang Lianxue were safe, Tian's only lingering concern was for the well-being of his old acquaintance, Ji Qiuping. Gazing at the ruins of the Huangzi courtyard, Tian furrowed his brow. Before he could investigate further, a shadow plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the demon locking tower. The formation ignited with a yellow light, successfully thwarting the assault. It was none other than the celestial master who had recently been tasked with guarding and repairing the tower's defensive formation. "Demon Suppression Bureau, are you akin to turtles?" After failing to strike, the shadow revealed its true form, a 10-meter-long lizard dragon, unmistakably Su Rong. An attack from malevolent spirits. Counterattacked swiftly. Crossbows, poisonous mist, and various talismans erupted in chaotic assault, inundating Su Rong. Although these attacks inflicted minimal damage, they left him in a state of disarray, thoroughly vexed. "You insignificant insects, perish!" Su Rong unleashed a deafening roar, his voice waves crashing down upon the members of the Demon Suppression Division, who struggled desperately, teetering on the brink of utter defeat. "Silence! Do you not realize the hour? It is the dead of night, and yet you persist in your cacophony, disturbing the peace. Have you no sense of civic duty?" Suddenly, a fist rose from below, delivering a crushing blow to the chin of the lizard dragon. Su Rong was momentarily disoriented by the impact, the immense sound waves reverberating in his mouth, causing his head to buzz. Shaking off the dizziness, he focused on his assailant, a master of the minor realm. It was astonishing that the Demon Suppression Division possessed such a formidable figure, indicating their profound depth. Just moments ago, he had dismissed them as mere trifles, realizing that dispatching them would be beneath his stature. Yet with the addition of a minor master, this journey had not been in vain after all. The attacking minor master, though his hair was grizzled and his face gaunt, had long reached the age of diminished vitality, yet wore an expression of defiance, regarding Su Rong with disdain. Another fool who did not recognize his own mortality. A smirk curled at the corners of Su Rong's mouth as he unfurled his wings, a robe of azure adorned with golden patterns billowing forth. "What have you done to General Jiang?" The members of the Demon Suppression Division immediately erupted in furious accusations. Chapter 120. The battle against Su Rong. Jiang Pingfeng, rigid in his ways, declared, "I shall accompany him for a journey. You insignificant beings. Those who wish to descend and join him may now volunteer." Upon hearing this proclamation, the members of the Demon Suppression Division were struck with shock in their eyes. Jiang Pingfeng was akin to a god of war, and the notion of his potential defeat shattered their faith. "Humph, arrogant wretch, allow me to deal with you." The elder, a minor master, snorted coldly and immediately took action, striking a pose to gather energy. "Very well, I shall eliminate you, the leader, and eradicate the Demon Suppression Division." Su Rong, too, became serious. Enormous energy coalesced in the elder's right fist, radiating a flickering white light. "Though my vitality has waned over the past 30 years, my pursuit of martial arts has only intensified. This technique, a synthesis of various schools, is my original creation. Brace yourself." Su Rong folded his wings and unleashed a dark domain, preparing for the impending confrontation. Witnessing this, the members of the Demon Suppression Division reignited their hopes. Although Jiang Jinshu had been defeated, their side still possessed a minor master-level warrior, offering a glimmer of chance. With a resounding boom, the elder struck decisively. A tremendous explosion erupted beside Su Rong, creating a gaping hole in the domain. Su Rong's tail lashed out, leaving an afterimage, and with a deafening roar, struck the elder, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby row of buildings. Is this truly it? A self-created ultimate skill? Su Rong felt momentarily bewildered. Tian, intending to reach the demon locking tower, was suddenly interrupted as a nearby wall shattered, breached by an elder. Elder Zhang, I knew you were the hidden master of our demon suppression division. The elder's disguise was obliterated by the force of the impact, and Tian instantly recognized the individual who spent his days holed up in the scripture pavilion collecting fees. Coughing, Elder Zhang rose, spitting out sand and gravel, appearing quite disheveled. Upon seeing Tian, he hastily composed himself, shaking off the debris and stroking his beard to regain a semblance of an aloof sage. Young one, you must keep my status as a supreme master a secret. Only heaven, earth, you, and I should know. Do not mention it to outsiders. When you come to purchase manuals, I shall offer you a discount. Absolutely, absolutely. Tian, unconcerned about the potential discount on techniques, felt immensely satisfied that his suspicions were indeed correct. Contemplating this, he considered whether he might seek a position guarding such martial manuals in the future. After attaining a spiritual body, his lifespan would surpass that of ordinary humans by at least tenfold. With time on his side and the system at hand, he would inevitably reach unparalleled strength. Young man, I can see you possess a talent for martial arts. Here are 5 manuals, each worth a fortune, and I shall gift them all to you. However, you must first join forces with me to resolve the troubles at hand. Elder Zhang produced 5 martial arts manuals, waving them enticingly before Tian, only to swiftly tuck them back into his robes as Tian reached out to grasp them. Deal. Having failed to acquire the coveted secret manual, Tian felt a twinge of regret. Zhang Lao, a seasoned merchant, was adept in the art of negotiation, luring one in with promises of substantial rewards. The insight possessed by this minor master was unparalleled, from Tian's palpable aura of murderous intent and sinister energy. It was evident that he had triumphed in a fierce battle against the celestial demon sect, emerging unscathed, devoid of any signs of fatigue or bloodshed, which attested to his extraordinary prowess. Fortunately, he was still alive. A figure shrouded in black mist approached through the debris, greeting as though they were old acquaintances. Be cautious. He has slain Zhang Zhenshu. Zhang Lao donned his disguise once more, imparting a warning to Tian. Tian stiffened, memories of his interactions with Zhang Zhenshu flooding his mind. Though their encounters were few, they had been amiable, and Zhang was one of the rare individuals within the Demon Suppression Division willing to engage him in conversation. Zhang Zhenshu, a minor master, indicated that the person before him possessed strength exceeding that level. Indeed, if you two kneel and plead for mercy now, I might consider showing leniency. Otherwise, you shall soon join Jiang Pingfeng in the afterlife, Su Rong proclaimed from his lofty position, seeking to extract the enjoyment he had missed out on with Jiang Pingfeng from these two. Damn it! Tian raised his middle finger defiantly. Su Rong's previously triumphant expression contorted in an instant. With a roar, he transformed back into his demonic form. You, young one, seize control of him. I possess a technique that will surely injure him. Zhang Lao instructed, already striking a pose and gathering his energy before Tian could respond. Without further ado, Tian unleashed the broken moon blade, which arced through the sky, accompanied by a crackling purple thunderbolt that struck Su Rong. Delightful. Apply greater force, he urged greedily, feeling the excess magical energy within him from previously devouring too many demons. He was momentarily overwhelmed. The power of lightning. Su Rong's expression shifted again as the purple lightning, defying spatial boundaries, descended upon him. The currents coursed through his being, inflicting pain and paralysis, rendering his dark domain ineffective and evaporating much of his sinister energy. Although not fatal, it was exceedingly uncomfortable. This foe must be dealt with first. Su Rong cast a glance at the elder still gathering his energy, calculating his next move. Having previously endured the elder's full-force strike, he deduced that its potency was relatively mild, merely resulting in minor injuries. His demonic body was robust and capable of rapid recovery. Yet lightning was the nemesis of sinister beings. A few more strikes would deplete his energy reserves entirely, putting him in genuine peril. With this thought in mind, Su Rong lunged toward Tian. The battle erupted fiercely, leaving naught but ruins in their wake. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to read in another browser. To everyone's astonishment, it is Tian who is battling the demon. Ji Qiuping exclaimed in shock. This young man, who previously displayed no strength, now appears incredibly formidable. She had intended to teach him a lesson after breaking through her own limitations, but it seems that aspiration may never come to fruition. The prowess to contend with a master-level individual is something she might not attain even in 30 years of diligent practice. I always knew this lad was concealing his true capabilities. Wang, the steward, who is also a formidable energy practitioner, despite suffering serious internal injuries and spitting blood, could not help but shout in excitement as he witnessed the earth-shattering clash between Tian and the demon, whose Tian was drenched in cold sweat. He had been secretly plotting to frame Tian and Jiang Tao to seize the brewing formula, completely oblivious to the perils he was courting. From now on, he must sever all ties with the Jiang family and be cautious to avoid any entanglements. So, you are unafraid of my poison because of your exceptional strength. And you even deceived me with your cunning words. Zhuang Lianxue, who was healing, gazed through a mist of anger. Meanwhile, Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. Having previously relied on his strength to slap the young man a few times, he feared retaliation. He glanced back at Cici, who looked at him with admiration, and reassured himself that Tian would not seek vengeance over such trifles, especially given his close bond with Cici. The martial arts that Tian taught, no, the unparalleled skills, would surely allow Cici to continue her training. With a crack, Su Rong's sharp teeth suddenly sank into Tian's head during their fierce struggle. Tian, no. The members of the Demon Control Department cried out in unison. A scream pierced the air as Su Rong staggered back, spewing black blood and losing several teeth. Tian touched his head, realizing that in a moment of peril, he had unhesitatingly activated all his hard-earned skills, including the 13 Protector's Golden Bell Shield and the unmoved King Kong body, along with a tenfold enhancement to his defensive capabilities. In the face of Su Rong's lethal strike, only a row of white imprints remained where the teeth had bitten, and not a single hair was harmed. You are a monster, a true monster, Su Rong gasped, his speech punctuated by the gaps where his teeth had been, resorting to biting in a fight. If you disregard the rules of martial ethics, do not blame me for abandoning decorum. Tian grinned fiercely, lunging forward to grapple with Su Rong's massive demon form, entirely disregarding defense. Eyes, groins, hair, cursing. Since the lizard dragon has no hair, he would pry open its mouth and rip out its tongue. After several exchanges, Tian unleashed the pinnacle of his overlord fist, leaving Su Rong howling in agony, his eyes filled with terror. Now is the moment. Receive my descending palm strike. Elder Zhang, brimming with confidence, soared into the sky, preparing to dive down with grand momentum. Behold, who is this venerable elder of a minor sect? Who? The steward was overwhelmed with excitement, gesticulating animatedly. Such an imposing strike was bound to possess extraordinary might, surely capable of vanquishing the malevolent creature in one fell swoop. The members of the Demon Suppression Division murmured amongst themselves, their hearts brimming with anticipation as they gazed upward. Su Rong, entangled in battle with Tian, also changed countenance, flicking his tail and unleashing a counterattack. A stone was propelled forth, striking Elder Zhang squarely on the forehead, causing his eyes to roll back as he collapsed, unconscious. With a resounding thud, Elder Zhang plummeted into the ruins, falling utterly silent. How fortunate, Su Rong silently remarked to himself. Tian had initially maintained a distance to evade Elder Zhang's onslaught. Witnessing this turn of events, his expression shifted dramatically, compelling him to charge forward once more. Su Rong's anguished cries echoed again as he hastily tucked his tail in, guarding his vulnerable spots with fervor. Scoundrel! Such despicable and shameless tactics. Shielding his bleeding eye with a claw, Su Rong limped away from another strike, cursing vehemently. To confront such unscrupulous villains, one must employ equally insidious methods. Tian grinned, advancing once more. With a swift motion, Su Rong swept his tail, propelling himself towards the demon locking tower. Little did he expect such formidable presences at the Demon Suppression Division, having gained not a single advantage today. His only recourse was to devise a means to destroy the tower. Tian hastily pursued him. Upon seeing Su Rong charge toward the tower, the gathered members of the Demon Suppression Division fell into disarray, unleashing their attacks in a frantic attempt to obstruct him. White energy surged and swirled, yet failed to even tickle Su Rong. As he beheld the tower within arm's reach, a sly glimmer flickered across Su Rong's face, and with a fierce blow, he struck down. No, the tower's formation, already on the brink of collapse, shattered instantly under his assault. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, a surge of eerie energy erupted, and many of the imprisoned entities within the tower immediately broke free from their restraints, hastening their escape along the crumbling structure. Casting a triumphant glance at the hastily approaching Tian, Su Rong flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Chapter 121. The Anomaly of the Demon Locking Tower. A master of formations, proficient in the intricacies of array manipulations, hastily ascended the dilapidated array, urgently retrieving various materials from his person to commence repairs. Just as he rectified several spiritual patterns, his body suddenly stiffened, and a grotesque smile crept upon his lips. He had been possessed. A talisman flew forth, adhering to his back, igniting in flames. An ethereal shadow was extracted from his body amidst the conflagration, brimming with malice. It let out a piercing wail, attempting to flee, only to be struck by several incantations, leading to its immediate obliteration. The masters each employed their respective techniques, swiftly vanquishing the remaining aberrations that sought to escape. The practitioners from the Herb Academy distributed healing elixirs, while Sun He and the other guardians of the Demon Locking Tower wore expressions of grave concern. Above the tower, a dense miasma had coalesced into a swirling vortex. Amidst the intricate black lightning, the fabric of space began to warp, subtly revealing the outline of a sinister realm. The excessive release of this malevolent energy had shattered the equilibrium of this realm. Should this continue unchecked, a passage connecting to the malevolent domain would inevitably form. And should a formidable aberration traverse through, it would spell disaster. Upon hearing Sun He's declaration, the others felt a chill run down their spines, prompting a swift acceleration in their efforts. Tian cast a glance at the demon locking tower, still violently expelling miasma, and inwardly summoned greed. Greed, do you not see? So much malevolence is at hand. Is it not a waste to let it go unconsumed? I too wish to partake. But the recent battle has left me with an excess of aberrant energy. Converting it into spiritual power requires time, Greed replied with a hint of resignation. What then should we do? We cannot simply stand by and watch the passage to the malevolent realm open. Tian implored anxiously. What else can be done? We must consume the miasma as best we can. Greed responded. The escaping aberrations were all of the upper 3 tiers, ranging from levels 1 to 3. The assembled masters were seasoned veterans, accustomed to dealing with such levels of anomalies with ease. However, should more powerful entities emerge, the situation would become decidedly more precarious. Sun He and the others swiftly established a formation, attempting to siphon a fraction of the tumultuous miasma, initiating its purification, yet in comparison to the total volume, it was but a drop in the ocean. With a resounding roar, the ground trembled violently. Everyone staggered as the entire demon subjugation department jolted. Several structures that had previously survived the battle collapsed with a thunderous crash, reducing them to mere rubble. The garden courtyard where Tian had resided was completely obliterated. The towering demon locking tower, with a diameter of several hundred meters, shook violently, slowly ascending from the ground by dozens of meters. Its obsidian surface was adorned with rusted patterns, suggesting an ancient origin. As the tower continued its ascent, a massive surge of miasma erupted, expanding the already vast cloud of malevolence threefold. A fissure in the tower's structure revealed itself, from which a faint crimson fluid gushed forth. A sudden thought struck Tian's mind. The spectral entity of the 7th tier, enveloped in radiant light. Should it emerge, even his ascended 2nd-tier spiritual form might not guarantee his survival, let alone that of the other masters present. It would likely result in the utter annihilation of all within the divine emblem city. As the demon ceiling tower rose ever higher, Tian felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Suddenly, the sound of clanking echoed incessantly. 8 dark iron chains, entwined around the tower, were forcefully uprooted from the ground, each as thick as a water barrel. The chains gradually tightened, ultimately restraining the tower's structure. They extended along the streets, connecting to the foundations of the city wall of Divine Emblem City. If the tower fell, so too would the city. Many onlookers wore expressions of astonishment, witnessing for the first time such a hidden mechanism of the demon ceiling tower. At the inception of the Tianwu Kingdom, these towers were erected in various locations to suppress the malevolent and bizarre entities that plagued the realm, purportedly also to stabilize the national fortune of the kingdom. Sun He calmly elucidated. The crowd nodded in agreement. In this world, those aberrant beings roamed freely, posing a constant threat to the court. Haha, I understand now. Greed suddenly erupted in laughter within Tian's mind. The Tianwu Kingdom once had extraordinary individuals. What is going on? Speak quickly. Tian inquired anxiously. If you wish to know, provide something of value first. Wasn't that the agreement when you enticed me with fine drinks before? A fair exchange, as per our mutual agreement. Greed replied, his mood buoyant, relishing the opportunity to take control of Tian for once. Greed, let us keep it simple. From this day forth, I shall resolve matters with my left hand. Tian's countenance bore a hint of tragic determination. What do you mean, resolve with your left hand? Are you implying you wish to utilize your right? Greed retorted, anger flashing across his face. Think again, or else I'll take it from you. Calm down, calm down. Will you agree or not? Speak. Humph. Listen well, the demon sealing tower is rooted in the earth's veins, harnessing their power to purify the malevolent aura of the world and augment the fortune of the Tianwu kingdom. Now, with the earth dragon stirring, the tower is being elevated. It seems the Tianwu kingdom is on the verge of a transformation. Greed elaborated further. And it was then that Tian comprehended the truth. The crimson underground was indeed a branch of the earth's veins, tainted by the malevolent aura, which had manifested as a river of blood. However, the earth's veins were potent enough to self-purify. Amidst the ebb and flow, the malevolent energies would be transformed and absorbed. Yet, as the demon sealing tower ascended, revealing more of its structure, the released malevolent aura intensified, and the swirling vortex above expanded further. Fear not, young man. With my assistance, even if we must venture into the realm of the bizarre, you'll manage just fine. Greed comforted Tian with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Not a chance. I have no desire to delve into that bizarre realm now. If you're so keen, I could toss you in instead. How does that sound? Absolutely not. With just one hand, I would face unbearable hardships alone in such a strange place. If we must go, we ought to go together. After all, I have a substantial stash of spirit stones amassed in the bizarre realm. Greed waved his finger dismissively, indicating his reluctance to go. Since you wish to avoid that, then let us hastily devise a strategy to confront the current situation. The previous formations have been entirely destroyed, and the Celestial Master Sun, he is leading the effort to re-establish the arrays on the periphery. Master Sun, what shall we do now? Tian inquired. The Demon Suppression Department had anticipated such a scenario. The 8 Gates golden lock remains intact, and the seal of the Demon Suppression Tower has not been fully undone. But the situation is exceedingly dire. We must redraw the sealing formation to restore the Demon Suppression Tower back to its underground confines. Yet time is of the essence. Sun, he gazed upward at the ever-expanding vortex of malevolence, his eyes filled with apprehension. Tian, perhaps you young ones should depart and evacuate the innocent citizens, suggested the head of the Herbal Academy. Her tone markedly softened from its usual sternness. We still need to establish 8 formations to funnel the malevolence into the foundation of the Divine Emblem City's walls for demon suppression. The rift to the malevolent realm could manifest at any moment. Then I shall find a way to delay things for a while. You focus on your formations. Upon hearing Sun He's words, Tian immediately sprang into action, leaping to the exit atop the tower. A malevolent corpse crawled out from the tower's opening. Bathed in the eerie glow of malevolence and moonlight, its once withered form slowly regaining vitality as it absorbed the sinister energy. In the next moment, however, Tian cleaved it into several pieces with a swift strike, followed by a forceful kick that sent it plummeting back into the tower. The greedy figure expanded several-fold, blocking much of the malevolence that surged from the exit, although some still seeped out relentlessly. I've done my best, old man. You'll have to deal with the rest of the malevolence yourself. The greedy voice echoed in his mind, to which Tian nodded in acknowledgement. He waved his hand, summoning 10 ghostly shadows. These were the spirits he had called forth. Go forth and devour that malevolence. Tian commanded. For the spirits, these malevolent energies were akin to delectable feasts, and many of them immediately expressed their joy to Tian, swiftly locating the sources from which the malevolence was oozing and beginning to absorb it. This scene caught the attention of some observant individuals, causing their expressions to shift. How has Tian learned the art of malevolence control? Such techniques might not be remarkable in ordinary sects, but within the Demon Suppression Department, it could be quite inappropriate. Manager Wang, who was presently meditating to heal after consuming a medicinal pill, furrowed his brow upon witnessing this spectacle. Tian dares to practice the art of malevolence control. While I initially worried about his ability to contend with master-level demons, it seems he is no longer a concern. Manager who observed Tian above the Demon Suppression Tower, a smirk playing on his lips, as Tian felt the continuous transformation of malevolence into spiritual energy. His heart swelled with joy. With the malevolent realm looming above and strange forces stirring below, this perilous domain became a treasure trove for his cultivation. Vast amounts of spiritual energy surged into his body, cleansing his cells, and a notification from the system emerged. 3rd grade spiritual body, spiritual energy 122. After a duration equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, Tian ascended to the 3rd grade spiritual body, enhancing his power further. Feeling the surging spiritual energy coursing through his body, Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. He inadvertently cast a glance towards a certain point in the sky, contemplating that should Su Rong dare to launch a sneak attack now, he could easily rupture his abdomen, extracting his intestines to wrap around his head a few times before delivering the final blow. Suddenly, a chill ran down Su Rong's spine as he absorbed the eerie energy to heal his wounds, prompting him to look down. He was astonished to see Tian manipulating something peculiar, had it not been for their earlier confrontation. The absence of any fluctuations in the eerie energy might have led Su Rong to mistakenly believe that Tian was also a member of the eerie clan. It seemed he had cultivated some form of eerie control technique. How splendid. This presented an opportunity for me to exploit. A wild, maniacal laughter echoed from the sky, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it within Shenhui City. Excellent. The formation has been perfectly arranged. He was drenched in sweat, as the array beneath his feet began to emit a faint, ethereal glow. Shall we activate it now? A celestial master inquired. Not yet. The eerie energy within the demon locking tower is formidable. A mere formation would not withstand it and would collapse instantly. We must activate all 8 formations simultaneously to succeed. He interjected, hastily making his way to the next formation site to commence his preparations. My lord. Just as Tian was reveling in the absorption of spiritual energy, on the verge of dozing off, a call suddenly pierced his ears. Chapter 122. Resealing Heavenly Harmony immediately opened his eyes, only to find a peculiar figure shrouded in dark mist standing before him. This specter, a first-tier anomaly, was adept at transformation and concealment, possessing exceptional abilities for escape and intelligence gathering, yet its offensive capabilities paled in comparison to even an ordinary ghastly corpse. Why have you not betrayed me? Heavenly Harmony inquired, his left hand already gripping the hilt of the broken moonblade. My master wields formidable power. I would naturally not dare to betray you. Upon sensing the murderous intent emanating from Heavenly Harmony, the specter hastily knelt on one knee, bowing its head in deference. Is that so? Heavenly Harmony mused internally as he communicated with greed. Anomalous beings obey the strongest, as long as you surpass them in strength. It is only natural for them to regard you as their master. Then why did the specter that was born earlier betray? Heavenly Harmony pondered, a hint of confusion creeping in. Previously, you were merely an ordinary chi master. Although you possessed certain means to hunt specters, in terms of life levels, the specter was not necessarily weaker than you. As greed elucidated the matter, Heavenly Harmony began to grasp the situation. The human race was inherently frail. Even when cultivating to the level of chi, they were still seen as potential prey by specters, who would willingly submit to their own food. Naturally, rebellion would ensue. Now that Heavenly Harmony had ascended to the 3rd-tier spiritual body, his overall prowess had increased to over 40 times that of his former self, rendering him an overwhelming force in the eyes of the specter. Given this, continue to absorb the ghastly energy to strengthen yourself. Heavenly Harmony concluded, issuing a command. At your command, Master. Will you not give me a name? The specter, still kneeling, slowly raised its head, anticipation evident in its tone. Let us call you Yui. Observing the figure's head enveloped in dark mist, Heavenly Harmony responded somewhat dismissively. Thank you for bestowing a name upon me. Yui rose, suddenly spinning in place. The dark mist dissipated, revealing the form of Ji Qiuping, clad in scant attire that exposed many alluring features. Wait, why have you transformed into this appearance? Heavenly Harmony's face flushed crimson. I am attuned to your desires. I transform into whatever form you prefer, Yui replied, a hint of curiosity in its voice. Quickly change. Heavenly Harmony commanded urgently. Understood. Yui spun again, revealing a visage familiar to Heavenly Harmony, albeit with an even more daring presentation. Heavenly Harmony's eyes widened, and hot breath escaped his nostrils. Had he not possessed a powerful spiritual body, he might have bled profusely from his nose. Change again, to something normal. Heavenly Harmony hurriedly insisted. Of course. Yui spun once more, morphing into a beautiful figure clad in palace attire. Heavenly Harmony wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved by the rapid transformations. He hoped fervently that the previous scene had gone unseen. If it were to reach the ears of those involved, he would surely face social obliteration. Why is it always a female form? Do specters possess gender? You appear as you desire. The specter embodies that form at the moment of its creation, Yui replied respectfully. But I did not issue such an order. If evolution does not follow a specific command, it will instead choose the direction of development based on the subconscious preferences of the master. Salutations to the master. 2 more phantoms have leaped to the top of the tower. With 3 fewer spirits assisting, the absorption of eerie energy has slowed, causing some of it to drift back into the sky. You shall be called Phantom 2 and Phantom 3, emulating the form of Phantom 1, but do keep it normal. Understood. As the black mist dissipated, 2 more elegantly adorned beauties appeared, each a pleasing sight. Quickly absorb the eerie energy. Tian waved his sleeve, sending the 3 phantoms away. As they leaped down from the tower top, the 3 phantoms instantly transformed back into forms shrouded in black mist. Phantom 1. Why do we not maintain our human disguise? Fool. The form that pleases the master should only be shown in the master's presence, in everyday life. We should appear as normal phantoms. With the addition of the 3 phantoms, the speed of absorbing eerie energy increased dramatically. Some spirits, once close to evolution, found themselves unable to compete for the energy and began to regress instead. The 3 phantoms vied with one another, thoroughly consuming the excess eerie energy spilling from the demon locking tower. Excellent. This marks the 3rd location. Sunny stroked his beard, quite satisfied. As more celestial masters recovered and joined the formation, the pressure was significantly alleviated. Now, they divided into 2 groups, simultaneously arranging the formation at a speed 3-fold that of before. Atop the tower, Tian waited for a considerable time, but saw no spirits evolving into phantoms, which struck him as peculiar. However, the upgrades from the system were arriving in succession. System, congratulations, host, you have successfully advanced to the 4th rank of spiritual body. Corresponding values within the system have doubled once again, with speed nearing 10,000 points, a stark contrast to the mere hundreds during Tian's earlier vigorous phase. Remain humble. Remain humble. Tian continuously reminded himself that there are 2 types of failures in this world. The foolish fail due to laziness, while the wise falter due to pride. He was not a lazy person, and though his power had risen rather swiftly, he must not let pride take hold. As greed warned, losing oneself in triumph and revealing the secret of one's cultivation could attract mysterious figures, and no matter where one hides, one's life would be in jeopardy. Tian took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He had already exhibited remarkable talent today, but there was still room for subtlety. If he were to shine even further, it would border on the absurd. He would need to devise ways to feign injury, illness, or ignorance, biding his time for a while. Now, he practiced the 8 desolations technique imparted by greed, enhancing his control over his spiritual power. As his spiritual body continued to elevate, his power became somewhat unstable. A halo of spiritual energy radiated around him, shimmering conspicuously. If not controlled, there was a risk of exposure. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please close the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and disable any ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Hurry, a bit faster. Sun He continually raised his gaze towards the sky. Even in the absence of new malevolent energy, the swirling vortex above quickened its pace, signaling that a passage was on the verge of forming. The impending arrival of numerous eerie entities raised doubts about whether he and his companions could withstand the onslaught, which would undoubtedly exacerbate the already precarious situation of resealing the demon lock tower. Report to Master Sun. We are out of materials for the formation. A panicked celestial master rushed in. What? Have you searched the warehouse? The warehouse is now a desolate ruin. The materials we possess were salvaged from the wreckage. The celestial master was covered in dirt and sweat, clearly having exerted himself to the utmost. How many formations can we activate? 7 formations are operational. It seems we have no choice but to take a gamble. Sun He gritted his teeth and declared, activate the formations, everyone follow me. In an instant, the 7 formations sprang to life, strange spiritual patterns crawling along the black iron chains. The immense demon lock tower emitted a thunderous roar as the 7 chains began to pull. Even the lone, unenhanced chain buckled under the strenuous efforts of Sun He and the other celestial masters. Hey, wake up! Amidst the greedy calls, Tian opened his eyes again, realizing that the demon lock tower beneath him was trembling incessantly, yet showed no intention of descending. What is happening? Tian inquired, surveying the scene and noticing Sun He and the other celestial masters straining to tug at the remaining chain, seemingly lacking sufficient strength as they shouted in desperation. Having exhausted their energies, with a powerful swing of his left hand, Tian delivered a fierce blow, causing the demon lock tower to plunge significantly. Effective. Tian immediately unleashed a flurry of punches with both hands, relentlessly striking. Greed, show me the progress. Soon, Tian was drenched in sweat. A small hammer descends 40 inches, a large hammer descends 80 inches, Greed responded after a moment of sensing. 80. Tian quickly switched to the large hammer conjured by Greed, continuing his relentless assault. Is this to improve efficiency? Greed remarked with some dissatisfaction. No. My hand hurts from striking for too long. Tian explained. If your hand hurts from striking, do you think I want to hurt if you use me to strike? Yet you keep banging away. Greed conveyed an extreme disdain through its consciousness. Disregarding Greed's complaint, Tian quickened his pace. As he pulled out his right hand, the malevolent energy burst forth from the demon lock tower's exit once more. Although 3 specters were desperately trying to consume it, their numbers were overwhelming and insatiable. As the malevolent energy surged again, the vortex above accelerated further, and a winding spatial passage began to take shape. Charge ahead, a feast of blood awaits us. A colossal, 2-headed aberration with disheveled hair bellowed, and the eerie corpses and specters below surged madly towards the passage. The passage was currently too narrow and unstable, permitting only entities of approximately first-tier strength to pass through. The gigantic aberration, observing the spatial passage below, cackled with delight at the sight of a vast human city. Having not savored human flesh in ages, a specter surged forward, persevering through the convoluted spatial passage with tremendous effort. The world of humanity appears tantalizingly close, yet the spatial passage is exceedingly narrow, stretching several kilometers in length. Almost there. I am the first of the spectral race to enter the realm of humanity. It seems the rewards from the spectral king are firmly within my grasp. The thought of the spectral king's generous bounty quickens my pace. However, at this moment, the passage begins to constrict slowly, and the ghost, blinded by the allure of reward, remains oblivious to this change. Outside the passage, Tian has delivered his final blow. The colossal demon suppression tower reverts to its original state, buried beneath the earth, revealing only a single exit above. Exhausted, Sun He and the others collapse to the ground. Unable to move, the surging spectral energy begins to wane. Merely relying on Greed for absorption is more than sufficient. Earlier, with an abundance of spectral energy, a ghost had ascended to the rank of a phantom. Tian cast a glance at the 4 phantoms before him and commanded, "Go forth and consume the spectral energy surrounding the passage." Although the demon suppression tower has returned to normal, the spectral passage above remains a significant threat. Furthermore, due to its considerable height, Tian cannot approach it. Otherwise, for a being driven by greed, this spectral energy would serve as an excellent source of spiritual nourishment. The 4 phantoms immediately soared into the sky, commencing their extraction of the spectral energy from the vortex surrounding the passage. The ominous clouds dispersed, and Su Rong had long vanished, having wisely slipped away at the first sign of danger. One phantom finally succeeded in breaking through the passage, letting out a piercing wail to express its exhilaration. The blood and flesh below belong to me. Suddenly, it noticed a few of its kind nearby, perplexed. Is this not the human realm? How can there be such aberrations here, brazenly appearing above a human city? What are you doing here? It tentatively greeted them. And one of the phantoms responded, baring its sharp teeth. These indigenous aberrations of the human realm, lacking in sophistication, dared to snarl at one who hails from the higher realms. Yet, it matters not, for behind me stands the formidable army of the Spectral King. In the face of absolute power, they will obediently divulge everything about this world to me. The phantom, brimming with confidence, glanced back, only to find that the passage had inexplicably vanished. A chilling wind swept through, and as a phantom, it suddenly felt a shiver run down its spine. Chapter 123. A new official takes office with the last of the celestial demons fleeing from the city of Shanhui being eradicated. The battered city finally found a semblance of tranquility once more. Outside the northern gates, towering pyres of fire were constructed to prevent the emergence of strange phenomena, incinerating numerous corpses, with dark smoke lingering for days on end. The demon suppression office was gravely weakened. Half of the Huang division had perished, and 2 of the celestial masters suffered grievous injuries that proved fatal. However, the most pressing concern remained the mysterious disappearance of the guardian, Jiang Pingfeng. After several days of relentless searching, including thorough investigations in the battle-torn outskirts, even the adept diviners of the demon suppression office could only resign themselves to a harsh reality. The once mighty Jiang, who had shielded and commanded them, was truly gone. Let us first establish a tomb in his honor, they decided. Within the council chamber, Master Sun He and other celestial masters deliberated for hours, ultimately arriving at this conclusion while gazing at Jiang Pingfeng's blood-stained python robe. I am but a drifting soul, carried by the winds and flowing waters. The world of rivers and lakes is fraught with peril, and affairs of the world seldom align with one's desires. Looking back toward my homeland, Clouds and mist obscure the distant view. The path ahead stretches long and winding. Where's the way home? 3 days later, at the last known location of Jiangpingfeng, atop Huai Mountain in the east of the city, a solitary grave welcomed a visitor. In hand, he carried a jug of aged wine and half a roast chicken. Guardian Zhang, long time no see, rasped the voice of Elder Zhang, setting the offerings in place. Elder Zhang lit 3 sticks of incense and scattered a handful of joss paper. In times past, you ascended to the rank of a minor grandmaster, brimming with ambition, leading hundreds of elites in the demon suppression office of Shunhui City, a true testament to your fulfillment. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a decade has passed. Who could have foreseen that you would become naught but a handful of yellow earth? The whims of fate are indeed unpredictable. Elder Zhang poured 2 cups of wine, placing one before Jiang Pingfeng's grave while the other was swiftly consumed by himself. A fine vintage, courtesy of that young Tian. You are fortunate this time. He indulged in 3 more cups, pouring the remainder over the grave. I am not here to convey good tidings today. The morale within the demon suppression office is wavering. I fear that young Tian may lack the heart to tidy up this mess. His aspirations lie elsewhere. But fret not with my presence. The demon suppression office of Shunhui City shall not falter. A sudden gust of wind swept through, stirring the yellow dust and joss paper, swirling past Elder Zhang's feet. What? Still unsatisfied? Harboring resentment? It is of no consequence. When life extinguishes, it is like a lamp snuffed out. Better to indulge in a drunken stupor and leave the matters of the world behind. As Elder Zhang rose to depart, he caught sight of the roast chicken on the ground, promptly retrieving it and placing it back in his pocket. Almost forgot, you were fond of vegetarian fare. Next time, I shall bring you something more suitable. With that, Elder Zhang turned away, his hunched figure embodying an indescribable melancholy. Suddenly, a troop of over 20 cavalrymen stormed into Shunhui City like a whirlwind, making their way straight to the demon suppression office. Guardian, we have arrived. They called out. Why is there no one here to greet us? The court's urgent dispatch should not have taken the night to travel. The official documents likely have not yet arrived. The leader let out a cold snort, slightly turning aside, prompting several cavalrymen to dismount and kneel to form a mounting step for him. Approach the gates. The urgent sound of bells rang out. Who was ringing the bell? Startled, Tian, who had been meditating in the courtyard, abruptly opened his eyes. 9 consecutive chimes echoed, signaling the occurrence of a significant event. Tian, with a swift motion, summoned the specters in the courtyard who were diligently honing their skills, and they promptly transformed into shadows, vanishing into his sleeves. The members of the Demon Suppression Division appeared hurried, their faces etched with curiosity. Ah, Master Ji, do you know what has transpired? Tian inquired eagerly upon encountering the familiar Ji Qiuping, only to be met with a blank expression of ignorance. Within a quarter of an hour, the assembly hall was already teeming with people. Silence, commanded Manager Hu. A contingent of mounted guards escorted an individual who strode directly to the main seat. The Demon Suppression Division of Hedong Prefecture received the edict, by the mandate of heaven. A guard unfurled a yellow silk scroll, proclaiming loudly. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze shifted towards the youthful figure seated at the center, their hearts gripped by astonishment. Mei Zhengqing, the newly appointed guardian, has arrived. The attending masters displayed expressions of confusion. Logically, they had only confirmed the news of Zhang's demise the previous day, and the official documentation had likely not even departed Hedong Prefecture. So why had a new guardian arrived so swiftly? Colleagues of the Demon Suppression Division, there is no need for bewilderment. I received the Imperial Edict 3 days ago. Alarmed by the grave upheaval in Divine Emblem City, where Jiang, the guardian, tragically perished in service to the nation. Truly a sorrowful matter. Divine Emblem City is a crucial stronghold for the court. The Demon Suppression Division cannot be without a guardian for even a day. Thus, I hastened here through the night. And the official documents should arrive in 2 days' time, Mei Zhengqing said, forcing a semblance of a smile to reassure those present. Rest assured, it was I who sent a carrier pigeon 3 days prior to inform the court of the situation. Manager Hu stepped forward, his demeanor amiable. Following the incident involving Jiang Pingfeng, he was the first to dispatch a message, enabling those in the capital to act swiftly and arrange for his associates to ascend to positions of power. Hearing Manager Hu's words, many masters in the audience wore grim expressions. 3 days prior, no one had confirmed Zhang's fate, yet Manager Hu had bypassed everyone to send a carrier pigeon, showing a blatant disregard for Jiang and the assembly alike. Mei Zhengqing smiled subtly, taking note of the changing expressions below. Being new to the position, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications and lightly remarked, Today is merely a chance for us to meet and become acquainted. The operations of the Demon Suppression Division will continue as usual, and we shall deliberate on future matters once the official documents arrive. The assembly dispersed, their emotions complex. Especially for Sun He and a few others, who cast dissatisfied glances at Manager Hu. With Zhang's remained scarcely cold, Hu Zhiping's actions seemed excessive. However, those with a keen sense quickly began to contemplate ways to ingratiate themselves with the newly appointed guardian. Tian stifled a yawn. He had no objections to who assumed the leadership role. His focus remained on returning to arrange for his subordinates to continue their enigmatic pursuits of skill proficiency. For that was the true path forward. Mei Jingxiu, I have made arrangements to welcome you at the fragrant pavilion. As soon as the others departed, Manager Hu immediately donned a sycophantic demeanor. Well, after days of travel, since the official documents have yet to arrive, let us indulge in a moment of leisure today. Upon hearing Mei Jingqing's consent, the surrounding cavalry also revealed expressions of delight. On the fourth floor of the fragrant pavilion, thanks to Manager Hu's connections, there was no need to adhere to the usual 3-month advance reservation policy. The Demon Suppression Division and the fragrant pavilion maintained a close partnership, making it effortless to secure a private room 1 or 2 days in advance. The melodious strains of silk and bamboo filled the air, and the atmosphere in the private room was vibrant with lively chatter. Fine wine, exquisite wine indeed. Mei Jingqing, enveloped by company, was beginning to show a hint of rosy cheeks. Ah, youth is easily stirred, thought Manager Hu, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The ambience was harmonious. It was nearly time. Lord Guardian, it is amusing to mention that the wine in this fragrant pavilion is actually supplied by our Demon Suppression Division. Oh, is that so? Pray, tell me more. Mei Jingqing's eyes lit up. He had heard whispers of the profits from the beverages. This lucrative venture must have originated from Jiangping Foam, and it was essential to seize it firmly. Indeed, Manager Hu hastily unveiled the unvarnished truth about the situation, albeit with slight alterations at several crucial points. For instance, while the wine was indeed brewed by Jiang Tao, in his account, it transformed into Jiang Tao's theft of the Jiang family's recipe. The original 50-50 profit-sharing arrangement with the Demon Suppression Division morphed into Jiang Tao, claiming only 20%, while another 30% was discreetly gifted to Jiangping Feng. Such astonishing profits. Hearing that a monthly profit could exceed 1 million taels, a glimmer of avarice flickered in Mei Jingqing's gaze. Manager Hu nodded, recognizing that his scheme had borne fruit. Lord Mei, this information is merely what I have overheard, and I cannot vouch for its accuracy. The true details of the transaction would likely need to be confirmed with Jiang Tao and others. Fear not, Manager Hu. Your diligence in uncovering such clandestine matters is commendable. I am not a harsh critic. Rewards will surely follow for your efforts. Observing the obsequious Hu, Mei Jingqing nodded. Before arriving, someone from his family had briefed him about the key players in Shunhui City, who could be trusted and who could be utilized. It was clear that Manager Hu fell into the category of those who could be relied upon. The scheming of noble families primarily hinges on lineage and heritage. If you belong to my faction, as long as you are not a fool, there exists an opportunity for ascendance. If you are not part of this faction, it is best to keep your distance. No matter how capable or ambitious you may be, it would ultimately prove futile. Manager Hu promptly expressed his heartfelt gratitude, then spoke earnestly. Moreover, there are a few troublesome figures within the Demon Suppression Division. Aside from an elderly hidden master of the small sect, there is a young man named Tian, who can contend with the master-level demons. His strength is quite formidable, but his methods are peculiar, and he may become a significant threat in the future. I am aware of that hidden master. He is aged, his vitality waning, merely a withered bone in the grave. Not a cause for concern. But what capabilities does this Tian possess? Upon hearing Manager Hu's introduction, Mei Jingqing's interest was piqued. 3 months prior, he was vying with my son Hu Xian for the position of chief in the Huangzi courtyard, exhibiting an exceptionally domineering demeanor, yet his abilities were meager, insufficient even to rival those of the strong. Suddenly, however, he manifested the prowess to contend with master-level entities, an occurrence that is truly perplexing. Upon hearing Manager Hu's words, Mei Jingqing's pace of savoring his meal slowed, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Young, exceptionally powerful, and exhibiting rapid growth and strength, coupled with a tyrannical approach to his affairs, could he not pose a threat to my standing? It appears that to subdue the members of the Demon Suppression Division, one must first eliminate the thorn that is Tian. During the ensuing battle, he inadvertently revealed his shortcomings. It turns out he has been harboring peculiar beings. Manager Hu whispered, "Humph. No matter how formidable his strength may be, the mere fact that he harbors such anomalies renders him unworthy of remaining in the Demon Suppression Division." Mei Zhengqing slammed the table, speaking with palpable anger. However, this individual has rendered service to the Demon Suppression Division and holds considerable prestige therein, and given his formidable abilities, we must proceed with caution. Manager, whose expression was grave, yet a glimmer of triumph flickered in his eyes. The purpose of this gathering had indeed been fulfilled. Chapter 124. A display of authority, sir. The gifts have been meticulously prepared. A TG reported upon entering. Indeed, the chief of the Huangzi courtyard, Hu Xian, contributed 100,000 taels. The head of the Baichao courtyard, Yi Dan Shui, contributed 200,000 taels, and the guard of the Xiao Tower, Sun He, contributed 500,000 taels. The total came to 1,200,000 taels. Every formidable warrior in the Demon Suppression Division received a portion, varying according to their strength and rank. Very well, Mei Zhengqing nodded, returning to his meditative state. What is it? After a brief respite, he noticed that the TG remained standing, hesitating to leave. Sir, there is one matter I find perplexing. Speak freely. As the esteemed guardian, it is customary for subordinates to pay their respects. It is not the norm for you to bestow gifts upon them. Mei Zhengqing chuckled softly and responded, Zhou Ping, how many years have you been by my side? 5 years, my lord. Indeed, 5 years is no trifling matter. Your loyalty is commendable. I recall that you achieved your chi strength last year. Ordinarily, I would have sought a position for you, but due to the fierce competition in the capital, I could only have you continue as a humble TG. You harbor no grievances, I trust? Absolutely not, my lord. Zhou Ping quickly knelt on one knee. Excellent. I recognize that you may have thoughts on this. My appointment to the Hudong Prefecture was deliberate, and I intend to take my trusted subordinates with me. Rest assured, once a position opens up, your rewards will be forthcoming. My lord, I am most grateful. With a wave of his hand, Mei Zhengqing dismissed the TG. However, he found it impossible to resume his rest. Alas, every subordinate yearns for their share of the spoils. Even the most formidable dragon cannot dominate the local snake. There are numerous celestial masters within the Demon Suppression Division of Shanhui City, and one can only afford to appease half, while retaining the other half. The following day, the atmosphere in the Demon Suppression Division was rife with speculation. Did you receive the offerings yesterday? I did. Truly, the young master from the capital is generous. It appears that the scions of noble families know how to conduct themselves, arriving with such a grand gesture. This new guardian is not only youthful, but possesses a grand vision. Following him, there will surely be rewards. I share your sentiment. It has been ages since I visited the flower house in the west side of the city. Business has been dull lately due to the recent disturbances. Yet last night they held an event with an 8% discount. What a splendid opportunity. Why was I not informed? We must arrange to go tonight. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd below, Mei Zhengqing smirked inwardly. Such idle and ineffectual individuals still dared to dream of indulgence. In a few days, they would be dispatched to the county to eradicate the disturbances, facing perilous odds. Simultaneously, he scanned the throng for the troublesome Tian, who had yet to make an appearance. A few ungrateful old-timers had also returned their funds, citing the principle of no reward without merit. It seems I shall have to take action against these few individuals. Tian ranked first, followed by Jiang Zheng, the deputy master of the forging workshop, who was rumored to be the nephew of Jiang Pingfeng and harbored dissatisfaction with his position. Such discontent cannot be tolerated. As for the other individuals, after a thorough interrogation, if necessary, I shall arrange a series of tasks leading to their demise, ensuring a clean slate. 1, 2, 3. Mei Zhengqing meticulously drafted a list of targets in his mind. As a 25-year-old minor master, even in the capital, he would be regarded as exceptionally talented. Within the confines of Shanhui City, aside from Lord Sun, who else deserved his respect? Even if certain prominent figures from various sects possessed notable strength, lacking official status, what could mere commoners possibly contend against him? Previously, Jiang Pingfeng's approach had been overly gentle. It was no wonder that even the Demon Suppression Department could not fully exert its control in Shanhui City, leading to unexpected casualties at the hands of the Celestial Demon sect. Heavens! If you refuse to visit me, I shall seek you out. It is time to test your mettle. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic sound of knocking resounded, prompting Hisisi, who was practicing martial arts, to swiftly rush to the door. Where is Tian? The esteemed protector has arrived, yet no one emerges to greet him. A tea officer pushed open the door, only to find a mere girl of about 10 years standing there, and immediately reprimanded her with displeasure. My brother is sleeping inside. Hisisi was uncertain of these visitors' intentions. Tian had instructed her to speak little, ask less, and practice more. Why all the commotion? Since Lord he is resting, it would be permissible for us to sit for a moment. Mei Zhengqing spoke with a smile, observing the frail girl whose vital energy surged intensely. At such a tender age, she had already reached the peak of inner strength, displaying considerable skill and finesse in her movements. "Who are you?" "I am his sister. Please, come in. I will inform my brother to come out." Cece felt a tinge of anxiety. In her memory, the protector held significant authority. And now that her brother was displeased, would there be trouble? Before Cece could call out, with a creak, Tian's door swung open. Tian emerged, limping slightly, and spoke. "The esteemed protector graces us with his presence. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you properly." An empty sleeve hung conspicuously, drawing attention. "What has happened to your hand, Lord He?" Mei Zhengqing inquired, astonished. "During the battle with the demons of the celestial demon sect, I was unfortunate enough to be injured." "Ah, I see. Were you able to capture that demon?" "That demon was remarkably powerful, at least of minor master caliber. I recklessly ingested forbidden medicine and employed forbidden techniques to engage him. It is a stroke of luck that I survived." Tian's face was etched with weariness. In the small room behind, a greedy figure, perched on the edge of a wine jar, burped and raised a middle finger. "I have never encountered such shamelessness. A warrior who has lost a hand. His strength must have diminished significantly. Look at Lord He. Limping as he is, his internal injuries must not be light." A tea officer remarked. "Not merely lacking in strength, but struggling with self-sufficiency. In my opinion, one might as well be deemed a useless individual." Another tiki rider scoffed. "Impudent. Master, he valiantly battled foes, sustaining injuries that rendered him disabled. He is a hero of the demon suppression department." Mei Zhengqing reprimanded his subordinate. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Tian, seeking to discern something from his expression. Tian slightly lowered his head, a blush of embarrassment gracing his features as he sighed. "Alas, I am indeed disabled. However, I still possess some utility. I humbly ask for your continued guidance." Upon uttering these words, he began to sway, ready to kneel. "Quickly rise. This is hardly appropriate." Mei Zhengqing hastily feigned support. Little did he know, as he grasped Tian, he felt as if he were clutching a massive mountain rather than a man. He quickly summoned his true energy to resist, his bones cracking audibly. Even the strength of a minor master could not hold firm against the overwhelming force, and with the impact of a landslide, he collapsed to the ground, his knees shattering the blue bricks beneath him and causing the earth to sink half a meter, forming a vast spiderweb crack spanning over 3 meters in diameter. "You." Mei Zhengqing's face flushed crimson as he realized Tian had seized his hands, rendering him immobile. Even more infuriating was that Tian's knees hovered 2 inches above the ground. The pretense of politeness had transformed into an astonishing act of reverence. "Since you've knelt, do not stir, otherwise you shall draw even more attention." Mei Zhengqing gathered all his strength, preparing to break free from Tian's grip, when suddenly Tian's quiet reminder reached his ears. He hastily scanned the surroundings, discovering his subordinates, the tiki riders, wearing expressions of disbelief. One among them even called out, "My lord, Mei, what does this imply? I feel unworthy of such treatment." Tian spoke courteously, assisting Mei Zhengqing to his feet. A man kneels beneath his golden aspirations. "I never expected the Lord of the Defense to perform such a grand gesture to win hearts." One tiki rider murmured softly. Suddenly, he felt a kick at the back of his knee, leading him to kneel as well. Nearby, another tiki rider exclaimed, "Master He, your bravery in battle serves as our model. Please accept our tribute." With no alternative, as the Lord of the Defense had already knelt, the remaining subordinates could not simply stand by and watch. Doing so would reflect poorly on their respect for the Lord. Tian smiled faintly, releasing Mei Zhengqing. Having reached the 2nd rank of spirit body, he was capable of contending with a grand master like Su Rong. Now, having ascended to the 4th rank, his power had doubled, making it a trivial matter to subdue an individual of minor master level. Retreating 3 steps, Mei Zhengqing's face was awash with panic. The intelligence had been erroneous, his own skills ranked highly among minor masters. And this individual was certainly not one who could merely rely on secret potions to withstand the demons. Perhaps his true strength lay within the Grand Master realm. Contemplating this, Mei Zhengqing inquired, "Master He, your prowess is indeed remarkable. Being a celestial master seems somewhat beneath your talents. I wonder where you rank on the master list of the Tianwu Kingdom?" The master list is divided into the hidden dragon list and the heavenly dragon list, corresponding to the minor master and grand master realms respectively, with the hidden dragon list comprising the top 100 names, while the grand master list features only the top 30, as the total number of grand masters in the Tianwu Kingdom does not even reach 100. Mei Zhengqing, having secured the 32nd position on the hidden dragon list, was already quite esteemed at the tender age of 25. The master list? I have not heard of it. Tian shook his head in disbelief. Ha! Lord He, with your profound strength, it will not be long before your name resonates across the lands. Despite having knelt in submission, Mei Jingqing harbored a desire to cleave Tian in two. Nevertheless, his demeanor shifted, adopting a familiar warmth as if conversing with an old friend. The entourage of armored guards accompanying him appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend why the typically arrogant and overbearing lord of the garrison was now so deferential, treating this young man with greater reverence than he would his own father. The vast and bountiful Tianwu kingdom was a realm of myriad wonders, all of which converged in the imperial capital. With Lord He's extraordinary capabilities, the world is your oyster. I possess considerable connections in the capital and can introduce you to several renowned healers, said to possess miraculous skills capable of mending even the most grievous of injuries. Losing a hand is hardly a serious affliction. Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes gleamed with interest. Such fortune was indeed a rare delight. Once his strength advanced further, he would seize the opportunity to witness these wonders for himself. However, the ever-greedy voice of desire echoed ominously in his mind, reminding him that it was not always prudent to indulge such inclinations. He suddenly recalled that this voice was intertwined with his very being, and any thoughts it harbored were accessible to him. He forced a sheepish smile and silently reassured the insatiable entity within him. After setting down the gifts, Mei Jingqing exchanged a few more pleasantries, earnestly advising Tian to focus on his recovery and to feel free to call upon him for any needs, dismissing all other trivial matters. As soon as Mei Jingqing departed, Cece approached, her face alight with envy. Brother, your superior treats you exceptionally well, allowing you to frolic without a care. Indeed, seize the moment to cultivate your skills. Once you attain greater strength and secure a position in the government, your superiors will be equally amiable, Tian encouraged his sister. He then retreated to his quarters for a much-needed rest. Although he had ascended to the realm of the spirit body, his soul's level had not advanced, and he found himself grappling with the formidable power of his new form. It was high time he sought a potent method to enhance his mental prowess for further training. Chapter 125. Exchange of Martial Arts Techniques. Tian, wearing a smile, entered the library, intending to select a few volumes on martial arts techniques. However, at the borrowing counter, there was only a young man dozing off. Where is Elder Zhang? Tian inquired. I don't know. It has been several days since anyone has seen him, the young man replied, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment and anxiety. Oh, is that so? Elder Zhang values wealth above all, guarding this lending point as if it were a treasure trove, with resources flowing abundantly. How could he easily abandon it? Tian remarked, observing the young man, who seemed lost and unworthy of holding such a position in the library. With a cold sneer, Tian approached a middle-aged man engrossed in a book, feigning a smile as he addressed him. Elder Zhang? My name is Wang. Esteemed sir, you have mistaken me. The middle-aged man quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Enough of the pretense. If you continue to act, I shall turn this shabby establishment upside down. Tian playfully patted the man's shoulder, exuding a sense of familiarity. How did you see through my disguise? Elder Zhang, realizing his cover was blown, relinquished his charade. I caught a whiff of that unmistakable stench of avarice on you. Tian laughed, seizing Elder Zhang's wrist. A sense of foreboding gripped Elder Zhang's heart. What are you planning to do? What could I possibly do? Merely here to settle some old debts, Tian replied casually. Settle your debts? What does that have to do with me? Elder Zhang retorted. That statement is rather off. Who was it that coaxed me into confronting the demons of the Heavenly Demon sect with 5 tomes of martial arts? Tian challenged. Nonsense. It is not the duty of the Demon Suppression Division to deal with the Heavenly Demon sect. They wish to profit without responsibility, Elder Zhang countered. So, you intend to renege on your debts? Tian raised his empty sleeve, his agitation becoming more pronounced. I have bled and suffered for the Demon Suppression Division. You should seek compensation from the newly appointed guardian. Turn left upon exiting. Elder Zhang dismissed, causing Tian to slap his forehead in frustration, inadvertently mixing up his lines. He then turned to the young man still seated at the counter, instructing, Child, turn your head away. It may get violent. The young man, bewildered, complied and turned away. In an instant, Tian seized Elder Zhang by the neck, his voice dripping with menace. Old fool, don't push your luck. Irritate me, and I shall send you to the afterlife. Elder Zhang's face turned crimson as he struggled, but the prowess of a minor master was no match for Tian. As Elder Zhang's eyes began to roll back, his struggles waned, prompting Tian to release his grip with an amused huff. It was merely a jest. You truly have no sense of propriety when it comes to the elderly. Elder Zhang coughed a few times and retrieved 5 volumes of martial arts manuals from his pocket, handing them over to Tian. I concede to your prowess. These are indeed the 5 unparalleled tomes of martial arts. If you diligently cultivate your skills, you may not only achieve invincibility across the realm, but will surely claim the title of second best in the illustrious city of Shenhui. For none would dare to assert they are the foremost. Truly, you are a stubborn spirit resistant to gentle persuasion. Tian eagerly seized the martial arts manuals, his heart racing with anticipation. This scenario felt familiar. It must contain formidable techniques akin to the 18 dragon-subduing palms or the Yi Jin Jing. Such extraordinary prowess. Yet one cannot ascertain if they exceed the 10-star rating in martial arts. System detected 1-star foundational swordsmanship, 1-star foundational fist and foot techniques, 1-star foundational lightness skill, 1-star foundational stepping technique, 1-star foundational internal power, 1-star foundational skills available for acquisition. Goodness! Tian, startled and incensed, glanced around. Where had Elder Zhang's presence vanished? With a heavy heart, he clicked to acquire them. System foundational techniques possess no bottleneck. Upon reaching the state of unity between heaven and man, the corresponding cultivation bottleneck will automatically be removed. It seems ineffectual yet remarkably beneficial. Tian transitioned from shock and anger to astonishment and delight. Elder Zhang, the voice calling out trembled slightly. However, the vast library remained unresponsive. Alas, I have over 1 million taels of silver prepared to exchange for extraordinary martial arts. Since Elder Zhang is absent, I shall peruse the Tianqing Pavilion instead. Tian sighed and turned to depart. Loading more content. Please hold. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you encounter this passage, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, viewing mode, and adblock features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Young hero, please wait. A 5-year-old child, with a runny nose, suddenly grasped Tian's arm. Have you usurped Elder Zhang's form? What do you understand? This is called the shrinking bone technique. In Tian's astonished expression, the child's body twisted and morphed back into Elder Zhang. Impressive. Is it possible to shrink to the size of a palm so that one could pocket it? Indeed. If you wish it so, it depends on personal comprehension. 1 million taels per volume. No contribution points required. Elder Zhang blinked earnestly. Calculating, Tian deemed it improbable. Moreover, he was not a thief of the night, so why would he pursue such techniques? He cleared his throat and expressed his quest for methods to amplify his spirit. Elder Zhang immediately furrowed his brow. What, are there none? There are indeed, but they are quite difficult to cultivate. Are you certain you want them? The cheaper ones are 30,000 taels each, while the pricier ones are 120,000. Altogether, there are over 20 volumes, all bundled for 1 million taels. Bundling for 500,000 taels, surely wholesale and retail should differ. He began to negotiate, aiming to cut the price by half and observe Elder Zhang's reaction before proceeding. Deal. Tian felt a chill in his heart. Had he not heard that this fellow never offered discounts? Perhaps he was too youthful and hasty. He acquired over 20 volumes of spirit amplification methods, yet only 4 could be recognized and recorded by the system. The remaining martial arts techniques were unexpectedly unable to be recorded. Tian pondered that these skills were merely paths left by predecessors. It was only natural that some routes would be inaccessible if the methods were improperly compiled. The 1-star martial technique, clear soul breathing method, is primarily aimed at beginners, emphasizing the cultivation of a tranquil mind and the nurturing of breath to initially strengthen the divine soul, laying a foundation for future practice. The 3-star martial technique, condensing soul and focusing thought technique, focuses on the aggregation of spiritual power, enhancing the concentration and penetrating strength of one's intent, thereby improving training efficiency and combat endurance. The 5-star martial technique, divine soul refinement scripture, is an advanced method for amplifying the divine soul, refining its quality, and enhancing comprehension and innate talent. The 8-star martial technique, ghostly spirit refinement method, utilizes the eerie powers of the underworld to temper the divine soul, cultivating it to an exalted realm, giving rise to shadowy souls that can substitute for oneself in battle. After reviewing these martial arts descriptions, Tian nodded inwardly, especially at the last 8-star technique. Although it was said to be exceedingly difficult and required rare materials for assistance, this posed no obstacle for him. For instance, the soul restraining wood could easily be exchanged from the system's marketplace. Recognizing the folly of greed and excess, Tian left the library contentedly. Meanwhile, Elder Zhang was equally pleased. Having sold a collection of tattered books worth 50,000 taels, a transaction unprecedented for the library in many years, Many predecessors had attempted those manuals, yet few succeeded, and those who made any progress expended tremendous effort. It seemed the youth was more inclined to ponder the soul rather than cultivate true energy. Tian appeared to be heading for ruin. Contemplating this, Elder Zhang retrieved 5 more manuals from his pocket and cheerfully intercepted a passing knight, saying, "Young hero, please hold on." Haha. Consequently, over half of the demon suppression department has already fallen into the hands of the esteemed individual. In the office of the commander, for knights wore expressions of joy, especially Zhou Ping, who had been promoted to deputy master of the forging workshop the previous day. He now wielded significant power, overseeing more than 30 mines under the demon suppression department, a veritable treasure trove. In my view, all of this is attributable to Commander May's wisdom and prowess, having swiftly won over the entirety of the demon suppression department in just a few days. Now, who does not know that Commander May is the head of our Divine Emblem City's demon suppression department? Another knight chimed in, brimming with praise. Unfortunately, that Tian remains carefree and unyielding to authority. The speaker was Manager Hu, whose nephew Hussein had just been promoted to deputy director of the Herbal Institute. Yet Tian had not even come to pay his respects. Humph, a wretched little upstart from a backwater, lacking in decorum. Upon hearing this, Mei Jingqing's hand trembled slightly, spilling some tea. It is unfortunate that despite his diligent efforts, the commander is lenient. Otherwise, how could the demon suppression department accommodate such an ineffectual individual? Another man, recently elevated to Celestial Master, added a remark. "It is getting late. I have many matters to attend to. You may all withdraw," Mei Jingqing commanded, and the group rose to depart. As they exited the office, Hussein furrowed his brow. "Uncle, this Tian is not to be trifled with. Why do you persist in this pursuit? If he suddenly retaliates, we may suffer considerable losses." Alas, what a difference a moment makes. Although Tian was indeed valiant in the past, a single person's strength, no matter how formidable, is ultimately limited. Before the court, even a minor or major master is merely a slightly more robust insect, easily extinguished with a flick of the wrist. Within the confines of Shunhui City, he may still hold some significance, but with the death of Jiang Zhun, Tian finds himself bereft of support. It is imperative that he swiftly secures the resources held by his elder brother, Jiang Tao. As you ascend to the realm of Qi, you must comprehend the immense costs associated with the path of cultivation. To transition from Qi to a minor master demands an astronomical amount of resources for an ordinary individual. Upon hearing the steward Hu's words, Hussein dared not retort, offering only expressions of gratitude. How dare that wretched Tian insult me in such a manner? In the study, Mei Jingqing appeared almost deranged, his fingers digging into the screen, sending splinters flying, his visage contorted with rage. During this period, the voices within the Demon Suppression Division have varied, yet it is universally acknowledged that Tian stands as the foremost. Coupled with the humiliation of kneeling before him, how can someone like Mei Jingqing, accustomed to a life of privilege, possibly swallow this indignity? "What, do you wish to kill him?" A voice suddenly echoed. "Who is it?" Mei Jingqing spun around, drawing his treasured blade from his waist. "Hee, ha ha, kik. A cacophony of laughter erupted. "Who am I? I am none other than you." A voice resonated within Mei Jingqing's heart, akin to delicate fingers incessantly plucking at the strings of his soul. Chapter 126. Journeying far, Tian harbors a deep-seated enmity towards the heavenly demon sect, seeking to employ the art of manipulation to orchestrate their mutual downfall, thereby reaping all the benefits for himself. How could I, stationed at the Demon Suppression Office, conspire with the heavenly demon sect? Mei Jingqing staggered, her eyes aflame with crimson, now shrouded in a veil of darkness. In the realm of victors and vanquished, do you not aspire to hold the highest office? Yet you find yourself unable to control even a mere demon suppression office, resorting to kneeling before others, truly a spectacle of absurdity. Begone, this is a matter of my own. Mei Jingqing abruptly lunged forward, toppling the tea table. Targeting those around Tian, one need not worry about his compliance. There lies a copper mine in the eastern part of the city, known for its sinister treasures, with the assistance of the demonic entities from the heavenly demon sect. Tian shall surely meet a fate bereft of a burial. I have imparted the method to you. How you proceed now rests solely in your hands. Suddenly awakened, Mei Jingqing was drenched in cold sweat, her official robes thoroughly soaked. Leaning against the tea table, it seemed she had merely dozed for a fleeting moment. Rolling up her sleeves, revealing patches of bruised skin, a sense of urgency gripped her heart. The symptoms of her nightmare had intensified. It appeared she must act swiftly, for her return to the capital was uncertain. "Come forth." Mei Jingqing's vital energy surged, evaporating the moisture from her soaked attire in an instant. Her fingers glided over a map on the wall, ultimately resting upon a site in the eastern part of Shenhui City, known as Huangtu Ridge. Within the training chamber, one individual was accompanied by 4 spirits, diligently practicing the clear soul nourishing technique. Outside, 6 phantoms engaged in the foundational techniques of a first-tier skill, cultivating focus. The incense burner emitted wisps of blue smoke as a stream of proficiency floated up from above, with the 4 spirits yielding a 20% return, a sequence of 0. 2 emerged above their foreheads. Thus, in the course of an hour, a significant amount of proficiency was generated, ample to elevate a first-tier martial art to its highest state of unity with the heavens. However, the advancement of higher-tier martial arts necessitated a considerable increase in proficiency levels. Should Tian mobilize all his subordinates to cultivate a 3-star martial art, it would require no less than a day to reach full proficiency. As for those above 5 stars, achieving mastery would likely take 10 days to half a month. A chime echoed. The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for cultivating the clear soul nourishing technique to the realm of unity with the heavens, reducing damage to the spirit by 20% and granting immunity to the state of demonic deviation." Upon hearing the system's notification, Tian halted his training, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his right shoulder and promptly opened his eyes. He had nestled against him, wearing a gentle expression. Behind him, a soft presence embraced him. Air had also drawn near. "Master, with our diligent training, you must reward us." San, nestled in his embrace, exuded an alluring fragrance, her pitiful gaze upon Tian evoking a desire to shower her with affection. On the other hand, remained somewhat reserved, as it seemed there was no space left beside Tian. Feeling the soft pressure from his arms and body, Tian exclaimed in exasperation, "I am weary. I need to rest for a while." Suddenly, swayed, her clothing slipping as she intended to lay on the ground and doze off. Rebellion. Accompanied by Tian's thunderous shout, for specters were expelled from the training room. I refuse to believe it." Sniffed with her petite and adorable nose, her large eyes brimming with defiance. "I tell you, when Yu's clothes slipped, the master observed with utmost scrutiny." San earnestly recounted the changes in Tian's gaze. "And me, I distinctly heard his heartbeat quicken from behind." Air adjusted her lovely bosom and spoke. Men, with our combined efforts, we shall inevitably win over the master and savor every bit of him." Outside, the 4 specters clapped in encouragement, while Tian inside the training room broke into a cold sweat, realizing these female ghosts were intent on devouring his vitality. Would he fall for their tricks? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Diligent cultivation is the rightful path, and with the awakening of his non-deranged talent, he would let them frolic as they pleased. Before long, the training room erupted into a cacophony of noise once again. After a while, there was a knock at the courtyard door. Tian let out a resigned snort, retreating once more into the soul-restraining wood at his CC's waist. As a high-ranking anomaly, he could not appear before others for fear of bringing trouble to his CC. His CC, like a mythical beast unleashed, dashed to open the door. "Haha, it's Brother Jiang Tao and Sister Zhuang and Sister Ji. Are you here to play with me?" His CC's face radiated anticipation. "No problem at all. I've come to keep you company." Zhuang Lianxue, fond of the little girl with a hint of alchemical talent, took his CC's hand to play chess. Ji Qiuping approached Tian's door, only to be met with the raucous sounds emanating from within. After listening for a moment, Ji Qiuping's face flushed crimson from the provocative words that reached her ears. With a loud bang, she kicked open the door. The chaotic scene of the 4 specters and Tian lay bare before her eyes. "Tian, how could you be so sordid as to not spare even the female ghosts?" Ji Qiuping seethed with anger. "More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable your browser's reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read." Hearing the commotion, Tian hastily opened his eyes and intended to rise, but still clinging to him, was unwilling to let him go. "This sister, there is a notion of order. Even if you wish to ascend, you must wait your turn." Upon hearing this, Ji Qiuping's brows furrowed, and Tian was taken aback. Who is Ji Qiuping? The head of the Demon Suppression Division. Fierce and formidable, Tian had witnessed her dispatching foes with the ease of slaughtering chickens, and now that she had ascended in her prowess, her temper was even more volatile. It was rumored that just a few days prior, she had incapacitated a knight brought by Mei Zhengqing for making lewd remarks, leaving no dignity for Mei to uphold. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. My dear Ji, you have misunderstood. I am equally powerless against these female ghosts. In this world, only women and knaves are difficult to manage. Tian hastily explained, gathering all the female specters into his sleeves. Yet it seemed he had misspoken, inciting Ji Qiuping's fury even further. Alas, after a cacophony of wailing, Tian, with dark circles resembling a panda's eyes, settled himself at the tea table. Jiang Tao observed Tian's disheveled appearance, shaking his head in bemusement. It was amusing to see a young man, lacking restraint, caught in such a predicament. As his thoughts drifted, Jiang Tao recalled that his grandfather had arranged a betrothal for him in the capital, which would likely fall through now that he had been expelled from the Jiang family. Sister Ji was far too gentle. In my opinion, one should eliminate the source of trouble. Zhuang Lianxue smiled subtly, making a downward gesture with her hand. Tian felt a chill. The women of the Demon Suppression Bureau were indeed formidable. All right. We are here today to discuss a matter with you, Tian. Jiang Tao interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Upon hearing Jiang Tao's words, Tian was immediately filled with confusion. The peculiar outbreak at the Huangtu Ridge mine warranted the intervention of the Demon Suppression Bureau? Why, then, did they need to send for celestial masters, all of whom he knew? Surely there was something amiss. No, it would be best to avoid this murky water altogether. Can't you just inform Commander Mei? Why must it be you? We have many matters at hand. Typically, in situations where clarity is lacking, it falls upon the Huang Division to investigate first before any arrangements are made, Jiang Tao explained. However, Commander Mei has indicated that the situation at the front lines against the barbarian tribes is dire, necessitating a substantial supply of red copper ore, and delays are unacceptable. Moreover, many celestial masters from the Demon Suppression Bureau have been dispatched on missions recently, with several not returning. The remaining ones either have sided with Commander Mei or were originally brought in by him, Ji Qiuping added. Suppressing dissent, it appeared that Commander Mei was unwilling to relent. This mission likely stemmed from my actions. I merely sought to bide my time and develop my strength, yet it proved more challenging than anticipated. Tian sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. This matter may have arisen because of me, inadvertently implicating all present. What do you mean, junior brother he? Jiang Tao replied, unfazed. As brothers, we share both fortune and adversity. In his eyes, the newly appointed commander was not to be trusted. During this period, there had been frequent intrusions into his small courtyard, the intentions of which were all too clear. Given this, it seems I cannot remain in the Demon Suppression Bureau. Tian lamented. How could you not? With your current strength, if Commander Mei were to create difficulties, you could simply confront him. Ji Qiuping, though reluctant, had to concede that Tian's prowess had significantly surpassed that of others, even commanding respect from Commander Mei. The tree wishes for peace, yet the wind does not cease. Even if Commander Mei is dealt with, there are still Commanders Zhao, Tian, and Sun to contend with. Tian paused momentarily before continuing. As the saying goes, if you defeat the minor, the major will come. Unless you are truly invincible, one must remain low-key and wait for the opportune moment. A new ruler brings new subjects. Even if you, Tian, were to withdraw now, Commander Mei would not spare those of us connected to you. Zhuang Lianxue expressed her concerns. Why worry so much? If it comes to that, we can simply leave the Demon Suppression Division. We are all warriors with formidable energy, and the vastness of the world awaits us. Ji Qiuping stood up and spoke. For her, the only concern was the Huang character courtyard. Now, it had become a place devoid of familiar faces. As everyone she once knew had long since perished, and the newcomers were strangers to her. I shall inquire with the director. Zhuang Lianxue's expression turned troubled. I will return to gather my belongings. In contrast to Zhuang Lianxue's hesitation, Jiang Tao had already made up his mind. Patience is key, even if we must depart. Let us do so with integrity, so that no one thinks I, Tian, am afraid of them. After assessing his own strength, Tian revealed a glimmer of resolve. There was no escaping this confrontation, and if they sought a challenge, he was eager to witness their abilities. Within the herb courtyard, Zhuang Lianxue wept bitterly. Silly child. Every gathering must eventually disperse. If it is time to go, then we must indeed leave. To the east, a journey of 1,300 miles lies ahead. Where the Valley of the King of Medicine is located, the very place where I honed my craft in years past. With this token in hand, you may naturally gain entry to study under them. Dan Shui gazed at the kneeling woman before her, unable to suppress the urge to stroke her hair. Yet she withheld her hand. After years of companionship, she had come to regard her as a daughter. In the next moment, however, Zhuang Lianxue threw herself into her embrace. Sobbing uncontrollably, Director Yi, please accompany me. In Zhuang Lianxue's heart, The Demon Suppression Division in Shanhui City had ceased to exist after Jiang Pingfeng's passing. The director had grown old, living day by day. Guarding this demon-locking tower in Shanhui City had become her entire existence. You are still young. Your true life has yet to begin. Stepping out into the world will bring you great benefit. Yidan Shui helped Zhuang Lianxue to her feet, offered a few words of comfort, and, with a determined heart, turned away. My disciple takes her leave. Realizing the crux of the matter, Zhuang Lianxue bit her lip, striving to stem the tears at the corners of her eyes as she stood up. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao poured the last drop of wine into his mouth. His face flushed with a hint of inebriation as white vapor escaped from his body. Ha ha ha, what splendid wine! As the vapor danced, it shattered all the equipment used for distilling liquor in the courtyard. Chapter 127. In pursuit of clues. As the night enveloped the Huangtu Ridge mine, tranquility reigned. Thousands of miners lay sprawled across the ground, lost in slumber, their snores harmonizing in a cacophony. A roaring bonfire illuminated the surroundings, the wood crackling and spitting sparks into the air. The flickering flames danced upon the weary faces of the miners, offering a semblance of warmth. On the cliff above, a few night watchmen paced back and forth, vigilantly observing every movement below, while more guards slumbered soundly within the tower, their heavy crossbows protruding from the shooting ports, their sharp bolts glinting ominously. This was the mine of the Tianwu kingdom, teeming with laborers, some who had willingly sold themselves, others who had succumbed to bankruptcy, and still others who had fallen afoul of the law. Among them were also towering figures from the barbarian tribes, strong yet fettered by chains. A dark shadow swooped down from the sky, crashing to the ground. One of the watchmen sensed something amiss and swiftly raised his crossbow, releasing a bolt. A flash of darkness intercepted it, and the shadow transformed into a figure, slowly rising. Who goes there? Barked the guard, leveling his crossbow once more, awakening several other slumbering sentinels. Under the aim of dozens of crossbows, the shadow revealed itself to be an elderly man draped in a black feathered cloak. His sunken, yellowing eyes scanned the surroundings, a sinister smile creeping across his face. The skull atop his staff began to glow with a crimson light. It must be some malevolent spirit. Fire! Commanded a figure resembling a sergeant. The twang of bowstrings resonated as arrows rained down, piercing the old man like a hedgehog. Ah! The old man suddenly cried out, and a swarm of black crows erupted from his mouth, sweeping towards the guards. My eyes! The guards' arrows proved futile against the oncoming tide of crows. In mere moments, some of the sentinels were consumed by the ravenous flock. Screams echoed throughout the mine as a small, frail miner awoke in terror. Amidst the chaos, a red-eyed crow turned its gaze towards him from the mass of crows devouring the guards. Panic ensued as countless miners fled towards the exit, trampling one another. Many who fell were unable to rise again. The crows, emboldened by their feasting, multiplied from 1 to 2. A miner, stepping atop the heads of others, finally climbed to the top of the mine's iron gate. Yet, before he could celebrate his ascent, he lost his footing and tumbled into a pit brimming with wooden spikes and sharp bamboo. Before the iron gate, corpses were piled high, and the pit outside was filled with a dense mass of miners' remains, yet a few fortunate souls managed to escape. The Huangshuling mine had been utterly overtaken by the enigmatic. Within its confines lay a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Inside a tavern, a scarred man was recounting the tale with vivid detail. Who could have done such a thing? A patron inquired. The man merely rolled his eyes, displaying his disdain. Barkeep, bring this esteemed guest a jug of wine. The patron quickly called out, but the man's expression remained one of dissatisfaction. And add a half-roasted chicken. With a flick of his finger, a silver ingot of one tael flew forth, landing squarely on the innkeeper's table. Here you are, esteemed guest, your wine and chicken. The nimble server returned in no time with the requested items. After exchanging polite gestures with the patrons, the man took a sip of his wine and a bite of chicken, feeling a sense of satisfaction before continuing. According to those who escaped, it was a night illuminated by a full moon when suddenly a chilling wind swept through. Out of nowhere, a thick black smoke began to rise from the mine, growing ever larger, revealing grotesque forms with sharp fangs. The guards, who usually wielded their power with impunity, desperately loosed arrows, but to no avail. Where the smoke passed, only white bones remained. A staggering 30,000 miners fell victim, and I fear only a handful managed to flee, he concluded, shaking his head in disbelief. The situation is surreal. Over 30,000 lives lost, and not a word from the court, he lamented. Indeed, they are quick to enforce rules and collect taxes. Yet when faced with such calamity, they scatter like rabbits. What rules remain? Nonsense. The patrons erupted into fervent discussions, voicing their grievances. Gentlemen, Let us not speak of state affairs. If this continues, my humble tavern may be shut down. The innkeeper interjected, eager to quell the rising tension. Wang Shower, be swift. On my tab, serve a plate of complimentary peanuts to every table. Seeing the crowd's agitation, he promptly sought to restore peace. The man, now smiling, gathered the remaining chicken and peanuts to take with him for dinner. As the innkeeper urged patrons to disperse, he felt it inappropriate to linger any further. Seeking another venue for his drinking, perhaps he might procure another half-chicken, ensuring his meals for the morrow were secured. As he strolled through an alley, he suddenly halted, recognizing the very person who had treated him to the chicken earlier. "Benefactor, what wisdom do you seek?" he asked, noticing the calloused hands and the knife partially visible at the waist. His tone grew tense. "Speak. How did you come to know of the events I just recounted?" In the western part of the city, a young worker toiled at the crematorium, responsible for transporting corpses. A few days prior, he had overheard two morticians engaged in casual conversation. Eager to embellish the tale for a drink, he listened intently, hoping for the understanding of a noble hero. "Oh, take me to that crematorium," he implored. The man before him displayed a moment of hesitation, but suddenly, his eyes lit up with realization, and he nodded vigorously in agreement. Meanwhile, Tian retrieved a five-tael silver ingot, idly toying with it in his hand. Upon arrival, the man declared, "This is yours," as he tossed the silver ingot without a hint of concern that the individual before him might attempt any deception. "Thank you, sir," the man exclaimed, his face breaking into a broad smile, the scar upon it twitching like a centipede. Moments later, Tian arrived at the crematorium, where the man chuckled softly, gesturing for Tian to enter and inquire further. Tian paid no heed, watching the man depart before swiftly entering the crematorium himself. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains, and within one of the incineration chambers, billowing smoke mingled with anguished wails. "Strange. This is familiar." Tian smirked coldly. "Cough, cough. Head of the second class. This one won't burn. It's already undergone transformation." A mortician, his face smeared with soot, stumbled out of the incineration chamber, calling for help. "You fool, get back in there. Do you not understand the rules of the incineration chamber? Increase the oil. Only one of you can emerge alive." The man known as the head of the second class delivered a swift kick to the mortician's rear, forcing him to return, crestfallen, to the chamber. Suddenly, a hand clasped the mortician's shoulder. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the crematorium. "You wretched creature, you've brought calamity upon us." The head of the second class sprinted to lock the door of the incineration chamber from the outside. As long as the transformed corpse remained contained, he would be safe. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he sat down, panting heavily. Chapter 128. Taking matters into one's own hands. Hush. Tian gently placed a finger to his lips, signaling his companion to refrain from making any noise. "Brother, are you truly human or a specter?" The corpse handler trembled as he gazed at the figure beside him, this being his first encounter with another living soul in the cremation chamber. Following Tian's gesture, the corpse handler peered ahead, only to emit a gasp before hastily covering his mouth. A corpse engulfed in flames had emerged from the incineration furnace. The divine fire talisman affixed to the furnace was instantly overwhelmed by the ghastly energy, losing much of its potency, causing the flames to weaken. "Fear not. I shall handle it." Tian raised his left thumb, drawing forth the broken moon blade just enough for a sliver to emerge. A surge of violet electricity struck the ghastly corpse, causing the once indestructible body to convulse violently before collapsing into a puddle of blackened water. "It's over. The divine fire talisman is rendered useless. This lad is surely bound for the underworld." Outside, the head of the second team shouted while bringing 2 buckets of oil, pouring them into the cremation chamber through the ventilation duct. "You wretched fool, I'm still inside. Do you wish to burn me alive?" The corpse handler's furious voice echoed from within. "Lusan, you're still alive? Just wait. I shall open the door for you." The head of the second team hastily set down the oil to unlock the door, only to be suddenly kicked to the ground. "Have you forgotten the rules of the cremation chamber? The flames must burn until dawn before the door can be opened. If they extinguish prematurely, we must pour in oil to incinerate everything anew." "But there's a living person inside," the second team leader lamented, his face a mask of despair. "Are you certain there is a living person in there? Can a living soul remove a divine fire talisman?" Upon hearing this, the second team leader shuddered, his eyes widening as he trembled while lifting the oil again, pouring it into the ventilation duct. "We're doomed. This cursed soul is still pouring in oil." Inside the cremation chamber, Lucen felt like an ant on a hot stove. Once the oil reached the furnace, the intense heat would ignite it. "Do not panic. It is quite serene here. We can have a conversation. Just cooperate with me." and I shall ensure your safety. Tian spoke with an unusual authority, causing Lu San to surprisingly regain his composure. Under Tian's inquiries, Lu San divulged everything that had transpired in the past few days. The wounds on the corpses were numerous and minute. Even a single small cut could lead to poisoning and infection. Lu San shook his head, reflecting, initially. Many managed to escape, but once injured, their fates were sealed. Indeed, the timing aligns. Previously, nothing unusual occurred at Huangtu Ridge. A celestial master was stationed there. Collaborating with the military, and ordinary specters dared not approach. The incidents began only in the past 2 days, with formidable entities at play, leaving the demon-suppressing masters unable to mount a proper resistance. Such a powerful adversary could only be the celestial demon cult. However, it remains unclear whether Mei, the Guardian, has allied with them or if it is a mutual exploitation. Over 30,000 lives lost. Regardless, this represents a colossal sin. Tian let out a cold snort, causing the air around him to chill considerably. He cast a fleeting glance at the trembling Lu San, who shuddered and, in despair, closed his eyes. How foolish of me to be silenced. Lu San contemplated to himself, when suddenly a sharp pain pierced the back of his head, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. The kerosene was finally ignited, igniting a fierce blaze. Tian waved his sleeve, and a barrier of spiritual energy naturally formed around him, isolating all flames outside. 2 phantoms emerged, and the roof silently opened an exit. Tian's figure flickered, vanishing into the night sky. As the kerosene within the cremation chamber gradually depleted, the roaring flames slowly extinguished, leaving Lu San unharmed within the protective barrier of spiritual energy. As dawn approached, the barrier flickered and then vanished. With a click, the external lock was disengaged, and the door was pushed open. The newcomer retreated momentarily, cautiously peering in after confirming silence. On the dissection platform, Lu San snored thunderously, sound asleep. To think, I poured over 30 barrels of kerosene, blackening the house, yet this fellow remains utterly unscathed. The second-in-command glanced at the snoring Lu San, his body weakened, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the initiative was paramount. They could no longer allow their adversary to lay traps unchallenged. Tian had chosen to arrive early specifically to catch them off guard. Jiang Tao and his companions were in the light, while he operated from the shadows. Dispatching phantoms to scout ahead, Tian appeared at the periphery of Huangtu Ridge. A potent stench of decay lingered in the air. Thousands of crows circled above, cawing incessantly. Following the clues provided by the phantoms, Tian stealthily infiltrated. The mining site was replete with corpses in various stages of decomposition. Externally, there were no signs of life or anything unusual. The simultaneous demise of so many beings without the emergence of the bizarre was, in itself, an unsettling anomaly. Suddenly, a corpse on the ground rose, contorting grotesquely as it stood, letting out a fearsome howl. Tian quickly retreated to observe. A ghastly corpse, he had finally discovered one. The abomination roared for a while before slowly making its way towards the mine, as if drawn by some unseen force. Tian's figure flickered, merging into the shadows of a phantom, trailing behind. The newly arisen corpse stumbled awkwardly at first, its movements sluggish within the dark mine. After traversing over 100 meters, its joints began to loosen, enabling it to run, prompting Tian to quicken his pace. Before long, a vast pit came into view. Blood mist enveloped the pit, and a dense aura of the uncanny lingered. An elderly man clad in a black crow-feathered robe danced frantically by an altar, appearing deranged. Bring forth the offerings. Several figures in black robes dragged forth a group of bound miners, proceeding to behead them one by one, allowing their blood to spill. Sensing the familiar energy emanating from the other party, Tian nodded, confirming it was undoubtedly the work of the heavenly demon sect. He accessed the system warehouse and, as per usual, cleared all 9 items from the shelves. The number of Earth Escape talismans in Tian's possession had now risen to 12. Each talisman could be utilized for half an hour, and with the formidable strength of his 4th-grade spiritual body, he felt confident he could engage in battle, regardless of the opponent's might. With this thought, Tian decisively affixed one Earth Escape talisman to himself. A faint yellow glow enveloped him, and he immediately felt a kinship with the surrounding rocks and soil. In the next moment, he concentrated his spirit energy, and his entire being silently sank into the ground. Meanwhile, in the blood pool, as blood continued to flow in, an ominous power began to coalesce. The elder at the altar appeared particularly exhilarated, gesticulating wildly, and proclaimed, "Great deceptive God, we offer more sacrifices, beseeching you to grant us strength to traverse the mortal realm and spread your faith. Do not move. It is perilous. Greed suddenly sensed a presence observing them and cautioned. Tian had no choice but to remain still, suppressing his aura, envisioning himself as a mere stone. The malevolent energy above dissipated swiftly, yet a drop of black blood appeared atop the altar. The Black Crow priest extended his withered right hand, adorned with chaotic demonic runes. His brittle, split nails were horrifying. Just as his hand was about to touch the blood, a flash of blade light erupted between his legs. Strike with all your might. Tian surged forth from the earth, cleaving the Black Crow priest in two with his blade light. The priest's eyes were wide with disbelief, yet he did not fall. A sinister smile crept upon his lips as his body exploded, transforming into a sky full of crows. Tian's blade light flickered, instantaneously enveloping all the crows. To him, these crows were bizarre manifestations. He was determined to eradicate them completely. The Moonbreaker blade unleashed purple lightning, and the crows struck by it plummeted to the ground, their bodies reduced to charred remains. However, one crow escaped the onslaught, evading the blade light. It was incorporeal and immune to physical harm. This crow swiftly merged with the black blood on the altar, swelling until it morphed into a human head, adorned with an eerie smile. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please close reading modes, including reader mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Are you Tian? Your actions are indeed despicable. No wonder the likes of Zhou Chu and Su Rong fell to your hands. But if you think defeating a few disciples of the heavenly demon sect gives you the upper hand over us, you are gravely mistaken. The head plunged into the altar, narrowly evading several fiery talismans activated by Tian. With a thunderous boom, Tian's punch shattered the altar, scattering it into a cloud of stone dust. A cacophony of cackling laughter erupted. The head of the Black Crow priest appeared above the blood pit, as the sanguine essence from below was immediately drawn upwards, reconstructing a body beneath his skull. Young one, you still have a long way to go to contend with me. The Black Crow priest boasted. I am a being of innate demonic nature, incomparable to those mere mortals who have undergone later transformations. Tian, however, wasted no words. With the blade in his left hand, he surged forward, effortlessly dispatching the celestial demons of the Tian Yao sect that attempted to obstruct him. Leaping into the air, the intent of his broken moon blade erupted violently, a blade of light sweeping through the air. Before the smile on the Black Crow priest's face could fade, he was cleaved into 8 pieces. His right hand, driven by greed, extended a tongue that wrapped around the fragments, dragging them into his mouth for a savage feast. If we are to fight, let us do so without needless prattle. Villains often perish from their own loquacity, Tian remarked. Suddenly, greed coughed violently, expelling a black stone. Tian deftly flicked the stone with the tip of his blade, catching it in his hand. It was as dark as jade, with faint wisps of black mist swirling within, appearing particularly sinister. As Tian approached with his spiritual sense to probe it, he was immediately overwhelmed by a potent surge of madness and malevolence. Hastily retracting his spiritual energy, drenched in sweat, he realized that had it not been for his cultivation of the soul technique, which had significantly bolstered his spiritual strength, he might have lost his sanity with that single encounter. This substance is the blood left behind by that enigmatic deity. My strength has yet to be restored, rendering me unable to assimilate such a potent treasure. Greed lamented. Enigmatic deity? What rank of anomaly is it? Tian inquired. It is a 7th grade anomaly. The 6th is a king, and the 7th is a deity. Should such a being appear in the human realm, the entire Tianwu kingdom would likely cease to exist. 7th grade? Isn't there also an enigmatic deity imprisoned beneath the demon lock tower? Tian furrowed his brow. The two are not the same. The deity within the demon lock tower has been sealed, its powers largely restrained, and it is a product of the human realm, not capable of wreaking havoc upon it. In contrast, the enigmatic deities from the realm of anomalies are invaders, intent on annihilating the human world to feed the anomaly realm, thereby earning their rewards. Upon hearing Greed's words, Tian expressed his confusion. If that is the case, I have thwarted the incursion of the enigmatic deity. Yet I have not received any rewards from the human realm. Such rewards are often subtle, manifesting as fortune, imperceptible yet immensely beneficial. At your current stage, you may not yet perceive it, but as your strength grows, it will become evident. Historically, those who ascend to nobility require great fortune. The same will apply to you. When fortune abounds, you will advance further. When it is lacking, you risk demise. Tian nodded in understanding as the blood pit began to churn incessantly, erupting with a chilling, ominous presence. Chapter 129. The larger stench bug, a chilling. Ghastly laughter echoed as a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood emerged from the pit of gore. Countless limbs and heads intertwined in a grotesque manner, resembling a heap of improperly disposed of carrion that incited a wave of nausea. Its form resembled a distorted sculpture, with limbs entangled like vines, stretching and contracting in an unsettling, writhing motion. The heads, arranged closely like cells in a beehive, bore a variety of expressions. Some roared, others cackled maniacally, while a few wept. It seemed they were silently communicating, producing an eerie resonance. Listen here, young one. The innate demon race is not something you can contend with. To me, even the grandest master is merely a slightly larger insect. The voice of the Black Crow priest emanated from numerous mouths, forming a sonic wave attack. Tian hastily burrowed underground, the ground beneath him collapsing into a gaping chasm due to the shockwave. Earth escape, a mere parlor trick, the Black Crow priest sneered, his corpulent form beginning to shift. Remaining in the soil consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Let us see how long you can linger underground. Greed. What manner of creature is this? Tian pondered within, sensing the rapid depletion of spiritual energy in the earth. It appears to be a limb-collecting demon head. Greed's tone was unusually grave. What is a limb-collecting demon head? To put it succinctly, physical attacks are virtually ineffective against it. If a part of its body is destroyed, it can rapidly regenerate. Even if severed in two, it can either split or merge. Only energy-based attacks can truly inflict damage. Have you noticed those countless heads above? It is said that each head possesses a unique power: fire, ice, healing, poison, and so forth. Fortunately, this limb-collecting demon head has only recently come into existence. Its heads have yet to devour and amalgamate one another, likely wielding only rudimentary abilities, posing minimal threat to you. Is there truly no weakness? Greed sighed before continuing. Such entities are notoriously troublesome in the eerie realm. You either possess absolute strength to crush it, or you must avoid it at all costs. Should it ensnare you, both your strength and soul may become part of it. It is rumored that once it develops to a certain stage, the limb-collecting demon head can evolve into a dominating entity known as the gluttonous god. Upon hearing Greed's description, Tian was taken aback. This was already a being of the 6th grade Eerie King level, exceedingly formidable. Yet, since it had only recently come into being, and he had not yet engaged it in combat, with numerous strategies and hidden cards at his disposal, it would be rather cowardly to retreat like a turtle. Let us engage it first. Tian took a deep breath, resolutely deciding to test the strength of the limb-collecting demon head. He burst forth from the underground, casting 10 blazing talismans that instantly transformed into 10 fierce infernos, hurling them towards the monstrous entity known as the limb-gathering demon head. Such a close-range assault was impossible for its massive, mountain-like form to evade. Among the myriad heads of the creature, one enveloped in flames emerged, effortlessly consuming all the fire. Indeed, ordinary flames were utterly ineffective against it, Tian mused. At that moment, one of the heads of the limb-gathering demon opened its maw, releasing a plume of dark, toxic breath. Tian swiftly dodged, retreating underground once more. Yet he was still tainted by the noxious fumes, causing an immediate numbness in his arm. Such potent toxicity, Tian exclaimed in shock, as Greed hastily consumed spiritual energy to counteract the poison. In mere moments, 20% of his energy was depleted. He placed a spirit stone into Greed's mouth to chew and restore his energy, all the while fixating intently on the limb-gathering demon head, pondering a strategy. Clearly, he needed to identify its weakness in order to prevail. Upon closer observation, Tian suddenly recognized that the creature's movement speed was exceedingly slow. It appeared that he needed to accelerate further. He pressed 2 speed-enhancing talismans onto his legs, which would double his speed for the duration of a burning incense stick. Leaping once more from the ground, Tian transformed into a streak of light, leaving multiple afterimages in his wake. He swiftly circled the limb-gathering demon, wielding his broken moon blade, which danced in a tempestuous whirlwind, showcasing the swift wind blade technique he was most adept at. Countless blade auras erupted, slashing against the surface of the limb-gathering demon, severing numerous limbs that fell away, eliciting furious roars from the creature as it finally sustained some injuries. Amidst the unremarkable attacks, several strikes imbued with blade intent struck the creature's core, creating a massive gash that penetrated its great form. Amidst the carnage, a human figure flickered and writhed before swiftly disappearing deep within the body of the limb-gathering demon. "You filthy rat, don't let me catch you," came the furious voice of the Black Crow priest. He summoned forth more appendages, and his dismembered body rapidly fused back together. With a thunderous crash, a fist composed of countless arms smashed into Tian's afterimage, leaving a vast crater several meters wide and over 10 meters deep in the hard rock. Such formidable strength. Tian gasped in astonishment. Had it not been for Greed's warning moments ago, his form would have been locked onto by several heads of the limb-gathering demon, and that blow could have turned him into mere pulp. A massive arm emerged from the depths of the crater, already fragmented into several sections, with blood and flesh surging from the severed ends, seemingly on the verge of sprouting more appendages. Greed? Did you sense it? Tian noted, as the chaotic consciousness at the severed ends was absent, allowing him to once again catch sight of that fleeting figure. Indeed, I sensed it. A fellow is ensconced within the body of the conglomerate demon, manipulating that colossal form with only modest proficiency, which accounts for the sluggish responses of the creature, allowing you to inflict harm. Greed replied. After a brief moment, he added, Young one, create more opportunities, and I may be able to pinpoint that body. With renewed vigor, Tian surged forth once more, unleashing a torrent of talismans that crackled and sparked, conjuring fireballs, ice spikes, earthen thorns, and wind blades in a dazzling display. Faced with this sudden amalgamation of assaults, the conglomerate demon faltered as various heads on its surface darted about, consuming most of the incoming attacks. Suddenly, a flash of blade light erupted, cleaving the conglomerate demon in twain from below, as Tian merged his being with the sword, thrusting into the very core of the creature. Now is the moment. Greed swiftly locked onto a form that swam within the demon's body like a small fish. You're doomed, foul rat, bellowed the voice of the Black Crow Priest. The bisected conglomerate demon morphed into two enormous palms, countless appendages writhing and converging rapidly towards the center. Some limbs collided, instantly turning to a gruesome pulp of flesh and blood. I shall extract all your innards as a sacrifice to the enigmatic deity. Ha ha ha. Having struck true, the Black Crow Priest erupted into maniacal laughter. In his eyes, as long as the conglomerate demon ensnared its prey, those appendages would siphon every ounce of energy from the victim. No matter how formidable Tian might be, encased in iron, how many nails could he drive? The outcome was inevitable. What lay ahead was the exquisite torment he relished. With a ripping sound, a gap emerged above the amalgamating mass of flesh as a towering figure, aglow with golden light and standing over 10 meters tall, forcefully pried open the wound. Tian was enveloped within the three-headed, six-armed visage of the King of Wisdom, as countless appendages clung to the manifestation, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Hurry! Tian shouted in urgent fury, invoking the immovable king to withstand a blow from the conglomerate demon. Instantly, half of his spiritual energy dissipated, and it continued to deplete at an alarming rate. Above the pit, four specters and 6 ghostly orbs materialized, each clutching a bundle of firecrackers. Such munitions Tian had scavenged from the refining workshop, and now was the time to deploy them. With a whoosh, several figures in black robes soared forward, but they were thwarted by the disciples of the celestial demon sect. One of the demon spawn let out a roar, rapidly enlarging into a massive lizard dragon, charging upward and scattering the specters and orbs into disarray. Tian narrowed his eyes, a surge of fury rising within him. It was that scoundrel Su Rong, who had long sought to annihilate him in revenge for Zhang's demise, and here they crossed paths. You all hasten to aid the master. I shall entangle him. Why you discarded the firecrackers and, drawing a long knife, twirled it with practiced grace, lunging forward. She had accompanied Tian the longest, mastering various techniques, and although some were ill-suited for the enigmatic race, her prowess in swordplay had reached considerable heights. And attempting to stop a chariot, utterly deluded. Su Rong scoffed, flicking his tail and sending the advancing Yu crashing against the cave wall. Previously, he received confidential information leaked from the Demon Suppression Department, which detailed an ambush against Tian and his companions, stating they would arrive in 3 days, a claim he found hard to believe. To his astonishment, having prepared for just a day, Tian appeared, a twist of fate indeed. Noticing other spectral beings tossing firecrackers into the gaping wound of the flesh-gathering demon head, Su Rong ceased his attempts to intervene. The Black Crow Priest, a member of the inherently disdainful demon race that worshipped the enigmatic deity, had never regarded him with any seriousness. Mutual destruction would be the most favorable outcome, allowing Su Rong to remain the esteemed educator of Hudong and Hujian, continuing his leisurely existence. Dozens of firecrackers plummeted into the demon's wound, their crimson flame talismans flickering with light. With a thunderous roar, a colossal explosion erupted, shaking the cavern to its core as debris cascaded down. Several unfortunate disciples of the heavenly demon sect were crushed on the spot, while Su Rong hastily dodged left and right. Below, the flesh-gathering demon head burst forth like a ripe tomato, splattering the ground with a gruesome shower of blood. Amidst the sanguine mess, countless appendages writhed, poised for rebirth and amalgamation. In that moment, an attack imbued with the essence of a blade severed all debris in its path, striking a specific spot within the crimson mire. A harrowing scream echoed as a naked figure struggled to escape, left with but half a torso. Suddenly, before him appeared a human form, enveloped in swirling azure smoke, exuding a charred aroma. "Do not kill me." The Black Crow priest finally expressed his fear. The inherent demon was not as formidable as once believed. Tian raised his blade high. Chapter 130. The Annihilation of Sin. The Black Crow priest writhed on the ground, cautiously observing the every movement of the individual before him, seizing upon every potential detail that might grant him a chance at survival. Tian furrowed his brow slightly. His indifference to trouble did not imply that those around him shared the same sentiment. He had come to resolve the issues plaguing those near him, and the incessant turmoil was far from conducive to his desire for tranquil cultivation and silent enhancement of his strength. A flicker of hope ignited within the Black Crow priest's heart as he sensed hesitation in his adversary. Doubt could lead to downfall, and thus, a glimmer of survival appeared within his grasp. "I am of the innate demon race, with a soul seed implanted by a master of my clan. Should you slay me, the soul seed will mark you as an enemy, and the masters of my clan will pursue you to the ends of the earth." Upon hearing the Black Crow priest's threat, Tian fell into a contemplative silence. "Conversely, I harbor no profound enmity toward you. Your only transgression lies in obstructing the operations of the celestial demon sect and offending certain individuals, which has culminated in our conflict. It is worth noting that your whereabouts were disclosed to me by the Demon Suppression Division. Indeed, should he eliminate the Black Crow priest now, the ensuing hatred would inevitably be attributed to him. Consequently, facing a relentless pursuit from the demon clan would render any semblance of peace unattainable. While it was undeniably crucial for Tian to eradicate the malevolent fiend before him, he could not allow his serene existence to be shattered. Coming to this realization, Tian sheathed his blade and vanished in an instant. Ha! The Black Crow priest reveled in his astute gamble. Humans were inherently creatures of self-preservation. After his laughter subsided, a fierce expression returned to his face. Such power was merely that of a minor master? When had human minor masters become so formidable? Even the demonic entity he controlled had been brought to the brink of collapse. Under such circumstances, even a major master would find it challenging to achieve. This was a trap, a scheme that dangled his life as bait, employing another's blade for his own demise. Infuriatingly, he had fallen for it. To conspire against the illustrious celestial demon clan meant death for all involved. Those who provided information to the Demon Suppression Division in Shanhui City would not escape unscathed. Su Rong and his ilk, who stood idly by in the face of peril, would also meet their end. Nevertheless, the most crucial target to eliminate remained Tian. A robust human of such youth, if allowed to flourish, would inevitably become a grave threat to the celestial demon clan. He must be eradicated. For the entire celestial demon race, humans lived fleeting lives. After centuries of hunting, numerous human prodigies had met untimely ends. Coupled with the chaos among humans, their innate jealousy and ostentation, they had even devised something akin to a master ranking, which presented assassination targets to the celestial demons. Each year, one or two young masters from that list would meet unfortunate fates, all orchestrated by the meticulously crafted death traps of the celestial demon sect. Upon reflecting on the serendipitous emergence of a human genius from the desolate expanse of Hedong Prefecture, and the subsequent endeavor to extinguish this potential in its infancy, it is undoubtedly a significant achievement. Tian appeared directly before Yu Yi, who, at a critical moment, had valiantly intervened and endured a fatal blow from Su Rong. Now, utterly depleted and on the verge of vanishing, Yu Yi struggled to rise. "Do not move. Your condition is dire," Tian urged, channeling his spiritual energy to infuse into the ghostly being, yet met with no response. The specter thrived on soul energy, and its essence had been utterly shattered. Had it not been for its steadfast will, it would have long since dissipated into nothingness. Greed added a remark. Reluctantly, Tian ceased his effort to infuse energy. Although their time together was brief, Yu Yi felt a profound joy. It shimmered and transformed into the guise of a courtly beauty, though it was now but a shadow of its former self. Nearby, Yu Er, Yu San, and Yu Si also morphed into the same elegant form, weeping at the sight of Yu E's plight. Ultimately, Yue dissipated into ethereal smoke in He Tian's embrace. A tumult of emotions surged within He Tian. These specters, initially mere curiosities under his care, had shown unwavering loyalty to their master, embodying both sentiment and righteousness, never committing any wrong. In stark contrast, many individuals in the world professed virtue while engaging in unscrupulous actions, ruthlessly exploiting the populace for personal gain, rendering them infinitely more despicable than the anomalies he nurtured. With this thought, He Tian's gaze turned steely, casting a glance at the Black Crow priest, who was desperately attempting to recover, and Su Rong, who was furtively assessing the situation. The unfortunate Jiang Pingfeng had perished, as had the unworthy Yu Yi, while the Black Crow priest and Su Rong, undeserving of existence, thrived. If I were to let you off lightly, I fear I would never forgive myself. He Tian's eyes glimmered with a fierce intent to kill. Su Rong, initially calm and observant, suddenly witnessed He Tian's figure flicker and vanish before him. Such speed, he thought, realizing that since their last encounter, He Tian's strength had evidently surged. Could he be coming for me? Panic surged within Su Rong as he turned to flee, treading cautiously to avoid alarming the other members of the Tianyao sect who were still gauging the situation. This ambush, led by the Black Crow priest, a master-level expert, had also enlisted several minor masters from various locales. Should a conflict arise between them and He Tian, Su Rong believed he could easily escape. As for the Black Crow priest, it was apparent to all that he had been defeated. Meanwhile, He Tian was engaged in communication with Greed. Have you marked the lizard that attacked earlier? Yes, I recognized it from our previous encounter. Rest assured. Greed nodded slightly, deeply impressed by his adversary. Su Rong fled to the cave entrance, a glimmer of joy igniting within him. Once he transformed into the form of a lizard, he could escape effortlessly, venturing wherever he pleased across the vast expanse of the world. Suddenly, a figure obstructed the light streaming in from the cave's mouth. He Tian emerged through Earth Escape, appearing before him just in time. You didn't expect to be cornered so swiftly, did you? He Tian's broken crescent blade shimmered with purple lightning. This, too, is a consequence of my circumstances. Su Rong's countenance darkened, realizing the precision of his opponent's Earth Escape. Had he known, he would never have exposed himself. I never anticipated such fortune either, but rest assured, I will send those fellows to join you. You merely depart first. He Tian spoke nonchalantly, as if the life and death of his foe were no different from slaying livestock. He Tian, I concede that we harbor some enmity, yet circumstances have changed. I can offer compensation or serve as your subordinate. I still possess some value. Su Rong feigned weakness, pleading for mercy while secretly channeling sinister energy into a triangular blade tip in his grasp. This broken blade tip was arguably his most potent weapon, a remnant of a formidable malevolent entity, said to unleash a strike rivaling that of a sinister king once it absorbed sufficient malevolent energy. Even if He Tian could overpower a master-level Black Crow priest, he might not survive such an onslaught. As the malevolent energy neared its saturation, a peculiar smile graced Su Rong's face. He mused, You, boy, are still too green to contend with me. Meanwhile, He Tian continued his incessant chatter, an act Su Rong perceived as folly. When enemies meet, their animosity is palpable. Who would waste time on idle conversation? Seizing the opportunity to strike while the opponent falters is paramount. Feeling the malevolent entity fully charged, Su Rong's heart soared, just as he prepared to unleash his attack. A sudden flash at the nape of his neck caused his eyes to bulge. He Tian revealed a strange smile, his form dissolving into black mist, transforming into an ordinary specter. The demon's body crashed down heavily, rolling several times, yet Su Rong did not perish. Despicable! You disregard martial ethics. Su Rong roared, his mouth spewing curses. With death looming, he was driven to madness, utterly devoid of dignity. Rest assured, you will still serve a purpose before your demise. The true He Tian emerged from behind, deftly flicking his blade to dislodge the broken sword tip from the demon's grasp. The immense power radiating from the tip fluctuated menacingly, and without Su Rong's control, the malevolent entity seemed poised to erupt at any moment. A fine treasure. He Tian's eyes narrowed as he vanished with the malevolent entity. Deep within the cave, the Black Crow priest restored his form, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The fragmented body of the demon reassembled, albeit smaller than before. Once I contact my kin, I shall ensure He Tian meets a fate most gruesome, the Black Crow priest vowed silently. Suddenly, a beam of sword light erupted from the cave, its searing energy melting everything in its vicinity like a torrential flood. Who dares to kill me? This was the sole thought of the Black Crow priest in his final moments. A few strands of sword energy escaped, striking Tian, who was unable to evade, causing him immense pain as the energy rapidly drained from his body. The bubbling magma surged within the cavern, engulfing all sins in its fiery embrace. A dark light shot forth, piercing through Su Rong's terrified expression and embedding itself into his forehead. It was the soul seed of the Black Crow priest, locking onto its target. Who dares to slay my progeny? A furious roar resounded, akin to thunderclaps. A formidable will began to descend, prompting Tian to hastily burrow into the earth for cover. Before this overwhelming presence could approach, the magma within the cave erupted, drowning Su Rong's head, which was already on the brink of death. Amidst a heart-wrenching scream, flames ignited upon his head, turning both it and the dark light to ashes. It seems my son has perished alongside his assassin. A three-headed, six-armed apparition of a demon clan materialized above the Huangtu Ridge mine, its central eye surveying the ground below, yet finding no signs of life. After venting its wrath aimlessly, it gradually dissipated. 100 miles away, Tian struggled to emerge from the earth, having expended all his energy in his desperate escape. At that moment, he lacked even the strength to walk. Chapter 131. All mine. A few ethereal spirits emerged from the sleeves, swiftly dragging Tian away. Youngster, next time, take it easy. Not only have you drained your own spiritual energy, but you nearly exhausted me as well. If I hadn't swallowed a spirit stone at the last moment to replenish my strength, you would have been trapped underground indefinitely. The spirit patted Tian on the shoulder, indicating its own hard work. All right, I shall be more cautious next time and refrain from being overly ambitious. Tian, feeling the emptiness within his body, was quite helpless. The scarcity of spiritual energy in the human realm rendered him unable to draw energy from the environment. With all the spirit stones consumed, he could only rely on the automatic recovery of over 1,000 spiritual energy units each day from the longevity technique and the 8 desolations technique. Under normal circumstances, it would take around 10 days to regain his peak state. However, the benefits of such caution were evidently apparent. The earth-shattering commotion from the Huangtu Ridge mine revealed the formidable destructive power of a celestial demon's phantom. Had the true entity descended, the entire Hedong prefecture would likely struggle to withstand its wrath. Of course, humanity was not to be underestimated. If the celestial demon were to act personally, the Tianwu kingdom would not remain idle, and powerful beings would undoubtedly rise to confront it. Yet, the audacious scanning awareness exhibited was indicative of the authority cultivated at the apex of the food chain. Fortunately, Tian had exerted every ounce of his strength to escape, evading the consciousness scanning area before being detected, thus narrowly avoiding disaster. Nevertheless, Tian possessed a trump card. Once midnight passed and the system shop refreshed, he might procure elixirs to replenish his spiritual energy, enabling a swift recovery. Within the inn of Jia County, Tian did not awaken until the sun had reached its zenith. The battles of the previous day had drained not only his spiritual energy, but also his mental acuity and soul power. This profound fatigue would linger for quite some time. The shadow left by the celestial demon's phantom, summoned through the soul seed, was far more intense than that of the king of shadows, the gatherer of limbs. To some extent, it resembled a mental affliction. Unless one could break through again, many would find themselves haunted by inner demons after defeat or encounters with formidable foes, leading to a lifetime of entrapment. The mildest consequence could result in a deviation during practice, while the gravest could cause an inability to transcend one's limits, resulting in gradual decline. The 3 spirits required no rest, diligently stationed at 3 points, performing their duties as guardians. Upon awakening, the first task was, as always, to clear the system shopping cart. The system's offerings were guaranteed to be of exquisite quality, whether it be potions for enhancement, robust elixirs for fortifying vitality, a variety of weaponry, or rare materials. For Tian, even if he could not utilize them himself, he could sell them at a high price, profiting from the difference. Regrettably, the system shop consistently lacked martial arts manuals. One must not be greedy. After consuming a recovery elixir and feeling his spiritual energy gradually rise, Tian sighed with contemplation. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please close the reading mode, browsing mode, or novel mode of your browser, as well as disable any ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. The journey to arrive was swift, yet the return was even quicker, for Tian required no preparation at all. With 3 spectral figures aiding his escape, he traveled day and night, returning to the Demon Suppression Division in merely a day's time. May the Guardian. remained oblivious to Tian's disappearance and subsequent reappearance. Even those dwelling under the same roof, such as Cici, were unaware of his plans. Tian had previously instructed that he was to break through the martial arts bottleneck and should not be disturbed. Under the cover of the three specters, he silently returned to his training room. Rising to his feet, he felt a portion of his spiritual energy restored. Glancing around at the familiar surroundings, he selected a few cherished items from the bookshelf and began packing his belongings. Many possessions in this room bore witness to Tian's tumultuous year at the Demon Suppression Division. The thought of leaving so abruptly, of wandering the world with its towering mountains and distant roads, stirred a sense of reluctance within him. However, remaining in the Demon Suppression Division had become more detrimental than beneficial. If Shunhui City was likened to a small pond, the Demon Suppression Division could only be regarded as a mere well of limited depth. Drinking from the well forever would hinder growth. It was time to bid farewell and say goodbye to the Suppression Division. Yet, before doing so, Tian had many tasks to accomplish. Jiang Tao and the others were set to investigate the situation at the Huangtu Ridge mine tomorrow, which would take approximately 3 days for the round trip. 3 days would afford Tian ample opportunity to accomplish much. At the very least, he needed to gather as many useful martial arts manuals as possible from the library. At the entrance of the library, a distinguished middle-aged man stopped a passing rider, saying, "Young hero, please pause. These 5 unparalleled manuals seek a fated individual. Do you wish to attain mastery in martial arts, soaring through the skies, and becoming a person of renown? Indeed, but I have no money. Scram. If you lack funds, go work honestly. What use is daydreaming?" The middle-aged man immediately began to curse, losing all composure. The rider hastily quickened his pace. Having heard rumors of deception around the library and relieved he had not fallen for it. Indeed, one should not flaunt their wealth. Elder Zhang, Tian appeared with a sinister grin. "My lord, he ha ha ha." Elder Zhang responded with a knowing tone. "A big prize has arrived. What? You wish to select the manuals yourself? This is unacceptable. It goes against the rules." Upon hearing Tian's request, Elder Zhang swiftly waved his hands in refusal. Most martial artists are keenly perceptive, and the exceptional ones possess photographic memories. If Tian were to view the manuals, it would be tantamount to him mastering them entirely. Rules may be rigid, but humans are not. Just look at the myriad of manuals displayed in this library, varied in quality. Who can say how many classics remain undiscovered? Perhaps an extraordinary martial art is concealed within a tattered tome. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Tian leaned closer to Elder Zhang's ear and softly remarked, "Should I discover any valuable martial arts, I shall duly inform you. Lest the gold be buried and go to waste. What a pity that would be. Go on. Do you truly believe yourself to possess such discerning eyes? The techniques here have been sifted through generations. Their worth is not for you alone to determine," Elder Zhang retorted dismissively, waving his hand. "If you are truly unwilling, then you leave me no choice but to reveal my hand." Tian's expression suddenly turned grave. He clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. "Come now. Let me gauge your true abilities. The Library of Scrolls is a crucial stronghold of the Demon Suppression Office. Should you force your way in, it would be akin to rebellion, and you would be hunted down across the realm." Elder Zhang remained unfazed, exhibiting an air of calm indifference. "At times, my madness frightens even myself. You were unconscious and unaware of how I single-handedly brought the Demon Locking Tower to the ground. You have seen the Demon Locking Tower, have you not? And have you ever witnessed a fist as large as a sandbag?" Tian gestured animatedly, yet Elder Zhang remained unyielding. With a resigned sigh, Elder Zhang conceded, "Very well, you have left me no choice." A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This young man seemed erratic enough to truly take reckless action. "I shall offer 2 10-year-old elixirs," Tian suddenly declared with a grin, startling Elder Zhang. 2 elixirs? That simply will not suffice. 3 at the very least. 3 it is. Tian acquiesced without hesitation. The 10-year-old elixirs exchanged in the system's marketplace were invaluable, yet their cost was negligible. However, now that Tian had transformed into a spiritual body, such enhancements to his vitality held limited benefit. "How careless of me," Elder Zhang silently lamented. He should have initially proposed 5 elixirs. Given Tian's swift agreement, it was likely that some haggling could have yielded 4. "Elder Zhang, governing such a wealthy establishment as the Library of Scrolls, you have surely amassed great riches. Why then, concern yourself with the trifling gains or losses of a few manuals?" Tian remarked, his spirits lifted by the agreement. In his eyes, the splendid array of tomes in the Library of Scrolls transformed into a vibrant haven, each scroll awaiting his indulgence. You think wealth allows for reckless spending? With great estates come great expenditures. I assure you, negotiation is only proper, Elder Zhang retorted, rolling his eyes as he handed Tian a token. Every tome in the library of scrolls is safeguarded by protective formations, impervious even to grand masters. This is the key to unlocking those formations. Remember, once you have perused them, they must be returned to their rightful place. The token must be returned to me by morning. Rest assured, I shall not require until the day after tomorrow. By dawn, I will have completed my research. I do not intend to study every single volume, only those techniques that suit me. Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, relieved he had not been too forceful. The Demon Suppression Office was indeed unfathomable. To facilitate Tian's selection of techniques, Elder Zhang unusually closed the library for a day, allowing Tian to browse in peace. This was, of course, also due to the impressive quality of the 10-year-old elixirs Tian had offered, which were certainly not of inferior grade. As more content loads, please be patient. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. With a resounding boom, the array of the library was activated. The token in Tian's hand ignited, causing a multitude of tomes to soar forth from the book gate, arrayed before him to form an immense wall of books. The pages rustled, turning autonomously without a breeze. All these martial arts techniques are mine. The system's notifications sounded incessantly. Discovered 5-star martial art, fiery sword technique. Would you like to archive it? Discovered 4-star martial art, ice heart technique. Would you like to archive it? Discovered 2-star martial art, whirlwind leg technique. Would you like to archive it? Discovered 7-star martial art, thunder palm. Would you like to archive it? Discovered 6-star martial art, ghostly finger. Would you like to archive it? Archive, all archived. Suddenly, the system announced, discovered 10-star martial art, infinite heavenly sword, pointing towards the Tao of heaven, infinite and eternal. Would you like to archive it? A few bright red characters flickered into existence. Tian was stunned, overwhelmed with excitement. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. He shouted within, from this day forth, he need no longer worry about insufficient martial arts manuals. From this day forth, he would face the sea and begin to concern himself with food and vegetables. An overwhelming surge of martial arts skills flooded the system panel, filling Tian with elation. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. The number of techniques has exceeded 100. The system's martial arts repository is full. Please select a technique to forget or synthesize techniques of the same type. What? The martial arts repository is actually full? Tian hesitated. Ever since he completed the foundational martial arts, the bottleneck had vanished, allowing any technique to be cultivated to the realm of unity between man and Tao. Sword techniques could stack the number of sword intents, and fist techniques could amplify their power. The hard techniques were even more outrageous, as they could extend the duration of invincibility. Previously, in the explosion within the cave, Tian had relied on nearly 2 seconds of invincibility to counterattack the Black Crow priest unscathed. Now, faced with such an abundance of techniques, he felt torn, as every option was precious. Synthesis was the only path left. He had to synthesize martial arts of the same type. Chapter 132, a significant surge in power. The new novel Martial Arts Ascendancy, Proficiency Cultivation System updates promptly on the website. High-star martial arts can devour their lower-star counterparts. The proficiency gained from practicing lower-star techniques can also be converted into higher-star achievements. Tian nodded in satisfaction. The system was quite user-friendly, alleviating the need to make choices amidst a plethora of techniques. Adults should not be burdened with such decisions. Those are for children. However, there was an irksome aspect, the requirement to expend system currency. Fortunately, Tian had accumulated a sufficient amount of these coins. Otherwise, it would have been a challenging predicament indeed. After an uninterrupted night of study, Tian finally perused and assimilated over 1,000 martial arts manuals from the library. The system now housed only 4 advanced martial arts, each rated above 10 stars. The 10-star technique Dominating Blade of Doom displayed a fierce radiance, delivering a lethal strike that could overwhelm all. The 10-star technique Phantom Steps of the Nether moved like a ghost, elusive and unpredictable. The 10-star Heart Sutra of the Self held profound wisdom, merging all forms into singularity. Lastly, the 10-star Indestructible Chaos Body embodied a state of chaos, eternal and unyielding, with an indomitable spirit. Despite having devoured numerous techniques, including those of 10-star caliber, Tian found that the progression of these advanced martial arts remained largely stagnant at single digits. It seemed that advancing in 10-star techniques was a significant hurdle, one that couldn't simply be overcome by mere accumulation of quantity. The frenzied consumption throughout the night yielded evident side effects. Assimilating a 3-star manual cost a staggering 100,000 coins, while a 5-star required 300,000, and an 8-star soared to 1,000,000. The total expenditure drained Tian's earnings from system trading to nothing. The value of over 20 million silver coins had dwindled to mere single digits. That amount would have sufficed to purchase an entire street in Divine Emblem City. Truly, the phrase poor in culture, rich in martial prowess resonated with Tian anew. The proficiency requirements for 10-star martial arts were equally astonishing. The initial stages demanded over 10,000 points for advancement, while mastery required hundreds of thousands. Achieving a minor success called for over 1,000,000, and seamless integration reached into the tens of millions. The pinnacle, achieving the unity of man and heaven, necessitated a terrifying 100 million points. For an ordinary person, it would be nearly impossible to amass such proficiency in a lifetime, even with the peculiar assistance of his companions. Pushing to that extent would be a formidable challenge. It would be prudent to create multiple accounts and avatars to expedite the process. With unparalleled martial techniques now at his disposal, Tian resolved that the forthcoming days would be both intensely fervent and serenely tranquil in his cultivation journey. With a raised brow, he unleashed his spiritual energy, transforming it into the most fundamental form of qi, delicately restoring the manuals to their rightful places in the library. In mere moments, the entire collection returned to its pristine state. Tian approached a tea table, poured himself a cup of bitter tea, and casually picked up a volume of the Atlas of the Heavenly Martial Kingdom to peruse. Regrettably, this eclectic book was not included in the system's compilation. Had it been incorporated, it would have served as a navigational guide, alleviating any concerns of losing his way. The Heavenly Martial Kingdom comprises 20 prefectures, each varying in population from hundreds of thousands to millions, with considerable differences in size. It stretches from the North Sea to the southern wastes, bordered by the Eastern Zhou Empire to the east and the territory of the barbarians to the west, resembling the shape of a deer, vast and resource-rich. Blessed with the fertile lands of the Central Plains, it is indeed a place of great fortune. Alas, the dynasty has declined, and various factions are eager to seize a piece of the ailing kingdom. What do these disturbances matter to me? In the capital of Tian, beneath the emperor's feet in this prime land, the facade of prosperity has been maintained over the years. If I desire to live peacefully while also experiencing the world, this seems a commendable choice. As the saying goes, true recluses dwell within the marketplace. Resolving to this thought, Tian began to feel drowsy. Although the system primarily handled the collection of martial arts techniques and the mobilization of spiritual energy, it still consumed a significant portion of his mental acuity. Coupled with the exhaustion from his previous battle, Tian found his spirit quite depleted. Suddenly, the door to the library creaked open, and Elder Zhang arrived early. Worried that Tian, being unreliable, might cause a ruckus in the library. To his astonishment, he discovered Tian asleep. Elder Zhang was instantly filled with ire. If others had such a rare opportunity, they would surely study diligently through the night, mastering profound techniques. Yet here was Tian, snoring loudly. Upon inspecting what he was reading, it turned out to be an atlas. How absurd. He had thought Tian was a fervent practitioner of martial arts, but it seemed he was merely seeking fame. With so few accomplishments, he dreamt of making a name for himself in the vast expanse of the Heavenly Martial Kingdom. Where talents abound, one insignificant little master could hardly expect to dominate without concern. Casting another glance at the unchanging shelves of books, Elder Zhang's frustration grew. With so many excellent skills before him, Tian wasted his potential. Never mind. If he were to tire himself out and remain stuck at the minor master level for life, he would come to understand how crucial youth is. Wake up. The sun is already up. With this thought, Elder Zhang disregarded the few hours left in the day and directly called out to rouse Tian. Tian, groggy and bleary-eyed, opened his eyes to see Elder Zhang's displeased expression, and he couldn't help but force a nervous smile. It was reminiscent of a dream from his past life, dozing off in class only to be caught by the teacher, confronted with a perplexing question, rendered speechless amid the laughter of his classmates. How did you sleep last night, Lord He? The library was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility, rendering it an idyllic sanctuary for slumber. One might ponder, could it be that the rudimentary techniques I possess within this library have captured the attention of the discerning? Not at all. The depths of knowledge here are unfathomable, and I, being but a novice, intend to commence my studies with this tome. Ah, what? It appears I have inadvertently grasped an inconsequential volume instead. A sheepish chuckle escaped my lips. What do I care if others squander their riches? Elder Zhang swiftly adjusted his mindset, bidding farewell to He Tian. After all, he had gained 3 precious herbs, and the presence of such a fool is always welcome. Upon exiting the library, He Tian stretched languidly, a satisfied smile gracing his features. In his estimation, the 2 most valuable assets within the Demon Suppression Division were the Demon Locking Tower and the library itself. With the myriad of secrets from the library now firmly in his possession, it was time to reap further rewards from the Demon Locking Tower. Good morning, Sir He. Along the way, whether familiar or not, everyone greeted He Tian, though his station was merely that of an ordinary celestial master. Many within the Demon Suppression Division recognized this formidable individual who had wrestled with the minions of the demon cult. Ah, is that not the esteemed Maytown Guard? Upon arriving at the Demon Locking Tower, He Tian encountered someone he had hoped to avoid. Why, it is indeed Sir He. Oh, what of your hand? Mei Zhengqing cast a glance at He Tian's right hand, which appeared entirely normal. Ah, heh, this hand is merely a prosthetic. I make do with it. After all, as a man, one must maintain a semblance of dignity while traversing the world. It would not do to be labeled as crippled. He Tian explained with a smile. Crippled? Do you think me a fool? Mei Zhengqing thought to himself, bemused by He Tian's incessant laughter. Yet, he anticipated that soon enough, He Tian would cease to smile. Especially when his acquaintances fell prey to the demon cult at the Huangtu Ridge mine. I have come today to ascertain the progress of the restoration of the Demon Locking Tower, He Tian remarked, surveying the tower glimmering under the sun. The outer formations have been repaired, yet the internal formations are severely damaged. Many of the aberrations have escaped from the latter levels to the first 3. Celestial masters have ventured in to subdue them, but have sustained injuries, replied Sun He, greeting He Tian with a friendly demeanor. This is precisely the kind of task I relish. Eliminating mere aberrations is a trivial matter. He Tian promptly declared his willingness to venture inside and cleanse the tower. That would be ideal, but do not eradicate them all. Leave those of the 1st to 3rd rank intact for future study. Sun He stroked his beard, clearly pleased with He Tian's intention. Seize the day. I shall enter right away. Without further ado, He Tian ascended the Demon Locking Tower. Sun He regarded him with admiration, while Mei Zhengqing, with a flick of his sleeve, departed with a stormy countenance. Upon entering the tower, He Tian unleashed a multitude of specters and spirits. In this tower, aberrations abound. Proceed with caution. Should you encounter any anomalies, alert me immediately, and do not engage recklessly. The spirits and specters dispersed to investigate, and soon, several alerts regarding the presence of aberrations echoed in He Tian's mind. One by one, come forth. He Tian hastily arrived at a location where a headless, eerie corpse hung against the wall, its body melding seamlessly with the surface in a bid to conceal itself and ambush any intruder. Let me deal with this wall-hanging menace. With a swift stroke of his moon-cleaving blade, the ghastly figure shattered into countless fragments. The malevolent energy that emanated was promptly devoured by the spirits under He Tian's command. As he advanced, slaying and consuming, he ascended from the 1st to the 3rd floor, encountering a myriad of bizarre apparitions. Had it not been for the keen sensitivity of his ghostly subordinates to the eerie energy, He Tian would have overlooked many of them. Thank you for your hard work. Soon, apart from the few large and small cats that He Tian had deliberately left behind, confined by formations, all the strange entities within the first 3 levels of the Demon Lock Tower were eradicated. Master, there's no need for formality. The dim environment of this tower is perfectly suited for our eerie existence. Your voice is melodious, and with the eerie energy to consume, it feels just like home, replied Yu'er. Who would have thought you possessed such charm, Yu'er? He Tian mused, observing her transformation into a resplendent figure adorned in palace attire, her face aglow with satisfaction. Upon reaching the 4th floor, He Tian hesitated to unleash his eerie subordinates, for many formidable entities inhabited this level, some with strengths reaching the 5th and 6th ranks. The power of Yu'er and her companions was merely at the 1st rank. Capture for them would spell disaster. Among the eerie beings, acts of mutual consumption and the plundering of eerie energy were commonplace. Master, I am on the verge of a breakthrough. I will require half a day. After devouring a significant number of the entities vanquished by He Tian, Yu'er suddenly announced. Then proceed with your breakthrough. I will stand guard, and none shall harm you. He Tian nodded in affirmation. Throughout their journey, greed had also consumed numerous entities, resulting in a continual influx of spiritual energy. Thus, He Tian's previously dwindling reservoir of spiritual power began to replenish. Chapter 133. Clearing the anomalies. Air was enveloped in a halo of eerie light, exuding an aura of mysterious energy. A large cocoon, woven from strands of darkness, emerged. accompanied by a faint yet ominous presence. It appeared that she was evolving towards the second tier of ghostly malevolence, a stage marked by vulnerability. Tian had already cleared all anomalies on the 4th level, extinguishing any potential threats in their infancy. As the cocoon pulsated, a significant volume of eerie energy was drawn in, intensifying the glow at its core. 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. With a sharp crack, the cocoon split open, and air emerged, transformed. Compared to her previous shadowy form, her body now appeared more solid, each movement imbued with a trace of ominous energy. "Salutations, Master," she proclaimed, her demeanor now alluring, embodying a newfound vitality that surpassed her previous spectral essence. "Excellent. What abilities have you acquired?" Tian inquired. "Concentration of malevolent energy, fear, and intimidation," air replied, as 2 sharp blades of dark energy materialized from her palms, slicing through the air and instantly cloaking the surrounding walls in frost. "Regrettably, my malevolent energy lacks substantial offensive power. It struggles to instill fear in those of resolute will." After practicing for a while, air, feeling fatigued, paused to rest. "That is commendable. With future advancements, you shall grow even stronger," Tian encouraged, while the other specters gazed at air with envy. Next, he intended to scour the 5th level, a realm fraught with peril. "You should refrain from wandering about," Tian urged, steeling himself as he approached the 5th level, having already faced formidable anomalies on the 4th. What challenges awaited him in the 5th? Recalling the previously blinding 7th-tier anomaly that had forced him to flee in disgrace, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Tian. His current prowess was exponentially greater. Would he withstand another encounter? Upon entering the 5th level, he was astonished to find the once massive blood pool utterly desiccated, its bottom littered with a multitude of skeletal fish. Witnessing this, greed broke free from Tian's grasp and leaped into the pool, transforming into a colossal fist that relentlessly pounded and crushed the remains. "Take that for biting me. You dared to bite." Greed's strikes quickened, reducing all skeletal fish to mere fragments of bone. "Humph." After a vigorous display of might, Greed paused, feeling rejuvenated. "This old rascal holds a grudge. Fortunate for me, I have not greatly offended him. Even when I used him as a shield in the past, it was due to my own inadequacy. The harm he endured was not at my hands." Tian mused, silently vowing to exercise caution in the future and refrain from using Greed as a shield. However, he found it peculiar that such a vast 5th level harbored no anomalies. A sense of unease washed over him. Suddenly, a series of sharp cracking sounds echoed, and fissures began to form beneath Greed. With a resounding crash, the ground collapsed, and before Greed could react, he plummeted into the abyss. "One who does not provoke fate shall not meet demise," Tian lamented, realizing that Greed's earlier antics had caused the floor to give way. "Trouble has arisen." Casting a glance at his empty right hand, Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that upon reaching the capital, he would need to seek out that elusive doctor mentioned by the old man Mei Jinqing, who purportedly possesses the ability to restore life to the dead and perhaps even reattach a hand. "You little rascal, what absurd thoughts are you entertaining? You claim it's not because you disdain me." A voice echoed in Tian's mind. He quickly lowered his head to inspect, only to see Greed desperately forming a 666 gesture, trapped in a gaping hole, with a surging river of blood below. "Do not panic, I will pull you up immediately," Tian shouted, tossing down a belt that ensnared one of Greed's fingers. Greed sighed in relief, his body beginning to shrink slowly. Once he grasped the belt, he could ascend effortlessly. "Oh dear, be careful," Tian suddenly exclaimed. Greed instantly sensed something amiss in the blood river below. A swarm of skeletal fish emerged, baring their teeth. "What the hell? Even turned to ash, they can be revived," Greed cursed, swiftly climbing upward. Fortunately, they could not leave the blood water and could not bite him. Suddenly, a torrent of blood engulfed Greed, and several skeletal fish viciously attacked, sinking their teeth into various parts of his body. "Ah!" Tian heard Greed's agonized scream in his mind, as a white figure broke through the watery barrier and leapt back to the 5th level. With a resounding crash, several zombie fish were dispatched by Greed, landing on the ground and still struggling in vain. Greed smoothly reattached himself to Tian's wrist. "Ha ha!" Tian could not contain his laughter. Just moments ago, the skeletal fish had stacked up, charging upward, while Greed had been sluggishly climbing, resulting in his predicament. "Should we continue to clear out the anomalies?" "Old man, I've been injured again. What clearing can be done?" Greed pointed to the numerous bite marks adorning his body, which indeed looked terrifying. Tian glanced at the turbulent blood river below, noticing no further movement, and decided it was prudent to retreat. the blood river directly connected to the Earth's veins. Fraught with peril, and what lay ahead was beyond Tian's control. Are you seeking revenge on the previous 7th tier anomaly? Greed inquired. No, I am no match for it. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. Forget it. You and I are cut from the same cloth. Vengeance is a must. Greed chuckled. I am not like you. I possess intellect. Greed was left speechless. What is the situation below? Upon seeing Tian emerge, Sun He hurriedly approached. Of course, everything is cleaned up. Tian replied nonchalantly, as though it were merely a trivial matter. The celestial masters present immediately displayed expressions of anticipation, with several volunteers already climbing the demon locking tower to confirm the situation firsthand. Wait, hold on. Tian called out to Sun He, who intended to accompany him for an inspection. Sun He recommended him to the Demon Suppression Division and provided various forms of assistance. Although Tian had previously offered a modest sum of silver as gratitude, it now seemed that in the eyes of martial artists, mere silver was the least valuable currency. The 5th tier directly connected to the blood river of the Earth's veins, teeming with 7th tier anomalies that appeared and vanished mysteriously. Tian cautioned Sun He, in a tone only they could hear, to remind his subordinates not to act recklessly. As for others, he could not be responsible. Sun He was primarily intrigued by the guards of the Demon Locking Tower, a typical neutral faction. He wondered whether Mei Zhenqing would take action against him. Such information might prove life-saving at a crucial moment. Casting Sun He a knowing glance, Tian departed gracefully, whether raiding the library or clearing the Demon Locking Tower. On the surface, it appeared that Tian had suffered considerable losses. Many speculated about his sanity, while others believed he had chosen to engage with the newly appointed guardian to foster goodwill. The true benefits he gained behind the scenes were known only to Tian himself. 2 days passed in a fulfilling and joyful manner. On the morning of the 3rd day, Tian chose to accompany his sister on a leisurely outing in Divine Emblem City. Having resided in the city for over a year, for the sake of safety, Cici had never enjoyed such uninhibited fun outside. Observing her as she gleefully indulged in her purchases, Tian nodded in satisfaction. At her age, a girl should be cherished and allowed to play joyfully. Having endured much hardship previously, and now with Tian having achieved some success, and Yin returning smoothly, Cici was finally experiencing the sweet fruits of her labor. Of course, excluding the days when Yin had forced her to study. During this shopping excursion, while Tian watched his sister revel in happiness, he found himself unable to summon any interest in the festivities. The bustling commercial street was filled with vividly dressed passers-by, and Divine Emblem City had gradually recovered from the sorrow of the previous assault by the celestial demon sect. Yet, Tian remained burdened with heavy thoughts. He had once been youthful and spirited, but those days were no longer akin to the carefree wanderings of youth. Come see, freshly unearthed anomalous treasures, fragments of magical artifacts, mysterious talismans. Each piece is worth a fortune. Acquiring them is akin to striking gold. At a stall, broken short swords, shattered bronze mirrors, tattered beast skins, and assorted debris lay scattered about. To the middle-aged vendor, these seemingly worthless items stirred no sense of shame as he called out loudly to potential customers. What are anomalous treasures? Cici curiously inquired. These are miscellaneous items scavenged from the anomaly realm. While they may be rubbish to the anomalies, many are rare treasures for humanity. Just the other day, someone unearthed a medicinal herb worth millions from my stall, aged 30 years, the vendor replied. Cici, being a young girl, had never encountered such a spectacle and naturally became engrossed in the treasure hunt. Tian quickly followed her, reassured by Yin's protection, but he preferred to handle minor matters himself for convenience. Cici meticulously examined each item, attempting to sense any unusual aura emanating from them. As she picked up a seemingly ordinary piece of beast skin, Tian's voice softly echoed in her ear. Little girl, your discernment is commendable. This piece of beast skin holds some value, acquire it. How much for this beast skin, this fragment, and this half sword together? Cici, ever obedient to Tian's words, promptly selected several items and discreetly inquired about the price. Ah, miss, you truly have an eye for quality. These mystical treasures are 1,000 taels each, totaling 3,000 taels, the vendor exclaimed, extending 3 fingers with a cheerful demeanor. In his estimation, the other party would surely haggle, and if he could sell even 100 taels, it would be a substantial profit. Considering the items at his stall had all been purchased at a bargain price, averaging less than a tael of silver each. Deal. The 3 silver notes landed in the vendor's palm. It was Tian who spoke. He, quick-witted and nimble-fingered, swiftly gathered all 3 items into her possession. Was she not even going to negotiate? This left the vendor somewhat perplexed, unsure whether he had made a grand bargain or suffered a significant loss. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a voice called out. It belonged to a young lady dressed in exquisite attire, radiating an air of nobility, though her face was obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, rendering her features indistinguishable. Accompanying her was a plump maid, who glared at He with an air of disdain. That piece of beast skin was spotted by my lady. Kindly present it. Yet, Tian appeared to be oblivious, continuing to pull He away. Hey, are you deaf? I'm calling you. With Tian's disregard, the plump maid grew incensed, stepping forward with hands on her hips, blocking their path. She is your lady, not mine. Why should I show it to her? Tian found the situation amusing, realizing that even a simple purchase could invoke such a dramatic scenario. That beast skin is 1,000 taels, is it? I will pay 10 times that amount, 10,000 taels. Hand it over. Tian's brows furrowed at the audacity. Meanwhile, He's anger flared. She was delighted to be out with Tian and now faced an unwelcome interruption. A mere 10,000 taels? I thought it was something substantial. Begone. Do not disturb our leisurely shopping. What? The plump maid's temper flared, her voice rising. Who do you think you are to speak to my lady in such a manner? Do you have any idea who she is? Chapter 134. I made a move, now what? Winter Plum, cease your words. The affluent young lady interjected to halt the conversation. Esteemed sir, my maid has been lacking in discipline. I extend my sincere apologies on her behalf. The wealthy girl offered a slight bow towards Tianfu, her demeanor surprisingly gracious. Very well, since you have apologized, we shall not hold it against you. Please step aside, Tian stated, his tone unyielding. Though the noblewoman appeared delicate, Tian felt no trace of weakness. As the saying goes, where there is a person, there is a master. The brazen maid was likely indulged by her mistress. Taken aback by Tian's response, the affluent lady was unaccustomed to being met with such defiance. Previously, her mere utterance would compel others to surrender their possessions without hesitation, allowing her to choose as she pleased. This was a first. Hey, are you even a man? How dare you treat our lady in such a manner? The portly maid resumed her tirade, indignant that Tian had disregarded her mistress's standing. Esteemed sir, this pelt is of utmost importance to me. I cannot afford to let it slip away. Furthermore, although you have tendered payment, the vendor has not yet consented. And you cannot simply take the item and depart, the young lady remarked, her tone now laced with condescension. To her, the humble Shunhui city was nothing more than a remote backwater, lacking in refinement and understanding. What this lady says is indeed correct. I have yet to give my approval. Upon hearing an offer of 10,000 taels of silver, the vendor's mind began to wander into treacherous territory. Whatever price you propose, I shall match it. Now that the transaction is complete, do you wish to withdraw? He exclaimed, her temper flaring. For reasons unknown, she harbored a deep disdain for the lady before her, reminiscent of her childhood struggles to earn a meager meal by washing clothes at the alley's end. You little girl, what do you know? Even if your family were to come, they would have to return it to me. The vendor, realizing reason would not prevail, decided to act first, intending to snatch the item away from the child, claiming she was too young to understand. However, He was not one to be trifled with. She launched into a series of fierce strikes, eye gouges, knee kicks, and hair pulls. In swift succession, she decimated the vendor's meager health. Amidst the jeering gazes of onlookers, the vendor wailed and collapsed in defeat. Do you dare raise your hand again? The plump maid, noticing He's focus on the vendor, stealthily reached out to claw at her face. With a resounding thud, He retaliated with a fierce kick, sending the hefty woman screaming through the air. Well struck. Though still young, He possessed a certain grace, resembling a pure and untainted flower. It was intolerable that someone would attempt to assault her. The crowd naturally rallied to her side, especially considering the portly woman had instigated the conflict. At such a tender age, her strikes were astonishingly fierce. It seemed she could not be spared. It was the wealthy young lady who, upon witnessing her maid being dealt with, chose to intervene, launching a powerful strike towards He. The force behind her blow caused Tian's heart to tremble. Fortunately, despite its might, the attack lacked finesse and lethal intent, merely a fade, providing He an opportunity to hone her skills in this unprecedented challenge. He, her face flushed, summoned her vitality with determination, meeting the attack with a technique imparted by Tian, the unmoving king fist. With an adept balance of offense and defense, She exhibited remarkable composure against the formidable heiress. Tian's gaze remained fixed on the duel between the two, observing how He grasped the essence of his teachings. The unmoving king fist was executed with precision, gradually gaining the upper hand over her opponent. The heiress, though powerful, was lacking in combat experience and found herself at a loss, her responses becoming increasingly frantic. Noticing her disadvantage, several formidable individuals stealthily approached the fray. Revealing the heiress's significant status, she had even recruited masters as her guards. One Grand Master and 2 Lesser Masters made for a combination capable of dominating all factions within Shenhui City. Suddenly, a delicate cry pierced the air as He bracing herself against the heiress's strike, retaliated with a punch to her side. He furrowed her brow in concentration, while the heiress let out a cry of pain, collapsing onto the ground. Let me tell you, do not underestimate those from humble backgrounds. Consider this meager sum a compensation for your actions. Next time, be more astute. Encountering truly ruthless individuals would not yield such leniency. He approached, swiftly confiscating all valuable possessions from the astonished heiress. A mere few hundred taels of silver. And she had the audacity to offer 10,000 taels for my belongings. What a deceitful schemer. As He spoke, the onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. Initially, they had regarded the heiress with awe, assuming her to be of high status, only to discover she was merely putting on airs. Return my jade pendant. The heiress's face flushed with humiliation, yet she bravely spoke through her pain. He toyed with a yellow jade pendant, intricately carved with a koi fish and clouds, symbolizing good fortune. Clearly, it held little value. It would be better suited for her brother's amusement. She handed the pendant to Tian, who nodded in approval, pleased to see his sister remember him in the aftermath of their spoils. Little girl, you have offended someone formidable. Their demands are not unreasonable. It would be wise to avoid further trouble, said one onlooker, while another added, you assaulted someone in public and stole a few hundred taels. It is quite generous that they have not turned you over to the authorities. Among the crowd, a kind-hearted individual began to console the heiress. Hearing these comments, the heiress became infuriated. What do you know? This pendant is, Miss. An elderly man in gray robes interrupted her mid-sentence. Upon seeing him, the heiress immediately subdued her demeanor, falling silent. 2 individuals, wise to the times, are indeed remarkable. We kindly request that you return all belongings to our young lady. Otherwise, the ensuing embarrassment may prove regrettable. The elder in the gray robe, one of the 3 who had previously shown signs of restlessness, possessed the strength of a minor master. In his eyes, the young siblings displayed extraordinary prowess. The girl, despite her tender age, had already reached the pinnacle of inner strength and mastered formidable techniques, enabling her to triumph over stronger opponents, an undeniable mark of noble lineage. As for the young man beside her, his energy was utterly absent, suggesting he hailed from a prominent family yet was rendered utterly inept. As the conversation reached its conclusion, the elder unleashed the overwhelming pressure characteristic of a minor master, instantly enveloping those present in an oppressive weight akin to bearing a colossal mountain. Many feeble individuals coughed up blood, while others, unable to withstand the force, fainted outright. What? A master practitioner is unleashing their domain in the bustling marketplace? Several potent warriors, sensing the formidable aura, dared not linger and fled in panic. Ordinary citizens remained oblivious to the intricacies of the previous battle involving the heavenly demon sect. Yet those of the energy realm were acutely aware of the terror embodied by a master. Yet again, we encounter an oppressive bully. Witnessing the harm inflicted upon the onlookers stirred a flicker of anger within Tian, compelling him to step forward and shield his sister, absorbing the approaching pressure entirely. This situation had already become quite uncomfortable. It was likely to worsen. With a swift motion, Tian produced another figure, none other than the spoiled heiress, who was still whining, now ensnared by Tian's grip as if she were a mere chick. Such remarkable speed. My lady. The gray-robed elder was visibly shaken. The air of superiority that once surrounded him vanished entirely. Another Grand Master, alongside the minor master, could no longer remain spectators and advanced, encircling Tian with intent. Listen closely, CC. Eradicate evil without mercy. For these scions of nobility, should we choose to strike, let it be with the resolve to thoroughly subdue them. Otherwise, we risk a cascade of troubles, as with each descendant comes an endless line of grievances. With a deft twist of his wrist, Tian delivered a precise chop to the heiress's neck, rendering her unconscious. Should she disobey, eliminate her. He casually tossed the unconscious heiress, and he, nodding in understanding, caught her effortlessly, Drawing a short blade from her waist, she poised it against the heiress's throat. "You dare, mere youth." The middle-aged grandmaster, incensed, lashed out with a clawed strike towards HCC, his fingers aglow with a yellow light that distorted the very air around them, creating a formidable illusion of multiple claw strikes. To unleash such brutality upon a mere girl of her age seems rather excessive, especially considering your master remains in our grasp. Do you intend to rescue her, or to harm her? Yet, Tian nonchalantly grasped the assailant's claw, extinguishing the overwhelming energy with ease. The middle-aged man felt as though his grasp was upon an unyielding piece of mystical iron. No, it was something far more formidable, harder than dark iron itself. Even dark iron would yield to the imprint of his claw beneath its might. Just as the middle-aged man was taken aback, Tian smirked with a devilish grin, his entire being resonating with immense spiritual energy, instantly unleashing the formidable aura of a fourth-grade spirit body. The bewildered youth standing before him transformed in an instant, evolving from a mere fledgling into a colossal beast of primordial chaos, and with malicious intent at that. Before the astonished man could react, a searing pain radiated from his hand, as Tian's iron claws crushed his bones to dust. "Dare to lay a hand on my sister, and I shall ruin that hand," Tian declared, delivering a kick that shattered the Grandmaster's domain and protective energy, as if disposing of refuse. The middle-aged man crumpled, arching his body like an overcooked shrimp, his knees hitting the ground as he slid back in defeat. The grace with which he had attacked now betrayed him in utter disgrace. "Old Yao!" The two junior masters exclaimed in unison, witnessing this spectacle with disbelief. How could a grandmaster be unable to withstand a single strike? This youth, appearing barely in his 20s, possessed such terrifying strength. When had such a formidable individual appeared in Shenhui City, none dared to make a reckless move. "My friend, it seems we have met our match today. However, no matter how powerful you are, there are always those stronger beyond the horizon. Should you dare harm a single hair on her head, your days of peace are over." Wiping away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, Old Yao bore wounds of varying severity. His opponent had yet to unleash his full potential. Had he done so, that kick alone could have rendered him incapacitated. "I have acted, and now what?" Tian suddenly produced a strand of hair, one he had plucked from the affluent young woman's head. "You." Old Yao could no longer suppress his injuries and spat a mist of blood. "Old Yao." The two junior masters rushed to assess his condition. The situation had spiraled beyond control. Not only was the young lady in Tian's grasp, but even the grandmaster, Old Yao, had been defeated. "Ha ha." Old Yao suddenly burst into laughter. "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Do you know who we are?" At this, Tian furrowed his brow, his aura intensifying yet further, causing tiny cracks to appear in the cobblestones within a 3-meter radius. "I have no interest in knowing who you are. But should you disclose it, I can assure you will become one of the deceased." Upon hearing Tian's words, the faces of the two junior masters paled. The opponent had been concealing his strength all along. Old Yao's expression shifted rapidly. This youth did not play by the rules, and was indeed a formidable adversary. He had initially planned to intimidate, only to find that the other party was intent on silencing him. Given that brute force would not suffice, a more subtle approach was required. Observing the young man's remarkable prowess, Old Yao realized he had likely encountered the world's harsh realities and anticipated a significant loss. Suddenly, he cast a glance at the two junior masters beside him, who felt an icy chill wash over them. Chapter 135, A Misguided Path and Truth. "I do not wish to conceal this from you, young hero. We belong to a reclusive clan. The elder of our clan has prophesied that turmoil is imminent, and only by finding the destined child can we save the common folk from calamity. Our purpose in entering the world is to seek this fated individual," Elder Yao said, his expression tinged with sorrow. "What concern is the destined child to me, and what trouble does it bring to us?" Tian tugged at Cici, who immediately donned an innocent expression. "You may not be aware, but this young lady is our clan's saintess. She possesses the ability to sense clues regarding the destined child. The key lies within the beast hide we encountered earlier," Elder Yao continued, reiterating how the destined child embodies the hopes of humanity's revival. Tian listened, somewhat perplexed, yet grasped one essential truth. The destined child was of paramount importance to humankind. Initially, he had merely noted the strange aura emanating from the beast hide, assuming it to be a peculiar artifact of some value. He never anticipated its connection to the destined child. Since it holds such significance for these individuals, it would be no harm to part with it. For Tian, no treasure could rival the value of the system. In other words, with the system at his disposal, he found little allure in any treasure. However, while he could offer the beast hide, The coercive tactics and moral manipulation employed by these individuals made further dialogue untenable. After a moment of contemplation, Tian spoke. It is not impossible to relinquish the beast hide to you, especially considering your saintess, who seems prone to violence at the slightest disagreement. A fool with a fiery temper is a waste of resources to keep in our possession. The wealthy young lady had just regained consciousness, though her energy had been dispersed by Tian's actions, leaving her unable to muster strength. Upon hearing his words, she nearly fainted again. However, we invested considerable resources in acquiring the beast hide, and your saintess attacked us. Naturally, if you could compensate me with several 100 million taels of silver, we could consider this a misunderstanding and let it go. Elder Yao's blood pressure soared at Tian's proclamation. This young brother does not realize that our reclusive clan is not akin to those affluent families, living a simple agrarian existence with little savings. To speak of several 100 million taels is an insurmountable challenge. Even 1 million taels would be exceedingly difficult. Exceedingly difficult? Then there is still hope. For the sake of the destined child and your saintess, surely you could tighten your belts and scrape together a sum. Alas, we truly have nothing to spare. Most of our clan's assets rest with the old man, totaling a mere 380,000 taels. I wonder if that would suffice for your satisfaction. What? This reclusive clan, so grand in reputation, capable of foreseeing and aiding the destined child, yet cannot foresee a substantial compensation for me today? We genuinely cannot afford such a sum. I implore you to show mercy, Elder Yao replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. How many years has it been? Who would have thought he would find himself in such a position, speaking in this manner during his lifetime? This youth possesses formidable strength. If he could be welcomed into our family and utilized, how splendid it would be. Upon this contemplation, he cast a glance at the family saintess, whose beauty was unparalleled, making her a most desirable match. Alas, she was destined to wed the chosen one. What a pity! The prospect of a chosen one, coupled with your saintess, a pair of exquisite treasures, could be acquired for merely 30-odd thousand taels. It appears that even the hidden clans are not so formidable after all. Tian expressed his disdain, yet ultimately relinquished the items along with the saintess. After all, 30,000 taels is still a considerable sum. As the saying goes, a frugal household can lead to wealth on the road. Their next plan was to establish themselves in the capital, where the cost of living and expenditures were said to be incomparable to this remote place of Shenhui. It was prudent to save more money, ensuring that they would not panic should any misfortune arise. Who would dare to incite conflict in the marketplace? Such audacity was truly reckless. Just as Tian intended to depart with his sister, a squad of city guards burst in. To his astonishment, the leader was none other than his old acquaintance, the gatekeeper Zhang Xingde. Who are the parties involved in this altercation? Reporting to you, sir, the instigator is a master-level expert, while the other party consists of ordinary internal energy practitioners. A junior officer of the city guards responded. Having arrived first, he had overheard a few conversations from passers-by and was aware of the situation at hand. As the scuffle escalated, bystanders, fearing for their lives and the wrath of the master-level combatant, kept their distance, leaving the specifics of the incident unknown. Zhang Xingde quickly comprehended how to proceed. It must be that which causing turmoil, compelling the master-level expert to intervene. A mere internal energy practitioner does not necessitate the involvement of a master. Leave it to my city guards. We can handle it effortlessly. Isn't that so, esteemed master? Zhang Xingde said, casting a sycophantic smile towards Elder Yao, seemingly unfazed by his grim demeanor. Oh, Zhang, you certainly carry a grand air of authority, Tian remarked coolly. Who are you? A meddler speaking in such a sarcastic tone? Are you perhaps an accomplice of that witch? Take him away as well, Zhang Xingde commanded, his demeanor imposing, as he intended to ensure the master-level expert's task was executed flawlessly today. Several soldiers promptly prepared to apprehend him. Stop! A thunderous voice interjected. It was City Master Sun, who had happened upon the scene and intervened. While others might not recognize Tian, Sun certainly did. The day Tian demonstrated his prowess at the Demon Suppression Bureau, his reputation had already spread throughout the streets and alleys of Shenhui City. At this moment, with Tian embroiled in conflict with a master-level expert, it would be wise for the city lord to remain impartial. Zhang Xingde's audacity to show bias was unwise. It placed the city lord precariously between two formidable figures. City Master Sun approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Zhang Xingde. You possess nothing of worth, yet you achieve nothing. Were it not for your sister's capabilities, I would today uphold justice against you, my own kin. Gentlemen, today's events stem from a misunderstanding. Why not take a brief respite at my city lord's residence? I would be honored to host you. As more content is being loaded, please be patient. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Lord Sun wore a smile, affording Tian due respect. One must consider the master when reprimanding the dog. With the storm subsiding, Tian clasped his hands and departed with Cici. Lord Sun was a rather complex individual. Despite a mere meal with his sister present, Tian remained cautious. While he himself was impervious to poison, his sister was not, and with 3 vigilant masters nearby, any misstep could endanger her, which would be undesirable. After such a tumultuous dinner, Cici lost her interest in further shopping and opted for their return to the Demon Suppression Division together. What do you think of today's events? Tian asked earnestly, believing that his sister was still too naive. The world of martial arts was fraught with peril. One must remain ever vigilant. Understanding this meant being cautious in all matters. Cici nodded obediently. Indeed, Tian responded, pleased. For instance, I initially intended to extort a mere 30,000 taels from the other party, considering I am a master of internal strength. Even if I spoke up, I could only secure such a sum. However, my brother is different. He comes in wielding a knife, escalating the matter, forcing the most formidable grandmaster to intervene, then swiftly suppressing them. This way, we could successfully extort over 300,000 taels. My brother is truly strategic, though it's unfortunate that in the end, Lord Sun managed to escape unscathed. Cici remarked thoughtfully, what? Was that truly my intent? Tian stood in shock for a moment, suddenly noticing the soul-binding wood at Cici's waist glowing faintly, prompting him to retreat to his room. As expected, shortly thereafter, the sounds of Yin arguing with Cici, accompanied by the crack of a ruler, echoed outside. Sighing and resting his forehead in his hand, Tian lamented. His once innocent sister had ultimately been led astray by him. Report to Lord Mei. News has arrived from Huangtu Ridge. The mine has collapsed, and 30,000 miners are lost. A cavalryman suddenly reported. What? Upon hearing this, Mei Jingqing felt a wave of darkness wash over him. This red copper mine was a vital asset for the court, with annual tax assessments tied to it. The 30,000 miners represented a significant value, many of whom were high-profile prisoners of the state, making their loss intolerable. Goodness! What was intended as a cooperative endeavor to seek vengeance has unexpectedly resulted in the destruction of my household. So, this is the true nature of the celestial demon sect. Mei Jingqing found himself seated dumbfounded at his desk, his eyes devoid of focus. Whether it was repurchasing miners or reopening the Huangtu Ridge red copper mine, it would require a substantial sum of money. Most critically, time was of the essence. Even if immediate action were taken, it would take a considerable duration before the mine could resume operations, resulting in significant losses in the interim. If Mei Jingqing did not devise a response, it was likely that he would not need others to intervene for his tenure as the garrison commander to come to an end. His dazed gaze swept over the cavalryman who had delivered the news, a trusted aide he had brought from the capital. Mei Jingqing's eyes suddenly brightened as he spoke. Old Wang, how would you describe my treatment of you? Your kindness towards me is as heavy as a mountain, my lord, replied the guard, somewhat bewildered. Since that is the case, I must ask you to undertake a troublesome task for me. Mei Jingqing rose slowly and approached. I am willing to face any peril for my lord. Though the guard felt a twinge of unease, he still shouted a rallying cry. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body and noticed a familiar headless corpse nearby. I will ensure the safety of your parents and family. Go with peace of mind. Mei Jingqing spoke calmly. The revelation that he was to be killed struck the guard with confusion, and darkness clouded his vision. Someone come here. Mei Jingqing shouted, and immediately, guards rushed in. This man intended to assassinate me and has been slain by my hand. You must investigate immediately to uncover any accomplices. Yes. Upon seeing the guards drag the body away, Mei Jingqing let out a long sigh of relief. Having placed a few small items on the corpse that would suffice to establish certain truths. No matter what, the charge of collusion with the demon cult could not fall upon him. However, the blame for the collapse of the copper mine at Huangchuling was too great, and he would need to implicate a few more of the elderly left behind by Jiang Pingfeng of the Demon Suppression Division. The Huangchuling mine had been overrun by the demon cult, with guards and 30,000 slave miners all perishing, and the mining area was devastated. The resentment of the guard Wang Qingji towards his colleagues' promotions led to collusion with the demon cult for personal gain, and the primary culprit had already been dealt with. Celestial Master Jiang Tao, Zhuang Lianxue, and Ji Qiuping faced dismissal for their inadequate rescue efforts. Mei Jingqing, the commander, was penalized with a year's salary reduction for poor leadership. We hastened at night only to be branded with the charge of inadequate rescue. Why was it that we had to wait 3 days to act? Upon returning to the Demon Suppression Division, Ji Qiuping was indignant at such treatment. That was to allow for 3 days of preparation for your demise. Unfortunately, I preemptively solved the matter. Hearing Ji Qiuping's complaints nearly made Tian laugh. He had been worried that their deep ties to the Demon Suppression Division would hinder him. However, Mei Jingqing's impatience had swiftly led to their dismissal, inadvertently aiding him greatly. Now, he could leave the Demon Suppression Division and settle in the capital without hindrance. Chapter 136. Departing from the Divine Emblem to meet the Elders. In a secluded location, members of a hidden clan gathered together. A blind man meticulously explored the animal hide he had acquired from Tian, using his hands to feel its texture, inhaling its scent, and ultimately slicing off a piece with a small knife to savor its taste. Indeed, there lingered an essence reminiscent of the destined child within. I shall study this thoroughly to provide a more precise direction. After much rambling, the elder finally arrived at a conclusion that was less of an answer and more of a riddle. Relate the entire process by which you obtain the hide. Therein lies a remarkable arrangement of fate. Yes, the few who had encountered Tian immediately recounted the events, painting a rather unflattering portrait of Tian as a sordid individual driven solely by greed. He had audaciously made contact with the hide before them. Could it be that he is the destined child? Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Such youthful prowess, capable of overpowering the esteemed Grand Elder Yao Tong, is indeed rare and evidently indicative of great fortune. Surely not. This individual struck down the saintess. According to your prophecy, the destined child would be enamored upon first meeting her. Utterly captivated, Yao Tong interjected. Yao Jia, what is your perspective? This person is utterly base, showing not a shred of tenderness towards me, entirely consumed by avarice, clearly lacking in vision. The saintess Yao Jia retorted, recalling Tian's taunts, which only solidified her disapproval. Even if he is not the destined child, we must keep a vigilant eye. Such a fortuitous individual must have a close connection to the destined child. He is either a friend or a foe, and ultimately, his fortune will contribute to the destined child's fate. Let us monitor him closely to discern where his fortune ultimately flows. Therein lies the true destined child, the elder articulated sagely. Our hidden clan possesses the art of fortune divination, regardless of the tides and transformations of the universe. As long as we align ourselves with the destined individual, we shall ensure perpetual prosperity. Perpetual prosperity. Perpetual prosperity. The other clan members echoed, their spirits ignited, filled with fervor. Elder, there is another matter I must report. Yao Tong stepped forward, steeling himself. Previously, this lad Tian extorted over 30,000 taels from me. Now, not only is there no news of the destined child, but if we do not devise a solution soon, our entire clan may face dire straits regarding sustenance. Wretched fool. The elder rebuked sharply, casting a glance at Yao Tong, silently musing that had it not been for Yao Tong's formidable strength, he would have relished the opportunity to discipline him. To abduct the saintess is one thing. There are plenty of beautiful girls within the clan. We could simply designate another as saintess. The crux lies not in who the saintess is, but rather in the thread of sensing power I bestow upon them. Whoever possesses this thread of sensing power shall be the true saintess. 30,000 taels. And you dare to bring it up again. You ask me, but whom shall I inquire? We shall take it one step at a time. As the esteemed elder of the clan, one would expect a semblance of decorum in your actions. After a few admonitions from the clan elder, he dismissed everyone with a wave of his hand. Donning a simple robe, he hoisted a banner inscribed with the words Divine Seer in simple garb and bone reading and fortune-telling. Alas, what a band of wastrels. At my advanced age, I still find myself resorting to fortune-telling, having lost a staggering 30,000 taels to others. My meager earnings from this divination barely amount to a few dozen taels. I ponder how long it shall take to mend this financial abyss. Good sir, I perceive a darkness in your brow. Soon, you shall encounter a calamity. Begone. Are you not merely a blind charlatan? How can you discern the darkness upon my brow? Deceivers ought to draft a rough outline before spinning their tales. The elder shook his head in despair, realizing that these individuals were no longer easily misled. The verdant hills remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. At the crossroads, Tian and his companions halted their steeds. Ji Qiuping and Zhuang Lianxue prepared to part ways with Tian and his company. Ji Qiuping ultimately resolved to accompany Zhuang Lianxue to the Valley of the Medicine King for training. These two adversaries, who bickered incessantly at the Demon Suppression Division, would it not be amusing to see if their antics persisted at the Valley of the Medicine King? Sister Ji, Sister Zhuang, I shall miss you dearly. He wept inconsolably, for her circle of friends was limited, and the impending separation was overwhelming for the young girl. Why are you crying? You hail from the yellow courtyard. Do you remember the dragging blade technique I taught you? Ji Qiuping reprimanded, though her eyes betrayed a hint of helplessness. Yes, I remember. Afterward, she vowed to train diligently, striving to soon break through to the realm of Qi, so that she might traverse the world with greater strength. When the time permits, I shall visit you at the Valley of the Medicine King for some merriment. With a tug on the reins, Ji Qiuping galloped away. Zhuang Lianxue followed suit. Can you believe he didn't even think to ask us to stay a moment longer? Such a heartless wretch. How I once risked myself to save him and even tended to his wounds. After they had traveled several miles, and Tian's figure had vanished from sight, Zhuang Lianxue could not help but voice her thoughts. Men are invariably thoughtless oafs. Lianxue, do not be disheartened. Once we have honed our skills, we shall capture him and give him a good thrashing, Ji Qiuping declared through gritted teeth. 3 swift steeds raced across the plains, kicking up clouds of dust. Tian was in high spirits, for the essence of the Jianghu, this world of martial heroes, lies in the freedom to act as one pleases. Unlike the last time, when he treaded with caution, this time he had no fear of bandits or strongmen emerging to disrupt his journey. Nor did he need to concern himself with the internal strife of the aristocracy. The joy he felt was beyond words. In a single day of relentless galloping, they traversed 300 miles, passing numerous villages and towns, yet witnessing desolation, with empty homes and dwindling populations. As night fell, after a day of exertion, Cece, possessing only inner strength, was sent off to rest early by Tian. Tian and Zhang Tao took turns keeping watch. The moon hung bright in the sparse starry sky, and Tian felt a flicker of anticipation. Alas, no foolhardy bandits came to deliver their treasures at their doorstep. If you won't come to me, I shall venture forth. While ridding the world of evil, one might also pocket a handsome sum. With poverty and wealth in mind, one can never be too prepared. The next day, upon sharing his thoughts, Cece erupted with excitement, her enthusiasm bubbling over. Jiang Tao, however, remained composed. He preferred to follow Tian's lead in such matters, for his once junior disciple had matured and now possessed greater insight. Tianfeng City, a small county in the northern part of Hedong Prefecture, boasted a population of over 800,000. While it could not compare to Shenwiching, it was certainly livelier than Beijingqing. Entering the city required paying a tax, 10 yuan per person and 100 yuan for each horse. The dozing soldier at the city gate, roused by the sound of hooves, immediately perked up and shouted. To think one must pay a tax just to enter this wretched place, Cece pouted in dissatisfaction. What are you jabbering on about, you young lass? The soldier's eyes brightened as he beheld the exquisite young girl, around 14 or 15 years old, at the very bloom of youth. His mind turned to mischief as he prepared to extort a little something from her, only to be suddenly yanked back by an old veteran behind him. Wang Gu, what are you doing? The soldier queried, perplexed. When he turned back, he discovered that the 3 had already entered the city, leaving him filled with regret. You're courting death. Next time, I won't stop you. Did you not see the insignia on that man's waist? It was jade-like yet not, fashioned from black iron, and bore the faint inscription Demon Suppression. Do you dare provoke him? Isn't it just the Demon Suppression Bureau? My uncle's second aunt's cousin works there too. The soldier remained unconvinced. Listen closely, you fool. That man bore a green jade insignia, a mark of those above celestial master rank, a powerful presence. You still have time to catch up. The veteran rolled his eyes, exasperated, and ceased his interference. I was merely going to greet him. Wang Shu replied. You're like a brother to me, closer than my own blood. After my shift, I'll treat you to a drink. The soldier, still shaken, no longer feigned bravado. The wanted posters plastered on the bulletin board outside the county office detailed various bounties. Zhang Wenhai, the leader of the Golden Sand Gang, held over 40 lives in his hands and lurked outside Longhu Mountain, with a bounty of 150,000 taels. Louis Shou, the head of the Black Dog Gang, engaged in robbery and plunder against traveling merchants, with a bounty of 100,000 taels. Tian dismounted and approached the board, selecting several notices regarding horse thieves and bandits, as these individuals often had established territories, making them easier to locate. Hey, you think you can handle all these bounties you've taken? The constable, responsible for guarding the bulletin board, exclaimed, wary of potential trouble. With a resounding crack, Cece drew her blade and effortlessly sliced through a nearby crumbling wall. The constable felt his throat dry up, silenced by her display. Indeed, brother was right. Trivial matters need not require his direct intervention, for this preserves an air of mystery. Cece sheathed her sword and surveyed the surrounding crowd, satisfied with the hushed awe they exhibited. Prepare the reward money, county magistrate. We shall collect it at dawn tomorrow. Should there be a shortfall of even half a tael, we shall see whose resolve is stronger, his neck or my blade. Upon hearing He Sisi's imperious threat, Tian looked at Jiang Tao in astonishment. The latter waved his hand, indicating that such fierce words were not his instruction. The young girl is merely naive, do not take it to heart. Return and inform your county magistrate that I am pressed for time and wish to avoid a second trip. Tian calmly reassured the startled constable. Oh, so one must threaten others with an air of nonchalance, He Sisi noted discreetly. Are there not enough bandits? Upon exiting the tea house, Tian clapped his hands on the map, nodding with satisfaction. Only a fool would pay exorbitantly at Tianqing Tower for information. The city is rife with tea houses, and Tian casually inquired at several to gather intelligence. With just a few rounds of drinks and some edamame, amidst the lively chatter, he managed to compile a list of all the bandit hideouts outside the city. These marauders had long harbored grievances, and the people of Tianfeng City had suffered greatly at their hands. Upon hearing that Tian intended to rid the populace of this menace, some were even willing to offer their fortunes as a bounty for vengeance. Tian readily accepted, for what were a few blind bandits. The wheel of fortune turns, and those who indulge in chaos shall inevitably pay their dues. Brother He, where shall we venture first? Jiang Tao inquired. Having ascended to the realm of formidable energy practitioners, he yearned for a grand endeavor. Let us commence with this fellow known as Gue Yi, Tian suggested. Selecting a nearby target from the bounty notice, a burly man with a fierce countenance, audacious enough to encamp 10 miles outside Tianfeng City. He must either possess a formidable backing or be utterly foolish. Chapter 137. The Perils of the World in a Humble Mountain Stronghold known as Luoan Slope. The air within the gathering hall was thick with the scent of liquor. A burly man, his body entirely bare, reluctantly opened his eyes upon hearing a report from one of his subordinates. A flicker of displeasure crossed his face as he brusquely pushed aside 2 languid women sprawled across him. Had he not just paid the protection fee to the authorities last month? Why was his wanted poster resurfacing? According to the city's Constable Liu, it was merely a formality initiated by a magistrate from Hudong Prefecture, intended for inspections. However, an unexpected turn of events had led to the unveiling of all wanted criminals' notices. Liu, fearing that the formidable Lord Kuei might harbor intentions of vengeance, sent a message through me, stating that the individual responsible appeared unfamiliar and was likely deranged, suggesting they would depart in a few days. Given that it was merely a precautionary measure for the inspection, Lord Kuei decided to let it slide this time. He mused that with his striking appearance, it would be unfortunate if someone took a fancy to him and intentionally sought conflict. It was evident that such individuals were driven purely by envy. Noticing Lord Kuei's fatigue, his subordinates tactfully withdrew. The dawn was yet to break fully as Liu Kuei stifled a yawn, casting a glance at the pale, exposed forms on the bed. With a mischievous grin, he sank back into the comforts of his surroundings. Just as he prepared to engage in another spirited bout, a thunderous shout echoed, causing dust to rain down from the eaves. Fueled by rage, Liu Kuei pondered the absurdity of having paid for peace, only to find trouble knocking at his door. The authorities were becoming increasingly unreliable, accepting money without delivering on their promises, devoid of any moral compass. Lord Kuei, there truly are intruders at the gates. Let loose the arrows. Liu Kuei, caught in a critical moment, was reluctant to respond. With a swift stroke, he cleaved the front gate in two. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, a shiver ran through Liu Kuei, his bravado waning. How dare they presume me, a mere sickly cat in the face of a tiger's wrath? Infuriated by the audacity of those who had dared to encroach upon his territory, he summoned a dozen capable men to confront the threat. Are you the infamous Liu Kuei, known for leaving but a single knife's mark? Asked Tian, brandishing the bounty notice in one hand while scrutinizing the youthful yet delicate leader before him, somewhat uncertain. Indeed, I am Liu Kuei, the one who leaves but a knife's mark. Spare your life and relinquish your weapons and valuables, for your youth and ignorance can be your salvation. He considered that most who dared to approach were hardened criminals. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. Take a closer look. Does this not resemble you? Tian tossed the notice, which landed in Liu Kuei's grasp. Curse it! How dare they depict me so atrociously? And I have claimed 30 lives. Yet this notice fails to mention a single word. Upon examining the wanted poster, Liu Kuei erupted in fury. Such bravado, what proof do you possess? Do you see this bald head? With each life I took, I plucked a hair, leaving my forehead bare. Liu Kuei gestured defiantly, his audacity palpable. Oh, now it makes sense. Tian effortlessly struck down all but Liu Kuei, leaving a chilling breeze in his wake as the others met their demise. their souls seemingly escaping in a rush. Lu Kuei quickly felt his head, relieved to find it still intact. Wonderful. My head is still here. He hastily bound himself with a rope. He galloped over, tossing a hemp rope, clearly remembering the promise of double rewards for capturing a live target. Half an hour later, the mountain stronghold was thoroughly plundered, its treasures packed into a cart, while a dozen defiant bandits' heads were piled high. Each bandit's head fetched a reward of 100 taels of silver, and as he counted with her fingers, she exhibited no fear whatsoever. Tian, hand to his forehead, wondered what sort of peculiar individual he had nurtured. Lu Kuei, bound and dragged along, followed at a brisk pace to the next bandit lair. Upon hearing of an impending raid, the notorious bandit Lu Liqiang braced himself for confrontation. Spotting the bound Lu Kuei and the cart laden with gold and jewels, he couldn't help but ponder the identity of these three newcomers. Surely, they weren't planning to usurp his territory after dispatching Lu Kuei? Such an abundance of riches was rather excessive for a mere greeting. Are you Lu Liqiang, the infamous grasshopper? Tian glanced at the wanted poster depicting a suave gentleman. A stark contrast to the limping figure before him. A cripple, masquerading as the grasshopper? Was this a jest? How dare you mock me? This leg has taken the lives of over 40 men. Lu Liqiang's rage boiled over. After all these years, someone still dared to ridicule him. What are you shouting about? I still need another pair of hands over here. Tian hadn't even spoken when Lu Kuei, growing impatient, lamented his solitary burden. Dragging the cart nearly exhausted him. And now he had a companion to share the load. Tian wasted no time, swiftly delivering a strike. Within the span of an incense stick, Lu Liqiang, limping, trailed behind Lu Kuei, the cart now considerably heavier with the added treasures. Damn it, stealing so much has nearly killed me. Lu Kuei glared at the three additional carts behind him, cursing under his breath. You dare to speak? Just wait until I kick you to death. Lu Liqiang seethed with fury. He had been hiding well, the wanted poster failing to disclose his whereabouts, and he was certain that Lu Kuei had betrayed him. As they journeyed, the group grew larger, the bandit leader in charge of pulling the cargo becoming more formidable. With over 30 carts and 7 or 8 leaders, the gathering was substantial. Fortunately, in addition to the inner strength of the bandits, they had also captured a significant prize, amassing a wealth of spoils that filled more than a dozen carts, inciting discontent among the other bandit leaders. Third Master, you've gathered far too much. We can barely manage. The bandit known as San Yi felt a pang of anguish in his heart, his complexion turning ashen. After years of living in the shadows, acting as the puppeteer from behind the scenes, he was unexpectedly exposed by these younger generations. Not only were his long-accumulated resources laid to waste, but even his life now hung precariously by the whims of others. How could he not feel sorrow? How could he not be enraged? Brother, the horses pulling the cart are woefully inadequate. Their pace is excruciatingly slow, and the sun is about to set, he remarked, causing the bandit leaders behind her to startle. It was indeed prudent to select a few notorious criminals and execute them swiftly. This would compel the others to exert themselves more vigorously, a tactic known as killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Take note, Tian blurted, discussing this matter with his sister, completely indifferent to the resentful glares of the bandit leaders behind them. Lu Kuei, let us discuss your hair. For every life you take, you seem to lose a strand. I see you are rather bald. Surely your hands have claimed more than 30 lives? Tian dismounted and casually selected a rusted kitchen knife from the confiscated weapons, dusting it off before approaching Lu Kuei. That's not true. My hair was a casualty of the jealousy among the women in my household during a quarrel. I have always claimed to leave one life spared for every strike, as I am known for robbing wealth, not lives. Those merchants have always been quite pleased, merely losing a bit of fortune to avert disaster, and they particularly enjoy traveling my route, finding my services both thorough and exceptionally safe. Upon seeing Tian casually approach with the butcher's knife, Lu Kuei felt a jolt of fear and quickly began to explain, his tongue growing increasingly agile. Is that so? Tian inquired, tapping Lu Kuei's sweat-drenched face with the blade's flat side before turning to the next individual. Chao Shangfei, you tread upon the lives of over 40. Do you not? Upon hearing Tian's words, Lu Liqiang shuddered, nearly losing his balance. Nay, those are merely tales I spun to build my reputation. My legs are afflicted with polio, they have always been this way. Having come from a poor background, I followed merchant caravans, and when one was ambushed, I resorted to banditry to survive. I have never robbed the impoverished. I only engage in acts that rob the rich to aid the poor. If I speak a lie, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of thunder. Many bandit leaders rolled their eyes at Chao Shangfei's speech. Superficially, it seemed devoid of fault, but upon deeper reflection, one would discern the inconsistency. What charity towards the poor? Only merchant caravans dare to traverse the wilderness, and comparatively, the bandits were the truly impoverished, in need of assistance. Humph, a bunch of cowards clinging to life. Spoke the captured Husanyi. What do you mean by this, Sanyi? Are you tired of living? Akin to an old man hanging from a noose. Indeed, indeed. We are all grasshoppers on the same vine. We ought to unite to weather this storm together. Fortunately, this young hero possesses great magnanimity and refrains from holding our transgressions against us. Otherwise, we would have long since met our demise. A sharp-featured individual interjected, with others nodding in agreement. This man, named Sai Zhuge, though lacking in martial prowess and merely at the initial stage of inner strength, was cunning and had gained some renown among the bandits. Ha! A mere child, aspiring to be a hero. Once we enter the city, you will grasp the treacherous nature of this world. Husanyi scoffed, returning to his labor without further ado. The leaders of the bandits felt a chill run down their spines. Entering the city granted them a sliver of hope for survival. But if they were to be slain here, it would be a futile demise. Tian observed that the pace of those pulling the carts had more than doubled, thus sparing him the need to intervene. As for the sordid thoughts that lingered in the minds of these individuals, he had neither the time nor inclination to concern himself with them. Upon entering the city to pay taxes, the fee was 10 won per head and 100 won per horse. At the city gate, soldiers were dozing off when suddenly one was jostled by a passerby, prompting an immediate, instinctive shout of indignation. Have you lost your wits? Do you dare collect my taxes? Master Husan's thunderous voice erupted, unleashing the formidable pressure of his aura, which promptly sent the gatekeeper retreating. By the heavens, look at that long line of carts and the dejected expression on the bandit leaders. The soldiers' eyes widened in disbelief. Pinch me. Am I dreaming? One exclaimed. You pinch me too. I must be seeing things. Both guards were incredulous at the sight before them. Is it not the first day of the new year? Why are there so many leaders arriving to present gifts? One soldier questioned in bewilderment. Could it be that a new magistrate has taken office? Surely, the bandits need not personally drag their carts for a mere formality. The other soldier scratched his head, equally perplexed, and inquired further. Chapter 138. The support behind the caravan navigated through the town, soon capturing the attention of the townsfolk. Many individuals harboring grudges against the bandits peered through cracks in doors and windows, their desire for vengeance palpable. Tian sure ambled ahead, curiously unimpeded by anyone along the way, suggesting that the heads of the bandits displayed before them wielded a significant deterrent effect. Upon arrival, they queued to register, mindful not to court disaster. At the county office, Tian dismounted with a cold command. Cece, brimming with excitement, fiddled with her abacus, calculating her potential earnings. Esteemed young heroes, what a pleasure it is to meet you. County Magistrate Gu hurriedly emerged, witnessing the unprecedented spectacle of bandits lining up to surrender, an event not seen in many years. If reported, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable achievement, yet the capture of my second cousin raises questions. Is the reward prepared? Jiang Tao clasped his fists, while Tian fixed his gaze directly upon Magistrate Gu, inquiring pointedly. It is being arranged, though I must ask, which faction do you represent? Magistrate Gu replied with a smile, exuding warmth. Me? A wandering vagabond. Tian chuckled self-deprecatingly, feeling that he still belonged to the Demon Suppression Division. Though this status would soon change. The resignation letter left on the table had likely reached Mei Zhongqing by now, should he act decisively. Tian could be charged with abandonment of duty, and arrest warrants would soon be posted at the gates of Tianfeng City. Ah, a vagabond. How delightful, free and unrestrained. However, you may not be aware that the processes within this office are exceedingly intricate. The allocation of rewards involves numerous departments, and to put it plainly, it would take at least a year and a half to finalize. Furthermore, given the magnitude of your capture, the workload is too extensive. There are only a handful of constables available to manage it all. Magistrate Gu explained while discreetly gauging Tian's reaction. This is straightforward. Simply offer them triple overtime pay and deduct 10% from the bounty as a bonus. I trust the constables will be motivated to work efficiently. Tian was not devoid of reason. He understood the principle of sharing the spoils. This office is meant to operate with integrity. How can one resort to monetary inducements? That would be sheer folly. Magistrate Ji's demeanor gradually shifted to one of seriousness. Why waste time arguing with a mere child? It's far better to expedite matters and indulge in some drinks afterward. A hearty laugh erupted as Husanyi strode out of the office, his bindings now undone, casting a disdainful glance at Tian. Isn't he a bandit? Why is he released? Cece remarked, astonished at Husan's unharmed state. Silence. Whether he is a bandit is not for you to decide. Where is the evidence? Where are the witnesses? How dare you speak so recklessly, young girl? Were it not for your tender age, I would charge you with defamation. Magistrate Gu thundered in response. He immediately expressed her grievances, stating, "We captured this person within the lair of the bandits. Could there be any doubt? You yourselves have claimed to have been in the bandits' den. Should I then assume that you are also bandits?" Magistrate Gu countered sharply. The young man, unaware of the world's perils, was arrogant and boorish. Today, he would suffer a small setback and gain insight into the treachery of life. Otherwise, it would be a pity to lose his life in vain in the future. Indeed, if you leave now, it may still be possible. If you do not depart, you may find it impossible to leave later, said Sai Zhuge as he swaggered out of the county office. His backers had already arranged for individuals to wait in the county office, and upon entering, he was swiftly untied. "I shall not leave. I wish to witness for myself all of you speaking of the world's treachery." Upon hearing He Tian's words, Jiang Tao let out a laugh. While He might not be aware of He Tian's true strength and was still frowning with worry, Jiang Tao knew well. If Magistrate Ji's only support was a few formidable warriors watching closely, then his tenure as magistrate would come to an end today. Magistrate Gu, I apologize for my tardiness. I heard that someone has thrown the entire Tianfeng city into chaos, and I mistakenly thought it was some great hero at work. I did not expect it to be merely 3 brats. An elderly man with white hair led a group of over 20 formidable warriors, striding into the courtyard of the county office with great authority. "Master Zhou, I truly regret that such a trivial matter has disturbed your esteemed presence." Magistrate Gu hurriedly greeted him. With Master Zhou Jinxiong, a minor grandmaster, present, along with over 30 formidable warriors, the 3 individuals before them were now trapped. Previously, you refused to leave. Now you find yourself unable to depart, do you not? Master Zhou is a renowned minor grandmaster of over 30 years, with a single move. He could sweep you away, Sai Zhuge remarked. "Young man, did you not wish to witness? To perish at the hands of a minor grandmaster would not be unjust." Master Hu chuckled, anticipating the fate of He Tian and his companions, eager to relieve his pent-up frustrations. "I am merely here to claim a bounty. I hold no enmity with Master Zhou. Why would he wish to kill me?" He Tian inquired, prompting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. It was astonishing that such an oblivious individual existed, unaware of the impending doom that loomed over him. "Very well, let me enlighten you so that you may understand. The bandits you captured have connections. 2/3 of the esteemed families in Tianfeng City are involved, monopolizing all trade routes and robbing the goods of their competitors. By apprehending so many bandits and cutting off their revenue streams, you have stirred great trouble." Magistrate Gu gasped for breath, laughing so hard he could barely contain himself. As more content loaded, it became evident that the website only supported mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Indeed, seeing Magistrate Ji's attitude. Could it be that you are also involved? Of course, if we speak of the greatest backing, it is I. The animosity here is substantial. Magistrate Gu replied, a hint of malevolence shadowing his expression. "Forget it. I, being magnanimous, shall consider this matter settled as long as you concede your sister to me as a servant." However, it turns out that the second uncle of County Magistrate Gu has been released, and he is none other than that limping cripple. "Brother." Cici's face was already streaked with tears, her expression a mixture of panic and dismay as she looked towards He Tian. "Foolish sister, why do you cry? At your age, still weeping like a child. Though the world is fraught with peril, like a tempestuous storm, my spirit remains undaunted, unyielding. Amidst the chaos, I remain youthful, steadfast as ever." He Tian surveyed his surroundings, taking in the multitude of expressions, and slowly spoke. "It seems that none present today are innocent. Thus I shall have to unleash a massacre to conclude this entanglement with all of you." With that, He Tian's hand gripped the hilt of his blade. "Just you alone? Even if you are at the pinnacle of your energy, one blade against another, we could reduce you to mere pulp," scoffed Hu Sanyi. Having previously exchanged blows with He Tian and finding that his opponent's energy prowess merely surpassed his own slightly. "Indeed, if you surrender now, perhaps I shall spare your lives." County Magistrate Gu observed the continuous influx of martial artists from the noble families outside, his confidence swelling. Even if this youth is a minor master, how many nails can one made of iron withstand? Moreover, he has 2 companions. Once the head of the Zhou family intervenes, they will pounce upon his companions, rendering him hesitant to act. A sense of foreboding gripped Zhou Jinxiong, an experienced minor master, as he sensed danger more acutely than anyone else present. In his eyes, the young man gripping the hilt had transformed, Though there were no visible fluctuations of energy, an imperceptible pressure began to seep into the atmosphere, causing Zhou Jinxiang to clench his fists, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Could it be that the youth's strength transcends mere energy? Zhou Jinxiang swiftly signaled 3 energy practitioners from noble families to draw their weapons and charge forth. Jiang Tao also unsheathed his blade, and the 2 sides clashed fiercely. Ultimately, Tian's peculiar swordsmanship granted him a slight advantage, barely managing to fell the 3 assailants. What kind of swordplay is this? Zhou Jinxiang could not restrain his curiosity. The Overlord's fatal blade. Tian replied with a slight smile, a 10-star martial art. I presume you have not encountered it before. As he spoke, Tian's strikes became even swifter, cleaving through the 5 energy practitioners, encircling him with ease. This unorthodox swordplay. This lad's technique is strange. He is undoubtedly a practitioner of dark arts. I implore the head of the Zhou family to take action, having suffered the loss of 8 energy masters. The noble families of Tianfeng City faced a significant depletion of strength. Many lesser families could not even muster a single energy practitioner. Zhou Jinxiang analyzed Tian's techniques, gaining confidence, yet he urged, young man, your swordplay is commendable, yet your strength is lacking. If you would consider leaving behind your sword manual, I might spare you. Old rogue, if we are to fight, then let us fight. Why this pretense? Tian declared, an air of determination gracing his countenance. Since it has come to this, do not blame me for wielding my strength against the weak. Once I have severed your limbs, I shall interrogate you slowly and see if you can still speak so defiantly. As he observed his subordinates gaining the upper hand, it became apparent that the adversary was beginning to show signs of fatigue, their swordsmanship faltering in its execution. It was at this moment that Zhou Jinxiang, seizing the opportunity, launched a surprise attack with a powerful palm strike, his hand glowing a vivid crimson. This formidable iron sand palm was imbued with such force that even a minor master would not emerge unscathed from its impact. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it does so with all its might. Thus, it was only natural that he would unleash his full strength upon a target not the strongest of them all, but rather a mere girl with only internal energy prowess. As he was about to make contact, Zhou Jinxiang envisioned the girl being shattered by his blow, picturing the anguished cries of her companions. A morbid smile crept across his face. Suddenly, a glint of steel flashed before him, and Zhou Jinxiang hastily withdrew his hand, narrowly avoiding the loss of a finger. Old wall lamp, how treacherous! Resorting to ambush against a girl with internal energy. Could this truly illustrate the treachery of the world? Tian, having repelled Zhou Jinxiang, taunted him, declaring that there was no need to adhere to the so-called rules of the martial world. They should simply fight shoulder to shoulder. Yet, it was Gu County Magistrate who appeared increasingly impatient, noting that Zhou Jinxiang, despite his reputation as a seasoned minor master, was displaying such timidity. With a single command, he suggested they turn their foes into minced meat to feed the dogs. The crowd surged forward with fervor, and in a mere moment, 3 more formidable opponents succumbed to Tian's blade. Zhou Jinxiang, however, was filled with uncertainty, retreating 3 steps instead of advancing. Chapter 139. One person missing. Why do you hesitate, Master Zhou? Urged County Magistrate Gu, unable to contain his impatience as the elite of the aristocracy continued to suffer losses. Zhou Jinxiang, drenched in cold sweat, murmured to Magistrate Gu, do you believe that I could subdue so many formidable opponents in such a brief span? Upon hearing this, Magistrate Gu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. His gaze swept over the battlefield, where the casualties among the powerful had been devastating. With over 20 fallen within mere moments, each had met their demise in a single stroke, an achievement unattainable by ordinary masters. In the midst of the fray, Tian appeared to be under siege, yet remained unperturbed, moving with an air of leisure. It's over. This fellow is feigning weakness to deceive, exclaimed Saijuga, who had discerned the truth. The crowd gasped in shock and ceased their actions, though 2 more bodies of the powerful soon joined the grim tableau below. Saijuga stealthily retreated towards the entrance, intending to make a hasty exit. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him with an unsettling presence. The opportunity for survival was presented to you long ago. You could have fled then, but now that you wish to escape, it is too late. Tian's voice resonated, silencing the assembly. Magistrate Ji's throat went dry. He attempted to articulate some placating words, yet his mouth opened and closed without producing a sound. Saijuga was not the first to flee. That distinction belonged to Zhou Jinxiang, a master of the small sect. The greater one's strength and age, the more one fears death, a truth exemplified by Zhou Jinxiang. However, even his early departure did not guarantee his escape. In a flash, a youth materialized in midair, and with a single move, Zhou Jinxiong's countenance shifted dramatically as he was swiftly defeated. Now, like a beaten dog, he found himself ensnared, his vital points captured in the grip of his opponent. The onlookers were paralyzed by this sudden turn of events. With a thud, old master Hu fell to his knees, pleading for his life. Tian, dragging the head of the Zhou family past him, inquired, "Is this the perilous state of our world?" Sai Zhuge, the first to react, proclaimed, "I surrender. I confess my sins. I am a bandit. I will comply with any penalties, be it fines or military conscription. In the kingdom of Tianwu, martial artists are regarded as valuable assets. Even for crimes committed, unless one is guilty of heinous offenses, the worst fate one might face is conscription. Clearly, conscription is preferable to execution. Although fraught with peril, there remains a glimmer of hope on the battlefield against foreign adversaries. Are you all dead? Hurry and come forth to register. Collect the bounty." Magistrate Ge's shrill voice echoed through the county office. All the officials sprang into action like ants on a hot griddle. One clerk, drenched in sweat, rushed into the courtyard, presenting Tian with a hefty stack of banknotes, nervously stating, "There are 12 bandit leaders and 42 bandit subordinates, totaling a bounty of 273,625 taels. It seems a few have been overlooked." Tian frowned. Indeed, all the severed heads upon the ground belong to the accomplices of the bandits. Let us account for each one, without regard for the bloodied earth. Magistrate Gu hastened to gather the heads. And as for this, the patron behind the bandits, who could also be deemed a leader, the bounty shall be set at 300,000 taels of silver. Tian unceremoniously cast Zhou Jinxiong to the ground. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Make a note of it, and include these individuals, each valued at 10,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing Magistrate Ge's decree, the accountant trembled uncontrollably, fumbling through his pockets to extract a substantial sum of silver notes. In total, it amounts to 3,800,000 taels. Is that satisfactory, young sir? After completing the count, Magistrate Gu presented the notes with a sycophantic smile. Yet one remains unaccounted for. Tian remained impassive. Where is there anyone left? Magistrate Gu looked around, noting that all individuals associated with the bandits had been securely apprehended. There were no more fish slipping through the net. Might you have an enemy? If you command, I shall immediately have them brought forth. What are you talking about? Have you grown accustomed to slaying the innocent and claiming their deeds? The individual I referred to is you. Did you not just declare yourself the greatest patron of the bandits in Tianfeng City? What? When did I ever utter such words? I previously stated that I am the greatest nemesis of the bandits in Tianfeng City. Magistrate Gu, with a forced bravado, spoke, though a hint of pleading crept into his tone. Oh, have I perhaps misjudged? How can this be proven? Tian inquired with a hint of mockery. I share an eternal enmity with the bandits. As Magistrate Gu searched the surroundings, his gaze fell upon a discarded dagger, dropped amidst the earlier fray. Seizing it, he swiftly turned and plunged it into the chest of the limping man. You dare to kill me. My sister will not let you go. The limping man's face contorted in rage, but Magistrate Gu swiftly snapped his neck. The hall echoed with screams as Magistrate Gu dispatched several bandit leaders, and the remaining bandits gazed at him with fear, tempered by a surge of anger. Thus, I have sworn enmity with the bandits of Tianfeng City. Wiping the blood from his face, Magistrate Gu declared, initially, it appeared I was at an impasse. However, considering your noble sacrifice, let your head temporarily reside upon your neck. As for you all, before Tian could finish his sentence, the aristocrats surged forward, eliminating the remaining bandits with ease. Magistrate Ge's noble sacrifice. What do you call this? Tian remarked with a sardonic smile. The aristocrats of Tianfeng City pledged that there shall be no more bandits beyond its borders. Immediately, voices arose, leading the charge to kneel. We hope you will honor your word. All the spoils plundered by these bandits shall be returned to their rightful owners. Should the owners remain untraceable, let them be distributed among the impoverished. Yes, the crowd readily agreed. Should I discover that you dare to indulge in personal gain or continue to oppress the common folk, the severed heads scattered across the ground shall be your fate. With a mere exhalation of his spiritual power, Tian caused Zhou Jinxiong, a minor master and a figure revered by many, to burst forth like a balloon, his tainted blood splattering upon all present. As for C, who dared to lay a heavy hand upon Cc, he had already been sentenced to death in Tian's heart. Magistrate Ge's legs trembled incessantly, and he ultimately knelt slowly, disregarding the multitude prostrated within the courtyard. Tian and his companions had already turned to depart. Cc kicked the horse's belly and hurried to catch up with Tian, voicing her grievance. Brother, how did you become so powerful? Why did you not reveal it sooner? You made me worry for nothing. The little girl's thoughts were written plainly across her face. If I had informed you, how could I have drawn out the powerful forces behind the bandits all at once? I too can keep secrets. Angered, Tian sped ahead. All right, it is my fault, dear sister. Tian hastily appeased her, feeling that this little one was becoming increasingly unruly. Brother, that magistrate is so cunning. Why did you not eliminate him? Upon hearing Tian relent, Tian slowed her pace. If I kill him, who will exchange the reward silver in your hands? If Magistrate Gu is slain, others like Magistrate Zhou and Magistrate Lu will emerge, merely changing the surface while the essence remains the same. To alter the world, one must possess absolute power. Only then can one have a voice. Had we not been formidable today, whether we could have exited Tianfeng City alive would be uncertain. Jiang Tao smiled and chimed in. Both Magistrate Gu and the aristocracy of Tianfeng City have learned a lesson this time. They shall likely restrain themselves for a while, allowing the citizens a brief respite. We have done well. As the world declines, with deception rampant and aristocratic factions in control, the rulers are either feeble or complicit. To eradicate such corruption entirely, one must either overthrow the dynasty or strike with a forceful hand to dismantle the entrenched interests. To achieve this with our current strength is far from sufficient. Thus, concerned for his sister's impulsiveness, Tian offered further admonitions. I understand. I must remain low-key in my actions and leave some leeway. You repeat this daily, and my ears are growing calloused. Tian impatiently covered her ears, adopting a defiant demeanor. Upon hearing Tian's words, Jiang Tao's eyes brightened. Having been raised in an aristocratic family, his education was steeped in loyalty to the nation and the principles of hierarchy, unlike Tian, who spoke freely and dared to critique the current state of affairs, directly addressing the core issues. Hurry along. If you do not wish to listen now, when I am no longer by your side, you will find no opportunity to hear. Tian spurred his horse to catch up with his sister, resuming his paternalistic admonitions. A poor family and a wealthy road. The journey to Chang'an may seem a mere line on a map, yet in reality, it demands countless hours and resources. After days of relentless riding, Tian and Jiang Tao could still endure, but Tian began to falter. With yellow sand swirling and dust rising, the monotonous scenery of the desolate wilderness grew tiresome. How much longer until we reached the capital? Tian had lost count of how many times she had posed this question. Why do you keep asking so many questions? We are on a journey, not a leisurely expedition. It is already commendable that we are making good progress. Tian expressed his mild irritation. Junior brother considering that you travel during the day and cultivate at night, it is perfectly understandable that you feel overwhelmed, he continued. I noticed from the map that there is a dock not far ahead. Shall we consider taking the water route instead? Yes. Tian exclaimed, clapping her hands joyfully. Tian, self-deprecatingly amused, thought to himself that he did not wish for his sister to live her life constantly dependent on the whims of others. Though he possessed a system that allowed him to enhance his skills effortlessly, his sister did not share the same advantage and could only advance through diligent effort. Currently, there was no shortage of potent elixirs to replenish vitality, and with her commendable innate talent, she had the potential to break through to a higher level of energy before turning 15, with a year still remaining. Now, all that was left for her was to persevere and remain steadfast in her endeavors. Very well, then let us choose the water route. Traveling by boat simply means more time to rest. We shall reach the capital in half a month's time. Relenting to Tian's wishes, Tian decided to take a detour towards the nearest Yinshui city. Upon entering Yinshui city, Tian immediately transformed into her lively self, eagerly indulging in a shopping spree. She purchased everything sweet, from candied hawthorn to sugar figurines and paintings, leaving no sugary treat unexamined. Be careful. Too much candy will rot your teeth, Tian cautioned, but his words were soon forgotten by Tian. After a full week of subsisting on bland rations, the monotony had thoroughly disgusted her. Well, we have a long way to go. Let her indulge in some snacks for now, he thought, shaking his head. Tian and Jiang Tao also took the opportunity to procure some supplies at the market. Chapter 140. The orphan in the city god temple, come and offer your prayers to the Dragon King. Whatever you seek, you shall receive. It is indeed efficacious. A sudden commotion erupted from the crowd as a figure resembling a Taoist priest shouted, prompting the bustling throng at the market to surge eagerly towards the eastern docks. Is there really a Dragon King in this river? Tian pondered, though she seldom ventured outside. Her extensive reading at home had endowed her with a certain understanding of the customs of Tianwu Kingdom. I am not certain, but Yinshui is an artificial canal. What kind of Dragon King could possibly be excavated from it? I suspect these priests are merely seeking wealth, engaging in tricks and illusions, Tian remarked, swatting away a filthy hand that had reached for his CC's waist pouch. The dirty child immediately scampered away in panic. At the dock, a towering bamboo platform had been erected, over 10 meters high, where several young Taoists performed an array of tricks, spitting flames and leaping about like monkeys. Tian surveyed the scene, his keen eyes capturing every subtle detail. These Taoists exhibited agility, their energy surging with each movement, indicating they were practitioners of martial arts. However, their vitality was not particularly strong. Some hadn't even reached the foundational level of external energy. I find their abilities rather mediocre. Under the guise of seeking divine intervention, they rely on these circus-like antics to draw attention. I doubt they will receive many offerings, CC commented with a hint of disdain. CC, how many times must I remind you? Do not let a modicum of strength lead you to arrogance. Have you forgotten the days of scavenging leftovers in Baishan County? The days when you had to continue washing clothes on an empty stomach? Have you forgotten the moments in Hanyun Martial Arts School when you were constantly oppressed? Walking on eggshells? Tian's tone was unusually grave, causing CC's eyes to well with tears. I understand, brother. She replied softly, her head bowed. Jiang Tao observed keenly, astonished that Shidi had already reached a level capable of overpowering masters, yet remained so humble, able to interact with ordinary people with such composure. After breaking through to external energy, he occasionally felt a sense of superiority, believing himself to be above others. It seemed he must further refine his character. I have pressing matters to attend to. Brother Jiang, I would appreciate your care for my sister while I go to reserve our boat tickets. Tian greeted him, yet his attention was drawn to a swiftly moving speck in his mind's eye. A filthy child, around 7 or 8 years of age, dashed chaotically into a dilapidated temple and collided with a bare-chested beggar. You little rascal, running about heedlessly. The beggar responded with a sharp slap, sending the child reeling and drawing a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. The young boy fell to the ground, his eyes wide open as he watched his assailant rummage through his belongings, taking the few copper coins and a jade pendant. Where did you get this jade pendant? The beggar inquired. I stole it from a young man. I could have taken more, but he sensed my presence, so I fled. Quite the stroke of luck, I suppose. The beggar held the jade pendant up to his eyes, examining it closely, and found its translucent material to be quite valuable. Begone, he exclaimed, tossing aside half a hard corn cake and hastily pocketing the pendant, eager to show it to Lu, the pawnbroker, for appraisal. The boy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, picked up the cake, and dashed into a side room of the dilapidated temple, where he discovered 7 or 8 even smaller children, all gaunt and emaciated. Eru, do we have anything to eat? A feeble voice called out. Oof, look what I have. Eru, despite the gnawing hunger in his stomach, carefully broke the cake into pieces and added water to the pot to make a thin porridge, hoping to share it among everyone. Lu, come and take a look, I have something good. A voice pierced through as Lu, who had been dozing at the counter, suddenly awoke. What nonsense are you spouting? Just a broken trinket, tin one. Lu glanced at the item dismissively. But it's jade. Huang Mozi, anxious, raised the pendant closer to Lu's eyes. Jade? Lu muttered, slowly donning his reading glasses. Indeed, it is jade, quite exquisite. A glimmer of greed flashed in Lu's eyes as he observed the smooth, clean surface devoid of any impurities. This is worth a fortune. Look at the back. There are inscriptions. Huang Mozi insisted, pointing. Inscriptions? Let me see. Lu flipped the pendant over, scrutinizing the intricate characters, and suddenly, the words demon suppression sprang to mind. Is this demon suppression? How auspicious! Lu exclaimed, but then, realizing the implications, he recoiled, returning the pendant with a tremor in his voice. You should leave with that pendant at once. You've brought trouble upon yourself. Hey, Lu, take another look. Huang Mozi shouted, but was promptly shooed out of the pawnshop, cursing the cowardly old man. With a cunning glint in his eye, he thought to wait for the night market to sell it off. He turned back towards the dilapidated temple, but unexpectedly collided with a young man. Watch where you're going. Huang Mozi scolded, rubbing his pained shoulder, feeling as if he had just slammed into a stone pillar. You took my belongings and dare to scold me? Quite brazen of you. Tian smirked, a peculiar grin spreading across his face. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad block features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. What do you intend to do? I am a disciple of the beggar clan from Yinshui City, the chief of the Daji branch. Noticing the young man's unfriendly demeanor, Huang Mozi hastily revealed his background. Is that so? I am quite terrified. He attempted to engage in conversation, probing into the young man's connections. Tian waved his hand, summoning a specter. Please, spare me. Huang Matzi, having never encountered such supernatural abilities, was paralyzed with fear, his soul nearly departing his body. He began to confess everything, even divulging the details of his encounters with the widow. Though the name of the dodgy branch of the beggar clan is melodious, its deeds are indeed deceitful and unscrupulous. Tian cast a glance at the children huddled in a corner, many of them limping, gaunt, and frail, tools for this chief's begging endeavors. The beggars resorted to deception or theft, collecting children and maiming them to elicit sympathy for their begging. Such actions are heinous. There were also a few children intact, one of whom, a 7 or 8-year-old, was the thief of his own jade token. Tian tossed aside the talisman he held, carefully polishing it before reattaching it to his waist. Although he was no longer with the Demon Suppression Division, this token represented a significant chapter in his life, and he held it in esteem. After gleaning information from the beggar, Tian signaled, and the specter swiftly turned the beggar's head a full 180 degrees. Tian showed no mercy to such vile individuals. He cast down a few silver coins and turned to leave. Wait, Eru cried out. In his eyes, although Huang Matzi appeared disheveled and weak, he had once been a formidable fighter, capable of taking on 3 ordinary men with ease. He had seized control of this territory, and now, like a mere chick, he was crushed. The young man's strength was unfathomable. If he could attach himself to this powerful figure, perhaps he could soar to great heights. What do you want? Tian paused. I do not seek silver. I implore you to take me as your disciple. Eru, unaware of the formalities of apprenticeship, knelt and repeatedly bowed his head. In no time, his forehead bore bruises. Tian frowned, burdened with his own troubles, preferring a quiet life of cultivation, reluctant to invite further complications. Why should I take you as my disciple? I can run errands for you. I possess strength. Eru sprang to his feet, bouncing around energetically. He even lifted a large stone, his small face flushed, though his stature was barely a meter tall, wobbling under the weight. I can wash and cook. A little girl with a runny nose stepped forward. I also have strength and can work, piped up another child, a 5 or 6-year-old, in a childish voice. The others, physically impaired, gazed vacantly, numb to their fate, no longer vying for attention. I can gather information. There is nothing in Yunshui City that I do not know. Eru, exhausted, could not lift the stone above his head, panting as he dropped it. I am not a resident of Yunshui City. I am merely passing through and shall soon depart. Upon hearing Tian speak, the expressions of Eru and the others instantly turned icy. Though I do not take disciples, I can offer you a path to survival. A gust of wind swept by, and Tian's figure vanished, leaving several volumes of techniques on the ground. Eru's eyes lit up, and he hastily moved to pick them up. You are tasked with monitoring these youngsters. Should they misuse the techniques for nefarious deeds, you may deal with them as you see fit. As Tian stepped into the courtyard, he paused briefly and released Yu'er with a flick of his hand. A second-tier enigma, he was already a top-tier presence in this small county. Even when besieged by formidable practitioners, he could retreat with ease. Very well, master. Yu'er nodded, transforming into a wisp of shadow and merging into the temple. Do take care, and do not draw undue attention. Tian hesitated momentarily before imparting this caution. Wishing you a safe journey as well, master. Yu'er's sweet voice echoed. There are still 5 upper rooms available, each priced at 1,500 taels. On the 15th day, we shall arrive at the capital, Shindu, smoothly traversing the scenic landscapes in comfort and leisure. At the dock, a ship captain was vociferously advertising. 1,500 taels, an astonishing 3-fold increase. Why don't you just seize it? A guest immediately scoffed. There's no choice. This year, the Dragon King is enraged, and water spirits are rampant. I've hired a priest from the Longhu sect at a premium for protection. Safety comes first when venturing out. The captain explained, his face etched with concern. That is far too expensive. Just a lower room will suffice. The guest grumbled, but still fished out the coins to board the ship. Very well, a lower room. 200 taels. The captain shouted, yet inwardly he was anxious. This passenger vessel could only accommodate a little over 50 people. The so-called lower rooms were essentially communal bunks, capable of sleeping 30 to 40 individuals. Without windows and poor ventilation, conditions were dire, but the price was low, offering little profit. If the upper rooms remained unsold, the captain would be left in dire straits. As for lingering in Yunshui City to wait for more guests, that was out of the question. The cargo guild had set rules. All passenger vessels could only dock for 2 days, and after that, regardless of occupancy, they must set sail. I'll take 3 upper rooms. A clear voice rang out, causing the captain's heart to blossom with joy. Finally, the upper rooms had been sold. The guests who had previously purchased lower rooms turned back in anger, cursing under their breath. Who is so wealthy as to occupy the upper rooms? Upon seeing a graceful young girl, their ire diminished significantly. Such an exquisite figure should not be cramped into a small space with a rough individual like themselves. It is only fitting that she occupies the upper room. Where's my brother? CC leaned against the ship's railing, a hint of anxiety in her expression, as it had been nearly half a day since his departure. Chapter 141. The Dragon King's Manifestation. What are you looking at, little one? A familiar voice resonated. Brother, where have you been? I've been waiting for ages. CC turned around, her face etched with a hint of melancholy. I went to procure some delightful treats. Braised beef. Would you care to sample a bit? Tian chuckled as he spoke. No, I shall not. It will make me gain weight. CC promptly rejected the offer. Yet, suddenly, a morsel found its way into her mouth, succulent, juicy, and rich in flavor. She savored it, reluctant to swallow. Do not fret, there is still plenty here. Tian skillfully sliced off another piece and placed it once more into CC's mouth. You're so thin, you ought to indulge a bit more. Braised beef, 1 tea make you gain weight. Tian continued to feed her until her cheeks bulged like a squirrel's, at which point he finally ceased. Jiang Tao observed the playful banter between the siblings, his spirits lifted. He discreetly retrieved a fragment of jade pendant from his chest, a betrothal gift arranged by his grandfather. 5 years had swiftly passed since he was 18, and his betrothed merely 12, akin to CC's age. He could only recall her calling him brother as she chased after him. Now, he wondered if she still remembered him. Ahem. Suddenly, Tian's head popped up from behind Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao hastily concealed the pendant within his robe. Is brother Jiang harboring some thoughts? Pray share with us. Tian inquired. And no, not at all. Jiang Tao's demeanor resembled that of a thief caught red-handed, as he waved his hands in denial. I distinctly witnessed him grinning like a fool. CC's head emerged from the other side, her brow furrowed, disbelief written all over her face. Were you not two siblings engaged in playful antics? How come you appear and disappear like phantoms? Jiang Tao chuckled nervously, drenched in cold sweat as he made his retreat. It was clear that something was amiss. Tian and his sister exchanged glances, both discerning a shared apprehension. As the grand vessel set sail, the initial thrill soon waned into tedium. CC leaned over the ship's railing, gazing vacantly at the rushing river below. Come quickly to fish. Clear river carp, cloudwater base. Each one plump and delectable. A call echoed from the stern, prompting CC to curiously rush over to investigate. Unlike the cramped quarters below, the upper deck allowed guests to roam freely, unlike those confined beneath. Miss, would you care to try your hand at fishing? We can cook the fish you catch for free, or buy them at a premium. The captain's eyes glimmered with avarice upon noticing the curiosity in CC's gaze, as if he beheld a treasure trove before him. Then I shall give it a try. CC settled herself at the fishing spot, where a sailor even assisted her in baiting the hook, truly attentive service. 20 taels of silver for the privilege. The captain cheerfully interjected, blocking Tian's path. Through a brief observation, he had surmised that this brother-sister duo seemed to be of affluent means, unlikely to be perturbed by minor expenditures. Very well. 50 taels for 3 fishing spots. I have a friend as well. Tian skillfully negotiated, not waiting for the captain to counter, as he promptly took his position and expertly cast his line. It seems that the wealthier one becomes, the more miserly they tend to be, and conversely, the more miserly one is, the wealthier they become. The captain of the boat accepted the 50 taels of silver notes with a smile. In a brief moment, Tian managed to catch a fish no larger than the palm of his hand. Shitty, I see you are quite adept at this, remarked Jiang Tao, who had been idly lounging in the cabin and was drawn by the commotion. Brother Jiang, quickly take a seat. I've already paid for the fishing spot. Let us have a competition today to see who can catch the most fish. Tian exclaimed with a grin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao's interest was piqued, and he swiftly cast his line. I wish to join as well. That fish you caught earlier doesn't count, shouted CC, invigorated. Jiang Tao, filled with determination, readied himself as well. Before long, half a day had passed. Tian awoke from a deep slumber to discover that his sister's fish basket was overflowing with fresh catches. Beside her, Brother John's basket was equally brimming. In contrast, Tian found that he had only the small fish he initially caught, its wide eyes seemingly mocking him. Where are my fish? I distinctly remember catching many, and my basket was nearly full. Did you transfer all the fish to your basket? Tian inquired. CC rolled her eyes, replying, Brother, you've been asleep for half the day. What fish could there possibly be? Perhaps you were fishing in your dreams. Tian turned to Jiang Tao, who nodded with an inscrutable smile. Is that truly the case? Tian, still unconvinced, directed his question to the captain. The captain yawned and replied, "Sir, fishing is a form of enjoyment. Although you may not have caught much, the pleasure of a good nap is also a form of enjoyment. The fee for the fishing spot is non-refundable." At this, Tian's eyes sparkled with a newfound determination. A few inconspicuous black lines slipped from his sleeve and swiftly submerged into the water. "I've got a bite." Tian felt the fishing rod plunge sharply, a confident smile gracing his face as he reeled in a fish weighing around 3 pounds. "Humph," Cece scoffed, rolling her eyes. She had already amassed over 100 pounds of fish. Tian chuckled, removing the fish from the hook and instructing, "Add more bait. We're about to catch something big." The sailor responsible for the bait nodded but inwardly mused. "You think you can simply summon a big catch at will? Are you the son of the Dragon King?" Casting his line once more, Tian shot a glance at Cece and Jiang Tao, his lips curling into a confident smile. Meanwhile, the ethereal being responsible for capturing fish, the ghost, was panting heavily. It was arduous enough to catch fish, and now they were expected to select the larger ones. Did they not realize that as a ghost, it lacked a physical form? Guiding fish to collide with the hook was no simple task. Haha, here comes a big haul. Once again, Tian felt the weight of the fishing rod in his hands. Bursting into laughter, he realized that his reputation for the day was secured. A tremendous splash reverberated as Tian sharply lifted the rod, and a colossal rainbow trout leapt over his head, crashing onto the deck, thrashing wildly. Indeed, he had caught a significant prize. This creature likely weighed around 100 pounds. The sailor responsible for baiting was astonished. "It's a rainbow trout, and a pregnant one at that. My dear guest, you have struck it rich." The captain exclaimed with palpable envy. "What is so special about the rainbow trout?" Cece inquired. "This fish is a culinary delight, prized for its high market value. Even more valuable are the roe within, which can be transformed into exquisite caviar. A female of this size could contain dozens of pounds of roe, with each pound fetching over 10,000 taels. We would gladly purchase these roe at a premium, totaling 300,000 taels. What do you think?" Tian, indifferent to the monetary value, replied, "I'm not particularly concerned with the price you mention. Let it be as you say, but I want to sell it all. I want some prime cuts and that caviar to prepare a sumptuous feast for us." "Of course." The captain, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together and promptly called the sailors to assist in bringing the rainbow trout to the kitchen. This is no longer a competition. It's pointless. Cece set down her rod, her displeasure evident. Jiang Tao also reluctantly relinquished his fishing rod. Tian's monumental catch overshadowed the small fish and shrimp he had toiled to reel in for half the day. "Haha, no need to be upset. Just have a few extra bowls to make up for it." Tian chuckled heartily, subtly beckoning with his finger. Sensing his intent, the spirits immediately transformed back into inconspicuous black threads, vanishing into his sleeve. Inspired by the captain's enthusiasm, the crew's spirits soared, oblivious to the enormous shadow, several times larger than their vessel, slowly gliding beneath the passenger ship. "Where is my 18th concubine? She was just playing hide and seek. How could she vanish so suddenly?" The shadow questioned, flicking its tail as it submerged into the depths of the river. The Dragon King manifested. The Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain, seated aboard the passenger ship, felt a slight tremor of the vessel and abruptly opened his eyes, which had been gently closed in meditation. After frantically calculating, he was struck with alarm. Disaster was imminent. The ship was doomed. The Dragon King had appeared, demanding offerings. Otherwise, none would survive to disembark. The priest leapt onto the deck and bellowed, "What? The Dragon King has set its sights on this ship." The captain, who had previously been all smiles, suddenly felt the world spinning around him. This vessel represented his entire fortune, and he owed a considerable amount in high-interest loans to acquire it. What should he do now? Quickly, prepare the tributes. Regaining some composure, the captain immediately organized, under the priest's supervision, the capture of chickens, ducks, and livestock, which were brought onto the deck. Their throats were slit, and blood flowed onto the deck, cascading into the river, creating tiny splashes upon the surface. "Too little. Your sincerity is lacking," the priest shouted. "Add more. More." The captain, with a pained expression, reluctantly agreed, as several cattle and sheep were driven onto the deck. These were cargo clandestinely carried by the passenger ship. For the sake of safety, the minor losses were still bearable for the captain, as the animals were bled and their carcasses cast into the river. A colossal whirlpool formed at the stern of the vessel, drawing in all the bodies. Meanwhile, Tian and his companions reveled in a grand fish feast prepared by the captain in the upper quarters. Dining on fish they had caught themselves elevated their spirits immensely. "It's so noisy outside," Cece complained. "Don't meddle, try this rainbow trout roe. It's truly delightful." Tian urged his sister, offering her a plate, signaling for her to taste it promptly. Eagerly, Cece scooped a spoonful and placed it in her mouth. The exquisite bursts of flavor danced on her palate, proving utterly delectable. In comparison to the rainbow trout roe, she quickly deemed the spicy small fish and shrimp she had tasted earlier rather lackluster. Upon deeper reflection, she recognized that the rainbow trout roe possessed invigorating properties that enhanced her vitality. After taking a bite, Jiang Tao promptly alerted, "This roe brings a warm current coursing through your body, enveloping you in comfort." Cece then realized that the roe was indeed instilling a flow of warmth throughout her being, a sensation that was both soothing and invigorating. Understanding this rising vitality, she felt that her advancement to a complete internal force would soon follow suit. Tian observed that his sister had achieved a consummate state of internal energy, with only a thin barrier remaining before she could break through to the next level. Chapter 142. The ship leaks. As he contemplated the wondrous effects of the rainbow trout roe, he desired to savor another bite, only to discover that his sibling, Tian, had consumed it all. "My apologies, I only managed to take a single bite. I am grateful for nature's bounty." Tian smiled slightly, dismissing his pouting sister. At that moment, the vessel quaked violently. The food on the table was sent soaring. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of the three, their meal would have surely been spoiled. "The ship is shaking so violently. I must go outside to see what is amiss. Brother Jiang, I must trouble you to watch over my sister." Tian furrowed his brow as he made his way to the deck, only to find the sky darkening, with the captain and crew in a state of chaos. The Dragon King is furious. Just as Tian sought to inquire with the captain, the latter dashed past him, looking utterly terrified. "Isn't it merely a storm? Why the alarm?" Tian scoffed, but upon looking up, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Hundreds of meters behind the ship, the river surface was rife with swirling vortices, the largest of which could easily engulf a passenger ship. It appeared as though colossal creatures were stirring beneath the surface. "Hoist the sails, hoist the sails." Several sailors, under the captain's command, frantically tugged at the sails, hoping to harness the wind and hasten their escape. A small fishing sailboat, buoyed by its light frame, swiftly outpaced Tian's vessel, quickly departing the vortex zone. Suddenly, one of the whirlpools surged forward, catching up to the sailboat, and a massive tail lashed out, creating a tremendous wave that shattered the boat into fragments. "Captain, what is happening?" a passenger queried. "Did we not enlist the aid of a master from the Longhu sect? Where's the Taoist?" Another passenger chimed in, as those crowded in the lower bunks sensed the disturbance and rushed to the deck. "The Taoist is devising a plan. Do not panic, we shall be safe." The captain, though initially flustered, forced himself to remain composed in an effort to reassure the crowd. "Ah, look," a sailor suddenly cried out. Following the sound, the crowd beheld the colossal creature that had previously destroyed the fishing boat, now rapidly approaching their vessel. Its dorsal fin bore sharp bony spikes towering over a person, sending shivers through the onlookers. As the creature surged forth, it leapt from the water, its hardened back aimed squarely at the ship. "Help! Quickly, grab the ropes and secure yourselves." Panic erupted on the deck. Tian's gaze sharpened, a chilling intent radiating from him as he grasped the hilt of his blade, prepared to strike. Despite the creature's length exceeding 10 meters, Tian was confident that under the slash of his blade, it could be cleaved in an instant, minimizing the damage to the ship. With a thunderous crash, a fireball the size of a soccer ball struck the creature. Though the fireball was modest in size, it caused the creature to recoil in pain, twisting midair and altering its trajectory, narrowly missing the ship's stern before disappearing beneath the waves. "It is the Taoist from the Longhu sect who has taken action. Boundless heavenly sovereign, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace." Upon witnessing the Taoist dispel the colossal entity, the crowd on the deck erupted in jubilant cheers. The Taoist has toiled hard. The ship's captain was equally elated, realizing that summoning this esteemed figure was not in vain. However, amidst the camaraderie, one must acknowledge the cost. That fiery talisman just now incurred an expense of 3,000 taels. The Taoist maintained a serious demeanor until the captain presented a banknote, at which point a smile broke upon his face. Was not the cost of a fiery talisman merely 100 taels? Yet, Cece was unaware of the costs involved on deck. She had seen fiery talismans at the Demon Suppression Bureau, knowing they could be exchanged at the artifact workshop, and she even possessed a few that Tian had given her for amusement. Perhaps the opponent's calculations also included labor costs. Sensing the Taoist's unfriendly gaze, Tian cleared his throat and offered a diversion. "Humph, that strike merely struck down a water demon under the Dragon King. The true Dragon King is not so easily dealt with." The Taoist snorted coldly, nostrils flaring. In my opinion, the Dragon King would not dare to reveal himself with the Taoist present. Indeed. The Longhu sect is the largest sect within 100 miles, boasting numerous skilled practitioners. It is said that the sect leader, Zhang Wuji, has attained the pinnacle of grand mastery, and one step further would elevate him to the innate level. In response to the flattery from the crowd, the Taoist's air of arrogance intensified. Although his prowess within the Longhu sect was not particularly remarkable, merely at the peak of Qi strength in Yunshui City, he was regarded as a top-tier expert. A group of mere mortals, showering him with praise. Yet during the sect's rituals, they had not offered a more generous reward. Fear not, everyone. As long as our Longhu mountain stands, this vessel shall be absolutely safe. Hearing the Taoist's assurance, the ship's passengers chuckled. Even the captain, still shaken, displayed a hint of a smile. At that moment, a sudden tornado swept across the river, lifting the waters skyward and intertwining with the ominous clouds above. A colossal figure soared into the air, propelled by the waterspout, directly ascending into the cloud cover. The winds from the tiger, the clouds from the dragon. The Taoist's expression changed dramatically. This creature intended to ascend, which was unexpected. The Dragon King in the Yunshui River was originally a guardian beast nurtured by the Longhu sect's leader, Zhang Wuji. Continuously devouring flesh to evolve, the feeding was immensely costly. Thus it was cast into the Yunshui River, granted the title of Dragon King, and allowed to develop freely. It ruled with tyranny, yet remained relatively obedient before the Longhu sect, which had profited considerably from the Dragon King's manifestations. However, in recent years, this beast's strength had grown increasingly formidable, frequently attacking passing fishing vessels and beginning to slip from the Longhu sect's control. To subdue this demon, Zhang Wuji personally intervened, inscribing a formation on the Dragon King's head to impose restrictions. However, this demon has inexplicably broken free from its constraints and ascended once more, undoubtedly enhancing its power, which poses a grave threat of further recklessness. The dark clouds in the sky began to churn violently, as if some colossal entity were stirring within. Amidst this turmoil, Tian faintly sensed a ripple of spiritual energy from the heavens. Such a phenomenon is rare, for the spiritual essence in the human realm has long been depleted. Greed, what is this creature's origin? I have just perceived the essence of spiritual energy. You ask me, but who can provide answers? Beings of grade 6 or above can cultivate small spaces within themselves, and given the vast size of this beast, it is possible that the spiritual energy it emanates is a result of some treasure overflowing from its internal space. Or perhaps it has collected spiritual stones in preparation for its advancement. Suddenly, Greed chuckled. The demon beast is currently in the process of advancing, its powers significantly diminished. Were you not lamenting your previous encounter with a grade 7 wraith? Now is the time to confront it and seize the opportunity for advancement. Wealth often accompanies risk. What grade is it? Tian inquired. In the human realm, how many beings can reach a high grade? Even if it successfully advances, it can at most attain grade 6. While Tian continued conversing with Greed, the clouds above rapidly contracted, and beams of golden light pierced through the layers. Soon, the clouds dispersed, revealing a dragon, radiant in golden light, spiraling through the air. It is the Dragon King. Indeed, a Dragon King exists. The passengers aboard the vessel knelt in awe. However, the Taoist from the Longhu sect wore a troubled expression. The young of the Longhu sect have oppressed me for years, and now they have harmed my offspring and slain my concubine. It is time for blood to be repaid with blood. Astonishingly, the dragon in the sky spoke with human words. The Taoist below, secretly holding several talismans, felt a tinge of doubt. The monstrous fish he had repelled earlier was likely a descendant of this dragon, yet it was that scoundrel who had slaughtered his concubine, casting the blame upon him. Upon hearing the Dragon King's voice, the crowd below was momentarily taken aback. The ship's captain spoke first. Grievances have their roots, Dragon King. Your enmity with the Longhu sect does not concern us. We shall take our leave first. Taoist, settle your issues with the Dragon King, and we shall return later. Humph. How naive to burn bridges after crossing. Once I have dealt with the demon dragon, I shall address you. Though the Taoist felt a chill within, he steeled his resolve, casting the talismans, which summoned 3 bolts of lightning that struck the dragon. The dragon was immediately engulfed in charred marks, howling in agony as it plummeted. Losing its earlier vigor, Tian observed closely. Atop the dragon's head, it bore but a 3-legged horn, a grotesque sight that hardly qualified it as a true dragon, appearing slightly superior to a python. This is troublesome. The Longhu sect has chosen to engage in combat, and what will become of us? The ship's captain expressed his concerns. Anxious. Should we abandon the small vessel and flee? A sailor suggested. What nonsense. This ship represents my entire fortune. I shall live and die with it. The captain's expression turned fierce. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The vessel rocked violently as the monstrous dragon struck its hull, creating a gaping hole. The ship is leaking. A sailor cried out urgently. Quick, gather all valuables onto the small boat. We must flee at once. The captain's expression shifted dramatically. Weren't we meant to share the ship's fate together? A sailor inquired beside him. Are you truly that foolish? A ship can be replaced, but a life lost is irretrievable. What value is there in allowing others to take your women, beat your children, and squander your wealth? I ask you, is it worth it? The captain was the first to leap into the small boat, preparing for escape. A massive hole had appeared in the passenger ship, and the murky river water surged violently into the vessel. In no time, it began to list dangerously. Wretched beast, show yourself, shouted the Taoist priest from the Longhu sect, casting several talismans that summoned lightning to strike the river's surface, causing numerous dead fish to rise. Yet the dragon remained elusive. Tian and the others swiftly jumped into the small boat, and without needing the captain's orders, they began to paddle furiously towards the shore. Chapter 143. The Law of True Fragrance. As the crowd gradually distanced themselves from the grand vessel, many of their anxieties began to dissipate. The Taoists of the Longhu sect were still entangled with the demon dragon, and for the moment, everyone felt secure. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the demon dragon thrust the passenger ship upwards from below, launching it several meters into the air before it came crashing down, splintering into a heap of debris. Seizing the opportunity, the Taoists of Longhu sect struck twice, inflicting 2 bloody gashes upon the demon dragon. In pain, the demon dragon violently whipped its tail, generating colossal waves that scattered the remnants of the passenger ship entirely. My ship, lamented the captain, crying out in despair and attempting to leap into a small boat, only to be firmly restrained by the crew. Captain, your passenger ship may be lost, but you have salvaged much of your valuable cargo. The most crucial thing is that you are still alive. You can rise again. Tian interjected, attempting to console him. The captain glanced back at the few chests he had secured in the small boat, and his spirits lifted considerably. The rainbow trout roe was concealed within the wooden boxes, and although the captain had invested all his wealth, a quick resale could yield a profit of at least 300,000 taels. With that sum, acquiring another passenger ship would not pose a significant challenge. With a splash, a Taoist priest was swept into the water. It's over, the priest is doomed. Paddle faster. A passenger shouted in panic. He had been peacefully slumbering in the cabin when he was forced to cram into the small boat to escape, suffering not only the loss of some belongings, but also finding himself drenched, bearing a deep grudge against both the Taoists of Longhu Mountain and the Dragon King. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water, standing at the bow of the small boat. It was the Taoist from Longhu Mountain. The passenger who had earlier disparaged the demon Taoist managed a few awkward chuckles. What are you staring at? Row quickly. If the demon dragon catches up, we will all perish. The Taoist had no time to address the remarks of the passenger. Survival took precedence. One sailor, noticing the water was manageable, jumped overboard and exclaimed, "The water isn't deep, it won't drown us." Instantly, numerous individuals leapt into the water, frantically swimming towards the riverbank. In their view, the small boat was an easy target, and once the demon dragon set its sights on it, they were doomed. A creature of such size surely wouldn't target a mere insignificant figure like me. Why are you all fleeing? Come help me row the boat. The captain called out, but his crew had quickly vanished. Fools, not worthy of strategizing. As a massive shadow approached beneath the water, the Taoist from Longhu leapt from the ship as well. Oh dear, what shall we do? The captain fretted, pacing anxiously on the vessel. Actually, you could ask me for assistance, Tian remarked, comfortably seated on the edge of the boat, which had considerably emptied, making it much more pleasant to sit. Indeed, my brother is quite formidable, he chimed in. As more content loads, please wait. This site is accessible only through mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read it in another browser. The capabilities of brother here are indeed remarkable. The usually taciturn Jiang Tao also offered a word of praise. Really? I implore the hero to intervene and ensure our safety. The captain immediately knelt, pleading earnestly. Regarding financial matters, Tian elongated his tone. The captain's expression shifted several times. The remaining items were all he had left as his life savings. Let it be. Considering your commendable fish cooking skills, once we reach shore, treat me to a meal of fish. Tian chuckled, brandishing his broken crescent knife, waiting patiently. Brother Jiang, I trouble you to row the boat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao promptly leaped to the stern, vigorously paddling as the small vessel surged forward, even faster than when everyone else had been rowing. Witnessing the boat's speed past, those scrambling in the water widened their eyes in disbelief. Had they known it would be like this, they would have preferred to remain aboard. Before they could lament their decision, the massive form of the demon dragon surged forth, creating colossal waves that violently submerged them. The Taoist from Longhu Mountain had already climbed ashore, observing the small boat and the pursuing demon dragon. He let out a cold laugh. Those fools are doomed. Once I report back to the sect, we shall dispatch experts to subdue this beast. With this thought, he hastened to higher ground, seeking to escape the peril. The captain, initially beaming with joy at the boat's swift progress, felt his spirits plummet as he beheld the approaching monstrous waves and the enormous shadow lurking within them. He slumped in despair on the boat. However, Tian merely smiled, fixated on the increasingly near demon dragon, exuding an air of confidence. As the waves drew closer, the small boat began to rock violently. Cece, feeling dizzy and nauseous, could not suppress a burp, releasing a strong scent of fish. The demon dragon's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, it is you. It immediately quickened its pace, bursting forth from the waves. You dare consume my little consort. You shall all perish. Tian, somewhat puzzled, inquired. Yesterday we caught hundreds of fish. Which one is your little consort? The chubby one. Did anyone notice if we had fathead fish today? Tian turned to ask. No. The captain shook his head vigorously. You saw it as well. We did not eat fathead fish. Tian turned back, only to find the demon dragon's eyes were burning with fury. How dare you feign ignorance? You are courting death. The demon dragon could no longer contain its rage and lashed out with a claw, descending upon the small boat. Seeing the dragon's attack, Tian merely smiled slightly and swiftly swung his crescent knife, cleaving the river in two. With a stroke, I sever the waters. The demon dragon suddenly felt its footing lighten and looked down in astonishment. When had it reached the shore? Without the river's support, its power would greatly diminish. Best to retreat for now, it thought, feeling a profound sense of insecurity away from the waters. Yet, a dark spot suddenly magnified before him, resembling a resounding slap. What harm could such a diminutive hand inflict? Even if an entire being were placed before him, it would merely signify the disparity between an ant and an elephant. With a thud, several scales flew off as the demon dragon was sent soaring by this slap, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily onto the riverbank, stirring up a cloud of dust. It appears to possess the prowess of a 6th-grade demon beast, quite commendable. Greedily, it extended its tongue to taste the demon dragon's blood clinging to its right hand. After receiving the slap, the demon dragon's head buzzed within its memory. Human beings were frail, relying solely on talismans and weapons for combat. How could this human possess such terrifying strength? With a couple of soft thuds, Tian had already positioned himself before its eye, which was as large as a person. Gazing at the human was indeed quite intimidating. Tian smiled, advancing a step as if to strike. The demon dragon instinctively recoiled in fear. If it was frightened of being struck, then communication was surely possible. Of course, communication was attainable. The demon dragon spoke, desperately attempting to muster a smile, though its grimace was more distressing than a frown. If communication was not an option, then I would have no choice but to slay it. Such a magnificent creature would be a regrettable loss. Tian's broken moon blade reflected ominously in the demon dragon's eyes, resembling a deathly talisman. Hero, please spare my life. I can be large or small. The demon dragon emitted a plume of smoke and soon shrank to human size. It sat, stood, performed a somersault, and chased its own tail, quite obedient. Tian gestured around, realizing the creature was exceedingly compliant. Brother, what kind of demon beast is this? Cece rushed over, intrigued. Upon catching the familiar scent emanating from Cece, the demon dragon bared its teeth, letting out a low growl. Oh, how dare you bare your fangs? This is my sister. Tian charged forward, delivering 2 kicks that left the demon dragon with a swollen head, questioning its lineage. What is your name? Tian inquired. I was originally the guardian beast of the Longhu sect, and their leader bestowed upon me the name Ao Jia, the demon dragon declared proudly. Ao Jia? What an unappealing name, and with obscure characters. From now on, you shall be called Dabai. Tian whimsically assigned a new name. Dabai? That sounds rather like a dog's name. The demon dragon expressed its displeasure. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over it, as Tian and Cece appeared together, blocking the sunlight. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Satisfied, very satisfied, woof woof. The demon dragon further diminished in size, now resembling a small dog. Yet, is it wise to capture another sect's guardian beast? Tian pondered aloud, stroking his chin. Why not eliminate the butcher altogether? After all, it is merely the flesh of a demonic beast, indistinguishable in nature. Quite reasonable indeed. The mist I just released obscured our surroundings, rendering us invisible to prying eyes. No one would grasp the situation here. Moreover, I share no allegiance with the Longhu sect. I have guarded their mountains for many years without receiving a single coin, and I am expected to forage for sustenance in the Yunshui River. This is utterly outrageous. Upon hearing the words of the demonic dragon, Tian reluctantly nodded. If that is the case, let us bring it along. The journey may be tedious, yet it will serve as company. Hearing Tian's declaration, the demonic dragon sighed. It merely intended to frolic at home with its concubine, only to end up with one dead and one injured, while it itself was captured. Where is the justice in that? Once I grow stronger, I shall exact vengeance. Hurry up, Daba, he urged. Woof, why is there a dog here? And where is the demonic dragon? Jiang Tao observed the chaotic struggle between Tian and the demonic dragon on the shore. Amidst the dust, the demonic dragon vanished. You see, through a period of amicable communication, I have resolved the misunderstandings with the demonic dragon. It has now reformed and returned to the Yunshui River. Captain, would you not agree? Indeed. The captain wholeheartedly affirmed. He realized after the swift stroke that this guest was no ordinary individual, likely possessing strength surpassing that of the Taoist priests of the Longhu sect. In that case, let us expedite arrangements. Did you not promise to rescue us and treat us to fish? No problem. Let us head to the fragrant pavilion for a sumptuous lunch. I shall wield the knife myself. The fish roe must also be showcased at the fragrant pavilion, and the captain readily acquiesced. At noon, a grand feast of fish was laid out before Tian and the others, who indulged in the meal with great delight. Why isn't Daba eating? He inquired, glancing at the dog in the corner. Eat your spicy dish next door. The demonic dragon, upon catching the familiar scent of the fish broth, reminisced about its concubine and could not help but shed a tear. Under Cece's insistence, it steeled itself and took a taste. Oh, a sudden smile, imbued with humanity, graced the demonic dragon's face. How delightful. Chapter 144. The role of the demon dragon Dugu Erden reminds you. Please bookmark after reading for convenience. Dabai? I'm here. Steer the boat. Certainly, master. Dabai? I'm here. Row the boat. Certainly, master. Hey, did you see that little sailboat over there? There's actually a dog steering it, exclaimed several sailors aboard a merchant ship. Suddenly, each of them felt a sharp blow to the head. What are you gawking at? Hurry and set sail. Even a dog over there is more useful than you lot. Upon hearing the comments from the merchant ship, tears of emotion streamed down the demon dragon's eyes. Ever since the demon dragon expressed its ability to navigate the river freely, Tian decisively purchased a small sailboat capable of carrying 10 people, embarking on a leisurely life of dog-pulled boating. How dare they treat me as a slave? The demon dragon gritted its teeth in anger. Surrounding the small boat were numerous strange fish pushing it along. These were its offspring. The sailboat's speed was remarkable, standing out among the many vessels on Yunshui River. At this rate, it would only take 10 days to reach the capital. Tian calculated the journey, stretched lazily, and kicked the fish basket, which rolled a few times before the demon dragon restrained it. Tired of base from yesterday, today let us have some carp, braised. Tian instructed before collapsing into a slumber. The demon dragon promptly arranged for this, its resentment growing a tad deeper. As for poisoning, that was out of the question. Tian always allowed the demon dragon to eat a bit first, and he even dispatched the specter to monitor every move aboard the ship. Let us see. The demon dragon instructed its offspring to haul a 10-pound carp onto the deck, gritting its teeth as it began to prepare the fish. To dominate the world and ascend to the pinnacle, it all begins with catching fish. For 10 consecutive days, the journey remained calm and uneventful. With the demon dragon at the helm, the speed was both quick and steady, and any demonic beasts in the river swiftly avoided the small boat. Have you not seen how a mere subordinate can devour the overlord of this waterway? Finally, they arrived at the capital, the divine city. Tian shielded his eyes from the blinding sunlight as the small boat advanced steadily towards a magnificent city looming in the distance. The city walls towered over 20 meters high, with several towering arrow towers exceeding 30 meters in height. The inner and outer cities intertwined, and numerous river systems converged here. Countless merchant ship docks lined the rivers, bustling with people. It was here that the prosperity of the Tianwu kingdom finally became apparent. Sensing a potential threat, the fish monsters responsible for pushing the boat scattered, causing the vessel's speed to slow once more. There's a formation set in the river. If my offspring approach, they would be in grave danger, the demon dragon explained. Xiaobai, why are you unaffected? Tian inquired. I am not an ordinary demon beast. The divine bloodline within me has begun to awaken. This monitoring formation has no effect on me. The demon dragon puffed out its chest proudly. So you are no ordinary demon. Accelerate. Tian commanded, and the small boat began to speed up. Behold, the intelligence of others' dogs is astonishing. As the crowd along the riverbank murmurs in intrigue, it is, in fact, the elusive dragon, paddling at the stern with its feet. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site is only accessible through mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it signifies a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and any ad-blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to continue reading. Infuriating. I am on the verge of madness. Confronted by the crowd's incessant pointing and whispering, the dragon grits its teeth in frustration. Dubai, I have something delightful. A bone was tossed by Hisisi. I used to feast on lavish offerings daily. Why would I covet your mere bone? Brother, Dubai does not consume bones. Hisisi began to complain. Woof. The dragon, with tears in its eyes, reluctantly picked up the bone, lowering its head to avoid being seen. The small boat soon reached a dock, where numerous individuals approached with inquiries. There were those seeking to receive cargo, those wishing to purchase a boat, and others looking for accommodations. After a hasty negotiation, Tian sold the small vessel. Damn it. A plump sheep was snatched away from him. Several boat traders cast envious glances at the individual who had just completed the transaction, their expressions revealing greed. Tian surveyed the scant 30,000 taels of silver remaining in his possession, contrasting it with the bustling streets, feeling as though gold lay beneath every step. Brewing, fireworks, paper-making, soap, and refined salt. These were all lucrative enterprises. Which one should he pursue? No need to rush. First, he must settle down. This place is bright and airy. Most importantly, it features a shop in the front and a courtyard in the back, perfect for a small business to support a family. Simply ideal. The landlord eagerly made recommendations. Yet Tian remained impassive, unaffected by the pitch. What's the rent? Not expensive at all. Just 10,000 taels a month. What do you mean not expensive? For this location, it's outrageous to demand 10,000 taels a month. Why don't you just rob me? Tian had already scouted the area, selecting a house that was neither too desolate nor too noisy, and after inquiring about prices, discovered that a similar front and back structure would only cost around 6,000 taels a month. Dear guest, you are unaware. This is an official rental property, leased by the government. Whatever business you pursue here carries an added layer of security, permits are expedited, and no ruffians dare to disturb you. After a month, what is a few thousand taels more? The protection fee alone from gangs exceeds that. Are there gangs in the capital? Hisisi interjected. The mention of gangs stirring unpleasant memories. Of course, where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. In such a world, gangs are inevitable. The landlady, a shrewd woman, incessantly attempted to ingratiate herself, even suggesting a match for Hisisi, which left her too bashful to negotiate. Cough cough. Tian furrowed his brow. It was evident that the haggling fell upon him. A flat price of 7,000 taels, no matter how greedy the gangs may be. They cannot expect me to remain closed while they come to collect. You are unaware of the predatory gangs that roam like wolves. This area is inherently a commercial street. If one refrains from opening for business, they may well express their displeasure, claiming that your absence diminishes the vitality of the place. However, the situation is entirely different when it comes to official housing, where the authority rests with you. The landlady paused momentarily before stating, I have a fixed price, 9,500 taels. As newcomers, spending such a substantial amount on rent seems rather imprudent. We could manage with a maximum of 7,500 taels, replied Tian. That simply will not do. Given that you are fresh arrivals, you will require acquaintances even more. Consider it an act of friendship. I shall reduce the price to 9,000 taels, but it cannot be any lower. I have no desire to be your friend. How does 8,000 taels sound? Tian countered. Let us not engage in this game. We each take a step back. And I can offer 8,500 taels, the landlady replied, her expression one of apparent distress. Spending an additional 2,500 taels would alleviate a great deal of trouble, and Tian believed this to be a fair compromise. Ultimately, he agreed to rent the property for 8,300 taels. Oh yes, we now have a place in the capital, Hisisi exclaimed, dashing into the courtyard and frolicking from one room to another. Hishiti, I will reside in the front courtyard for convenience in overseeing the shop. What do you think? Jiang Tao surveyed the small courtyard, noting the 2 bedrooms, a storage room, and a kitchen in the back, with no additional space available. The front shop, however, spanned 2 stories, allowing for business on the lower level and living quarters above without issue. Suit yourself, As long as you are happy, Tian remarked, viewing the small courtyard merely as a temporary arrangement until his business flourished, at which point he would inevitably seek a larger abode. Please tidy up and organize your belongings. I shall head out to procure some supplies and return shortly, Tian instructed, needing to attend to matters concerning the business. Once Tian departed, the demon dragon, lurking at Cici's feet, revealed its sharp fangs. What a foolish individual to leave me here alone. I shall consume these two worthless beings, collect some interest, and when I grow powerful, I will exact my revenge. Chapter 145. The Business of Medicinal Wine. Cici hummed an unfamiliar tune, cheerfully polishing her small trinkets and tidying up. Far from the bustling Bai Mall, she held a particular fondness for these little ornaments brought from her hometown. The demon dragon stealthily slipped into the room, gently closing the door behind itself. Dabai, come help me clean. Cici called out upon hearing a noise. Clean? I am the Dragon King. The demon dragon bellowed, its shadow distorting and enlarging behind Cici. Suddenly, a wisp of blue smoke erupted from Cici's waist token, and the demon dragon found itself seized by the throat, suspended in midair. It screeched in terror, only to realize that no sound escaped its mouth. This was a domain, certainly the work of a master far beyond the grandmaster level. The demon dragon recalled vividly its previous encounter with Zhang Wuji, leaving a deep impression. It struggled frantically, but the domain was unbreakable, far more potent than Zhang Wuji's, rendering even the newly advanced version of itself powerless. Is this little loach attempting to harm my daughter? Tian emerged from the soul-binding wood. During this time, with the continuous provision of soul-repairing treasures like the soul-binding wood from Tian, Tian's strength had ascended to a new level, rising from the 6th to the 7th rank. With this newfound power, the magnetic field of his peculiar cultivation had also intensified. Thus, Tian refrained from appearing unless absolutely necessary to avoid any adverse effects from the magnetic field on Cici. And no, I was just joking. The demon dragon howled, though its voice echoed silently within the domain. How dare you bare your teeth at me? Tian exerted force, and a layer of white frost instantly enveloped the demon dragon's entire body. As it felt its vitality rapidly diminish, the demon dragon was once again compelled to curse. What a bizarre family. My brother is twisted, my sister even more so, and the life of a dragon is truly tragic. Dad, what are you doing? Don't bully the dog. Cici finally turned around, witnessing the demon dragon suspended in the air, its body already stiffening. Oh, I saw that the dog was misbehaving, so I gave it a little lesson. Tian chuckled, exchanging a few pleasantries with Cici before casting a stern glare at the demon dragon. Little loach, if you wish to perish, feel free to choose between steaming or braising. With that, Tian retreated into the soul-binding wood, leaving the demon dragon gasping for fresh air, celebrating its narrow escape. Shall by, Cici called out. The demon dragon perked up its ears and scampered over, licking the palm of Cici's hand. Suddenly, it sensed a chilling aura and quickly realized it needed to wag its tail in response. The cold presence gradually receded. It seemed that for a long time to come, it would have to play the role of a loyal dog. Xiaobai jumped, crouched, performed somersaults, and bit its own tail. That's not my tail. The demon dragon lamented inwardly, tears welling in its eyes. Ah, the life of ordinary folk is indeed filled with joy. Tian hummed a tune as he returned to his shop, laden with several carts of goods, including furniture, medicinal herbs, and numerous porcelain bottles. Jiang Tao and Cici hurried forward to assist with the unloading. Are you perhaps planning to resume the brewing business, brother he? Jiang Tao inquired. Tian, enigmatic as ever, merely shook his head. Then it must be a herbal medicine shop. Cici exclaimed, picking up a bundle of herbs she recognized as ingredients for qi and blood powder. Yet, Tian shook his head once more. What are you intending to do? Seeing that he had piqued their curiosity, Tian slowly revealed, I plan to open a medicinal liquor shop. Uft. Cici rolled her eyes. Brother he, if we produce medicinal liquor for treating injuries, we might not be able to sell it at a viable price and could easily incur losses. Jiang Tao expressed his concerns, believing that the prices for medicines used by martial artists were generally low, and that medicinal liquor would be even cheaper, likely less profitable than distilled spirits. Indeed, only the herbal business has a high profit margin. Low input and high output are essential to sustain our lives in the capital. Cici agreed. Tian posed a question. Do you know why this commercial street has sellers of wine and medicine, but none for medicinal liquor? It's precisely because medicinal liquor cannot command high prices and lacks sufficient profit margins, Cici replied. However, this also means there is no competition, and in business, one must pursue a unique venture. This way, we can set the prices and earn a profit. Noting the continued confusion on their faces, Tian shook his head and said, "Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it now. You focus on the shop's operations, and I will handle the creation of the medicinal liquor." Once the goods were unloaded, Tian dove into the storage room to begin crafting the medicinal liquor. Summoning forth his peculiar subordinates, who shared a deep connection with him, proved far superior to hiring any workers or technicians, and most importantly, it cost him nothing. In no time, a brand new distillation apparatus was constructed. It resembled the one previously used for producing high-proof liquor, with the sole difference being an extraction chamber in the middle. As the high-proof alcohol passed through this chamber, it would dissolve the essence of the herbs, which would then flow into the lower distillation chamber for further processing. Once all the herbal essence was fully extracted, the lower chamber would yield a medicinal liquor rich in herbal essence. This method was exponentially more effective than simply steeping the herbs in high-proof alcohol. Tian crushed a 10-year-old herb and placed it into the extraction chamber, activating the apparatus. Soon, a fragrant liquid, imbued with the robust aroma of the herb, began to flow into the porcelain bottles below. Tian dipped his finger into the liquid to taste it. The flavor was still rather mild, and the medicinal potency was not yet pronounced. Yet this is merely the beginning. As the process of cyclic distillation continues, the medicinal wine will grow increasingly rich. The efficiency of a single apparatus is quite limited. It may not accomplish the extraction of a significant herb in just one night. Hence, Tian ingeniously constructed 10 devices, dividing a single herb into 10 portions, thereby vastly enhancing efficiency. Observing the intricate interplay between the porcelain vessels and the bamboo conduits, Tian nodded in approval. Such a convoluted structure would have taken him an eternity to assemble alone. Fortunately, with the assistance of Yusan and others, they were able to set everything in motion within a single night. By dawn, the essence of a decade-old herb had fully infused the medicinal wine. The following morning, Tian presented 10 bottles of the medicinal wine to Jiang Tao for tasting. This wine can invigorate both qi and blood, its effects rivaling those of the decade-old herb, yet its temperament is notably gentler. Jiang Tao took but a sip and immediately discerned the intricacies within. This must be extracted using distilled spirits, but even distilled spirits find it challenging to achieve such a concentration. Coming from a lineage of winemakers, Jiang Tao possessed far more experience in brewing than Tian, who relied solely on his high school chemistry knowledge from his previous life. This medicinal wine has great potential. Although I am uncertain of the costs involved, its value will undoubtedly not fall short of that of a decade-old herb, Jiang Tao mused before confirming. These 10 bottles of medicinal wine were distilled from a 13-year-old herb. Tian chuckled heartily. Does that not imply a tenfold profit? Yet, why would others opt for our medicinal wine instead of the decade-old herb? Inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Chapter 146. Proclamation. This question can be addressed by Brother Jiang. At Tian's gesture, Jiang Tao nodded. The transition from an internal energy master to a qi master represents a crucial threshold, one that obstructs the vast majority of martial artists. Without the assistance of a decade-old medicinal herb, this transition can be exceedingly arduous. However, the availability of such herbs is limited, predominantly controlled by noble families, sects, and the imperial court. Consequently, ordinary martial artists often find themselves compelled to ally with powerful factions to achieve this breakthrough. Even so, not every internal energy master who aligns with a faction is guaranteed access to a decade-old herb. Within the noble families, these herbs are regarded as vital strategic resources. Each herb signifies the potential of a qi master capable of safeguarding a region. Thus, even I, as the direct descendant of the elder in the Jiang family, lack the qualification to obtain one. This has led many martial artists who have perfected their internal energy to venture into perilous wildernesses in search of decade-old herbs, often resulting in their demise. Most decade-old herbs on the market originate from meticulously cultivated medicinal fields maintained by noble families. To expedite the growth of these herbs, families often enhance the soil's fertility, leading to potent and volatile properties. For martial artists with slightly inferior physiques, attempting to harness such herbs can easily result in catastrophic failure. In contrast, the medicinal properties of the decade-old herbs in our herbal wine are balanced and mild, allowing even those with lesser physiques to fully absorb their benefits. Moreover, if one bottle is insufficient, a second can be consumed without fear of diminishing returns. Upon hearing this, Hisisi was enlightened. With so many advantages, this herbal wine is indeed more suitable for martial artists to achieve breakthroughs than decade-old herbs. Tian nodded in agreement and added, "A fragrant wine need not fear a secluded alley. I shall arrange for some advertisements shortly." Arrange for advertisements? Jiang Tao and his companion exchanged puzzled glances. It means to proclaim widely. Tian clarified, prompting their understanding. Tian casually chose a nearby tavern, which was larger and more expensive than those in Shenhui City. He ordered a roasted chicken and sat down with a flourish. Dear guest, without wine, what is the point? Would you care for a pot of our specialty? Bamboo leaf green? No need. I have my own wine. Tian promptly declined. The tavern attendant shook his head and turned away, while several patrons cast disdainful glances at Tian. Undeterred, Tian produced his own brewed herbal wine, pouring a glass that instantly filled the air with an enticing aroma. What a fine wine. The expressions of the surrounding patrons transformed in an instant. Wait, there's also the scent of a decade-old herb. Now even the gazes of several internal energy masters present became fervent. Tian feasted heartily, oblivious to the envious sounds surrounding him. Dear brother, may I join your table? A voice resonated as a fully realized internal energy master approached. It was Jiang Tao, disguised and suppressing his energy fluctuations. With a grand gesture, Tian replied robustly. Feel free to sit. Jiang Tao took a seat and remarked, my friend, rather than drinking alone in solitude, why not share a cup or two? Upon hearing Jiang Tao's invitation, Tian generously poured a glass for him. Observing this scene, the surrounding patrons couldn't help but lament, realizing that had they known the other was so agreeable, they would have approached for a drink themselves. As more eager souls began to stir, Tian shook the empty wine bottle and declared, alas, this is the last cup. The wine has run out. The crowd erupted in shared disappointment, their frustration palpable. What exquisite wine. This brew is steeped with a decade's worth of medicinal herbs. I can feel my vitality surging, and a breakthrough feels imminent. If only there were another bottle, perhaps by dawn, I would emerge a master of vital energy. With longing gazes fixed upon him, Jiang Tao downed the medicinal wine, leaving him yearning for more. Such wine is available at the He Medicinal Wine Shop at the Alley S entrance. The price must be exorbitant, I presume? Jiang Tao inquired. Not at all, merely 200,000 taels for a bottle, a fraction compared to the millions for a decade-aged medicinal herb. Tian replied with a grin. Indeed, what a fortunate discovery. Thank you for the information, my friend. I shall be on my way. Jiang Tao promptly rose and hurried towards the alley's entrance, followed by numerous martial practitioners eager to partake. A smile crept across Tian's face. His advertisement had succeeded. A moment later, the newly opened He Medicinal Wine Shop closed its doors triumphantly. All the medicinal wine was sold out, a result of Tian's premeditated sales strategy, limiting purchases to one bottle per person, ensuring that most martial artists would be unable to acquire any. How can you close without serving me? I've queued for ages only to find no wine left. Are you toying with me? A practitioner of internal strength complained, prompting a chorus of agreement from others. What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to stir unrest? Jiang Tao, shedding his disguise, appeared slowly as the shopkeeper. Below, the flustered He breathed a sigh of relief. The enthusiasm of these internal strength practitioners was overwhelming. She had worried that the price of 200,000 taels would deter customers, but it seemed her concerns were unfounded. Masters of vital energy. The crowd gasped in surprise, then rejoiced as they witnessed the presence of a master among them. After all, how many shops selling decade-aged medicinal herbs could boast the security of a master? This revelation further bolstered their trust in the medicinal wine. It can be reserved. Tian murmured quietly. Jiang Tao's expression twitched slightly, with so many people present. If each were to buy a bottle, it would amount to several million taels. His apprentice's ability to generate profit had become increasingly refined. It was indeed formidable. After Jiang Tao announced that reservations were open, many rushed to make payments, with some even reserving 2 bottles. However, there were those who remained skeptical, questioning how such a rare elixir could be easily obtained. It was evident that something was amiss with this medicinal wine, leading some to speculate that by dawn, the proprietors of the establishment might vanish without a trace. In such a case, who would refund the deposits? As for the promised rewards, they seemed trivial, especially when a formidable figure was openly displayed. The extent of the hidden forces remained uncertain. Yet, He was unusually exhilarated, as she finally had a chance to acquire wealth. Previously, she had amassed around 100,000 taels of silver, but in the capital, this sum was barely sufficient for a year's rent. She had to remain discreet. After all, how significant was that? Tian, observing He's unrestrained delight, could not help but admonish her. It is 23 million taels. Jiang Tao spoke with a trembling voice. What? 23 million taels? Tian exclaimed, utterly astonished, repeating the figure slowly. Chapter 147. Wealth unmatched. Some enterprises may yield fleeting profits, while others promise enduring success. Upon hearing of nearly 20 million in deposits, Tian was abruptly awakened to the stark realities of life. The business of medicinal wine would likely be a singular venture. A failure, a complete failure. His initial intention was merely to earn a modest sum for sustenance and to continue honing his skills. Yet Tian had underestimated the fervent urgency of inner strength practitioners aspiring to elevate themselves to the realm of qi strength. This was not Shenhui City, but the capital, Jingcheng, encompassing 5 surrounding counties collectively known as Jingzhou Prefecture. With a population exceeding 20 million, it serves as the political and economic nucleus of the Tianwu Kingdom. The price of 200,000 taels per bottle of medicinal wine, in the eyes of those ardently seeking to ascend to qi strength, was a mere trifle. Indeed, it was a consideration, albeit a minor one. Tian estimated that if 1 bottle proved insufficient, 2 would suffice. If 2 were inadequate, then 3 would do. With ample stocks of 10-year-aged medicinal wine, breaking through to qi strength would merely be a matter of financial expenditure. For the adept practitioners of Jingcheng, while they might experience financial constraints, they would not lack the means for such immediate advancement. Even if it meant resorting to high-interest loans or engaging in theft or robbery, they would go to great lengths to procure the necessary funds. The influx of this medicinal wine into the market would inevitably trigger a siphoning effect, drawing not only wealth into the capital, but also inviting trouble. Even if a grandmaster were to confront him, Tian remained unperturbed. Yet, who could ascertain whether there were innate masters lurking within the city? He had yet to engage with anyone of 7th rank or higher. His extraordinary prowess as a 4th-rank spirit body had allowed him to overpower a 6th-rank demon dragon, but that had relied on his absolute advantage in strength. Should his adversaries possess other means, the possibility of misfortune loomed. Furthermore, Brother Jiang was merely of qi strength, and his sister even less formidable, being only of inner strength. Even with He Yin as a hidden trump card, as an enigmatic practitioner, discovery would likely prompt a horde of self-proclaimed righteous individuals to descend upon him. In the face of overwhelming power, Tian's strategy was to maintain a low profile, discreet, and ever more discreet. He could only lament that his performance during yesterday's advertisement had been so convincing that he might as well have been an Oscar-winning actor. Now, the challenge lay in how to manage the massive order of 20 million. Tian was not concerned about the raw materials. He had previously amassed a substantial stock of 10-year-aged medicinal herbs from the system's marketplace, more than sufficient for distillation. Instead, he was anxious about how many of these inner-strength practitioners would successfully ascend after exchanging their medicinal wine. Even if only 10% achieved the breakthrough to qi strength, it would be a formidable prospect. This would signify an increase of 10 or more qi strength practitioners, heralding a reconfiguration of power dynamics and a redistribution of resources. It would also incite a frenzy among other inner strength experts. It seemed that this business could only be conducted once, at least. The 3 of them had not revealed their true identities yesterday, ensuring that even should they choose to start anew, they would remain unrecognized. As for the medicinal wine, Tian still intended to sell it, though the location would likely be a black market, where he would personally oversee operations to ensure safety. When Tian expressed his thoughts, Jiang Tao and He were momentarily taken aback, realizing that the booming sales of the medicinal wine might not necessarily be a blessing. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet possessing a precious stone is a crime. In truth, regardless of one's status, danger lurks when one possesses something valuable, as one cannot guard against thieves indefinitely. Brother, you have created such a significant situation, which initially seemed beneficial, but has now turned into a calamity. He felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, yet began to gather her belongings, having to move from the home she had just settled into a day earlier. No matter. We now have the means. We can purchase a quaint courtyard, making our living situation much more comfortable. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Tian successfully acquired a quaint courtyard spanning 3 acres in the affluent Eastern District. It was not that he lacked the funds to procure a larger estate, but rather that properties exceeding 3 entrances necessitated a rank of at least a 5th-grade official, a status Tian had yet to attain. Upon seeing that the new courtyard was considerably better than the rented accommodation, He's displeasure diminished significantly. Alas, it required cleaning anew. Dabai, go tidy up. Upon hearing the call, the weeping dragon reluctantly picked up the broom. Why, if you can afford such a grand courtyard, can't you spare a few hundred taels for some servants? Truly, life is a dog. Oh no, it's the hardships of a dragon. Meanwhile, Tian faced a daunting crowd outside the He family medicinal wine shop, which was teeming with people. Had it not been for Jiang Tao's presence, the shop might have been overturned. Everyone, please remain calm. The store owner will arrive shortly. and sales will commence soon. Following Tian's strategy, Jiang Tao employed a delaying tactic, ensuring that even those with ulterior motives would not act rashly before seeing the goods. Indeed, Tian spotted at least 10 formidable martial artists in the throng, who were unlikely to be there for the medicinal wine. They appeared poised to cause trouble. Surely, the shop owner isn't absconding with the funds. Indeed, don't think that just because you are a martial artist, you can behave unscrupulously. We too have our share of skilled fighters. I am here. Tian suddenly appeared before the crowd, his sudden emergence startling several individuals who were contemplating an outburst. Those who have pre-ordered wine may collect it using yesterday's order slips. We recognize the slips, not the individuals. Tian coldly commanded, surveying the dense crowd as if they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. I would like to collect 3 bottles. An internal strength practitioner immediately raised his order slip. Tian smirked, exchanged a glance with Jiang Tao, who swiftly moved aside a cabinet to reveal a mountain of medicinal wine stacked in the center. Upon witnessing the ample supply, the initially anxious crowd fell into a hushed silence. How can there be so much wine? It can't be counterfeit, can it? A voice in the crowd suddenly rose in protest. Tian furrowed his brow and promptly took action. The speaker just now was a formidable master of energy, concealed within the throng, believing himself to be undetected. Little did he anticipate that he would be apprehended by Tian with just a fleeting glance. Ah! 2 cries of despair echoed as the energy master was unceremoniously discarded like a lifeless dog, his limbs shattered. Witnessing this scene, the other energy masters, who initially intended to stoke the flames of conflict, promptly sealed their lips. The proprietor of this establishment possessed unfathomable strength, clearly beyond the reach of mere energy practitioners. Apologies, everyone. A pesky fly was buzzing about, but I have swiftly dealt with it. Please, continue. Tian chuckled, dismissing the writhing figure on the ground. The exchange of medicinal wine resumed, with each individual who acquired the elixir displaying palpable anxiety, darting away like the wind. Some, in their haste, disregarded all caution and gulped it down on the spot, evidently fearful of being robbed. Indeed, when faced with the prospect of advancing in energy mastery, most adept practitioners, even with the slimmest chance, would strive with all their might. A few whispered among themselves, "Did you see that man who was incapacitated? He hails from the Chu family in the east of the city. Their apothecary is quite influential. I fear that this He medicinal wine shop won't last long." Who cares? If the wine proves ineffective, we need not wait for the Chu family to take action. We shall be the ones to dismantle this shady establishment ourselves. Chapter 148. Direct collection. With the final bottle of medicinal wine exchanged, Tian let out a sigh of relief. Today, there was an ample supply of medicinal wine, with transactions conducted hand in hand. As the last of the medicinal wine sold out, a total of 28 million taels of silver had been recorded over the course of 2 days. This sum, if not used for exchanging system coins, could sustain Tian and his companions in the capital for quite some time. Ladies and gentlemen, the sales have been exceptionally brisk over the past 2 days. The production of medicinal wine requires time, hence, the next sale will be announced in advance. Please keep an eye on the notice at the storefront. Tian spoke with a smile, his expression brimming with anticipation, though inwardly, he cursed. Rest assured, there will never be any notice. In such a high-risk business, every additional day I operate counts as a loss. With the medicinal wine sold out, many inner strength practitioners lingered. Some had come merely to watch the spectacle. Others had not brought enough money, and a portion were spies from various clans or factions. Upon hearing Tian's words, they all departed. Tian kicked a powerful member of the Chu family out of the store, while Jiang Tao hastily shut the door. As the injured member of the Chu family shouted and cursed outside, Tian exchanged a glance with Jiang Tao. Today, it was the Chu family. Tomorrow, it could just as easily be the Lu family, Zhang family, or Wang family. With such a substantial influx of silver in just 1 day, soon all those envious in the capital would come knocking. After donning disguises, Tian scanned the streets for lingering gazes and merged into the crowd with Jiang Tao. After navigating through the marketplace for a while, they managed to shake off a few tailors. Where are they? Lost. One of the spies muttered. No worries. They will return tomorrow. We will continue to keep watch at the storefront. The spies exchanged glances, soon believing they had devised a solution to their predicament. Half an hour later, after circling most of the city, the two returned to the East City. This business was promising. To abandon it would be rather unfortunate. Back at the residence, Jiang Tao felt a twinge of reluctance. Indeed, it is quite good. However, we cannot sell it ostentatiously anymore. Let us observe the situation first. Tian resolved, planning to discreetly sell in the black market after the fervor subsided. I have broken through to inner strength. A newly ascended practitioner burst forth from his retreat, kneeling on the ground and howling skyward. Thanks to this medicinal wine. Otherwise, I would have never hoped to reach this level in my lifetime. An elder stroked his beard, gazing at the 3 empty bottles before him. A look of relief spreading across his face. Curse it, if only I had one more bottle, I could have broken through, lamented a failed aspirant, shaking the empty bottle with regret etched on his features. Within a few days, the illustrious name of his medicinal wine shop had spread throughout the entire capital. In a resplendent hall, ministers knelt in reverence, loudly proclaiming, "Long live the emperor. Present your matters quickly. If there are none, you may retire." A eunuch with a voice like a duck called out, "Your Majesty, this medicinal wine has recently taken the capital by storm, boasting remarkable effects in enhancing vitality and blood, rivaling even 10 years of potent elixirs," an elderly minister reported. "Master he, could it be that you are becoming senile? How dare you present such an object of dubious origin before His Majesty? What if it is a treacherous ploy from the barbarian tribes? Wouldn't that spell the doom of our Tianwu kingdom? Lord Chu, your temper is quite formidable. Has this medicinal liquor encroached upon the pharmaceutical business of your esteemed family? Huh. I have heard that recently, your family's shop in the capital has not sold a single decade-old medicinal herb. Perhaps you should offer me a discount. Otherwise, if it deteriorates, it would be a significant loss." The elder known as Master he remained unperturbed by the vitriol aimed at him, responding with a cheerful retort. "Nonsense. My family has unwavering loyalty to His Highness, while you, Master he, have been rather enigmatic ever since your negotiations with the barbarians last year. It is evident that you have colluded with them. You speak ill, old man. Both of my sons were slain by the barbarians. A blood feud of unimaginable depth. With no bodies to be found, and only rumors of surrender on the battlefield, who can ascertain their fate? They could very well be living in luxury among the northern barbarians now. Chu Bosai, I shall not let this go unchallenged. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, novel mode, and disable any ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Master he, having been provoked, lost his previously calm demeanor, his eyes blazing with fury as he lunged forward, only to be restrained by the surrounding ministers. Enough. What a disgraceful display before the throne. A general clad in armor spoke, his grandmaster-level aura enveloping the hall with immediate intensity. A figure rose from the golden throne, prompting the ministers to bow in reverence. The matter regarding Master He's son's sacrifice for the nation has already been verified. How dare you make baseless judgments? Is it permissible for Chu Bosai to challenge a half-year salary penalty? I shall obey. Chu Bosai bowed his head in resignation. Thank you, Your Majesty. Master he bowed deeply in gratitude. Where is General Wei Wuyan? The armored general who had previously unleashed his imposing presence immediately knelt on one knee. Go and investigate who produced this medicinal liquor. If it can be of service to our Tianwu kingdom, we shall requisition it and incorporate it into the royal tribute. Your Majesty is wise. Hearing the authoritative voice from above, Chu Bosai finally bowed in genuine respect. Incorporating it into the royal tribute would mean it could no longer be sold openly in the markets, thus eliminating any threat to his pharmaceutical business. The investigation into the medicinal liquor commenced with great urgency, and Heji's medicinal liquor shop had long been sealed by the authorities. However, it had been deserted for days. Many individuals bearing likenesses were seen frequenting taverns, and there were more patrols on the streets, all inquiring about the whereabouts of the medicinal liquor. Yet, Tian had long since fled, leaving no trace behind, making it impossible to trace. Observing the unfolding events with a detached gaze, Tian organized his subordinates daily to surreptitiously enhance their martial arts proficiency while also guiding his sister and brother Jiang in their martial progress, leading a life of utmost fulfillment. A month swiftly passed, and Tian exchanged several spirit stones at the system shop, depleting millions in silver, leaving his finances once again precariously tight. Taking a risk once should pose no issue, Tian mused. In recent days, as he ventured into the streets, he noted that the uproar surrounding the medicinal wine had subsided. Not only had the throngs of inquisitive individuals vanished, but even within taverns. The latest gossip had shifted to a newly ascendant courtesan at Chunfeng Tower. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Tian disguised himself, transforming into a burly man with a thick beard. After hastily advising his sister, he dashed out into the night. In the city of Chengdu, the affluent resided in the north, close to the imperial palace, basking in the royal aura. Wealthy merchants congregated in the east, while the impoverished dwelled in the west. Although the conditions were not as dire as those in Shenhuiqing, they still toiled incessantly for their daily bread. The South was a hub for servants, laborers, and wandering heroes, with docks, martial arts schools, and pawnshops dotting the landscape. This bustling scene was the result of Tian's month-long inquiries, leading him to identify two peculiar markets as potential venues for his dealings. The peculiar market, or night market, came to life only under the cloak of darkness, where transactions occurred without regard for product names or pricing, relying solely on the whims of the moment. Many of the traders and their wares were shrouded in secrecy. Yet this environment offered a greater sense of freedom. Tian selected a location, producing a bottle of medicinal wine. He twisted the cap open and gently blew across the opening, releasing a fragrant aroma that mingled the scent of the wine with that of a decade-old medicinal concoction, instantly attracting curious glances. "How much?" inquired a man cloaked entirely in black. 200,000 taels per bottle. "I'll take 2. The man quickly paid and departed with the wine. "Even ghosts are here to buy wine. Should we follow him?" someone questioned, filled with greedy curiosity. "Let us not complicate matters. I am not the only one skilled in the art of deception," Tian silently communicated with his greed, hastily accepting payment and selling his goods as another approached. Chapter 149. The deceptive market transactions. Upon hearing Tian's instructions, the initially greedy intentions of the onlooker dissipated. The world was rife with inequity and strangeness. What concern was it of his? As long as Tian remained unharmed, he himself would be fine. Bottles of liquor sold one after another, and a smile graced Tian's countenance. He had brought a total of 20 bottles, and if they were all sold, it would yield an impressive 4 million taels of silver, allowing him to procure 2 more low-grade spirit stones from the system, each costing 2 million taels. The spiritual energy absorbed from the bizarre entities had significantly dwindled. Those below the 3rd grade were nearly non-existent, and as for those above the 3rd grade, encounters outside the Demon Suppression Division would require a stroke of luck. After all, without his former identity, Tian faced numerous inconveniences in the outside world. "This wine is quite exceptional. I shall procure it all from now on." Tian was taken aback by the newcomer, who had flouted the rules of the deceptive market. However, the individual possessed the strength of a grandmaster, which might afford him some leverage. "If you wish to purchase wine, you must pay. Each bottle is priced at 200,000 taels, and only the last 3 remain." Tian was not inclined to indulge this person's bad habits. "Humph. I never spend money when buying wine." "My friend, your actions are most inappropriate," someone interjected, stepping forward to argue, without Tian needing to say a word. The deceptive market had established itself over time, with a certain level of authority. Entrance fees and a commission of 10% on transactions had already netted Tian over 300 million taels, translating to a commendable commission of over 30 million taels. The man seeking trouble remained silent, producing a dark token. "Jinwu guard." The challenger gasped, retreating in shock. "What will it be? Shall I take action, or will you accompany me?" The man addressed Tian once more, emboldened by having intimidated the market's guards. "I choose the 3rd option. Do you have money?" "Of course." "What of it?" The man responded, bemused. "Well, it is simply this. I do not wish to act without reason. After all, there are costs involved." In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the troublemaker lay bruised and unconscious. Tian rummaged through the man's belongings, uncovering all his banknotes. Despite his imposing appearance, he possessed a mere pittance in silver, proving to be a mere freeloader. Tian only managed to extract a few thousand taels, a significant loss compared to the spiritual energy he had expended. The gilded armor appeared valuable as well. Tian chuckled, and soon the troublemaker was stripped down to his undergarments. "Is this manageable?" The market's guard appeared somewhat overwhelmed. "Is it troublesome? I could simply toss him into the moat," Tian suggested. No, that won't be necessary." The guard waved his hands in protest. "Do you wish to purchase wine?" "Indeed, I shall take it all." Ultimately, the guard overcame his trepidation and personally purchased the remainder of Tian's liquor supply. In the spirit of goodwill, Tian assisted in disposing of the unconscious man to a bustling area 10 miles away, inadvertently adding to the lively atmosphere of the marketplace. In the eerie market, the wine that had been sold swiftly permeated the corners of the capital city. A man, shrouded in a black robe, seized a bottle and gulped it down, wiping the remnants from his lips and nodding in approval. "This is the flavor, distilled spirits combined with a decade-aged elixir. It appears we have a regular patron of the celestial demonic sect visiting the capital. Well done." A blood essence was tossed to the ground, and the specter promptly rushed forth like a puppy, devouring it hungrily. "More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please close the reading mode browsing mode, and disable any ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Just a quarter of an hour prior, the peculiar incident of purchasing the wine occurred at Tian's location. Come forth, turn the capital upside down, and I demand you find the person. With the command of the man in black, numerous phantoms emerged, flickering and melding into the shadows. Tian, however, remained entirely oblivious to this. At that moment, he was at a blacksmith's shop settling accounts. Do you accept second-hand armor? Tian inquired. My good sir, you jest. This is armor from the Golden Guard, likely belonging to either a commander or a deputy commander, exclaimed the blacksmith as he rushed out, nearly fainting at the sight of the armor style. I was hasty. Tian nodded, channeling his strength, and soon the armor was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Surely, you can take this scrap metal, right? I noticed some gold still clinging to it. Let me peel that off for you as well. The blacksmith was taken aback, but ultimately decided to purchase it. Understanding that fortune favors the bold, he was the only one present, and none would be the wiser. Yet he felt he had incurred a significant loss. He resolved to avoid such actions in the future. Emerging from the blacksmith's shop, Tian wore a face of disappointment, having sold the scrap metal for just over 10,000 taels. However, the thought of the 400,000 taels in silver notes tucked away in his pocket ignited a flicker of excitement within him. He intended to launder these notes through the system's marketplace, exchanging them for various goods to sell, rendering any attempts to trace them through their serial numbers futile, an endeavor akin to chasing phantoms. In the imperial study, the esteemed General Wei Wuyan knelt, his countenance a mask of shame. Upon receiving intelligence about wine being sold in the Erie market, he rushed there only to find himself utterly outmatched, unable to execute even a single move against the enigmatic figure before him. This individual was exceedingly strange, likely possessing strength that surpassed his own. Reluctantly, Wei Wuyan reported, "Is it possible that this person is innate? Now, we must send a subordinate to accompany you in capturing him?" The response from above left Wei Wuyan's head bowed even lower. He felt powerless against such talent. Failing to capture anyone was one matter, but the critical loss of a lead he had painstakingly drawn out was another. Previously, he had boasted to the emperor, assuring him that within 3 days, the truth would be unveiled. Subsequently, it was mentioned that a strategy of luring out the enemy was employed, withdrawing visible forces while secretly laying down a trap. Are you still engaged in a battle of wits with the petty thieves seeking wine, or are you truly challenging my authority? I acknowledge my faults. I beseech your majesty to quell your anger. Wei Wuyan's forehead struck the ground heavily. Day after day, it is always I am at fault, yet no substantive actions are taken. You should hastily depart to kneel outside the Wu Gate. Do not damage the floor of my study with your prostrations. Wei Wuyan quickly rose to take his leave, his body drenched in cold sweat. Outside the Wu Gate, was that not the place for the execution of traitors? It seems the empress is genuinely enraged this time. After the demise of the late emperor, no heirs were left, and the eldest daughter ascended the throne, diligently attending to her duties. However, the state of Tianwu has deteriorated significantly, growing worse with each passing day. 5 years have swiftly elapsed, and the eldest daughter is now 25, still without a companion. Should she remain childless, chaos is likely to reign once more in Tianwu. General Wei, Her Majesty has instructed that you await here for further orders. A voice, akin to that of a duck, resonated. Wei Wuyan looked up, his expression shifting dramatically. An elderly eunuch, his face a tapestry of wrinkles and frailty, gazed at him with murky eyes. Adorned in a red python robe embroidered with 3 coiling dragons, he held the esteemed position of a royal guardian, a master of the pinnacle level. Within the confines of the imperial city, his power was comparable to that of the innate. It was said he was responsible for the safety of the royal palace, a protector of the imperial lineage. Wei Wuyan hastily bowed, fully aware that neither his status nor strength permitted any insolence. Chapter 150, Flower Viewing at Yongzue Garden within the imperial city. While provoking the emperor may still leave a glimmer of hope for survival, inciting the wrath of the royal veneration could very well lead to certain death. The reason is simple. The royal veneration possesses the ability to channel the entire city's formation, thereby bestowing the national fortune of the Tianwu kingdom upon themselves, transcending innate superiority. With the assistance of a royal veneration, Wei Wuyan's confidence surged immensely. Where does General Wei intend to commence his search? I lost a suit of armor yesterday. I shall begin my inquiries from that very item, Wei Wuyan declared with unwavering assurance. The Golden Guard's armor, forged from mysterious iron, was further enhanced by the inclusion of precious gold within his own suit. As solid as a rock, such a treasured possession would undoubtedly attract attention and be meticulously safeguarded. Moreover, the armor contained a concealed formation, Approaching with a formation disc would reveal its location within a radius of 500 meters. After a thorough search throughout the city, he was certain to uncover traces. In a flash, the entire divine capital was thrown into chaos, with even the humble abode of Tian receiving 2 waves of inspectors within a single day. "Brother, what are they searching for?" Cici inquired, her gaze following the comings and goings of the individuals, feeling a sense of unease. Jiang Tao, however, gave Tian a thumbs up. During this period, the two had excavated a significant pit in the cellar, concealing their apparatus for refining medicinal wine. A soldier clad in armor utilized a formation disc to sense the area for a moment, but upon receiving no response, he waved his hand decisively. "Withdraw." Cici let out a sigh of relief. 3 days turned into 3 days, and now it has been 10 days without a single trace. From the study, the sound of shattered porcelain echoed. Wei Wuyan knelt on the ground, afraid to utter a single breath. He too was perplexed as to why the formation on the armor showed no reaction, although General Wei had not apprehended any wrongdoers. His diligent efforts during the recent extensive search had led to the capture of 29 bandits, 3 spies from enemy nations, 12 disciples of the Celestial Demon sect, and numerous gang members hoarding explosives and weaponry. In summary, the security situation within the divine capital had significantly improved. The one pleading for leniency was the Jingzhaoyin, who had been greatly vexed during this period. Previously, the mansions of certain high-ranking officials had refused entry to inspectors, making his task exceedingly difficult. Many robbers, having committed their crimes, sought refuge with these officials, evading justice, which was a source of considerable frustration. Yet this time, none of that applied in front of the Golden Guards. All were apprehended, and a multitude of long-standing cases were resolved, bringing great relief to the populace. Losing a watermelon but recovering a sesame seed. Get out of my sight. I grant you 3 more days. If you fail to find them, bring their heads to me. Witnessing the Empress's fury, the two hastily took their leave. "Thank you, Master Pei, for your kind words." Upon exiting the imperial study, Wei Wuyan hurriedly clasped his fists in respect. "There is no need for such courtesy, General Wei. The Empress is merely anxious for the strategic resources of medicinal wine to remain under her control. Has Master Pei discerned this as well?" How could one fail to perceive the increasingly dire situation of the northern invasion? The primary cities in the north may still withstand the onslaught, yet the surrounding counties and wilderness face grave peril. The ferocity and vitality of the barbarians render ordinary inner-strength warriors at a distinct disadvantage in one-on-one combat on the battlefield. Should there exist an army composed entirely of those imbued with formidable energy, it would undoubtedly sweep through the northern regions with devastating force. Alas, the supply of the precious medicinal elixirs has long been monopolized by the noble families. Despite the emperor's extensive preparations and significant sacrifices, the annual acquisition of such elixirs remains woefully insufficient. Wei Wuyan sighed deeply. His lineage had served as the leaders of the Golden Guard for generations. Unwaveringly loyal to the imperial family, General Wei, with his distinguished contributions, was certain to seize the opportunity and capture this individual, thus achieving unparalleled merit. After exchanging pleasantries, the two parted ways. "Yaoer, why are you so vexed today? Is there something troubling you?" A lady, adorned in resplendent phoenix attire, entered the imperial study, accompanied by a retinue of palace maidens and guards. "You may all withdraw," she commanded upon observing the disarray. "Greetings, mother." Upon seeing her mother, the empress's eyes were red-rimmed. "Alas, the troubles of the Tianwu kingdom have once again burdened my beloved daughter. Pray, share your concerns with me." Within the imperial study, before her mother, Li Xiao shed her regal facade, no longer the imposing empress she once was. "I have heard that the peach blossoms in Yongzue Garden are blooming splendidly. Let us take a half-day's respite and enjoy the flowers together. Set forth to Yongzue Garden. Do not summon so many attendants. It would be overwhelming and detract from our enjoyment of the blossoms. Just take along 2 of the attendants and a few servants. Within the imperial capital, none can harm us." Upon hearing her mother's words, Li Xiao nodded. As the rightful princess, she was safeguarded by the fortunes of the entire Tianwu kingdom, particularly within the capital where the essence of the true dragon surged. Any hostile entities would find no refuge. "Very well then. Let us call upon Gua and Lu to accompany us." At the empress's command, the 2 elderly eunuchs behind the empress promptly bowed. "Brother, why are you so kind today? Taking us out for a leisurely excursion?" Cici inquired while darting about energetically. "I have always been this kind. It is merely that you have not come to know me well enough," Tian replied, reclining on the grass, a blade of dogtail grass between his lips, radiating contentment. Balancing work and leisure, Shidi is increasingly adept at enjoying life. With the business of beverages continuing, Jiang Tao felt relieved. During this time, he diligently practiced the knife techniques Tian had taught him, harmonizing them with his own desolate blade intent, experiencing a remarkable leap in strength. Indeed, he felt transformed from day to day. Life is not merely about the struggles of the present. It must also encompass poetry and distant horizons. Tian shook his feet twice, and within the enchanting young Shui garden, the peach blossoms flourished, exuding the essence of spring. Indeed, it is a delightful retreat. Albeit the admission fee is rather steep. Flaunting the title of a royal garden, it charges 1,000 taels per person, making it inaccessible for the average individual. Nevertheless, the tranquil atmosphere amidst the sparse crowd lends it a serene charm. Cici frolicked alone on the lawn, chasing butterflies with agility. She could easily capture them but refrained from exerting herself, merely trailing behind in playful pursuit. Such is the essence of a girl around the age of 14 or 15. Observing his sister reveling in her innocent joy, Tian revealed a smile reminiscent of a proud father. He rose to meander through the garden when suddenly, a wanted poster affixed to a wall caught his attention, prompting him to pause and examine it. Your Majesty, even here, we have established hidden stakes. Should he dare to come, he shall undoubtedly not escape, Wei Wuyan cautiously reported, pointing from a distance at the wanted notice. Enough. Today is for flower admiring. Do not burden my daughter with your trivial political affairs. The voice of the Empress Dowager rang out, accompanied by a disapproving glance directed at Wei Wuyan, who promptly retreated with caution. Standing before the wanted notice, Tian's expression darkened with indignation. How grotesque. This poster depicts him as a balding old man with an exceedingly lewd expression. Truly outrageous. Tian could not help but voice his disdain. Sir, what prompts such remarks? Do you happen to know the individual depicted on this wanted notice? A voice from behind inquired. It was Li Xiao, seeking clarification. Chapter 151. A theoretical discourse. Tian turned his gaze momentarily, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily as his fingers fidgeted with a greedy restlessness. The woman who posed the question was enveloped in a radiant purple aura, a faintly discernible golden dragon of fortune writhing and clawing. Its formidable eyes fixed intently upon Tian. Under the immense pressure of its presence, anyone would be compelled to speak the truth. Moreover, accompanying her were two venerable elders, their profound vitality concealed beneath their humble exteriors, both possessing the strength of grandmasters, further augmented by the favor of fate, elevating their power to the innate realm. Was this the gravitas of royal kin? Tian pondered the identity of his adversaries internally, yet his lips moved with audacity. Before the might of a nation's fortune, no deceit could remain concealed. However, Tian was not so easily swayed, for he was Tian, and not just anyone. I do not recognize him at all. How could a model citizen like myself possibly know such a wretched fugitive? I diligently perform good deeds daily, such as assisting elderly ladies across the street. And on the 1st and 15th of the month, I do so even more. Upon hearing Tian's nonsensical prattle, the golden dragon of fortune erupted in fury, unleashing a gust that nearly toppled Tian. Clearly, he was afflicted with a delusion, and a severe one at that. Li Xiao shook her head and turned to depart. The immense golden dragon also slowly pivoted to leave. Tian exhaled a lengthy sigh. His fourth-tier spirit body creaked under the strain of withstanding the dragon's oppressive force, nearly betraying the truth. Fortunately, the woman had chosen to walk away. Brother, what are you doing here? The person on this notice doesn't resemble you at all. Ci's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Tian supported his forehead with a hand. One need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like ally. Thankfully, she is not my biological sister. She will eventually marry and sway others. While my time of suffering is limited, there is still hope in life. When he opened his eyes again, the two innate elders had formed a pincer formation, enclosing Tian and his companion. Little girl, did you say that the person on this notice is your brother? Li Xiao turned her head to see Cici, her eyes brightening at the sight of the exquisitely delicate young girl, with a bow adorned with a butterfly knot and a floral white dress. She cradled an adorably silly puppy in her arms. No, I just think my brother looks nothing like the person on this notice, Cici replied, her innocence shining through. Li Xiao sighed. It appeared that both siblings were afflicted with a lack of understanding, unable to distinguish between humans and animals. The puppy, however, seemed more obedient, prompting her to reach out and pet it. In the eyes of the demon dragon, however, a different scene unfolded. A five-clawed golden dragon suddenly extended a claw, descending upon them like an overwhelming tide. The hairs on its body stood on end, cold sweat pouring down as the demon dragon resigned itself to fate. I am but a mere dog. Why must I bear such a heavy destiny? Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Li Xiao indulged in a couple of rounds, relishing the delightful sensation, her face breaking into a smile. Observing this scene, the Empress Dowager let out a sigh of relief. It was indeed rare to see Xiao so pleased, prompting her to consider purchasing the dog as a companion. However, Cece swiftly intervened, seizing the demon dragon. Little girl, we can offer a handsome price. No, protested Cece. This dog not only obeys but is also remarkably industrious, taking on tasks such as mopping the floors, fetching water, washing laundry, and cooking every day. She praised the dog, while the demon dragon shed tears, silently suffering through back massages and toilet cleaning, which went unmentioned. Never mind. This dog is not worth much. I shall gift it to you. Tian could hardly contain his disdain for the fortunate golden dragon and the two innate guardians that accompanied it, wishing for them to depart quickly. To him, a mere 6th-grade demon dragon, though rare, paled in comparison to his own life. Brother, how can you so casually give away my belongings? Cece exclaimed, her displeasure evident, leaving Tian feeling exasperated. You often say that might makes right. In the chaotic Tianwu kingdom, where the people suffer, the court, noble families, and gangs are all despicable. Yet, here you are, after just 2 days in the capital, already bowing to those who are well-dressed and well-off. After voicing her thoughts, Cece rolled her eyes at Li Xiao, her expression reflecting the innate rivalry between two beautiful women. Tian's face turned a deep shade of red. He had been signaling discreetly, yet could hardly ignore the potential significance of the person before him. Impudent. Li Xiao's eyes widened, her voice booming like thunder. How dare you insult the court? Do you not understand that the court's paramount duty lies in maintaining national stability? Yet, the state of affairs is indeed disheartening. The loss of the borders is due to the cunning of foreign foes, not merely a failure of a single day. The dominance of noble families and gangs is a long-standing affliction, not easily eradicated in a single morning. The rampant anomalies are the result of a heartless world, beyond the full control of humankind. Nevertheless, the court is persistently striving, endeavoring to soothe the populace, striving to quell internal strife, and resisting external insults. You only perceive the court's shortcomings, failing to acknowledge its efforts. How narrow-minded. Can the affairs of the world align perfectly with human desires? Yet the heart of the court remains steadfastly with the common people. Should you dare to speak recklessly again, do not blame us for our impoliteness. Li Xiao's impassioned words flowed forth like a mighty river, overwhelming and fervent. The golden dragon behind her surged with renewed vigor, its presence more imposing than ever. Cece, a sheltered girl, found herself at a loss for words, resorting to casting frustrated glances at Tian. Ahem. Tian, seeing his sister wronged, felt compelled to intervene. Since the other party was incognito, he could continue playing the fool. You speak of the court maintaining national stability. Yet how can you turn a blind eye to the suffering of the people? The loss of the borders has ignited flames of war. How many brave soldiers have perished on the battlefield, and how many innocent civilians have been displaced, left to endure the devastation of broken families? These harsh realities cannot be glossed over so lightly. The noble families and gang forces run rampant, oppressing the innocent, leaving grievances unaddressed, forcing the populace to endure in silence. Those who should protect the citizens, the officials, conspire with these powerful clans and gangs, acting as shadowy puppeteers, nurturing bandits and rogues, indulging in every conceivable act of extortion. As I journey through the Hedong prefecture, I traverse a desolate landscape, beset by marauders, where 9 out of 10 homes stand empty, and the people are displaced, reduced to mere lambs awaiting slaughter at the hands of the noble families and gangs. Strange occurrences abound, malevolent forces plague the land, leaving the citizens in a state of perpetual anxiety. Meanwhile, the court remains indifferent to these bizarre happenings, allowing the heavenly demon sect to wreak havoc. Zhang Pingfeng, the guardian of the town of Shenhui in Hedong Prefecture, tragically fell victim to the plots of the heavenly demon sect. The newly appointed commander, Mei Jinqing, instead of seeking to eradicate the sect and avenge Jiang, colludes with them, oppressing and harming those who oppose him. If the court genuinely cared for the people, these matters could be swiftly investigated. Why then is there no sign of improvement? Why do we not see the citizens living in peace and prosperity? Why is the world not in harmony? The court engages in empty rhetoric about governance while failing to take real action. Is this truly the conduct of the court? We, the common folk, do not seek mountains of gold or silver from the court, but merely desire a stable home, a just society, and an environment in which we can live in peace. Yet now, we find ourselves trapped in fear and suffering. Is such a court not utterly ineffectual? Tian concluded his fervent speech with conviction, resonating like a thunderous bell, leaving Li Xiao in stunned silence. Since assuming power, she had personally attended to every matter, tirelessly laboring over documents, meticulously cautious in her actions, believing herself to be quite wise. Yet, after all her efforts, she discovered that in the eyes of these two commoners, she was merely deemed ineffective. Your Majesty, these two speak nonsense and make baseless comments. Should we not apprehend them? Wei Wuyan, having heard the commotion, approached quietly to report to Li Xiao, gesturing at his throat. Chapter 152. A smooth escape due to the formidable presence of the innate powerful beings. Tian could not discern the words spoken by the other party, particularly the lady in the midst, whose visage and expressions were shrouded by the aura of the golden dragon of fortune, rendering her countenance elusive. However, this did not hinder his instinct for foreseeing danger, as he gripped the hilt of the broken moonblade, bracing himself for the worst. As the proverb goes, accompanying a sovereign is akin to treading with a tiger. The court of the Tianwu kingdom was not renowned for its benevolence. Should the royal family before him become displeased, it was entirely plausible that they would take a life without hesitation. Yet, driven by greed, they underestimated Tian's strength, knowing that against two innate warriors, he stood little chance should either choose to strike. Tian, however, was wagering on the notion that the adversaries valued their own lives. In the absence of absolute certainty, they would refrain from making a reckless move. Thus, there remained a possibility for retreat. At worst, he could bide his time, waiting until he ascended to the 4th grade spiritual physique and his sister reached the realm of Qi practitioners, significantly enhancing their ability to safeguard themselves. Absolutely not. Li Xiao snapped back to reality, casting a fierce glare at Wei Wuyan. An ancient adage states, preventing the mouths of the people is more challenging than guarding against floods. The prestige of the court cannot be achieved by the strength of one alone, nor can it be restored by silencing the populace with a blade. The voices of the common folk reflect the prevailing winds of the realm. Their outcries serve as a barometer for the state. Should the court deviate from its righteous path, leading to widespread discontent, how could the slaughter of a mere few commoners quell such unrest? Only through benevolence and just governance can the hearts of the people be soothed. And only by establishing credibility through fairness can a crisis be transformed into an opportunity, reversing the tide of calamity. Upon concluding her remarks, Li Xiao turned to Tian, inquiring, "Whose progeny are you, to possess the capability of entering the Yongsui garden? I am not of noble lineage, merely an ordinary citizen. One may enter by purchasing a ticket. It costs 1,000 taels for an hour's enjoyment. And I have paid 6,000 taels for 3 individuals to indulge for 2 hours, Tian replied candidly, unaware that he had narrowly escaped the perilous fate moments prior. The royal gardens can be accessed merely by payment? This is utterly outrageous. Li Xiao's expression darkened, ready to erupt. Wei Wuyan quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, explaining, "Your Majesty, due to the treasury's depletion, you decreed the need for fiscal prudence, ordering all gardens to become self-sufficient, which led to this situation." Upon hearing Wei Wuyan's words, Li Xiao felt a chill within her heart. If it were not for the continuous defeats in the northern campaigns, she would not have to engage in such actions that tarnish the royal dignity. The illustrious Tianwu kingdom, with a legacy spanning over 4 centuries, had fallen to such a state under her guardianship. The compromises of noble families and the corruption of the court were not unknown to her. Yet, aside from a few royal retainers, most of those around her hailed from noble clans and sections. The common folk, few of whom were literate, left the court devoid of capable hands. "Youth," she remarked, observing his quick wit and perceptive insights into contemporary affairs, "given your fervor, why not pursue a degree and realize your ambitions?" Observing the 2 young individuals before her, who, though not of noble lineage, were not entirely lacking in intelligence, Li Xiao felt a burgeoning admiration for their talents. Once a government official, she had ascended to the rank of 7th grade, but chose to resign rather than succumb to the moral decay surrounding her. She yearned for a life of freedom, akin to the carefree clouds and wild cranes. Alas, how unfortunate it is. Upon hearing Tian's remarks, Li Xiao sighed. "Wei Wuyan, I desire to harness the talents of the world for the benefit of the heavenly martial kingdom. Yet, it appears the court's reputation has been tarnished by unscrupulous individuals, leading even the most promising officials to despair and depart. If this continues, is it possible that the heavenly martial kingdom is truly destined for ruin?" Li Xiao mused, her aura dimming like that of the golden dragon above her head. Your Majesty must not underestimate your worth. Though our dynasty is rife with issues, they are not a reflection of your leadership. In recent years, your diligence has fostered a flourishing atmosphere in the capital and beyond. I firmly believe that with perseverance, the heavenly martial kingdom shall gradually improve. Tian squinted, contemplating his escape, as the innate abilities of the two individuals obscured much information. He was uncertain whether to engage in conflict or not. It seems prudent to proceed with caution. Investigate this individual thoroughly and report every detail to me. But remember to act discreetly and avoid alarming them. As for this ridiculous bounty, it should be rescinded immediately. Li Xiao cast a glance at Tian and issued her command. Understood. Wei Wuyan promptly nodded in agreement. Young man, you are quite intriguing. Take this. And should you have any thoughts, feel free to seek me at Dishing Gate. With that, Li Xiao turned and smiled at Tian and his companion. The previously oppressive atmosphere transformed into a gentle spring breeze, invigorating their spirits. Tian felt the weight upon him dissipate, as the piercing gazes of the two innate beings withdrew. One of them stepped forward, presenting a golden token to Tian. After a moment of contemplation, he accepted it. The token, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, was undoubtedly of considerable value. Even if he chose not to use it, its worth could easily be exchanged for a substantial sum. After all, the exchange rate for gold was exceptionally favorable, standing at 1 to 1,000. With a scarcity in the heavenly martial kingdom. However, had Li Xiao been aware of Tian's intentions, she might have reduced him to a mere pulp. Accepting the token, Tian clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, exchanged a few pleasantries, and hurriedly departed with his somewhat disgruntled sister. Brother, why do you fear that woman? Aren't you quite powerful? Cici expressed her displeasure, concerned that her beloved brother was exhibiting such deference to another woman, a behavior she had never witnessed before. Mother, let us return as well. Watching Tian and the others depart, Li Xiao lost her interest in further admiring the flowers. Tian spoke of many matters today that were entirely unfamiliar to her, and she felt compelled to investigate thoroughly. The subordinates beneath her have been engaging in duplicity, deceiving those above while misleading those below, a behavior that has persisted for quite some time. Particularly concerning is the influence of the heavenly demon sect, whose insidious reach has significantly contributed to the myriad afflictions plaguing the Tianwu kingdom. It is high time to resolve to eradicate this menace entirely. Tian hurriedly departed with Cici, leaving Jiang Tao somewhat perplexed. He had been leisurely fishing at the hucking pond when he noticed Tian beckoning him, her demeanor urgent. He promptly followed her, regretting that the colossal creature he had been attempting to catch had already circled the bait multiple times and would have to wait for another occasion. Today has proven to be exceptionally perilous. Only upon reaching a concealed area did Tian wipe the sweat from her brow, expressing her lingering unease. Did something urgent occur? Junior brother he? Jiang Tao inquired, puzzled. To him, this royal garden appeared secure, with guards stationed outside, and having paid the requisite fees. He believed they should be able to enjoy their time without concern. Chapter 153. Surveillance in Tian's mind. The imposing presence of the woman they encountered earlier flashed vividly. He spoke. We just encountered a remarkable woman. Her demeanor was extraordinary, undoubtedly a member of the royal family, perhaps even the esteemed sage from above. Brother, how do you know that? Cici replied, her face a mask of disbelief. To her, Tian merely seemed intimidated by the woman's poise and stature, unable to articulate his thoughts coherently. What? Tian furrowed his brow. The mortal realm cannot perceive the ethereal essence of fate. Even his spiritual form could merely sense the nuances of fortune and misfortune, becoming aware of potential dangers. Ultimately, it was the entity known as greed that truly discerned the currents of fate. How impressive am I? Greed exclaimed, puffing up with pride upon sensing Tian's contemplations. For a being that had endured millennia, the rise and fall of dynasties was commonplace, and the aura of fortune was a familiar phenomenon. Unlike ordinary individuals who would be profoundly shaken. After a moment of hesitation, Tian relayed his insights about the aura of fortune to Jiang Tao and the others, describing the extraordinary origins of the individual he sensed. The aura of fortune, such an enigmatic phenomenon, and you were able to perceive it? Brother, you are truly remarkable. Cici exclaimed in amazement. I can sense it too. I am quite impressive as well. The dragon on the ground scoffed, rolling its eyes. As a beast infused with traces of draconic blood, it was particularly sensitive to the essence of true dragons and had sensed it from afar. You little mudfish. It seemed like you were tempted to leave when the opportunity arose earlier, the dragon remarked, quickly sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail upon catching Tian's gaze. What dragon? I am merely a loyal hound now. It retorted. Does this mean we are all exposed right under the court's watchful gaze? Jiang Tao furrowed his brows at the thought. After all the upheaval of late, he had grown disillusioned with the world, harboring no affection for either the noble families or the court. Perhaps we are exposed, or perhaps we are not. Regardless, we must remain inconspicuous, Tian declared, shaking his head. Who can truly ascertain such matters? A skilled hunter often presents a facade of weakness to disguise their true intentions. The officials of Tianwu Kingdom are astute. They may well be observing us covertly. This won't do. Upon returning, I must dig a tunnel in the estate for added security. Tian resolved silently. In the days that followed, Tian and his companions remained ensconced within the confines of the estate, venturing out neither through the main gate nor the side door. Their daily routine consisted of eating and sleeping. They were even less industrious than 3 pigs. Wei Wuyan, reviewing the reports from the individuals sent to investigate, struggled to stay awake. It was evident that they were merely a family of idle aristocrats, and he could not fathom why His Majesty was concerned about them. Truly, it is all talk from above while we below run ourselves ragged. I am expected to monitor them continuously for 12 hours a day, only to discover they are engaged in nothing more than eating, drinking, and sleeping. Their only notable activity seems to be counting coins in their small quarters, reportedly amounting to hundreds of thousands of taels. With such wealth, they could live without worry for the rest of their lives. My lord, it has been a month since this tedious endeavor commenced. Should we continue the surveillance? The subordinate officer, too, has grown increasingly impatient. Yet this is the decree from above, and he must begrudgingly accompany Tian in counting ants in the courtyard. We shall persist in our observation, and I shall bolster our ranks for tighter scrutiny. Initially, Wei Wuyan intended to respond dismissively, but suddenly recalling Li Xiao's words, he swiftly altered his stance. Since he relishes in such exertions, let us escalate the endeavor. If nothing significant is uncovered, he shall surely cease to trouble me further. Upon hearing the general's command, the subordinate officer could only acquiesce with a resolute, "Yes, my lord. I shall increase the personnel and ensure stringent surveillance." Unbeknownst to Tian, the number of court watchers around his small courtyard had astonishingly tripled, leaving him somewhat embarrassed during his evening strolls. At the entrance, old Zhang, who was sweeping the ground in circles, had been recognized as a court spy for a week. The vendor across the street, Brother Ma, frying pancakes all day, was also a court informant. Any fool could discern that. Aunt Zhang still sewing? Tian greeted her with a hint of sarcasm. You've been at it for 10 days. And it's just these few buttons. Can't you change it up a bit? Are you losing your wits? You think it's easy for me to earn a living, young man? Aunt Zhang retorted angrily. She found the entire charade orchestrated by the higher-ups to be absurd, yet felt utterly powerless. Tian chuckled, truly perplexed as to when this band of lunatics would finally depart. With a face full of resignation, he continued his walk. Noticing the odd expressions on the faces of passers-by, even the dogs seemed to be spies for the court. It seemed they would even sample the contents of the cart his family used to carry waste. After completing a circuit, Tian suddenly furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss today. Typically, he would traverse this path, but having only reached the halfway point, it appeared these bothersome spies had mysteriously vanished. Glancing up at the sky, a familiar sensation washed over him. Strange, uncanny forces seemed to converge. A vast shadow began to creep from the corners of the walls, soon enveloping the streets in a chilling, white mist. Come forth. My right hand grows impatient. Tian bellowed. Greedily, he furrowed his brow, lamenting the long absence of devouring the strange, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Yet, did he truly wish to voice such sentiments? Did he not care for his dignity? A series of chilling cackles erupted. Tian, it has been far too long. The raspy voice made Tian's brow furrow further. It was unmistakably that of the Black Crow priest. A flurry of black feathers descended from the sky, coalescing into a humanoid form, twisting slightly before transforming back into the face adorned with intricate tattoos that Tian recognized all too well. Indeed, it was the Black Crow priest. Did you not expect this? The great celestial demon has resurrected me. Ha ha ha. The Black Crow priest laughed uproariously. Suddenly, he caught sight of Tian's vacant gaze. He inquired, "What is it? Shouldn't you be astonished, perhaps even terrified?" Tian replied, "What is there to be shocked about? If one can kill you once, they can certainly do so again. Moreover, I have significantly grown stronger during this time. This is the capital, the heart of the human realm. The advantages are all on my side. Why should I be surprised or alarmed?" The Black Crow priest chuckled awkwardly, as if conceding the point. "Ah, Tian, although I may not be able to kill you, there are many who can. I am here today merely to offer you a warning. Do not overestimate your own abilities." At this juncture, The Black Crow priest paused, then continued. If you were wise enough to join our celestial demon sect, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, this time next year will mark your day of sacrifice. Tian retorted. Do you think I am easily intimidated? He drew the broken moon blade and struck decisively. Caw caw caw. The Black Crow priest instantly transformed into a flurry of black feathers scattered across the ground. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The voice of the Black Crow priest echoed from behind. Just as Tian was about to swing the broken moon blade again, he was suddenly captivated by a piercing gaze, causing the blade to droop, leaving him frozen in place. Chapter 154. Entrapped in a mirage before him lay a singular, vibrant red eyeball, held aloft by the Black Crow priest, reminiscent of a resplendent ruby. Though modest in size, it possessed an alluring magnetism, drawing the entirety of Tian's gaze. Do not utter the name of the deity. Do not engage in dialogue with the divine. Do not meet the gaze of the god, the Black Crow priest murmured, crouching upon the ground, his body trembling as he endured immense agony. This I was bestowed upon him by the progenitor of the celestial demons. It was said that during an extraterritorial battle, the celestial demon clan participated in the hunt of an ancient god, ultimately acquiring an eye of the ancient deity. Regardless of the passage of time, this eye continued to emanate chaos and destruction. Any creature that fell under its gaze was destined to become a servant of the ancient god, obliterated of all consciousness. Transformed into a treasure of the celestial demon clan, this eye possessed the power to inspire devotion among its followers, facilitating the rapid expansion of the celestial demon cult. With this very eye playing an instrumental role. At that moment, twisted blood vessels sprouted from the back of the eyeball, their tips sharp as daggers, piercing into the body of the Black Crow priest to siphon his blood energy. The priest strained to endure, clearly aware that wielding such an arcane artifact came at a considerable cost. Strange waves of energy radiated from the pupils of the snow eye, infused with a trace of divinity, spreading outward. Those affected found their eyes filled with reverence, gradually kneeling and reciting the doctrines of the celestial demon cult. Tian, too, felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, his gaze becoming unfocused, his grip on the broken moon blade faltering. In his mind's eye, a colossal eyeball loomed, fixating upon his diminutive spiritual essence, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. I am fear. A tremendous voice reverberated, causing Tian's entire spiritual realm to resonate with a dull thrum. Had his body not been transformed into a spiritual form, the sheer weight of this presence would have shattered his flesh and bone, leading to his immediate demise. Submit to me. A beam of light shot forth from the pupil of the massive eye, striking Tian's spiritual essence with the force of a crackling whip. His essence shattered under the onslaught, only to be perpetually reconstituted within the confines of his mental realm, a torment akin to being slain hundreds of times over. Dream on. Though he felt as if he were living a fate worse than death, Tian could not suppress a defiant roar. A sinister laughter emanated from the enormous eye. The scenery within Tian's vision began to warp, giving way to a vast illusion that enveloped him like a black hole, consuming his spiritual essence. Tian clasped his head in despair, initially striving to mitigate the agony inflicted by the colossal eye's lashes, only to suddenly find himself amidst a landscape of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, momentarily taken aback. The blood-soaked sea was littered with dismembered human remains, while he navigated a dilapidated vessel, struggling to traverse the sanguine waters. At the stern stood a towering ferryman, his body desiccated and shrouded in a tattered black cloak, resembling a broken skeleton. Where's this place? Tian could not help but inquire. The skeletal figure slowly stirred the oars, propelling the vessel forward. The tattered black robe disintegrated, turning to dust. Two orbs of eerie blue flames burned fiercely in its eye sockets. Tian reached for his weapon, only to grasp at emptiness. Where's my cultivation? My weapon? Panic overcame Tian as he realized his inner strength, accumulated through immense toil, had vanished entirely. Young man, this is the Yellow Springs, the realm of the departed. You are but a wisp of a soul. The skeletal figure chuckled, its body trembling, causing fragments of bone to crumble away. Something felt amiss. None of this seemed right. Tian lifted his gaze towards the river beside him, where corpses lay piled like a mountain. Suddenly, a familiar face caught his eye. Senior brother Jiang Tao. Jiang's lifeless eyes widened in anger, traces of blood still staining his cheeks. As Tian reached out, Jiang Tao's body was swept away by the blood-soaked waters, only for another corpse to emerge, still twitching, as if clinging to life. Tian's eyes widened in horror. It was his sister. He hurriedly reached out, but the moment his hand touched the blood, it emitted a wisp of smoke, as though it were dissolving, and he lost a portion of his arm. Do not rush to your demise. Death comes in many forms. Yet perishing in these yellow spring waters means eternal damnation, a fate worse than any other, the skeleton remarked coldly as it observed Tian's desperate attempt to save others. Memories surged through Tian's mind as he recalled his battle against the celestial demon sect, evidently falling victim to their scheme, leaving his spiritual form severely injured. A fourth-tier spiritual body does not easily shatter, yet his spiritual essence had always been his Achilles heel. Although he had acquired a formidable technique for enhancing his mental prowess, the required mastery for advancement was monumental. Having only recently begun his training, he had yet to elevate his martial skills. He thought to himself, I cannot perish here, otherwise my sister and senior brother Jiang will be in grave danger. A mere exertion of vital energy and internal force is insufficient in the grand scheme of the capital. Moreover, the celestial demon sect lurked nearby, poised to seize any opportunity. How can I escape this illusion? Tian scanned the surroundings for a flaw in the illusion's fabric. The sky loomed above, filled with a colossal eye, unrelentingly observing the scene below. A sense of helpless dread welled up within Tian, transforming into a pale blue flame that the skeletal figure eagerly absorbed. Ah, what exquisite fear! The skeleton reveled in its triumph. Tian felt his spiritual essence weaken further, realizing that the eye could consume his fear, converting it into sustenance for itself. He quickly steadied his emotions, racing to devise a strategy. The system. Yes, I still have the system. Tian's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, and swiftly opened the system store. A myriad of exquisite items unfolded before him. A low-grade spirit stone, containing 5,000 points of spiritual energy, priced at 20,000 system coins, equivalent to 200,000 silver. A jester's mask, capable of altering the wearer's appearance and physique at will, required 50,000 system coins, translating to 500,000 silver. Tian scrolled rapidly until a particular item caught his eye, prompting him to eagerly select it for transaction. A diamond talisman, granting 6 seconds of invincibility. Immune to all damage and negative status effects, demanded 60,000 system coins, amounting to a staggering 600,000 silver. With tears in his eyes, Tian exchanged his hard-earned savings accumulated over 6 months, instantly depleting his system coins. He vowed to slay the Black Crow priest 100 times upon his exit. The moment the diamond talisman was exchanged, Tian activated it without hesitation. He raised his middle finger towards the colossal eye looming in the sky. With a crack, a bolt of lightning surged forth, spreading relentlessly, and the heavens tore apart. Chapter 155. The Vajra Talisman to the rescue as the illusion dissipated like a fleeting dream. Tian's blood-red eyes returned to clarity, revealing the familiar scene of a narrow alley in the divine capital. His right hand was empty, and the sounds of combat echoed from ahead. The greedy figure, Guile, wielded the broken moon blade, desperately fending off the bizarre entities that sought to invade Tian's body. Yet, the number of these anomalies was overwhelming, many of which surpassed the 5th rank. Guile was already at his wit's end, and now 2 bull-headed creatures had seized him, gripping one of his fingers and pulling with all their might. Ouch! It hurts terribly. Tian, you useless fool. Now that you are awake, why do you just stand there watching? Come and help me, Guile screeched, causing a few dark lines to appear on Tian's forehead. He had initially planned to ambush the Black Crow priest to deliver a surprising blow. However, Guile's outcry had shattered his opportunity for a dramatic entrance. How is this possible? The Black Crow priest, seeing Tian rushing towards him, was filled with disbelief. No human had ever resisted the gaze of the Blood Eye. They could only submit and have their souls erased, becoming mere puppets of the heavenly demon cult. Ordinary individuals could be transformed into grotesque corpses, while the skilled were cast into a blood pool to refine their demonic forms. The fact that Tian could break free from the control of the Blood Eye was utterly astonishing. I refused to believe it. The Black Crow priest screamed, his body instantly withering as he sacrificed more of his flesh and blood energy to the Blood Eye. A faint divine radiance emerged from the Blood Eye, and a sword composed of psychic energy shot towards Tian. Yet, as it neared, it was repelled by the golden light surrounding Tian, shattering into fragments. The shards scattered, impacting several court spies who had been lurking in the alley. Those who had knelt in prayer immediately screamed in agony, turning upon one another in a frenzied assault, their bodies collapsing into bloody remnants in no time. Tian disregarded the Blood Eye's attack, leaving the Black Crow priest in a state of shock. That previous strike, known as Judgment, was an assault even a 6th-rank Spectre King would hesitate to endure. A direct hit would not only obliterate the spiritual entity and strip it of reason, but also caused the flesh and blood that constituted the body to develop independent thought, leading to total disintegration. Now, Tian not only withstood the attack, but emerged unscathed, something even the ancient ancestor of the heavenly demon could not achieve so effortlessly. A cry of despair erupted as the Blood Eye's assault rebounded, the immense suction force instantly draining the Black Crow priest's internal organs. The priest had no choice but to sever the arm that was connected to the Blood Eye. If the absorption continued, it would not only devour his physical form, but also demand his very consciousness as a sacrifice, summoning the remaining spectral energy within him. Countless demonic feathers shot forth like blades, colliding against Tian's body with a resounding clash of iron. Hidden among the black feathers was a singular golden plume. This is the fateful weapon of the Black Crow priest, who has long been in the presence of the celestial demon, inevitably acquiring a trace of divinity. This divinity has manifested itself, coalescing into a golden feather that embodies all his divine essence and serves as a sanctuary for his soul. Previously, the creature slain by Tian at the Qitong mine on Huangta Ridge was merely a puppet he controlled. In the absence of the Blood Eye, a sacred artifact of the celestial demon sect that failed to materialize, the Black Crow priest was compelled to act desperately. He could scarcely fathom the consequences of a defeat in this battle. Losing the Blood Eye would surely spell doom for him. Even if he managed to escape from Tian's grasp, the celestial demon sect would not spare him. In a flash, the golden feather sliced through space, appearing at Tian's neck without a whisper. The Black Crow priest reveled in the rift created by the feather, a sly smile gracing his lips. At last, he had succeeded in his ambush. Even the celestial demon ancestor would meet a tragic end. However, unlike the ancestor, whose severed head would not hinder him, the being before him was merely a human. A decapitation would undoubtedly lead to death. Images flickered through his mind as he contemplated how to manipulate both Tian's body and soul. Once he had disposed of the head cleanly, it would serve to replenish the already damaged skull atop his staff. The soul, on the other hand, would be extracted and placed into a soul lamp, subjected to ceaseless torment. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. At last, he could release this pent-up frustration. Tian rushed forward, perplexed by the foolish grin on the Black Crow priest's face. With the broken moon blade in the possession of greed, he was left without a weapon, yet this did not hinder Tian from unleashing his 10-star martial art, the indestructible body of chaos. The simplest attacks are often the most effective. A resounding slap froze the Black Crow priest's smile. What was happening? Was he not supposed to be severed from his own head? Before the Black Crow priest could comprehend the situation, Tian's fist struck his chin, sending a jolt through his skull, causing his brain to rattle violently within. The Black Crow priest's eyes glazed over as he lost much of his consciousness. Before he could succumb to unconsciousness, Tian executed a devastating kick between the Black Crow priest's legs. A howl escaped the priest, but Tian swiftly grasped his throat, swallowing the remainder of the anguished cries. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the Black Crow priest's body colliding with the ground reverberated continuously. After dozens of impacts, his form resembled a tattered rag, splintered and broken. Tian showed no signs of relenting, continuing to rain down furious blows until the Black Crow priest was reduced to nothingness, devoid of any lingering essence. No, please no. Meanwhile, Greed's pleas for mercy echoed as his body was held taut by two 5th-grade bullhead ghouls, while another 6th-grade ghoul king brandished a gleaming axe, delivering a powerful strike that resonated with a thunderous clang. At the critical moment when a swift arrow could be unleashed, Tian intervened to thwart the impending attack. With a swift turn, he executed a whip-like kick that sent the King of Deception hurtling through the air. Subsequently, he clasped the heads of the two bull-headed deceptions and forcefully collided them together. Amidst their anguished cries, the bull-headed deceptions suffered a grievous blow, their forms beginning to disintegrate as malevolent energy surged forth. With a snap of his fingers, Tian summoned the peculiar entities under his command, which erupted from his sleeves to ravenously seize this chaotic energy, voraciously consuming the remnants of the bull-headed deceptions. As Tian turned, he noted that the invulnerability conferred by the Diamond Talisman had merely 2 seconds remaining. Witnessing this turn of events, the 6th-tier King of Deception, previously engaged in battle, suddenly fled. As a member of the advanced deceptive clan, he possessed a considerable degree of intelligence. The fact that their adversary had dispatched even the 6th-tier Black Crow priest and rendered the divine-grade Blood Eye ineffective was a clear indication that such a formidable foe was beyond his single capacity to confront. Preserving his life took precedence. With the retreat of the King of Deception, the other aberrations that had been rampaging in the area received a summons and began to withdraw in haste. A few, unable to escape in time, were relentlessly pursued and devoured by their greedy counterparts. The realm of deception began to dissipate, and the once chaotic alleyway reverted to its normal state. The vast craters and shattered structures inflicted by Tian's assault vanished without a trace, with all damage absorbed by the realm of deception, retained in an alternate dimension. It was as though nothing had transpired, yet the human remains strewn across the ground bore witness to the recent presence of the aberrations. Tian approached and picked up the blood eye from the ground, casting a fleeting glance at it. Instantly, a torrent of disordered knowledge flooded his mind. Had it not been for the ongoing invulnerability, he would have surely been rendered a fool in that moment. Indeed, one should never gaze directly at the divine. With a graceful motion, Tian stowed the blood eye away, only to be met with the system's notification sound. Discovered the deceptive treasure, blood eye. Would you like to absorb it? Chapter 156. The Eye of Terror. The blood eye, capable of absorption, piqued Tian's interest immediately, and without hesitation. He initiated the absorption process. A surge of blood mist erupted from the blood eye, swiftly enveloping Tian's body, while tendrils sprouted from the blood eye, piercing his left eye in an instant. Before Tian could even register the pain, his left eye was completely devoured. The tendrils of the blood eye attempted to invade his brain, but were thwarted by the golden light of the Vajra talisman. After a futile struggle, they settled within the orbit of Tian's left eye, unwilling to concede. I am terror. Tian suddenly opened his left eye, and his expression transformed dramatically. The world through the blood eye morphed into a grotesque panorama. Surrounding him were countless bizarre entities, some resembling cephalopods, their massive forms occupying the entirety of the divine capital. Others floated ominously in the air, obscuring the sun, adorned with terrifying, twisted faces. Countless tiny specters swam like fish, frantically foraging, while formidable entities hunted these souls. Tian also beheld the sixth-grade Spectre King he had previously repelled, now crouched on the ground, cautiously advancing, employing every means to diminish its presence. The once dominant sixth-grade specters in the human realm were now merely the lowest tier in this spectral domain. This was the projection of the spectral realm. A soul hurtled toward Tian, and as he struck out with a punch, it passed right through his body. Numerous high-grade entities fixated on Tian, seemingly analyzing his every move, yet none could breach the barrier between worlds to descend upon the human realm. Indeed, fear was the essence of the Eye of Terror. Tian was astonished by the high degree of overlap between the spectral and human realms. A chill encased his right wrist. Tian recognized it as the greedy hand of the spectre returning. Greed, with a noise of intrigue, shared Tian's vision. The massive entities were above 10th-grade specters. Even a single one could effortlessly obliterate the entire human realm. However, their magnetic fields were too potent to traverse the dimensional barrier. And the fact that the 6th-grade Spectre King could cross over was alarming. Greed surveyed the surroundings, its voice resonating in Tian's mind. Do you see the entity that envelopes the entire divine capital? That should be the legendary Tao Dai. Although it cannot yet cross the dimensional boundary, it is already siphoning energy from the human realm. Those fine strands are the souls of the deceased humanity. Tian focused his gaze and noticed humanoid energy forms occasionally rising from corners of the divine capital, being consumed by the Tao Dai. He had previously thought the divine capital the safest place, but it appeared that numerous high-grade entities had set their sights here. Should the dimensional boundary rupture, this place would swiftly transform into a hell on earth. Lowering his gaze, Tian discovered he was no longer a corporeal being, but rather a body composed of spiritual energy, with many areas shimmering like stars. These were the meridians and acupoints he had opened through his martial arts training. As he intended to look up at other phenomena, a sudden sharp pain surged through his left eye, and a stream of blood tears fell. His spiritual energy was rapidly consumed, devoured entirely by the blood eye, leaving him feeling weak. The invincible time of the Vajra talisman had come to an end. Tian hastily closed his left eye, and after a considerable time, he slowly regained his composure. It appeared that this left eye could not be used indiscriminately. It required an immense amount of spiritual energy to sustain it. Tian found a scarf and covered his left eye. Just moments ago, when the blood pupil had taken hold, I recovered fragments of memories, though they were severely fragmented. I still managed to uncover some information that might be of use to you. A voice of greed echoed once more, laden with gravity. But that is of no consequence. Tian took a deep breath. Have you ever heard of the 12 demon bodies? The voice of greed hesitated before inquiring. The 12 demon bodies? Tian shook his head. I just suddenly recalled the matter of the 12 demon bodies. In ancient times, there was a demon god who, after being slain by the gods, had its magical essence fragmented and sealed into 12 bodies, which would be worn down by the passage of time. I am one of them. And this blood pupil? Tian asked. It is also one of them. However, it has been ritualistically refined by other deities multiple times and has lost its own consciousness. Greed nodded in acknowledgement. My name is Fear. As if sensing the mockery in Greed's tone, a consciousness exploded in Tian's mind once again. I understand. There is no need to make such a fuss. Greed muttered impatiently. The eye of fear, the hand of greed. Tian observed the notification provided by the system, feeling somewhat puzzled. He had essentially grasped greed's nature. Covetous, fond of fine wine, and somewhat lecherous. Hey, what do you mean by lecherous? Just because you were nearly cut down by hundreds of bizarre entities doesn't mean it was inappropriate for me to step in. How can you call me lecherous? The discontented voice of greed echoed, as it was intrinsically connected to Tian, able to sense his thoughts. All right. How about I create more new flavors of wine for you to sample later? Tian internally reassured greed, adjusting the scarf that obscured his left eye, discovering that the pain had significantly lessened. The eye of fear indeed has a resounding name, but I wonder what purpose it serves for him. Previously, being able to see the peculiarities in the eerie domain was indeed powerful, yet Tian had not yet discerned its utility. It seemed imperative to conduct a thorough investigation. Tian rose, disregarding the scattered human bones on the ground, and with a flicker of his figure, departed from the location. According to his previous leisurely pace, he should now be at the intersection of 2nd Avenue. At the intersection of 2nd Avenue, an elderly vendor selling sweet fried pastries wore an anxious expression, continuously glancing around until he sighed in relief upon seeing Tian swaggering out of the alley. Give me 2 sweet fried pastries. Tian dropped several copper coins. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. The elderly man hurriedly packed the food. Old Lou, these pastries are a bit sticky. Next time, try sourcing from a different place. Tian cast a disdainful glance at him. Ah, dear guest, how amusing. These sweet rice balls are crafted by my own hands. How could I possibly have procured them from elsewhere? The old man chuckled awkwardly. But his laughter soon faded as Tian leaned over the trash bin and expelled the remnants of what he had just consumed. There's no need for concern. It's merely a matter of a slight delay. Why do you regard me with such a serious expression? I was in urgent need and took a moment at the alley's entrance. If you go now, the evidence has likely not yet dried. Tian spat out the unpalatable sweet rice balls and spoke up. What a lunatic. The elderly woman washing clothes by the trash can shot him an exasperated glance before turning away. What is the matter? Did I err? Is this woman not a spy for the court? Recalling the rickety vehicle he had just ridden, Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and hastily departed. Oh no, this is grave. A shout echoed from within the alley, prompting old Lou to abandon his stall selling sweet rice balls and rush towards the sound. This is utterly outrageous. Our spies stationed for surveillance have met a tragic fate, with over a dozen perishing in a harrowing manner, and you have yet to catch even a glimpse of the culprit. Wei Wuyan slammed his palm onto the tea table, causing the ironwood surface to splinter into fragments. Chapter 157. The storm approaches. After venting his frustrations, Wei Wuyan regained his composure. The officer kneeling before him quickly spoke. General, only 7 or 8 spies have perished. If we provide a little more compensation, their families will surely not dare to speak out. Do you think this is still the frontier, where a bit of money can absolve us of the consequences of death? It is not so simple. This is the capital, the divine city, and this matter cannot be concealed. Even if those below remain silent, there are the Demon Suppression Department, the City Guard, and the Jingzhou Prefecture. Each agency possesses its own intelligence network. Soon, this issue will stir up a storm throughout the city, and neither of us will escape unscathed. Wei Wuyan cast a glance at the officer before him and remarked with a smile, Old Gua, you have followed me for over a decade. You have enjoyed your share of wealth and glory. Now, this matter requires a scapegoat, and I believe you are quite suitable. Cold sweat broke out on Officer Gua's brow as he fervently pleaded, My lord, you jest. This has nothing to do with me. I know it does not concern you. Wei Wuyan replied, but since you wish to avoid bearing the blame, go find someone who can shoulder it. Remember, you have but one day. If you fail, you shall pave your own path, sparing your family from suffering. What must I do? Please instruct me, my lord. Gua bowed deeply, considering your years of service. I shall assist you once more. I have already prepared the manpower. Go and eliminate Tian, framing him as a spy of the demon cult. This will extricate you and me from this predicament. Upon hearing Wei Wuyan's words, Guo was taken aback. His previous surveillance of Tian was an order from the Empress, which carried two implications. One was to monitor Tian's every move, and the other was to observe how others interacted with him. There was an underlying intention to protect Tian. Now, Wei Wuyan was instructing him to kill Tian. Was this not an act of disobedience? Your subordinate obeys. Guo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately clasped his fists and accepted the command before departing. From behind the screen emerged a figure, Chu Bochai. Lord Chu, I have completed the task you assigned. What of my matters? Wei Wuyan fixed a cold gaze upon Chu Bochai and replied, Rest assured, Lord Wei. Once you accomplish this task, we shall be as one family. Let us cultivate a closer bond. Chu Bochai stroked his beard, beaming with satisfaction. Humph, Wei Wuyan uttered, choosing to say no more. Bring it forth. Chu Bochai clapped his hands, and someone immediately presented a wooden box. Wei Wuyan gazed at the box, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. He hastily opened it and retrieved a letter, unfolding it to read. As he perused its contents, a peculiar smile crept onto his face, and he tossed the letter into the nearby hearth. The paper ignited fiercely, quickly reducing to ashes. Lord Wei, this evidence was painstakingly gathered by me. Chu Bo's sidelong glance revealed a hint of displeasure. Fear not, that fellow Tian shall not survive the night. Wei Wuyan felt elated. In his earlier years, while serving as a school officer at the border, he was destitute and desperate, colluding with the barbarian tribes to smuggle goods for the sake of ascending the ranks. Gradually, he established his position within the family, ultimately inheriting a title and becoming the commander of the Jinwu Guard. The letter he had just incinerated was a correspondence from his dealings with the barbarian tribes, penned by his own hand, and the only piece of evidence linking him to those illicit transactions. With the evidence now gone, a weight had finally lifted from his heart. What about the medicinal wine's formula? Chu Bo reluctantly inquired. What medicinal wine? I have never even heard of it. How you manage it is your own affair. Wei Wuyan replied with a dismissive glance before hastily departing. In that case, I extend my gratitude to Lord Wei for his assistance. The Chu family shall henceforth look to Lord Wei for guidance, Chu Bo said, finally satisfied as he bowed deeply. At the entrance of the military camp, Captain Gu let out a sigh, pondering the state of the world. Innocent individuals wronged, each one so. Even if he reported the injustices, no one would stand up for him. Those who wronged him were often more aware of his plight than he was. He thought of his infant child and the alluring concubine waiting at home. If one does not wrong others, they will inevitably be wronged themselves. Stay calm, shift the blame onto him. Captain Gu gritted his teeth, swiftly drawing his waist knife with a flourish and bellowing, onward. The heavily armored crossbowmen surged forth, each a master of their craft. The Xuanjia crossbowmen, organized into formations of 30, wielded powerful armor-piercing crossbows to launch a coordinated assault. Though merely 100 in number, 100 masters could be slain. This squad comprised 300, a formidable force even within the realm of the Tianwu kingdom. Wei Wuyan never engaged in battles without certainty. He exerted his full strength, and these 300 crossbowmen represented the utmost extent of his military command. Whether it be the strange happenings or the mysterious medicinal wine, someone had to bear the brunt. And Tian was an excellent scapegoat. Half a month prior, Tian had inadvertently revealed his vulnerabilities before the Empress. Although neither party had made their intentions explicit, this was the Tianwu kingdom, a realm steeped in turmoil. Better to err on the side of caution than to miss an opportunity. The Empress, with her gentle disposition, had refrained from immediately apprehending him, resorting instead to some ploy of feigned leniency. In Wei Wuyan's eyes, it was nothing short of feminine folly. Were he in power, he would have seized Tian on the spot, employing severe torture to extract the formula for the medicinal wine, securing it firmly in his grasp. Possessing that formula would equate to holding the lifeblood of all inner-strength martial artists. Even those with formidable qi or peak masters would find themselves constrained. Who among them did not have descendants or apprentices to care for? The transition from inner strength to qi is arguably the most crucial threshold for martial practitioners. The scarcity of the precious decade-old elixir has barred the vast majority of martial artists from crossing this threshold. With the medicinal wine in hand, hope springs eternal. He, Wei Wuyan, could rally the warriors of the realm with but a single command. Contemplating this, Wei Wuyan turned his gaze towards the imperial palace. The Wei family has produced 13 generations of commanders for the Golden Guard since the founding emperor, and he, Wei Wuyan, is the current leader. He has long regarded the palace as his own dominion. As for the exalted empress, she would merely be one among his concubines in the future. What authority can a vacillating woman wield? What governance can she truly claim? It is far more fitting for her to remain in the inner chambers, nurturing her husband and raising children. Ha ha. At this thought, Wei Wuyan erupted into hearty laughter. How ridiculous it is that a mere outsider, devoid of any background, dares to dream of settling peacefully in the capital. Yet, he possesses the elixir, a treasure that stirs the hearts of all. Should such a person not be delivered to them like chives ready for harvest? Or perhaps prostrate himself before them, wagging his tail in desperate plea for a minuscule share of the bounty? The youth are still too impetuous. With impulsiveness comes a steep price. How laughable that Chu Bo still dreams of acquiring the formula. It is merely a pretext for the noble families to take the lead. Once the formula is extracted through coercion, Wei Wuyan will have the Golden Guard silence all the noble families in the name of protecting Tian. Wei Wuyan's fist gradually tightened, as if he were grasping the very essence of the Tianwu kingdom within his palm. A group of individuals, lacking any military authority, dare to disregard him simply because they possess a modicum of wealth. Such folly is nothing short of courting death. Chapter 158. Infighting on a moonless night. Shrouded in darkness and gusty winds, a group of formidable individuals from the Chu family hastened behind the armored crossbowmen, in pursuit of the coveted formula. Chu Buozai had invested heavily, hiring several masters of the minor sects at exorbitant prices and discreetly recalling skilled family members scattered across distant lands. The situation left him no choice. Ever since the emergence of the miraculous medicinal wine, the Chu family's herbal business had descended into farce. The prices of decade-old herbs plummeted, yet few showed interest. Numerous internal strength practitioners awaited the return of that wondrous brew, indifferent to waiting another year for the staggering profit margin that could reach millions of taels. This was an exceedingly detrimental situation for the Chu family. The absence of lucrative herbal sales had adversely affected many family enterprises, and some trades were already faltering. Only by regaining control over the medicinal wine trade could they hope to eradicate this conundrum. Thus, Chu Buozai resolved to threaten Wei Wuyan, the investigator in charge of this matter. In the past, the Chu family had engaged in business along the border, with Wei Wuyan as their partner. Presenting evidence now would undoubtedly offend Wei Wuyan gravely. Yet, Chu Buozai felt he had no alternative. If the formula slipped into the hands of others, the consequences would be far more troublesome. After 3 months of meticulous preparation, today was the day of reckoning. In the shadows, numerous bright eyes lurked, silently observing the group's advance. The desire for the formula was not limited to Chu Buozai alone. Many aristocratic families harbored similar intentions. A few barks erupted from the alleyway but ceased abruptly, as the armored crossbowmen swiftly eliminated any potential threats to their presence. "Sir, the formation is complete," reported a sergeant to Captain Gua. Nodding, Gua commanded, "Release the fire arrows, flush them out." Countless fire arrows rained down like a tempest, engulfing Tian's courtyard in flames. Outside, sharp, armor-piercing crossbow bolts glimmered ominously, adorned with talismans specifically designed to counter martial arts experts. The scene was silent, waiting for Tian and his companions to emerge, ready to capture them in one fell swoop. Chu Buozai also awaited the moment. He had a brief window to interrogate before Tian was apprehended. Within the ranks was a master skilled in mental illusions, ensuring a foolproof operation. As time dragged on, the fire within the courtyard intensified, yet those inside remained eerily quiet. This squad, charge in carefully and search. Impatient, Captain Gua ultimately decided to send someone inside to investigate. "Understood," replied a sergeant, drawing his saber to cleave the entrance of Tian's courtyard in two. The armored crossbowmen surged in, following suit. Chu Buozai, fearing for Tian's demise, commanded his subordinates to enter as well. The flames were soon subdued by the prowess of both sides, while the auxiliary rooms had long since turned to charred remains. Tian and his companions were nowhere to be found, but a treasure chest of blue iron remained intact in the main room, untouched by the fire. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. A minor master stepped forward and delivered a swift chop with his hand. The lock fell with a clatter, and the treasure chest opened to reveal a pile of assorted items. Above it lay a yellowed tome inscribed with the comprehensive methods of concocting medicinal wine. The recipe was indeed here. The minor master, filled with delight, reached out to seize the book. However, the moment he grasped it, he sensed something amiss and quickly discarded the tome, only to look down and find his palm stained with a deep black hue, having been struck by a lethal poison in an instant. What sort of poison was this? How could the minor master, with his physique and prowess, offer no resistance whatsoever? The individual was taken aback, and before he could comprehend the situation, he fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Were it not for his greed, one might have laughed heartily at this scene. Employing a poison capable of incapacitating the cunning king against mere mortals was indeed an excessive measure. With the minor master rendered powerless, none dared to advance further. Outside, a cacophony of footsteps approached. It was Lieutenant Gua, who, having received news, led a contingent of armored crossbowmen into the courtyard. Upon seeing the large characters on the tome, Lieutenant Gua's eyes brightened instantly. With a grand gesture, he commanded the armored crossbowmen to form a blockade, encircling Chu Buotsai and his associates. Lord Gua, I had prior arrangements with General Wei. What is the meaning of this? Chu Buotsai furrowed his brow. You old scoundrel, you dare to incite fire and massacre innocents? This is a crime deserving of immediate execution. Upon hearing Lieutenant Gua's words, Chu Buotsai quickly realized that this was Wei Wuyan's attempt to silence him. Behind him stood several powerful members of the Chu family, and breaking through might still hold promise. However, those skilled warriors were already in a state of disarray. After all, they were mercenaries, not warriors willing to risk their lives for the Chu family. What does the Chu family's affairs have to do with me, the old ghost of Hedong? I shall take my leave first, shouted a minor master, leaping onto the rooftop, intending to flee. In the next moment, countless crossbow bolts rained upon him. Clanging sounds echoed as the minor master exerted all his strength to block and evade the onslaught, yet he was still struck by over a dozen arrows. Just as he attempted to muster the strength to escape, a bolt pierced his eye, causing his body to sway and collapse. Among the armored crossbowmen, a few wore expressions of derision, for the minor master's true abilities were laid bare. It was indeed a hidden expert arranged by Wei Wuyan who had struck. They're trying to eliminate us all. Chu Buotsai shrieked, tossing several talismans that transformed into fireballs, launching them toward the crossbow formation, while he himself retreated hastily. Observing this scene, the skilled warriors behind him were compelled to forge ahead, their courage hardening amidst the chaos. The atmosphere was rife with energy as screams and sounds of battle filled the air. Several fearless minor masters unleashed their full strength, breaking through the blockade of arrows and plunging into the fray, engaging in a fierce battle with Wei Wuyan's subordinates. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. Chu Kuokai had an arrow embedded in his chest, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A few individuals, fortunate enough to breach the encirclement, made a desperate bid for escape. Quickly pursue. Not a single survivor must elude us. Commander Gu led the charge. In an instant, the majority of the armored crossbowmen in the courtyard had surged forward. Although the remaining forces maintained a vigilant stance, they were no longer able to form a cohesive crossbow formation. Suddenly, one among them spat blood and fell to the ground. What? There are still enemies. Chu Kuokai unleashed several silver needles, revealing a power that was surprisingly at the level of a minor master. He swiftly dispatched the remaining foes with unparalleled speed. Removing the crossbow bolt from his body, he exposed the soft armor he wore. Had it not been for this invaluable piece of armor, the arrow that struck his chest would have surely claimed his life. Tearing off a corner of his sleeve, he wrapped it around his hand to pick up the scattered manuscripts from the ground, an expression of madness flickering across his face. After this night, it was likely that the Chu family's influence in the capital would be utterly eradicated by Wei Wuyan. Yet, with the method of crafting this medicinal wine in his possession, Chu Kuokai vowed that wherever he went, within 3 years, the Chu family would rise anew. Chapter 159. The Yellow Sparrow lurking behind. Upon realizing this crucial point, Chu Buotsai hastily made his escape. The battle raged on in the streets, with Chu family's desperate struggles inflicting considerable losses upon the Jinwu Guard. Chu Buotsai had no time to concern himself with these matters. He hurried to the docks where ships awaited. Once aboard, he would leave the capital, soaring high as the birds and swimming freely as the fish. Whether it be the northern tribes or the eastern Zhou dynasty, the Chu family maintained business dealings with both. Armed with the formula for medicinal liquor, Chu Buotsai could venture wherever he pleased and prosper. However, where were the ships? Gazing at the desolate docks, Chu Buotsai let out a low, furious roar. Chu family patriarch, you have kept us waiting far too long. Several figures emerged from the shadows, casting a lifeless body at Chu Buotsai's feet. Wan Xiao. The corpse belonged to his most trusted son, the appointed liaison for this meeting. Chu Buotsai was instantly overcome with grief. Forgive me, Chu family patriarch. While you exert your might against the Jinwu Guard, your inept subordinates have already met their demise at our hands. Ho Ping. The Chu family and the Ho family have always kept to ourselves. Why resort to such treachery? Keep to ourselves? Attacking the Jinwu Guard is tantamount to rebellion. Does your Chu family even have a tomorrow? I suggest you hand over the formula to avoid further suffering. If I relinquish the formula, will you spare my life? Chu Buozai wiped away his tears. His sworn enemy stood before him, yet he had to endure for the hope of vengeance. Indeed, the Ho family only desires the formula. In that case, here it is. A rapt tome soared into the air, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The formula is mine. Yet, a shadow suddenly darted forth, brandishing a claw that snatched the tome back. Stop! Ho Ping bellowed, and his subordinates immediately drew their blades in pursuit. What about Chu Buozai? Forget him. The formula is paramount. He has offended the Jinwu Guard and is as good as dead. Witnessing the shadow seize the tome, the Ho family members hastily chased after it. Chu Buozai gazed at his youngest son's lifeless body, lamenting, "It is my ambition that has caused your demise. Quick, do not let the Chu family escape." More shouts approached, prompting Chu Buozai to sneer and leap into the moat. The water churned briefly before settling into tranquility. Fires erupted in multiple locations within the city, as the Jinwu Guard was systematically eliminating the remnants of the Chu family. On the Noon Gate's tower, Empress Li Xiao sat upon her throne, her expression icy as she surveyed the scene below. "Today, I have brought you to witness this spectacle. Do you have any thoughts? Your humble servant is eternally grateful for your Majesty's life-saving grace." The one expressing gratitude was Tian, who, after returning to the courtyard, had intended to flee with Cici and others, but had not anticipated the swift alliance of the Jinwu Guard and the aristocracy to encircle them. Had it not been for the Empress dispatching someone to forewarn him, it is likely that a fierce battle would have ensued this evening. Tian was confident in his ability to escape, yet for Cici and the others, the situation was far more precarious. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, lacking strength would render one a mere victim to the whims of others. Tian, upon reflecting deeply, understood that if he wished to avoid becoming the fish on the chopping block, he must instead assume the role of the butcher. Upon hearing these words, Tian instantly grasped the Empress's intentions to win him over. After a rapid internal deliberation, he concluded that, given the circumstances, aligning with her was his only viable option. The current situation of the Tianwu nation's court was perilous. Although there was no open rebellion, the officials were disobedient, and it had become customary for imperial edicts to falter outside the Golden Throne Hall. While the imperial power appeared frail, joining forces might not be advantageous. However, failing to do so could jeopardize his survival even until tonight. Tian cast a glance at the 8 innate-level eunuchs stationed behind the Empress and at the corners of the castle tower, revealing her evident concern for her own safety. With this realization, Tian reluctantly clasped his hands in salute, expressing his willingness to offer the formula for the medicinal wine. A flicker of a smile graced Li Xiao's face as she replied, "I shall not take your offering without due recompense." Tian stepped forward to receive his decree. "I appoint you as General Fei Xiong, commanding the Fei Xiong army, and you shall set forth immediately." The title of General Fei Xiong was not particularly appealing, prompting Tian to inquire, "Your Majesty, what rank does this General Fei Xiong hold?" "Impudent," a nearby eunuch admonished sharply. "Fear not, my loyal minister. Your devotion to the nation is commendable. This General Fei Xiong is of the 3rd rank, overseeing an army of 30,000. Are you satisfied?" Li Xiao, having secured the formula for the medicinal wine, was in high spirits. "I thank you for your great kindness." Tian could only express his gratitude. Regardless of any dissatisfaction he harbored, it was futile. The authority of the imperial crown, though weakened, was not something he could challenge. "I am aware that you have been investigating your origins. Once you have perused this, you will comprehend why I have conferred upon you the title of General Fei Xiong." Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Tian furrowed his brow. It seemed that, much like the Demon Suppression Bureau, there existed an artifact capable of probing one's thoughts. The saying goes that serving a sovereign is akin to accompanying a tiger. In the presence of such an artifact, he must harbor no extraneous thoughts, lest his innermost secrets be laid bare. Descending from the castle tower, Tian observed a contingent of soldiers awaiting him. "General, please mount your steed." A young officer from the Fei Xiong army, Yi Biao, said as he led forth a warhorse. Tian glanced at the horse, but did not take the reins. "Brother," a voice called out as the curtain of a nearby carriage was lifted, revealing Cici, her expression tinged with concern. Jiang Tao, mounted on his horse, signaled to Tian with a reassuring glance, urging him to remain calm. He has just received a commendation, appointed as a 3rd-rank deputy general of the Flying Bear Army. For Jiang Tao, who hails from a prestigious family, this is nothing short of a glorious honor. He is still brimming with excitement. Unlike Tian, who grew up with a modern disdain for imperial authority, Jiang Tao has been steeped in the convoluted doctrines of feudal thought and has always aspired to achieve greatness. "Well, Let us take it one step at a time. Tian leapt onto his horse. Let us set off. Biao immediately waved his hand, and the convoy swiftly surged out of the city gates, heading northward. Tian, burdened with thoughts, walked at the forefront of the procession, unable to suppress his curiosity. Greed. What poison did you inscribe in that book? Could it potentially harm many? Ha ha ha. It's merely a drop of my urine, a bit too potent. If someone were to take it directly, they might be overwhelmed by its intensity. That seems rather cruel. Tian scoffed. No one is as malicious as you. It's just a counterfeit formula, mixing a concoction of truth and falsehood, squandering others' efforts and resources. That is truly wicked. Greed retorted. This is a requirement from the Empress. When it comes to cause and effect, it's certainly one tea fall upon me. Tian muttered to himself, pulling out the documents given to him by the Empress. The very first sentence reads, in the 57th year of the Xuanwu era of the Tianwu Kingdom, during the Battle of Songlong Mountain, the common people were left destitute. With over 100 orphans homeless, General Xiao Jinsong of the Flying Bear selected several to raise as his adopted sons, one of whom is named Tian. Chapter 160. The successor Tian perused the materials provided by Li Xiao, his brow furrowing deeply. Much of the information was incomplete, merely outlining the circumstances of his adoption, while other details were glossed over. More critically, the following year after his adoption, General Xiao met his demise on the battlefield, with the key figure deceased. The vague accounts only served to confuse Tian further. At the end of the documents, Li Xiao had penned a single sentence. The true answers must be sought by yourself. Was this not a mere platitude? Ultimately, I must rely on my own investigation. Tian remained speechless as he distanced himself from the city of the gods, feeling a sense of relief in escaping this whirlwind. The conflicts of noble families and the upheavals of dynasties held no relevance for him. Coming to this realization, Tian leaned against the horse's back, seeking greater comfort. General, please have some water. General, enjoy this watermelon. General, this freshly roasted hare is for you. Biao, though appearing robust and strong, exhibited a meticulous nature. Attending to Tian's needs to the point of feeling somewhat embarrassed. No wonder he had achieved the status of a fourth-rank officer in the Flying Bear Army. In contrast, when Tian and his companions had ascended to their current strength, they had barely managed to become mere seventh-rank exorcists of the Demon Suppression Division. With no subordinates at all, even Zhang Pingfeng, a minor master, was merely a fourth-rank guardian. Yet, Biao commanded over 200 elite soldiers as an officer. Biao, I see that you are quite young yet possess considerable wisdom. Attaining your position in the Flying Bear Army is indeed commendable, Tian praised with a smile. General, you jest. My humble skills pale in comparison to your greatness. You are the true embodiment of youth and capability. Biao responded with utmost respect as Tian posed his inquiry. Come, let us sit together. I am not like other officials who insist on formality. Since we fight side by side, we share a bond, a brotherhood. Tian gestured, indicating to Biao that there was no need for such restraint. Indeed, my lord, Biao replied, clasping his fists in salute before settling himself steadily at Tian's left side. Tian then turned to glance at Jiang Tao, who sat rigidly on his right, forcing a smile as he lowered his crossed leg. It seemed they were on a military march. Now that he had assumed the role of a general, he ought to honor these protocols. This is my first time as a general. I am uncertain about what I should do. Brother Jiang, do you have any good suggestions? Tian inquired. Brother He, asking me is somewhat futile. While I may possess some skills in battle, military affairs are entirely beyond my ken, Jiang Tao replied with a wry smile. Acknowledging that he had spent recent years focused on enhancing his own abilities, leaving him ill-equipped in matters of governance. Biao, do you have any valuable advice? General, the Flying Bear Army is currently stationed at Peicheng, a military stronghold adjacent to the territory of the barbarians, frequently harassed by their incursions. Our primary duty is to defend Peicheng, which has suffered from years of warfare, leaving its fortifications in a state of disrepair. In my humble opinion, the urgent matter at hand is the restoration of the city walls. However, Biao hesitated momentarily, conflicted. The court's treasury is nearly empty, and the rations allocated to the Flying Bear Army are insufficient, leaving no surplus funds for repairs. Upon hearing this, Tian suddenly found the roasted rabbit meat in his hands unappetizing. How dare you deceive me, Li Xiao? What a farce this Flying Bear Army is. Unable to secure basic provisions, yet expecting me to serve as general. It is akin to a bankrupt enterprise, luring others into taking the helm. Now, I finally comprehend why Li Xiao appointed me as the so-called general of the Flying Bear. It appears he has designs on the profits I previously made selling medicinal wine. Seeking a scapegoat. How much in arrears are we? Tian could not restrain his curiosity. Over 2 years' worth of provisions are owed, for more than 30,000 men, totaling over 12 million taels. Yi Biao lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. Damn it, farewell. Tian rose abruptly, placing down the military insignia, symbolizing his role in the Flying Bear Army. Whoever wishes to take on the mantle of this general may do so. General. Upon seeing Tian stand, Yi Biao quickly knelt, and the surrounding soldiers followed suit. You cannot resign, General. Previously, the brothers were at their wits' end, scraping together funds for me to travel to the capital, and I stayed for 3 months. My tongue is nearly worn from pleading, and I have long awaited the arrival of a new general. It is said you were the adopted son of General Shao. You cannot abandon us. Yi Biao implored with a sorrowful expression. Listen, spare me the moral coercion. It is of no use to me. Tian began to remove the armor that represented his generalship. To an ordinary person, it might offer some protection, yet for Tian, possessing a 4th-tier spirit body, it was more a burden than a benefit. Brother He. Seeing the soldiers kneeling before him, Jiang Tao could not hold back any longer. He rose, his gaze fixed intently on Tian, extending the roasted rabbit meat towards him. Tian glanced at Jiang Tao and instantly understood his intention, rolling his eyes as he replied, Brother Jiang, you must think this through. It is a mess that can be mended temporarily, but not indefinitely. Brother He, do you remember your spirited days in Tianfeng City, vanquishing all the bandits? Was that not also cleaning up a mess? This is a different situation. I was motivated by the bounties then. Enough of this. Brother He, you know me well enough. Jiang Tao laughed heartily and spoke, to act with chivalry and seek justice. That is the true essence of you, Brother He. After saying this, he forcefully shoved a rabbit leg into Tian's hands and playfully punched his shoulder. Am I truly that admirable? Tian inquired, a hint of doubt crossing his face. Of course. You're the best, dear brother. Cici chimed in, joining the lively exchange. Humph. I must remind you, I shall only indulge this for a year at most. Tian replied, rubbing his shoulder while casting a somewhat helpless glance at Jiang Tao, who, though commendable, seemed a tad too enamored with authority. Upon receiving the imperial edict appointing him as a deputy general, he had grinned broadly, unable to contain his delight. Now, asking him to abandon everything and leave was undoubtedly out of the question. Enough, you all may rise. Jiang Tao gestured, yet Yi Biao and the others remained kneeling. Humph. This time, I grant you the favor of Lord Jiang. I shall not hold it against you. Should you dare to wrong me again, I shall take my leave immediately. Now, express your gratitude to Lord Jiang. Tian admonished, furrowing his brow. Thank you, Lord Jiang. Yi Biao and a dozen of his loyal soldiers echoed their thanks in unison. Wonderful. Our food supply now holds promise. Several soldiers exchanged hushed whispers, their faces alight with anticipation. And bring me a few slices of watermelon. This rabbit meat is far too salty. It's making me feel ill. Tian settled back down, envisioning the rabbit meat as Li Xiao, and took a vigorous bite. Alas, I've accrued a debt of over 10 million taels. What a bitter pill to swallow. But wait. This is money owed by the court. It's not my concern. At worst, I'll just gather them to earn money alongside me. Chapter 161. Encounter with barbarians. The caravan continued its journey, yet the quality of our provisions swiftly declined. The roasted rabbit meat had vanished, and even our staple meals had dwindled to insipid gruel. Our funds had been exhausted, leaving us with limited supplies. Upon hearing Yi Biao's report, Tian was nearly consumed by frustration. You have run out of provisions? We still have over 2,000 miles to Peiqing. Do you intend to beg your way there? After Tian's remarks, Yi Biao lowered his head, as he had indeed contemplated such an approach. Moreover, even upon reaching Peiqing, the plight of the Fei Xiong army would be scarcely distinguishable from that of beggars. My lord, the situation is dire, and the towns are mostly deserted. The nearest county is 500 miles away. If we grit our teeth and endure for a few more days, we can seek aid from the county office upon arrival. Yi Biao suggested. You could hunt. The bows and arrows in your hands are not mere ornaments. Tian retorted, exasperated. For instance, creatures like this can be captured and slaughtered for meat. With that, he casually dragged a sunbathing demon dragon from the ground and tossed it onto the roasting spit. The demon dragon responded with a distressed sound. Yi Biao's eyes sparkled, and a few nearby soldiers wiped their mouths in anticipation. Do not eat it. Fortunately, Cici noticed the discrepancy and hurried over to rescue the demon dragon. Cici, listen to me. Our rations are insufficient. This is its moment to shine. Tian persisted, following behind to persuade her. After a while, Tian returned, his face clouded with gloom. Upon witnessing the hopeful gazes of the others, he shrugged his shoulders. What are you staring at? The little girl has grown up and turned rebellious, treating that creature better than she treats me. Yi Biao's expression dimmed as he continued to stir the meager rice in his bowl of gruel. Caw! An old crow flew overhead, emitting a harsh mocking cry. Before it could finish, an arrow pierced through it, silencing its derision. A frightened old wolf cowered in a burrow, yet it was mercilessly dragged out by an intruder. After a series of commotions, we finally managed to procure some meat, significantly improving our meals on the road. Tian, with a blade of grass between his teeth, reclined on a sand dune, watching the sun set. We had reached the vicinity of Peicheng, an area ravaged by war, desolate and nearly devoid of life. The northern border of the Tianwu kingdom was far more dire than the south. After watching Brother Jiang spar with Yi Biao in swordsmanship, Tian closed his eyes and began to doze off. The days had been devoid of marauding bandits, leaving little joy to be found. Though life was tough, as we distanced ourselves from the divine capital, Tian's spirits lifted. At least he no longer had to live in fear of blades from the aristocracy or the court descending upon him at any moment. Tian also employed the eye of fear to survey the area. With the population dwindling, the number of anomalies from the eerie domain observing this place had notably decreased. Evidently, these anomalies preferred bustling locales, as they offered more energy to devour. Yusin successfully advanced to the second rank of the Yin Sha, and 3 spirits within the Yin realm had also ascended to the rank of Yin ghosts, with their names now reaching Yin Qi. Regrettably, even mastering the art of anomaly control at its pinnacle allows one only to command 10 entities. 10-star martial art, heavenly blade of absolute destruction. 10-star martial art, spectral shadow step. The 10-star martial arts of the heartless mind. The 10-star martial arts of the indestructible chaotic body. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please close reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Through relentless efforts under his command, Tian has elevated all his 10-star martial arts by 1 level, resulting in a significant enhancement of his system attributes. The insatiable greed has also rewarded Tian with considerable spiritual energy, narrowing the gap to a 5th-grade spiritual body. According to the claims of greed, once he ascends to the 5th-grade spiritual body, he will possess the strength to contend against innate beings. Tian hopes this surge in power will continue unabated. However, Pei City is now in sight, and it will take no more than 2 days to reach it. The thought of the 30,000 ravenous mouths of the Flying Bear Army in Pei City sends a shiver down his spine. From the map, this area appears desolate, devoid of mines or rivers, plagued only by the incessant harassment of the barbarian tribes. General, we are nearing Pei City. We must accelerate our march to avoid a surprise attack by the barbarians. Yi Biao's expression is grave, as small groups of barbarians have begun to appear as they approach Pei City. Not to worry. This is an opportunity for me to broaden my horizons. Tian responds nonchalantly. It is said that the barbarians possess immense strength and an indomitable spirit. Yet, no matter how formidable their physique, they remain mere flesh and blood, incomparable to Tian's spiritual form. Unbeknownst to Yi Biao, he perceives Tian as a successful merchant favored by the Empress, who has gained promotion through the offering of formulas. While a lucrative cash cow is valuable, in battle, it is likely they must rely on their own capabilities. The newly appointed Deputy General, Jiang Tao, poses no issue. His extraordinary prowess in mastering the intent of the blade will surely deliver a surprise to the barbarians should they encounter him. All troops, stand ready. After traveling a further 10 miles, a cloud of dust rises on the horizon, prompting Yi Biao to issue a battle command. Dozens of infantrymen immediately form a protective circle with their shields. We've spotted a plump sheep. This one is ours. A squad of barbarian cavalry bursts forth from the dust, only a few dozen strong, their bodies adorned with colorful war paint. Some are playfully toying with their axes while others lick their curved blades. In their eyes, this southern convoy has already become their spoils of war. Charge! Yi Biao commands, and the infantrymen strain to raise their towering shields. The clash of metal resounds as arrows and throwing axes rain down upon the shield wall. The crossbowmen behind the shields retaliate, but the enemy has already surged past, executing a brief assault before retreating into the distance. The few bolts shot forth land haphazardly on the ground, having failed to graze even a single hair of the barbarians. Those are the wolf riders of the barbarians. We are in serious trouble. A bead of cold sweat trickles down Yi Biao's brow. The convoy relies on the shield wall for protection as it advances slowly. Light the signal fire. Yi Biao understood that their situation was dire, with no means of escape, and could only hope that Peicheng would discover their plight and dispatch a formidable army for their rescue. However, the arduous distance of over 100 miles to Pi-Ich-ing seemed insurmountable, and he and his companions might not endure until reinforcements arrived. Tian observed the swift movements of the barbarian cavalry and mused to himself. The barbarian tribes in this world bore some resemblance to the nomadic peoples of the contemporary era, yet they were significantly more formidable. Such disruptive tactics inflicted a severe blow to morale, placing immense pressure on the soldiers. Should one fall injured, it could trigger a disastrous chain reaction leading to a rout, rendering them vulnerable to slaughter. Although these few dozen elite guards were well trained, after several rounds of defense, they were utterly exhausted, and their formation began to disintegrate. Suddenly, one soldier faltered, collapsing to the ground. In a state of confusion, he scrambled to retrieve his shield in an attempt to rise, only to be seized upon by the barbarian cavalry, with a volley of arrows swiftly hurtling towards him. Chapter 162. Vanquishing the barbarian cavalry, the soldier was instantly gripped by terror, unable to steady his shield, and fell to the ground. His comrades rushed to support him, but they were too late. In a swift motion, a flash of steel severed the incoming arrows. It was Jiang Tao who had intervened, saving the soldier's life. Nevertheless, the entire shield formation was compromised. Seizing the opportunity, the barbarian cavalry unleashed a volley of arrows before charging through the breach. The howling wind stirred a cloud of dust, and despite numbering only around 20, they commanded the presence of 1,000 warriors. The lead barbarian wore a sinister grin, raising his spiked club high, intent on shattering the skull of anyone who dared obstruct him. Jiang Tao remained composed, gripping his blade firmly. The sword glimmered with a chilling light, infused with a fierce aura that sliced through the air, causing pain to those who ventured too close. The club swung past him, leaving only its handle behind, as the expressions of the barbarian cavalry shifted to one of fear. Onlookers were left in stunned silence. Neither the incoming arrows nor the slashing sabers could touch Jiang Tao, who deftly evaded every attack with grace. He plunged directly into the torrent of cavalry, his blade rising and falling with relentless precision, each strike claiming a barbarian's life. The cries of dying battle steeds echoed in the air, mingling with the screams of the mortally wounded. Within mere minutes, the clash had concluded, leaving behind a grim tableau of decapitated bodies strewn across the ground. Jiang Tao sheathed his long knife, his attire billowing as if everything lay within his command. All that remained was a scene of devastation and the terrified survivors. Gather the steeds, sell the living for profit, and slaughter the dead for flesh. Let nothing valuable be left on the corpses, and discard the bodies here to feed the dogs, Tian declared, shattering the silence with his words, masterfully embodying the essence of greed. Biao's gaze darted back and forth between Jiang Tao and Tian. Were these two commanders brothers? How could there be such a disparity between individuals? One was a youthful hero, while the other was a merchant who valued wealth above all. For a fleeting moment, Biao contemplated the idea of replacing their general with Jiang Tao, envisioning the glory it could bring. Brother, there are survivors. Tian glanced into the distance, prompting Jiang Tao to understand immediately. He spurred his horse forward. Not far away on a hillside were several cavalrymen tasked with guarding captives and plundered goods, who had not participated in the assault. Upon spotting Jiang Tao charging alone, they angrily drew their weapons, but in a single exchange, they were left scattered and defeated. You scoundrels dare to attack the tribe of Dabaru. The chief will surely avenge us. One lucky barbarian, having narrowly escaped death, was captured by Jiang Tao and brought before Tian. How amusing that you, the wrongdoer, would accuse us first. Tian responded with keen interest. Desiring to extract tribal intelligence from me is a mere fantasy. I shall reveal nothing, not even under duress. The bound barbarian continues to struggle, his expression fierce. What a tough nut. Just drag him over and impale him on a stake, Tian commanded. The barbarian turned in terror, only to discover numerous lifeless bodies of his kin, stripped bare, while a southern man was manipulating one corpse, a thick stake piercing through it, standing upright in the earth. Such savagery sent a shiver down the barbarian's spine. I will speak. I will tell you everything, he exclaimed. Did you not just declare that you would rather die than divulge anything? What has changed your mind? Is it not that the esteemed general has yet to employ any torture? More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser. Or copy the URL to another browser to read. Tian rolled his eyes, and several soldiers nearby displayed expressions of regret. The barbarian surveyed the southern men, feeling a sense of foreboding. They were not at all as he had previously encountered. Should they not be emaciated and meek? Moments later, several rescued villagers approached. Thank you, General, for saving us." One elderly man, upon seeing Tian's golden helmet, immediately knelt, believing that this man adorned with a golden helm must be the highest authority in the region. "No need for thanks. Here is some money. Take it and return home swiftly," Tian instructed. Yet the villagers began to wail. "To speak candidly, our families have been slain by the barbarians, and our village has been set ablaze." Observing the kneeling villagers who refused to rise, Tian found himself in a quandary. "General, perhaps we should take them back to Pei City for resettlement. We previously rescued some villagers who are now living there." Yi Biao interjected. "Indeed, but we must exercise caution to screen for any spies among them." Immediately, soldiers stepped forward to console the weeping individuals. Suddenly, a massive cloud of dust surged forth. The crowd was instantly alarmed. Were there more barbarians? After recently enduring a fierce battle, apart from Tian and a few commanders, the ordinary soldiers were already weary, struggling even to rise. In this critical moment, let Lord Jiang lead the cavalry to cover the general's retreat. Yi Biao urged anxiously. "Do not panic. Let us observe the situation first," Tian replied calmly. He had already assessed the strength of these barbarians during the recent skirmish. Although their horsemanship and archery were exceptional, their individual prowess was not particularly formidable. Their average ability seemed to hover around the peak of inner strength. Such foes posed no threat to someone of Tian's caliber. Though his subordinates were somewhat weaker, capturing the leader would render the rest powerless. As the opposing forces drew near, Tian mounted his horse, prepared to act, when suddenly, someone called out to him. "General, it seems that the Flying Bear army is approaching." Yi Biao exclaimed with a hint of excitement. "But have you observed them closely?" Tian replied with a touch of exasperation, realizing it was merely a false alarm. He had mentally prepared himself for a fierce battle. Alas, in these times of warfare, one cannot even possess a telescope. When the distance is slightly greater, it becomes challenging to distinguish flags and discern friend from foe. Once I reach Peicheng, I shall certainly procure a telescope. I am Yi Yangping, Deputy Commander of the Flying Bear Army, and I apologize for my tardiness, which may have startled you, my lord. The Flying Bear Army comprises one commander, two deputy commanders, and several lieutenants. Tian scrutinized the opposing side and comprehended why Yi Biao, despite his youth, had ascended to the rank of lieutenant. "Yi Biao, who is this?" "This is my father." Tian nodded, confirming his suspicions. As Tian examined the other party, Yi Yangping was likewise assessing him. Previously, he had sought assistance from the court multiple times to no avail. Yi Yangping had provided his son with funds to build connections, originally hoping to secure his promotion. However, now it seems that not only was the promotion unsuccessful, but he had also allowed someone to rise above him. Upon returning, he would certainly seek retribution for this slight. Chapter 163. A warm welcome. The first to arrive were the vanguard of the Flying Bear Army, consisting of Yi Yangping's personal guards, who were reasonably well equipped, possessing horses and armor, with weapons glinting ominously. However, as the subsequent troops of the Flying Bear Army arrived, Tian was taken aback. Physically, each soldier appeared gaunt and emaciated, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. It seemed that a mere gust of wind could sweep away the majority of them. Their equipment was even more disheartening. Not a single soldier bore decent attire, let alone a suitable weapon. Those capable of wielding a crude sword were considered fortunate, while the majority resorted to sharpened sticks. One elderly man with a white beard trembled as he ran, causing Tian to feel a twinge of concern for his well-being. With such a military force, it was no wonder they were trampled by the barbarian tribes. Tian mused that it was nothing short of a miracle that these individuals had managed to survive in such chaotic times. If he wished to establish himself in this desolate land, the Flying Bear Army would prove to be a significant asset. However, with such a dismal appearance, their combat effectiveness was undoubtedly worrisome. It appeared that his foremost task would be to reorganize the troops. "General, the barbarians could attack at any moment. With our meager numbers, we would suffer heavy losses. We should enter Pei City as soon as possible for safety," Tian pondered, only to be interrupted by Yi Biao, who noted Tian's displeased expression, likely stemming from dissatisfaction with the Flying Bear Army, and thus urged him to reconsider. "Safety?" Given the gleam of anticipation in the eyes of these men, entering the city may prove to be quite the opposite, Tian retorted. "Please mount, General." Yi Yangping, surprisingly anxious, urged repeatedly. He had led a multitude outside the city, primarily the elite of the Flying Bear Army. However, such a small force might only suffice for defending the city or engaging in favorable skirmishes. Once they ventured outside, morale would likely plummet by half. Should they encounter a cavalry unit of the barbarians, even a mere 100 riders could easily send them fleeing in disarray. Observing the earnest expressions of Yang Ping and Yang Biao, Tian promptly mounted his horse, leading the caravan forward, leaving behind the barbarian corpses that had yet to be dealt with as they hastened towards Pei City. The straggling soldiers of the Flying Bear army followed closely, each wishing for an extra leg to hasten their pace. Those aware of their journey recognized it as a march. Those oblivious might have thought it a desperate flight for survival. Upon entering Pei City, the soldiers collapsed onto the ground, as if they had just completed a grueling circuit at the Guimin Pass. Father. Upon entering the city, Yang Biao exhaled in relief. Humph. Look at the mess you've created. I entrusted you with a significant sum, and not only did you fail to secure a commanding position for me, but you also brought this feeble individual to overshadow me. Yang Ping huffed in irritation. Father, please, hear me out. This general, he possesses remarkable abilities. Yang Biao quickly divulged everything he had heard in the capital regarding Tian. So this fellow possesses some skills? Yang Ping stroked his beard, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating his eyes. I cannot fathom him. He remains completely inscrutable. Yang Biao emphasized repeatedly. If there are benefits to be had, we shall comply. Should he be oblivious to the wisdom of restraint and insist on taking charge, it is likely that united in purpose, we father and son shall have to send him on his way. In the eyes of Yang Ping, although the Flying Bear army may seem lacking, it is an inheritance from predecessors and must not be squandered by an inexperienced youth. The next move rests with Tian. Should he force the Flying Bear army to engage in battle against the barbarian tribes, sacrificing the lives of his comrades for some military merit, Yang Ping would be compelled to eliminate him personally. Spotting Tian dismounting, Yang Ping hurriedly approached, ensuring to maintain the appearance of respect. For in the presence of so many, any perceived slight could lead to accusations of disrespect towards a superior. General He, after your long journey, might I offer you a warm welcome at my humble abode? Although unsure of Yang Ping's sincerity, Tian nodded in acknowledgement. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Since they had arrived in Peiqing, even a powerful dragon must respect the local snake. Tian resolved not to offend Yang Ping's pride. Yang Ping's residence was adjacent to Tian's. The position of the Flying Bear army commander had been vacant for over 2 years, and the fact that this man had not seized the opportunity to occupy the general's mansion drew Tian's admiration. Come, General He. Allow me to treat you to our specialty dish, pine nut chicken. Yang Ping enthusiastically introduced. After polite exchanges, Tian and Jiang Tao began to eat. With dishes aplenty but no wine, you must try this. Tian signaled, and Jiang Tao promptly placed a small bottle of wine on the table. Yang Ping eyed the bottle with a hint of skepticism. While he had no objections to drinking, he questioned the significance of such a small vessel. He himself could easily consume an entire vat of wine. Father, this is the renowned medicinal wine from the capital. A bottle costs 200,000 taels. Yet it is priceless. Biao eagerly chimed in, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon hearing Biao's words, Yang Ping quickly offered a few compliments, though internally he scoffed. To sell a mere bottle of wine at such an exorbitant price seemed ludicrous. In a desolate place like Peiqing, who would pay 200,000 taels for a bottle? Tian, catching a glimpse of disdain in Yang Ping's gaze, found it amusing. The few bottles of wine he carried were meticulously extracted spirits, not only potent in medicinal properties, but also fierce in alcoholic strength. A large gulp could easily incapacitate those with lesser tolerance. Come, let us raise our glasses. With everyone's cups filled, Tian lifted his glass in a toast. As the strong liquor slid down their throats, it initially offered a subtle sweetness. But upon reaching the stomach, it erupted into a fiery warmth, swiftly unleashing the effects of the decade-old medicinal brew. At that moment, not only did Biao's eyes light up, but even Yang Ping appeared somewhat astonished. This wine is truly extraordinary, it seems, as Biao has suggested, to be valuable, yet lacking a market. Contemplating this, Yang Ping could not help but regard Tian Gao with increased esteem, though his entire being exhibited no fluctuations of vitality. Appearing no different from an ordinary person, the ability to brew such medicinal wine is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder that he has the formidable Jiantao, a master of qi, as his protector. With this thought in mind, Yang Ping felt inclined to forge a connection. As their cups clinked and the atmosphere grew vibrant, the revelry intensified. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, the guests began to feel the effects of intoxication. For Tian, possessing a 4th-grade spiritual body, this amount of wine posed no challenge. Seizing the moment, he turned to Biao and inquired, I observe that even the ranks of the Feixiong army include those with white hair. What is the reason for this? Biao sighed deeply and replied, these silver-haired individuals are veterans of the Feixiong army. having served as soldiers their entire lives. They should have retired long ago. Yet having guarded the borders for many years and with their families long departed, they find themselves alone and bereft. Even if they were to return to the mainland, they would remain isolated. Moreover, due to the shortage of soldiers and the intermittent supply of provisions, they have been allowed to stay, serving as a means of support in their twilight years. Upon hearing Yi Biao's words, Tian tempered his earlier disdain. He had witnessed the opulence of the capital city, filled with scenes of indulgence, yet it was these old soldiers who had safeguarded such prosperity. Chapter 164. The method of training at this juncture. Yi Biao took another sip and began. Pei City is a military stronghold guarding the Ala mountain pass. The surrounding land is barren and unsuitable for cultivation, and there are no significant mineral resources to sustain a city's populace. Were it not for the merchant caravans seeking refuge here and the court's sporadic allocation of provisions, the Flying Bear Army would have long been disbanded. Do not fret, Captain E. With my arrival, everything shall change, Tian remarked earnestly. However, before he could continue his inquiry, Yi Biao swayed and collapsed to the ground inebriated. I must have provided quite the spectacle for General He. Yangping, affected by the alcohol, chuckled and added, the Flying Bear Army was once a force of 30,000, yet now we barely muster 25,000. The court has ceased rations for over 2 years, and many have succumbed to hardship and fled. The remaining soldiers are either seasoned veterans or those with nowhere else to go, merely scraping by. With a shift in conversation, Yangping, his vision clouded by intoxication, queried, I have heard of your arrival, General He. Did you bring the court's replenished supplies? The shrewd fox seeks to gauge my resources, Tian thought to himself, casting a sidelong glance at Yangping's half-dazed expression. Today, let us speak of leisure and romance, and refrain from matters of state. A hearty laugh escaped Yangping, who decided not to press further. The banquet soon concluded, and Tian excused himself under the pretense of needing to tidy the general's residence. Upon returning, Tian found the previously chaotic estate considerably more orderly. Brother, you have been drinking again, Cici complained, detecting the lingering scent of alcohol. Isn't it a necessity for work? Tian retorted, shaking off the effects of the drink as 2 streams of white vapor escaped his nostrils, restoring his clarity. The preparations are advancing swiftly. We can move in soon. Tian's compliment brought tears of joy to the ever-busy Yao Long. It was that little girl who threatened to devour roasted meat if it wasn't finished before your return. How could I not expedite the work? Yao Long lamented. Recalling days gone by, Tian reminisced of his time by the Yunshui River, where he was dashing and resolute, surrounded by a multitude of companions. Now, he found himself relegated to washing clothes, making beds, and cleaning toilets. What a disheartening fate for one of noble lineage. This place resembles the layout of the demon office in Shunhui Town. Are you satisfied, brother? Cici offered. It is no wonder it feels familiar. Tian nodded, instructing, Dabai, fetch my reclining chair. Yao Long, jolted from his reverie, hastily dismissed any vengeful thoughts and respectfully retrieved the chair. Why on earth are you carrying it with your mouth? It's covered in saliva. How revolting. Use your claws. You're not truly convinced you're a dog, are you? Tian scolded, leaving Yao Long in a state of turmoil while he carried the chair into the study. As 8 peculiar individuals began honing their martial skills, Tian reclined in a lounge chair, contemplating a modernized training regimen to enhance the combat efficacy of the Flying Bear Army. He understood profoundly that, irrespective of the circumstances, sheer strength reigns supreme. By elevating training, equipment, regulations, and welfare, the Army's fighting capability would swiftly ascend. As for the command of the troops, it could initially be entrusted to Yangping for a transitional period, and once he became adept in military management, the reins could be handed over to Jiang Tao. The next day, Tian arrived early at the military camp, startling Yangping. Could it be that he was so eager to reclaim military authority? Although it was customary to surrender command to the leader, Yangping would not permit Tian to recklessly squander the last vestiges of the Flying Bear Army's assets. This was the latest methodology for training. Upon witnessing the proposal sketches brought by Tian, Yangping's eyes sparkled with delight. This training approach was truly ingenious. General, he is indeed a remarkable figure. Feeling a flush of embarrassment at Yangping's praise, Tian modestly acknowledged that he merely stood on the shoulders of giants. However, a concern loomed. If this method of survival of the fittest were applied, it seemed that over half of the current Flying Bear Army would face elimination. Yangping voiced his apprehension. Many veterans within the Flying Bear Army, despite their diminished combat prowess, remained fiercely loyal. If they were all discarded, the morale of the troops would surely crumble. I have considered this aspect as well. Those eliminated will be divided into two groups. One will transition to the reserves, tasked with training new recruits and ensuring logistical support. The other will become part of the city defense forces, responsible for safeguarding the city and maintaining order. The risks and requirements differ across these units, and consequently, so do their compensations. Both reserves and city defense troops will collectively be referred to as auxiliary soldiers, receiving only 1/3 of the pay of combat soldiers, Tian elucidated. Reducing the compensation of auxiliary soldiers to 1/3 may incite insubordination among the troops. Yangping expressed his concerns. Generally, you have misunderstood. I meant that the pay for auxiliary soldiers remains unchanged, while the compensation for combat soldiers will be tripled. Furthermore, this is not an empty promise. Today, we will disburse 3 months' salary, and after 2 weeks of training, evaluations will commence. Such a proposal is excellent. Yangping immediately ceased his objections. The news of the salary distribution spread, igniting a wave of cheers across the training grounds. Some individuals still possessing combat potential eagerly prepared to seize the opportunity to qualify as combat soldiers, while the veterans felt a sense of contentment, although they were aging. They had devoted their lives to the Flying Bear Army, their compensation intact, and they would not be compelled to engage in battle. As for enduring arduous labor, in this harsh world, who among us is exempt from toil? Tian smiled faintly at the commotion outside. This modern strategy is one that anyone could master. Merely contemplating the expenditure of over 200,000 taels upon my arrival brings a pang of anguish to my heart. However, from this day forth, Tian has established a new decree, one that resonates throughout the ranks of the Flying Bear Army. This month's wages are not bestowed by the court, but rather are privately disbursed by Tian himself. Henceforth, all matters must fall under Tian's command, although the majority remain oblivious to the underlying implications. Tian understands that from today, the very essence of the Flying Bear Army has transformed. In a certain light, Tian intends to forge a formidable private military force. This pursuit is not uncommon among many noble families and warlord leaders. Thus, the remote military town of Tian blends seamlessly into the fabric of such endeavors. On the contrary, should this news reach the ears of the court, the officials would likely swell with pride, believing that the empress has made astute choices, thereby saving the treasury considerable funds. Observing the soldiers' heightened morale, Yangping rarely allowed a smile to grace his face. "Father, do you now believe?" Yi Biao ventured closer to speak. "We shall await the results," Yangping replied, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "However, based solely on this training method, I find General He to be rather enigmatic, utterly inscrutable. The prospect of salary distribution is indeed commendable, though it is merely for 3 months, it amounts to a significant sum." Yangping, known for his integrity and aversion to exploiting his soldiers, has been living rather frugally. Now, with the prospect of receiving several thousand taels at once, he finds himself less financially constrained. For several consecutive days, Tian supervised training at the military camp. Exercises such as push-ups, pull-ups, squats, weighted runs, and formation marching were employed in a rigorous rotation, resulting in a remarkable transformation in the Flying Bear Army, which, despite comprising a cadre of the elderly, infirm, and disabled, managed to exude a semblance of the elite forces of the Tianwu kingdom. Yangping regarded Tian with newfound respect, deeply admiring his prowess in training. Yet, Tian found himself troubled, while the training had found its rhythm. The majority of soldiers still wielded wooden sticks in practice. How could they hope to ascend to the battlefield without proper equipment? The matter of armament must be addressed with utmost urgency. Chapter 165. Planting the seeds of deceit in the pitch-black confines of a prison cell, a barbarian lay soundly asleep. The very individual who had assaulted Tian's caravan just days prior. "Wake up. You're about to face execution." Tian's voice echoed in the vastness of the cell. "What? Execution? I was promised mercy if I confessed." The barbarian instantly sprang to his feet, alarmed. "Drag him out of the cell." "Understood, General." 2 guards promptly sprang into action, hauling the barbarian from his confinement. The robust barbarian struggled fiercely, leaving the guards in a state of disarray until they resorted to using their weapons to subdue him. "You southerner, you lack honor." Once brought before Tian, the barbarian was met with a swift kick to his knee, forcing him to kneel. "All right, you may leave now." Tian waved his hand dismissively. He had some inquiries to make in private. The guards exchanged glances, both recognizing the concern in each other's eyes. "General, if you wish to interrogate him privately, it is imperative that we secure this prisoner first." Tian nodded in agreement, and soon the guards returned with heavy shackles, as thick as a child's arm, securing the barbarian's limbs and even his neck. The barbarian seemed to grasp that this official was his chance for survival. He ceased his struggles, though his small eyes darted about, contemplating his next move. "What is your name?" Tian, adopting a composed demeanor, seated himself with poise, enhancing his authoritative presence. "I am Aruka," the barbarian responded with utmost respect. "I have heard that the chief of your Dabaru tribe seeks vengeance against me. Such a notion is absurd, my lord. The Dabaru tribe cherishes peace, and our chief, Sando, is most hospitable." Aruka smiled, recalling his mother's advice that if captured by Southerners, flattering their leaders would ensure his survival. "Is that so? I have a question for you. If you answer correctly, I shall grant you your freedom." "General, ask away. Whatever Aruka knows, I shall divulge." In the frigid, desolate expanse of the northern wasteland, your armaments are far superior to those of the Flying Bear Army. Whence do these weapons originate? Tian's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. This question is one I cannot answer, revealing it would cost me my life at Sando's hands." A flicker of panic crossed Aruka's face, caught off guard by the directness of Tian's inquiry. "It appears you are not the honorable Aruka I presumed. You preach virtue, yet act otherwise. Do you understand? Such conduct is a blow to my pride. I value my honor greatly. If you do not afford me the respect I deserve, I cannot extend you the same courtesy." "Guards, sever one of his hands." Tian's tone held a hint of regret. "No, General, I will speak." Aruka, though confused by the initial exchange, comprehended the final command all too clearly. Tian nodded, recognizing the barbarian's pliability, which was precisely why he had chosen to spare his life. In the previous battle, those who fought valiantly met their demise. This individual, attempting to evade capture, concealed himself amidst the corpses, only to be discovered when a soldier's spear pierced his backside, eliciting a cry of agony. "You southern folk sold him to us, and we exchanged him for sheepskin, cowhide, and medicinal herbs." Upon hearing Aruka's words, Tian inquired urgently about the identity of the person who had sold him to their tribe. "Speak." Aruka, taken aback by the sudden fury of the previously gentle official, stammered, "I hold little standing in the tribe, so I lack clarity on the matter. All I know is that the most prominent merchant bears the surname Yuan." Tian's mind raced, recalling the recent documents he had handled. Indeed, several records pertained to a family named Yuan, frequently implicated in the smuggling of ironware and salt. Yet the majority apprehended were merely guards and slaves, while the true masterminds evaded capture. Moreover, they often resolved matters with fines, conducting their operations from the shadows. The Flying Bear Army had intended to make an example of them, but due to financial constraints and the merchants' collective pressure, the matter ultimately faded away. As the narrative unfolds, it becomes evident that the southern folk themselves were the source of the oversight that had inadvertently strengthened the barbarians. Peicheng, merely a mountain pass, was not the main battlefield. Some 1,200 miles eastward lay Shanghai City, where 200,000 elite soldiers of the Tianwu kingdom were stationed, actively engaging the barbarians. Thus, merchant caravans opted to enter the mountains from Peicheng to complete their transactions with the savages. Understanding this lead, Tian recognized that acquiring equipment was still a distant goal. These weapons and armaments demanded substantial funds. Merchants endured great hardships to transport their goods here, intent on selling them at inflated prices, and would not part with them cheaply for Tian. Should a bid arise, the barbarians would naturally offer a higher price for the weaponry. Furthermore, transporting leather and medicinal herbs back home would yield considerable profits. Having contemplated these factors, Tian resolved to cease his inquiries. "Aruka, I initially intended to release you, but your lack of honesty compels me to reconsider." Aruka, in a state of desperation, pleaded, "Esteemed official, you promised to let me go. I have been away for 5 days, and my cattle remain unfed." Tian chuckled softly at Aruka's words, retorting, "Do you imagine that a war between nations is akin to child's play, where one can simply be released? Have those you've captured ever been returned?" Instantly, Aruka broke out in a cold sweat, urgently begging for mercy. "The men captured by your kind are forced into servitude, while the women are given to the valiant warriors of the tribe to bear children. I am robust. You wouldn't intend to use me for breeding, would you? Ugh, how absurd. You truly have a warped mind." Tian was taken aback. This Aruka was not only timid but also seemed to possess considerable mental deficiencies. "I, too, have my peculiarities, having once been butted in the head by a cow in my youth. I find little appeal in the frail women of the south. Rather, I am fond of my Aiju, who is ample and bountiful. Pray, do not send Aruka for breeding." Observing Aruka's vacant expression, Tian was suddenly struck by a bold idea. Greed. Was there a means to usurp another's strength, to exert mental control? Indeed, there exists the shadowy deception scripture. This arcane practice comprises 3 stages: sowing deception, nurturing, and plundering. By implanting a seed of deceit within the target's subconscious, it takes root and blossoms into a deceptive idol, siphoning the host's strength for sustenance. Once the idol reaches a certain maturity, the practitioner may choose to plunder, transforming all of the opponent's essence into spiritual power that nourishes oneself. Alternatively, one may allow for continued cultivation. Splendid, I shall acquire this shadowy deception scripture. Upon hearing Greed's proclamation, Tian was elated. Greed imparted a consciousness to Tian, who, upon completion of the transmission, instantly grasped the essence of the shadowy deception scripture. With his eyes firmly shut, he envisioned the idol's form, sculpting it based on his own essence. Kneeling, Aluka watched as the other suddenly closed his eyes, his body trembling. Sweat pouring down his brow, filled with confusion. Could it be an epileptic seizure? Look into my eyes. Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and a black radiance surged into Aluka's gaze. Master. Aluka stood dazed for a moment before slowly bowing down. Fortunately, success was attained. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, the energy drained, Tian commanded, "You must return to the tribe at once. Convey any messages through prayer to the deceptive idol in your heart. The idol shall hear your voice. If you perform well, the idol shall bestow upon you strength." Coming to his senses, Aluka immediately rose and made his way outside. The two guards stationed at the entrance, upon seeing the barbarian emerge, swiftly drew their blades. "Let him pass." At the sound of Tian's voice, the guards hesitated for a moment before hastily removing the shackles from Aluka's limbs.